What would you do after returning to Earth once you reach the Foundation establishment stage in another realm? You traverse another realm, and the system informs you that you can return to Earth once you reach the Foundation establishment stage. After spending 10 years diligently cultivating to the Foundation establishment stage, you are truly transported back to Earth, and 10 years have passed. Seeing the bustling streets and towering skyscrapers, you feel delighted. It's great to be back. At that moment, something on you rings. It's your phone. In the other realm, there was no signal, but you kept it in storage for safekeeping, filled with your memories. You open the phone. It's been 10 years, we've called you countless times and sent countless messages. Why haven't you replied? Where have you been? Are you still alive? Mom was forced to drink pesticide last month. Oh, brother, our home is gone. Those people are knocking at the door again. I'm so scared, I can't hold on any longer. This should be my last message to you. After hearing this, your expression changes drastically. Something has happened to your mother, and your sister is being blocked at the door. You hurriedly call your sister, but no one answers. Your hands tremble as you send several voice messages. Sister, I'm back. With me here, you won't have to be afraid anymore. Don't do anything foolish, you must wait for me. You fly on your sword, heading straight home. Who dares to bully my sister? In the village of Shaolin City, Xu Xiaoyu blocks the courtyard door with his back, panic written all over his thin face. Little sister, why aren't you opening the door quickly? Get away from here, all of you. Little sister, since you refuse to open the door, we'll have to come in ourselves. The door is being repeatedly slammed against. Xu Xiaoyu braces himself against the ground, but eventually, it bursts open, causing him to fall to the floor in pain. A few thugs step through the door, led by a man named Biao Gu, their leader. Little sister, why are you lying on the ground? Were you waiting for me? Xu Xiaoyu quickly stands up. What do you all want? What do you mean? Of course, we want you to sign. I won't sign. Xu Xiaoyu shakes his head repeatedly. The area of Shaolin village is set for demolition, but the compensation is too low, so many villagers refuse to agree. The demolition company has brought in thugs to continuously harass the villagers. It was under pressure that mother drank pesticide. She insisted that they must not agree to sign because this house is their roots and their only home. She said they must keep the house for her brother's return. Little sister, that's not right, you owe us money. You tricked me, you're all in this together. Xu Xiaoyu cries. Last month, to gather money for his mother's medical expenses, he borrowed 50,000 yuan from Biao Gu, agreeing to pay back 60,000 in 2 months. But within a week, Biao Gu started demanding repayment. Where would he find the money? Biao Gu then insisted he transfer the house to him. Just days ago, he learned that Biao Gu is in cahoots with the demolition company. Regardless, you owe us money. If you can't pay, then this house will cover your debt. It's only fair. You forced my mother to drink pesticide and set me up to be deceived. Are you even human? Will you sign or not? I won't sign. Brother raises his hand and slaps Xu Xiaoyu hard across the face, angrily demanding whether you will sign or not. Xu Xiaoyu's eyes are red, but his attitude remains resolute. Biao Gu slaps him again. Xu Xiaoyu's cheeks are swollen and red, tears of pain streaming down, yet he still refuses to sign. I just don't believe I can't subdue you, little girl. I heard you're a college student. College students are great. What do you want? What do you mean? Of course, it's business. Biao Gu steps closer to Xu Xiaoyu's face turns anxious as he prepares to dash into a nearby rock to end his life. Don't even think about ending your life. If you do, I will too. Biao Gu chuckles darkly, lunging at Xu Xiaoyu. You're asking for death. A furious roar echoes, filled with boundless rage, as if the space itself is about to explode. Biao Gu turns to see a figure rushing towards him, and before he can dodge, the figure crashes into him. Biao Gu feels like he's been hit by a speeding truck, flying through the air before crashing hard against a distant wall, bones snapping in dozens. Xiaoyu, are you okay? You look down at Xu Xiaoyu, whose hands are trembling. After 10 years, he finally sees family again. Xu Xiaoyu doesn't respond, his hands protectively in front of him, watching you warily. Xiaoyu, I'm your brother. When you left, Xu Xiaoyu was still in elementary school. 10 years have passed. It's normal that he doesn't recognize you. Who are you, kid, daring to hit our boss? Let's take him down. 5 thugs charge at you, their faces twisted with malice. With an aura of menace, you slap them all to the ground. With broken bones, they writhe in pain, howling, while the other thugs help them escape in a panic. Biao Gu mutters, go back and call more people. We must take him out. You can naturally hear him, sneering inwardly. Call more people? You probably won't get the chance. You don't want to wipe them out in front of Xiaoyu, but that doesn't mean you'll let them go. Once they're far away, your body suddenly explodes with a bang, turning into nothingness. You kneel before Xu Xiaoyu, your nose tinged with bitterness, throat trembling. At this moment, Xiaoyu's face is swollen on both sides, tears glistening in his eyes, making your heart ache. Xiaoyu, are you okay? Chu Xiaoyu slaps you across the face. Xiaoyu, I'm your brother. Do you really not recognize me? I don't have a brother like you. Where have you been for 10 years? Were you eloping with that woman, Yi Qingxue? Do you know how much we missed you? Mom cries every day, her eyes nearly blinded from tears. Where were you when we needed you? Last month, Mom was forced to drink pesticide. Where were you? Chu Xiaoyu screams at himself. 10 years ago, he was only 10 years old, a time of innocence and romance. But your sudden disappearance changed his life, and he has endured too much over these 10 years. You feel a deep sense of guilt. I'm sorry, Xiaoyu. What good is I'm sorry? Chu Xiaoyu shouts, turning and walking into the house. You hurriedly follow him, and in the next moment, your body jolts. Inside the house, there is a bed with an elderly woman lying on it. Your breath quickens as you realize Mom just received Xiaoyu's message, and you thought she had passed away. Unexpectedly, she is still alive, just in a coma. 10 years ago, Mom was hit by a car while searching for you, breaking her legs. For a decade, she has been confined to a wheelchair in bed. Last month, after being forced to consume pesticide, she was saved but remains in a coma. What good does it do to say sorry? You suddenly knelt down, tears falling like a kite with a broken string. For 10 years in another world, you thought of your mother constantly. Today, you finally see her, but she has become like this. Mom, you've suffered so much. You infused your mother with a bit of magical power, and she soon awakened. Mom, you're awake. Chu Xiaoyu was equally overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy streaming down. Mom is finally awake, it's truly wonderful. Is that you, my son? You've returned. Mom looked at her wrinkled face in disbelief, her hands trembling before her. She didn't dare touch you, fearing it was just an illusion that would shatter upon contact. You held your mother's hand and said, Mom, it's me. I'm back. Tears streamed down Mom's face as she exclaimed, Oh, my son, you finally returned. Mom, I'm so sorry for everything. When I left, Mom was still in good spirits. But now, Mom's once black hair has turned gray, her face is lined with wrinkles, and she looks worn out. There's nothing to apologize for, you're back, and that's all that matters. Mom, you can rest assured, I will make it up to you in the future. Speaking of making up, where did you go 10 years ago? Did you elope with that woman, Yi Qingxue? You remain silent. Yi Qingxue is your girlfriend, but her parents disapproved of your relationship, so 10 years ago, she arranged to elope with you. However, on the way to meet her, you were struck by a car, sent flying off a cliff, and fell into a spatial rift, entering a mysterious otherworld. You were indeed quite infatuated, but unfortunately, Yi Qingxue was not as devoted. Shortly after your disappearance, she got married and soon had a daughter. What? Yi Qingxue got married and had a child? You were taken aback, feeling lost, as you had intended to make amends with her upon your return. But after 10 years, anything could happen. Chu Xiaoyu looked at you with disdain, asking, was it worth it for a woman like her? You didn't respond, instead checking on your mother. She was extremely weak, partly from the pesticide and partly due to years of excessive sorrow. But that wasn't the main issue. The crucial thing was that her legs were broken, and it had been too long. However, you discovered that there were still places on Earth with spiritual energy where you could continue to cultivate and improve. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely heal your legs. It's fine, I've gotten used to it. It's really nothing. Mom doesn't want you to feel guilty. Chu Xiaoyu snorted, 10 years apart, and you've learned to brag. Hu Luo turned and left. After chatting with your mother for a while, you returned to your room, which was still clean and tidy, thanks to your sister's efforts. This warmed your heart, making you feel even more indebted to both your mother and sister. Standing by the window, you gazed out at the strange yet familiar environment. Since falling into the other world, you had constantly yearned to return, but you knew you had to reach the foundation building stage first. Now, as a foundation building cultivator in this world, I am already incredibly strong, but I need to keep progressing, especially since I have unexpectedly obtained the great mechanism and the nameless technique. You left home, searching for a place rich in spiritual energy, and finally arrived at a lake. The energy here, while not comparable to that of the other world, was still denser than that in the urban village. You climbed an old tree, sat down, and began to operate the nameless technique. The weak spiritual energy around you surged in through your pores. After more than an hour, you opened your eyes, a golden light flashing by. You were approaching the mid-foundation stage. In the other world, there are 10 major taboos: refining chi, foundation building, abstaining from food, golden elixir, primordialine, spirit transformation, refining the void, river path, the great vehicle, and crossing tribulations. Although the spiritual energy on Earth is thin, cultivating with this nameless technique, I believe my progress won't lag too far behind. Upon returning home, you used your internal magic to help your mother regain her strength. Mom's complexion quickly improved, and her mental state brightened significantly, though her legs still hadn't fully healed. Not long after, your sister, Xu Xiaoyu, returned and told your mother that she wanted to drop out of school and go to work. Both you and your mother disagreed. Xu Xiaoyu was only a sophomore, how can she not continue her studies? Today, the court came again demanding payment, saying if we don't repay soon, they'll auction off our house. Last month, Mom was forced to drink pesticide. Although she was saved in time, we now owe 100,000 yuan in medical fees. The hospital has already sued us and is preparing for enforcement. Moreover, he hasn't even paid this year's tuition. Today, his advisor urged him in front of the whole class to pay up, leaving him too embarrassed to show his face at school. Xiaoyu, just focus on your studies, I'll find a way to handle the money issues. After 10 years, you've ended up like this. What can you do? Xu Xiaoyu shook her head and turned back to her room. Looking outside, you felt a bit frustrated. As a foundation building cultivator, you were now worried about 100,000 yuan. You had to find a way to earn it quickly and legally. You left and went to the street to eat first. After all, you weren't at the abstaining stage yet. You could go 10 days or half a month without food, but eventually, you still had to eat. You arrived at a beef noodle shop. You recalled the past when the shop owner's son bullied you at school and forced you to come here for noodles. You had specifically asked for no scallions, but he deliberately put them in. As you entered the shop, the owner's son, Li Ming, recognized you, surprised that you had suddenly returned after disappearing for 10 years. Your expression darkened as you said, "Give me a bowl of beef noodles, no scallions. If you put them in, you'll regret it." Your fierce demeanor startled Li Ming. He had originally planned to put in the scallions, having bullied you back in school, but now he hesitated, thinking how intimidating you looked. Had you been involved in something dangerous these past 10 years? Li Ming didn't dare provoke you and quickly made the noodles, smiling as he served them. Old classmate, I didn't put in the scallions. You saw that the noodles indeed had no scallions, but still gave Li Ming a cold smile. I won't eat the beef that fell out. You punched Li Ming, knocking him to the ground. That's for all the times you bullied me. With that, you left. Li Ming clutched his stomach, unable to get up for a long time. You arrived at a street market where many people were setting up stalls, selling everything from fortune-telling to feng shui, repairing rooftops, and selling cockroach medicine, among other things. You found a spot to sit down and opened your previously written notes. Divine doctor, master of fortune-telling, can treat difficult ailments, and assess feng shui. However, after shouting for several minutes, no one paid you any attention. You felt a bit disheartened and were about to move elsewhere. A luxury car slowly approached, and the window rolled down, revealing a beautiful face. It was actually. In the luxury car sat a woman, who was currently looking at Chu Chun by the roadside. Sister Shuang, this guy looks like a scammer at first glance. Let's just go, said the bodyguard in the driver's seat. The woman, named Pang Weishuang, was the chairwoman of the Luoshuang group. Let's go, Pang Weishuang sighed. She was about to roll up the car window when Chu Chen called out to her, divine doctor with miraculous hands, specializing in difficult and complicated ailments, especially frequent nightmares. Ha! Pang Weishuang's expression froze as she looked at Chu Chen. Beautiful lady, why not get out of the car and chat? Chu Chen smiled faintly. Pang Weishuang's beautiful eyes flickered. This guy wasn't just shouting randomly, he was deliberately calling out to her? She opened the car door and slowly stepped out. She approached Chu Chen, curiously sizing him up. Since Chu Chen was sitting, he looked up and immediately saw a pair of straight, jade-like legs. Pang Weishuang was in her early 30s but was well-maintained, with fair skin, a voluptuous figure, exuding a mature allure. Just like a ripe peach. Mature. Sexy. However, Chu Chen remained indifferent, unmoved. In the immortal realm, he had seen all kinds of women. There were plenty of mature and alluring women, like the leader of the Yaoqi immortal sect, who had tried multiple times to climb onto his imperial bed, but she had been kicked away by him each time. Pang Weishuang was slightly taken aback at this moment. She had a natural charm that made many men gaze at her with dazed eyes. But Chu Chen's gaze was clear, showing no signs of any impure thoughts. Hello, my name is Pang Weishuang. She extended her delicate hand for an introduction. Her voice was soft and captivating. Most people would have eagerly reached out to shake hands with Pang Weishuang by now. But Chu Chen remained seated. Chu Chen. Pang Weishuang retracted her hand. This young man didn't play by the rules. She looked at Chu Chen and hesitated. Did you just see that I often have nightmares? That's right, Chu Chen nodded and said, if I'm not mistaken, you've been having frequent nightmares lately, often seeing some unclean things in your dreams, waking up at the hour of the tiger each time. How do you know? Pang Weishuang's mouth slightly opened, stunned. I have my ways, Shu Chen said with an air of a master. So, do you have a way to help me? Pang Weishuang's words were filled with anticipation. Of course, Shu Chen nodded. How will you treat it? Pang Weishuang's enchanting face showed excitement. Shu Chen extended 2 fingers and 200,000. 200,000? Pang Weishuang's bodyguard's eyes widened. Kid, why don't you just go rob someone? If you want to give it, then give it, Shu Chen said calmly. If you're unwilling to pay, then tonight you'll continue to have nightmares. And I'll tell you the truth, if you don't get treated, your nightmares will become more frequent in the future. Sister Xuan, let's go. This guy looks like a scammer. The bodyguard completely didn't believe Shu Chen. Pang Weishuang's beautiful eyes were fixed on Shu Chen. After a while, she said in a deep voice, fine. As long as you help me get better, I can give you 200,000. No, you need to transfer the money first, Shu Chen shook his head. Transfer the money first? Pang Weishuang frowned slightly. Could he really be a scammer? However, in the end, she still transferred 200,000 to Shu Chen. Can you treat me now? Pang Weishuang asked. Since I've received your money, of course, I will treat you. Shu Chen smiled faintly, took out a talisman, quickly drew a few strokes with a cinnabar pen, and then handed it to Pang Weishuang, saying, just fold this talisman and place it under your pillow. Remember, don't let it touch water. Pang Weishuang took the talisman, surprised, just like this? That's it? That's it, Shu Chen nodded. This was not an ordinary talisman. The runes on it were infused with his magical power. Kid, are you looking for death? The bodyguard's face was grim as he shouted angrily. Pang Weishuang also stared blankly at Shu Chen. Just like that, he casually drew a so-called talisman and asked for 200,000 from her? At that moment, she began to doubt that Shu Chen was a fraud. If you don't believe me, you can return it, and I'll give you the money back, Shu Chen said. Pang Weishuang's beautiful eyes fixed tightly on Shu Chen. After a moment, she coldly said, I hope you don't deceive me, otherwise, my Pang Weishuang's money isn't so easy to take. After saying that, she turned and got into the car. The bodyguard shot Shu Chen a cold glance and followed her into the car. Sister Xuan, how can you trust that kid? The bodyguard asked. Pang Weishuang pursed her lips and replied, he was able to describe my symptoms. I think he got the information about your frequent nightmares from somewhere and specifically waited for you here tonight, the bodyguard sneered. Hearing this, Pang Weishuang's beautiful eyes narrowed. It wasn't impossible. I hope he doesn't deceive me. A cold glint flashed in Pang Weishuang's eyes. The car slowly drove away. Chu Feng also packed up and returned home. Chu Xiaoyu had not yet come back. Shu Chen returned to his room, took out his phone, and stared at a number, lost in thought. In the end, he dialed it, but found it couldn't connect at all. Forget it. Shu Chen sighed and put away his phone. He went to the window, staring blankly at the bright moon in the night sky, lost in a myriad of thoughts. At that moment, in a shabby rental apartment, a woman was holding a little girl's 2 small feet in her arms. The woman was dressed plainly, her face haggard, but her demeanor was exceptional, as if she had once been a refined young lady. The little girl had big eyes, her hair tied in 2 pigtails, looking very cute. Mommy, when will Daddy come back? Does he not want us anymore? The little girl looked at the woman, asking pitifully. Yi Kingsnow's delicate body trembled slightly. Her nose felt a bit sour. It had been 10 years. She didn't know if that man would ever return. Or rather, if he was still alive. She stroked her daughter Kik's head and smiled. How could Daddy not want Kiki? Then why hasn't Daddy come back yet? If he doesn't come back soon, I'm going to grow up. He won't get to see the cute little me anymore. Kiki pouted, dissatisfied. Hearing this, Yi Qingsnow couldn't help but shed tears. Although Kiki looked like she was only 5 or 6 years old, she was actually already 9. And the doctor had said that Kiki wouldn't live past 10. Mommy, why are you crying? Did Kiki say something wrong? Seeing Yi Qingsnow in tears, Kiki panicked. Kiki won't grow up anymore, Mommy, please don't cry, okay? Mommy, Kiki was wrong. The little one thought it was because her mommy didn't want her to grow up. It's okay, it's not Kik's fault. Yi Qingsnow wiped away a tear and patted Kik's head. Then why is Mommy crying? Is it because she misses Daddy? Kiki asked curiously. Yi Qingsnow nodded slightly. Mommy, don't cry. Kiki helped Yi Qingsnow wipe her tears, pointing to the moon outside, saying in a childish voice, didn't Mommy say that when the moon is full, Daddy will come back? Look, the moon is almost full now, Daddy will be back soon. Yi Qingsnow looked at the bright moon in the night sky, biting her lip tightly, her throat choked, and her eyes red. 10 years, Shu Chen, where are you? Are you still alive? Are you also looking at this bright moon? Come back and see your daughter Kiki. Xiuling Village. Shu Chen stood by the window, looking dazed. At that moment, there was a sound outside. Shu Xiaoyu had returned. Shu Chen walked out of his room, came to her, and handed her a bank card. What is this? Shu Xiaoyu frowned slightly. There are 200,000 inside. You can take it tomorrow to pay for the medical expenses and your tuition. Shu Chen said with a faint smile. 200,000? Shu Xiaoyu's pretty face showed astonishment. Soon, she coldly said, Shu Chen, who are you trying to fool? She couldn't believe that in just 2 or 3 hours, her cheap brother had made 200,000. It's true. Shu Chen looked serious. Xiao Hao, where did you get 200,000? You didn't do something bad, did you? Ning Shufang suddenly became anxious. Mom, don't worry, this money is from a legitimate source. Shu Chen smiled lightly. He stuffed the bank card into Chu Xiaoyu's pocket. Xiao Hao, how did you suddenly earn 200,000? Ning Shufang asked curiously. Shu Chen chuckled and said, I drew a talisman for someone, and she gave me 200,000. A talisman for 200,000? Ning Shufang was stunned. Shu Chen, I didn't expect that after 10 years, you'd become a swindler? Shu Xiaoyu was furious, threw the bank card back to Chu Chen, and turned to go back to her room. Xiao Hao, your behavior is not right. Ning Shufang also had a stern face. You need to return the money tomorrow. Shu Chen smiled bitterly. Charging only 200,000 for that talisman was already quite cheap. He shook his head helplessly and went back to his room with the bank card. In a luxurious villa, Pang Weiswang, dressed in silk pajamas, had a voluptuous figure, exuding endless temptation. At that moment, she stood at the foot of the bed, her enchanting face filled with hesitation. She was even a bit scared. She didn't dare to sleep. She worried that once she fell asleep, she would have nightmares. She took out a talisman from her bag, the one Chu Chen had given her. After hesitating for a moment, she carefully placed the talisman under her pillow. Finally, gritting her teeth, she lay down on the bed. However, she still didn't dare to close her eyes to sleep. But she had been busy all day and was simply too tired. Before long, she fell asleep. When she woke up, she found that it was already bright outside. Her enchanting face was filled with surprise. Because she hadn't had any nightmares the entire night. She slept soundly until dawn. What's going on? Pang Weiswang looked incredulous. She picked up the pillow and stared blankly at the talisman that Chu Chen had given her. Could it really be the reason? She picked up her phone and immediately dialed a number. Can you find out who that young man was last night? After hanging up, a strange light flickered in her charming eyes. Chu Chen? An interesting man. Chu Chen washed up and found that Chu Xiaoyu had already prepared breakfast. Ning Shufang and she were eating. Xiao Hao, come eat breakfast. Ning Shufang smiled. Chu Chen served himself a bowl of porridge, took a sip, and praised, I didn't expect Xiaoyu's breakfast to be so delicious, truly beautiful and virtuous. Hearing his compliment, Chu Xiaoyu's lips curled into a slight smile. However, she quickly coldly huffed, I didn't make it for you. After breakfast, Chu Xiaoyu went to school. Chu Chen then went to the lake where he had practiced yesterday. A faint stream of spiritual energy gathered towards Chu Chen, which he refined. It wasn't until the sun set that Chu Chen stopped. After a day of cultivation, he had actually broken through to the peak of the 3rd level of qi refining. He would soon break through to the 4th level. This speed is great. Chu Chen was quite satisfied. This speed was much faster than when he was in the immortal realm. He jumped down from the old willow tree, bought some vegetables at the market, and returned home. Sigh, those people are back again. That family is quite pitiful. Their son went missing 10 years ago, and the old mother had her legs broken by a car. Now they are about to lose their house. I wonder what that son is doing. It's really sad for the mother and daughter. As soon as Chu Chen reached the intersection, he overheard 2 passers-by chatting. What? Chu Chen's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. With a whoosh, he hurried home. Bang! 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 At that moment, a group of people was vandalizing Chu Chen's house. Pots, pans, and dishes were smashed to pieces. What are you doing? Why are you destroying my things? Chu Xiaoyu shouted angrily as she rushed forward to block them. Get out of the way. One person shoved her hard, and Chu Xiaoyu fell to the ground. You beasts, this is a sin. Ning Shufan, sitting in a wheelchair, looked at the wrecked house with a pained expression. You old hag, how dare you curse us? A man with dyed yellow hair slapped Ning Shufang across the face. Ah! Ning Shufang cried out in pain and fell from her wheelchair. Mom, are you okay? Chu Xiaoyu hurried over to help her, her face filled with concern. You old hag, I advise you to obediently sign the papers and agree to move out, or else I'll tear your house down. The long-haired man, known as Huang Shi, was a thug in this group. Yesterday, the boss had sent Biao Ge to handle the relocation issue, but Biao Ge had gone missing, and they couldn't reach him by phone. So the boss sent him instead. What you have is not a relocation plan, but a robbery plan. I do not agree. Ning Shufang's face was filled with sorrow, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had deep feelings for this house. Do you disagree? Huang, she sneered, then don't think you can live here. Smash it hard. Bang! 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 The thugs wielding steel pipes kept smashing everything. Soon, the house was in complete disarray. No, please stop. Ning Shufang kept pounding her legs, crying uncontrollably. Woo woo. Xu Xiaoyu was also filled with sadness. She had lived in this old house since childhood, with deep emotional ties, especially the beautiful memories with her brother. Who would have thought that now? It was all in ruins. Old hag, I've already cut off your water and electricity. Let's see how you live. And I'll come by every day, waiting until you agree. Huang, she said arrogantly, looking at Ning Shufang and the others. Sigh, these people are truly beasts. Yeah, aren't they driving this mother and daughter to their deaths? Isn't there anyone who can deal with these people? Shoo, you better not say anything. The onlookers outside all shook their heads and sighed, but no one dared to go in and help, as they couldn't afford to provoke them. Is there no law? Ning Shufang's face was streaked with tears, filled with sorrow. Law? We are the law. Huang, she laughed arrogantly. Old hag, this is it for today, we'll be back tomorrow. Huang, she glanced at Ning Shufang and turned to leave. Tomorrow? You won't have a tomorrow. At that moment, an extremely cold voice rang out. The voice was chilling, as if it were the voice of the king of hell. It was like a death sentence for Huang Shi and his gang. Huang Shi turned around to see a man walking in. The man stood tall, with a handsome face and sharp eyes, exuding an aura of coldness. Xiao Hao. Ning Shufang's face changed in alarm as she hurriedly called out, "You need to leave quickly." "Mom, are you alright?" Shu Chen rushed to Ning Shufang, helping her up and asking anxiously. "I'm fine." Ning Shufang shook her head, sorrowfully saying, "It's just our home." Shu Chen glanced at the wreckage, which looked like a ruin, and a surge of anger welled up in his heart. He looked at Huang Shi, his voice icy. "A group came yesterday, and another group today? Do you really think we're easy to bully?" "Ha!" Huang Shi's expression froze. "Biao Ge came yesterday too? Where did you go later?" However, he was too lazy to think so much and instead looked at Shu Chen, sneering, "Kid, you're the son of this old hag? Since you're back, just persuade your mom to sign the papers. Persuade your sister." With a whoosh, Shu Chen appeared in front of him and swung his hand. Slap! A crisp sound of a slap echoed. Huang Shi flew up and crashed to the ground, half of his face mangled. "Do you dare hit me?" Huang Shi covered his face and roared, "I'll make your whole family die." After saying that, he looked at his group of subordinates and ordered, "All of you, go together. Kill." There were about 20 to 30 of them, all wielding steel pipes, charging directly at Shu Chen. "Xiao Hao, run!" Ning Shufang's face changed drastically upon seeing this. "Brother, be careful." Xu Xiaoyu also shouted loudly, her pretty face filled with concern. "Xiaoyu, you're willing to call me brother now?" Xu Chen turned to look at Xu Xiaoyu, his face full of excitement. "Get out of the way." Xu Xiaoyu was furious. "Why are you so excited just because I called you brother? Can't you see so many people charging at us? This is way more than the people Biao Ge brought yesterday. It's fine, with me here, no one can bully you." Xu Chen looked at the group rushing towards him, his eyes flashing with cold light. He whooshed forward. Bang 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 bang. Like a demon dragon charging into a pack of wolves, one by one, the figures flew up. In less than a minute, all of them were on the ground, howling in pain. "Wow! Is this young man from Shaolin Temple? Don't talk nonsense, do they look like they have money to send him there to practice martial arts?" The onlookers were all stunned. "Brother?" Xu Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Her brother was this skilled? Where had he been for the past 10 years? How is this possible? Huang Shi also had a look of disbelief. He had so many subordinates, yet they couldn't handle this kid. Whoosh! Shu Chen appeared in front of him. "What? What do you want?" Huang Shi's expression was panicked as he hurriedly said, "I'm a man of Lu Xiao, if you dare touch me, Lu Xiao won't let you go." "Oh, Lu Xiao?" Shu Chen's eyes flashed coldly, "I'll remember that." Saying this, he grabbed Huang Shi's hand and twisted it hard. Crack! Ah! Huang Shi let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Huang Shi looked at Shu Chen, his eyes filled with disbelief. This kid wasn't afraid of Lu Xiao? Go back and tell your Lu Xiao to wait for me. Shu Chen kicked Huang Shi away. Puff! Huang Shi fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "We're leaving." With the help of a few subordinates, he left in disgrace. "Xiao Hao, are you okay?" Ning Shufan looked at Shu Chen nervously. "I'm fine." Shu Chen shook his head. Then, he looked at Chu Xiaoyu, excitedly saying, Xiaoyu, you just called me brother, does that mean you forgive me? Humph. If you treat mom and me badly in the future, I won't want you as my brother either. Chu Xiaoyu huffed coldly. Don't worry, I will treat you both well. Chu Chen said seriously. Xiaoyu forgave him, and he was very happy. Xiao Hao, with the family like this, how are we going to live? Ning Shufang sighed, her expression sad. Chu Chen? At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz stopped at their doorstep. The car door opened, and a woman with a graceful figure, a stunning face, and an aura of maturity stepped out. It was Pang Weishuang. I finally found you. Pang Weishuang swayed her sexy waist and slowly walked towards Chu Chen. Chu Xiaoyu looked at Pang Weishuang with curiosity. This woman, so enchanting in appearance, is actually here to find her brother? What is her brother's relationship with this woman? Mr. Pang looks good today. It seems you had a good night's sleep last night, Chu Chen said, looking at her calmly. I have to thank young Master Chu, otherwise, I wouldn't have slept so soundly. Pang Weishuang smiled charmingly. Thank my brother? Slept so soundly? Chu Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes scanned the two of them. Could it be that my brother exhausted this woman last night? Is my brother really that strong? I wonder what brings you here today, Miss Pang? Chu Chen asked directly. Mainly to thank you. Pang Weishuang twirled a strand of hair at her forehead and smiled lightly. Ms. Pang has already expressed her gratitude last night, Chu Chen replied with a faint smile. I feel it's not enough, Pang Weishuang said with a playful smile. Then I wonder how else Ms. Pang wishes to thank me? Chu Chen asked with interest. Pang Weishuang glanced around the room and said, I happen to have a vacant apartment. If young Master Chu doesn't mind, you can move in with your aunt and sister. Ha? Chu Chen's expression tightened. Is this woman offering him an apartment? No need, Ning Shufang quickly shook her head. This woman is so generous, she worries it might come with other costs. Besides, who knows what kind of person this woman is? Even Chu Xiaoyu looked at Pang Weishuang warily. Aunt, don't worry, I'm a decent person. And I genuinely want to thank young Master Chu, I have no other ill intentions, Pang Weishuang smiled. Saying this, she looked at Chu Chen. Young Master Chu, your home is no longer livable. Besides, don't you want your mother and sister to have a better living environment? Chu Chen's eyes fixed intently on Pang Weishuang. After a moment, he nodded and said, all right. He couldn't quite understand why this woman was being so generous. But in the face of absolute strength, this woman couldn't deceive him. Great. I'll arrange for someone to help you move right away, Pang Weishuang smiled charmingly. That's fine, but I need to take care of something first. Chu Chen looked outside, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. At the Yuyuan bar, in a private room on the second floor, a man sat on the sofa while a provocatively dressed woman was carefully massaging his legs. He held a glass of red wine in one hand and had the other hand inside the woman's bosom. The woman let out soft moans. Young Master Lu, the snake has returned, a subordinate entered respectfully. Let him in, Lu Dong said indifferently. Soon, the snake walked in, supported by several subordinates. What happened? Lu Dong's expression tightened upon seeing this. Half of the snake's face was mangled, and his right hand hung limply, bloodied. The subordinates supporting him also looked pained. It was clear they had been injured. Didn't I tell you to deal with that stubborn household in Xiuling village? How did you get hurt? Did you not go? Lu Dong frowned. Young Master Lu, we did go to that stubborn household, which is why we got hurt, the snake replied. You got injured dealing with a stubborn household? Lu Dong's face darkened as he asked, did other forces take advantage of the chaos? No, the snake shook his head respectfully. The stubborn household's son returned and was quite skilled, defeating all my men. Remembering Chu Chen's skills, the snake still showed shock on his face. Lu Dong's expression tightened. A stubborn household son could defeat 20 or 30 men? That kid is extremely arrogant. He even had me come back to tell you to wait for him, the snake continued. What? Lu Dong's face turned furious as he smashed the wine glass on the floor, truly the height of arrogance. What kind of strength does he have? Can you tell? He looked at the yellow snake and asked, I don't know. The yellow snake pondered for a moment and said, he should have practiced, but probably hasn't developed any real strength. I guess he. Before the yellow snake could finish his sentence, his face suddenly flushed, and he looked pained. Puff! The yellow snake suddenly spat out a large mouthful of dark blood and collapsed to the ground. Motionless. Dead. Puff puff puff. The few people who had entered with him were the same. Even outside, many people had fallen. All of them had followed the yellow snake to Chu Chen's house. At this moment, one by one, they were all dead. What happened? Lu Dong was also shocked by the scene before him. Whoosh! His subordinate, Black Panther, swiftly approached the yellow snake and the others. After checking, he said solemnly, "Their internal organs have been shattered by a force." What? Lu Dong's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Could it be a yellow level? Black Panther nodded. It seems that the son of that stubborn household might be a yellow level expert. The martial arts realm is divided into yellow level, Xian level, earth level, and heaven level. Each realm is further divided into entry, minor achievement, major achievement, and great perfection. A martial artist who has cultivated strength within their body can inject that strength into their opponent during a fight, which qualifies them as a yellow level expert. A look of surprise appeared on Lu Dong's face. Just a stubborn household, and yet there is a yellow level expert? This stubborn household is quite interesting. A glint of sharpness flashed in Black Panther's eyes as he said ominously, "Lu Xiao, let me take people to find him." "No need to go, I have arrived." At that moment, a cold voice came. The two turned to see a man slowly walking in. It was Chu Chen. "How did you find this place?" Lu Dong looked at Chu Chen, his brows furrowed. Chu Chen glanced at the yellow snake on the ground, his expression indifferent. Earlier, at his house, he had left a trace of his power within the bodies of the yellow snake and his group. "Kid, you should learn to be content and not be a stubborn household." Seeing Chu Chen silent, Lu Dong continued, "What do you mean by a stubborn household?" Chu Chen sneered, "Your price is nothing but robbery. We don't want to relocate, so we're stubborn households? Otherwise?" Lu Dong said arrogantly, "Kid, I don't care how you think, agree to the relocation immediately, or you'll suffer. Don't worry, you won't have the chance to see me suffer. Tonight is your death date." Chu Chen looked at Lu Dong, his eyes flashing with cold light. These people had forced his mother to drink pesticide last month, humiliated his sister yesterday, and today even dared to go to his house to smash things. They had completely angered him. Impudent. "Kid, do you know what you're saying? Kid, are you looking for death?" As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Lu Dong's subordinates all shouted angrily. Lu Dong's face was also extremely dark. This kid had come here alone and still dared to be so arrogant? Truly seeking death. "Kid, I want to see how you make me die." Lu Dong sneered and ordered, "Go for it." His subordinates all shouted angrily, their faces twisted in rage as they charged at Chu Chen. A bunch of ants. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent, one hand was behind his back while the other casually waved. Slap slap slap. Figures flew up, crashing to the ground, wailing in pain. In less than half a minute, all of Lu Dong's subordinates were lying on the ground. Lu Dong's expression tightened as he saw this scene. Although Black Panther had said that Chu Chen was a yellow level expert, seeing Chu Chen so easily take down his subordinates still surprised him a bit. "Kid, it seems you really are a martial artist?" He looked at Chu Chen and sneered. "Martial artist?" Chu Chen frowned slightly. "What is that?" "Looking at your cultivation, you should have stepped into the yellow level, but unfortunately, you shouldn't have come here to act wild." Lu Dong sneered, glancing at the Black Panther. "Black Panther, teach him a lesson." The Black Panther stepped forward, looking at Chu Chen with a cold smile. "Kid, if I'm not mistaken, you should have just entered the yellow level, right?" Chu Chen's heart stirred. Yellow level? Is this the classification of martial artists' realms? "Kid, if you know what's good for you, agree to sign the demolition agreement immediately and kneel to submit to young Master Lu. I, the Black Panther, can spare your life." The Black Panther wore a proud expression. He had already reached the small completion of the yellow level. Thus, he had such an attitude. "Spare my life?" Chu Chen looked at him and sneered, "Just because of you? Seeking death." The Black Panther roared, stomping his feet, and with a loud boom, he charged at Chu Chen. His speed was incredibly fast, carrying a fierce wind, as if he were truly a Black Panther. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Chu Chen, only to find Chu Chen still standing there in a daze. "Scared silly, huh?" The Black Panther sneered. "Die!" He swung a punch at Chu Chen's head. Bang! However, at that moment, he felt darkness before his eyes. The next moment, the Black Panther found it hard to breathe. His neck was being choked by a powerful arm. "Black Panther? I think it's more like Black Cat." A faint voice entered his ears. At this moment, the Black Panther's eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't even know when Chu Chen had reached out to grab his neck. What shocked him even more was that he wanted to resist, but he couldn't. A mysterious force within him suppressed his strength. "You, what level of cultivation are you?" The Black Panther looked at Chu Chen, his eyes filled with shock. He was a strong practitioner at the small completion of the yellow level, yet he was being lifted by Chu Chen as if he were a chick. Chu Chen was probably at the great perfection of the yellow level. He might even be a profound level expert. Why ask so much? Chu Chen exerted a slight force. Crack! The Black Panther's eyes bulged, he struggled a few times, and then There was no more movement. Dead. Bang! Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he tossed the Black Panther's corpse to the ground. It was as if he hadn't just choked a yellow-level expert to death, but merely crushed an ant. Silence. The entire private room was silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. How is this possible? Lu Dong's eyes widened, his expression one of disbelief. The Black Panther was a strong practitioner at the small completion of the yellow level, and just like that, he was killed by Chu Chen with one hand? He felt as if he were dreaming. Tap, tap, tap. Chu Chen, with an indifferent expression, walked step by step toward Lu Dong. What do you want? Don't come any closer. Lu Dong's face turned pale as he kept retreating. The Black Panther was his strongest assistant. Now that even the Black Panther had been choked to death by Chu Chen, he was truly afraid. I'll tell you, I'm from the Longhu sect. If you dare to do anything to me, the Longhu sect won't let you go. Lu Dong said ominously. The Longhu sect? Chu Chen frowned slightly upon hearing this. That's right. Lu Dong thought Chu Chen was afraid, sneering, Kid, if you know what's good for you, leave now. I can pretend tonight never happened. Although he said this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. How could he let Chu Chen go so easily? Sorry, I've never heard of the Longhu sect, Chu Chen said lightly. You! Lu Dong's face froze. Did this kid really not know, or was he pretending to be foolish? He sneered, the Longhu sect is. Bang! Before Lu Dong could finish, Chu Chen's hand had already grabbed his neck, and he said, I don't have time to listen to your introduction about the Longhu sect. Don't say you're from the Dragon and Tiger Gate, even if you are from the Southern Sky Gate. If you dare to send someone to bully my mom and my sister, your fate is already sealed. Then that means death. After saying this, Chu Chen exerted a slight force. Crack! A sound of bones breaking echoed. Lu Dong's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Chu Chen. He never expected. Chu Chen really killed him. Such decisiveness in killing. Could it be that Chu Chen truly feared the Dragon and Tiger Gate? Not at all? Bang! Chu Chen threw Lu Dong's body onto the ground. He glanced around at the others in the room. All of them looked flustered, not daring to meet Chu Chen's gaze. This is a warning to your Dragon and Tiger Gate. I hope you all know your place. Chu Chen left with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. The people in the room erupted in chaos. Lu Xiao just died like that? This was truly a scandal. After leaving the bar, Chu Chen ran into Pang Weishuang outside. Are you okay? What happened to Lu Dong? Seeing Chu Chen come out, Pang Weishuang approached him. Nothing much, just met the King of Hell, Chu Chen replied casually. What? Pang Weishuang's alluring face changed slightly. Lu Dong is from the Dragon and Tiger Gate. You killed him just like that, and it will anger the Dragon and Tiger Gate. He dared to send someone to bully my mom and my sister. His fate was already sealed, Chu Chen said coldly. A dragon has a reverse scale. Touching it means death. Ning Shufang and Chu Xiaoyu were Chu Chen's reverse scales. Pang Weishuang stared blankly at Chu Chen. This guy really is good to his family. She didn't say anything more. Your mom and sister are already at my place. Let's go over there first, Pang Weishuang said. Okay. Chu Chen nodded. He got into Pang Weishuang's car and went to the luxury villa area. This was a high-end residential area, built against the mountains, with a view of the seaside. The scenery was excellent. Chu Chen was surprised. He thought it was just an ordinary apartment. He didn't expect it to be a villa. I bought this before. I usually don't live here, just come here occasionally to enjoy the scenery when I'm in a bad mood, Pang Weishuang explained. Buying a villa just to enjoy the scenery? Truly a rich woman. Xiao Hao, you're back? Ning Shufang asked nervously upon seeing Chu Chen return. Where have you been? Are you okay? I'm fine, Chu Chen shook his head and smiled. Xiao Hao, this house. Ning Shufang hesitated a bit. Brother, this is a villa. Are we really going to live here? Chu Xiaoyu was also nervous. She had never seen such a luxurious villa, let alone live in one. Auntie, Xiaoyu, I usually don't live here. You can just stay here and think of it as helping me look after the house, Pang Weishuang said with a smile. Ning Shufang wanted to refuse, but her attitude was very firm. Ning Shufang didn't say anything more. It was just about mealtime. After Ning Shufang insisted, Pang Weishuang stayed to eat together. After dinner, Pang Weishuang was about to leave. Young Master Chu, the Dragon and Tiger Gate is one of the 5 major forces in the underground world of Jiangchang. You killed Lu Dong, so you need to be careful, she warned, looking at Chu Chen seriously. One of the 5 major forces in the underground? Chu Chen's heart stirred at her words. The Dragon and Tiger Gate seemed quite powerful. However, he did not regret killing Lu Dong. Moreover, he had nothing to fear. Thank you, I'll be careful, Chu Chen replied with a faint smile. Seeing Chu Chen's nonchalant attitude, Pang Weishuan's beautiful eyes flashed. This guy is so confident? She said nothing more, gave Chu Chen a deep look, and drove away. Chu Chen then looked at the scenery below the mountain, his eyes glinting coldly. The Dragon and Tiger Gate? I hope you know your place. Yu Ting Bar. The second master of the Longmu Gate, Yanhu, looked at the corpse of Lu Dong on the ground, his expression dark to the extreme. Who did this? Yanhu exuded a terrifying aura. It was a young man named Chu Chun, a man in black replied cautiously. Chu Chen? Yanhu frowned slightly upon hearing the name. He had never heard of him. He is the son of a stubborn homeowner, and it is said that he went missing for 10 years, only just returning in the past few days, the man in black respectfully explained. Oh? A hint of surprise flashed across Yanhu's face. Missing for 10 years? Since Chu Chen was able to kill Black Panther, he might have reached the peak of the yellow level. Could it be that he spent those 10 years training in martial arts? Just a yellow level warrior, and he dares to kill someone from our Longhu Gate? He won't live long. Unless he is a deity. Yanhu's eyes glinted coldly, a wave of murderous intent sweeping forth. In the Howding Villa, Chu Chen was in the kitchen cooking with Chu Xiaoyu. Chu Chen had appeared twice during her most desperate moments, and it seemed her heart had finally opened up. Brother, who is President Pang? What is your relationship with her? Why did she give us a villa to live in? Chu Xiaoyu bombarded him with questions. Didn't I say last night? I sold a talisman for 200,000, and it was to her, Chu Chen replied with a smile. So the person you scammed was her? Chu Xiaoyu exclaimed. What does scamming mean? Chu Chen's mind was filled with black lines as he directly tapped her fair forehead. Chu Xiaoyu covered her forehead, looking aggrieved. It's true, selling a talisman for 200,000. I think she was just deliberately tricked by you. What do you mean deliberately tricked by me? Chu Chun was momentarily confused. I think she is after your body. Chu Xiaoyu said seriously. What kind of nonsense are you thinking? Chu Chen raised his hand, and Chu Xiaoyu quickly dodged. Brother, I'm still studying, don't knock me silly. Ning Shufang, seeing the two playing in the kitchen, revealed a comforting smile. Soon, the meal was ready. After eating, Chu Xiaoyu returned to her room. She lay on her bed, swinging her legs, video chatting with her best friend, Lu Mengmeng. Mengmeng, something big has happened at home. My brother has been kept by a rich woman. As soon as the video connected, Chu Xiaoyu said directly. What? Your brother has been kept? Lu Mengmeng exclaimed, excitedly asking, does your brother still need a sister? Mengmeng, what are you talking about? Chu Xiaoyu was furious. Oh, you are his sister. One sister is enough. Too many would be annoying. Lu Mengmeng sounded a bit disappointed, then her big eyes sparkled again. Then does he still need a sister-in-law? I don't mind that your brother is being kept by a rich woman. Lu Mengmeng, get lost. Chu Xiaoyu was so angry that she hung up the video. How could her best friend miss the point like this? On the other side, Chu Chen had also returned to his room. He found that the spiritual energy here was abundant, not inferior to the lake he had been at today. He sat cross-legged, slightly closing his eyes, and began to operate the nameless technique. The surrounding spiritual energy continuously gathered towards him, entering his body through his pores and then being refined. It wasn't until the sky began to brighten that Chu Chen slowly opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. After a night of cultivation, he had actually broken through from the peak of the 3rd level of Qi refining to the 4th level. Even he was a bit surprised by this speed, truly worthy of the nameless technique obtained from the 10,000 Immortals cave. However, Chu Chen also noticed that the spiritual energy around the villa had basically been absorbed by him. Although the cultivation speed was fast, it required a large amount of spiritual energy. Moreover, the further he went, the more spiritual energy would be needed. No matter what, I must improve my cultivation and break through to the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. Chu Chen's gaze was firm. The Qi refining stage was not true cultivation. Only by stepping into the foundation establishment stage could one be considered to have truly entered the realm of cultivation. Many supernatural powers and spells can only be performed by those in the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, once he breaks through to the foundation establishment period, he will have a way to reshape the broken bones of his mother's legs, allowing her to stand up again. After having breakfast, Chu Chen's phone rang. It was a call from Pang Weishuang. Hello, young Master Chu, are you awake? As soon as the call connected, Pang Weishuang's lazy voice came through, soft and sweet, very captivating. If it were an ordinary person, hearing her voice would likely lead to all sorts of fantasies, especially this early in the morning. The early bird would definitely struggle to resist. However, Chu Chen remained calm and asked, "What's up?" On the other end of the line, Pang Weishuang turned over, revealing a pair of straight, jade-like legs outside the blanket. A glimpse of spring. Unfortunately, no one could see this scene. It's nothing, I just wanted to thank young Master Chu, Pang Weishuang said with a charming smile. She had slept quite soundly last night, which made her even more certain that it was due to the talisman drawn by Chu Chen. President Pang, you've already given me 200,000, and you've lent me the villa. That's enough thanks, Chu Chen replied with a faint smile. You don't know how hard it has been for me to get a good night's sleep lately. Thankfully, with you, I can finally sleep peacefully. There was a hint of grievance in Pang Weishuang's words, making one feel quite sorry for her. Chu Chen smiled lightly and said, then you can sleep a little longer, I'll hang up now. Wait, Pang Weishuang hurriedly called out to him. Is there anything else? Chu Chen asked curiously. Pang Weishuang was at a loss for words. Was this guy really young? How could he be so unresponsive this early in the morning? She bit her lip and said, are you free tonight? I want you to accompany me to a charity gala. Charity gala? Chu Chen was taken aback for a moment and shook his head, saying, forget it. He had no interest. Refusal? Pang Weishuang was momentarily speechless. In the entire Jiang city, how many men wanted to attend events with her? This guy actually refused without a second thought? This charity gala will auction some antiques, and there might even be some peculiar items. You might find something good, Pang Weishuang said, blinking her eyes, her voice dripping with temptation. Antiques? Peculiar items? Chu Chen's heart stirred at her words. Could there be something he needed for his cultivation? After pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, all right. Great. I'll pick you up tonight, Pang Weishuang said, her enchanting face lighting up with joy. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Pang Weishuang arrived. She wore a black evening gown, her hair elegantly styled up, revealing her snow-white neck. Around her neck was a delicate necklace, with a pendant nestled between two snowy peaks, incredibly charming. Coupled with her mature and alluring demeanor, this outfit was quite enticing. However, in Chu Chen's eyes, she was just a painted skeleton. Pang Weishuang also noticed his calm expression and unperturbed gaze, which startled her. Could it be that this guy was not interested in women? Young Master Chu, let's go, she said. Sitting in Pang Weishuang's car, they soon arrived at a hotel. At that moment, various luxury cars were parked at the hotel entrance. One by one, people dressed in designer clothes and exuding exceptional charisma walked into the hotel. I didn't expect there to be so many people, Chu Chen remarked. Pang Weishuang smiled charmingly and said, a charity gala is a time to boost one's reputation and gain goodwill. Many CEOs are happy to attend. True, Chu Chen nodded slightly, following Pang Weishuang toward the hotel entrance. Meanwhile, not far away, a woman was setting up a stall selling small accessories. Beside her sat a chubby little girl. Mommy, why don't we sell at that pretty entrance? There are so many people there. The little girl pointed at the hotel entrance, her voice sweet and soft. Yi Qingsnow patted Keek's little head and smiled. That's someone else's hotel entrance. We can't block the way, okay? Oh, the little one responded. After a while, she said in her sweet voice, Mama, so many people are going in. Do you think Daddy is inside too? Yi Qingsnow let out a bitter smile. This was a 5-star hotel. Who knows what event was being held inside tonight? How could your father be inside? Mama, why hasn't Daddy come back for so long? Does he really not want us anymore? Tears welled up in Keek's big eyes. No, he wouldn't. Yi Qingsnow hugged her, comforting her. Kiki is so cute and so well-behaved. How could Daddy not want you? Is it because Kiki is so well-behaved that Daddy can come back early? Kiki lifted her little head. Yi Qingsnow nodded with a smile. Then Kiki will be good from now on. Kiki clenched her little pink fist, as if cheering herself on. Yi Qingsnow affectionately stroked her head. Chu Chen, your daughter thinks of you every day. Where have you gone? On the other side. President Pang? As Chu Chen followed Pang Weishuang into the hotel entrance, he heard a surprised voice. A man in a well-fitted suit approached with an excited expression. President Pang? You came so early? The man greeted enthusiastically. Li Hui? Pang Weishuang frowned slightly. The man named Li Hui was the young master of the Li family, a prominent family in Jiangcheng, second only to the top 10 families. Li Hui had always wanted her to be his woman. However, he was not a good person, so she had no good impression of him. But due to his status, she couldn't do much. She could only avoid him. She didn't expect to run into him here today. President Pang, I didn't expect you to attend this charity gala too? Li Hui looked at Pang Weishuang and smiled. I called you yesterday. Why didn't you answer? Otherwise, we could have come together. Sorry, I was too busy yesterday and didn't have time to check my phone. A hint of apology appeared on Pang Weishuang's enchanting face. Li Hui understood that Pang Weishuang was making an excuse, but he didn't call her out on it. Instead, he smiled, it's fine, we ran into each other anyway. Let's go in together. As he spoke, he noticed Chu Chen beside her. President Pang, when did you change bodyguards? Chu Chen is not my bodyguard, he is my friend, Pang Weiswang corrected. Friend? A hint of surprise appeared on Li Hui's face. Chu Chen? He had never heard that name before. So it's brother Chu. He extended his hand with a gentlemanly smile. Hello, I'm Li Hui, the young master of the Li family. I wonder which prominent family brother Chu comes from. It seems there isn't a Chu family in Jiangcheng, right? Although Li Hui's smile was friendly, Chu Chen had still caught a glimpse of a shadow in his eyes. However, with Li Hui being so gentlemanly on the surface, he didn't say much and simply shook his hand lightly, saying, I'm not from any prominent family, I'm just an ordinary person. Li Hui was taken aback by this. An ordinary person could be a friend of Pang Weiswang? And even brought to a charity gala? Alright, Chu Chen, let's go in. Pang Weiswang insisted on letting Chu Chen interact more with Li Hui. She was worried that Li Hui would hold a grudge against Chu Chen. Chu Chen nodded slightly and followed Pang Weiswang inside. Li Hui watched Chu Chen's figure, and the smile on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a gloomy expression. Find out his information, Li Hui instructed someone behind him. After saying that, he also entered the hotel and headed to the hall. Seeing Chu Chen and Pang Weiswang sitting together only made him more displeased. However, he did not seek trouble but found a place to sit down. You need to be careful of Li Hui. Don't be fooled by his gentlemanly appearance, he has a wicked heart, and the Li family is quite powerful, second only to the top 10 families. Pang Weiswang glanced at Li Hui and reminded him. Oh, Chu Chen was taken aback by this information. This Li Hui was quite a figure. Yes, so you must be cautious, Pang Weiswang said solemnly. Isn't it because of you? Chu Chen sighed helplessly. I didn't know he would come. Pang Weiswang showed a hint of apology on her face. After a pause, she continued, how about this? If you see something you like later, just bid for it, and I'll help you pay. Do you think I don't have money? Chu Chen shot her a glance and retorted. You have money? Pang Weiswang was taken aback. No money, Chu Chen shook his head. Pang Weiswang was left speechless by him. If you have no money, could you not respond so confidently? Dear guests, hello everyone. Soon, the charity auction officially began. Chu Chen was also paying attention. He wanted to see if there was anything he needed. Unfortunately, most of the auction items were modern paintings and calligraphy. Of course, there were also quite a few ancient ones, but they were just ordinary antiques. Moreover, the prices were not low, and there was no chance of finding a bargain. The next item for auction is an ancient painting. Although we cannot determine which master created it, we can confirm it is from the Qing dynasty. At this moment, the host displayed a landscape painting. The lines were beautiful, and the artistic conception was excellent. Starting price is 5 million, the host said with a smile. 6 million, 7 million, 10 million. As soon as the host finished speaking, bids started coming in, quickly raising the price to 10 million. This painting is not from the Qing dynasty, it is from the Song dynasty. You can bid on it and make a profit. Chu Chen leaned closer to Pang Weiswang and whispered. Pang Weiswang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, You bid, I'll lend you the money. Chu Chen looked deeply at Pang Weiswang. He knew she was helping him make a profit. He didn't want to be pretentious. After all, he needed money too. So he raised his paddle and called out, 15 million. When Chu Chen's price was announced, everyone fell silent. Although it was an ancient painting from the Qing dynasty, that price was already quite high. Moreover, it wasn't from any famous master. 15 million, is there anyone else bidding? The host looked around the venue. 15 million once, 15 million, 20 million. A voice came through. It's young Master Li. Everyone turned to look at Li Hui. Even young Master Li was bidding? Could it be that this painting had some significance? 23 million, Chu Chen bid again. 30 million, Li Hui raised his bid once more. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Young Master Li actually bid so high all at once? Was this painting a masterpiece? However, they didn't dare to bid anymore. First, the price was already high. Second, since Li Hui was so determined to win, they didn't want to offend him. Chu Chen also frowned slightly. Could it be that Li Hui had figured out this painting was from the Song dynasty? But that price was already too high. According to his estimation, this painting was worth at most 25 million. Li Hui's current bid of 30 million was actually a loss. Young Master Chu, won't you bid anymore? Could it be that you have no money? Li Hui looked at Chu Chen and smiled. Chu Chen glanced at him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said lightly, 40 million. What? Everyone was shocked. This young man actually raised the bid by 10 million directly? And who was he to dare compete with young Master Li? Li Hui's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Chu Chen to dare to bid. "Young master, this price is too high, let's just forget it," an old man beside him whispered. Li Hui pressed his lips together and raised his bid again, 50 million. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. A painting worth 500,000 had actually been bid up to 50 million? The Li family was indeed wealthy and extravagant. The host was even more excited, shouting, "Young Master Li has bid 50 million. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Anyone else?" Everyone turned to look at Chu Chen in unison. Li Hui glanced at Chu Chen, a provocative look on his face, and asked, "Young Master Chu, will you continue?" Chu Chen remained calm and replied, "Congratulations, young Master Li, you've won." He no longer placed a bid. In the end, the painting was won by Li Hui. Li Hui looked at Chu Chen and mocked, "Why isn't young Master Chu bidding anymore? Out of money?" Chu Chen smiled lightly and said, "I just don't want to be like you, foolish and rich." "Foolish and rich?" Li Hui's expression darkened at the words. "Chu Chen, I see you can't win the bid, so now you can only talk big." Chu Chen shook his head and smiled, too lazy to explain. "Humph." Li Hui snorted coldly, his face returning to a smug expression. At this moment, he felt a bit excited. After all, the piece he just won was a masterpiece from the Song dynasty. Although he spent 50 million, he still made a profit. At this time, the host called for the next item to be brought up. Chu Chen's heart stirred when he saw the next item. It was a wooden Buddha statue. However, it wasn't large, probably only about 10 centimeters tall. Moreover, the statue was missing half of its body. But Chu Chen sensed a strong spiritual aura from it. This is a Buddha statue found in an ancient tomb. It might possess Buddha nature. The starting bid is 1 million, the host introduced. However, very few people placed bids. After all, the wooden Buddha statue was incomplete. Many would mind that it was found in an ancient tomb. As for the claim of possessing Buddha nature, people were even less inclined to believe it. In the end, only a few people placed bids, with the highest being 1,300,000. 1,300,000, is there anyone else bidding? The host asked. 1,301,000. At this moment, Chu Chen placed a bid. Although he really wanted the Buddha statue, he didn't show eagerness and raised the bid only slightly. He didn't want to attract attention. 1,500,000. A cold laugh rang out. It was Li Hui bidding. 1,502,000. Chu Chen raised his bid again. 1,600,000. Li Hui followed up. 1,605,000. 1,900,000. Every time Chu Chen placed a bid, Li Hui would follow suit. Chu Chen frowned slightly. Did Li Hui also see the extraordinary nature of this Buddha statue? He looked at Li Hui, who had his chin raised, a provocative look on his face. Chu Chen deduced that this young master of the Li family hadn't discovered the secret of the statue. Right now, he just wanted to annoy him on purpose. So he didn't raise his bid and instead pretended to be conflicted. Seeing that Chu Chen was hesitating to bid, Li Hui's heart sank. He hadn't seen anything special about the statue. The reason he bid was just to annoy Chu Chen, having noticed that he was participating in the auction. If Chu Chen stopped bidding, then he would have to buy the statue. Although 1,900,000 wasn't much for him, buying a useless piece of wood would still be a waste. Moreover, it was supposed to be him tricking Chu Chen. If he ended up winning it, wouldn't that mean he was the one being tricked? 2 million. At this moment, Chu Chen placed a bid. Li Hui stared intently at Chu Chen. He wanted to know if Chu Chen would bid again. But Chu Chen remained calm, showing no signs of what he was thinking inside. Humph, making him pay double is already quite good, he thought to himself. He stopped bidding. 3 million. Just when Chu Chen thought he could win the bid, someone suddenly placed a bid. Chu Chen turned his head and saw that the one bidding was an old man. The old man was a bit thin, with deep-set eyes that made him look chilling. When he noticed Chu Chen looking over, the old man grinned, his smile somewhat eerie. This old man doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Could it be that he has seen the extraordinary nature of the wooden Buddha statue? Chu Chen thought to himself. However, he couldn't just give up like that. 3,500,000. He raised his bid again. 4 million. The old man smiled ominously and continued to bid. 5 million. Chu Chen directly added a million. Everyone looked astonished. The wooden Buddha statue had actually reached 5 million? Good. Li Hui also had a broad smile. He hadn't expected anyone to compete with Chu Chen in the auction. It truly pleased him. The old man stopped bidding and cast a cold glance at Chu Chen. In the end, the wooden Buddha statue was won by Chu Chen for 5 million. Although the price exceeded his expectations, Chu Chen felt a surge of joy inside. He turned to Pang Weishuang and said, "President Pang, could you please lend me 5 million for now?" "No problem." Pang Wai-swang smiled charmingly.
They continued to admire a few more items, but none were what Chu Chen wanted. After the auction ended, Pang Wai-swang helped Chu Chen pay the 5 million.
Upon receiving the wooden Buddha statue, Chu Chen felt a wave of excitement.
The spiritual energy within it was truly rich. It might even help him break through to the 5th level of qi refining. 5 million for a piece of wood, young Master Chu really is wealthy. Just as the two were about to leave, a laugh rang out. Li Hui walked over, looking at Chu Chen with a mocking expression.
Chu Chen glanced at the scroll in his hand and said lightly, "No matter what, I can't compare to young Master Li, right?" "What do you mean?" Li Hui frowned. Was this kid mocking him for the ancient painting he had bid on? He sneered and said, "What do you know? The painting I won is not a Qing dynasty piece, but a Song dynasty painting. And it's an authentic work by the famous Song artist Lu Songnian. Do you think spending 50 million on it isn't worth it?" "What?" The crowd around them all shuddered. Lu Songnian was one of the 4 masters of the Southern Song dynasty, known for his exquisite brushwork and elegant colors, with meticulous details in his landscapes. If it truly was an authentic piece by Lu Songnian, then spending 50 million would be a huge profit. "How do you know it's an authentic work by Lu Songnian?" Chu Chen glanced at him and said lightly, "Fine. I'll make you give up." Li Hui sneered and had someone bring over a table. He spread out the scroll and gently prodded the lower left corner with a special small knife. Before long, he lifted a thin sheet of paper. The scroll transformed into a beautiful landscape. "There's actually a hidden layer?" The crowd was all stunned. Several ancient painting collectors stared intently. The more they looked, the more excited they became. This is truly Lu Songnian's authentic work. He was best known for painting the scenic beauty of West Lake. This is the beauty of West Lake. Several ancient painting collectors shouted in excitement. "What?" The crowd was all in shock. It really was Lu Songnian's authentic work? 50 million spent, what a profit. Indeed, young Master Li has a keen eye. Everyone sighed in admiration. This painting, if auctioned now, would definitely be worth hundreds of millions, right? Li Hui stood tall and proud, looking at Chu Chen with a mocking expression. He taunted, "I wonder how young Master Chu would evaluate me now." 4 words. Chu Chen smiled faintly. "Which 4 words?" Li Hui asked curiously. Chu Chen glanced at him and said lightly, "Foolish people have plenty of money." "Foolish people have plenty of money?" Li Hui's face turned red with anger as he shouted, "What did you say?" This kid had just said that at the auction, and now he dared to say it again? How despicable. "Chu Chen, do you have any idea how much Lu Songnian's authentic works can fetch?" Li Hui sneered. The others looked at Chu Chen with strange expressions. Clearly, young Master Li had made a profit, so why was he acting like a fool with too much money? Chu Chen remained calm and said, "Please take a look at the center of this painting, especially the surface of the lake." A few antique painting collectors hurriedly focused on the lake in the painting. However, they still couldn't discern anything. "Pick it up at a 45-degree angle," Chu Chen said lightly. The few of them carefully lifted the ancient painting, following Chu Chen's instructions. Soon, they gasped in surprise. They saw a few small characters faintly appearing on the lake's surface. "Wu Jianfeng imitation, Jingding Year 5. Who is Wu Jianfeng? It seems there was no such figure in history? So he imitated it in the 5th year of Jingding? Oh my! It really is a replica?" Everyone exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? Li Hui was also stunned. This was clearly Lu Songnian's authentic work. How did it turn into something imitated by Wu Jianfeng? It seems that the brushwork in this painting is indeed somewhat different from Lu Songnian's, several antique painting collectors commented. How is that possible? Li Hui looked incredulous. But the collectors were all certain that this was definitely a replica. So how much can this ancient painting sell for? Someone asked curiously. Although it's from the Song dynasty, it's still a replica, so it should only fetch at most 30 million, a well-respected collector said. Only 30 million? Everyone was stunned. Young Master Li had just spent 50 million to buy it. So, did that mean young Master Li lost 20 million? They looked at Li Hui, their expressions complex. Young Master Li probably thought he had found a bargain, but unexpectedly fell into a pit, right? Young Master Li, don't you think you're a fool with too much money? Chu Chen glanced at him and said lightly. Li Hui's face flushed. He had intended to humiliate Chu Chen and show off in front of Pang Wai-swang. He never expected to become the clown instead. He grabbed the replica painting, shot a cold glance at Chu Chen, and turned to leave. Young Master Li embarrassed himself this time. The others shook their heads and smiled, dispersing. "Mr. Pang, let's go." Chu Chen followed Pang Wai-swang towards the car. "Young Master Chu, wait a moment." At that moment, an elderly man in a tang suit approached.
Who are you? Chu Chen looked at him in confusion. Young Master Chu, hello, I am Tao Xianmin, an antique collector, the old man introduced himself.
It seems young Master Chu has some understanding of antiques? Tao Xianmin continued. It's alright, Chu Chen nodded slightly and asked, is there something you need from me? We have an antique appraisal meeting in a few days. I wonder if young Master Chu has time to attend. Tao Xianmin inquired. An antique appraisal meeting? Chu Chen's heart stirred. Sure. Great. Tao Xianmin's face lit up as he exchanged contact information with Chu Chen. Chu Chen then followed Pang Weishuang to the parking lot. Suddenly, he noticed a commotion ahead. A crowd was gathered, seemingly engaged in something. Don't take away my things. He faintly heard a little girl's crying voice. It seems the city management is driving away the street vendors, Pang Weishuang explained. For some reason, he felt a mysterious aura coming from that direction, as if it had some connection to him. This aura was intermittent and very faint. Chu Chen wanted to go take a look, but the crowd had already dispersed. Moreover, that mysterious connection had vanished. Let's go, Pang Weishuang said. Oh, Chu Chen followed her into the car. At that moment, he furrowed his brows. Why did he sense that connection just now? How do you know that ancient painting is a fake? Pang Weishuang looked at Chu Chen, curiosity sparkling in her beautiful eyes. Do you believe me if I say I have X-ray vision? Chu Chen withdrew his thoughts and replied lightly. Pang Weishuang was taken aback for a moment, then rolled her eyes. Who are you trying to fool? As she said this, she leaned closer to Chu Chen, pursing her lips with a smile. Then tell me, what color am I wearing today? What style? Chu Chen found himself momentarily unable to answer. This woman had too much audacity. He. Pang Weishuang laughed at Chu Chen's reaction, her laughter making her look even more charming. The mountains on her chest swayed with her laughter. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Pang Weishuang drove Chu Chen back to the luxurious villa. Upon arriving at the entrance, Chu Chen asked her to stop the car. We're not there yet, let me take you upstairs, Pang Weishuang said. No need, I'll walk a bit to exercise, Chu Chen replied with a faint smile. Alright then. Pang Weishuang didn't think much of it and looked at Chu Chen. You offended Li Hui today, you need to be careful of him. Chu Chen nodded slightly. Then I'll be going. Pang Weishuang drove away slowly. Chu Chen didn't go inside but instead walked to a dark corner and said softly, come out. An old man emerged from the darkness. It was the same old man who had competed with Chu Chen for the wooden Buddha statue at the auction today. Kid, you actually discovered me? The old man looked at Chu Chen, a hint of surprise on his face. His tracking had been very discreet. You've been watching me since the auction ended, how could I not notice? Chu Chen replied calmly. It seems your observation skills are decent. The old man sneered and said, you should know why I'm here, right? To kill and rob? Chu Chen looked at him, speaking indifferently. Since you know, hand over that wooden Buddha statue. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life, the old man said ominously. Chu Chen was not afraid. Instead, he placed his hands behind his back and said lightly, if you leave now, I might spare your life. Seeking death. The old man's face darkened with anger, and with a whoosh, he charged at Chu Chen with terrifying speed. His fingers curled into claws, a cold glint shining on them as he aimed for Chu Chen's throat. Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he formed a fist with his left hand and met the attack. Bang! A deep sound echoed. Dong dong dong. Chu Chen stood still, but the old man staggered back several steps. He looked at Chu Chen in shock. You're also a martial artist? He hadn't sensed any martial artist aura from Chu Chen. He thought Chu Chen was just an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, with your little skills, you dare to learn from others to kill and rob? Chu Chen flicked his fingers and said lightly, have you lived for decades only to become a dog? Kid, don't be too arrogant. The old man looked at Chu Chen, sneering, if I'm not mistaken, you should be at the yellow level great completion, right? Unfortunately, I'm at the yellow level great perfection, and I'm going to kill you now. The old man roared, his internal energy surging as he charged at Chu Chen again. His speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Chu Chen. Die! He formed a fist with his right hand, channeling his internal energy into it, and struck at Chu Chen's chest. Chu Chen remained calm, lifting his foot to kick. Seeking death. The old man saw Chu Chen's movement and sneered. This kid thought he could casually lift his foot to block his strongest attack? Truly, impatient to live. Although Chu Chen had just caught his attack, seeing Chu Chen lift his foot to meet his strike, the old man still felt that Chu Chen was too arrogant. Just a yellow level great completion, yet he dared to welcome his attack like this? Truly unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Young people really think they are invincible with just a bit of skill. Die!
The old man grinned menacingly. In his view, under his punch, Chu Chen's foot would surely be ruined. Boom! The two collided, producing a deep sound. Crack! Ah! A sound of a bone breaking echoed, accompanied by a painful scream. Under Chu Chen's kick, the old man's arm exploded. It was simply gone. Terrifying. Moreover, Chu Chen's kick did not lose momentum and struck his chest. Crack! The old man's ribs must have broken in numerous places. Put! The old man opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his whole body flying up, crashing into a large rock. Wow! He let out a cry and spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was filled with pain. He looked up at Chu Chen, his expression one of horror. You are not a yellow level expert, you are a Shen level warrior. He was already a yellow level perfectionist, and he had come to Jiang City to find a way to break through to the Shen level. Yet, Chu Chen was able to defeat him with a single kick. This indicated that Chu Chen was very likely a Shen level master. So young, and already a Shen level master? This martial arts talent is too high. And he actually came to ambush Chu Chen? Truly looking for death in a toilet with a lantern. Chu Chen did not respond but instead walked slowly towards the old man with his hands behind his back. What? What do you want? The old man panicked. He wanted to get up but Chu Chen's kick had shattered his internal organs. It was difficult for him to even stand. Chu Chen approached him, his expression indifferent. What do I want? Of course, to send you on your way. Upon hearing this, the old man's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, I am a member of the Evil Witch sect. If you dare to kill me, the Evil Witch sect will not let you go. His words were filled with threats. Evil Witch sect? Sorry, I haven't heard of it. Chu Chen said indifferently, raising his foot and stepping on the old man's chest. Crack! The old man's entire chest collapsed. You! The old man's eyes widened to the extreme, his face filled with disbelief. This kid actually dared to ignore his threat? Too decisive in killing, right? Kid, our Evil Witch sect will not let you go. The old man struggled for a moment, then died. Chu Chen remained indifferent. He never showed mercy to his enemies. Besides, even if he let the old man go, he would definitely find a way to seek revenge after returning. It was better to resolve this trouble now. Suddenly, Chu Chen's expression changed. He bent down and pulled out a piece of wood from the old man's body. This piece of wood was not large, only about the size of a palm, but it contained rich spiritual energy. What an unexpected gain! Chu Chen's face lit up with joy. Chu Chen cleaned up the scene, threw the old man into the river, and returned home. Brother, you're back? Where did you go tonight? Chu Xiaoyu came over, smiling and asking. Suddenly, she twitched her delicate nose and asked, Brother, why do you smell like perfume? You didn't go on a date with President Pang, did you? Chu Chen was taken aback. Is this little girl's nose that sensitive? Is she a dog? I just went to a party with President Pang, not a date, Chu Chen corrected. President Pang is indeed after your young body. Brother, you really sacrifice so much for me and mom to have a good life. But you also need to take care of your health. I'll make you some goji berry soup to nourish you later. Chu Xiaoyu sighed. What nonsense are you talking about? Chu Chen tapped her fair forehead. What is this little girl's head filled with? Brother, can you not tap my head? Chu Xiaoyu was so angry that her cheeks puffed up as she pounced forward with claws outstretched. Chu Chen hurriedly ran back to his room. Chu Xiaoyu looked at the tightly closed door and took out her phone to send a message to her best friend, Lu Mengmeng. My brother is really being kept by a rich woman. I really envy you for having such a brother. If I had one, no. If I had a dozen, that would be great. Lu Mengmeng quickly replied. Go die. Chu Xiaoyu stomped her foot in anger and turned to leave. In the room, Chu Chen took out the wooden Buddha statue and the wooden block he had received from the old man. Looking at these two items, a glint of determination sparkled in Chu Chen's eyes. Tonight, he would break through to the 5th level of qi refining. Holding the wooden Buddha statue in his left hand and the wooden block in his right, he slightly closed his eyes and operated the nameless technique. A rich aura of spiritual energy overflowed from the wooden Buddha statue and the wooden block, which Chu Chen absorbed and refined. The energy mass in his dantian was also rapidly growing. Li family. Bang! With a slap, Li Hui smashed the coffee table in front of him, instantly shattering it into countless glass fragments. Damn it! Thinking of tonight's events, his face darkened to the extreme. As the young master of the Li family, with an incredibly noble status, he never expected to be slapped in the face by Chu Chen. How infuriating! Uncle Yuan, have you investigated it clearly? He looked at a middle-aged man beside him and asked. Replying to the young master, the investigation is clear. Uncle Yuan said respectfully. Chu Chen was born in a poor single-parent family in a village in Xiaoling City, with an elderly mother and a younger sister in college.
Just an ordinary person? Li Hui's expression froze. Why did Pang Weishuang take him to the party? He went missing for 10 years and just returned a couple of days ago.
And for some reason, Pang Weishuang actually gave them her villa in the Haoding mansion to live in.
Uncle Yuan continued. Li Hui's expression tightened. Gave a villa to Chu Chen? What is Pang Weishuang doing? Do you know where he went during those 10 years? Li Hui asked. I don't know.
Uncle Yuan shook his head. He suddenly disappeared 10 years ago and now suddenly reappears. Hearing this, Li Hui narrowed his eyes.
Where did Chu Chen go in those 10 years? And why did he gain Pang Weishuang's favor?
After he returned, he was able to single-handedly deal with a group of thugs who were forcing them to relocate.
I suspect
he might have gone somewhere to practice martial arts.
Uncle Yuan hesitated. Practice martial arts? Li Hui frowned slightly and asked, what level is he at now? I don't know.
Uncle Yuan shook his head. He should not have broken through to the yellow level yet. He's just a mediocre martial artist.
Li Hui snorted coldly, his voice chilling. You arrange for someone to teach him a lesson, let him know. Who he cannot afford to offend.
As he spoke, a cold glint flickered in his eyes.
A mediocre martial artist actually dared to be arrogant in front of him? Truly. Seeking death. Haoding mansion. It wasn't until the next morning that Chu Chen finally awakened from his cultivation.
A smile was on his face, because he had already broken through to the 5th level of qi refining.
Good.
Chu Chen was filled with excitement.
This speed of cultivation was much faster than when he was in the immortal realm. The nameless technique was indeed incredibly profound.
At this rate of cultivation, he would soon break through to the foundation establishment stage.
He looked at the wooden Buddha statue and the wooden block in his hand and found that they had both cracked.
The spiritual energy inside had been completely absorbed. But consumption was still quite significant. The further one goes in cultivation, the more spiritual energy is needed. If he relied solely on absorbing spiritual energy like this, it would likely become very difficult later on.
I wonder if Tao Xianmin's antique appraisal meeting will have such antiques.
A glint of brilliance flashed in Chu Chen's eyes.
However, Tao Xianmin said that the antique appraisal meeting would not be held for a few more days. If only I could refine a gathering spirit pill.
The gathering spirit pill is the only pill he can absorb and refine at the moment. It's just that he lacks the medicinal materials.
I can only trouble President Pang. Chu Chen took out his phone and dialed Pang Weishuang's number. Young Master Chu?
As soon as the call connected, Pang Weishuang's soft and slightly lazy voice came through.
It seemed she had just woken up. I didn't disturb President Pang's sleep, did I?
Chu Chen said with a faint smile.
No. Pang Weishuang stretched lazily and said, why is young Master Chu calling me so early? You're not planning something bad, are you?
She emphasized the words bad thing.
What bad thing? Chu Chun was momentarily taken aback. Isn't it said that men are beasts in the morning? Pang Weishuang said lazily.
Her voice was soft and sweet. Coupled with the implication of her words, it was really,
Chu Chen finally understood what Pang Weishuang meant.
He almost choked on his own saliva.
This woman is quite something, isn't she?
Rest assured, President Pang, I'm not a beast, Chu Chen explained.
Oh, so young Master Chu can't do it, huh?
Pang Weishuang said with a sigh. I'll introduce you to an old Chinese medicine doctor later.
Chu Chen was filled with black lines. Why can't I do it? He. Pang Weishuang giggled and said, alright, I won't tease you anymore. What's the matter with your call? Did Li Hui come to trouble you?
By the end, her tone had turned serious.
No. Chu Chen shook his head and said, I wanted to ask you to help me find some medicinal materials.
So you only called me because you needed something,
Pang Weishuang said with a hint of grievance in her voice. Isn't it because President Pang has a wide network? Chu Chen took the opportunity to flatter her. You have quite a sweet tongue.
Pang Weishuang turned over, lay on her pillow, and swung her legs lazily, saying, just send me the list of medicinal materials you need.
Okay.
Chu Chen immediately sent her the list of materials for refining the gathering spirit pill.
After washing up and having breakfast, he went to a nearby park.
He was about to find a quiet place to cultivate. At that moment, he noticed an old man and a young woman practicing martial arts ahead. The old man was dressed in a tang suit, his hair gray, yet he appeared quite vigorous. The woman looked to be in her 20s, with a graceful figure and fair skin. Although she was wearing a training outfit, it couldn't hide her ample bosom. The white pants further accentuated her long, beautiful legs. Their martial arts looked ordinary, yet they contained a certain charm. After watching for a while, Chu Chen shook his head secretly, preparing to leave. Young brother, wait a moment.
At that moment, the old man called out to Chu Chen. What is it? Chu Chen asked, puzzled. I just saw you shaking your head. Is there something wrong with my martial arts?
The old man asked with a smile. Your martial arts are fine, Chu Chen replied lightly.
Then why were you shaking your head?
The old man asked, confused. Chu Chen pursed his lips and said, You are not suitable for practicing your martial arts right now.
Why?
The old man looked astonished.
You're not suggesting that my grandfather's cultivation method has issues, are you?
Before Chu Chen could answer, the young woman crossed her arms and mocked him. Chu Chen glanced at her and said lightly, Your martial arts are fine, but your grandfather's health is currently an issue. If he continues practicing your family's martial arts, his internal organs will be damaged, and I'm afraid he won't last a month.
Nonsense!
As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the young woman shouted angrily. Her name was Ying, the young lady of the He family, one of the top 10 wealthy families in Jiangcheng. How dare this guy curse her grandfather to not live for more than a month? Little brother, I do have some old ailments, but it's not as serious as you say, right?
He Delin said, not pleased.
Chu Chen looked at him and said, This is not an old ailment, rather, you have recently been invaded by a dirty evil energy, which has caused your internal organs to be eroded.
Who are you trying to fool? Ying chuckled. Evil energy invasion? How ridiculous. Little brother, you're being a bit absurd. He Delin completely didn't believe it. Well, it's up to you.
Chu Chen shook his head and smiled. He had already given a warning. Since they didn't believe him, there was nothing more he could do.
He turned and walked away. This guy is really funny, trying to scare us? I think he wants to trick us out of money.
Ying glanced at Chu Chen's figure and sneered.
Let's go back. He Delin also shook his head. The two left the park and returned to the He family home. Just as they were about to enter, a Mercedes-Benz slowly drove up. The car door opened, and a voluptuous woman exuding a mature aura stepped out.
Sister Xuan? What brings you here? Ying's face lit up upon seeing the woman.
This woman was Pang Weiswang.
I heard your grandfather is unwell, so I came to check on him.
Pang Weiswang smiled gently and looked at He Delin, saying, Old He, you're not seriously ill, are you?
Nothing serious, just a minor issue, He Delin replied with a smile and a shake of his head.
Speaking of which, it makes me angry. Ying huffed coldly. What happened? Pang Weiswang asked, puzzled.
Just now, someone cursed my grandfather, saying he wouldn't live for more than a month.
Thinking of Chu Chen made Ying very angry. Who said such a thing? Pang Weiswang frowned slightly. It must be a scammer.
I don't know how they found out about my grandfather's old ailments, so they tried to scare us. Luckily, we didn't fall for it, Ying said coldly. Pang Weiswang chuckled lightly and said, In a couple of days, I'll bring someone to check on old He. This person is quite mysterious. Maybe he has a way to cure old He's illness.
Who? Ying's face showed a hint of curiosity.
She looked at Pang Weiswang with interest. Her grandfather's illness had been ongoing for a long time. Pang Weiswang also knew that they had invited many famous doctors to treat her grandfather, but none had been effective.
Yet now Pang Weiswang said someone might have a solution?
This piqued her interest in this person.
Chu Chen, Pang Weiswang smiled. Chu Chen? Ying furrowed her brows upon hearing the name.
She had never heard of this name.
What kind of miraculous doctor was he?
Although Chu Chen isn't well known in Jiangcheng, he has an air of mystery about him. I feel he has a way to cure old He's illness, Pang Weiswang said earnestly. Even though Chu Chen helped her solve her sleep issues not through medical skills but by writing a talisman, she believed he must have some mysterious medical skills. Because when Chu Chen was selling things on the street, he wrote 2 lines, Miraculous Doctor, Fortune Teller. Then Sister Xuang, see when he is free and invite him to check on my grandfather, Ying said with anticipation. Since Sister Xuang held this person in such high regard, he must truly have some ability.
Pang Weiswang nodded lightly. Sister Xuang, did you come to my house for something? Ying asked curiously.
Pang Weiswang looked at He Delin and smiled. Old He, I came today because I have something to ask of you.
What is it? He Delin asked with curiosity. I remember old He has a snowflower root? I wonder if you could sell it to me. Pang Weiswang smiled.
The snowflower root was one of the medicinal materials that Chu Chen had asked her to help find.
Snowflower root? Of course, I can.
I'll go get it for you right now, He Delin said with a smile. That was a medicinal material he had bought to treat an illness but had never used.
Moreover, he felt it probably wouldn't be of much use.
Since Pang Weiswang wants it, then let's give it to her. After saying this, he intended to walk into the adjacent room. Suddenly, he let out a painful grunt. Immediately after, he clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground.
Grandpa, what's wrong? He He Ying and Pang Weishuan's expressions changed drastically. At this moment, He Delan's face was pale, his lips black, and he had already fainted. Quick, someone! He Ying shouted anxiously. Hearing her, the members of the He family rushed over. Dad, what happened to you? He Ying's father, He Guanqing, turned pale upon seeing He Delan on the ground. Grandpa suddenly clutched his chest and then collapsed, fainting. He Ying cried as she quickly explained. At this moment, she was extremely flustered. Her grandfather had been fine just a moment ago, how could he suddenly faint? Dad, wake up! Don't scare us! He Guanqing kept calling out, but He Delan showed no response. What's going on? At that moment, a puzzled voice came from outside the door. It was Dr. Lu, who regularly came to check on He Delan. Dr. Lu, you're just in time, please see what's wrong with my grandpa. He Ying's face brightened upon seeing Dr. Lu, and she hurriedly called out. What? Dr. Lu quickly stepped forward and took He Delan's pulse. Soon, his expression changed drastically, and he said, quickly help him inside. The He family hurriedly assisted He Delan into the house. You all wait outside. Dr. Lu instructed the He family to go out while he opened his medicine box and began treating He Delan. The members of the He family stood at the door, anxious. He Ying paced back and forth, her fists clenched tightly, her heart filled with panic. Don't worry, your grandpa is a blessed person. Pang Weishuan looked at her and comforted her. He Ying nodded slightly. She believed that with Dr. Lu present, her grandpa should be fine. However, she still felt an inexplicable unease. After more than half an hour, Dr. Lu came out. Dr. Lu, how is my dad? He Guanqing hurriedly approached, asking nervously. Dr. Lu sighed and said, I'm afraid your father may never wake up again. What? He Guanqing felt his body go weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Mr. Don't panic, your father is not dead, he just can't wake up. Dr. Lu quickly supported him and explained. Upon hearing the first half of his sentence, He Guanqing felt a surge of hope, but upon hearing the latter part, his heart sank again, asking, my dad can't wake up? So, he has become a vegetable? Dr. Lu nodded and said, for some unknown reason, your father's organs suddenly began to fail rapidly. Fortunately, he was rescued in time, but while I have saved his life, whether he can wake up depends on his fate. Dad! He Guanqing rushed into the room. He Ying followed him in. At this moment, He Delan lay on the hospital bed, his face pale, unconscious. Grandpa, what happened to you? He Ying knelt by the bed, grasping her grandfather's hand, crying incessantly. Her grandfather had been fine just a moment ago, and he was a martial artist, so his health was not poor. How could he suddenly become a vegetable? Who could save her grandpa? Suddenly, she thought of something and looked at Pang Weishuang, saying, Sister Shuang, didn't you say you know a divine doctor? Please hurry and ask him to come see my grandpa. Right, I'll call Chu Chen now. Pang Weishuang also came to her senses, took out her phone, and dialed Chu Chen's number. At that moment, Chu Chen had just finished his training and was preparing to go home. Seeing Pang Weishuang's call, he answered with a smile, President Pang, have you gathered all the herbs for me? Almost, but I have something I need your help with right now. Pang Weishuang said. What is it? Chu Chen asked curiously. I have an elder who suddenly fell seriously ill and is in a coma. I would like to ask you to come and help take a look, is that okay? Pang Weishuang's words carried a hint of pleading. Sure. Chu Chen nodded. Pang Weishuang had helped him a lot, and now that her elder was in trouble, he was certainly willing to lend a hand. Great, should I come pick you up? No need, just give me the address, and I'll go directly. Okay. Pang Weishuang immediately sent the Yi family's address to Chu Chen. Sister Shuang, how is it? After hanging up the phone, He Ying looked at Pang Weishuang with an expectant expression. Chu Chen is on his way over now, Pang Weishuang smiled. Sister Shuang, does he really have a way? He Ying's expression was tense. Pang Weishuang bit her lip and said, Chu Chen is a very mysterious person, I can't see through him at all, so, I believe he really has a way. Good. He Ying was excited. She was also filled with curiosity about Chu Chen. What kind of person could make Sister Shuang hold him in such high regard? She looked at He Delan on the bed, her face filled with sadness. She simply couldn't accept that her grandfather had been fine just a moment ago, and now he might never wake up again. Then, she thought of something and angrily said, it's all that scammer's fault in the park. If it weren't for him cursing my grandfather, how could my grandfather end up like this? Thinking of the incident in the park, He Ying felt furious. Early in the morning, she had encountered a scammer. What bad luck! And that scammer had even cursed her grandfather to not live for more than a month. She now felt that it must be that scammer's foul mouth that caused her grandfather to be like this. Others just say that, there's no such thing as a curse, Pang Weishuang laughed. I don't care, he must take the blame. He Ying was furious. Inger, don't worry. When Chu Chen arrives, your grandfather will be fine, Pang Weishuang comforted her. Not long after, the security guard rushed in and respectfully said, Miss, there's someone outside saying he's here to see President Pang.
It's Chu Chen. Pang Weishuang's face lit up with joy. I'll go out to greet him right away.
He Ying was excited and quickly rushed out. When she reached the door, her expression froze, because she saw that scammer from the park again. She glared at Chu Chen and said angrily, You scammer, how dare you follow us home?
Ha! Chu Chen was also taken aback. Why was this woman here? Could it be that President Pang's elder? Was that old man from the park this morning?
I'm here to treat your grandfather, Chu Chen explained directly.
Ha! He Ying sneered, who asked you to treat my grandfather? If you know what's good for you, leave right now.
Fine. But don't come begging me to come back later, Chu Chen said calmly, walking outside with his hands behind his back.
Ha, am I going to beg you?
He Ying looked at Chu Chen's back, sneering.
She thought Chu Chen was out of his mind.
At the same time, she looked around, searching for a miracle doctor.
Young Master Chu, why are you leaving?
At that moment, an anxious voice came. Pang Weishuang, twisting her sexy waist, rushed out quickly. Young Master Chu, where are you going?
Home, Chu Chen replied indifferently. You haven't treated old he yet, how can you leave? Pang Weishuang shot Chu Chen a glare.
Meanwhile, He Ying looked at the two, her beautiful eyes wide open in disbelief. Pang Weishuang had just been saying that Chu Chen was a mysterious person with incredible medical skills. She had thought Chu Chen was an older man. So, she never expected that the young man in front of her was
Chu Chen?
Inger, this is the young Master Chu I told you about, Pang Weishuang said to He Ying with a smile. He Ying glanced at Chu Chen, leaned closer to Pang Weishuang, and whispered, Sister Xuan, you must be mistaken, right?
He's the scammer I mentioned this morning.
Pang Weishuang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, How could Chu Chen possibly be a scammer? As she spoke, she looked at Chu Chen and said, Young Master Chu, let's go inside and treat old he. Chu Chen did not move. But, President Pang, it's not that I don't want to help you, but someone just told me to leave. As he spoke, he glanced at He Ying.
Inger just doesn't understand you, it's a misunderstanding, Pang Weishuang said with a smile. Inger, don't you think so?
He Ying also had her doubts about Chu Chen. However, seeing how much Pang Weishuang admired him, she turned to Chu Chen and said, Young Master Chu, I'm sorry, I was wrong just now. A look of surprise appeared on Chu Chen's face. He didn't expect this woman to apologize so straightforwardly. Old he also has a snowflower root, Pang Weishuang added.
Snowflower root? Chu Chen's heart raced at the mention of it.
This was one of the main ingredients for refining the gathering spirit pill. Let's go, Chu Chen said, following the two into the He family villa. The members of the He family were all stunned when they saw Chu Chen.
So young? Is he a divine doctor? Everyone looked at Pang Weishuang with suspicion.
Even Dr. Lu frowned slightly. He had thought Pang Weishuang would invite some medical expert, so he had stayed behind just to see this medical expert.
He didn't expect it would be a young kid? President you can't be serious?
He Guanqing hesitated.
Pang Weishuang smiled and said, Let young Master Chu take a look.
All right, He Guanqing nodded. Since even Dr. Lu couldn't do anything now, and Pang Weishuang praised Chu Chen so much, they might as well let him try. At this moment, He Dylan was lying on the bed, his face pale, breathing weakly.
He looked like he could pass away at any moment.
He had more than a dozen silver needles on him. Chu Chen frowned slightly at the sight of the needles.
What's wrong? Pang Weishuang noticed the change in his expression and asked curiously.
It's nothing, just that these silver needles are making old he's condition worse. Fortunately, you called me in time. If it had been any later, even if I came, it would have been too late, Chu Chen said.
What? He Ying's face changed dramatically.
Her grandfather was not just in a vegetative state, but
would he die?
The He family members were also flustered.
Nonsense. Dr. Lu's face turned angry as he shouted, Do you know anything about medicine?
Old he was invaded by cold air, and his internal organs are failing.
I'm using the yang replenishing needle technique to restore his yang energy, and you say I'm harming him?
Dr. Lu had never believed in Chu Chen. Now that he heard Chu Chen questioning him, he was even more furious. The He family members also looked at Chu Chen with suspicion.
Dr. Lu was well known in the medical community of Jiangcheng.
They also doubted that Chu Chen was just talking nonsense. Chu Chen glanced at Dr. Lu and, Old he is not being invaded by cold air.
Then what is it? Dr. Lu frowned.
Chu Chen pressed his lips together and said, He is being invaded by a kind of unclean, foul energy.
Your reckless yang replenishment not only fails to eliminate the foul energy in his body but instead provokes it. Unclean, foul energy?
The He family members' faces turned pale at his words. What kind of unclean thing had possessed the old patriarch? This was a bit too outrageous, wasn't it? He. Dr. Lu sneered. Kid, who are you trying to fool? Do you think anyone will believe you? I see that you don't understand medicine at all and are just putting on a show. As he spoke, a look of mockery appeared on his face. The He family members also looked at Chu Chen warily. They thought Chu Chen was just talking nonsense. What foul energy! Chu Chen ignored him and began to remove the silver needles from He Delan's body. He took 7 silver needles and inserted them into He Delan's baihui, yongquan, and other acupoints. At the same time, he brought his right index and middle fingers together like a sword and quickly tapped on different acupoints on He Delan's body. The He family members all stared intently at Chu Chen. He clenched her hands tightly, holding her breath. Although she didn't believe in Chu Chen, she still hoped that he could really cure her grandfather. What a trickster, where's the foul energy? Dr. Lu scoffed. However, the next moment, he screamed and fell to the ground. At that moment, a wisp of black gas floated out from He Delan's forehead. This black gas was clawing and dancing, exuding endless malevolence, sending chills down people's spines. Dr. Lu was directly frightened to the ground. The He family members also turned pale, instinctively retreating. He Ying was a martial artist, but at this moment, her face was also ashen. Could it be that her grandfather really had unclean foul energy inside him? Was Chu Chen not lying to them this morning? After the black gas emerged, it carried a terrifying aura and lunged directly at Chu Chen, seemingly very angry. Young Master Chu, be careful. Pang Weishuang's pretty face changed suddenly, and she exclaimed. Humph. Chu Chen snorted coldly and pointed out. Bang! The black gas exploded, turning into countless weak wisps of black gas. With a wave of his right hand, these weak black gases gathered towards his palm and entered his body. These black gases wanted to run amok, but they were suppressed by his unnamed technique. Once he returned, he would refine this black gas. His cultivation would surely improve significantly. The He family members were all stunned at this scene. The black gas had entered Chu Chen's body? Young Master Chu, are you alright? Pang Weishuang stepped forward, nervously asking. I'm fine, Chu Chen replied with a faint smile. That's good. Pang Weishuang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Chen, how is my grandfather? He Ying asked anxiously. He will wake up soon. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, He Delan slowly opened his eyes. Old patriarch. The He family members were all excited upon seeing this. Grandpa, you finally woke up, that's wonderful. He Ying grabbed He Delan's hand and began to cry. Just a moment ago, Dr. Lu had said her grandfather might never wake up again, which had terrified her. Now her grandfather had actually woken up. The roller coaster of emotions made her unable to hold back her tears. What happened to me? He Delan looked confused. He had just felt an unbearable pain in his chest, and then he lost consciousness, so he didn't know what had happened. He Ying quickly recounted what had just occurred. After hearing this, He Delan's expression changed drastically. Had he really walked through the gates of hell? He looked at Chu Chen and gratefully said, Thank you, young friend Chu, for saving me. At the same time, he felt guilty for his disrespect towards Chu Chen in the park that morning. Fortunately, they hadn't done anything bad to Chu Chen that morning. Otherwise, if Chu Chen hadn't intervened, he might have truly walked into the gates of hell. I only acted out of respect for President Pang, Chu Chen said lightly. Regardless, thank you, young friend Chu. He Delan expressed his gratitude. Although I have cleared the foul energy from your body, it has been damaged for a long time, so I will write you a prescription for proper recovery. Chu Chen wrote a prescription on the spot. He Delan carefully put it away. Mr. Chu, how could there be foul energy in my father's body? He Guanqing asked curiously. Perhaps he went to some unclean place or was harmed by someone, Chu Chen replied. Harmed by someone? He Guanqing's expression changed in shock. Have you offended anyone? Chu Chen asked. He Guanqing pressed his lips together and said, Our He family indeed has quite a few enemies, but I can't think of anyone who would target my father at the moment. Just be careful. If old master he is truly being harmed, and this time they fail, they might try again in the future, Chu Chen warned seriously. He Guanqing nodded heavily. He took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, this card has 5 million in it. Thank you for saving my father. I don't want this bank card. Chu Chen shook his head and looked at He Delan. But I hope old master he can give me something. What is it? Snowflower root. Snowflower root? He Delan's expression froze. Isn't that what Xiao Shuang wanted? I'm asking for it on behalf of young Master Chu, Pang Weishuang explained. Alright, then I'll give it to young friend Chu. He Delan immediately had someone bring a small box. Chu Chen opened the box to find a palm-sized tree root,
but this root was as white as snow. It was indeed the snowflower root, one of the hardest medicinal materials to find for refining the gathering spirit pill. He didn't expect to obtain it here. Mr. Chu, you should take this 5 million. He Guanqing handed the bank card to Chu Chen again. No need, you've already given me this snowflower root. Chu Chen shook his head. One snowflower root can't express our gratitude. Please accept this card, He Guanqing said sincerely. Although Chu Chen was young, he could tell that there was foul energy within his father and could subdue it. This indicated that Chu Chen was not an ordinary person and was worth befriending. Alright then. Chu Chen didn't want to be overly polite. After all, he was also in need of money. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry. At that moment, Dr. Lu looked at Chu Chen with an apologetic expression. I was rude earlier, I'm sorry. Chu Chen didn't expect Dr. Lu to apologize voluntarily. He waved his hand and smiled, it's nothing. Mr. Chu, may I have your phone number? If I have any difficult patients in the future, I would like to ask for your help. Dr. Lu looked at Chu Chen with a pleading expression. After pondering for a moment, Chu Chen nodded, sure. Perhaps Dr. Lu's patients could help him improve his cultivation like today. After leaving his phone number with Dr. Lu, Chu Chen turned to Pang Weiswang. President Pang, I'm leaving now. Okay, let me take you back. Pang Weiswang followed Chu Chen out. Wait. At that moment, He Ying came out, looking at Chu Chen softly. Chu Chen, thank you. I was rude this morning. At this moment, she sincerely apologized to Chu Chen. No need to thank me, your family has already compensated me, Chu Chen said, then got into Pang Weishuang's car. He Ying stared at Chu Chen in the car, looking dazed. She thought she was quite pretty and had many suitors in Zhangcheng. Yet, this guy was so indifferent to her? However, this only made her more curious about Chu Chen. This young man seemed different from others. President Pang, let's go. Okay. Pang Weishuang stepped on the gas, and the car slowly drove away. In a dimly lit room, a figure slowly opened his eyes. It was an old man exuding a sinister aura. At that moment, a look of surprise flashed across his gaunt face. Who eliminated my foul energy? Whoever it is, anyone who dares to touch my things will have only one outcome. And that is death. After saying this, he stood up and rushed out the door with a whoosh. Chu Chen, sitting in Pang Weishuang's car, soon returned to the luxurious villa. He handed the bank card given by He Guanqing to her, saying, President Pang, here's your money back. Last night at the auction, Pang Weishuang had helped him pay 5 million. Pang Weishuang did not answer but shook her head and said, you don't need to pay back that 5 million. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Chu Chen hesitated. Pang Weishuang twirled a strand of hair in front of her forehead and said, do I look like someone who lacks 5 million? Chu Chen didn't know what to say. Rich women really have confidence. I was being presumptuous. Chu Chen sighed. Seeing him like this, Pang Weishuang couldn't help but smirk, her laughter making her look even more charming. The mountains in front of her swayed gently. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been mesmerized long ago. However, Chu Chen remained calm, his eyes clear and bright. In the immortal realm, what mountains had he not seen? After a while, Pang Weishuang finally stopped and said, by the way, I found most of the herbs you asked me to help locate, only a few kinds are left. Great, thank you, President Pang. Chu Chen felt a surge of joy inside. It seemed he would soon be able to refine the gathering spirit pill. With our relationship, why are you thanking me? Pang Weishuang blinked her beautiful eyes and said flirtatiously. Our relationship seems pretty ordinary, doesn't it? Chu Chen touched his nose and smiled. You really don't understand romance. Pang Weishuang was left speechless. She was quite confident in her charm. Countless men in Jiang City wished to fall at her feet. Why was this guy so indifferent? Alright, I'm leaving. She didn't want to stay with Chu Chen any longer. Otherwise, she would really start to doubt her own allure. She got into her car and slowly drove away. Chu Chen then turned and went home. Brother, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to come back? Xu Xiaoyu greeted him as soon as she saw him. Suddenly, she wrinkled her delicate nose and exclaimed, Brother, why do you smell like perfume again? And it's President Pang's. Did you go to accompany President Pang early in the morning? President Pang is too fierce, can you handle it? She looked exaggerated. What do you mean accompany President Pang? Chu Chen was filled with black lines. President Pang just needed my help. Of course she needs your help, but I wonder if you're tired? Xu Xiaoyu had a mischievous smile. Do you want me to make you some goji berry soup to replenish your energy? Chu Chen directly tapped her fair forehead, speechless. What are you thinking all day? Aren't I just concerned about you? Afraid you can't handle President Pang's demands? Xu Xiaoyu covered her forehead, looking aggrieved. As the saying goes, women at 30 are like wolves, and at 40 like tigers.
President Pang is currently in the wolf-like, tiger-like stage. Chu Chen really wanted to tap her again. Where did this girl learn such wolf and tiger phrases? He changed the subject and said, "Why aren't you going to school yet?" "I don't have classes today.
By the way, I have something to do later, so I won't be home for lunch. You and Mom don't need to wait for me."
Chu Xiaoyu giggled. Oh, Chu Chen didn't ask further and returned to his room. He sat cross-legged and began to operate the nameless technique.
At this moment, a trace of black energy in his dantian was being refined into pure spiritual power. After more than half an hour, Chu Chen opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. His cultivation had improved significantly. He had already entered the mid-stage of the 5th layer of chi refining. If I could have a bit more black energy, maybe I could break through to the 6th layer. Chu Chen murmured to himself. He stood up and walked out. At that moment, Ning Shufan was watching TV in the living room. Chu Chen used the spiritual power in his body to help her adjust her condition. Ning Shufan's body had basically recovered. Now, only her legs remained unhealed.
Foundation establishment stage. Chu Chen clenched his fists.
He needed to break through to the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible so that his mother could stand up again.
In the afternoon, Chu Chen went out for a while.
He wanted to see if there were other places with more abundant spiritual energy. In the end, he arrived at an undeveloped area.
Although this place is desolate, there is a spot where the spiritual energy is abundant.
He found a secluded area, slightly closed his eyes, and operated the nameless technique, causing the spiritual energy around him to surge in. It wasn't until the sunset that Chu Chen finally awakened. The spiritual power within him had grown significantly, but his cultivation had not broken through. He jumped down from the parasol tree and left, hailing a taxi to go home. Upon arriving at the luxurious mansion, he was just about to enter. Suddenly, he felt a stir in his heart. His expression turned cold as he turned to a dark, remote spot. Whoosh! Several figures flew out, blocking Chu Chen's path.
There were 4 of them. All 4 were dressed in black, their eyes cold.
"Kid, you finally decided to come back?" The leader, a hawk-nosed man in black, looked at Chu Chen with a sinister tone.
Damn, this kid just returned.
They had been waiting here for a long time.
They hadn't even had dinner yet. Who are you? Chu Chen narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. You don't need to know who we are.
If you have any sense, you should obediently cripple your own arms and come with us, the hawk-nosed man said arrogantly.
Cripple my own arms? Chu Chen sneered. With just you guys, I'm afraid you're not qualified.
Although the leader had a strong aura, he was still not as powerful as that old man from the Evil Witch sect last night. As for the 3 men beside him, they were even weaker.
Kid, do you know who you're talking to?
The hawk-nosed man's face darkened. The young master said this kid hadn't even cultivated to the yellow level yet. How dare he act tough in front of their 4 yellow level experts? Truly ignorant of his own limitations. Just 4 idiots, Chu Chen said, hands behind his back, casually. These 4 had mediocre strength but dared to come to kill him. To him, they were indeed akin to idiots. What did you say? As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the 4 shouted angrily. How dare this kid speak to them like that? Was he looking for death? Stop wasting time with him. Let me smash his hands one by one. A thin black-clad man stepped forward, looking at Chu Chen with a sinister expression. Kid, I heard you disappeared for 10 years to practice martial arts? And you've learned a bit of skill? Unfortunately, you shouldn't be so arrogant in front of us. With that, he stomped the ground, and with a loud bang, charged straight at Chu Chen. His speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Chu Chen. He noticed that Chu Chen was still standing there, showing no signs of defense. It seemed this kid hadn't even reacted yet. He sneered inwardly, his right hand forming a fist, channeling his strength into it, and struck towards Chu Chen's chest. He was a yellow-level minor expert. He believed that under this punch, Chu Chen would undoubtedly die. Die! The thin black-clad man grinned savagely. Ant! At that moment, a faint voice rang out. Chu Chen raised his hand as if swatting a fly. Clap! A crisp sound echoed. Ah! The thin black-clad man let out a scream, his body flying back and crashing into a large rock in the distance. His entire head was completely smashed. He was dead beyond saving. What? The 3 men with the hawk nose trembled at the sight, their eyes wide in disbelief. A yellow-level minor expert had just died like that? With just a slap? Kid, you're also a yellow-level expert? The hawk-nosed man looked at Chu Chen, exclaiming in shock. Didn't the young master say that Chu Chen hadn't cultivated to the yellow level? This information was wrong. Chu Chen did not answer his question, merely clapping his hands lightly, as if he hadn't just killed a yellow-level expert, but simply swatted a fly. Kid, it turns out you're just like us, a yellow level expert.
No wonder you dare to be so arrogant.
The hawk-nosed man in black had a gloomy expression.
Who's like you?
Shu Chen shook his head and smiled.
Kid, if I'm not mistaken, you should be a fully realized yellow level expert, right?
The hawk-nosed man continued. Although his companion had his head smashed by Shu Chen, which was quite shocking, he believed it was because his companion didn't expect Shu Chen to be a yellow level expert, so he was careless. To be precise, his companion was ambushed. Therefore, he thought Shu Chen's cultivation wouldn't be that strong.
Now you can tell me who sent you here, right?
Shu Chen looked at the three of them and said lightly, "When you go to hell, we'll burn paper to tell you." The hawk-nosed man smiled sinisterly.
Let's attack together.
For safety's sake, he thought it would be better for all three to strike at once.
Kill!
The three roared, charging at Shu Chen with terrifying momentum.
Not a bit of insight.
Shu Chen shook his head and kicked out.
Bang! One of the black-clad men was kicked by Shu Chen, flying up and crashing into a nearby tree.
His chest caved in. His internal organs were shattered.
He wouldn't survive. Clap! Shu Chen waved his left hand to the side. Another black-clad man's head was smashed by Shu Chen's strike.
Only the hawk-nosed man was left. His face turned pale, trembling all over. You're not a fully realized yellow-level expert. You're a yellow-level perfectionist. No, you're a Xian-level expert. At this moment, his eyes were filled with terror as he looked at Shu Chen. This was no mere youth. This was a devil. He wanted to flee with a whoosh, but Shu Chen's figure flashed and blocked his way. He was about to strike, but Shu Chen grabbed his neck with his left hand.
Don't kill me! Don't kill me!
The hawk-nosed man's eyes were filled with fear as he hurriedly begged for mercy.
Tell me, who sent you? Long Hu Men? Or Li Hui? Or the evil witch cult?
Shu Chen looked at him, his expression indifferent.
If I tell you, can you spare my life?
The hawk-nosed man said in a panic.
You don't have the right to negotiate with me.
Shu Chen shook his head, applying a bit of pressure, and the hawk-nosed man felt as if his neck was about to snap.
I'll tell you.
It was Li Xiao who sent us. The hawk-nosed man hurriedly said.
So it was Li Hui.
A cold glint flashed in Shu Chen's eyes.
Now, can you let me go? The black-clad man said cautiously.
Shu Chen nodded and said lightly, in your next life. After saying that, Shu Chen twisted hard. Crack! A sound of bones breaking echoed. The black-clad man's eyes widened, his limbs struggled for a moment, and then, he died. After dealing with the bodies of the four men, Shu Chen returned home.
Xiao Hao, you're back?
Ning Shufan was watching TV in the living room. When she saw Shu Chen return, a smile appeared on her face.
Mom, you've eaten, right?
Shu Chen sat down beside her.
I have. Ning Shufan nodded. Pang Weishuang not only lent them this villa to live in but also provided a nanny. It was quite convenient. Is Xiao Yu back yet? Shu Chen asked.
Not yet. Ning Shufang shook her head and said, she said she was out with classmates.
Oh. Shu Chen didn't ask further and returned to his room.
He stood by the window, looking at the night sky outside, his eyes flashing with cold light.
Li Hui.
President Pang said you were a treacherous little man.
He wasn't wrong at all.
The lives of these four subordinates. I hope they make you realize your place. He stopped thinking about this matter, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate using the nameless technique. Meanwhile, at the Li family, Li Hui was sitting on the sofa, leisurely sipping red wine. He was waiting for news from his four subordinates, and he was confident of victory.
The four subordinates he sent out were all yellow-level experts, one of whom was even a yellow-level master. Dealing with a Shu Chen was more than enough. Shu Chen, you dare to make me lose face? I'll make you lose your life.
Li Hui's eyes were filled with malice.
Remembering the charity gala from last night, his heart was filled with rage. How dare a lowly person living in a city village oppose him? Truly, he was living on borrowed time. Soon, he finished the wine in his glass, but there was still no news. What's going on?
Li Hui frowned slightly. Logically, they should have returned long ago.
Why was there still no sign of them? Not even a message. Young master.
At that moment, Uncle Yuan hurriedly walked in.
Is there good news? Li Hui asked anxiously. Uncle Yuan opened his mouth, seeming a bit hesitant. What's wrong? Li Hui's brow furrowed.
Uncle Yuan pressed his lips together and said in a deep voice, the people we sent out
are dead.
What? Li Hui stood up abruptly, astonished. What did you say?
They're all dead?
Yes.
Uncle Yuan nodded.
How is that possible? Li Hui's face was filled with disbelief. The four he sent out were all yellow-level experts. How could they be dead? Could it be that Shu Chen is also a yellow-level expert?
Or even a yellow level perfection, or perhaps a Xian level expert? Li Hui's body trembled. Uncle Yuan pressed his lips together and said, not necessarily. What do you mean? Li Hui looked at him and asked.
Uncle Yuan pondered for a moment and said, I received news that he seems to have saved He Delin today, becoming a benefactor to the He family. I suspect the He family might have helped him.
The He family? Li Hui's expression tightened.
They were one of the 10 great families of Jiangcheng.
Even if the He family protects him, I can't let him live.
Li Hui's words were chilling. Uncle Yuan pressed his lips together and said coldly, I'll go kill him myself.
Good. Li Hui felt a surge of excitement. Uncle Yuan was a half-step Xian level expert. Killing Chu Chen would be like squashing an ant. Hao Ting Mansion.
Chu Chen circulated his energy for a full cycle and slowly opened his eyes.
He left the room and went to the living room, finding only Ning Shufang watching TV. Is Xiao Yu not back yet?
Ning Shufang nodded, worried. Xiao Hao, call and ask.
Okay.
Chu Chen took out his phone, just about to dial Chu Xiaoyu's number.
At that moment, a call came in. It was from Chu Xiaoyu. Hello? Are you the rich woman's kept man, brother Chu Xiaoyu? I'm Xiaoyu's classmate. As soon as the call connected, it wasn't Chu Xiaoyu's voice that came through, but a slightly cute female voice. What kind of nonsense prefix is that? Chu Chen was speechless and directly asked, Where are you? How is Xiaoyu's phone with you? Where is she?
Xiaoyu was bullied by some thugs. Hurry to East Huazhong Road in the Old Street.
What?
Chu Chen's expression changed drastically, and he hung up the phone and rushed out the door.
Xiao Hao, what happened? Did something happen to Xiaoyu? Ning Shufan looked at Chu Chen, calling out nervously. Mom, it's fine, don't worry. Chu Chen rushed out without looking back. East Huazhong Road in the Old Street.
Chu Xiaoyu looked at the few people in front of her, her face filled with anger. I don't want your money anymore, get away from me. She had no classes today, so she came here with her friend Lu Mengmeng to set up a stall and draw portraits. 1. Because drawing was her hobby.
2. She could earn some money to supplement her living expenses.
A few people had just come by, and the one in the lead asked her to help draw a portrait. She drew it seriously, but unexpectedly, this person was not satisfied. Not only did they not give her any money, but they also said her painting was too poor and insulted him.
He demanded that she accompany him for a late-night snack. Little sister, it's not about the money right now, it's that this painting of yours is an insult to me. You need to properly soothe my wounded soul.
Fei Gu looked at Chu Xiaoyu, a wicked glint in his eyes.
Yes, you really need to comfort us. Fei Ji's subordinates joined in the ruckus.
You're just looking for trouble. Get out of here, or I'll call the police.
Chu Xiaoyu shouted angrily. Call the police? Go ahead.
Fei Gu was not afraid. Instead, he chuckled. I know which school you go to. If you dare to call the police, I'll wait for you at your school gate every day.
Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyu's face turned pale. How would she go to school like that? Xiaoyu, don't be afraid.
Lu Mengmeng rushed over and whispered, I've already called your brother.
He'll be here soon. Why did you call my brother?
Chu Xiaoyu's face changed. If her brother found out she had been out here all day, he would probably scold her to death.
Xiaoyu, don't worry.
Lu Mengmeng thought Chu Xiaoyu was afraid her brother wouldn't be able to handle these guys, so she comforted her. Even though your brother just turned in his homework this morning, I think he still has the strength to fight.
Turned in homework? Strength to fight?
Chu Xiaoyu's face flushed slightly at her friend's choice of words, which were even more fierce than her own.
Alright, two little sisters, why don't you come with us for a late-night snack? Fei Gu looked at the two girls, feeling a surge of excitement.
One was youthful and beautiful. The other was adorably naive, and her figure was still so ample.
Coming here tonight was truly the right choice. Mengmeng, let's go.
Chu Xiaoyu grabbed Lu Mengmeng and tried to leave, but Fei Gu and his men blocked their way, grinning maliciously. Where are you two little sisters going?
Yeah, come have a late-night snack with us. Exactly, let's have some fun. Big brothers can also teach you how to play with water. Fei Ji's subordinates laughed lewdly. You guys. Chu Xiaoyu and Lu Mengmeng looked panicked, unsure of what to do.
There were some onlookers around, but no one dared to step forward. Little sister, come with us.
Fei Gu grinned and reached out to grab Chu Xiaoyu.
If you dare to touch her, you can forget about your hand.
At that moment, a cold voice rang out. Whoosh!
At the same time, a stone flew through the air.
Ah! The next moment, Fei Gu let out a terrible scream.
The stone hit his palm. Blood gushed out.
It was terrifying.
He turned to look into the distance and saw a young man walking over with a cold expression.
Brother!
Chu Xiaoyu's face lit up upon seeing the young man.
So this is Xiaoyu's brother who was kept by a rich woman? He's quite handsome. Lu Mengmeng's eyes sparkled. Xiaoyu, are you okay?
Shu Chen rushed to Chu Xiaoyu's side, asking anxiously. I'm fine. Chu Xiaoyu shook her head. Kid, so you're this girl's brother? You actually dared to hurt me? You've got some nerve. Fei Gu glared at Chu Chen, his eyes filled with malice. If you dare to bully my sister, I think you're the one with the real guts. Chu Chen's gaze was icy. If this weren't in the street, that stone wouldn't have just hit Fei Ji's palm. It would have been his forehead. Get him! Fei Gu roared. Charge! 7 or 8 thugs rushed at Chu Chen with fierce expressions. Brother, be careful! Chu Xiaoyu shouted. Xiaoyu's brother, protect your face. Lu Mengmeng also shouted nervously. What the hell? Chu Chen shot her a glance, feeling speechless. Don't look at me, they're coming. Quickly cover your face with both hands. Lu Mengmeng shouted anxiously. Chu Chen's mind was filled with black lines. With one hand behind his back and the other hand striking quickly, the sound of slaps echoed. Slap! 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 Accompanied by screams of pain, in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 thugs fell to the ground, clutching their faces and wailing in agony. Half of their faces were ruined. The onlookers around were stunned. Was this young man the reincarnation of the Iron Fan Princess? How could he slap people so powerfully? Damn! Lu Mengmeng exclaimed. Her delicate fists were clenched as she looked at Chu Chen, her big, cute eyes shining with incredible light. Her brother Xiaoyu was too fierce. No wonder rich women wanted to support him. It seemed she needed to step up her game. Strive to become Xiaoyu's sister-in-law. You. Brother Fei also widened his eyes, unable to believe it. This kid wasn't even that big, yet his skills were so impressive. Chu Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. If it weren't in the street, these people would be dead. Whoosh! He swiftly moved in front of Brother Fei and swung his hand to slap. Slap! 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 In an instant, both sides of Brother Fei's face swelled up, looking like a pig's head. You dare to hit my face? Do you know who I am? Brother Fei covered his face and roared. I'm one of Mang Ji's people. What? Mangu? The crowd around them changed their expressions drastically, gasping in shock. Immediately, many people dispersed. They didn't want to attract trouble. Kid, did you see that? Everyone is scared when they hear Mang Ji's name. Now you know what kind of existence you've provoked, right? Brother Fei became even more arrogant upon seeing this scene. Chu Chen frowned slightly. Who was this Mangu with such a big reputation? Or was he really that fierce? Brother, let's go quickly, Chu Xiaoyu said nervously. Go? Brother Fei's eyes were cold as he said, if I remember correctly, you two are students of Jiangcheng University, right? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyu's pretty face changed dramatically. Still dare to threaten people? Chu Chen's face darkened with anger as he kicked Brother Fei away. Ah! Brother Fei crashed to the ground, letting out a painful wail. Kid, do you dare to let me call Mangu over? Brother Fei looked at Chu Chen provocatively. Sure, 5 minutes, Chu Chen replied calmly. Since Brother Fei had a Mangu behind him, it would be better to deal with it all at once, to avoid future trouble for Xiaoyu. Brother Fei felt a surge of joy inside. He didn't expect that just by provoking a little, this kid would actually agree. He took out his phone and immediately dialed his big brother Su Mang's number. Mangu, it's bad. I've been beaten up here on Donghua Road. Come help me get revenge. What? I'm coming right over. A deep voice came from the other end. Okay. Brother Fei was extremely excited upon hearing this. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Chu Chen and arrogantly said, Mangu is coming over right now. If you have the ability, wait for him. 5 minutes, Chu Chen said indifferently. Brother, why don't we just leave? Chu Xiaoyu was a bit nervous. Although she had seen Chu Chen take action a few times, she was still worried about him. After all, that Mangu seemed to be a big brother in the underworld. He must have quite a few subordinates. Yeah, why don't you call that rich woman of yours? Let her send some bodyguards over? Lu Mengmeng also looked at Chu Chen, cutely suggesting. What the hell? Chu Chen was filled with black lines upon hearing this. What was this silly little sister talking about? In less than 5 minutes, a group of angry people stormed out. There were probably 40 or 50 of them. Leading them was a burly man exuding a rough aura. It was Su Mang. Mangu, you finally came. Brother Fei was overjoyed to see Su Mang and hurriedly rushed to greet him. Su Mang saw Fei Ji's pig-like face, and his expression instantly darkened as he asked, Where is he? Fei Gu pointed at Chu Chen and said ominously, Mangu, it's him. Su Mang looked at Chu Chen with a stern face and said, Kid, are you the one who hit me? That's right. Chu Chen nodded. Then you can slap yourself 10 times and kneel down to apologize to Ah Fei. Su Mang said arrogantly. Ah Fei was his subordinate and a small leader. Now, he had been publicly beaten into a pig's head. He had to regain his face, otherwise, how could he, Manga, continue to mix in this old street area? Just because of you? Shu Chen looked at him with disdain. He could tell that Su Mang was also a martial artist, but in front of him, he was nothing. What did you say? As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, a group of Su Mang's subordinates behind him became furious. How dare this kid talk to Manga like that? Kid, it seems you don't know how I got the name Mang. Su Mang's face turned angry. Although this kid could defeat Ah Fei and the others, he looked too relaxed in his stance, and his hands were pale and tender, not resembling a martial artist at all. How dare he be so arrogant in front of him? Manga, stop wasting time with him, let me take care of him. A man beside Su Mang stepped forward. His name was Dong Zi, a capable aide of Su Mang. 3 days ago, he had broken through to the yellow level. He was a genuine yellow level expert. His confidence soared. For the past 2 days, he had been wanting to show off his prowess as a yellow level expert. Unfortunately, he hadn't had the chance. Now, the opportunity had come. So he looked at Chu Chen and arrogantly said, "Kid, if you can take one of my moves, I can spare your life." Spare my life? Chu Chen laughed directly. Were the thugs nowadays really that dim-witted? He felt it was even worse than when he was in school. At least back then, he understood the need to be low-key when he saw seniors. "Kid, what are you laughing at?" Dong Zi looked at Chu Chen ominously and said, "It seems you don't know what a yellow-level expert is." After saying that, he stomped his feet and was about to charge over. "Stop!" At that moment, a sharp voice rang out. A woman slowly walked over. "Ying?" Chu Chen was taken aback when he saw her. "Who are you?" Dong Zi looked at Ying and shouted in a deep voice. "A Dong, don't be rude." Su Mang hurriedly stopped him and quickly walked to Ying, respectfully saying, "Missy, what brings you here?" "Su Mang, you really have some nerve to dare to lay hands on my friend?" Ying looked at Su Mang and said sternly, "Your friend?" Su Mang was momentarily taken aback. Finally, he glanced at Chu Chen beside him, his whole body shook, and he quickly apologized, "Missy, I didn't know he was your friend." "Now you know?" Ying sneered. "I know. Then why aren't you leaving quickly?" "Yes." Su Mang felt as if he had been granted amnesty and was about to leave. "Wait." At that moment, Chu Chen called out to him. "I don't know. Do you have any other business?" Su Mang asked cautiously. "Are you from the Longhu Gate?" Chu Chen asked. "No." Su Mang shook his head. He was just the leader of the thugs in these nearby old streets. "Not from there?" Chu Chen frowned and said, "Then you can leave. Make sure to discipline your subordinates well. If they dare to bully my sister again, they won't be so lucky next time." As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. "Rest assured, I will definitely discipline them well." Su Mang nodded repeatedly and left with his group of subordinates. After turning a few streets, Su Mang finally stopped. "Mango, who is that girl? Why are you so afraid of her?" Dong Zi asked curiously. "She is the young lady of the He family," Su Mang said solemnly. "The He family?" Dong Zi was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, "Is it the He family, one of the 10 great families of Zhongcheng?" "Exactly," Su Mang nodded. Dong Zi gasped. Fortunately, he hadn't acted too recklessly earlier. "I didn't expect that kid to actually know Miss He," Dong Zi muttered to himself. Su Mang looked at Fij and asked, "How did you offend him?" I just wanted his sister to join us for a late-night snack," Fij said cautiously. "Damn! Didn't I tell you to keep your lower half in check? If you want to have fun, you can pay for it. Why do you have to tease decent women?" Su Mang's face darkened as he kicked Fij in the stomach. Fij didn't dare to retort. "Mango, that kid is too arrogant, I can't stand him either," Dongzi said with a displeased expression. "If it weren't for Missy showing up in time, I could have taken him down with one punch." As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Manga, I still can't swallow this anger. I'll find an opportunity to secretly deal with him." Dongzi felt a surge of frustration inside. He had just broken through to the yellow level. Today, encountering a brash young man in front of him, he couldn't do anything about it. It was really uncomfortable. "You can't act recklessly," Su Mang warned. "I know," Dongzi replied, but inside he was already plotting how to take down Chu Chen. On the other side, Ying looked at Chu Chen and curiously asked, "How did you get into conflict with those people?" "They wanted to bully my sister," Chu Chen replied. Ying glanced at Chu Xiaoyu and Lu Mengmeng. "This guy actually has 2 beautiful sisters?" At that moment, Chu Xiaoyu was also looking at Ying curiously. When did her brother get to know such a beauty? Moreover, judging by her attire and demeanor, she was probably not from an ordinary family. Could it be that her brother was being supported by another woman? He really is in demand. Lu Mengmeng thought to herself. But with how handsome and fierce Xiaoyu's brother is, it's normal for him to be in demand. Fortunately, I arrived in time, otherwise, you would have been in trouble. So, you should thank me properly, He Ying winked. If you hadn't come, they would have been the ones in trouble. Chu Chen smiled lightly. So vain, He Ying rolled her eyes. Although Su Mang wasn't a big shot in the underworld, he was still a martial artist. And Dongzi beside him was even a yellow-level expert. This guy was skilled in medicine, but he didn't have the slightest aura of a martial artist. So he definitely wasn't Dongzi's match. In her view, Chu Chen was just being vain. Do you want me to give you a ride back? He Ying asked. No need. Alright, then I have things to do, so I'll leave first. He Ying got into a nearby sports car and drove away slowly. Brother, who is that girl? Why did she help us? As soon as He Ying left, Xu Xiaoyu asked curiously. I saved her grandfather, Xu Chen explained. Oh, Xu Xiaoyu responded, unsure whether to believe it or not. So you're the one being supported by a rich woman, Xiaoyu's brother? You're indeed handsome and fierce. If I were a rich woman, I'd also want someone like you, Lu Mengmeng said, her big, cute eyes sparkling as she looked at Chu Chen. Chu Chen was speechless and asked, were you the one who called me earlier? Yes. I'm Lu Mengmeng, Xiaoyu's classmate, and of course, I also want to be her sister-in-law, Lu Mengmeng introduced herself. Lu Mengmeng. Xu Xiaoyu blared at her. Chu Chen was filled with black lines. What are college students thinking these days? And isn't she too straightforward? Alright, let's go home. Chu Chen helped pack up and took Xu Xiaoyu home, with Lu Mengmeng following along. After returning home, Ning Shufang nervously asked, Xiaoyu, are you okay? I'm fine, Xu Xiaoyu shook her head. Why did you go there to set up a stall? 2 girls, how dangerous. Xu Chen's face was stern. Xiaoyu thinks it's not easy for you to serve others and wants to share some of the financial pressure with you, Lu Mengmeng said. What's serving others? Xu Chen was speechless. Did these 2 girls really think he was being supported by Pang Weixiang? Brother has money now, you don't need to do these things, Xu Chen said seriously. I understand, Xu Xiaoyu dared not retort. After chatting with Ning Shufang for a while, Xu Chen returned to his room. The next day, just as Chu Chen left the Houdingbiapu, he unexpectedly ran into Su Mang and a few others. Good morning, Mr. Chu, Su Mang approached, greeting him respectfully. Dongzi stood aside, his face cold. He hadn't wanted to come, but Su Mang insisted he must, so he can only come begrudgingly. What's the matter? Xu Chen asked lightly. Last night, one of our subordinates failed to recognize the situation and offended you and your sister. I brought him to apologize, Su Mang glared at Fei Ge, angrily saying, hurry up and apologize to Mr. Chu. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. Fei Ge lowered his head to apologize. Mr. Chu, I wonder if you have time. I would like to invite you to dinner as an apology. Su Mang's attitude was very polite. There was no choice. Chu Chen was a friend of the Yi family's young lady. No need, Chu Chen waved his hand and said, as long as you don't provoke me in the future, I won't trouble you, so there's no need for this. After saying that, Chu Chen turned and left. Manga, I told you not to come and apologize to this kid, Dongzi said with an unhappy face. Look at his attitude. If it weren't for him knowing Missy, I would have slapped him just now. The more Dongzi spoke, the angrier he became. Enough, stop talking nonsense, Su Mang said in a deep voice. Let's go. He led Dongzi and the others away. That day, Xu Chen went to a botanical park to train. He didn't return until it was dark. Whoosh! Just as Chu Chen was about to enter, he suddenly felt a movement in his heart and quickly stepped back a meter. Bang! A figure fell from the sky, landing where he had just stood. The ground cracked. A middle-aged man appeared in front of Chu Chen. Who are you? Chu Chen looked at the middle-aged man, his expression cold. The one who will kill you, the middle-aged man said coldly. Li Hui sent you? Chu Chen questioned. Anyway, you will definitely die tonight, so it doesn't hurt to tell you. That's right. I was sent by the young master, Uncle Yuan sneered. Hearing this, Chu Chen's eyes turned cold. Last night he had killed 4 of Li Hui's subordinates, and he thought Li Hui would be more sensible. He didn't expect him to dare send someone tonight? Truly seeking death. Kid, you were lucky to escape last night. Tonight, I will take action myself, and you can't escape. Uncle Yuan looked at Chu Chen, exuding confidence. Tonight, let me send you on your way. Since you say so, then you can go on your way tonight, Chu Chen said. You don't know the heights of heaven and earth. Uncle Yuan sneered, and with a whoosh, he struck towards Chu Chen with a palm. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent, his left hand formed a fist and met the attack. Boom! A loud sound echoed. Dong dong dong. Uncle Yuan staggered back several steps, while Chu Chen did not retreat an inch. You are a yellow-level expert?
Uncle Yuan looked at Chu Chen, astonished. Just now, he felt a powerful force from Chu Chen's punch. This was truly unexpected. Could it be that Ahua and the others were killed by you? Suddenly, he thought of something and exclaimed. Are you talking about those 4 men in black last night? They were no match for me, Chu Chen said. Did you really kill him? Uncle Yuan was shocked. It seemed that Chu Chen was not just a yellow-level expert but likely had reached the pinnacle of yellow-level cultivation. But even if you are at the pinnacle of yellow-level, you will die tonight. Uncle Yuan growled, and with a whoosh, he charged at Chu Chen again. He was a half-step Shin-level master, and he had enough confidence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He struck quickly, his attacks incredibly fierce. Chu Chen remained calm, his figure flickering. He could sense that the energy within Uncle Yuan was different from that of an ordinary yellow-level expert. Is this the difference between yellow-level and Shin-level masters? Therefore, he was not in a hurry to strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a series of over 10 moves, Uncle Yuan couldn't even touch a single hair on Chu Chen. Am I really getting old? Are my legs giving out? He felt extremely frustrated inside. Damn it! This kid's speed is too fast. It seems that Ahua and the others were also caught off guard and defeated one by one. Is dodging all you can do? A young warrior, and yet you're this cowardly? Do you even deserve to practice martial arts? Uncle Yuan taunted while attacking. Looks like you're eager to meet your end? Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he replied, then I'll grant your wish. As you wish. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he formed a fist with his left hand and struck out. Seeing this, Uncle Yuan was not afraid. Instead, he felt an overwhelming excitement. This kid was provoked by him and actually gave up his speed advantage to confront him head-on? Truly too young. Kid, remember. Don't let yourself be easily provoked in the future. He sneered, channeling his energy into his palm to meet the attack. Boom! A loud sound erupted. Ah! The next moment, Uncle Yuan let out a scream, his body retreating over 10 meters. Bang! He crashed onto a rock, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, his right hand revealed a terrifying sight of exposed bones. You are a Shin-level master? He looked at Chu Chen, his eyes wide in disbelief. He was a half-step Shin-level master, yet he had been defeated by Chu Chen with a single punch. This indicated that Chu Chen's cultivation was higher than his. That means, a Shin-level master. Chu Chen, so young, was actually a Shin-level master? It was simply unbelievable. Tap, tap, tap. Chu Chen, with an indifferent expression, slowly walked towards Uncle Yuan. Uncle Yuan was filled with terror, trying to crawl away, but that punch from Chu Chen not only broke his arm but also sent a terrifying force into his body. Coupled with the earlier impact, he could only barely manage to crawl. Chu Chen, don't kill me, I was wrong. Uncle Yuan said in a panic, quickly begging for mercy. Chu Chen, I am willing to compensate you. This card has 10 million, I am willing to give it to you. He took out a bank card from his body. 10 million. That probably won't buy your life. Chu Chen replied indifferently. Uncle Yuan panicked, hurriedly bowing his head to plead for mercy. I was just following the young master's orders, I had no choice. I am willing to compensate you, as long as you are willing to spare my life. Chu Chen looked at him and asked, do you have any aged medicinal herbs? If so, it might buy you a life. Uncle Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then said, the young master just obtained a wild he showu that is aged today. Oh, Chu Chen's heart stirred. I can ask the young master to bring this he showu over. Seeing that Chu Chen was interested, Uncle Yuan immediately said, alright, I hope you don't cause any trouble. Chu Chen replied indifferently. You can rest assured, I won't. Uncle Yuan took out his phone and immediately dialed Li Hui's number. Hello, Uncle Yuan? Did you kill Chu Chen? As soon as the call connected, Li Hui asked expectantly. I've already incapacitated him, leaving just enough breath for you to deal with, young master. But I'm injured now and can't move well. Could you bring me that piece of Chinese knotweed from today to help with my recovery? Yuan Shu spoke in a weak tone. Sure, give me the address, and I'll head over right away. Li Hui said excitedly. Yuan Shu immediately sent the address to Li Hui. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Chu Chen and respectfully said, Chu, Mr. Chu, I've already asked the young master to bring the Chinese knotweed over. Chu Chen looked at him and said lightly, to save your own life, you even betray your own master. You really are a good dog. Yuan Shu's face flushed, but as long as it was for survival, betrayal was just betrayal. Soon, a sports car sped over. The door opened, and Li Hui excitedly stepped out. Upon seeing Chu Chen, his expression turned cold. Chu Chen, I didn't expect you to still be standing. But that's fine, kneel down and give me 10 kowtows. He looked incredibly arrogant. "Oh, it seems you really enjoy kneeling and kowtowing?" Shu Chen looked at him and said indifferently, "In that case, you can kneel now." "Ha ha." Li Hui laughed loudly, mocking, "Shu Chen, have you been hit in the head by Yuan Shu? Since you won't kneel, I'll help you." After Chu Chen finished speaking, he rushed towards Li Hui with a whoosh. Li Hui was also a strong practitioner of dark energy, but for some reason, he felt an inexplicable panic at that moment. He hurriedly stepped back. However, how could he escape Chu Chen? Bang! Chu Chen kicked him in the knee. Ah! Li Hui let out a painful scream, kneeling on one knee. He looked shocked and exclaimed, You are a Xian level expert? And how come you haven't lost your martial power? Kneel! Chu Chen did not answer him but coldly commanded. Yuan Shu, he hasn't lost his martial power yet, act quickly. Li Hui shouted at Yuan Shu. Cough, cough, cough. Yuan Shu coughed, a look of pain flashing across his face as he bitterly smiled. Young master, I've been defeated by him. What? Li Hui's pupils constricted at his words. Yuan Shu was a half-step Xian level master. He was actually defeated by Chu Chen? So, Chu Chen is a Xian level master? He looked up at Chu Chen, his face filled with shock. Kneel! Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he coldly commanded. You! Li Hui's face flushed. In the end, his other knee slowly bent, and he knelt down. Chu Chen was a Xian level master, he definitely wasn't his match. He could only submit. 10 kowtows. Chu Chen said lightly. What did you say? Li Hui glared at Chu Chen in anger, shouting, Don't go too far. Kneeling was already a huge humiliation for him. Now he wanted him to kowtow? Weren't you the one who told me to kneel and kowtow just now? Now that it's your turn, you think I'm going too far? Chu Chen said with a mocking expression, If you don't want to, I can help you. Li Hui's face flushed again, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and kowtowed 10 times in succession. Is that enough? Li Hui glared at Chu Chen in anger. Hand over the Chinese knotweed. Chu Chen said coldly. Li Hui turned to look at Yuan Shu. Young master, just give it to him. Yuan Shu had a bitter expression. It's in the car. Li Hui said reluctantly. Chu Chen approached Li Hui's sports car and found a box on the passenger seat. He opened the box and indeed found a piece of Chinese knotweed inside. The age was not low. It contained rich spiritual energy. Chu Chen felt a surge of excitement within. It was truly an unexpected gain. Your subordinate spent 10 million to buy his own life. Since you are the young master, then let's make it 50 million. Chu Chen looked at Li Hui and said lightly. Chu Chen, do you think 50 million is not money? I only have 30 million in my account right now. Li Hui said angrily. Fine. Then let's make it 30 million, Chu Chen replied indifferently. You! Li Hui was furious. This guy really left him with nothing? If he had known, he would have said it was only 20 million earlier. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Chu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Chu Chen, don't think that just because you're a Xian level master, you're something special. Li Hui glared at Chu Chen, his face sinister, threatening. Our Li family is only second to the top 10 families. Do you believe that we can make your whole family disappear? Bang! Chu Chen's gaze turned cold as he grabbed Li Hui by the neck, his voice icy. Do you believe I can wipe out your Li family? Wipe out! The two words seemed to summon an invisible cold windstorm around them. Uncle Yuan beside them couldn't help but shiver. Chu Chen's eyes were frigid, exuding a chilling aura. Li Hui's face turned red, struggling to breathe. He looked at Chu Chen as if facing an ancient beast. It was terrifying. He wanted to resist but found himself unable to move. Chu Chen, I was just joking, please, don't be impulsive. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Yes, Mr. Chu, the young master was just momentarily impulsive and spoke carelessly. Uncle Yuan quickly stepped forward, also pleading. Chu Chen remained unmoved, his gaze as cold as ice. Soon, Li Hui began to roll his eyes. Chu Chen, I was wrong. I really was wrong, just let me go. Li Hui kept begging for mercy. At this moment, he was genuinely afraid. Bang! Finally, Chu Chen threw him to the ground. Li Hui gasped for air, his mouth wide open. After a while, he looked at Chu Chen and said softly, Give me the account number, and I'll transfer the money to you. Chu Chen provided him with the account number. Soon, a bank text message arrived. 30 million received. Don't provoke me again in the future. Chu Chen glanced at Li Hui, then turned and walked away with his hands behind his back. Young master, are you alright? Let's go. Uncle Yuan hurriedly helped Li Hui into the car. Li Hui was also a bit flustered, quickly starting the car and speeding away. Back at home, Chu Chen opened the box and took out the Yishou Wu, his eyes sparkling with brilliance.
He began to refine the spiritual energy within the He Shou Wu using the unnamed technique. Meanwhile, Li Hui had returned to the Li family. Slap! He slapped Uncle Yuan across the face, furious. Uncle Yuan, what do you mean? Betraying me? He was filled with rage. He thought Uncle Yuan had truly incapacitated Chu Chen, waiting for him to humiliate him properly. He never expected that they had teamed up to set him up. Thud! Uncle Yuan wisely knelt down, crying, "Young master, I was forced into this. I thought I could kill Chu Chen, but who knew he would injure me severely with one punch? He said that if I didn't cooperate, he would kill me with a single strike." Uncle Yuan was a shrewd man. At this moment, he knew he had to admit his mistake. Otherwise, the young master would not let him off. "Young master, I just wanted to keep my life to serve you well." Cough cough. As he spoke, he coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood. All right. Li Hui waved his hand irritably. "Get up." Although he was angry, Uncle Yuan had been with him for many years and had helped him solve many problems. Moreover, Uncle Yuan was indeed no match for Chu Chen. Wasn't it said that Chu Chen hadn't broken through to the Huan level and was just a mediocre martial artist? How did he suddenly become a Xin level master? Li Hui's face was filled with rage. The information was incorrect, Uncle Yuan said with a bitter smile. He hadn't expected Chu Chen to be so young and already a Xin level master. Even if he is a Xin level master, I still have to kill him. Li Hui's face darkened to the extreme. As the young master of the Li family, he had been forced to kneel and beg for mercy tonight. If this matter gets out, how will he ever mix in Jiancheng again? Anyway, the Li family isn't without its own Xin level experts. Young master, we should think this through, Yuan Shu said, shaking his head. The young man, Chu Chen, felt too mysterious to him. They had already angered Chu Chen tonight. If they sent someone to ambush him again and succeeded, that would be fine. But if they failed, they would have to bear the brunt of Chu Chen's wrath. Even if they could hide in the Li family, could they really stay hidden for a lifetime? I can't swallow this anger. Li Hui understood the reasoning, but he was just not satisfied. After pondering for a moment, Yuan Shu said, "Perhaps we can use a trick. To kill with a borrowed knife." Borrow what knife? Li Hui asked curiously. Yuan Shu pressed his lips together and said, "As far as I know, Chu Chen has a grudge with the Longhu sect." What grudge? Li Hui's heart stirred. The Longhu sect, in collusion with a demolition company, forced Chu Chen's mother to relocate. The thugs Chu Chen dealt with when he returned were from the Longhu sect, Yuan Shu explained. Oh? A glint of cunning flashed in Li Hui's eyes. Then we can use the Longhu sect's knife to kill Chu Chen. Exactly. Yuan Shu nodded. The sect leader, Chao Lon, and the second leader, Yanhu, are both Shen level experts. They can definitely kill Chu Chen. Let's go to the Longhu sect right away. A sinister smile appeared on Li Hui's face. The two left the Li family and arrived at the headquarters of the Longhu sect. Young Master Li, it really is you? Yanhu personally came out to welcome Li Hui after hearing his subordinate's report. Although the Longhu sect is one of the 5 major forces in the underworld, it still can't compare to the Li family, which has been established in Jiangcheng for generations, second only to the 10 great families. The Longhu sect had only been established for a little over a decade. Master whose presence is extraordinary, truly worthy of being a Shen level expert, Li Hui praised. Just a lucky breakthrough, Yanhu said humbly, pouring a glass of red wine for Li Hui. After some polite small talk, Yanhu looked at Li Hui and asked curiously, "Young Master Li, what brings you here today?" Li Hui took a sip of wine and said, "I heard that Master Hu has a grudge with a young man named Chu Chen." Yanhu looked surprised. "How does young Master Li know?" "I just happened to hear someone mention it," Li Hui replied casually. "Does young Master Li also have a grudge against him?" Yanhu asked curiously. "That's right," Li Hui admitted. "So I came to seek cooperation with Master Hu to see if we can deal with him. Why doesn't young Master Li handle it personally?" Yanhu, being an old hand, understood that Li Hui's so-called cooperation was actually a way to use him. Li Hui pressed his lips together and said, "To be honest, I have a grudge against him because of Pang Weixian. And I like Pang Weixian and want to pursue her, so I can't deal with Chu Chen myself." He had thought of this reason before coming. "So young Master Li wants to kill with a borrowed knife?" Yanhu smiled without sincerity. "It's not so much about killing with a borrowed knife, but rather, helping me out," Li Hui said, looking at Yanhu. "As long as you help me cripple Chu Chen, you, Yanhu, will be my friend, a friend of the Li family." Hearing this, Yanhu's heart stirred. If he could gain the support of the Li family, the Longhu sect's status in Jiangcheng would rise even further. "To be honest, I also want to deal with him, but our people have gone to Xiuling village twice and haven't seen him." Yanhu pondered for a moment before speaking. Li Hui was delighted to hear Yanhu agree. "I know where he is.
Where is he? Yen Hu asked.
Chu Chen no longer lives in Xiuling village, he has moved to another place.
Li Hui explained. Moved away?
Yen Hu frowned slightly upon hearing this.
No wonder he couldn't find anyone. So where is he living now?
A cold glint flashed in Yen Hu's eyes. Chu Chen often goes out, so it's not easy to find him, Li Hui said, taking a sip of red wine.
But I can give you an idea. What idea?
Yen Hu asked curiously.
Li Hui smiled and said, Chu Chen's sister is a student at Jiangqing University, and Chu Chen dotes on her very much.
You could kidnap his sister to force him out.
Kidnapping? Yen Hu pondered for a moment and said, that's actually a good idea. Then let's cooperate happily.
Li Hui looked at Yen Hu and smiled. It's my honor to cooperate with young Master Li. Yen Hu shook hands with Li Hui.
Then I'll wait for good news. Li Hui laughed happily. Master Hu, it feels like Li Hui is using you as a pawn. Are you really going to cooperate with him? After the two left, Yen Hu's assistant, Sang Koan, asked.
Of course I know he's using me. Yen Hu took a puff of his cigar and said lightly.
Then why are you still cooperating with him? Isn't that letting him use you as a gun? Sang Koan asked, puzzled.
Yen Hu exhaled a puff of smoke and said, Chu Chen killed Lu Dong, which is a provocation to our Longhu sect. I wouldn't let him go anyway, so why not sell Li Hui a favor while I'm at it? After all, he's just a kid from a village, nothing to worry about. Although Chu Chen was a yellow-level master, he didn't take him seriously at all.
That makes sense, Sang Koan nodded.
Yen Hu looked at Sang Koan and said, find a chance to kidnap Chu Chen's sister and force Chu Chen out. As he spoke, a cold glint flickered in his eyes.
Okay. Sang Koan grinned savagely. He loved doing this kind of thing.
So thrilling. On the other side.
Young master, why didn't you mention Chu Chen's cultivation level? After getting into the car, Uncle Yuan asked curiously.
If I said Chu Chen was a mysterious level master, Yen Hu might not dare to kill him, Li Hui said.
Then why didn't you just tell him Chu Chen's address? Uncle Yuan asked, confused. Li Hui sneered and said, didn't you say Chu Chen cares a lot for his sister? As long as Yen Hu kidnaps Chu Chen's sister, it will definitely provoke Chu Chen.
There will definitely be a bloody fight between Chu Chen and Longhu sect. Even if Chu Chen is killed by Longhu sect, they will definitely suffer significant losses.
In the future, I can negotiate better with Yen Hu.
He had a shrewd look on his face. Uncle Yuan was stunned for a moment, then praised, young master is really
always strategizing.
Li Hui looked out the window, his gaze extremely cold.
Chu Chen, let's see how long you can live. In the luxurious villa, Chu Chen spent more than an hour finally refining all the spiritual energy from the He Shou Wu. He also made a leap from the mid-stage of the 5th level of Qi refining to the 6th level. Chu Chen was very happy. In just a few days, he had broken through to this level. It was many times faster than when he was in the immortal realm. After washing up, he went to sleep. The next morning, when he went out, he happened to run into Chu Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I transferred some money into the card I gave you last time. If it's not enough, just tell me. You shouldn't go painting on the street anymore. Chu Chen said sternly. Got it. Chu Xiaoyu pouted and went out. That day, she spent all her time in class at school. After finishing her classes in the evening, she was about to head home. Xiaoyu, wait for me. Lu Mengmeng ran over, her certain parts shaking. It was quite dazzling. Should we go painting on the street again tomorrow? Lu Mengmeng asked. No, Chu Xiaoyu shook her head. My brother won't let me. She pouted, looking very unhappy. So, introduce your brother to me and let me be his woman, then I can deal with him together with you. Lu Mengmeng chuckled. Lu Mengmeng, you want me to call you sister-in-law, right? You little schemer. Chu Xiaoyu shot her a glance, disdainfully. Is it bad for me to be your sister-in-law? Lu Mengmeng huffed lightly. At least I won't let your nephew go hungry in the future. Saying this, she puffed out her chest proudly. Lu Mengmeng, can you have some self-respect? Chu Xiaoyu was both angry and amused by her actions. Her best friend looked adorably silly, yet always managed to say such outrageous things. Your brother is bound to be taken advantage of sooner or later, so you should think it over. I'm leaving first. Lu Mengmeng waved her hand and walked away. Chu Xiaoyu also exited through the small door, preparing to head home. However, as she passed a narrow path, a bus that hadn't stopped for photos suddenly halted in front of her. The doors opened, and several men in black rushed out. One of them struck her neck, and she fainted. When she woke up, she found herself in a room filled with people. Sitting on the sofa was a man exuding a sinister aura. Who are you? Why did you bring me here? Chu Xiaoyu asked, panic written all over her face. She wanted to leave, but as soon as she stood up, several people blocked her way. Little sister, don't be nervous.
Sang Koan looked at Chu Xiaoyu with a sinister smile. We can't find your brother, so we need you to help us.
What do you want with my brother?
Chu Xiaoyu's face turned pale. Little sister, just call your brother and have him come here.
Sang Koan chuckled. I won't call.
Chu Xiaoyu shook her head in refusal. These people were clearly up to no good.
She didn't want her brother to come here. Since you won't call, I'll have to do it myself. Sang Koan's expression darkened as he ordered his men to snatch the phone from behind Chu Xiaoyu. Disobedient brother? Sang Koan found the contact in Chu Xiaoyu's call log. Your brother really doesn't listen, so let me help you deal with him. Sang Koan grinned ominously and dialed the number. Hello, Xiaoyu?
Soon, Chu Chen's voice came through.
Chu Chen? Sang Koan grinned widely. Who are you? Chu Chen's expression darkened instantly. My name is Sang Koan. Your sister is in my hands. You have 10 minutes to come to Baidile Bar. Sang Koan said ominously. Brother, don't come. There are a lot of people here. Chu Xiaoyu panicked. If you dare not come, you can collect your sister's body. Sang Koan sneered and hung up the phone. Chu Chen exuded a terrifying aura, roaring, Sang Koan? You dare to kidnap my sister? You will die tonight. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it won't help. That's what I said. At Baidile Bar, Sang Koan threw Chu Xiaoyu's phone back to her, his gaze chilling. Kid, you better come and accept your fate. Brother Koan, what should we do now? Should we have a taste of this little girl before that kid arrives? One of Sang Koan's subordinates looked at Chu Xiaoyu with a lewd expression. She's a college student. They actually kidnapped her. If they didn't have some fun, wouldn't that be a waste? No. Chu Xiaoyu's face turned pale, her expression frantic. Sang Koan glanced at Chu Xiaoyu, feeling a stir in his heart. Chu Xiaoyu looked pure and lovely. Plus, she was a college student. Everyone knows that college life is good. It must be very enjoyable to play around. However, he wasn't just a beast driven by his lower instincts. Besides, there were only 10 minutes left, which wasn't enough time. Moreover, Chu Chen would be arriving soon. It was better to conserve energy and deal with Chu Chen first. He waved his hand and said, forget it, there are plenty of college students in Jiangcheng. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to be humiliated by these people. However, we can take her to entertain our guests. Sang Koan looked Chu Xiaoyu up and down. What do you want to do? Chu Xiaoyu's face turned anxious. Take her away. Sang Koan stood up and walked towards the door. His subordinates grabbed Chu Xiaoyu and followed him out. Soon, they arrived on the first floor. This was the bar's main hall. At this moment, the neon lights were flashing, and many young men and women were twisting their sexy bodies to the DJ's music. Sang Koan brought Chu Xiaoyu to the stage and had the music turned off. I'm glad everyone can come to our Baidilu often. Tonight, we will perform a show for you. Sang Koan shouted loudly from the stage. What show? Someone asked curiously. We have a pure college student who wants to perform a pole dance for everyone. Sang Koan pointed at Chu Xiaoyu. What? A pole dance? Chu Xiaoyu's face changed drastically upon hearing this. Good. Everyone became excited. Especially looking at the pure Chu Xiaoyu, their eyes lit up even more. What would it be like for such a pure college student to perform a pole dance? Ha? Manga, isn't she that guy's sister? In a corner booth, Dong Zi looked surprised. Su Mang looked at Chu Xiaoyu on stage, also taken aback. Oh right. How did this girl end up here? Could it be that she came here for a part-time job? Dong Zi asked in confusion. Su Mang shook his head and said, I'm afraid not, she's being forced by Sang Koan. Chu Xiaoyu was being held by two people, and her face was anxious. It was clear she wasn't doing this willingly. Sigh, what bad luck. Dong Zi shook his head. Su Mang sighed as well. At this moment, he couldn't step in. After all, he was just a local boss in the Old Street area, while Sang Koan was a subordinate of the Tiger Lord from the Longhu men. Sang Koan looked at Chu Xiaoyu and smiled, little beauty, it's time to start. I won't dance. I don't want to dance. Chu Xiaoyu's face was pale as she shook her head in refusal. She couldn't dance a pole dance, and even if she could, she didn't want to. Pole dance! Pole dance! Pole dance! The guests below the stage began to cheer. Su Mang and Dong Zi remained silent, just watching quietly. Hearing the crowd's cheers, Chu Xiaoyu's face turned even paler, her heart racing with anxiety. She wanted to escape, but she was tightly held by two people. Sang Koan looked at Chu Xiaoyu with a wicked smile and said, if you don't dance, I'll strip you of your clothes. What? Chu Xiaoyu panicked upon hearing this. If that really happened, it would be even more embarrassing than dancing a pole dance. Just dance. Sang Koan chuckled, a hint of anticipation on his face. Dance, dance, dance. The crowd below the stage was even more excited. Chu Xiaoyu's face was pale, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Tonight would be the most humiliating moment of her life. She bit her lip and slowly walked towards the pole standing nearby. She wiped her tears and was about to grab the pole. Ah! At that moment, several screams rang out. Bang, bang, bang. Several figures shot out from the door and crashed to the ground. The sudden turn of events startled everyone. They turned to see a young man walking in, exuding a cold aura. Who is this young man? Su Mang and Dong Zi trembled. It was this guy? How dare he cause trouble here? Is he tired of living? Brother! Chu Xiaoyu shouted, tears streaming down her face. For some reason, seeing Chu Chen made her feel at ease. Xiaoyu, are you okay? Chu Chen asked nervously. I'm fine. Chu Xiaoyu wiped her tears and shook her head. Kid, I didn't expect you to actually come? Sang Kuan looked at Chu Chen, surprise on his face. You are Sang Kuan? Chu Chen's gaze was icy as he said, your target is me, right? Let my sister go. Sure, Sang Kuan grinned, his expression sinister, it just depends on whether you have the ability. As he spoke, he made a gesture. Whoosh! A group of people rushed out from the side. There were at least 40 or 50 of them, each exuding a menacing aura. The many guests were all taken aback, retreating to the side. This kid is in trouble. Dong Zi looked at Chu Chen and shook his head. He had been quite displeased with Chu Chen before, thinking he was too arrogant. Now, however, he felt a bit of sympathy for him, knowing Chu Chen was going to suffer greatly. Charge! Sang Kuan made an attacking gesture. Kill! The group roared in unison, weapons in hand, charging directly at Chu Chen. Run! The guests panicked, hurriedly fleeing towards the exit. A murder was definitely going to happen here tonight. They didn't want to stick around. Who dares to stop me? Die! Chu Chen exuded a terrifying aura as he charged forward. Bang! Chu Chen threw a punch, hitting a thug in the chest. Several ribs broke. Slap! Chu Chen swung his hand to the right. A thug rushing in had half his face smashed in. The man spun several times before collapsing to the ground. Bang bang bang! Chu Chen charged into the crowd like a rampaging wolf king, thugs flying in all directions. Before long, Chu Chen finally stopped. He stood tall, his gaze sharp, exuding a terrifying aura. Surrounding him were the thugs lying on the ground. They were all dead. Su Mang and the others had not left. Seeing this scene, they all gasped in shock. Dong Zi looked at Chu Chen, his face filled with disbelief. He's also a yellow-level master? He widened his eyes, exclaiming. Dong Zi was filled with shock. Chu Chen had actually taken down so many people by himself? Chu Chen was definitely a yellow-level expert. Moreover, he was probably not just any yellow-level expert. At least, a yellow-level minor completion. No wonder he was so arrogant in front of us, Dong Zi muttered to himself. If Chu Chen was a yellow-level minor completion, then his cultivation was even higher than his. However, he thought that even if Chu Chen was a yellow-level minor completion, causing trouble here tonight would still be perilous, because Sang Kuan was a yellow-level great completion. Sang Kuan's pupils also constricted. He looked at Chu Chen, coldly saying, you really have some skill, no wonder you could kill Black Panther. Whoosh! Chu Chen dashed towards the stage. But, you still have to die. Sang Kuan sneered, stepping forward and throwing a punch at Chu Chen. Die! His face was filled with ferocity. Chu Chen remained indifferent, casually slapping out a hand. Boom! The clash of fist and palm produced a huge sound. Dong dong dong. Sang Kuan staggered back several steps, nearly falling off the stage. You! He looked at Chu Chen, his face filled with shock. This kid could actually push him back? Chu Chen ignored him and approached Chu Xiaoyu, nervously asking, Xiaoyu, are you okay? Chu Xiaoyu rushed into Chu Chen's embrace. At that moment, she felt an immense sense of security. Alright, Xiaoyu, you go out first. Chu Chen patted her back. He looked towards Su Mang in the corner and said, keep an eye on my sister. Ha! Su Mang didn't expect Chu Chen to call on him at this moment, momentarily taken aback. Okay, Su Mang nodded repeatedly. They hurriedly took Chu Xiaoyu away from there. Kid, you should be at the peak of the yellow level, right? The Black Panther died without injustice. Sang Kuan looked at Chu Chen with a sinister expression, but, you still have to die here tonight. Although Chu Chen had just forced him back, he didn't take Chu Chen seriously, because he hadn't used all his strength just now. He guessed that Chu Chen was merely at the peak of the yellow level, and he was at the perfect yellow level. My sister is gone, you can die now. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he suddenly appeared in front of Sang Kuan.
If he hadn't been afraid of scaring Chu Xiaoyu, he would have killed Sang Kuan with a single palm strike just now. Seeing Chu Chen, Sang Kuan's expression changed drastically. How could this kid be so fast? Panic surged in his heart, and he wanted to retreat. However, the next moment, a powerful arm had gripped his neck. Immediately after, he was lifted off the ground. He wanted to resist, but he found that the energy within him was suppressed by a mysterious force. He couldn't move at all. You. Sang Kuan looked at Chu Chen, his face filled with horror. Could it be that Chu Chen was a master at the Xian level? Thinking of this, his heart was filled with terror. Especially when he saw Chu Chen's indifferent gaze, it felt as if he would die at any moment. So he hurriedly said, "You can't kill me, I'm a member of the Longhu sect." "You again?" A cold glint flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. "Chu Chen, you can't kill me. I was ordered by our second sect master to kidnap your sister. Our second sect master is a master at the Xian level. If you kill me, they won't let you go, you will definitely die." Sang Kuan spoke quickly. "You can rest easy on your journey. As for the second sect master you mentioned, he will soon follow in your footsteps." Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he exerted a slight force. Crack! A sound of bones breaking echoed. Sang Kuan's eyes widened in shock. This guy doesn't even take their second sect master seriously? Bang! Chu Chen threw his body onto the ground, jumped off the stage, and walked out of the bar. "Brother, are you okay?" Chu Xiaoyu hadn't left. Seeing Chu Chen come out, she hurriedly approached him, her face full of concern. Su Mang and Dong Zi exchanged glances. Chu Chen came out? What about Sang Kuan? Dong Zi took 2 steps back and secretly looked inside. When he saw Sang Kuan's corpse on the stage, his heart trembled violently. Sang Kuan was a master at the perfect yellow level, and he was actually killed by Chu Chen? So, could it be that Chu Chen was a half-step Xian level master? "I'm fine, you go home first, I still have things to do." Chu Chen patted Chu Xiaoyu's head to reassure her. Okay. Chu Xiaoyu knew she would be a burden to her brother at this moment. She left without hesitation. "I'll send someone to escort her." Su Mang wisely sent someone to follow and protect her. "You have someone clean up inside." Chu Chen looked at him and said, "Okay." Su Mang immediately called for someone to go in. "Do you know where the second sect master of the Longhu sect lives?" Chu Chen asked. "Mr. Chu, are you going to?" Su Mang hesitated. "I'm going to kill him," Chu Chen said, as if he were merely stating a common matter. Su Mang and Dong Zi were both shocked, staring at Chu Chen in disbelief. Su Mang swallowed hard and said softly, "Mr. Chu, the second sect master of the Longhu sect is a master at the Xian level, should you reconsider? You just need to lead the way," Chu Chen said, hands clasped behind his back. Su Mang showed signs of struggle. If he took Chu Chen there, he might incur the wrath of Lord Tiger. "If you're afraid, just tell me the address directly," Chu Chen said coldly. Su Mang pressed his lips together and said in a deep voice, "I'll take Mr. Chu there." "Mangu." Dong Zi's face changed in shock. "Mr. Chu, please get in the car." Su Mang opened the car door. For some reason, he always felt that tonight was his chance to leap over the Dragon Gate. And this opportunity was right in front of this young man. So, he would take a gamble. Chu Chen took a deep look at Su Mang and got into the car. Su Mang personally drove, taking Chu Chen straight to Longhu Mountain Villa. Longhu Mountain Villa. Yen, who stood by the window, his brow slightly furrowed. Didn't Sang Kuan say he had kidnapped that kid's sister? Why hasn't there been any news for so long? He took out his phone, just about to make a call. "Ahu, you don't seem to be in a good mood." At that moment, the head of Longhu Gate, Xiaolong, walked in. "Big brother, you're back?" Yen, whose face lit up. "What's wrong?" Xiaolong asked. "Nothing much." Yen, who shook his head and said, "I just sent Sang Kuan to kill someone." "Who?" Xiaolong asked curiously. "Chu Chen," Yen, who replied. "Chu Chen?" Xiaolong's brow furrowed at the mention of the name. He had been away recently, so he was unaware of the grievances between Chu Chen and their Longhu Gate. "He killed our people and was too arrogant, so I sent Sang Kuan to kill him," Yen, who explained. "Dare to kill our people?" Xiaolong looked surprised. "He must have some background, right?" "No background," Yen, who waved his hand dismissively. "He's just a kid from a village in the city, disappeared for 10 years, and came back with some skills he learned from who knows where." "What is his cultivation level?" Xiaolong asked. Yen, who scoffed. "At most, he's at the peak of the yellow level." "The peak of the yellow level?" Xiaolong's expression froze. With such low cultivation, he dared to oppose their Longhu Gate? Did he have a death wish? "You must be mistaken," Xiaolong frowned slightly. "Don't worry, he's just an ignorant kid," Yen, who said confidently. "I'll ask Sang Kuan if he killed him." Yen, who seemed unconcerned. He had already investigated thoroughly. Chu Chen was just a poor kid born in a city village. No background. So, there was nothing to fear. He took out his phone, just about to call Sang Koen. Bang! 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 At that moment, loud noises came from outside. There were also screams. It seemed a fight had broken out outside. The two frowned and rushed out. In the next moment, both were shocked. All the bodyguards guarding their villa were lying on the ground. And ahead, 3 people were walking in. The leader was a tall man with sharp eyes. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble at Longhu Mountain Villa? Are you tired of living? Yen Hu glared at the man, his voice deep. Longhu Mountain Villa was the headquarters of their Longhu Gate. Usually, people passed by with great respect. Now someone dared to break in? Truly audacious. Who is the second master of Longhu Gate? Chu Chen looked at the two and asked coldly. I am. Yen Hu replied. So it's you? A cold glint flashed in Chu Chen's eyes as he said, you should take your own life. His words were cold and ruthless, like a command from an emperor. What did you say? Yen Hu doubted he had heard correctly. Do you know who I am? I am Yen Hu, the second master of Longmu Gate, Tiger Master. Yen Hu laughed in anger. This kid must have lost his mind. Did he know who he was talking to? Tiger Master? Quite imposing, but unfortunately, you don't have the surname Chow. Chu Chen shook his head. Surname Chow? What does that mean? Yen Hu's brow furrowed. My big brother's surname is Chow. Chow Long beside him also looked puzzled. Could it be that someone from the Chow family was a big shot, named Chow something who, known as Tiger Master? Kid, who exactly are you? Yen Hu shouted sternly. You sent someone to kill me, and you still ask who I am? A flash crossed Chu Chen's eyes. Well, are you Chu Chen? Yen Hu's face changed in shock. Wait, you came here, what about Sang Koen? Of course, he's waiting for you on the road to the Yellow Springs, Chu Chen replied. What? Yen Hu's body trembled. Sang Koen was a peak yellow level expert. This kid actually managed to kill him? That means this kid must also be a peak yellow level expert. He might even be a half-step Shin level master? You dare to come here and cause trouble after killing my man? Immediately cripple your own arms and kneel down to await your fate. Yen Hu looked at Chu Chen with a dark expression. Chu Chen had already killed Lu Dong, and now he had killed Sang Koen. He would never let Chu Chen go. Come here. With a command, more than 30 people rushed out of the room. These were all martial artists. Kid, you dare to cause trouble at our Longhu Gate headquarters? You really must be tired of living. Yen Hu had a smug look on his face. After tonight, the position of the Longhu Gate master in Jiang City will change hands. Chu Chen stood with his hands behind his back, said, seeking death. Yen Hu's face turned furious upon hearing this. How dare this kid say such rebellious words in front of them? Go and take him down, and wait for me to deal with him and the Grandmaster. Yen Hu ordered. Yes. More than 30 people nodded and charged at Chu Chen. Ants. Chu Chen snorted coldly, and with a whoosh, he dashed forward. He instantly appeared in front of one person and pointed out. Bang! This was a yellow-level minor success expert, whose head exploded like a watermelon in an instant. Dead beyond recovery. 1. A cold voice came from Chu Chen's mouth. Bang! Chu Chen kicked out with his right foot, hitting a person who had just rushed up in the chest. The chest completely caved in. The heart was also completely shattered. 2. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he struck quickly. 3, 4, 8, 25. One cold number after another was reported. Chu Chen's voice seemed like the voice of the King of Hell. Soon, only a few people were left from the more than 30. They all stopped, not daring to attack. They looked at Chu Chen, their eyes filled with terror. Is this person the King of Hell walking among us? Sumang and Dong Zi also swallowed hard. Could it be that Chu Chen is really a Shin-level master? Yen Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. This kid is so strong? He looked at Chu Chen and exclaimed, are you a Shin-level master? Only a Shin-level master could kill so many of his subordinates in an instant. Thinking of this, he stared at Chu Chen intently. Chu Chen was so young, yet he was already a Shin-level master? Xiao Long turned to Yen Hu, his face questioning. Didn't you say he was at most a peak yellow level? How did he become a Shin-level master? No matter what, he has killed so many of us, we absolutely cannot let him go. Yen Hu said coldly. Xiao Long did not object. The enmity between the two sides had been completely established. And this kid, so young, was actually a Shin-level master. So, it's better to crush him in the cradle of growth. Kid, I admit you are excellent, but you shouldn't be so arrogant in our territory. Yen Hu looked at Chu Chen, saying coldly, This will be the most regrettable thing in your life. Although Chu Chen was a Xian level master, he was not afraid, because he felt that Chu Chen was at most just having recently broken through to the Xian level. After saying this, he let out a furious roar. Roar! It was as if a tiger's roar echoed. He stomped his feet, and with a bang, the ground instantly cracked open. He charged at Chu Chen like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, carrying an overwhelming momentum. Su Mang and Dong Zi felt a chill all over, their legs trembling. Is this the power of Lord Tiger? So terrifying. In an instant, Yan Hu was in front of Chu Chen. He raised his right hand, exuding an astonishing aura, as if it were a giant tiger's paw, directly slapping towards Chu Chen. Die! He grinned savagely. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he struck out with one palm. Bang! The two palms collided, producing a deep sound. Ah! Yan Hu let out a painful scream. His palm exploded, and even his entire arm cracked inch by inch. At the same time, a terrifying force surged into his body. He spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. This left him utterly shocked. Although he had just broken through, he was still a genuine Xian-level expert. How could he not withstand Chu Chen's palm? How could Chu Chen be so terrifying? Fear gripped his heart, and he wanted to retreat. Bang! But at that moment, a hand grasped his neck. Tiger? I see you're not even as good as a cat. Chu Chen's face was expressionless. He lifted Yan Hu by the neck with one hand. Yan Hu's eyes widened, filled with terror. Because he realized, he couldn't resist at all. Damn! Dong Zi couldn't help but exclaim. The Tiger Lord was a Xian-level expert. Now he was being held by Chu Chen as if he were a chick? This was simply unbelievable. Let go of Ah Hu! Chao Long roared. He grabbed a long knife from the doorway and, with a terrifying momentum, slashed towards Chu Chen. Whoosh! Chu Chen's figure flickered and dodged. Thud! The long knife struck the ground, creating a crack over a meter long. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chao Long wielded the long knife, continuously slashing. Chu Chen threw Yan Hu to the ground and flickered away. Clang! After 5 exchanges, Chu Chen's fist struck Chao Long's long knife. The knife snapped with a clang. Chao Long's pupils constricted at this sight. He wanted to distance himself from Chu Chen. However, at that moment, a foot came directly at him. His face changed drastically, and he stomped his legs, booming as he hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he crossed his arms to protect his chest. Boom! Chu Chen's foot landed. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Ah! Chao Long let out a painful scream. His entire body flew up, crashing into a distant rock. Spit! He coughed up a large mouthful of dark blood. At this moment, his hands hung weakly. Chu Chen's kick had broken both of his hands. Not only that, but several of his ribs were also fractured. He looked at Chu Chen, his eyes filled with horror. His cultivation was even higher than Yan Hu's. He had already reached the peak of Xian level, yet he was still no match for Chu Chen? Great Master! The members of the Longhu sect all gasped in shock. Even the Great Master couldn't defeat this young man? How was that possible? Hiss! Su Mang and Dong Zi both inhaled sharply. Even Lord Long was defeated? This was simply too outrageous. How is this possible? Yan Hu, still being choked by Chu Chen, widened his eyes in a daze. Even his elder brother had been defeated? At this moment, he was truly afraid. Chu Chen, I was wrong, please let me go. From now on, I am willing to serve you. In the future, our Longhu sect is willing to regard you as our master. He hurriedly pleaded for mercy. You shouldn't have set your sights on my sister. Chu Chen's gaze was icy cold. His mother and sister were his reverse scales. Touch them, and you will die. Chu Chen, I was just momentarily swayed by Li Hui's instigation, that's all. Yan Hu quickly said. Li Hui? Chu Chen's eyes turned cold at the mention. That's right, it's Li Hui, the young master of the Li family from Jiangcheng. He wanted me to cripple your limbs and bring you before him. Yan Hu continued. He said this deliberately. 1. To lessen his guilt. 2. To use the Li family to threaten Chu Chen. Do you think I would be afraid of the Li family? Chu Chen seemed to see through his thoughts and let out a cold laugh. Yan Hu's heart raced, and with a thud, he knelt down, pleading, Chu Chen, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Su Mang and Dong Zi watched this scene with complex feelings. What kind of person was Lord Hu? Yet, at this moment, Lord Hu was kneeling on the ground, bowing his head and begging for mercy. The contrast was truly remarkable. Since you know you were wrong, then you must change. However, that will be a matter for the next life. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he struck Yan Hu on the head with his palm. Yan Hu's eyes widened, and blood slowly flowed down his forehead. He had been entrenched in the underground world of Jiang City for 20 to 30 years, even growing the Longhu sect into one of the 5 major forces in Jiang City.
He never expected that tonight he would die just like this.
At this moment, he was filled with regret. If he had known, he wouldn't have thought of seeking revenge on Chu Chen. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. Seeing Yan Hu killed, Qiaolong's expression changed. With a whoosh, he attempted to escape.
Bang!
However, Chu Chen swiftly moved behind him and struck out with a palm.
Put!
Qiaolong spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground.
Chu Chen, I have no enmity with you, please don't kill me, let me go.
He looked at Chu Chen in panic.
Did you not just want to kill me? Chu Chen sneered, and if I let you go, you won't hold a grudge against me?
You can't kill me, my master is Hui Dao, Qiaolong hurriedly said.
What? Hui Dao?
Su Mang and Dong Zi's expressions changed upon hearing this.
However, Chu Chen remained indifferent, saying, don't say your master is Hui Dao, even if he were 1,000 blades, you would still die tonight.
After saying this, he stepped on Qiaolong's chest.
Crack!
Qiaolong's chest completely caved in, and he spat out a large amount of blood mixed with shattered heart. He struggled for a moment and then died. Thus, the 2 leaders of the Longhu sect
died just like that. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent.
It was as if he hadn't killed 2 Shen-level experts but merely crushed 2 ants.
He clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked in front of Su Mang. Chu! Mr. Chu!
Su Mang was a bit nervous.
Dong Zi kept his head down.
He had been thinking about dealing with Chu Chen earlier.
Fortunately, he hadn't found the opportunity.
Otherwise, he might have already been cremated.
Chu Chen looked at Su Mang and asked, you seem to know Hui Dao? In response to Mr. Chu, Hui Dao was once a renowned swordsman in Jiang City.
The Hu family sword technique he practiced was unpredictable and had once wiped out a clan in a single night, Su Mang said.
So impressive?
Chu Chen was a bit surprised.
What level of cultivation does he have?
Chu Chen asked. 10 years ago, he was already
an Earth-level warrior, Su Mang replied respectfully.
Earth-level expert?
What level is that? Chu Chen asked, puzzled. Su Mang looked at Chu Chen in surprise. Mr. Chu doesn't know?
I don't consider myself a warrior, Chu Chen said lightly.
Not a warrior? Then what was he? Su Mang felt a wave of confusion.
However, he didn't ask further and instead explained, the martial path is divided into yellow level, Xian level, earth level, and heaven level.
I see, Chu Chen nodded slightly.
Mr. Chu, having killed Qiaolong, you should be cautious of Hui Dao.
Su Mang reminded. It's fine, Chu Chen said indifferently. Su Mang was shaken by Chu Chen's confidence. Did he not even regard Earth-level warriors?
Chu Chen looked at Su Mang and said, from now on, you will be the new leader of the Longhu sect.
Ha! Su Mang exclaimed. What? You unwilling? Or afraid? Chu Chen said lightly. I'm afraid I can't handle it. Su Mang was certainly willing.
But the Longhu sect was one of the 5 major forces in the underground of Jiang City.
He was just a big brother on the old street, with only yellow-level cultivation.
How could he take over such a large force?
As long as you are loyal to me, there is nothing that can't be suppressed. Of course, if you fear Hui Dao, you can refuse, Chu Chen said.
Su Mang pondered for a moment, knelt on one knee, and said solemnly, from now on, Su Mang respects Master Chu, and for life.
Will never betray. Dongzi respects Master Chu from now on. Dongzi also knelt down, his face full of admiration. Chu Chen scanned the crowd of Longhu Gate and said, do you want to avenge your gate master?
The people of Longhu Gate all knelt on one knee and shouted, from now on, we
respect Master Chu. From now on, we respect Master Chu.
The voices were uniform, filled with endless awe. Even Long Yi and Hu Yi were easily defeated by Chu Chen.
How could they dare to seek revenge?
Chu Chen looked at Su Mang and instructed, you take full control of Longhu Gate.
If there's anything you can't solve, call me. Yes, Master Chu. Su Mang nodded respectfully.
You handle this place, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. A cold glint flashed in Chu Chen's eyes.
Li Hui,
you ultimately did not take my words to heart. After Chu Chen left, Su Mang and Dongzi slowly stood up. The two looked at the bodies of Qiaolong and Yan Hu on the ground, still showing shock on their faces.
The 2 gate masters of Longhu Gate had actually died just like that. Moreover, they were defeated by Chu Chen in just a few moves.
If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it.
Manga, are we really going to follow Master Chu from now on?
Dongzi hesitated. If they took over Longhu Gate, it would be troublesome when Hui Dao returned.
Do you want to stay in the old street for the rest of your life? Su Mang questioned. Dongzi fell silent.
I always feel that Master Chu is not an ordinary person.
Following him might lead to extraordinary fortunes. Perhaps our lives will undergo a tremendous change. This is our opportunity to climb up to the true dragon. Su Mang's eyes sparkled with brilliance. That night, he began to take over the operations of Longhu Gate. Li family. Li Hui sat on the sofa, crossing his legs. He was in a very good mood, because he had learned that Yen Hu's capable subordinate, Sang Kuan, had already kidnapped Chu Chen's sister. Tonight, Chu Chen and Longhu Gate would definitely be at each other's throats. Young master. At this moment, Uncle Yuan hurriedly walked in. What's going on? Did Chu Chen clash with Longhu Gate? Li Hui asked directly. Chu Chen killed Sang Kuan and went to Longhu Mountain Villa. Uncle Yuan said quickly. Good. Li Hui was excited and said, then Chu Chen must be dead, right? What about Yen Hu? Was he injured? Chu Chen is not dead. Uncle Yuan shook his head. Ha? Li Hui frowned slightly. How could Chu Chen not be dead? Did Yen Hu not go all out and let him escape? Uncle Yuan pressed his lips together and said solemnly, Yen Hu was killed by Chu Chen. What? Li Hui's whole body shook, his face filled with astonishment. What did you say? Yen Hu is dead. That's right. Not only is Yen Hu dead, but even Chao Long is dead. Uncle Yuan relayed all the information he had received. How is that possible? Li Hui's eyes widened, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Chao Long and Yen Hu were both masters. How could they both be unable to defeat Chu Chen? Uncle Yuan was also tightly pursing his lips. He was shocked to receive this news. He is probably at the peak of the, or even possibly at the perfect level of. Uncle Yuan said solemnly. Perfect level of? Li Hui was stunned. How old is Chu Chen? Uncle Yuan's expression was serious. Fortunately, we let Longhu Gate test the waters. Li Hui also felt a wave of fear. It was good to know how to use others to kill. Does Chu Chen know that we instigated Yen Hu? He hurriedly asked. Chu Chen hasn't come to find us yet, so he probably doesn't know. Yuan Shu said in a deep voice. That's good. Li Hui let out a quiet sigh of relief. However, he felt a mix of emotions inside. How could he be so afraid? How could a kid from a village scare him like this? Young master, we should avoid provoking Chu Chen for now. If we anger him, it will be troublesome. Yuan Shu looked at Li Hui and warned. Li Hui understood this reasoning, but he just couldn't swallow his pride. Let's wait until your father finishes his seclusion. Yuan Shu said solemnly. All right. Li Hui's eyes brightened at the mention. His father was currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the Earth realm. If his father succeeded, killing Chu Chen would be as easy as squashing an ant, right? Bang! At that moment, a loud noise echoed. The main door crashed to the ground. A man appeared there. Chu Chen? Li Hui's face changed in panic. Wasn't it said that Yen Hu hadn't revealed him? How could Chu Chen be here? What? What do you want? Li Hui asked nervously, looking at Chu Chen. What do you think? Chu Chen's expression was indifferent, his voice cold. It seems you haven't taken my words to heart. After saying that, Chu Chen walked step by step towards Li Hui. Don't come any closer. Li Hui realized that Yen Hu must have revealed him. He panicked and shouted loudly, someone, come quickly. Whoosh! Figures rushed in from outside. There were more than 20 of them. All of them were at least yellow-level warriors, with 3 being Xian-level experts. Chu Chen, if you know what's good for you, leave here immediately. Li Hui warned Chu Chen. He actually wanted to kill Chu Chen, but since Chu Chen had killed Chao Long and Yen Hu, he felt a deep sense of dread. So, at this moment, he hoped Chu Chen would leave. He would find another opportunity to deal with him later. You want me to leave? Sure. Chu Chen looked at Li Hui, his expression indifferent. You cripple your own limbs, and I'll leave right away. You! Li Hui's face turned angry, shouting, Chu Chen, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Everyone, attack! Cripple him! He commanded the more than 20 people. Kill! They all roared in unison and charged at Chu Chen. Ignorant of death! Chu Chen snorted coldly and rushed to meet them. Bang bang bang! In less than a minute, all 20 of them lay on the ground. Each one was either dead or severely injured. Even the 3 Xian-level experts were no exception. How is this possible? Li Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he knew Chu Chen was strong after hearing about the deaths of Chao Long and Yen Hu, seeing it with his own eyes still left him stunned. Yuan Shu also gasped in shock. He looked at Chu Chen, his eyes filled with fear. This young man was too strong. Fortunately, he had pretended to protect the young master and hadn't intervened. Tap tap tap. Chu Chen walked step by step towards Li Hui, his expression indifferent. With each step, it felt as if he was stepping on Li Hui's heart, making it ache fiercely. Don't come closer, don't come closer. Li Hui kept retreating, while shouting to Yuan Shu, you have to stop him. Young master, I can't stop him. Yuan Shu forced to smile. So many people weren't a match for Chu Chen. He didn't want to go up and die.
Li Hui tried to escape through the window, but Chu Chen blocked him with a swift movement.
Bang! Li Hui fell to the ground, panic-stricken, pleading, "Chu Chen, I was wrong, just let me go."
Chu Chen looked down at him. "I gave you a chance, but unfortunately,
you didn't know how to cherish it. As long as you let me go, I can give you money."
Li Hui looked up at Chu Chen, pleading.
"Sometimes, money isn't everything." Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he lifted his foot and stomped down. Crack! Li Hui's left foot was crushed under Chu Chen's heel. Ah!
Li Hui let out a scream like a slaughtered pig.
"Didn't you say you wanted to cripple my limbs? Tonight, I will cripple your limbs," Chu Chen said, raising his foot again. Crack! Li Hui's right foot was broken under Chu Chen's foot. Ah, ah, ah!
Li Hui cried out in agony, nearly fainting.
Uncle Yuan's face twitched. Wasn't Chu Chen being too ruthless?
And it was so decisive, without any hesitation.
But he didn't dare to step forward or say anything more. It was better to let the young master handle it. "I am old, my body can't take it. Want to faint?" Chu Chen snorted coldly and pressed a finger on a pressure point on Li Hui's body.
Li Hui immediately regained his senses. At the same time, he grabbed Li Hui's arms and twisted them hard.
Crack!
Li Hui's arms twisted apart like twisted dough, exposing his ghastly white bones.
Ah!
Li Hui screamed in despair. At this moment, his face was pale, and his lips trembled. His limbs were drenched in blood.
It was utterly horrifying.
"This is the consequence of not listening to advice." Chu Chen looked down at him. Li Hui said nothing, but his eyes were filled with terror. In his eyes, Chu Chen was a devil. A heartless, ruthless devil. "I hope you remember this lesson." Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he turned and slowly left. "Young master, are you okay?" After Chu Chen left, Uncle Yuan dared to step forward. "Quick! Let my dad out, let him. Help me take revenge. I want Chu Chen dead." Li Hui's lips trembled, his speech slurred, but his eyes were filled with endless rage.
Chu Chen had crippled his limbs. He wanted revenge.
After leaving the Li family, Chu Chen returned to the luxurious villa.
"Brother, you're back? Are you okay?" Chu Xiaoyu rushed over to Chu Chen, asking nervously. "I'm fine."
Chu Chen patted her head. "Xiaoyu, it's all my fault for making you suffer. The Longhu Gate had kidnapped Chu Xiaoyu because of him. So, he felt a bit guilty."
"Brother, I'm fine, you don't need to blame yourself."
Chu Xiaoyu shook her head.
"Xiao Hao, what happened tonight?" Ning Shufang looked at the two, asking anxiously. She had asked Chu Xiaoyu earlier, but Chu Xiaoyu hadn't said anything.
"It's nothing, Mom, you don't need to worry."
Chu Chen reassured her.
After watching TV with them for a while, Chu Chen returned to his room. "It seems I need to find a way to break through to the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible," Chu Chen murmured to himself. Once he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, his strength would leap to a new level.
Moreover, after breaking through, he could refine protective talismans to safeguard his mother and sister.
He sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. The next day, Su Mang called. He had completely taken control of the Longhu Gate. He also reported to Chu Chen about the assets and personnel of the Longhu Gate, etc. "You don't need to report this to me, just manage the Longhu Gate yourself from now on. If I need money or want you to do something, I will instruct you," Chu Chen said.
"Yes, Master Chu," Su Mang replied respectfully. After giving some more instructions, Chu Chen hung up the phone. At noon, Pang Weishuang called as well.
She said that apart from the earth dragon grass, she had gathered all the other herbs he needed.
"That's great." Chu Chen felt a surge of excitement. "I got news that Mr. Chen from Qishou Group once obtained a piece of earth dragon grass. I went to find him, but when he learned I wanted to buy the earth dragon grass, he chased me away," Pang Weishuang said. "Qishou Group?" Chu Chen frowned slightly and asked, "What kind of person is this Mr. Chen?"
"A person who doesn't lack money, so it might not be easy to buy the earth dragon grass from him," Pang Weishuang sighed. After a pause, she continued, "However, it seems that the Qishou Group has some cooperation with the He family."
"The He family?"
Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's heart stirred. After hanging up the phone, he went to the He family.
"Little friend Chu, what brings you here?"
He Dylan was already able to get out of bed and was practicing martial arts in the small courtyard. Seeing Chu Chen arrive, he immediately stopped and greeted him with a smile. "I have something to discuss and would like to ask for Elder He's help," Chu Chen said with a smile.
"What is it?" He Dylan asked curiously.
Chu Chen briefly explained the matter of the earth dragon grass. "I no longer handle business matters, and I don't know this Mr.
Chen. You can ask my granddaughter."
He Dylan pointed to He Ying beside him. Today, He Ying was wearing a white training outfit, her chest rising high. A pair of straight jade legs wrapped in white tight sports pants looked even more alluring. Seeing Chuchen looking at her, she said proudly, "I can help you ask." Saying this, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Not long after, she hung up the phone. "How was it?" Chu Chen looked expectantly. "Mr. Chen is unwilling to sell," He replied. "Unwilling?" Chu Chen frowned slightly. "Is he using this herb to treat some illness?" "I can help." "I don't know," He shook her head and said, "There's a business gala tonight, and Mr. Chen happens to be attending. Do you want to go with me and talk to him in person?" "Business gala?" Chu Chen pursed his lips and nodded. "All right. He must obtain the earth dragon grass. Shall I pick you up tonight?" He asked. "No need, I can take a taxi myself." Chu Chen shook his head. He felt speechless at this. In the entire Jiang city, how many young masters wanted her to pick them up, and she wouldn't even look at them. Now that she took the initiative to offer, he actually refused? Is this guy even a man? After agreeing on the time and place, Chu Chen left. Little friend Chu is a good man, and he has a mysterious aura about him. "I think you should seize the opportunity," Dylan said, looking at He with a smile. "Who wants to seize him?" He rolled her eyes and said, "Look at him, he might not even be interested in women, his sexual orientation might be questionable." "You can't say that," Dylan said sternly. "It's true," He huffed lightly. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Chu Chen arrived at a hotel. It was a 5-star hotel, luxuriously decorated. At that moment, the parking lot at the entrance was filled with various luxury cars. One by one, extraordinary people walked into the hotel. He had not yet arrived, so Chu Chen waited there. Meanwhile, not far from the hotel, a woman dressed plainly, carrying a snakeskin bag, was staring blankly at Chu Chen at the hotel entrance. The woman trembled all over, her breathing quickening. "That is Chu Chen?" The woman was Yi Qingxue. "Mommy, why aren't you leaving?" Coco looked up at Yi Qingxue, her little face filled with confusion. Yi Qingxue's eyes were red, and tears could not help but flow down. 10 years. Chu Chen, I finally see you. Coco could finally meet her father. She was excited and was about to walk over. However, just as she took a step, she stopped, because she saw a woman walking towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen. He approached Chu Chen, smiling lightly to greet him. He was wearing an evening gown, revealing her sexy collarbone. Her waist was slender, and her figure was tall. Her hair was elegantly pinned up. She exuded an extraordinarily noble aura. She deliberately showcased herself in front of Chu Chen. However, she noticed that Chu Chen's expression was indifferent, showing no signs of admiration. This left her feeling quite frustrated. This guy really had no interest in women. "Alright, I get it. Your outfit looks good," Chu Chen said. Hearing this, He felt even more awkward. Was he doing this on purpose? And what did he mean by saying the clothes looked good? Wasn't she attractive? "You arrived quite quickly," she had to change the subject. "I took a little yellow bike, so there was no traffic," Chu Chen replied with a faint smile. He rolled her eyes at this. If people found out he came to this business gala on a little yellow bike, they would probably laugh him to death. "Okay, let's go in," He said. "Ha?" Chu Chen suddenly felt a stir in his heart. For some reason, he sensed a mysterious aura. It felt familiar to him. However, this aura was very weak, as if it had been frozen by something. He turned to look outside, searching around. But he found nothing. "What's wrong?" He looked at Chu Chen and said, "Let's hurry inside." "Oh." Chu Chen frowned slightly and followed He into the hotel. Not far away, Yi Qingxue watched this scene, her heart shattered. "Chu Chen, so you didn't go missing. So you already have another woman, and a woman from a wealthy family at that. No wonder you don't want us mother and daughter anymore. Do you know how much we miss you? Do you know how much your daughter wants to see you? You're such a jerk." The more she thought about it, the more wrong she felt. She had been expelled from her family for Chu Chen, living a life of hardship. And what about Chu Chen? He was entering and exiting a 5-star hotel with another woman. Thinking of this, she began to cry. "Mama, why are you crying?" Coco looked at Yi Qingxue and said in a baby voice, "Mama, why are you always looking at that person? Is he daddy?" "No." Yi Qingxue wiped her tears and left with Cuckoo. It wasn't until they reached another intersection that she stopped. She squatted on the ground, sobbing silently. After a while, she took out her phone and dialed a number. "I am willing to follow the family's arrangements." "Are you sure?" A surprised voice came from the other end of the line. "That's right. But you need to find a miracle doctor to help treat my daughter," Yi Qingxue said. "No problem." The voice on the other end agreed readily. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qingxue's expression was dazed. After making this call, her life would undergo a huge change. "Chu Chen, it was you who didn't want your daughter.
You can't blame me.
On the other side. At this moment, Shu Chen had already entered the hall with He Ying.
Miss He is here?
Everyone greeted He Ying as they saw her. After all, the He family was one of the 10 prominent families in Jiangcheng.
They were powerful.
At the same time, everyone looked curiously at Shu Chen.
Who was this man? Why was he here with Miss He? This is my friend, Shu Chen.
His medical skills are impressive, so if anyone needs help in the future, you can ask him. He Ying generously introduced Shu Chen.
Moreover, she specifically emphasized Shu Chen's medical skills. Hello, Mr. Chu, everyone politely greeted him.
However, they were only doing this out of respect for He Ying.
As for the claim that Shu Chen's medical skills were impressive, they didn't really believe it. After all, Shu Chen looked quite young. How impressive could his medical skills be? Shu Chen wasn't interested in chatting with them. He quietly asked He Ying, has President Chen arrived?
Not yet. He Ying shook her head and said, let's wait a bit longer.
All right. Shu Chen felt a bit helpless. Inger, you're here?
At this moment, a hearty laugh came from nearby. A few people walked over, led by a man in a well-fitted suit with an extraordinary demeanor. His name is Zhang Zhengsu, the eldest son of the Zhang family, one of the 10 prominent families in Jiangcheng.
Hello, young Master Zhang, everyone greeted respectfully. At the same time, they secretly glanced at Shu Chen.
Young Master Zhang had been pursuing Miss He for a long time, and Shu Chen had come with her. Now that the two had encountered each other,
who knew what would happen? Isn't your Zhang family not attending this party? Why are you here? He Ying asked.
I heard you would be coming, so I came, Zhang Zhengsu replied with a smile.
He Ying frowned slightly.
Zhang Zhengsu had always wanted to pursue her, but she wasn't very interested in him. She had even directly rejected his advances before. Yet, Zhang Zhengsu still hadn't given up. I told you, it's impossible for us, He Ying said again. Zhang Zhengsu didn't expect her to say such a thing again. His heart sank. However, he didn't show it. Instead, he smiled gentlemanly and said, that's just because you don't know me well enough. Let's take our time to get to know each other, no rush. Saying this, he looked at Shu Chen beside him and asked, who is this?
He is my friend, Shu Chen, He Ying replied. Friend? Shu Chen? Zhang Zhengsu was taken aback. It seemed there were no prominent families with the surname Chu in Jiangcheng, so he must be an ordinary person? Since he was an ordinary person, why would He Ying bring him to the party? Could it be that their relationship was quite special? In an instant, Zhang Zhengsu's heart darkened. Don't misunderstand Shu Chen, we are just simple, ordinary friends. He Ying seemed to sense his thoughts and said in a low voice. She didn't want Zhang Zhengsu to target Shu Chen because of her. Ordinary friends? Then why would you bring him to the party?
Zhang Zhengsu sneered inwardly.
However, he still smiled gentlemanly on the surface. Inger, what do you mean by that? I wouldn't do anything to Brother Chu.
Since he is your friend, he is also my friend, Zhang Zhengsu said with a smile, showing no signs of dissatisfaction towards Shu Chen.
After chatting for a bit, Zhang Zhengsu left.
This made He Ying frown slightly.
He really didn't make things difficult for Shu Chen?
However, she still looked at Shu Chen and said seriously, Shu Chen, he is the young master of the Zhang family, a sinister person, and he is also a half-step Shin level expert.
You must not provoke him. Half-step Shin level expert? Is that very powerful? Shu Chen said. Of course it's powerful. He Ying, seeing his indifferent attitude, stomped her foot in anger and said, do you know what a Shin level expert is?
I know, Shu Chen nodded.
How do you know? He Ying was taken aback.
Shu Chen smiled faintly and said, because
I've killed one. Killed one?
He Ying was stunned, looking at Shu Chen in shock.
What did this guy just say? He killed a Shin level expert? Can you stop bragging? She glared at Shu Chen. This guy didn't have a hint of a martial artist's aura. He was definitely not a martial artist. How could he dare to say he had killed a Shin level expert? I'm just speaking the truth, Shu Chen shrugged. I think you don't even know what a martial artist is. He Ying shook her head, filled with disdain. This guy had impressive medical skills, but he was probably not a martial artist. In her eyes, Shu Chen was just bragging. Shu Chen didn't bother to explain and said, have you seen if President Chen has arrived? The reason he came here tonight was to see President Chen.
Not yet. He Ying scanned the area and shook her head.
He wouldn't not come, would he? Shu Chen frowned. If President Chen didn't come, wouldn't he have come for nothing tonight? Let's wait a bit longer, He Ying said.
Not far away, Zhang Zhengsu looked at Shu Chen, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. In his heart, He Ying was already his woman.
No one is allowed to interfere. Although He Ying said that Shu Chen was just an ordinary friend of hers, he didn't believe it. He whispered a few words to a subordinate, who nodded repeatedly and turned to leave. Soon, several executives approached He Ying, smiling, Miss He, long time no see.
Long time no see, He replied with a smile. Miss He, shall we find a quiet place to sit and discuss the cooperation we talked about last time? How about it? The executives all wore smiles. Sure. He looked at Chu Chen and said, Chu Chen, let's go. Miss He, the matters we need to discuss involve the business secrets of our companies. It wouldn't be appropriate to bring in outsiders, would it? One of the executives spoke up. He frowned slightly at this. After all, Chu Chen was the one she brought along. Moreover, Zhang Jiangsu had seen them together. She was worried that if Chu Chen stayed alone here, Zhang Jiangsu would take the opportunity to cause trouble. It's fine, you go ahead. I'll wait for you here, Chu Chen said calmly. Alright, don't wander off. If anything happens, call me, He reminded him as she followed the executives into a nearby private room. Chu Chen then found a corner and started eating some snacks. At that moment, a man dressed in Armani approached, holding a glass of wine, and bumped directly into Chu Chen. The red wine in the man's hand spilled onto the floor. Damn! Are you blind or what? The man shouted angrily at Chu Chen. It seems like you bumped into me, Chu Chen frowned slightly. I was walking just fine, and you ran into me. How dare you argue? The man said darkly. The man's name was Feng Jian, the young master of the Feng family in Jiangcheng. The Feng family followed the Zhang family, so he was also under Zhang Jiangsu's orders. He was deliberately looking for trouble now. He looked at Chu Chen and said in a low voice, not only did you knock over my wine, but you also got my shoes dirty. Do you know your mistake? The commotion attracted the attention of the crowd. Everyone looked at Chu Chen in surprise. How did he get into a conflict with young Master Feng? Looks like Chu Chen is in for it, someone muttered to themselves. They probably guessed that young Master Feng was definitely instructed by young Master Zhang to deliberately make things difficult for Chu Chen. So what do you want? Chu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Kneel down right now and clean the red wine off my leather shoes. Feng Jian pointed at his shoes arrogantly. Slap. As soon as Feng Jian finished speaking, Chu Chen swung his hand and slapped him. Feng Jian flew into the air and crashed onto a nearby wine rack. Ah! Feng Jian screamed. At this moment, half of his face was already mangled. It was quite terrifying. Everyone looked on in shock. Chu Chen was so decisive and ruthless? You dare to hit me? Feng Jian roared in anger. He got up from the ground and lunged at Chu Chen. He was also a martial artist, and a minor one at that. He felt that he had been ambushed by Chu Chen just now. Now, he wanted to kill Chu Chen. Slap! A crisp sound of another slap echoed. The other half of Feng Jian's face was also ruined. Feng Jian fell to the ground, covering both sides of his face, screaming in agony. He looked at Chu Chen, his eyes filled with horror. How could this guy's slap be so powerful? The crowd around them flinched. Just watching it made them feel pain. Chu Chen's strikes were indeed ruthless. No wonder he could be a friend of Miss He. Kid, you dare to hit me? Young Master Zhang won't let you off. Feng Jian's words were filled with malice, his eyes full of venom. Oh, so you're someone else's dog? Chu Chen looked at him and sneered. But with you like this, how dare you be someone else's dog? You! Feng Jian was filled with rage inside. He was indeed Zhang Jiangsu's lackey. However, being publicly called out by Chu Chen made him feel uncomfortable inside. What's going on? At that moment, a deep voice came from nearby. A few people walked over, and at the forefront was Zhang Jiangsu. Zhang Xiao is here. Chu Chen is in trouble now. The crowd looked at Chu Chen with sympathy. Zhang Xiao, you've come? Feng Jian immediately stood up, crying, Zhang Xiao, you must avenge me. Zhang Jiangsu was taken aback when he saw Feng Jian's battered face. What happened? He asked in a deep voice. Wasn't I supposed to have you deal with Chu Chen? How did you end up like this? I accidentally got ambushed by him. Feng Jian felt embarrassed to admit that Chu Chen had easily slapped him to a pulp. Zhang Jiangsu turned to Chu Chen and questioned, Chu Chen, isn't it excessive to hit my people like this? If you want to mess with me, you should send a dog with some ability, right? What do you mean by sending this little poodle? Chu Chen flicked his fingers and said lightly, You're the little poodle. Feng Jian shouted angrily. A little poodle can still mess with the heavens, the earth, and the air. You can't do anything. You're even worse than a little poodle, Chu Chen said indifferently. You! Feng Jian was so furious he nearly spat blood, retorting, I was just ambushed by you. Chu Chen, as the saying goes, when hitting a dog, one must look at its owner. Your arrogance makes it difficult for me to handle, Zhang Jiangsu said with a stern face. Sorry, in my eyes, the owner of such a dog is also not worth much. Chu Chen shook his head and said lightly, What did you say? Zhang Jiangsu's face darkened with anger. What does this kid mean? Does he not take him seriously? He looked at Chu Chen and said in a deep voice, "Chu Chen, you hit my person for no reason and are so arrogant, it's truly infuriating. However, for Inger's sake, I won't punish you too harshly. Just kneel down and slap yourself 10 times to admit your mistake."
Zhang Jungsu's expression was proud, appearing magnanimous.
In his mind, Chu Chen was someone he could easily manipulate.
He only needed to use a lackey to put Chu Chen in an unreasonable position. He could only obediently admit his mistake. "Kneel down and admit my mistake?" Chu Chen let out a cold laugh and said, "Who do you think you are?" The crowd was taken aback. Chu Chen dared to say such things in front of Zheng Xiao? Isn't that too arrogant? "You!"
Zheng Jungsu's face darkened to the extreme.
As the young master of the Zhang family, wherever he went, didn't people treat him with utmost respect? This kid actually dared to say he was nothing? That was simply too arrogant. He was truly asking for death. "Since you are so unappreciative, don't blame me."
With a command from Zheng Jungsu, several people beside him stepped forward. "Take him down and make him kneel and admit his mistake,"
Zheng Jungsu ordered.
His face was as dark as it could be.
Chu Chen's provocation had to be dealt with properly. Otherwise, where would his authority be in the future? Yes,
these few were all Huan level experts, with 3 having already reached the peak of Huan level.
At that moment, they charged towards Chu Chen with a loud bang. Sigh. The crowd all sighed. In their eyes, Chu Chen
was in big trouble, because Chu Chen stood in a relaxed posture, and there was no aura of a martial artist about him. It was clear he was not a martial artist.
How could he possibly be a match for Zhang Xiao's subordinates? Slap, slap, slap.
At that moment, a series of crisp slapping sounds rang out, accompanied by screams. Figures flew up and crashed heavily to the ground.
In the blink of an eye, several people lay on the ground.
Their faces were all mangled. Even their facial shapes had changed. Each one covered their face, wailing in pain.
The sound
was more tragic than that of a slaughtered pig.
They were exactly Zhang Juinxiao's group of subordinates, and Chu Chen was still standing there calmly. Damn! The crowd couldn't help but exclaim. Chu Chen slapped each of them, sending them flying? Was Chu Chen's slap like that of the Iron Fan Princess?
Even Zhang Jungsu was stunned,
because he didn't sense any martial artist aura from Chu Chen.
So, he thought Chu Chen was just an ordinary person.
Unexpectedly, he was not? This guy is probably at the peak of the yellow level.
Zheng Jungsu thought to himself.
No wonder He Ying brought him to the party.
He turned to Chu Chen and sneered, "So you're a yellow level expert, no wonder you're so arrogant, but
you shouldn't be so arrogant in front of me."
After saying that, he let out a low growl and was about to charge at Chu Chen.
"Stop." At that moment, a delicate voice rang out. He Ying rushed over and angrily said, "Zheng Jungsu, what do you mean?"
Seeing He Ying arrive, Zheng Jungsu frowned slightly.
He had deliberately sent someone to distract He Ying.
He didn't expect her to come out so quickly. "Zheng Jungsu, I told you, Chu Chen and I are just ordinary friends, and he is just an ordinary person."
"Do you really need to target him like this?" He Ying said angrily.
She had vaguely heard the commotion and was worried that Chu Chen would be bullied by Zheng Jungsu, so she hurried out.
Unexpectedly, it was true.
Seeing He Ying defend Chu Chen like this, Zheng Jungsu's heart sank to the extreme. With a gloomy expression, he said, "He injured my people, of course, I have to teach him a lesson."
"Injured your people?"
He Ying then noticed that many people were lying on the ground, each covering their faces and moaning in pain. All were yellow level experts.
Chu Chen injured them? What happened?
She looked at Chu Chen and asked softly.
"It's nothing, he sent a few dogs to bite me, and I sent them flying," Chu Chen said casually, as if he were talking about something very ordinary.
He Ying was surprised by his words.
This guy really is a martial artist? "Inger, you heard that, right?" Zhang Jungsu said ominously, "He's so arrogant, I must teach him a lesson." "It was clearly your people who came to pick a fight," He Ying said coldly. "No matter what, I must deal with him."
Zheng Jungsu roared, and with a whoosh, he charged directly at Chu Chen with a terrifying aura.
"Chu Chen, be careful."
He Ying's expression changed. Zheng Jungsu was a half-step Xian level expert.
She didn't think Chu Chen would be his match.
She was about to rush forward.
However, Chu Chen stepped out first. Does this guy think he's invincible? He Ying was extremely annoyed. Slap.
A crisp sound of a slap echoed.
Ah! At the same time, a scream rang out.
A figure flew up and crashed heavily against the wall in the distance. He Ying closed her eyes, unable to bear to watch.
The crowd around them all shook their heads and sighed. Young Master Zhang had personally taken action. Chu Chen
was indeed in trouble.
However, the next moment, everyone was stunned, because they realized that the figure that had just flown up was not Chu Chen, but
it was Zheng Jungsu's. At this moment, half of Zhang Junx's face was mangled.
It was quite horrifying. No way? Everyone swallowed hard. Even young Master Zhang was not a match for Chu Chun?
He incautiously opened her beautiful eyes. When she saw the situation clearly, her mouth slightly opened, and her expression was dazed. Zhang Junxu was a half-step Xian-level expert.
He was actually sent flying by Chu Chen with a single slap?
She looked at Chu Chen, her eyes wide open.
Could this guy be a Xian-level expert? Wait,
this guy just said he had killed Xian-level experts.
Could it be that he wasn't bragging? But, really? You are a Xian-level master? Zhang Junxu covered his half-destroyed face and looked at Chu Chen, exclaiming in shock. He had actually been slapped away by Chu Chen?
He simply could not accept this outcome.
Whoosh! Chu Chen swiftly appeared in front of him, stepping on his face, and said lightly, "Dogs aren't that great, and their masters aren't that great either. You!"
Zhang Junxu's face turned red with anger.
He wanted to retort, but he found he couldn't. He had just been slapped away by Chu Chen. What could he possibly say? At the same time, he was filled with shame and indignation. He, the young master of the Zhang family, held an incredibly noble status. When had he ever been treated like this? The onlookers were all astonished. Chu Chen truly exuded an overwhelming aura. "Chu Chen, let me go!"
Zhang Junxu shouted angrily.
"Kneel!
Slap yourself 20 times, Chu Chen said, releasing his foot and looking down at Zhang Junxu.
"What did you say?" Zhang Junxu's face turned furious. "Kneel? And slap himself 20 times? Weren't you just very arrogant?" Chu Chen said indifferently. "Impossible!" Zhang Junxu roared. "How could he possibly kneel? Since you are unwilling, then
you can go to your grave." Chu Chen raised his foot
and aimed directly at Zhang Junxu's head. "Chu Chen, don't be reckless."
Zhang Junxu's face changed in panic, shouting urgently,
"Chu Chen!"
He also rushed to Chu Chen's side, saying, "He is the young master of the Zhang family, one of the 10 great families of Jiangcheng.
Don't act impulsively."
She was worried that Chu Chen would really kill Zhang Junxu.
That would be troublesome.
The crowd around them gasped in shock.
Chu Chen was actually thinking of killing young Master Zhang? How bold! Kneel!
Chu Chen looked at Zhang Junxu coldly. Zhang Junxu's expression changed repeatedly. In the end, he knelt on the ground.
He had a premonition that if he didn't kneel, Chu Chen would really kill him. "Slap!" Chu Chen said indifferently. "You!"
Zhang Junxu was furious.
He had already knelt, and now he was being asked to slap himself? "What? Do you want me to help you?"
Chu Chen looked at him, his eyes narrowing slightly.
Zhang Junxu's expression changed again. Smack!
Finally, gritting his teeth, he raised his hand and slapped himself hard. The crowd was all astonished.
Young Master Zhang actually gave in?
But thinking of how decisive Chu Chen had been earlier, they felt a sense of relief. If young Master Zhang hadn't given in, he would have suffered even more.
He might even have lost his life. Smack, smack, smack.
Soon, Zhang Junxu had slapped himself 20 times. One side of his face was ruined, while the other side was swollen high.
It was quite comical. Is that enough?
He looked up at Chu Chen coldly.
"Get lost." Chu Chen kicked him away.
Zhang Junxu got up from the ground and turned to leave. He felt utterly humiliated tonight.
He just wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. Feng Jian and the others didn't dare to look at Chu Chen either, leaving in a dejected manner.
The crowd began to slowly disperse, but they occasionally glanced at Chu Chen, their faces filled with confusion.
Who exactly was Chu Chen? Why was he not afraid of the Zheng family at all? Could he be a member of some great family?
But there was no prominent family with the surname Chu in Jiangcheng.
"You actually are a Xian-level master?" He Ying looked at Chu Chen, her pretty face showing astonishment. She had thought Chu Chen was just an ordinary person.
She never expected he was not only not ordinary but also a Xian-level master.
Chu Chen smiled lightly and said, "What's so great about being a Xian-level master?"
He Ying rolled her eyes.
"If you weren't a Xian-level master, could you possibly be an Earth-level master? But you are really too fierce, humiliating Zhang Junxu like this." He Ying's face showed concern.
Chu Chen had already settled his grievances with Zhang Junxu. He came to provoke me himself.
Chu Chen was unafraid. Then, he frowned slightly and said, "Why hasn't President Chen arrived yet?"
"I just called him. He said he would come," He Ying explained.
"All right then."
The two had no choice but to wait. After a while, He Ying looked towards the door, her pretty face lighting up. "President Chen is here, let's go." At that moment, a middle-aged man walked in.
Chu Chen felt a surge of excitement and followed He Ying over.
"President Chen, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you for a long time," He Ying greeted with a smile.
"Miss He, do you need something from me?" Chen Jiaze asked curiously.
It's still about the earth dragon grass, He Ying replied with a smile. Miss He, I'm sorry, but I really can't sell you the earth dragon grass. Chen Jiazi shook his head. President Chen, the price is negotiable. As long as you're willing to sell, just name your price, He Ying pleaded, pointing to Chu Chen. The earth dragon grass is really important for my friend. Chen Jiazi glanced at Chu Chen and said solemnly to He Ying, Missy, I'm sorry, but the earth dragon grass is also very important to me. President Chen, if I'm not mistaken, you want to use the earth dragon grass to treat your infertility, right? Suddenly, Chu Chen spoke up. Chu Chen, don't say random things, He Ying hurriedly said. Chen Jiazi looked at Chu Chen in shock. How do you know? Ha? He Ying's pretty face froze. Did Chu Chen not say anything wrong? President Chen really has infertility? To be honest, the earth dragon grass cannot cure your infertility, Chu Chen said. What? Chen Jiazi's expression changed upon hearing this. He indeed had infertility issues, mainly due to dead sperm. He had seen many renowned doctors, but none could help him. So, after all these years, he still had no children, which made him very anxious. Not long ago, he got a folk remedy saying that eating earth dragon grass in soup could cure his infertility. So he spent a lot of manpower and financial resources to finally find a piece of earth dragon grass. He never expected. It would be useless? What should I do? Chen Jiazi panicked. If even this folk remedy didn't work, would he really never be able to have his own children? I can cure your illness, Chu Chen said. What did you say? Chen Jiazi stared intently at Chu Chen and asked, Did you just say you can cure my illness? That's right, Chu Chen nodded. Are you kidding me? Chen Jiazi shook his head. He had seen so many famous doctors without success. He couldn't believe that a young man like Chu Chen could cure his illness. Chu Chen's medical skills are impressive. My grandfather had an accident a few days ago, and he was the one who saved him, He Ying interjected. Really? Chen Jiazi's body trembled. President Chen, I have no reason to lie to you about my grandfather, right? He Ying smiled. Chen Jiazi also felt that He Ying wouldn't joke about such matters. So he looked at Chu Chen and asked, Then how will you treat me? Let's go to your house, Chu Chen suggested. I suspect that not only you, but your wife might have some issues too. Alright, Chen Jiazi nodded. His wife did have some health problems, but they weren't as severe as his. The three left the place. At this time, Zhang Jiangsu had already returned to the Zhang family. His face was also wrapped in bandages, looking quite comical. Damn it! His face turned angry as he kicked the coffee table away. Bang! The coffee table exploded with a loud noise. Thinking about what happened tonight, his expression darkened to the extreme. As the young master of the Zhang family, he was actually forced to kneel and slap himself 20 times? It's truly embarrassing. He, a formidable half-step Xin-level master, was actually slapped away by Chu Chen. This was something he simply could not accept. So young, yet already a Xin-level master? Who exactly is this kid? Zhang Jiangsu was extremely furious. When had he ever been so humiliated? No matter who you are, I will take my revenge. Is being a Xian-level master really that impressive? I have my ways to kill you too. Zhang Jiangsu's eyes were filled with a chilling glare as he shouted, Uncle Liang. Young master, you called for me? An elderly man around 60 walked in. Send Shuahang and the others to kill Chu Chen. Zhang Jiangsu's eyes flickered with a cold light. Chu Chen was unaware that Zhang Jiangsu had dispatched 5 powerful masters to kill him. At that moment, he had already arrived at the Chen family villa with Chen Jiazi. Aren't you supposed to be at the party? Why are you back so soon? Mrs. Chen Jiazi looked puzzled. Mr. Chu is here to treat you, Chen Jiazi introduced. Chu Chen took Mrs. Chen Jiazi's pulse and said, You must have been pregnant in your early years, but due to an accident, you couldn't keep the child. Since then, your health has had issues. And as for you, Mr. Chen, your problems are even more serious. This, Chen Jiazi was directly stunned. Chu Chen had only taken a pulse, yet he could tell them about their situation? Chen Jiazi looked at Chu Chen, excitement written all over his face. Mr. Chu, please help us, we want a child. Sure. Chu Chen nodded. He had Chen Jiazi lie down. He took out a silver needle and quickly inserted it into Chen Jiazi's Zhongji acupoint. Zhong, in contrast to the outside, refers to the inner acupoint. Ji refers to the top beam of a house. This acupoint signifies that the qi and blood of the run meridian reached the highest point in the heavenly section. This acupoint treats symptoms such as physiological irregularities, lack of energy, and cold sensations. Chen Jiazi's biggest issue was lack of energy. He was even devoid of energy. Chu Chen's hands flickered as he inserted silver needles into various acupoints on Chen Jiazi's body, such as Mingmen and Shinshu. His spiritual power slowly flowed through the silver needles into Chen Jia's body. After more than half an hour, Shu Chen withdrew the silver needles. Mr. Chen, how do you feel? Mr. Chen was incredibly astonished inside. He had always felt lethargic and unfocused. His body was very weak, but now he felt full of energy. Mr. Shu, I'd like to get a checkup, is that okay? Of course. Chen Jiaza immediately went to the hospital for a male examination. Thanks to connections, the results came out quickly. Mr. Chen, how have you been taking care of yourself recently? Your issues have been resolved. Your test results are better than many young people. If you want a child, there's absolutely no problem. The doctor was stunned. Chen Jiaza trembled all over, filled with immense excitement. Had his problems been resolved? This was wonderful. Back at home, he knelt before Chu Chen, saying, "Thank you, Divine Dr. Chu." "There's no need for that, Mr. Chen." Chu Chen helped him up. "I'm helping you because I hope you can sell me the earth dragon grass." Chen Jiaza immediately went to his room and brought back a box, handing it to Chu Chen politely. "Mr. Chu, this earth dragon grass is a gift for you." Chu Chen opened it to find a small grass about 10 centimeters long. It was indeed the earth dragon grass. "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Chu Chen felt a surge of excitement as he put it away. "I should be the one thanking you, Mr. Chu." Chen Jiaza then took out 2 cards and said, "Mr. Chu, this is our Chixiao Group's Black Gold Supreme membership card. With it, you can enjoy free consumption at any mall or restaurant under our Chixiao Group. This bank card contains 10 million, a token of my gratitude to you, Mr. Chu." Chu Chen shook his head and said, "Mr. Chen, giving me this earth dragon grass is already enough." "No way." Chen Jiaja was resolute, insisting that Chu Chen accept it. The reason he did this, aside from his gratitude towards Chu Chen, was that he wanted to befriend him. After all, he had visited so many renowned doctors, yet none could cure his illness. But Chu Chen had only performed acupuncture and had completely healed him. Chu Chen's medical skills were simply extraordinary, and people like them were no longer short of money. What they lacked was life. If he could befriend Chu Chen, perhaps he could save their lives at a critical moment. All right. Chu Chen put away the 2 cards. He wrote a prescription for Chen Jiaja's wife to help with her condition, and after reminding the couple of a few issues, he left with Ying. "Thank you for tonight." Upon arriving at the Haodingdiafu, Chu Chen looked at Ying with gratitude. "Getting the earth dragon grass was your own ability. It has nothing to do with me." Ying tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. After a pause, she continued, "By the way, you humiliated Zhang Zhengxi tonight. You need to be careful of his revenge. The Zhang family is one of the 10 great families in Jiangcheng, with many experts in their clan," she warned with a serious expression. "It's fine." Chu Chen smiled lightly. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Ying was infuriated. "I think you need to suffer a bit." She huffed lightly and drove away. Chu Chen was about to head back when suddenly his expression changed, and with a swift movement, he sidestepped 2 meters. Bang! A long knife struck the spot where he had just stood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the darkness, several figures flickered. There were a total of 5 people. These 5 had cold eyes and surrounded Chu Chen. All 5 were Xian-level experts, 4 were at the entry level, and 1 had minor accomplishments. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so alert." The leader, Zhua Hang, wielded a long knife and said ominously. He was a minor Xian-level expert who had been lying in ambush, thinking he could take Chu Chen by surprise with a single strike. He never expected Chu Chen to dodge. Creak! At that moment, a sudden screech of brakes sounded. A car stopped, and a woman rushed out. It was Ying. She had driven away but, through the rearview mirror, saw what seemed to be a fight, so she turned back. "Chu Chen, are you alright?" She rushed to Chu Chen's side, asking nervously. "I'm fine." Chu Chen shook his head. "Who are you? Why are you trying to assassinate Chu Chen? Did Zhang Zhengxi send you?" Ying glared at Zhua Hang and his group. Zhua Hang and his men frowned slightly. They had planned to deal with Chu Chen in secret, but they never expected Ying to return. "Chu Chen, you go first, I'll hold them off here." Ying looked at Chu Chen, speaking firmly. Although Chu Chen had slapped Zhang Zhengxi away, he should be a Xian-level expert, but she didn't think Chu Chen could take on these 5. "No way." Chu Chen shook his head. "It's fine, I'm the eldest daughter of the He family. They wouldn't dare do anything to me." Ying thought Chu Chen was worried about her, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. This guy, although he acted coldly towards her, still cared for her at a critical moment. However, Chu Chen shook his head and said, "I'm not worried about you, it's just that since they came to kill me, I have to send them on their way." The slight warmth in Ying's heart vanished instantly. "All right, I was being overly sentimental. Wait,
What do you mean by sending them on their way?
She caught the key point in Chu Chen's words.
Of course, to the Yellow Springs, Chu Chen said lightly. The Yellow Springs?
He Ying was momentarily stunned, then anxiously said, Chu Chen, don't be impulsive.
All 5 of them are Xian-level experts, and one of them has minor accomplishments. You alone are not their match. Ha ha,
the 5 of Zhuahang burst into laughter.
They looked at Chu Chen as if he were a fool. This kid actually said he would send all 5 of them on their way? Was he dreaming? Kid, how dare you be so arrogant?
I won't kill you quickly, I want to torture you bit by bit. One of them looked at Chu Chen, madness gleaming in his eyes.
Whoosh!
As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Chen's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of him. His face changed drastically, and he wanted to retreat.
But before he could make any move, Chu Chen pointed a finger at his forehead. Bang! His head exploded like a watermelon.
His headless corpse slowly fell to the ground.
Silence. The scene was utterly silent. Only the night wind gently blew by.
He Ying's beautiful eyes widened to the extreme, her jade hand covering her mouth, her expression one of shock.
Chu Chen actually killed the entry-level master with just a finger? How is that possible?
The 4 of Zhuahang also trembled, their faces filled with disbelief.
Didn't the young master say this kid had just stepped into they? How could he have killed one of their teammates with a single finger?
Sorry, I'm in a hurry, so I won't take my time torturing you.
Chu Chen looked at the headless corpse on the ground and said indifferently. He raised his head to look at Zhuahang and the others, saying, I'm in a hurry, will you commit suicide, or should I send you on your way?
He still needed to go back to refine the
kid, you just ambushed us.
Zhuahang looked at Chu Chen, his face dark. In his view, if Chu Chen hadn't ambushed them, he couldn't have killed their companion so decisively.
Let's go together. This kid's speed is very fast, we need to be careful,
Zhuahang said to the 3 beside him in a deep voice. Although they were all masters, it was safer to attack together.
Kill! The 4 roared and charged at Chu Chen. Chu Chen, be careful!
He Ying's pretty face changed slightly as she prepared to engage.
Just wait. With a whoosh, Chu Chen took the initiative to strike.
At that moment, I had already reached Chu Chen's front. His face was twisted with rage, his right hand clenched into a fist, and he slammed it toward Chu Chen.
Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he threw a punch.
The air seemed to explode.
Crack!
The man's arm shattered inch by inch.
It was terrifying.
Ah! The man let out a painful scream. His face changed drastically as he tried to retreat. But Chu Chen's punch didn't lose momentum and slammed into his chest.
Bang!
A hole appeared in his chest. He also spat out a large mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his shattered heart.
Whoosh!
After killing him, Chu Chen vanished with a whoosh and reappeared behind another person.
He pressed a palm against this person's back. The man's back exploded.
He also spat out a large mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, never to rise again.
Whoosh!
Chu Chen disappeared again and appeared in front of another entry-level master.
He pointed a finger. Bang! This person's head exploded just like the first one. Blood splattered everywhere.
Zhuahang had initially thought of attacking, but at this moment, he stopped. He looked at the 4 corpses on the ground, his face filled with disbelief.
You.
He looked at Chu Chen, his face pale, trembling all over.
This was a damn devil. They actually came to ambush a devil?
They were truly tired of living.
Whoosh!
He hurriedly fled into the distance.
Your companions have already gone on their way. Where do you think you're going? Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he pursued. In an instant, he was behind Zhuahang.
Zhuahang's hair stood on end, but he had no intention of resisting. At this moment, he only wanted to escape. So, he quickened his pace. However, how could his speed compare to Chu Chen's?
Bang! Chu Chen kicked him in the back. Puff!
Zhuahang spat out blood and fell to the ground, half dead.
Did Zheng Junxa send you?
Chu Chen looked at him and questioned.
I would rather die than say. Zhuahang's face showed determination. Then go die.
Chu Chen struck his head with a palm.
Bang! The head exploded.
At this point, all 5 of the top Shin-level experts
were dead. This. He Ying's beautiful eyes widened to the extreme. Chu Chen actually killed all 5 of them?
She felt as if she were dreaming.
You. What level of cultivation are you?
She looked at Chu Chen, her expression astonished.
Stronger than you. Chu Chen replied with a faint smile.
He Ying rolled her eyes.
Of course, I know you're stronger than me.
Chu Chen took out his phone and dialed Su Mang's number. Bring people here.
Soon, Su Mang arrived.
Seeing the bodies of Zhuahang and the others on the ground, Su Mang's heart trembled.
Who were these 5? How could they be so blind as to provoke Master Chu? Handle their bodies. Chu Chen instructed. Yes.
Su Mang personally led the team to take care of it.
These 5 should have been sent by Zhang Jungsu. A hint of anger flashed across He Ying's pretty face. Chu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhang family.
Zhang Jungsu sat on the sofa, leisurely swirling the red wine in his hand. He was in a great mood, because he believed that with Zhua Hang and the others taking action, they would definitely be able to deal with Chu Chen.
Chu Chen, do you think just because you are a Xian level expert, I can't handle you?
You have no idea about the strength of our families. A cold smile appeared on his face.
Young master, not good. At that moment, Uncle Liang rushed in a panic. What happened? Zhang Jungsu asked, confused. Zhua Hang and the others are dead,
Uncle Liang said solemnly.
What? Zhang Jungsu stood up in shock, exclaiming, how did they die?
Uncle Liang swallowed hard and said, they were probably
killed by Chu Chen. How is that possible?
Zhang Jungsu's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhua Hang and the others were all Xian level experts, especially Zhua Hang, who had reached a small success in Xian level.
How could they be ambushed and killed by Chu Chen? What level of cultivation is Chu Chen? It seems that Chu Chen is not just a newly entered Xian level, but a fully realized Xian level expert.
Uncle Liang said solemnly.
Fully realized Xian level?
Upon hearing this, Zhang Jungsu's body shook.
Chu Chen was about the same age as him, yet he was already a fully realized Xian level expert? This made him feel an inexplicable sense of defeat.
After all, he was only half a step into Xian level.
Where is Chu Chen now? Zhang Jungsu asked nervously. Bang!
At that moment, a loud noise came.
The villa's front door was slammed open by an external force.
Zhang Jungsu's heart jolted, and he turned to see a person appear at the door.
Inger?
Upon seeing who it was, Zhang Jungsu let out a sigh of relief. He had thought that Chu Chen had come to settle the score with him.
Inger, what brings you here? He looked at He Ying and asked with a smile. Zhang Jungsu, I told you, I am just an ordinary friend of Chu Chen. Why do you have to target him so much? He Ying's pretty face was filled with anger. How am I targeting him?
Zhang Jungsu pursed his lips and said, he clearly humiliated me. Thinking of what happened tonight, he felt utterly embarrassed.
That was your own doing. He Ying said angrily, you can't beat Chu Chen, and yet you still have the nerve to send people to assassinate him? Ha! Zhang Jungsu looked at He Ying in surprise. How do you know?
Zhang Jungsu, let me tell you, Chu Chen saved my grandfather. He is a benefactor of our He family.
Don't go too far. And Chu Chen is not someone to be easily provoked.
If I hadn't stopped him just now, the one standing in front of you would have been him,
He Ying exclaimed.
After saying this, she shot a cold glance at Zhang Jungsu and turned to leave.
Once He Ying was gone, Zhang Jungsu's expression darkened immensely. Bang!
He slammed the wine glass in his hand onto the ground.
Damn it! Zhang Jungsu roared.
He had pursued He Ying for so long, yet she had never given him a good look.
However, tonight, He Ying actually came to warn him about a man?
This was something he simply could not accept. He felt as if a vast prairie was above his head.
It seems that tonight, it wasn't just Chu Chen who killed the 5 of Zhua Hang. At this moment, Liang Bo spoke up. What do you mean? Zhang Jungsu asked, confused.
Liang Bo pursed his lips and said, it should be the He family or Miss He who helped Chu Chen.
Ha! Zhang Jungsu was taken aback by this. Right.
Just now, Inger said she was at the scene tonight. It seemed Liang Bo's speculation was not without reason.
Looks like Chu Chen isn't that strong after all. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Regardless, Chu Chen is a genuine Xian level expert.
Young master, you must be cautious, Liang Bo warned.
Rest assured.
Zhang Jungsu's face was grim. Whether he killed the 5 of Zhua Hang alone or not, I will kill him. Chu Chen had made him lose face. He had to kill Chu Chen, or he would feel unsettled inside. At the luxurious villa. At this moment, Chu Chen had already taken out all the materials for the Gathering Spirit Pill. He began to refine the Gathering Spirit Pill. This was his first time refining pills since returning to Earth. He didn't know what the success rate would be. After more than 2 hours, Chu Chen finally succeeded in refining the Gathering Spirit Pill. There were a total of 10 pills. It's a pity that if my cultivation were a bit higher, or if I had a pill furnace, I might be able to refine more, and the quality would be better.
I need to find a pill furnace in the future, Chu Chen murmured to himself.
However, he was quite satisfied to have refined 10 pills.
He directly swallowed one.
As soon as the Gathering Spirit Pill entered his abdomen, he felt a rich medicinal power spreading out. He slightly closed his eyes, operated the nameless technique, and began to refine it. Before long, the energy mass in his dantian grew significantly.
It really is necessary to take medicine.
He swallowed another Gathering Spirit Pill.
Just like that, he spent the entire night cultivating with the Gathering Spirit Pills.
It wasn't until the sky began to lighten that he slowly opened his eyes.
Whoosh! A flash of brilliance passed by.
The corners of his mouth lifted, revealing a faint smile. Last night, he had consumed a total of 6 gathering spirit pills and had broken through 2 levels in a row. At this moment, he was already at the 8th level of chi refining. His combat power had risen to a new level. It's a pity that I've developed a resistance to the medicine. Taking it in the short term won't be effective. Shu Chen looked at the 4 remaining gathering spirit pills in his hand and murmured. Now, even if he took more gathering spirit pills, it wouldn't significantly increase his cultivation. Breaking through 2 levels in one night is enough to be satisfied. Shu Chen smiled faintly. After freshening up, he headed out to Longhu Mountain Villa. Master Chu, what brings you here? Su Mang and Dong Zi greeted Shu Chen respectfully as soon as they saw him. Ever since taking charge of the Longhu sect, Su Mang and the others had been living here. Shu Chen took out 2 gathering spirit pills and handed them to them, saying, "You two should take these." "What is this?" The 2 looked puzzled. "Is it some kind of pill?" "This is the gathering spirit pill. It can help you improve your cultivation," Shu Chen explained. "Improve cultivation?" The 2's faces lit up with joy, and they immediately swallowed the gathering spirit pills. As soon as they swallowed them, they felt a scorching energy spreading within their bodies. "Sit down, I'll help you refine it," Shu Chen said as he took out several silver needles and inserted them into different acupoints on their bodies. After more than half an hour, the 2 slowly opened their eyes. Both of them showed excitement on their faces. "Brother Mang, I have broken through to the Xian level." "Me, too." They exchanged a glance, their hearts brimming with exhilaration. They realized they had both reached the Xian level. It was only a few days ago that Dongzi had just broken through to the Huang level. How could a single pill be so powerful? "Thank you, Master Chu." The 2 knelt on one knee, looking up at Shu Chen, their faces filled with gratitude. "I hope you remain loyal. I can help you improve your cultivation, but I can also instantly ruin it," Shu Chen said lightly. "Rest assured, Master Chu, we will never betray you." Their eyes were resolute, their voices in unison. "Get up." Shu Chen waved his hand. The 2 stood up, standing respectfully. "Has there been any news from the Longhu sect recently?" Shu Chen asked. "Nothing major," Su Mang replied respectfully. Now that Shu Chen had helped him reach the Shin level, he could better control the Longhu sect. "That's good." Shu Chen nodded slightly. "By the way, Li Hui's father is in seclusion, trying to break through to the D level. He is said to be coming out in the next couple of days." Su Mang recalled and reminded him. He knew that Shu Chen had ruined Li Hui. D level? Shu Chen sneered. "I hope Li Hui's father doesn't seek death." After giving Su Mang some instructions, Shu Chen left. The Li family. Li Hui's limbs were wrapped in bandages, making him look like a mummy. He lay on the bed, his gaze vacant. Although several days had passed, he still couldn't accept that he had become a cripple. "Young master, good news! Good news!" At that moment, Uncle Yuan rushed in, shouting excitedly. "What good news? Is Chu Chen dead?" A crazed look appeared in Li Hui's eyes. "No." Uncle Yuan shook his head. "Then what good news is there?" Li Hui forced a bitter smile. For him, only the news of Chu Chen's death would be good news. "The master has come out of seclusion," Uncle Yuan said solemnly. "My dad is out? That's great." Li Hui was momentarily stunned, then shouted excitedly, "Chu Chen, your death is coming." Ever since Chu Chen had crippled his limbs, Li Hui had been eagerly awaiting his father's return from seclusion. Because as long as his father came out, he would definitely take revenge for him, and he would surely be able to kill Chu Chen. At this moment, Li Hui was filled with excitement, saying, "Where is my dad? I want him to go kill Chu Chen." "Hui-er." At that moment, a voice called from outside the door. A middle-aged man walked in. "Dad!" Upon seeing the visitor, Li Hui couldn't help but cry out. The person was none other than his father, the current head of the Li family, Li Yuanji. "Hui-er, what happened to you?" Li Yuanji exclaimed in shock upon seeing Li Hui's condition. He had just come out of seclusion and received news that his son was injured, so he rushed over. However, he didn't expect the injuries to be so severe. "Dad! It was Chu Chen. He crippled my limbs. You have to avenge me." Li Hui cried out loudly. "What happened?" Li Yuanji asked. Li Hui quickly recounted the incident of Chu Chen crippling him. In his description, he hadn't done anything excessive. It was just that Chu Chen was too arrogant. Born in a village in the city, disappeared for 10 years? Li Yuanji showed surprise after hearing this. Disappeared for 10 years, and upon returning, he was already a Xian-level master? Where had Chu Chen been for those 10 years? "Dad, he is just relying on his slightly higher cultivation, being too lawless." "Dad, you must avenge me." A crazed look appeared in Li Hui's eyes. Li Yuanji remained silent, tightly pursing his lips. Just now, he indeed wanted to take revenge for his son. But now he hesitated. Because he always felt that the young man, Chu Chen, was too mysterious. So he pursed his lips and said, let's think carefully about revenge. What? Li Hui suddenly became anxious and asked, Dad, why? Chu Chen crippled my limbs. How can you not take revenge for me? I didn't break through to the earth level during this retreat. I'm currently only half a step to the earth level, Li Yuanji replied. No breakthrough? Li Hui was taken aback. He thought his father had already become a master at the earth level. But you can still kill Chu Chen, Li Hui insisted. He believed that even if his father was only a half-step earth level master, killing Chu Chen would still be a simple matter. For the sake of caution, let's wait until I fully step into the earth level, Li Yuanji said solemnly. He was not an impulsive person, he was known for his wisdom. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have passed the family head position to him back then. Dad, I can't wait any longer, Li Hui said anxiously. A gentleman takes revenge, 10 years is not too late. Li Yuanji pursed his lips and said, you should take good care of yourself. I will find a divine doctor to treat you. After comforting him, Li Yuanji left. Dad! Li Hui shouted loudly. But in his agitation, he tore open his wound again, causing him to scream in pain. Young master, please don't get agitated, Uncle Yuan hurriedly supported him. Why? Li Hui roared. He thought that after his father emerged from seclusion, he would immediately go kill Chu Chen to avenge him. He didn't expect his father would actually make him wait? The master is the head of the Li family, so he is also being cautious, Uncle Yuan comforted. What is there to fear from a mere Chu Chen for a half-step earth-level expert? I think my dad is just too cautious, Li Hui said angrily. After a pause, he said ominously, since my dad is unwilling to find Chu Chen, then I'll make Chu Chen come to find my dad. Young master, do you have a plan? Uncle Yuan asked curiously. Li Hui sneered and said, isn't tomorrow our Li family's annual meeting? We will host guests from all directions. If Chu Chen causes trouble at that time, won't my dad be furious? Right, Uncle Yuan's eyes lit up. But how do we make Chu Chen cause trouble? Uncle Yuan frowned slightly. Doesn't Chu Chen care a lot for his sister? Tomorrow, we can kidnap Chu Chen's sister and make him come to our house to demand her back. Li Hui's face was filled with ferocity. Dad, if our Li family wants to join the top 10 families in Jiangcheng, we need to have great courage. How can we be timid? Let me help you. Tomorrow night, you will decisively kill Chu Chen and show everyone. Good idea. Uncle Yuan praised. Li Hui's eyes revealed madness. Chu Chen, tomorrow night will be your death day. After leaving Longhu Mountain Villa, Chu Chen returned to the Haoting Villa. Today, Xu Xiaoyu happened to have no classes. She had been at home all day. In the afternoon, Xu Xiaoyu came to his room and playfully said, Brother, can we go shopping? Shopping? I'm not going. Chu Chen shook his head in refusal. Shopping with a woman would only tire him out. Brother, since you came back, we haven't had a good time out together. Can you just accompany me for a bit? Xu Xiaoyu wrapped her arms around Chu Chen's arm, pouting and acting cute. Hearing her words, Chu Chen felt a bit guilty. Indeed, to improve his cultivation, he hadn't spent much time with Xu Xiaoyu these days. Alright, Chu Chen nodded. Great. Xu Xiaoyu was extremely excited. The two left Haoting Villa and went to the city center. Xu Chen took Xu Xiaoyu into a high-end shopping mall. Brother, what are we doing here? Xu Xiaoyu felt a bit nervous. Buying clothes for you and Mom, Xu Chen smiled. Maybe we shouldn't. Xu Xiaoyu shook her head. The clothes in this high-end mall were definitely not cheap. She didn't want to waste her brother's money. Let's just go to the Peace Mall. The Peace Mall was a common shopping center in Jiangcheng. The clothes inside were relatively inexpensive. Your brother isn't short on money. Xu Chen smiled lightly. Although he hadn't checked how much money he had in his card, tens of millions was still there. Xu Chen pulled her into the mall. Before long, the two of them were holding a dozen bags. They were all international brand clothes. Some were for Chu Xiaoyu, and some were for Ning Shufeng. Brother, where did you get so much money? Xu Xiaoyu felt a bit dreamy. How much does President Pang give you every month? You can't ruin your body just for money. She looked serious. What a mess. Chu Chen was filled with black lines. Did this girl really think he was being kept by Pang Weishuang? This money I earned myself, Chu Chen explained. Well, you could say you earned it yourself, just by selling your body. Xu Xiaoyu murmured. Chu Chen really wanted to give her a knock on the head. Let's eat first and then go back. The two arrived at a restaurant. This restaurant was quite stylishly decorated. The people coming in and out were all dressed exceptionally well. One look and you could tell the consumption was not low. Xu Chen? Just as they were about to enter, a surprised voice came from behind. Shu Chen turned his head to see a woman looking at him in astonishment. "Who are you?" Shu Chen frowned as he looked at the woman. She seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite remember who she was. "You actually don't remember me?" the woman said angrily. "My name is Wu Jiani." She was holding back a surge of anger. Did she really have no presence in his heart at all? "Is it you?" Shu Chen was taken aback for a moment. No wonder he felt this woman looked familiar just now. Wu Jiani was his university classmate, though not in the same class. She had pursued him back then. However, he didn't like her and had rejected her face to face. Since then, Wu Jiani had looked at him with disgust. This left Shu Chen quite speechless. Was it only allowed for her to pursue him, but not for him to reject her? However, he had seen very little of Wu Jiani since then. He didn't expect to see her here today. "Oh, Shu Chen, how old are you now? You actually found someone in her 20s? I didn't expect you to be an old cow eating tender grass." Wu Jiani glanced at Chu Xiaoyu beside him, her face showing mockery. "Wu Jiani, watch your mouth, this is my sister." Shu Chen's face darkened. "Sister?" Wu Jiani was taken aback. Did she misunderstand? It's been 10 years since graduation, and you're out eating with your sister? You can't still be unmarried, can you? Wu Jiani crossed her arms, her face full of sarcasm. Thinking of how she was rejected by Chu Chen back then, she felt unhappy. Now seeing Chu Chen again, and noticing he didn't seem to be doing well, she certainly had to humiliate him a bit. "Whether my brother gets married or not has nothing to do with you. Anyway, my brother won't marry you, and I won't accept you as my sister-in-law." Chu Xiaoyu retorted. "Not bad." Chu Chen gave her a thumbs up. "You." Wu Jiani's face darkened. It was one thing for Chu Chen to reject her confession back then, but now even his sister dared to speak to her like that? Truly detestable. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and sneered, "I heard Yi Qingsno got married? And she even had a daughter? And her husband isn't you? Shu Chen, are you very sad?" As she spoke, a mocking expression appeared on her face. Shu Chen remained silent. To say he wasn't sad was impossible. After all, they had loved each other for so many years. Back in school, you were so affectionate, and for her, you even rejected me. What a pity, you still couldn't end up together. I wonder if you regret it. Wu Jiani had a gloating expression. "Even without Qingxue, I wouldn't choose you." Shu Chen looked at her and said, "What did you say?" Wu Jiani's face turned angry. Was she really that bad? She pointed to the man beside her and introduced, "Shu Chen, let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend Jin Ming, a senior executive at a company, with an annual salary of $1 million. Jin Ming looked at Shu Chen with a disdainful attitude. "So what? What does that have to do with me?" Shu Chen said calmly, "Xiaoyu, let's go inside." The two were about to enter, but Wu Jiani sneered, "Shu Chen, you actually dare to come in here to eat? Do you know the minimum consumption inside? It's 1,666. So high?" Shu Xiaoyu exclaimed. "That's even more expensive than a banquet." "That's right. And that's the minimum consumption." Seeing Shu Xiaoyu's expression, Wu Jiani mocked further, "Are you sure you still want to go in? Brother, why don't we eat somewhere else?" Shu Xiaoyu said softly. Although she knew her brother had money now, she felt it wasn't necessary to spend that much just for a meal. "Since we're here, let's go in." Shu Chen smiled. He took Shu Xiaoyu inside. Wu Jiani stared at their backs, stunned. She thought Shu Chen would leave in embarrassment after learning about the high consumption. She didn't expect him to dare to walk in. Has he really made it big? She looked shocked. He must be just trying to save face. However, she soon sneered. In her view, Shu Chen was definitely just trying to show off in front of her, so he had no choice but to go in. She believed that once inside, he wouldn't even dare to order. "Jin Ming, let's go in too." She wrapped her arm around Jin Ming's and walked in. Once inside, she saw Chu Chen and Xiaoyu sitting in a corner. They were looking at the menu. Putting on quite a show, Wu Jiani scoffed. She and Jin Ming found a spot to sit down. "Xiaoyu, what do you want to eat?" Shu Chen asked. "Brother, you order," Chu Xiaoyu said a bit shyly. After all, it was her first time eating at such a high-end restaurant. "All right." Shu Chen called the waiter over and started ordering. "Please wait a moment, sir." The waiter respectfully left. By this time, Wu Jiani and Jin Ming had already ordered their dishes. She looked over at Shu Chen's side, her face showing surprise. Shu Chen really dared to order? I bet he's only ordering the special price dishes, she thought with a cold smile. Soon, the dishes Shu Chen ordered were served. Wu Jiani's face was filled with shock, because what Shu Chen ordered was not the special price dishes, but the most famous dishes of the restaurant. Each dish was quite expensive. Even she had never eaten them before. Originally, she and her boyfriend had ordered quite a few dishes. She even wanted to take photos to post on social media. Now, comparing it to what Chu Chen ordered, she felt her own order was a beggar's meal. Jin Ming, can we order a bit more? She looked at Jin Ming and pouted. Gianni, let's forget it. We don't need to compete with him. Jin Ming smiled and said, he's just trying to show off in front of you. Maybe he wants to max out a few credit cards. Their meal wasn't cheap either. Besides, to match what Chu Chen ordered, he would have to spend a lot. He didn't want to do that. He rejected me back then, and now he's eating better than I am. I'm really not happy about it, Wu Jiani said angrily. Jin Ming felt a bit frustrated too. In comparison, he really wasn't as good as Chu Chen. By the way, you should drive him away. Suddenly, Wu Jiani's eyes lit up. How do I drive him away? Jin Ming frowned slightly. Aren't you a platinum member of this restaurant? And Chu Chen isn't even a member, so you can use your privilege to get rid of him, Wu Jiani said excitedly. Hearing this, Jin Ming's eyes also flashed with brilliance. Good idea. After saying that, he raised his hand. Soon, a female server came to the two of them and respectfully said, Sir, what can I do for you? Those two clearly aren't from high society. Dining here is really affecting our mood, so please ask them to leave. Wu Jiani pointed at Chu Chen and Chu Xiaoyu, giving her orders. Drive them away? The server's expression froze for a moment, then she smiled and said, I'm sorry, miss, but they are also guests, and we can't ask them to leave. Why not? Wu Jiani said angrily, my boyfriend is a platinum member of your restaurant. Doesn't he have that much power? It's not easy to become a member here. You have to spend a certain amount. Platinum members require even higher spending. Plus, you need a bit of status. I'm sorry, but even a platinum member cannot drive away other guests. The server looked quite apologetic. Wu Jiani was furious. Is this server brain dead? Can't she see that they are the real wealthy ones? Why is she so concerned about those two poor souls? She looked at the server and continued, this restaurant is under the Chixiao group, right? That's right. The server nodded with a smile. Do you know who my boyfriend is? Wu Jiani pointed at Jin Ming across from her, saying, he is the deputy general manager of your Chixiao group's planning department. What? The server's face changed in surprise. The deputy general manager of the group? Now that he wants those two to leave, doesn't he have that right? Wu Jiani raised her chin. I'm sorry, but even if he is the deputy general manager of our planning department, he cannot drive away other guests. The server looked very apologetic. The deputy general manager was already a big shot for a server like her, but she still couldn't go against her professional conscience. What did you say? Wu Jiani's face turned angry. Is this server out of her mind? Doesn't she know to please them? No wonder she can only be a server. She has no insight at all. Call your manager. Wu Jiani said angrily. Okay, please wait a moment. The server respectfully left. Soon, she brought over a man in a suit. May I ask which of you is our group's leader? The manager approached Wu Jiani and Jin Ming, politely asking. It's my boyfriend. Wu Jiani pointed at Jin Ming and also asked him to take out his work ID. After seeing it, the manager's expression stiffened, and he respectfully said, Welcome, leaders, to our restaurant. Now that's more like it. Wu Jiani nodded in satisfaction. Then she pointed at Chu Chen and Chu Xiaoyu in the distance. These two are affecting my dining experience with your general manager Jin, so please ask them to leave. The manager hesitated for a moment, then nodded, all right. He walked over to Chu Chen and Chu Xiaoyu. Excuse me, please finish your meal quickly. Didn't the dishes just arrive? Do you have a dining time limit? Chu Chen frowned slightly. There is no dining time limit, but please finish your meal as soon as possible and leave. The manager said in a deep voice. Manager, we can't do this. The server said seriously, everyone who comes to our restaurant should be our esteemed guests. Shut up. Are you the manager, or am I the manager? The manager's expression darkened as he shouted, starting tomorrow, you don't need to come in. What? The waitress's face paled at his words. Manager, what did I do wrong? Daring to contradict me is already a mistake, the manager replied coldly. He then turned to Chu Chen and said, you two are affecting the dining experience of others, please leave quickly. Affecting whom? Chu Chen frowned. He then looked towards Wu Jiani in the distance, who was holding her chin up, looking smug. They are customers, are we not? Chu Chen questioned. Mr. Jin is a platinum member, they have privileges, the manager sneered. So just because their membership level is higher, they can drive away customers? Chu Chen was furious. Fine. Then I'll get a membership even higher than his. Sorry, our memberships aren't something just anyone can obtain, the manager replied coldly. Exactly. Wu Jiani shouted, this restaurant is under the Chixiao group,
Do you think just anyone can get a membership? Under the Chixiao group? Shu Chen's heart stirred. Isn't Mr. Chen the chairman of the Chixiao group?
And he had given him a membership card last night.
So he looked at the manager and asked, if my membership level is higher than theirs, can I also drive them away? That's right. The manager looked at Chu Chen, mocking him, but, do you have it? Exactly. Do you have it? Wu Jiani looked at Chu Chen, also mocking him. Do you think swiping a few credit cards and ordering a few dishes makes you an upper-class person? Chu Chen ignored her and handed the card that Chen Jiaza had given him to the manager. The card was black and gold, looking rather ordinary. Wu Jiani burst out laughing. Chu Chen, you're not trying to use some hair salon's membership card, are you? She laughed wildly, her laughter quite arrogant. Idiot. Jin Ming also mocked. The manager initially dismissed Chu Chen's card, but the next moment, he trembled and nervously said, Sir, may I take a good look at this? Sure. Chu Chen tossed the membership card to him. The manager hurriedly caught it, examining it carefully. Soon, he trembled all over, his expression serious as he looked at Chu Chen and respectfully said, Welcome, esteemed Black Gold Supreme Card user, to our restaurant. What? Black Gold Supreme Card? Jin Ming stood up abruptly. As an executive of the Chixiao Group, he certainly knew what the Black Gold Supreme Card represented. No more than 10 cards were issued, and they weren't just given to anyone with money. Each holder of a Black Gold Supreme Card in Jiangcheng was a significant figure. Chu Chen actually owned one? How is that possible? Wu Jiani's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Chu Chen possess a Black Gold Supreme Card? How could he be of a higher status than her boyfriend? Absolutely impossible. Fake. It must be fake. Wu Jiani rushed over, saying, Chu Chen, your Supreme Card must be fake. What ability do you have to obtain a Black Gold Supreme Card? Slap. Chu Chen swung his hand and struck her. Wu Jiani spun 3 times before falling to the ground, half of her face swollen like a pig's head. Kid, you dare hit my girlfriend? Jin Ming approached, shouting angrily. Choosing such a woman as your girlfriend shows your poor taste. Chu Chen swung his hand again. Slap. Jin Ming also fell to the ground. Chu Chen, you dare hit us? Wu Jiani covered half of her face, roaring angrily, clawing at Chu Chen. Bang! Chu Chen grabbed her by the neck, his eyes narrowing as he coldly said, You keep affecting my mood, do you believe? I will kill you? Chu Chen's words were icy, his gaze sharp. Wu Jiani felt a shiver run down her spine at his look. Chu Chen, let go of me, I can't breathe. At that moment, her face turned red, struggling for breath, she kept writhing. Jin Ming hid nearby, trembling, too afraid to speak. Brother, let go quickly, Chu Xiaoyu shouted anxiously. She didn't want her brother to kill someone over just a meal. Bang! Chu Chen threw Wu Jiani to the ground, coldly saying, Get lost. The manager also looked at Wu Jiani, speaking in a deep voice, Madam, you are seriously disrupting the dining experience of our esteemed Black Gold Supreme Card members. Please leave our restaurant immediately. The manager's expression changed quickly. Just a moment ago, he was flattering Wu Jiani, and now he wanted to kick them out. Wu Jiani was filled with shame and anger. She wanted to drive Chu Chen away. Who would have thought? Now it was them being driven away? How infuriating. How could someone from a city village like Chu Chen possibly be a big shot with a Black Gold Supreme Card from Chixiao Group? Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and shouted, Manager, his Supreme Card is stolen. Stolen? The manager's face froze. That's right. Wu Jiani nodded, excitedly saying, He's just a poor kid from a city village, how could he have a Supreme Card? It must be stolen. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, convinced her guess was correct. Just a city village kid? The manager was also taken aback, looking at Chu Chen, asking, Where did your Supreme Card come from? It was given to me by your Chixiao Group's chairman, Mr. Chen, Chu Chen explained. Ha ha. Wu Jiani burst into laughter, mocking, Chu Chen, can you come up with a better excuse? Jin Ming looked at Chu Chen with disdain. What kind of person was Mr. Chen? Even he found it hard to meet Mr. Chen. Chu Chen actually claimed to know Mr. Chen, and that he was given a Supreme Card? It was truly laughable. Kid, where did your Supreme Card really come from? The manager looked at Chu Chen, questioning him. His tone had turned rude again, as he suddenly felt that Chu Chen didn't seem like someone who could possess a Black Gold Supreme Card from Chixiao Group. It really was given to me by Mr. Chen. If you don't believe me, you can call Mr. Chen to ask, Chu Chen said calmly. He. The manager sneered repeatedly. With his status, how could he have the right to call Mr. Chen? Manager, his Supreme Card is definitely stolen, Wu Jiani said earnestly. That's right.
I can guarantee it too, Jean Ming added with a cold laugh. The manager looked at Chu Chen, his face filled with anger. Kid, you better. Manager. Mr. Chen is here, you should go greet him. At that moment, a waiter rushed over. What? Mr. Chen is here? The manager's face changed in surprise, hurriedly running out. As he reached the door, he saw Chen Jiazi. Panic surged in his heart as he stepped forward to greet him. Mr. Chen, what brings you here? I happened to pass by and came in to take a look, Chen Jiazi said, looking at the manager. How's business lately? Very good, the manager replied respectfully. Since the group launched the new sales strategy last time, business has been quite good. That's good to hear, Chen Jiazi nodded slightly. Mr. Chen, hello, my name is Jean Ming, I'm the deputy director of the planning department at Qixia Group. At this time, Jean Ming also stepped forward, greeting him with a respectful demeanor. It was a rare opportunity to meet Chen Jiazi, so he certainly had to make himself known. Oh, Chen Jiazi responded, looking at the manager. No issues, I'll be leaving now. Mr. Chen, wait. Just as Chen Jiazi was about to leave, Wu Jiani called out to him. Mr. Chen, you're just in time. I need to tell you something. Someone has stolen our Qixia Group's Black Gold Supreme card and is trying to come here to cheat and eat. What? Chen Jiazi's expression darkened as he asked, where is the person? Over there. Wu Jiani pointed to the corner where Chu Chen was, a cold smile on her face. Chu Chen, didn't you say that your Supreme card was given to you by Mr. Chen? Now that Mr. Chen is here, let's see how you can cover up your lie. Chen Jiazi followed her finger and, in the next moment, felt a surge of excitement as he quickly walked over. Seeing this, Wu Jiani's face was filled with schadenfreude. Mr. Chen is angry. Chu Chen, you're done for. Chen Jiazi approached Chu Chen and greeted him politely. Mr. Chu, I didn't know you were dining here? What? Seeing this scene, Wu Jiani's eyes widened in disbelief. Mr. Chen actually knows Chu Chen? And he's being so polite in front of him? What's going on? Jean Ming also looked incredulous. As a member of Qixia Group, he knew very well who Chen Jiazi was. When has Chen Jiazi ever been this polite and friendly to anyone? The manager's heart trembled. Could it be that the Supreme card really was given to Chu Chen by Mr. Chen? Mr. Chu, are you enjoying your meal here? Chen Jiazi asked with a smile. Not really, Chu Chen shook his head. Mr. Chu, is something wrong? Chen Jiazi asked, puzzled. Chu Chen briefly recounted what had happened. What a disgrace! Chen Jiazi's face was filled with anger as he looked at the manager and said furiously, after today, you are no longer the manager. You are fired. What? The manager's face changed in shock, and he quickly begged for mercy. Manager, I was wrong. I was just deceived by someone. And you are also fired. Chen Jiazi glared at Jean Ming, furious. Mr. Chen, I was wrong. Please don't fire me. Jean Ming's face turned pale as he knelt down, begging repeatedly. This was a job with $1 million salary. He didn't want to lose it just like that. However, no matter how much he pleaded, Chen Jiazi remained unmoved. Chu Chen, I was wrong. You have a big heart. Can you talk to Mr. Chen and ask him not to fire me? Jean Ming cried as he knelt before Chu Chen. Jiani, please help me plead with Chu Chen, he said to Wu Jiani in a panic. Wu Jiani's expression changed repeatedly. Asking her to plead with Chu Chen? That was quite embarrassing. However, in the end, she also knelt down. Chu Chen, I was wrong. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he said, did you not think you were of noble status and above others just a moment ago? Why are you begging me now? Chu Chen, we were really wrong. The two knelt before Chu Chen, continuously begging for mercy. If you make a mistake, you must bear the consequences. Chu Chen remained unmoved. Someone, throw them out. With a command from Chen Jiazi, two security guards threw Jean Ming and Wu Jiani out the door. Damn it! It's just knowing Mr. Chen. What's there to be so smug about? Wu Jiani glared at Chu Chen inside the restaurant, cursing angrily. Jean Ming's face was also extremely gloomy. He never expected that just coming to eat would cost him $1 million job. Chu Chen, since you are so ruthless, don't blame me for being impolite. Jean Ming's face was dark. Brother Ming, do you have a way to deal with Chu Chen? Wu Jiani asked anxiously. A sinister look appeared on Jean Ming's face as he said, my cousin is a martial artist. I'll have him take care of Chu Chen. Martial artist? Wu Jiani asked curiously, what is a martial artist? Martial artists are a special kind of people. Simply put, they practice martial arts, Jean Ming explained. Practicing martial arts? A look of surprise appeared on Wu Jiani's face as she said, why does it feel like something out of a movie? Well, you could say that. Jin Ming nodded and said, "My cousin is a yellow level master and has already cultivated his strength. I once saw him lightly pressed down, and a redwood tea table was shattered."
What? Wu Jianni's eyes widened in shock. Isn't that just like the internal martial arts masters in the movies?
Pretty much, Jin Ming replied, pursing his lips.
My cousin also said that even more powerful than yellow level masters are the mysterious level masters, who are even more terrifying. As he spoke, admiration appeared on his face. Martial arts masters. Truly admirable. Unfortunately, he couldn't cultivate strength and couldn't become a martial artist, let alone a mysterious level master. Is there someone even stronger? Wu Jianni was stunned. What kind of existence could that be? Don't worry about that, Minggu, why don't you ask your cousin to deal with Chu Chen? Wu Jianni suggested. Okay.
Jin Ming took out his phone and dialed his cousin's number.
Before long, he hung up. How did it go? Wu Jianni's face showed anticipation.
My cousin said he's busy these days, Jin Ming replied, pursing his lips. He has to attend the Li family's annual meeting tomorrow.
The Li family? Wu Jianni paused for a moment, then exclaimed excitedly, isn't that the family just below the top 10 families?
That's right, Jin Ming nodded.
Then can your cousin take us to the Li family's annual meeting?
Wu Jianni's face lit up with hope. If she could attend the Li family's annual meeting, she could boast to her friends later.
Sure.
I'll ask him later, Jin Ming nodded.
That's great. Wu Jianni was overjoyed.
She looked at Chu Chen in the restaurant and sneered.
Chu Chen. So what if you know President Chen? Can you attend the Li family's annual meeting?
Just wait until Ming Ji's cousin is free. I want to see how you beg for mercy. In the restaurant, Chen Jiazi looked at Chu Chen with an apologetic expression.
Mr. Chu, I'm sorry for making your dining experience unpleasant. He was quite annoyed.
He had given Chu Chen a supreme card, but unexpectedly, it was called stolen by the manager of his own group?
Wasn't that a slap in the face?
It's fine, Chu Chen replied with a faint smile. Then I won't disturb your meal any longer, Chen Jiazi said with a smile. Wait, Chu Chen called him back, pointing to a nearby waitress. She's quite good, but she was just fired by the manager. Chen Jiazi looked at the waitress and said, from now on, you are the manager of this store.
Ah, the waitress was taken aback for a moment, then excitedly said, thank you, manager. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Just a word from Mr. Chu, and she became the manager? Mr. Chu's status in President Chen's heart must be incredibly high.
After finishing the meal, Chu Chen went home with Chu Xiaoyu. The two took out Ning Shufang's clothes.
Why did you buy so many clothes for me? What a waste of money,
Ning Shufang said with a stern face. However, it was clear that she was quite happy inside.
She was just concerned about the money.
Mom, don't worry, I have plenty of money now, Chu Chen said with a smile. After watching TV with Ning Shufang for a while, Chu Chen returned to his room.
Li family. Li Hui looked at Uncle Yuan and asked, Uncle Yuan, is everything arranged?
He was wrapped in bandages, but his eyes were extremely sinister.
Young master, are we really going to kidnap Chu Chen's sister? Uncle Yuan hesitated. This will anger Chu Chen. I want to anger him, Li Hui said coldly. Tomorrow is our Li family's annual meeting, where we entertain all parties.
Master also said to let you endure for a while, Uncle Yuan expressed his concern.
Endure what? Li Hui said angrily. My dad is just too cowardly.
He has already broken through to half-step earth level, yet he's afraid of a Chu Chen?
With such a timid heart, how can he lead our Li family into the top 10 families of Jiangcheng? Tomorrow I will help him establish his authority.
Tomorrow, Chu Chen would come to their Li family to cause trouble, and his father would publicly kill Chu Chen, letting everyone see.
What happens to those who offend the Li family? But, no buts.
Uncle Yuan wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Li Hui. Just do as I instructed.
Yes.
Uncle Yuan dared not argue further. Li Hui looked out the window, a madness gleaming in his eyes.
Chu Chen,
I hope you dare to come to our Li family to cause trouble tomorrow. In the luxurious mansion, Chu Chen had just finished a full cycle of cultivation before taking a shower and going to bed. The next morning, as soon as Chu Chen stepped out, he ran into Chu Xiaoyu. Chu Xiaoyu was already wearing the clothes she bought yesterday. She twirled in front of Chu Chen and giggled, Brother, do I look good in this?
My sister looks good in anything. Chu Chen smiled faintly. You sure know how to flatter.
Chu Xiaoyu shot him a glance and teased. Looks like I don't have to worry about you finding a girlfriend in the future.
Ah, Chu Chen was speechless. Your brother never had trouble finding a girlfriend, okay? After breakfast, Chu Xiaoyu went to school. Chu Chen went out to find a small hill nearby. The spiritual energy on this small hill was quite abundant. He had been cultivating there. It wasn't until dark that he slowly opened his eyes.
After a day of cultivation, he had almost absorbed all the spiritual energy there. His cultivation had also improved significantly. Of course, he had not yet broken through to the 9th level of chi refining. He left the small hill and returned to the luxurious mansion.
Mom, is Xiaoyu back yet? Shu Chen found only Ning Shufang in the living room watching TV. Not yet, Ning Shufang shook her head. Shu Chen frowned slightly. At that moment, his phone rang. He took it out and saw it was a call from Chu Xiaoyu. Hello? Xiaoyu? Don't you have no classes tonight? As soon as the call connected, Shu Chen asked. She can't go back. A man's voice came from the other end of the line. Who are you? Shu Chen's expression darkened instantly. Who do you think I am? The man chuckled. Li Hui? Shu Chen recognized the man's voice, and in an instant, his gaze turned icy as he shouted, Li Hui, what have you done to my sister? You crippled my limbs. What do you think I would do? Li Hui's face twisted in rage as he roared, Shu Chen, your sister is in our Li family. If you have the guts, come save her. With that, he hung up the phone. Li Hui, you're asking for death. Shu Chen roared, exuding a terrifying aura. He dialed Su Meng's number, his voice cold, prepare a coffin. The Li family. The Li family estate was vast, with villas standing tall and beautiful scenery. Tonight, the Li family was brightly lit and quite lively. Everyone was busy. The Li family's annual meeting was one of the most important events of the year. On this day, the Li family would host guests from all sides. Besides building good relationships with various forces, another reason was to showcase the Li family's strength. Li Hui lay in bed, listening to the lively sounds outside, his expression dark as night. In previous years at this time, he would be in a well-fitted suit, confidently directing his clan members at work, or welcoming guests in the hall. His father had been grooming him as the successor of the Li family. However, now he lay on the sickbed, his limbs wrapped in bandages, like a mummy. It was truly infuriating. But just thinking about the scene of Chu Chen arriving and being killed by his father made him happy. Huir, you seem to be in a good mood, so I can rest easy. At that moment, his father, Li Yuanji, walked in. Li Yuanji had been worried about Li Hui's gloomy mood. As soon as he entered, he saw Li Hui's beaming smile, which put him at ease. It seemed that his son had a good mindset after all. Indeed, he was worthy of the years of training and effort he had invested. Dad, what brings you here? Although Li Hui felt dissatisfied with his father, he still greeted him. I just came to see you, Li Yuanji said, looking at Li Hui. Huir, it's not that I don't want to take revenge for you, but as the head of the Li family, I must prioritize the interests of the family. That young man, Shu Chen, is a bit mysterious. Once I fully break through to the earth level, I will definitely help you take revenge. Dad, you're just too cowardly. Li Hui sneered inwardly. You're already a half-step earth level master, and you're afraid of a Chu Chen? With that attitude, what kind of head of the Li family are you? Just a turtle hiding its head. However, he couldn't voice these thoughts and simply nodded. Dad, I understand. Anyway, Shu Chen would be here soon. Dad, I don't believe you can back down in front of all the guests. I'm glad you can understand, Li Yuanji said happily. He chatted with Li Hui for a while before leaving. Uncle Yuan, where's Chu Chen's sister? Once he confirmed that Li Yuanji had walked far away, Li Hui turned to Uncle Yuan and asked. She's already tied up in the woodshed, Uncle Yuan replied respectfully. Good. Don't let her escape. Li Hui's eyes were filled with a chilling intensity. Shu Chen. Now, I'm just waiting for you to arrive. At this moment, more and more guests were arriving at the Li family. These people were from various factions in Jiangcheng. Either they were powerful or held high status. Although the Li family was not one of the top 10 families in Jiangcheng, they were still a close second. Many factions wanted to curry favor with the Li family. Is this the Li family courtyard? Wu Jiani walked through the Li family courtyard, constantly looking around. Her face was filled with envy. Cousin, this Li family annual meeting is too lively, isn't it? Jin Ming looked at his cousin, also in awe. Of course, cousin Jin Ming smiled and said, I was able to get an invitation thanks to connections. Have you heard? The head of the Li family has broken through to half-step earth level. No way? The head of the Li family actually broke through? It seems the Li family's strength has risen to another level. Right. We need to make good connections with the Li family. Some passing guests were discussing among themselves. What is half-step earth level? Hearing their conversation, Wu Jiani curiously asked. Above the Shen level is the earth level, and since the head of the Li family hasn't fully broken through to the earth level yet, it's called half-step earth level, cousin Jin Ming explained. Stronger than the Shen level? Wu Jiani was stunned. Jin Ming had told her yesterday that his cousin was only at the Huang level, yet he could easily shatter a rosewood tea table with a light press. There was something even more powerful above the Xin level? No wonder the Li family could be considered just below the top 10 families in Jiangcheng. It's a pity Mingo can't practice martial arts, otherwise, even if he broke through to the Huang level, I could show off a bit, Wu Jiani thought to herself. Moreover, if Mingo were a Huang level master, he wouldn't have to be so humble last night at the restaurant. Thinking of last night's events, her expression darkened. She then looked at cousin Jean Ming and said, "Cousin, when will you help us take revenge?" Right. Chu Chen is so arrogant just because he knows a General Chen. Not only did he drive us out of the restaurant, but he also had General Chen fire me. It's truly despicable. Jean Ming said coldly. He was also filled with hatred for Chu Chen. Cousin Jean Ming's eyes flashed with cold light. After we finish attending the Li family annual meeting, I can go with you to find him. Great. The two were excited upon hearing this. Chu Chen. Just wait. The three of them chatted as they walked inside. By now, there were already many guests present. Uncle Jean Ming was not a big figure, so the three could only find a relatively secluded corner to stay in. Before long, Li Yuanji emerged with the support of the Li family members. Head of the Li family, your annual meeting is more lively year after year. This signifies that the Li family is thriving. Jianhao Engineering Group presents a Jade Buddha, wishing the Li family ever better. Jianhao Engineering presents a pair of Jade Rui, wishing. The Wu family presents gold bars. People from various factions stepped forward to flatter, simultaneously offering various gifts. Thank you, everyone. Li Yuanji greeted them with a smile. Although the Li family was powerful, it was still not on par with the 10 great families. To grow stronger, the Li family needed to cooperate with these forces. Is this the influence of the Li family? Wu Jiani exclaimed in astonishment at the scene. So many CEOs were bowing respectfully before the head of the Li family. The Li family was truly formidable. I heard the head of the Li family has broken through to half-step Earth level? At this moment, someone looked at Li Yuanji and asked curiously. Everyone else also looked on with curiosity. Li Yuanji nodded and smiled, just lucky. Congratulations, head of the Li family. The head of the Li family has completely broken through to Earth level. It seems it's just a matter of time. The crowd praised him again. Li Yuanji humbly replied, not at all. However, his face was full of smiles. For this annual meeting, he had specially invited more people to attend. The purpose was to let these people know about his cultivation breakthrough. He wanted them to be even more committed to cooperating with the Li family. With the head of the Li family leading, the Li family will surely become one of the 10 great families of Jiangcheng. The crowd cheered. Let's hope so. A glint of brilliance flashed in Li Yuanji's eyes. The Li family has no hope. At that moment, a cold voice came through. Everyone turned to see a man carrying a coffin walking in. What the hell? Everyone's eyes widened at this scene. Today was the Li family's annual meeting. It was grand beyond measure. Yet, someone was actually carrying a coffin here? Wasn't this a slap in the face for the Li family? Everyone stared intently at the man. Although he was carrying a coffin, the man stood tall, his gaze sharp, exuding a chilling aura. Who was this man? What audacity! Chu Chen? Wu Jiani and Jean Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. How did Chu Chen come here? And he was carrying a coffin? What are you saying? He is Chu Chen? Jean Ming's cousin was taken aback. That's right. Jean Ming nodded and said, it's him. He looked at Chu Chen, his eyes filled with hatred. It's even better that he came to cause trouble. You won't even need to take action, cousin. Wu Jiani's face was full of malice. Impudent. The Li family members looked at Chu Chen, all with expressions of anger. Even Li Yuanji's face darkened. However, he did not speak, instead staring intently at Chu Chen. Bang! Chu Chen threw the coffin to the ground, scanning the Li family members, and coldly said, where is Li Hui? Let him come out and die. Impudent! Kid, are you seeking death? Do you know what you're saying? The Li family members shouted angrily at Chu Chen. Li Hui was the son of their family head. This man actually said to let him come out and die? Wasn't that completely disregarding the Li family? Truly despicable. Who are you? Li Yuanji's face was as dark as it could be. Chu Chen. Chu Chen replied coldly. Chu Chen? Li Yuanji's pupils constricted. This was the man who had crippled his son? He looked at Chu Chen and said darkly, Chu Chen, why have you come to our Li family to cause trouble? Your son kidnapped my sister, let him come out and die. Chu Chen said coldly. What? Li Yuanji's heart trembled at the words. We kidnapped Chu Chen's sister? What was going on? Ha ha ha. At that moment, a sinister laugh echoed. Uncle Yuan was seen pushing Li Hui, who was in a wheelchair, slowly over. How did young Master Li end up like this? Everyone was stunned to see Li Hui wrapped in bandages. Chu Chen. I didn't expect you to actually dare to come. Li Hui glared at Chu Chen with a fierce expression. Li Hui, let my sister go. Chu Chen exuded a chilling aura. Your sister is in our Li family's woodshed. It all depends on whether you have the ability to take her away. Li Hui was extremely arrogant. Li Hui, I spared your life last time, but I didn't expect you would seek death this time? Chu Chen's gaze was icy cold. Chu Chen, you crippled my limbs. You turned me into a useless person, like a mummy. I wish I could kill you. Li Hui's eyes were filled with malice as he shouted angrily. What? Everyone was shocked to hear this. It was this man who had beaten Li Hui to such a state? Wu Jiani and Jin Ming were also taken aback. Was Chu Chen really that ruthless? Do you want to lie down in the coffin yourself, or should I help you? Chu Chen looked at Li Hui, his words chilling. He had already pronounced Li Hui's fate for tonight. That was death. Ha ha ha. Li Hui was not afraid. Instead, he laughed loudly and arrogantly said, Chu Chen, I know you are a Xian-level master, but do you think our Li family is afraid of you? What? A Xian-level master? Jin Ming's uncle widened his eyes and turned to look at Jin Ming and Wu Jiani. You actually let me find a Xian-level master to settle the score? Are you out of your mind? We didn't know he was a Xian-level master. Jin Ming was also dumbfounded at this moment. Wu Jiani was even more dazed. Chu Chen was actually the legendary martial artist? And he was a Xian-level master? But tonight, he is dead for sure. Soon, a look of glee appeared on Wu Jiani's face. Li Hui looked at Li Yuengji and said, Dad, tonight is our Li family's annual meeting, and Chu Chen actually dares to cause trouble. You must kill him. Otherwise, how can our Li family stand in Jiang City in the future? Li Yuengji's expression changed repeatedly. He had originally planned to deal with Chu Chen after breaking through to the earth level. He didn't expect his useless son to cause such a scene. However, no matter what, Chu Chen coming to their Li family's annual meeting with a coffin was a slap in the face for them. Chu Chen, I originally wanted to let you live a little longer, but since you came to seek death tonight, I can only send you on your way early. Li Yuengji looked at Chu Chen with a sinister gaze. Come here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With Li Yuengji's command, figures flickered around them. There were more than 50 people. All were martial artists. Their cultivation was all above the yellow level. More than half were Xian-level masters. At this moment, these 50-plus people exuded a murderous aura, their eyes cold. Everyone gasped in shock upon seeing these people. Was this the foundation of the Li family? The Li family was fully mobilized? It seemed the Li family was very angry about Chu Chen's disturbance tonight. The Li family wanted to crush Chu Chen with overwhelming force. Su Mang and Dong Zi, who were behind Chu Chen, were also shocked. Shu Yi was in trouble this time. Tonight, I originally just wanted to kill your son, but it seems you will pay with your Li family's fate. Chu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Our Li family is not a place where you can run wild. Li Yuengji sneered. Chu Chen had crippled his son, and he had been holding back his anger. Since Chu Chen had come to his door tonight, he certainly didn't mind killing him. Li Hui looked at Chu Chen and mocked. Chu Chen, so what if you are a Xian-level master? We, the Li family, have 58 martial artists, among whom 31 are Xian-level masters. Each of them could kill you with a single punch. As he spoke, a smug expression appeared on his face. Does your Li family have many martial artists? Chu Chen sneered coldly, his voice icy. Fine. Tonight, I will kill my way to your Li family. Without any martial artists. Kid, you think you're so arrogant, huh? Kid, you're dead for sure. That's right. You'll die without a complete corpse. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, all 58 martial artists from the Li family roared in anger. This kid was just a Xian-level master, yet he dared to say such arrogant words in front of so many of them? He was truly asking for death. Ha ha ha. Li Hui laughed furiously. Chu Chen, I think you're dreaming. Do you really think you're invincible? Saying this, he looked at the 58 martial artists and commanded, all of you, attack together. I want him to kneel before me and beg for mercy. Let him understand that our Li family is not to be trifled with. A crazed look appeared on his face. Kill. The 58 martial artists all roared and charged at Chu Chen. Chu Chen looked at these 58 people, his expression indifferent. After tonight, Jiang City will have no more Li family. Jiang City will have no more Li family. Chu Chen's words were chillingly cold, pronouncing the fate of the Li family. Ha ha ha. Li Hui laughed heartily, mocking. Chu Chen, do you even know what nonsense you're spouting? The guests around also shook their heads. They felt that Chu Chen's words were a bit too arrogant. Could one person really take on so many masters from the Li family? It seemed a bit delusional.
Chu Chen ignored them, and in an instant, he dashed towards the 58 martial artists of the Li family.
Su Mang and Don Zi also roared, wanting to help. Just watch. But Chu Chen stopped the two.
At this moment, Chu Chen had already reached a martial artist from the Li family. This was a strong man at the peak of the Huang level. Seeing the sudden appearance of Chu Chen, he was startled and wanted to retreat.
However, Chu Chen pointed at him. Bang! The man's head exploded like a watermelon.
Snow-white brain matter and bright red blood splattered everywhere.
The scene was quite explosive. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Boom! After killing this man, Chu Chen punched to the right. At that moment, a Shen-level master was trying to sneak attack Chu Chen, but Chu Chen was faster, and his fist slammed into the man's chest. In an instant, a hole appeared in his chest. He widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. He was a Shen-level master, yet he couldn't withstand Chu Chen's punch. Bang! Chu Chen's left hand reached out to the side. A Huang-level master was grabbed by the neck by Chu Chen. It was like holding a little chick. Crack! With a slight exertion, a bone-breaking sound echoed. The man's eyes bulged, and he didn't even have time to struggle. He was dead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chu Chen's figure flickered, like a dragon king. One body after another fell to the ground. Among them were quite a few Shen-level masters.
Soon, the ground was littered with corpses. The 58 martial artists from the Li family were left with only a dozen or so. These dozens stopped, looking at Chu Chen in panic, not daring to attack anymore.
Damn! The guests around all swallowed hard.
They were all people of some standing, but at this moment, they couldn't help but curse.
How long had it been? The Li family had already lost so many masters?
Wu Jiani and Jin Ming also turned pale, their bodies cold.
Both were ordinary people. When had they ever seen such a scene?
They looked at Chu Chen, their eyes filled with terror.
Chu Chen was completely a god of death.
Jin Ming's uncle was also trembling. He looked at Wu Jiani and Jin Ming, wishing he could eat the two of them.
How could these two make him deal with such a death god? It was truly wanting to kill him. Isn't Lord Chu too powerful? Donzi murmured to himself. How is that possible? Li Hui's eyes widened, his expression one of disbelief. With so many experts from the Li family attacking together, how could they not deal with Chu Chen? Instead, so many of them were killed by Chu Chen? It felt like a dream to him. You are a half-step Earth-level expert? Li Yuanji exclaimed as he looked at Chu Chen. What? Half-step Earth-level? Everyone was stunned. Chu Chen looked quite young, yet he was actually a half-step Earth-level? This. Li Hui also wore a dazed expression. Chu Chen had the same cultivation level as his father? Both were half-step Earth level? How could that be? Damn! Donzi and Su Mang exchanged glances, unable to contain their exclamations. Lord Chu's cultivation was so high? But, even if you are half-step Earth level, you shouldn't come to our Li family to cause trouble. Our Li family is not to be trifled with. Let's go together. Li Yuanji roared, stomping his feet, charging straight at Chu Chen. Kill! The remaining dozen or so Li family martial artists, initially panicked and hesitant to act, found their courage upon seeing Li Yuanji take action. Uncle Yuan, you go help. Li Hui instructed Uncle Yuan. Alright. In the past, Uncle Yuan would have never dared to act. But now, with Li Yuanji around, he felt less afraid. Last time I spared your life, and you still don't know your place. Chu Chen snorted coldly, and with a whoosh, he appeared right in front of Uncle Yuan. Uncle Yuan's pupils constricted, and he wanted to retreat. But Chu Chen threw a punch that crashed into Uncle Yuan's chest. Boom! Put! Uncle Yuan's chest completely caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his shattered heart. He flew 7 or 8 meters away, fell to the ground, and struggled a few times. Then, he died. Uncle Yuan! Li Hui shouted. At the same time, he was filled with panic. In just one encounter, Uncle Yuan was dead? Was Chu Chen really that strong? Whoosh! After killing Uncle Yuan, Chu Chen vanished from his spot again. His figure flickered as he continued to strike. Bang! 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 With each strike, one person fell. After 2 or 3 minutes, all the remaining dozen or so experts from the Li family lay on the ground. Only Li Yuanji was left. All dead? Everyone was stunned. Just moments ago, when Chu Chen said he would ensure the Li family would have no more martial artists, they thought he was boasting. They never expected. Chu Chen actually did it. How could this happen? Li Hui's expression was blank, his gaze vacant. Their Li family had 58 members, oh no, counting Uncle Yuan, a total of 59 martial artists, and they all died? Impossible. Impossible. He was in a state of panic, nearly collapsing to the ground. He had ruined the Li family tonight. So many martial artists from the Li family were dead. What would they do in the future? Rely solely on his father, a half-step Earth level? Aha! Li Yuanji roared repeatedly. He glared at Chu Chen, his eyes bloodshot, and shouted, Chu Chen, you are ruthless. Just moments ago, he wanted to kill Chu Chen, but he hadn't even touched a hair on Chu Chen's head. Instead, he had buried the remaining experts of the Li family. He was filled with hatred. All the experts of the Li family were dead. This was the foundation of the Li family. I'm ruthless? Chu Chen sneered and said, if it weren't for you relying on your numbers, thinking you could deal with me, would they have met such a fate? Li Yuanji fell silent. Indeed, Chu Chen had never intended to target the Li family. He only wanted to kill his son. However, Li Yuanji thought he could easily handle Chu Chen. Who would have known it would end like this? Dad, kill him. Avenge our family's experts. Li Hui looked at Li Yuanji and shouted, we can't let them die in vain. Kill! Li Yuanji roared, his internal energy surging. It had come to this point. He had to kill Chu Chen. At that moment, he charged towards Chu Chen with a terrifying gust of wind. His right hand formed a fist, and the energy within him flowed into his fist. His fist seemed to grow enormous. Boom! He swung his fist, and the air seemed to explode. Half-step Earth level? Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he slowly raised his foot and kicked out, looking for death. Li Yuanji's heart surged with anger at Chu Chen's action. Although Chu Chen might be a half-step Earth-level master, very powerful, he was also a half-step Earth-level. How dare Chu Chen casually kick to meet his strongest strike? It was simply too arrogant, and he was living on borrowed time. He roared again, channeling his energy into his fist once more. Die! Madness flashed in his eyes. Boom! His fist collided with Chu Chen's foot. Li Yuanji thought Chu Chen's foot would be shattered by his punch. However, in an instant, he felt a terrifying force. Crack! His fist exploded. Even his entire arm split apart inch by inch. It was horrifying. His face changed drastically, and he wanted to retreat. But Chu Chen's foot was faster, directly kicking him in the chest. Poof! Ah! He let out a miserable scream, spitting out a mouthful of dark blood, and his whole body flew up, crashing into the stone lion at the entrance. Poof! After hitting the ground, he spat out another mouthful of blood, lying on the ground, clutching his chest, his face filled with unbearable pain. Silence! The scene was silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The head of the Li family was actually defeated by a single kick from Chu Chen? How could this be possible? Wasn't the head of the Li family a half-step Earth-level master? Master Chu has defied the heavens. Su Mang and Dong Zi gasped. Just now, Chu Chen had killed so many masters of the Li family in one blow, which had already shocked them. They never expected Chu Chen to defeat a half-step Earth-level master with a single kick? Master Chu was too formidable. Dad! Li Hui shouted in panic, falling from his wheelchair. At that moment, his eyes widened, a look of disbelief on his face. His dad was a half-step Earth-level powerhouse. How could he not withstand even a kick from Chu Chen? He felt as if he were dreaming. And this dream was absurd. More absurd than the dream he had a few days ago about something with his good brother. Then, his face turned pale, filled with terror. Even his dad had been defeated. What should he do? Who could save him? You are a true Earth-level master? Li Yuanji clutched his chest, looking at Chu Chen, exclaiming in shock. What? Earth-level master? Everyone turned to look at Chu Chen in unison. Chu Chen, right in front of them, was actually an Earth-level master? This was too unbelievable. However, being able to defeat the head of the Li family with a single kick indeed suggested he was an Earth-level master. Tap tap tap. Chu Chen did not respond but walked slowly towards Li Hui with his hands behind his back. You, don't come over. Li Hui's face was anxious, wanting to retreat, but his limbs had been rendered useless by Chu Chen. So, he could only squirm. It was utterly humiliating. Chu Chen stood before him, looking down at him, and said lightly, "It seems your Li family cannot protect your life." Chu Chen, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Your sister is in our backyard's woodshed. I'll have someone bring her to you right now. Li Hui cried and pleaded, I shouldn't have kidnapped your sister. I was wrong. I was really wrong. At the same time, he looked at Li Yuanji and shouted, Dad, please save me quickly. Li Yuanji could only smile bitterly. I can't even save myself. How can I save you? Chu Chen, I was really wrong. Please spare me. Li Hui looked up at Chu Chen, his face full of pleading. I've given you 2 chances, but unfortunately, you didn't know how to cherish them. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he said, in the next life, remember to cherish your opportunities. After saying that,
Chu Chen slowly raised his hand and struck Li Hui on the head. Crack! A sound of a bone breaking echoed. Blood began to flow slowly down Li Hui's forehead. Li Hui's eyes widened in an instant as he fell to the ground. At that moment, his heart was filled with regret. Why did he kidnap Chu Chen's sister? Not only had he doomed all the warriors of the Li family, but he had also doomed his own life. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. After killing Li Hui, Chu Chen turned to Li Yuanji. Mr. Chu, please spare me. From now on, our Li family will never oppose you. Li Yuanji's expression was frantic as he hurriedly begged for mercy. I said, I will kill until there are no warriors left in your Li family. Chu Chen looked at him and said flatly. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanji's face changed repeatedly. Bang! In the end, he struck at his dantian. Put! He spat out a mouthful of dark blood. His dantian was destroyed. He had become an ordinary person. He knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head and begging for mercy. Mr. Chu, I have already lost my cultivation. I am no longer a warrior. I hope Mr. Chu can spare my life. His words were filled with pleading. The people around watched this scene with complex emotions. Not long ago, how glorious was the head of the Li family. Yet now, the head of the Li family was kneeling before a young man begging for mercy. This sudden change left many feeling quite incredulous. Wu Jiani was also in a daze. When she first arrived here, she thought Li Yuanji was a true big shot. However, now such a big shot was kneeling before Chu Chen begging for mercy. She turned to look at Chu Chen, her eyes filled with awe. Chu Chen, this is the true big shot. Unfortunately, he does not belong to her. Chu Chen quietly looked at Li Yuanji. He hadn't expected Li Yuanji to be so straightforward. Moreover, he was quite ruthless towards himself. Mr. Chu, as long as you spare my life, from now on, our Li family will serve you. Our Li family respects Mr. Chu. Seeing that Chu Chen remained silent, Li Yuanji continued to bow his head. Chu Chen looked at Su Mang and instructed, handle the transition with him. Yes, Master Chu. Su Mang replied respectfully. Chu Chen clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked out. Wherever he passed, everyone actively made way for him. Jin Ming and Wu Jiani kept their heads down, wishing they could bury their heads in their pants. Both hoped that Chu Chen wouldn't notice them. However, Chu Chen actually came towards them. The two were filled with terror at the sight. They even thought about how to please Chu Chen, but Chu Chen didn't even glance at them. It was as if they were two ants in his eyes. It wasn't until Chu Chen walked far away that everyone let out a deep breath. Many had beads of sweat on their foreheads. Although they had no grievances with Chu Chen, the scene of him decisively killing the warriors of the Li family was simply too shocking. Even though Chu Chen merely walked past them, they felt an immense pressure. Li Yuanji was also slumped on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Everyone looked in the direction where Chu Chen had disappeared, their faces showing awe. They had a premonition that it wouldn't be long before the name Chu Chen would shake the entire Jiang city. A great figure was rapidly rising. Chu Chen was so young, yet he was already a powerful figure at the earth level. Moreover, he was decisive in killing. The future is promising. Everyone believed that it wouldn't be long before Chu Chen would rise to become a true big shot. Then, everyone looked at Li Yuanji on the ground, their expressions complex. Originally, the head of the Li family had just broken through to the semi-advanced level, full of vigor. Now, it had turned into this. After tonight, the Li family would truly decline in Jiangcheng. Just as Chu Chen had said earlier, Jiangcheng would no longer have the Li family. Everyone, let's conclude the annual meeting for tonight. I hope you all can give Li a face and keep tonight's events confidential. Li Yuanji looked at the crowd, his expression weary. Understood, understood. The crowd nodded slightly and began to disperse. On the other side, Chu Chen found Chu Xiaoyu in a woodshed behind the Li family courtyard. At this moment, she was tied up with her hands behind her back, and her mouth was stuffed with a towel. Upon seeing Chu Chen, Chu Xiaoyu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Xiaoyu! Chu Chen hurriedly untied her. Brother! You finally came! As soon as she was freed, Miss Chu threw herself into Chu Chen's arms, crying incessantly. She had been so scared tonight. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. It's my fault for putting you in danger. Chu Chen patted her back, softly comforting her. He felt deeply guilty for putting Chu Xiaoyu in danger twice because of him. I don't blame you, it's just that they are too wicked. Chu Xiaoyu looked up at Chu Chen. Alright, let's go home. Chu Chen helped her wipe her tears. The two left the Li family and returned directly to the luxurious villa. Ning Shufan was overjoyed to see them return, tears of happiness streaming down her face. Although she didn't know what had happened, she had seen Chu Chen get angry after receiving a phone call, and she knew her daughter must have been in danger again. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Ning Shufang hugged Xu Xiaoyu, continuously comforting her.
Xu Chen returned to his room. He stood by the window, looking at the pitch-black night sky, his gaze sharp. It seemed he wasn't ruthless enough. Some people didn't take his warnings seriously at all. He also wasn't strong enough. He couldn't intimidate everyone. "I still need to improve my cultivation as soon as possible." He sat cross-legged and entered a state of meditation. The next day, Su Meng arrived. He brought a small box. When Xu Chen opened it, he found it filled with medicinal herbs, ginseng, He Wu, and so on. Moreover, they were all aged, containing rich spiritual energy. "Where did you find so many?" Xu Chen felt a surge of joy inside. "These are the Li family's collection," Su Meng said respectfully. "Good."
Xu Chen was excited. He took the herbs back home and began to cultivate. A faint stream of spiritual energy overflowed from the herbs, which Xu Chen refined using an unnamed technique. The energy mass in his dantian was also slowly growing.
It wasn't until night that Xu Chen finally awakened from his cultivation. 9th layer of qi refining.
A gleam sparkled in Xu Chen's eyes. With the help of the Li family's herbs, he had broken through to the 9th layer of qi refining in one go.
It was quite a harvest.
Next is the foundation establishment stage.
Xu Chen felt a hint of excitement.
Once he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, he would be able to use more cultivation techniques. Moreover, he would have a way to help his mother's legs recover and allow her to stand again.
However, I need to refine a foundation establishment pill.
He freshened up and went to Longhu Mountain Villa.
"Master Chu, what brings you here?"
Su Meng immediately approached respectfully upon seeing Xu Chen.
"Have the matters regarding the Li family been handed over?" Xu Chen asked casually. "It's all been handed over."
Su Meng's face was full of respect. "The Li family is completely under our control now."
"Good." Xu Chen nodded slightly.
As his cultivation improved, the resources he needed increased as well. Therefore, he also needed to have his own power.
"By the way, there haven't been any issues with the Longhu sect during this time, right?" Xu Chen inquired. Su Meng showed hesitation, as if weighing whether to speak. "Speak," Xu Chen said coldly.
"The Longhu Gate is basically under our control, but the underground forces in Jiangcheng have started to stir after seeing Chao Long and Yen Hu dead," Su Meng said respectfully.
Xu Chen frowned slightly and said, "Didn't you and Dongzi also break through to the Xian level?"
Chao Long and Yen Hu were merely Xian level experts. The reason these forces didn't dare to eye the Longhu Gate before was because of Huidao behind Chao Long, Su Meng said, pursing his lips. Now that Chao Long is dead, they are no longer afraid, because they think that if they swallow the territory of the Longhu Gate, Huidao won't come back to settle scores with them, but rather,
will come looking for you, Master Chu. Oh, Xu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Which forces are eyeing us? There are 5 major forces in Jiangqing's underground world.
Besides the Longhu Gate, there are the Badian Gang, the Scorpion Gang, the Mantis Gate, and the 9 Serpent Gate, with the 9 Serpent Gate being the most powerful. These 4 forces actually want to get their hands on our Longhu Gate's territory, Su Meng replied respectfully.
The 4 major forces?
A cold glint flashed in Xu Chen's eyes. If they seek death, I don't mind if Jiangqing's underground
has only one force from now on.
Su Meng trembled at these words.
Master Chu is too domineering.
At the same time, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart.
He had a feeling that Master Chu could really accomplish this, unifying the entire underground force of Jiangcheng. Don't worry about them for now.
During this time, help me keep an eye out for aged medicinal materials. Money is not an issue. Also, the medicinal materials I asked you to find last time must have more manpower sent to search for them, Xu Chen instructed. Xu Chen had already asked Su Meng to help find the materials for refining foundation establishment pills,
but they hadn't been gathered yet. Yes, Master Chu. Su Meng nodded respectfully. After giving Su Meng some instructions, Xu Chen went home.
As soon as he got home, he received a call from Pang Weishuang.
What has young Master Chu been busy with these past few days?
As soon as the call connected, Pang Weishuang's soft voice came through.
Very enticing. Not much, Xu Chen replied with a faint smile, asking, is there something you need from me, President Pang?
It's nothing, I just got out of the shower and lay on the bed, feeling a bit empty, Pang Weishuang said lazily, wearing a silk nightgown and propped up on the bed. Her voice was filled with infinite temptation. Coupled with her words, any ordinary man would have probably been unable to resist her allure. However, Xu Chen remained calm and smiled. Then you should go to bed early, I'll hang up now.
Wait,
Pang Weishuang hurriedly called out to him.
Why is this guy different from other men? Is there anything else? Xu Chen asked. Pang Weishuang turned over and said, are you free tomorrow night? What's up? Shu Chen asked curiously.
Wanqing Group has a new chairman, and they are holding a party tomorrow night, inviting various parties to attend. I am also on the guest list, and I want you to accompany me, Pang Weishuang said.
They are holding a party just for changing a chairman? Shu Chen frowned slightly. Is Wanqing Group that idle? Pang Weishuang rolled her eyes and said, Wanqing Group is a large corporation, and its background is said to be very mysterious. Moreover, I heard that the new chairman is an absolute goddess. Absolute goddess? Shu Chen's expression froze. That's right. It said she is stunningly beautiful, even more so than a big star. Pang Weishuang smiled and said, but you probably won't have a chance, because this goddess is already married and has a daughter. Goddess? Has a daughter? Shu Chen was taken aback.
At this moment, he couldn't help but think of Yi Qingshu. Back in college, Yi Qingshu was voted the #1 campus beauty goddess. He and Yi Qingshu were deeply in love. However, the two of them still couldn't make it to the end.
Yi Qingshu had also given birth to a daughter. What's wrong? Disappointed to hear that the goddess is married with a child? Seeing Shu Chen silent, Pang Weishuang chuckled. No. Shu Chen pulled back his thoughts. Then come with me to the party tomorrow night, meet some more people, it could help you in the future. Pang Weishuang said. All right. After pondering for a moment, Shu Chen nodded slightly. After hanging up the phone, he stood by the window, looking at the night sky outside, his thoughts drifting back to the time spent with Yi Qingshu. At this moment, in a luxurious office building. This was the headquarters of Wanqing Group. Yi Qingshu stood quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. She was tall and elegant, with the moonlight casting a soft glow on her, making her look like a fairy about to ride the wind away. However, there was a hint of sadness about her, evoking a sense of pity. Qingshu, why haven't you left yet? A woman in a professional suit, with a delicate face, walked over. The woman's name was Han Danxiu, Yi Qingshu's close friend. I'll leave in a moment. Yi Qingshu smiled slightly. What's wrong? Feeling down? Han Danxiu noticed Yi Qingshu's low spirits. No. Yi Qingshu shook her head. Qingshu, you are now the chairwoman of Wanqing Group, so stop overthinking it. Han Danxiu advised. Yi Qingshu remained silent. If she could, she didn't want to be this chairwoman. When that gentleman returns to marry you, then, you will truly be the phoenix of the 9 heavens. Han Danxiu continued. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingshu's body trembled. A few days ago, making that call meant she accepted her family's arrangement. Marrying that man. She had mentally prepared herself for this in the past few days. Yet, her feelings were still complicated. Why is it that two people who clearly love each other can't make it to the end? Why does heaven always like to play with people's fates? Yi Qingshu looked at the night sky, a bitter expression on her flawless face. Han Danxiu knew who Yi Qingshu was talking about. She sneered, Shu Chen is simply not worthy of you. You are a true phoenix in the sky, while he is just a toad. You mustn't speak of Shu Chen like that. Yi Qingshu's pretty face turned cold. I'm not belittling him, just speaking the truth. Han Danxiu looked at Yi Qingshu. You two are not from the same world, it's just fate's trick that entangled you together. I see Shu Chen as someone who wants to use you to become someone important. Yi Qingshu shook her head, saying, Shu Chen is not that kind of person, he doesn't know my identity. Anyway, he definitely has ulterior motives. Han Danxiu sneered, you also said he is now entering a 5-star hotel with a woman, he must be trying to climb up to that woman. Hearing this, Yi Qingshu couldn't help but recall the scene of seeing Shu Chen walk into the hotel with He Ying that night. A strange pain welled up inside her. 10 years. She had waited for him for 10 years, always hoping to see him. Finally, they met. But she never expected to see such a scene. At that moment, her heart nearly shattered. 10 years, how much suffering have you endured for him? How many grievances have you suffered? And what about him? He sleeps in a warm embrace. Do you think such a man is worth your devotion? Mentioning Shu Chen, Han Danxiu's face was filled with disgust. Yi Qingshu remained silent, her beautiful eyes misting over. Qingshu, just focus on managing Wanqing Group well in Jiangchang, so that gentleman will look at you with new eyes. Han Danxiu continued. I have to go back, Cuckoo is still waiting for me. Yi Qingshu did not respond but wiped away her tears and turned to leave. Han Danxiu looked at Yi Qingshu's retreating figure and murmured, Qingshu, don't worry, with me here, I will help you rid yourself of your inner demons. Shu Chen is not worthy of you. In the luxurious villa, Shu Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly gazing at the night sky. An inexplicable emotion radiated from him. After a long while, he sighed and withdrew his thoughts. He sat cross-legged, activated the nameless technique, and entered a state of cultivation. The next evening, around 7, Pang Weishuang arrived in a Mercedes.
She wore a qipao that accentuated her graceful figure, making her look incredibly alluring. The split of her skirt revealed glimpses of spring as she walked, and the mature, charming aura she exuded was irresistible. However, Chu Chen remained indifferent. Pang Weishuang had grown accustomed to his unperturbed gaze. "Young Master Chu, let's go," she said. Chu Chen got into Pang Weishuang's car, and soon they arrived at a five-star hotel. The entrance was filled with various luxury cars, and distinguished individuals were entering the hotel. Chu Chen followed Pang Weishuang toward the entrance. "Sister Shuang, you're here?" A surprised voice called out. He Ying approached, and upon seeing Chu Chen, exclaimed, "Did Wan Shang Group invite you too?" "No, President Pang brought me along," Chu Chen explained. He Ying was taken aback. She pulled Pang Weishuang aside and whispered, "Sister Shuang, do you have something going on with him?" "I wish I did, but the problem is he's not interested in me," Pang Weishuang replied with a smile. "Oh?" He Ying was stunned, saying, "Sister Shuang, you're so sexy, and you still can't attract him? Could it be that he really isn't interested in women? Maybe he actually likes men?" Although the two were speaking softly, Chu Chen was not an ordinary person. He still heard their conversation. Chu Chen felt speechless. "When did I ever like men?" "Very likely," Pang Weishuang nodded seriously. "All right, let's go in." Chu Chen really didn't want the two women to continue their discussion. Otherwise, he might not be able to resist wanting to silence them. The two women returned to Chu Chen's side. He Ying looked him up and down, shook her head, and sighed, "He's quite good-looking, but what a shame he's bent." Chu Chen was filled with black lines. He really wanted to silence this woman. "All right, young Master Chu, let's go in and let you see." The goddess president of Wan Shang Group, Pang Weishuang, smiled seductively. "I'm quite interested in this goddess too," He Ying said, her beautiful eyes flashing with excitement. With that, the two women walked inside. Chu Chen followed them into the hotel. Soon, the three arrived at the hotel lobby. The lobby was magnificently decorated and quite spacious, but it was also filled with people. So many people? Chu Chen was astonished. This was far more than the event He Ying had taken him to a couple of days ago. Wasn't this just a party hosted by a single group? Wan Shang Group has a very mysterious background. It's said to have ties to Kyoto, Pang Weishuang explained. That's why many people want to make connections. Kyoto background? Chu Chen's expression changed. Why would Kyoto come here? Jiangcheng and Kyoto were not on the same level. One could even say they were worlds apart. People from Kyoto had no need to come here to establish a business, right? Just a guess, Pang Weishuang smiled and said, otherwise, there wouldn't be just this many people. The entire power structure of Jiangcheng would probably come to curry favor. This was merely a rumor. Many people didn't believe it, thinking it was a ploy by Wan Shang Group to enhance its influence. Indeed. Chu Chen nodded slightly. Mr. Pang, Miss He, you both came too? Upon seeing Pang Weishuang and He Ying, many people came over to greet them. Both women held significant status and were well known in Jiangcheng. Many even wanted to collaborate with them. At the same time, these people looked at Chu Chen with curiosity. Who was this man? It seemed they had never seen him before. But how did he come with Mr. Pang and Miss He? Moreover, judging by the laughter among the three, their relationship seemed quite close. This is Chu Chen, our friend. His medical skills are exceptional. If anyone needs help in the future, you can reach out to him. Also, if you come across aged medicinal materials, I hope you can sell them to Chu Chen. The price is negotiable. Pang Weishuang introduced Chu Chen to the crowd while also helping him pull customers. Hello, Mr. Chu. Everyone greeted Chu Chen politely. Although they couldn't see anything particularly special about him, someone who earned the admiration of both Pang Weishuang and He Ying must be extraordinary. Chu Chen didn't put on airs. After all, he still needed these people to help him find medicinal materials. A poor kid from a dilapidated urban village really thinks he can step into our world just by relying on two women? At that moment, a mocking voice came from the side. Everyone turned to see a few people approaching, led by a well-dressed man in a suit. Zhang Jiangsu. Hello, young Master Zhang. The crowd greeted him with smiles, though they were quite curious about why half of Zhang's face was injured. Who had hurt him? Who was so bold? Zhang Jiangsu, what do you mean by that? He Ying glared at Zhang Jiangsu, her pretty face filled with anger. She had warned him a couple of days ago not to make things difficult for Chu Chen. Now, was he looking for trouble again? I'm just speaking the truth. Zhang Jiangsu stepped closer, looking at Chu Chen. Do you dare say you're not from an urban village? I am from an urban village. Is there a problem? Chu Chen replied calmly. The crowd was taken aback. They had thought Chu Chen might be from a prominent family. They didn't expect he was just from an urban village?
Of course, there's a problem. Zheng Zhengse sneered. A lowly person from an urban village really thinks that by associating with Mr. Pang and Miss He, you've become someone important? He had been unhappy ever since he saw Chu Chen attending a party with Ying a few days ago. Moreover, Chu Chen had forced him to kneel in public. He wished he could kill Chu Chen, but his men had failed. Now seeing Chu Chen again with Ying, and even with Pang Weishuang, made him extremely jealous. He was the young master of the Zhang family, a position of high status, while Chu Chen was just a poor kid from an urban village. Why did he deserve the favor of beauties like He Ying and Pang Weishuang? So he wanted to humiliate Chu Chen thoroughly. Zheng Zhengse, watch your mouth. He Ying's face turned cold. Pang Weishuang's enchanting face also flashed with anger. Zheng Zhengse's words were an insult to Chu Chen. I'm just speaking the truth. Zheng Zhengse shrugged. A lowly poor kid from an urban village shouldn't even be here. Slap. Before he could finish, a crisp sound of a slap echoed. He covered his face, looking at Chu Chen, furious. How dare you hit me? He was stunned. This guy suddenly struck without warning, and he didn't even have time to react. This was completely against the rules. The crowd around them was also dumbfounded. Chu Chen had directly slapped young Master Zhang? That took some serious guts. It's not like I haven't done it before, Chu Chen said. Ha! The crowd was taken aback again. Could it be that Zheng Zhengse's injured half-face was caused by Chu Chen? I will kill you. Zheng Zhengse's eyes were dark, his internal energy surging as he roared. Last time, Chu Chen had slapped half of his face to pieces, and it still hadn't healed. How dare Chu Chen hit him again? Truly despicable. Bang! Chu Chen lifted his foot and kicked. Zheng Zhengse hadn't even had time to dodge before he was struck, falling to the ground. Bang! Chu Chen stepped on his chest, looking down at him and said lightly, I come from a village in the city, but you don't seem to be of much nobility either. A few days ago, you sent someone to ambush me, and I haven't settled the score with you yet you dare to come before me and yap? Upon hearing this, Zheng Zhengse's heart raced. However, he did not admit it and instead shouted angrily, Chu Chen, don't talk nonsense. When did I send someone to ambush you? Then just consider it nonsense, Chu Chen replied indifferently, applying a bit of force. Crack! Two of Zheng Zhengse's ribs broke. Ah! Zheng Zhengse let out a painful scream. The crowd around them looked at Chu Chen in shock. How dare he treat young Master Zhang like this? Was he completely disregarding the Zheng family? Pang Weishuang looked at Chu Chen, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. This guy was incredibly bold. He Ying's pretty face showed a hint of worry. Last time Chu Chen had beaten Zheng Zhengse, and now he was doing it again. The feud between Chu Chen and the Zheng family seemed irreparable now. Let go of the young master. At that moment, a furious shout rang out. An old man rushed over with a whoosh. Uncle Liang, hurry and kill him. Zheng Zhengse's face lit up with joy upon seeing the newcomer, shouting loudly. Let go of the young master. Uncle Liang looked at Chu Chen, his face extremely grim. You want me to let go? Who do you think you are? Chu Chen replied coldly, applying a bit more pressure with his foot. Ah! Zheng Zhengse screamed in agony. You're seeking death. Uncle Liang roared, his internal energy surging as he prepared to attack Chu Chen. Look! President Yi is here. At that moment, a gasp echoed through the crowd. Everyone turned to see a group of people entering. At the forefront was a woman. The woman was tall, with fair skin, a slender waist, and her hair elegantly pinned up, revealing her snow-white neck. She wore a V-neck evening gown and a delicate necklace, with a crystal pendant resting perfectly between her breasts. The woman exuded a noble aura, walking like a queen. This is the new chairwoman of Wancheng Group? The crowd gasped in awe at the sight of her. She was stunningly beautiful. The rumors were indeed true, even more beautiful than a big star. Chu Chen's body trembled, staring blankly at the woman. His breath quickened. Yi Qinxue? He never expected the goddess president of Wancheng Group would actually be Yi Qinxue. At that moment, his hands began to shake. In the immortal realm for 1,000 years, he had thought of Yi Qinxue every moment. Today, he finally saw her. He wanted to approach her. But remembering that Yi Qinxue was already married and had a daughter, he held back. The two of them were ultimately a thing of the past. Yi Qinxue also saw Chu Chen, her body trembling. Their eyes met. It was as if they had crossed through time and space. Yi Qinxue's breath quickened, her emotions stirred. However, she soon noticed He Ying beside Chu Chen. Last time, Chu Chen had entered the hotel with this woman, right? Thinking of this, a wave of desolation washed over her. She no longer looked at Chu Chen, as if he were a stranger. Chu Chen? Han Danqiu also noticed Chu Chen, her brows furrowing. How did he end up here?
So he really relies on women, she thought disdainfully. Soon, Yi Qingxue and her group reached the podium. I'm very glad everyone could come to our Wansheng group's gala. Han Danqiu looked at Yi Qingsno and introduced, this is our Wansheng group's new chairwoman, Yi Qingsno, President Yi. In the future, President Yi will lead our Wansheng group towards a more glorious future. We also hope everyone can cooperate more with our Wansheng group. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone in the hall applauded. After a few simple words, Yi Qingsno and the others came down. President Yi, hello, I am President Wu from Dongyi Group. President Yi, hello, I am from Xuansong Technology Group. President Yi, I am from the Lu family. Everyone stepped forward to congratulate Yi Qingsno. Mainly because Yi Qingsno was too beautiful, like a celestial being. They all wanted to see her up close. Moreover, it was said that Wansheng Group had a mysterious background, and they also wanted to collaborate with them. They all wanted to toast Yi Qingsno, but she did not drink, only nodded slightly. She did not speak. Han Danqiu knew that Yi Qingsno had a rather cold personality, and she also knew that Yi Qingsno must be feeling unwell upon seeing Chu Chen. So at this moment, she stood in front of Yi Qingsno, helping to greet everyone. Chu Chen, should we go over and congratulate her too? He Ying looked at Chu Chen and said, no, you go ahead. Chu Chen shook his head. He really didn't know how to face Yi Qingsno, because his heart hurt a lot. Such a beautiful goddess president, and you're not interested at all? He Ying looked at him in surprise. She glanced at Chu Chen and said, you really have no interest in women. Chu Chen couldn't be bothered to respond to her teasing, because he was not in a good mood. Then I'll go by myself. He Ying picked up a glass of red wine and walked over. Why do I feel like you're not in a good mood? After Ying left, Pang Weishuang smiled and said, could it be that seeing such a goddess already married with children has made you feel down? Indeed, it's frustrating. Chu Chen sighed, feeling inexplicably irritable. This time returning to Earth, he had planned to make it up to Yi Qingsno. Who would have thought that she was already married and had a daughter? Even if Yi Qingsno wasn't married, others wouldn't look at you. Pang Weishuang smiled. That's not necessarily true. Chu Chen sighed again. Pang Weishuang looked at Chu Chen with her beautiful eyes and asked, why do I feel like Yi Qingsno just looked over here? Do you know her? Chu Chen didn't expect Pang Weishuang to be so perceptive. He remained silent. After a while, he finally spoke, President Pang, you go socialize, I'll take a walk outside. Chu Chen stepped outside the hotel, standing quietly. The night breeze seemed to blow away his troubled heart. Chu Chen. At that moment, a cold voice came. Chu Chen turned to see Han Danqiu walking over. Upon seeing Han Danqiu, Chu Chen frowned slightly. Han Danqiu was Yi Qingsno's close friend, but Han Danqiu had never liked him. Back when he was with Yi Qingsno, she often mocked him. She even persuaded Yi Qingsno multiple times to break up with him. So Chu Chen also didn't like Han Danqiu. It's been 10 years, and I didn't expect you to still be stuck in this small place, Jiangcheng. Seeing Chu Chen silent, Han Danqiu sneered. She slightly raised her chin, her face showing arrogance. Just like back then. I am from Jiangcheng. What's wrong with being in Jiangcheng? Chu Chen said lightly. True, with someone like you, where else could you go besides Jiangcheng? You have no ability to venture into the vast world outside. Han Danqiu mocked. Her words were still as harsh as they were back then. So disdainful of Chu Chen. Just because I'm in Jiangcheng means I have no ability? Chu Chen glanced at her and said lightly, then why are you also in Jiangcheng? You. Han Danqiu's face turned angry. I am here to help Qingsno. Speaking of which, she looked at Chu Chen and warned, Chu Chen, I advise you to stay away from Qing Shui. Don't think that you still have a chance with her. Chu Chen remained silent, quietly gazing at the night sky. I've said it long ago, you and Qing Shui are not from the same world. Qing Shui's world is one you can only look up to, and you will never reach it in your lifetime. So, you should know your place. Han Danqiu said coldly. How much do you really know about me? Chu Chen looked at her and replied coldly, who do you think you are? Do I need your guidance in what I do? What did you say? Han Danqiu's face turned angry. How dare this guy speak to her like that? Besides, you're just a useless poor kid from a village in the city. Why should I care to know you? What is there about you that's worth knowing? Chu Chen, let me tell you, you are not the best choice for Qing Shui. Her husband is that esteemed gentleman. Han Danqiu mocked. That esteemed gentleman? Upon hearing this, Chu Chen frowned slightly and asked, which gentleman? You don't have the right to know. Han Danqiu looked at Chu Chen and sneered. You don't have the right to know him because he is someone you will never be able to reach in your lifetime. He is the true dragon of the heavens, while you are just an earthworm. He is a true dragon? I am just an earthworm? Chu Chen was amused by Han Danqiu's words.
With his hands behind his back, he said proudly, "Do you know how ridiculous that sounds?" Although he didn't know who that so-called esteemed gentleman was, or what his status was, he didn't care, because he had his pride. He had his confidence. He was once the heavenly emperor. The entire immortal realm revered him. What esteemed gentleman could be more noble than him? He. Han Dancho crossed her arms and mocked, "Shu Chen, do you really think that just because you've climbed up to a wealthy young lady, you are now part of the upper class? What do you mean by climbing up to a wealthy young lady?" Shu Chen frowned slightly. Han Dancho saw his expression and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "What are you pretending for in front of me?" She couldn't be bothered to expose him and instead said coldly, "Shu Chen, there are some classes you will never be able to cross. Some people are born in Rome, while others will never reach it in their lifetime. Many things are destined from birth." She had a proud demeanor. Shu Chen, with an indifferent expression, said, "Have you ever heard of man conquering heaven?" Ha ha. Han Dancho laughed directly, mocking, "What noble birth or high status? It's just self-comfort for you lowly people." Shu Chen glanced at her and said lightly, "I don't see you being that noble either. You have the same nose and 2 nostrils, only yours has to look up to breathe, while ours doesn't need to." "You!" Han Dancho's face turned angry. Is this guy laughing at her pride? She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and coldly said, "Shu Chen, you should have some self-awareness. Xing Shui is already married and has given birth to a daughter." "The daughter is that esteemed gentleman's?" Shu Chen asked. "Otherwise?" Han Dancho sneered. In fact, she knew that Kuku was Shu Chen's daughter. But she wouldn't say it. Shu Chen's expression darkened, a trace of sadness flashing through his heart. "Shu Chen, you and Xing Shui are not from the same world. Let go, don't bind Xing Shui's life. You are not worthy of her." Han Dancho looked at Shu Chen with disgust and turned to leave. Shu Chen ignored her. His world. Han Dancho would never understand. Even if she expanded her imagination dozens of times, she would not comprehend what Shu Chen's future world would be like. Not long after, a group of people walked out of the hall. Leading them were Yi Qing Shui and Han Dancho. Upon seeing Shu Chen, Yi Qing Shui instinctively slowed her steps. However, she did not stop. Han Dancho wore a face of disgust. Once they were outside and had gotten into the car, Yi Qing Shui began to cry silently. 2 streams of tears flowed down her delicate cheeks. "Xing Shui, don't cry," Han Dancho said, looking at her. "Shu Chen is just a jerk, he doesn't deserve you." Yi Qing Shui remained silent, only gazing out the window. "I just found out that Shu Chen came with 2 women, and I also heard that he is staying in a woman's villa. He is just a man who relies on women to get ahead, a useless scumbag," Han Dancho continued. Yi Qing Shui's delicate body trembled, her tears flowing like a kite with a broken string. "A man like him doesn't deserve you. You should just wait for that gentleman," Han Dancho advised. "Let's go." Yi Qing Shui wiped her tears. Soon, she returned home. "Mommy, you're back?" Coco bounced over to Yi Qing Shui upon seeing her return. Yi Qing Shui picked her up, her face full of affection. "Mommy, why are your eyes red? Did you cry?" Coco touched Yi Qing Shui's face and said in a baby voice, "Are you missing Daddy? Don't cry, Daddy will be back soon." "Coco, don't call him Daddy anymore," Han Dancho said, looking at her. "Your daddy is a jerk." "Daddy is not a jerk. Daddy is not a jerk." Cuckoo immediately began to cry. "Anchio is the jerk. Daddy is not a jerk." The little one cried very sadly. "Dancho, don't say that in front of Cuckoo," Yi Qing Shui said with displeasure. Han Dancho walked away in anger. "All right, no more crying. Anchio was just joking," Yi Qing Shui comforted, stroking Cuckoo's head. "You can't joke about my daddy." Cuckoo wrinkled her little nose, waving her tiny fists, looking very angry. Seeing her like this, Yi Qing Shui felt an inexplicable sadness in her heart. "Shu Chen, do you know how much your daughter loves you?" "Mommy, I don't like Aunt Xiu. Can you not let her come to our house anymore?" Coco looked at Yi Qing Shui, her little face serious. "Aunt Xiu is not a bad person," Yi Qing Shui said sternly. "Anyway, I don't like her," the little one huffed. Yi Qing Shui patted her head, about to speak. Suddenly, Coco trembled all over, her face pale, her lips quivering. "Coco, what's wrong?" Yi Qing Shui's pretty face changed, and she hurriedly shouted, "Help! Cuckoo is having an episode." A group of people rushed out from the nearby room, carrying Cuckoo into another room. Yi Qing Shui paced anxiously outside the door. "Cuckoo, please be okay." On the other side, Pang Weishuang also sent Shu Chen back to the luxurious villa. After getting out of the car, Pang Weishuang looked at Shu Chen, puzzled. "Mr. Shu, you don't seem to be in a good mood tonight. You really know Yi Qing Shui, don't you?" "Even if I do, that's in the past," Shu Chen replied. Pang Weishuang was taken aback by his words. This guy really knows Yi Qingxue? And judging by his mood, their relationship seems to be quite special. Did you ever pursue Yi Qingxue? Pang Weishuang asked tentatively. More than just pursuing her, Shu Chen sighed inwardly. However, he did not elaborate and turned to leave. After returning home, he went straight to his room. He stood by the window, looking at the pitch-black night sky, his emotions unable to calm down for a long time. He never expected that they would finally meet. Yet, they were like two strangers. Shu Chen felt an inexplicable pain. He sat cross-legged, practicing the nameless technique to suppress the sorrow in his heart. It wasn't until the sky began to lighten that Shu Chen finally woke up. After having breakfast, he went outside. However, just as he reached the entrance of the villa, a car came speeding towards him and stopped right in front. The car door opened, and a woman in a professional suit stepped out. It was actually Han Danxiu. Shu Chen, I didn't expect you to really live here, Han Danxiu said, approaching him with a mocking expression. Is Pang Weishuang's house comfortable? How do you know I live here? Shu Chen frowned slightly. I have my ways, Han Danxiu replied with a cold smile. Do you need something from me? Shu Chen asked indifferently. Han Danxiu took a check out of her bag and said arrogantly, this is 10 million. Take it and leave Jiang City from now on. Don't ever appear in front of me or Qingxue again. Holding the check, Han Danxiu stood with an air of superiority. Seeing her like this, Shu Chen frowned. This woman was getting more and more outrageous. If it weren't for Yi Qingxue, he would have slapped her. What? Is it too little? Seeing Shu Chen silent, Han Danxiu sneered, 10 million is enough for you to spend. You'll never earn this much money in your life. Be content. Shu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Although he hadn't counted how much money he certainly had more than 10 million in his account. Not to mention the assets of the Longhu Gate and the Li family. What are you laughing at? Han Danxiu frowned. She felt that Shu Chen's smile was mocking her. Han Danxiu, in my eyes, you are nothing but a joke. Shu Chen shook his head and said lightly. What did you say? Han Danxiu's face turned angry. How dare this guy mock her like that? Shu Chen, do you really think you're impressive just because of two women? I'll tell you, you are nothing. Han Danxiu looked at Shu Chen with a mocking expression. Who said I rely on women? Shu Chen sneered. Ha! Han Danxiu crossed her arms and said, if it weren't for Pang Weishuang and Ying, you wouldn't even have qualified to attend our Wanqing group's party last night. Don't talk about how man can conquer heaven. Even if someone could conquer heaven, that person is not you. With that, she wore a face full of sarcasm. Shu Chen couldn't be bothered to deal with her and turned to leave. But Han Danxiu blocked his way. Shu Chen, Qingxue is not someone you can think about. You better take care of yourself. While that important person hasn't returned, take this 10 million and leave Qingxue's world from now on. She placed the check on a nearby stone lion, then turned and got into the car, driving away. Shu Chen waved his right hand. The check on the stone lion instantly turned to dust. He walked away with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. He went to a nearby park and unexpectedly ran into Ying and Delin. The two were practicing martial arts. Mr. Shu, you're here? Delin greeted politely upon seeing Shu Chen. He held a great deal of respect for Shu Chen because he had saved him. Moreover, he had learned from Ying that Shu Chen was a Shen-level master who had single-handedly killed 5 Shen-level masters. Such a young man with such cultivation was promising for the future. Good morning, old he, Shu Chen smiled back. Inger, why don't you come and chat with Chu Xiaoyu? Delin looked at Ying and said with a smile. Ying knew her grandfather's intentions all too well. Ever since she learned that Chu Chen was a Shen-level master, her grandfather had repeatedly urged her to get close to him. This left her speechless. This guy had no interest in women. How could she get close to him? However, she still looked at Chu Chen and said, you broke Zhang Zheng's sternum last night. The Zhang family will definitely be furious, so you need to be careful. There are quite a few Earth-level masters. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's expression froze. The 10 great families were indeed extraordinary. However, he didn't care and said lightly, as long as they don't come to provoke me, it's fine. You really are arrogant, Ying said, stomping her foot. This guy didn't take her words to heart at all. Chu Xiaoyu, if you need our He family's help, just give the order, Delin said in a deep voice. Okay. Shu Chen smiled faintly. He found a secluded spot and entered a state of cultivation. Jiancheng Hospital. Zhang Zhengsu lay on the hospital bed, his chest wrapped in bandages. Shu Chen had broken 3 or 4 of his ribs with a kick last night, and he had rushed to the hospital for surgery immediately. He was only feeling a bit better now. Dad, you have to avenge me. He looked at his father, crying. Zhang Rongfa's face was as dark as thunder. He had only been out for a few days,
and he didn't expect his son's face to be beaten to a pulp. Several ribs were also broken. It was truly despicable. Who did this? His voice was chilling. It was Chu Chen. Zhang Zhengsu quickly recounted what had happened with Chu Chen. A kid from the urban village? Zhang Rongfa frowned slightly. A kid from an urban village had disappeared for 10 years and had become a martial arts expert? I don't know where he has been for the past 10 years, but no matter where he went, our Zhang family has nothing to fear, Zhang Zhengsu said ominously. Zhang Rongfa nodded slightly. The Zhang family was one of the 10 great families in Jiangcheng. There were many experts. What was there to be afraid of? He then looked at Liang Bo behind him and ordered, "Take Yuan Ji and Mu Zhuang with you, and find an opportunity to kill Chu Chen." Yes. Liang Bo nodded respectfully. Zhang Zhengsu's eyes were filled with excitement. Yuan Ji and Mu Zhuang were both half-step Earth-level experts, and Liang Bo was a true Earth-level expert. The three of them would go to ambush Chu Chen. Chu Chen would surely die. At noon, Chu Chen's phone rang. He took it out and saw it was a call from Tao Xianmin. They had exchanged contact information at the auction a while back. At that time, Tao Xianmin mentioned an antique appraisal meeting and hoped Chu Chen could attend. Chu Chen was also interested in this antique appraisal meeting because it might have what he needed for his cultivation. However, so many days had passed, and Tao Xianmin hadn't called. He thought Tao Xianmin had forgotten. Unexpectedly, he finally called today. "Hello? Mr. Chu?" As soon as the call connected, Tao Xianmin's polite voice came through, saying with a smile, "The antique appraisal meeting starts tomorrow. I wonder if Mr. Chu is free?" "Sure." Chu Chen nodded with a smile. "Then we'll see you tomorrow." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Chu Chen showed an expression of anticipation. He hoped this antique appraisal meeting would have what he needed. The next day at noon, Chu Chen arrived at the address Tao Xianmin had given him. It was a hotel. At this time, the hotel lobby was already filled with various antiques. There were calligraphy and paintings, vases, ancient wood, and so on. Some were genuine, while others were replicas. However, Chu Chen found that they were all just ordinary antiques. There was nothing he needed. This left him quite disappointed. "Mr. Chu, you're here so early?" At that moment, a cheerful voice came. Tao Xianmin walked over, smiling. "Mr. Chu, have you found anything you like?" Although Chu Chen was still young, Tao Xianmin was very polite to him because Chu Chen had already demonstrated extraordinary appraisal skills at the auction. None of these antiques have any value to pick up. Chu Chen shook his head. "Mr. Chu's eye for appraisal is indeed impressive," Tao Xianmin praised. Chu Chen could only smile wryly. This so-called antique appraisal meeting, he had lost interest in staying any longer. "Mr. Chu, actually, I invited you here not just to look at these antiques," suddenly, Tao Xianmin said. "Then what are we looking at?" Chu Chen's expression froze. "Follow me." Tao Xianmin smiled and led the way ahead. "Are there other antique appraisal meetings?" Chu Chen looked at Tao Xianmin, a hint of confusion on his face. He followed Tao Xianmin and soon arrived at a private room. The room was decorated in a resplendent manner. At this moment, 5 or 6 people were seated inside. Each of them exuded an air of authority, clearly individuals who had long occupied high positions. "Tao Lao, you're here?" A middle-aged man greeted Tao Xianmin with a smile upon seeing him arrive. Tao Xianmin brought Chu Chen to him and introduced, "Chu Chen, this is Mr. Sun from Longtong Group." "Mr. Sun, this is the Mr. Chu I mentioned to you last time." Sun Yonglang looked at Chu Chen in surprise. Last time, Tao Xianmin had said he met someone with impressive appraisal skills and wanted to bring him to help. He had been quite looking forward to it. He didn't expect that it would be such a young man. This was not what he had imagined. He had thought Chu Chen would be an old man. "Tao Lao, you must be mistaken?" Sun Yonglong's face showed skepticism. At such a young age, how could he have any discerning ability? Surely, Tao Lao hadn't been deceived? Although Mr. Chu is young, his insight is quite profound. "Mr. Sun, you must not underestimate Mr. Chu," Tao Xianmin hurriedly explained. Although he had only met Chu Chen twice, he had witnessed how Chu Chen dealt with the young master of the Li family at the charity auction last time. Despite Chu Chen's easygoing demeanor, he had a strong sense of pride inside. He didn't want Sun Yonlang to offend Chu Chen. "Oh, well then." Sun Yonlang turned to Chu Chen and said, "Young friend Chu, please help me with the appraisal later." His words sounded polite, but it was clear he didn't truly believe in Chu Chen. Chu Chen didn't mind. After all, he was just there to see if there was anything he needed. "Mr. Chu, let's take a seat." "Okay." Chu Chen nodded slightly and sat down next to Sun Yonglang with Tao Xianmin. As time passed, a few more people entered. These individuals clearly held status, each accompanied by an elderly person, seemingly there to assist with the appraisals.
This piqued Chu Chen's curiosity. What kind of private appraisal meeting was this?
Suddenly, Chu Chen looked towards the door, feeling a stir within.
At that moment, two people walked in.
One was a middle-aged man in a well-fitted suit, and the other was an elderly man with gray hair and a thin frame.
Chu Chen sensed a sinister aura from the old man.
He should be a martial artist, and the cultivation method he practiced was quite dark. The old man seemed to notice Chu Chen's gaze and looked back at him. However, he soon frowned slightly, realizing that there was not a trace of martial artist aura on Chu Chen.
Boss Joe, you finally made it.
Upon seeing the middle-aged man, everyone greeted him with smiles.
Boss Joe was also a renowned collector, often bringing out many good items at appraisal meetings. Sorry for being late, Boss Joe said with an apologetic expression.
Boss Joe, who is this beside you?
Have you changed your appraisal master? The crowd curiously asked about the elderly man beside him.
This is Master Chiu, here to assist me with the appraisals, and he also has some treasures he wants to sell, Boss Joe introduced.
Oh, upon hearing this, everyone's expression froze. Was this Master Chiu also a collector?
Boss Joe and Master Chiu found empty seats and sat down. A few minutes later, 2 or 3 more bosses arrived. Alright, everyone for this private appraisal meeting is here. Let's begin, Sun Yonglang said, looking at the crowd with a smile.
Who will go first?
I'll go first. A boss took out a shabby little bowl and said, this is something I inadvertently acquired from a farmer.
The farmer's ancestors can be traced back to the Yuan dynasty.
During the late Yuan dynasty, Xu Changba came to their home with this small bowl to beg for food, and in the end, he left this small bowl behind.
So,
this is a bowl that Xu Changba used for begging. The boss introduced it with great flair.
Moreover, the asking price was over 20 million. That was quite a sum. However, if it truly was the bowl Xu Changba once used for begging, it would be worth it.
So now, in the private room, many bosses exchanged glances. Some were uninterested, while others began to inquire with those knowledgeable around them.
Sun Yonglang looked at Tao Xianmin and asked, Old Tao, is what he said true?
Tao Xianmin pressed his lips together and said, historically, Xu Changba did beg, but as for this bowl,
I can't discern much.
Saying this, he turned to Chu Chen and asked, Mr.
Chu, what do you think?
Chu Chen smiled faintly and said, this bowl is indeed from the late Yuan to early Ming period, and it can be considered an antique, but to say it was used by Xu Changba for begging, I find that a bit far-fetched.
Tao Xianmin nodded slightly in agreement.
Sun Yonglang was interested, but in the end, he did not place a bid. Ultimately, the broken bowl was bought by a boss for 25 million. In the following time, more bosses took out their collectibles for auction. These bosses were indeed different, all of them had genuine items. However, some had incorrect dates or information. There were still opportunities to pick up bargains and make a profit. Chu Chun also helped Sun Yonglang acquire a piece of calligraphy and painting. This piece could allow him to make a 10 million profit. Of course, Sun Yonglang was somewhat skeptical of Chu Chen. In fact, it was only after Tao Xianmin's strong persuasion that he reluctantly placed a bid. This painting is 50 million. It won't make me lose money, right? Sun Yonglang frowned slightly.
Mr.
Sun, you must trust Mr.
Chu's judgment, Tao Xianmin said.
Sun Yonglang said nothing more, but from his expression, it was clear he still had doubts. In the following time, 3 more collectibles were brought out for bidding, but they were all just ordinary antiques. This left him quite disappointed. Could it be that this so-called treasure appraisal private meeting would yield no results? Alright, everyone, does anyone else have collectibles to auction? Sun Yonglang looked at the crowd and smiled. The treasure appraisal private meeting was nearing its end. Sigh. Chu Chen let out a sigh. The crowd began to stand up, ready to leave. Everyone, don't be in a hurry. At this moment, Boss Joe spoke with a smile.
Does Boss Joe have more collectibles?
The crowd looked at Boss Joe, all curious. Just a moment ago, Boss Joe had already presented 2 items.
Now, was there more?
I don't have any, Boss Joe smiled and said, but Master Chiu does.
Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Master Chiu in surprise. Master Chiu was not just knowledgeable, he was also a collector? Even Chu Chen looked at Master Chiu with curiosity.
Under everyone's gaze, Master Chiu took something out of his bag.
Chu Chen's heart stirred when he saw what it was. Master Chiu had taken out an alchemy furnace.
This alchemy furnace was not large, only about 20 centimeters tall, but it was quite ancient. There were some mysterious patterns on the furnace walls.
Moreover, Chu Chen sensed a faint medicinal fragrance emanating from it.
This alchemy furnace had indeed been used for alchemy.
What is this? Everyone looked at the alchemy furnace with curiosity. Master Chiu smiled and said, This is an alchemy furnace I obtained from a mysterious ancient tomb. An alchemy furnace? Everyone's expressions froze. This must be fake, right? Yeah, where is there any alchemy? It's all a scam. Many bosses shook their heads. They certainly did not believe in ancient alchemy. This alchemy furnace is incredibly marvelous. Master Chiu picked up the alchemy furnace and showed it to everyone. You can all take a look. There are no medicinal materials inside, but smell this. Master Chiu gently pressed his palm against the alchemy furnace. Soon, everyone could vaguely feel the furnace heating up. At the same time, they also caught a faint scent of medicinal fragrance. The various bosses were all shocked. This alchemy furnace actually had a medicinal aroma? Moreover, they found that just smelling this fragrance made them feel completely at ease. What kind of alchemy furnace is this? Could it be from ancient mythology? Yes. It smells amazing. The bosses suddenly became excited. Everyone was fixated on the alchemy furnace in Master Chiu's hands. Master Chiu, how much do you want for this alchemy furnace? Sun Yonglong's breathing quickened as he asked directly. The other bosses' eyes also sparkled with interest. They were all high-level figures, already financially secure, but they all valued their lives. They hoped to live a little longer. If they had an alchemy furnace at home, absorbing this medicinal fragrance every day would surely extend their lifespan. I'm sorry, everyone, but this alchemy furnace is not for sale. However, Master Chiu wore an apologetic expression. Not for sale? Upon hearing this, the bosses all frowned. If it wasn't for sale, then why bring it out? Was it just to show off? To flaunt a little? Why not just take a picture and post it on social media? Why come all the way here? Even Shu Chen frowned, unable to understand what Master Chiu was trying to do. Everyone, please don't be anxious. Master Chiu looked at the crowd and smiled. Although I won't sell this alchemy furnace, I can sell other things. What will you sell? Sun Yonglang asked. Master Chiu took out a bottle from his pocket and smiled. The elixirs inside were refined using this alchemy furnace and can extend your life. Elixirs? The bosses were all taken aback. He can really refine elixirs? However, they looked at Master Chiu with skepticism. What kind of elixirs? Was he trying to scam them? Master Chiu noticed their thoughts and opened the bottle, pouring out small elixirs. These elixirs were the size of a pinky finger, very round, and had a luster like agate. A rich medicinal fragrance wafted from these elixirs. Just smelling them made everyone feel invigorated. Their fatigue from the day vanished. They felt full of strength, even better than the powerful elixirs they usually consumed. How much are these elixirs? One boss immediately asked. The others were also staring intently at Master Chiu. Even Sun Yonlang was the same. However, Shu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. So this was the trick. Master Chiu looked at everyone and said, these elixirs are actually not for sale, but out of respect for Boss Shou, I will reluctantly sell them. Each elixir costs 1 million. 1 million? Everyone was taken aback. That was quite a price. These elixirs took me 49 days to refine successfully. They can strengthen the body and extend life. You all smell the fragrance, right? Master Chiu continued. 1 million is not expensive. That's right. When we go out to have fun, 1 million isn't even enough for a night. Exactly. After taking these elixirs, we might be able to party for 3 days and 3 nights. The bosses all expressed their desire to buy. Soon, each boss had an elixir in hand. Alright, everyone, go ahead and take them. I'll help you refine the medicinal power one by one. Master Chiu smiled at the crowd. Okay. Everyone nodded and was about to take the elixirs. Even Sun Yonlang took one and was about to eat it. Mr. Sun, don't eat it. However, at that moment, Shu Chen stopped him. What's wrong? Sun Yonlang asked, confused. The many bosses looked at Shu Chen, their faces filled with doubt. Master Chiu's eyes turned cold. This pill has a problem, Shu Chen said. What? Everyone's expression changed. Nonsense. Master Chiu glared at Shu Chen, anger evident on his face, and shouted, Kid, are you unable to stand seeing these executives in good health, deliberately spreading rumors to confuse the crowd? Shu Chen looked at Master Chiu and said calmly, you're really ruthless, using these executives as nourishment. Nourishment? What does that mean? The many bosses were all bewildered. Master Chiu's heart trembled. Could this kid have seen through something? However, he still pretended to be confused and said, Kid, I don't know what you're talking about. Shu Chen, with an indifferent expression, took the pill from Sun Yonglong's hand. He gently squeezed it, and the pill cracked open, releasing a wisp of black smoke. At the same time, a piercing sound came from the pill. Buzzing. At that moment, a small insect flew out from the pill. It wasn't large, but it was pitch black all over. Its eyes were bright red, emitting a sinister glow.
It flapped its wings, flying in the air, making a chilling sound. Everyone's face changed in shock, and they hurriedly threw away the pills in their hands. Each pill cracked open, releasing black mist. At the same time, small black-bodied red-eyed insects flew out. "What is this?" everyone exclaimed upon seeing the insects. They felt a chilling sensation as if their souls had turned cold. They looked at Master Chio, their faces filled with terror. What did Master Chio want them to do with these pills? "They want to use your bodies to raise their goo insects while controlling you," Chuchen said calmly. "What? Goo insects?" Upon hearing this, everyone's face changed drastically. They had heard of such things before, but they thought they were just legends. They never expected them to actually exist. And Master Chio actually regarded them as nourishment? "Kid, you dare to ruin my good plans?" Master Chio looked at Chu Chen, his face sinister and twisted, saying, "Then you can be the nourishment for my treasures." Master Chio's expression darkened to the extreme. He indeed wanted to use the bodies of these bosses to raise his goo insects. Moreover, these bosses were all executives of major groups in Zhangcheng. He planned to control these executives with goo insects and have them work for him in the future. He never expected to be seen through by Chu Chen. This ruined his plan completely. He was furious. "Kid, you shouldn't be so arrogant." Master Chio's eyes were filled with malice. He whistled. Suddenly, a goo insect in the air shot towards Chu Chen like a shadow, moving at an incredible speed, as if it had pierced through space. In an instant, the goo insect was in front of Chu Chen. It aimed to pierce Chu Chen's forehead, but at that moment, Chu Chen coldly snorted and pointed. Bang! The goo insect exploded with a loud bang, landing on the floor. Zzz. The floor began to smoke and even melted, as if it had been corroded. Sun Yonlang and the other executives saw this scene, their faces panicking as they hurriedly stepped back. This goo insect was too terrifying, and just moments ago, they had almost swallowed it? Thinking of this, they felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, Chu Chen had reminded them, otherwise, they would have had no idea how they would die. "You are actually a martial artist?" Master Chio looked at Chu Chen, astonished. His goo insect was so fast, yet Chu Chen had easily killed it? This meant that Chu Chen was indeed a martial artist. This surprised him greatly, because he did not sense the aura of a martial artist from Chu Chen. "It seems your cultivation is not high." Master Chio sneered, whistling again. All the goo worms in the air turned to look at Chu Chen, their red eyes flickering with a sinister light. "But using a martial artist as nourishment, my goo worms will grow faster." Master Chio smiled ominously. He seemed to envision the scene of Chu Chen being devoured by his goo worms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the goo worms emitted piercing sounds, transforming into shadows, rushing towards Chu Chen. Sun Yonlang and the other executives turned pale and hurriedly retreated. They had only seen goo worms in books or movies before. They never expected to see them in reality today. It was truly terrifying. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent, his right hand like a knife, swiftly chopping down. Bang, 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 bang. One by one, the goo worms were split in half by Chu Chen, falling to the floor and corroding it. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen goo worms were dead. The floor was covered with pools of dark liquid, emitting a disgusting smell. There was also a wisp of black smoke. Master Chio's eyes widened in disbelief. How could none of his many goo worms injure Chu Chen? How could this be? Was this kid really that strong? "Kid, it seems you are a Xian-level expert?" He looked at Chu Chen, his face darkening. "Hand over the alchemy furnace," Chu Chen said calmly. "Ha ha." Master Chio laughed outright. "Kid, you dare to covet my alchemy furnace? Are you too arrogant? Do you think just because you are a Xian-level expert, I can't kill you?" After saying that, he let out a low roar and stomped his feet. Crack! The ground actually split open. With a loud bang, he charged at Chu Chen. A cold gleam flickered on his withered palm as he reached for Chu Chen's throat. Die! A chilling light flickered in his eyes. Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he threw a punch. Boom! The collision of fists produced a deep sound. Ah! Master Chio let out a scream. His palm exploded, blood gushing out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He jumped back several times, creating distance from Chu Chen, astonished. "You are a half-step Earth-level expert?" Chu Chen said nothing, only quietly looked at him. "But even if you are a half-step Earth-level expert, tonight, you will surely die." He roared angrily, biting his tongue and spitting out a mouthful of essence blood. Boom! A powerful aura spread from him. Moreover, a gray-black mist surrounded him, making him look extremely sinister. Sun Yonlang and the others looked at Master Chio, all pale. Who exactly was Master Chio? Why did he feel like a ghost? "Kid, you are proud enough to let me unleash my ultimate skill." Master Chio smiled ominously, and with a whoosh, he charged at Chu Chen like a black tornado. His speed was several times faster than before. Chu Chen remained indifferent, not even standing up, just lifting his foot to kick out. Bang! Master Chio's pupils constricted. For some reason, he had an ominous premonition. However, before he could dodge, he was kicked in the chest by Chu Chen. Crack! Master Chio's chest instantly caved in. Pooh! He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of dark blood. His whole body flew up, crashing into the wall. Finally, he fell to the ground. Wow! He spat out another mouthful of blood. Sun Yonglang and the others were stunned at this scene. Master Chio had been so terrifying just now, yet he was defeated by Chu Chen with a single kick? Chu Chen was too strong. You are actually an Earth-level expert? Master Chio looked at Chu Chen, shock evident in his eyes. He had just unleashed his ultimate skill and already possessed the combat power of an Earth-level expert. Didn't expect to be defeated by Chu Chen? And, with just one kick? Chu Chen is definitely a master at the Earth level. Moreover, he is at least at the peak of the Earth level. Chu Chen stood up, hands behind his back, and walked towards Master Chio. You, don't come over. Master Chio's face turned anxious. With every step Chu Chen took, it felt like he was stomping hard on Master Chio's heart, making it throb painfully. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet, wanting to escape towards the door. Bang! But with a whoosh, Chu Chen blocked his path and kicked out. Master Chio crashed onto the nearby sofa. Chu Chen approached him, looking down from above, and said, "Didn't you just say you wanted to use me to feed your goo worms? Why are you in such a hurry to leave now?" Master Chio's face flushed red. He had indeed underestimated Chu Chen earlier, but who would have thought that such a young man would be a master at the Earth level? So he looked at Chu Chen and pleaded, "Mr. Chu, I'm willing to give you the alchemy furnace. If you die, the alchemy furnace will still be mine." Chu Chen's expression was indifferent. "Mr. Chu, I was wrong. Please let me go. I didn't recognize your greatness, just spare me." Master Chio begged urgently. Although his words were soft and pleading, a hint of malice flashed deep in his eyes. Once he returned, he would definitely find someone to kill Chu Chen. Mistakes must be punished. Chu Chen slowly raised his palm. Master Chio looked at Chu Chen, his face sinister, and threatened, "Kid, you can't kill me. I am from the evil witch sect." The evil witch sect? Chu Chen was taken aback. After the last auction, an old man had come to kill him, but he ended up killing the old man instead. Wasn't that old man from the evil witch sect? That's right. Seeing Chu Chen's expression, Master Chio thought he was scared. He sneered and arrogantly said, "If you dare to kill me, our evil witch sect will not let you go. And let me tell you, we have a base in Jiang City too. It's not like I haven't killed before." Chu Chen glanced at him and said, "Ha?" Master Chio was stunned for a moment, then seemed to think of something and exclaimed, "Could it be that old Feng was killed by you? Looks like you're familiar with him?" Chu Chen looked at him and said, "In that case, you can go keep him company, so he won't be lonely." Master Chio's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Mr. Chu, I was wrong, please don't kill me." Bang! Before Master Chio could finish his sentence, Chu Chen struck his head with a palm, blood slowly flowing down his forehead. Master Chio's eyes widened, and he fell to the ground. Sun Yonglang and the others all looked alarmed. Master Chio just died like that? Chu Chen looked young, but his killing was indeed decisive and clean. This is a ruthless person. Chu Chen searched Master Chio's body and found several wild ginseng plants inside. The age was not low. This is gentian? He looked at a small grass about the size of half a palm, a hint of excitement appearing on his face. Because this is one of the main herbs for refining foundation establishment pills. Pang Weiswang and Su Mang had been unable to find it. He didn't expect to obtain it today. He collected this gentian and the several wild ginseng plants. He picked up the alchemy furnace and took a look. Although the quality of this alchemy furnace was not great, and it had cracks on it, it probably wouldn't last many more uses. But at least it was better than nothing. With this, the quality of the pills I refine in the future can be better. Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. A good harvest. Mr. Chu, thank you for saving my life. Sun Yonglang came over, looking grateful. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Many bosses also stepped forward, expressing their gratitude. If it hadn't been for Chu Chen, they would have consumed Master Chio's pills, and then they would have been at his mercy, finally becoming the nourishment for those terrifying goo worms. It's nothing. Chu Chen waved his hand and said, "I hope you all can help me find some medicinal herbs in the future." These people held a certain status in Jiangcheng. They had plenty of resources. Of course. The various bosses nodded in agreement. After leaving contact information with Sun Yonglang and the others, Chu Chen went home.
Standing by the window, he gazed at the pitch-black night sky, murmuring to himself, I wonder what this evil witch cult is. He had already killed 2 members of the cult. Although he instructed Sun Yonlang and the others not to spread tonight's events, the evil witch cult would likely find out about him soon. No matter what kind of existence it is, as long as I am strong enough, I can smash it with a punch. A gleam sparkled in Shu Chen's eyes. He took out a few wild ginseng plants he had obtained tonight, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate using the unnamed technique, entering a state of meditation. A wisp of spiritual energy flowed from the wild ginseng into Shu Chen's body. At this moment, in a dim room, an old man was cultivating. Master, something's wrong. A man in black rushed in. What happened? The old man frowned slightly. Master Chiu has encountered an incident. The man in black hurriedly said. What incident? The old man asked. Didn't Master Chiu say he was going to attend some treasure appraisal meeting to implement his plan? Master Chiu is dead. The man in black replied respectfully. What? The old man's expression changed drastically. Master Chiu was a half-step Earth-level expert, a key figure in his stronghold. How could he be dead? Who did it? The old man asked in a deep voice. We investigated and found out that a young man named Shu Chen killed Master Chiu. The man in black answered. Shu Chen? Upon hearing this, the old man exuded a sinister aura, his face dark and foreboding. Shu Chen, you dare to kill our evil witch cult's people? No matter who you are, you will surely die. In the luxurious villa, Shu Chen only woke up from his cultivation when the sky began to lighten. After absorbing the spiritual energy from the wild ginseng, his cultivation had improved significantly. However, he was still at the 9th level of qi refining. This left him a bit frustrated. But he also knew that breaking through to the foundation establishment stage was not easy. Moreover, he hadn't cultivated for many days since returning. This speed was already like riding a rocket. After freshening up, he was just about to go out when his phone rang. Shu Chen took it out and saw that it was a call from Pang Weixuang. Young Master Chu, are you up yet? As soon as the call connected, Pang Weixuang's charming voice came through. Would you believe me if I said I didn't sleep all night? Shu Chen laughed. Didn't sleep all night? Pang Weixuang paused for a moment and asked, which beauty did you spend the night with? You're too bold. Shu Chen's mind was filled with black lines. I shouldn't have dug this pit for myself. He. Pang Weixuang seemed to sense Shu Chen's embarrassment and laughed heartily. After a while, she finally stopped. I'm outside your house, come out for a moment. Outside my house? Shu Chen hung up the phone, walked out of the villa, and indeed saw Pang Weixuang. President Pang, when did you arrive? Why didn't you come in? Shu Chen asked her, puzzled. I have something to do and need to leave soon, so I won't go in. Pang Weixuang smiled. Saying this, she handed a bag to Shu Chen. I came to deliver this to you. Shu Chen opened it and found it filled with various medicinal herbs. Some were aged ginseng, while others were materials for refining foundation establishment pills. Thank you. Shu Chen looked at Pang Weixuang and said, how much is it? I'll transfer the money to you. What money? Pang Weixuang rolled her eyes. I already said, I don't want your money. Alright then, after all, President Pang isn't short on money. Shu Chen didn't press the issue. Alright, I'm leaving. Pang Weixuang was about to get into the car, but she seemed to remember something. Looking at Shu Chen, she said, by the way, I saw Yi Qingsno yesterday. She didn't look well, her mood was bad, and she seemed haggard. Shu Chen frowned slightly at her words. Wasn't she full of spirit at the party a couple of days ago? Could it be that something happened at Wanqing Group? Shu Chen asked in confusion. No, Pang Weixuang shook her head and said, it seems her daughter is seriously ill and is still in a coma. Her daughter is seriously ill? Shu Chen's expression froze. Alright, I've said what I needed to say. I'm leaving. Pang Weixuang waved her hand, got into the Mercedes, and slowly drove away. Shu Chen returned home, standing in front of the window, staring blankly outside. After hesitating for a moment, he took out his phone, found Yi Qingsno's number, and dialed it. It had been 10 years, no, to be precise, it had been an eternity since he last dialed this number. After returning to Earth, he had thought about calling. But when Chu Xiaoyu told him that Yi Qingsno had married and given birth to a daughter, he resisted the urge to call. Because he felt they might be fated to be apart. Yi Qingsno had a complete family. He didn't want to disturb her easily. However, now that he learned Yi Qingsno's daughter was seriously ill and that she was haggard, he couldn't help himself. After all, they had loved each other for many years. It was just that due to a twist of fate, they couldn't be together. He still hoped to help in any way he could, even if it was to make up for the guilt of not keeping their promise back then. Beep beep beep. No one answered. To be precise, the call was hung up. Shu Chen frowned slightly. It seemed Yi Qingsno didn't want to answer his call. Forget it. Shu Chen was about to put his phone away. However, in the end, he dialed again. After 3 consecutive attempts, it finally connected. But no one spoke on the other end. Shu Chen fell silent as well. For a moment, he didn't know how to start. After all, it had been an eternity since he last spoke to Yi Qingsno. Yi Qingsno was also silent. It seemed they had gone from being the most familiar people to the most unfamiliar. Hello, is this Qingsno? In the end, Shu Chen took the initiative to speak first. Yi Qingsno was silent for a moment before replying. What is it? Her voice was a bit cold. Just like when they first met. Back then, Yi Qingsno was a goddess with a cool demeanor. But now, in addition to the coldness, her voice carried a hint of sadness and weariness. Are you okay? Shu Chen asked softly. What do you think? Yi Qingsno didn't answer but instead asked back. I should be okay, right? Shu Chen replied. From Han Danxiu's words, that person had an incredibly noble status. And Yi Qingsno was still the chairwoman of Wanqing Group. Ha! Yi Qingsno let out a cold laugh. She felt endless sorrow inside. 10 years. My daughter and I have waited for you for 10 years. You haven't sent a word. You are out there fooling around with other women, going in and out of 5-star hotels, attending various parties, living carefree. So you think I would be doing well? Shu Chen, you are a bastard. At this moment, tears welled up in her eyes, streaming down her delicate cheeks. But she held back, refusing to cry out loud. She was a strong woman after all. She didn't want to cry in front of this bastard man. Instead, she coldly said, is there anything else? If not, then hang up, and don't contact me again in the future. As she said the last sentence, she almost couldn't hold back her tears. Her heart was too painful. Wait. When Shu Chen heard her words, his heart also ached fiercely, feeling an immense sorrow. He hurriedly called out, Xingxue, I heard your daughter is seriously ill? So you do care about your daughter? Tears streamed down Yi Qingshue's face. However, she still spoke coldly, and then? I know medicine, maybe I can cure her, Shu Chen said. You know medicine? Yi Qingxue frowned slightly, her face filled with doubt. That's right. Shu Chen nodded. To be honest, in the 10 years I was missing, I experienced a lot, and I learned some incredible medical skills. Yi Qingxue remained silent, seemingly weighing the truth of Shu Chen's words. Qingxue, I truly owe you an apology, but you know I wouldn't lie to you. I certainly wouldn't use your daughter's illness to deceive you. Shu Chen's expression was serious. Yi Qingxue was silent for a moment and said, then come to Yulan Courtyard. She gave the address to Shu Chen. Okay. Shu Chen hung up the phone and went out to hail a cab to Yulan Courtyard. Upon arrival, he discovered it was actually a villa area, even more luxurious and high-end than the Haoting Bifu. It seems that esteemed person really isn't short on money, Shu Chen muttered to himself. He arrived at Villa No. 10 and saw Yi Qingxue at the entrance. Although they had met that night, they had never faced each other like this, so, eye to eye. Neither of them spoke, just staring blankly at each other. It seemed they both had things to say. One seemed to want to pour out 10 years of waiting, while the other seemed to want to express 1,000 years of longing. But in the end, neither spoke. Where's your daughter? Let me see how she is. Shu Chen broke the silence. She's inside. Yi Qingxue led Shu Chen into the villa. The villa was large, with a front yard that was quite expansive, even bigger than the place Pang Weishuan lent them. What illness does your daughter have? Shu Chen asked curiously. What do you mean, my daughter? She's your daughter too. Yi Qingxue wanted to shout this out loud, but thinking of Shu Chen's entanglements with Pang Weishuang and Ying, she held back her words. She has had a weak constitution since childhood, often feeling cold and occasionally falling ill. This time it's more serious. She's in a coma, Yi Qingxue said, her eyes reddening again. Kiki has suffered since she was little. Every time she saw Kiki fall ill, her heart ached terribly. She felt especially guilty towards Kiki. Has it been like this since childhood? Shu Chen's expression changed. That's right, Yi Qingxue nodded slightly. I've taken her to see many doctors, even famous ones, but none could cure her. As she spoke, she nearly broke down in tears again because the doctors had said Kiki wouldn't live past 10. Shu Chen, if you have a way, you must save my daughter. Yi Qingxue looked at Shu Chen, her haggard face revealing a hint of pleading. She originally wanted to say, our daughter, but in the end, she held back. Don't worry, if I can help, I will, Shu Chen said, feeling a strange sadness in his heart at her state. They walked through the front yard and were about to enter the villa. Shu Chen? At that moment, Han Danxiu walked out of the house and, seeing Shu Chen, exclaimed in shock, what are you doing here? Shu Chen, are you investigating us? Can't you have some self-respect? Why do you have to cling to Qingxue? Han Danqiu's face darkened to the extreme.
Danqiu, don't say that. I asked him to come, Yi Qingxue explained.
What?
Han Danqiu's eyes widened as she looked at Yi Qingxue, asking, Qingxue, you can't possibly
have been deceived by this bastard's sweet talk, right?
No, Yi Qingxue knew Han Danqiu misunderstood and said, Shuchen said he knows medicine, so I asked him to take a look at Kiki.
What? Let this bastard meet Kiki? Han Danqiu's heart jolted. Absolutely not. She glanced at Chu Chen and said, Qingxue, I think you've been deceived by him. What does he know about medicine? You need to make him leave here immediately. Don't let him harm Kiki. At that moment, Han Danqiu was filled with anger.
Ever since she saw Chu Chen at the last party, she had been thinking of ways to prevent him from meeting Yi Qingxue.
She was worried that one day Yi Qingxue would soften and accept Chu Chen again.
So she took a 10 million yuan check to find Chu Chen, hoping to make him leave Jiangcheng.
To her surprise, Chu Chen hadn't left. And now he was here? Even wanting to meet Kiki? This couldn't happen. She had to stop it. So she looked at Yi Qingxue and said, Qingxue, he's not a medical student. What does he know about medicine? He's just deceiving you. But Yi Qingxue hesitated a bit. After all, Chu Chen wasn't a medical student.
And when she was with him before, she had never heard that he knew any medicine. When she had her period and was in pain, all he could do was make her some brown sugar water. However, she glanced at Chu Chen and still said, let him try. Even if he really knows medicine, we've hired so many famous doctors and it didn't work.
What can he do? Han Danqiu pursed her lips and said, let's wait for young Master Shen's grandfather. He has already agreed to come and treat Kiki, and he will be here soon.
As soon as she finished speaking, she looked towards the door, her face brightening. Young Master Shen is here.
A few people walked in through the door. Leading them was a well-dressed man with an extraordinary demeanor.
His name was Shen Xingyun, the young master of the Shen family in Jiangcheng. The Shen family was one of the 10 great families in Jiangcheng, ranked third. Beside him was an elderly man with white hair and beard.
The old man was Shen Qingyun's grandfather, Shen Huajing.
The Shen family was not only a powerful martial arts family but also a family of medicine. Shen Huajing's medical skills were astonishing. He had even treated important figures in the capital.
Miss Yi, this is my grandfather, here specifically to treat your daughter.
Shen Qingyun approached Yi Qingxue and greeted her respectfully. Although he had met Yi Qingxue before, he was still amazed by her beauty. However, he dared not entertain any other thoughts, as Yi Qingxue was the woman of that important figure.
Hello, Miss Yi.
Shen Huajing was also very polite. Although he had a high reputation in Jiangcheng, he did not dare to act arrogantly in front of Yi Qingxue. He had originally withdrawn from the world for many years and no longer practiced medicine. Recently, he had been in seclusion. But upon learning that Yi Qingxue was the woman of that important figure, he had come out of seclusion.
Hello, old Master Shen. Yi Qingxue nodded slightly.
Young Master Shen, old Master Shen, you arrived just in time.
Please hurry and treat Kiki. Han Danqiu urged. All right. The two nodded. Who is this?
Suddenly, Shen Qingyun noticed Chu Chen and frowned. He had never seen anyone else here at Yi Qingxue's place, let alone a man.
He's a fraud, Han Danqiu said first. Danqiu, don't say that.
Yi Qingxue shot her a glare and then introduced, his name is Chu Chen, and he's here to help treat Kiki.
Treating?
Shen Qingyun was taken aback for a moment, then sneered, these days, anyone thinks they can treat people. He thought his grandfather would cure Yi Qingxue's daughter's illness and thus get closer to that important figure. So upon learning that Chu Chen was also here to help, he immediately found him displeasing. In his view, Chu Chen was just trying to curry favor with Yi Qingxue to get close to that important figure. Now even cats and dogs can talk. No wonder so many people treat their cats and dogs like sons.
Chu Chen glanced at Shen Qingyun and said, what did you say? Shen Qingyun's expression darkened instantly. Was he being insulted as a mere cat or dog? Shen Huajing also wore an unhappy face. If Shen Qingyun was a cat or dog, then what was he? The grandfather of cats and dogs?
Alright, young Master Shen, let's go inside, Yi Qingsno said, her brows slightly furrowed.
She didn't want Chu Chen to clash with Shen Qingyun. Humph. Shen Qingyun snorted coldly and walked into the villa. Chu Chen, you should go in too. Okay. Chu Chen followed Yi Qingsno inside. The group arrived at a room.
The room was decorated warmly, with a princess style.
At that moment, a little girl lay on the bed. She looked about 5 or 6 years old, exquisitely cute. However, her eyes were slightly closed, and she was in a coma. A cold aura spread from her body. Seeing Kuku, Chu Chen's heart trembled slightly. The coldness emanating from Kuku felt very mysterious. Moreover, for some reason, Kuku gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if she were his daughter. Shu Chen wanted to step forward to check Kuku's pulse, but was stopped by Han Danqiu. Shu Chen, what are you doing? Checking on Kuku. Shu Chen frowned slightly. Can you stop pretending? Han Danqiu looked at Shu Chen with a cold smile. Aren't you just trying to please Qing Snow? What do you know about medicine? Who says I don't know medicine? Shu Chen's expression turned cold.
Exactly, don't interfere with my grandfather treating Miss Ye's daughter, Shin Xingyun also sneered.
Get out of the way, Han Danqiu said with disgust.
Then she looked at Shin Huajing and smiled. Old Shin, please take a look at Kuku.
All right. Shin Huajing nodded and approached the bed to check Kuku's pulse.
Let Old Shin take a look first, Yi Qingsno said softly to Shu Chen.
Okay. Shu Chen nodded slightly.
As Shin Huajing checked the pulse, his brows furrowed slightly. A few minutes later, he pursed his lips and said, Miss Yi, your daughter seems to have a congenital cold poison syndrome.
Right.
Yi Qingsno nodded repeatedly, her beautiful eyes revealing hope.
Does Old Shin have a way to treat it? Alas.
Shin Huajing sighed. Miss Yi, I'm sorry, but
I can't help either. What?
Yi Qingsno trembled at his words. Shin Huajing not only had high medical skills but was also said to have treated cases similar to Kuku's before. Therefore, she was filled with anticipation for him.
She never expected that even Shin Huajing couldn't help. Grandpa, you didn't say that wrong, did you? Shin Qingyun hesitated. If his grandfather couldn't cure Kuku's illness, how could he make Yi Qingsno grateful? How could he climb up to the Yi family and that important person? I really have no way. Shin Huajing shook his head. He truly didn't know how to treat it. If Kuku were an ordinary person, he might consider trying to treat her. But Kuku was Yi Qingsno's woman, which involved that important person. He didn't dare to act recklessly. Yi Qingsno looked at Kuku on the sickbed, her face filled with sadness, and mist appeared in her beautiful eyes. Could it be that Kuku really wouldn't wake up? Let me try. At that moment, Shu Chen wanted to check Kuku's pulse. That's enough. However, Han Danqiu blocked him again, angrily saying, Shu Chen, do you want to harm Kuku? Are you that despicable? How could I harm Kuku? Shu Chen's expression darkened slightly. This woman repeatedly stopped him, which truly infuriated him. If it weren't for her being Yi Qingsno's close friend for many years, he would have slapped her by now. You think I don't know who you are? When did you learn medicine? Han Danqiu looked at Shu Chen with a mocking expression.
In her view, Shu Chen was just trying to please Yi Qingsno, which was why he fabricated lies about knowing medicine.
You think I disappeared for 10 years just to sleep? Shu Chen said coldly.
Han Danqiu let out a cold laugh, filled with disdain.
For these 10 years, weren't you just sleeping with other women? Otherwise, why would Pang Weixiang give you a villa? Even if you really understand medicine, so what? Even old Master Shin said he couldn't do anything, didn't dare to treat her. You want to use Kiki as an experiment? Han Danqiu said coldly. Exactly. Shin Xingyun also sneered, mocking, if my grandfather can't do anything, how can you? Shu Chen ignored the two and looked at Yi Qingsno, saying, Qingsno, do you believe me? Yi Qingsno hesitated. To be honest, she didn't really believe Shu Chen. After all, after being with him for so many years, she had never heard of him being skilled in medicine. And even old Master Shin couldn't do anything. Could Shu Chen really have a solution?
But for some reason, seeing the determination in Shu Chen's eyes ignited a glimmer of hope in her heart. Forget it, he is Kik's biological father. If we don't let him try, it would be unfair to him. Yi Qingsno thought to herself. So she nodded slightly. You can take a look at Kiki. Qingsno, how can you trust him? Han Danqiu said anxiously, he will harm Kiki, he will make Kik's condition worse. Danqiu, stop talking. Just let Shu Chen take her pulse in peace, Yi Qingsno said in a deep voice. Han Danqiu was furious. Shu Chen approached the bed, gently placing his right hand on Kik's pulse. Soon, he frowned slightly. Then, a look of contemplation and hesitation appeared on his face. At that moment, his spiritual energy slowly flowed into Kik's body. The next moment, he felt a shock in his heart. 9 transformations of the Taiyin immortal body? When he saw Kiki, he initially thought she had a congenital cold poison condition. However, after a careful examination, he discovered that Kiki was not suffering from a disease. To be precise, Kiki was not ill. Instead, her constitution was special. It was the 9 transformations of the Taiyin immortal body. This is one of the 10 great immortal bodies from the legends of the immortal realm. Those who possess this constitution are all supreme beings. Those with this constitution will undergo 9 transformations in their lifetime. With each transformation, their cultivation will surge. After 9 transformations, they will break through to Immortal Emperor. The 9 transformations of the Taiyin immortal body is extremely rare even in the immortal realm. It hasn't appeared for several epochs. Unexpectedly, it would appear on Earth. Shu Chen stared in shock at Kiki on the bed. This little girl is actually the future immortal emperor? How is Kiki? Do you have a way? Yi Qingsno asked nervously, seeing Shu Chen's expression. What can he do? Han Danqiu scoffed. Qingsno, don't be anxious. Shu Chen smiled and said, Kiki is actually not sick. Not sick? Yi Qingsno was stunned. Shu Chen, even if you want to comfort her, you can't just talk nonsense like that. Han Danqiu looked at Shu Chen coldly. Shu Chen was too lazy to explain. He took out a set of silver needles from his body. Shin Xingyun's expression froze. This kid is really a doctor? Even Shin Huajing stared intently at Shu Chen. Did he really dare to treat her? Could he really have a solution? Qingsno, he's going to use Kiki for an experiment, you must make him stop. Han Danqiu hurriedly said. Yi Qingsno glanced at Shu Chen and said solemnly, let him try. Qingsno, doing this will harm Kiki. Han Danqiu was furious. Shu Chen's expression was serious as he inserted the first needle into Kiki's Baihui point. Bai, meaning many, Hui, meaning convergence. This point is where the 3 yang meridians and the governing vessel converge. The Baihui point can connect the yin and yang meridians, linking all the body's acupoints, and has the effect of regulating yin and yang. Coco's body was currently filled with an overwhelming chill. It needed the balance of yin and yang. Immediately, Shu Chen's hand seals flickered as he inserted silver needles into Coco's acupoints, such as Shangqing and Dangyang. In total, 9 needles. He held the tails of the silver needles, rotating them in a specific pattern. Each needle technique was different. Looks pretty convincing. Han Danqiu crossed her arms, a mocking expression on her face. This is Taiyan 9 needles? Suddenly, Shin Huajing exclaimed. You actually recognize it? Shu Chen turned to Shin Huajing, surprise evident on his face. He was indeed using the Taiyan 9 needles. However, this was the needle technique from the Taiyan Immortal sect in the immortal realm. The Taiyan Immortal sect was not only a sect for cultivating immortality but also a sect for alchemy. Moreover, their medical skills were quite impressive. How could Shin Huajing, a person from Earth, know about the Taiyan 9 needles? Suddenly, Shu Chen's heart stirred. It was said that the founder of the Taiyan Immortal sect had a mysterious background, with no records of where he came from. Could it be he was from Earth? Grandpa, what are the Taiyan 9 needles? Shin Qingyun asked curiously. The Taiyan 9 needles is an ancient needle technique, said to trace back to the era of ancient qi refiners before the Qin dynasty. It is said that this needle technique has 81 variations, each with profound mysteries, Shin Huajing explained. The Taiyan 9 needles had already been lost to time. How could Shu Chen know it? He rushed in front of Shu Chen, excitedly saying, Shu Chen, where did you learn the Taiyan 9 needles? You must teach it to me. Shu Chen frowned slightly. Why should I teach you? Shu Chen, as long as you can teach me the Taiyan 9 needles, our Shin family can give you anything you want. Shin Huajing grabbed Shu Chen's arm, his face filled with excitement. Shu Chen pushed him away, coldly saying, please leave, I need to treat Cuckoo. Old Master Shin, let's go out, Yi Qingxue said coldly. At this moment, she somewhat believed that Shu Chen could cure Cuckoo. Seeing Yi Qingxue speak, Shin Huajing dared not say more and followed her out. Only Shu Chen and Cuckoo were left in the room. Shu Chen continued to treat Cuckoo. His spiritual power continuously flowed into her body. Cuckoo's pale little face slowly began to regain its color. The chilling aura emanating from her body also disappeared. Finally, Shu Chen took out a spirit-gathering pill and had Cuckoo swallow it. 10 minutes later, Cuckoo's long eyelashes gently trembled. She slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Shu Chen, a look of confusion appeared on her adorable face as she asked in a childish voice, Who are you? Why are you in my house? Before Shu Chen could respond, Cuckoo suddenly shouted excitedly, Daddy! You are my daddy, right? Daddy? At her words, Shu Chen's whole body shook. Before he could speak, Cuckoo jumped off the bed and directly leaped into Shu Chen's arms, happily saying, Daddy, you finally came back to find me and Mommy. Daddy, I missed you so much. For some reason, feeling Cuckoo's petite body and hearing her call him Daddy, Shu Chen felt a deep tremor in his heart. He sensed an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if Cuckoo truly was his daughter. His hands froze in mid-air, unsure of what to do. Could it be that Cuckoo really is my daughter? A bold thought emerged in Shu Chen's mind. However, Han Danqiu had said that Cuckoo was the daughter of that great person. If Cuckoo was truly his daughter, why didn't Yi Qingxue say anything? If Cuckoo was his daughter, why couldn't he feel the power of bloodline? And if Cuckoo was my daughter, why can't I sense her bloodline power? Shu Chen frowned slightly. Unfortunately, he did not know that the 9 turns Taiyin immortal body could not only freeze everything but could even freeze the power of bloodlines. That was why he could not sense it. After a while, Kiki finally came out of Chu Chen's arms. She wrapped her little arms around Chu Chen's neck and said in a baby voice, "Daddy, when did you come back? Why didn't you wake me up earlier?" To her, it seemed like she had just taken a nap. At that moment, the little girl pouted, looking quite unhappy. Seeing her like this, Chu Chen felt an inexplicable amusement. This little girl was really adorable, especially her spoiled little mouth, which could melt anyone's heart. So cute. However, this also put him in a bit of a dilemma. He didn't know how to respond at that moment. He pursed his lips and hesitated. "Kiki, actually, I'm not your daddy." "Not my daddy?" Kiki's eyes widened as she asked, "Then why are you in my house? Are you a bad wolf?" Chu Chen felt awkward and laughed. "I'm not a bad person, I'm a friend of your mommy." "Oh," Kiki responded with a sound. Her mood instantly dropped. It was obvious. She was no longer happy. "Kiki, haven't you seen your daddy?" Chu Chen asked curiously. "No." Kiki shook her little head and said aggrievedly, "My daddy went to a very far place and hasn't come back yet." "Hasn't come back?" Chu Chen was taken aback by her words. Han Danqiu had told him a couple of days ago that that adult hadn't returned. But he didn't expect it had been so many years? "Why aren't you my daddy?" Kiki pouted, looking unhappy. "If you were my daddy, that would be great." Chu Chen let out a bitter laugh, just about to speak. At that moment, the door opened, and Yi Qingxue and others walked in. "Kiki, you're awake?" Upon seeing Kiki, Yi Qingxue rushed over and hugged her tightly. "You finally woke up. Mommy was so worried about you." Her beautiful eyes instantly filled with tears. She thought Kiki might never wake up again. These past few days, her heart had nearly shattered. "Awake?" Han Danqiu's delicate face showed a hint of astonishment. This guy Chu Chen actually managed to wake Kiki? How is that possible? Shin Xinyun was also stunned. Even her grandfather couldn't do it. How did Chu Chen achieve it? As expected, he is worthy of the Taiyan 9 needles. Shin Huajing was very excited. He looked at Chu Chen, his murky eyes sparkling with brilliance. He must obtain the Taiyan 9 needles. "Mommy, I'm sorry, I was too sleepy this time. Did I sleep too long?" Kiki's little face showed a hint of apology. "It's okay." Yi Qingxue patted Kiki's head, her face full of indulgence. "Kiki, do you know that you might not wake up this time? Mommy was so worried about you." "Mommy, who is this uncle?" Kiki pointed at Chu Chen, her little face filled with confusion. "He is your mommy's classmate." Before Yi Qingxue could answer, Han Danqiu jumped in. "I don't want to talk to you." "Humph." Upon seeing Han Danqiu, Kiki turned her little face away and huffed. The little one still remembered the last time Han Danqiu spoke ill of her daddy. "Kiki, Aunt Xiao was wrong last time. Please don't be angry, okay? I'll buy you cotton candy later, okay?" Han Danqiu coaxed. "Alright, since your attitude in admitting your mistake is good, I'll forgive you." Kiki turned to look at Han Danqiu and said in a baby voice, "Remember, it's not because of the cotton candy." Chu Chen almost laughed out loud. This little girl was just too cute. Especially thinking about how she had just called him daddy, a warm feeling flashed through Chu Chen's heart. If Kiki were really his daughter, how wonderful would that be? Soon, the nanny came to take Kiki out to play. Yi Qingxue then asked Chu Chen to come aside with her. "Chu Chen, thank you." Yi Qingxue looked at Chu Chen, her delicate face filled with gratitude. She truly hadn't expected that Chu Chen would really have a way. "Is this the power of a father?" "It's nothing." Chu Chen said calmly, 10 years ago, I let you down, and I hope to help you make amends." Hearing this, Yi Qingxue felt a slight sting in her nose. "You know you let me down?" She suppressed her emotions and asked, "Is Kiki's illness cured?" "Kiki isn't actually sick, but her problem hasn't been completely resolved." Chu Chen explained. "Not resolved?" Yi Qingxue trembled slightly, nervously asking, "Did a doctor really say Kiki won't live past 10? Is that true?" Chu Chen pondered for a moment and nodded, sort of. Those with the 9 transformations of the Taiyin immortal body must undergo 9 transformations in their lifetime. Each transformation makes them stronger. However, each transformation is also a trial. Kiki's first transformation is at the age of 10. If Kiki cannot successfully complete the transformation, she might indeed face an early death. What should we do? Yi Qingxue's expression turned frantic, sorrowfully saying, "I can't lose Kiki. She's still so young. She shouldn't have to face such tribulations." Seeing her like this, Chu Chen felt a pang of inexplicable heartache. He pressed his lips together and said, "Don't worry, I have a way to solve Kiki's problem." "Really?" Yi Qingxue was taken aback, staring intently at Chu Chen. Chu Chen nodded slightly. "Thank you, Chu Chen." Yi Qingshue's pretty face was filled with gratitude. For some reason, having Chu Chen by her side gave her a sense of inexplicable peace. By the way, Qingsue, why do I feel so familiar with Kiki? Is she? Chu Chen hesitated for a moment before asking. He didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Is Kiki my daughter? He. Before Yi Qingsue could respond, a cold laugh interrupted. Han Danqiu walked over and said, "What? You wouldn't be asking if Kiki is your daughter, would you? Chu Chen, you really know how to joke." As she spoke, a mocking expression appeared on her face. Yi Qingsue fell silent. At that moment, she hesitated whether to tell Chu Chen the truth. "Don't worry, I'll help you with Kiki's matter. I'm leaving now." Chu Chen didn't want to talk to this woman, Han Danqiu. He turned around and walked away with his hands behind his back. Humph. Han Danqiu looked at Chu Chen's back and snorted coldly. It wasn't until Chu Chen had walked far away that she turned to Yi Qingsue and asked, "Qingsue, you didn't tell Chu Chen that Kiki is his daughter, did you?" "I was just thinking about whether to tell him." Yi Qingsue bit her lip and replied. Upon hearing this, Han Danqiu's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, "Absolutely not. Qingsue, you must not tell him." "Why?" Yi Qingsue looked at Han Danqiu in confusion. "Chu Chen is a scoundrel. It's been 10 years. He disappeared for 10 years and never gave you or Kiki any love. In these 10 years, how much have you suffered?" Han Danqiu said with righteous indignation. Yi Qingsue felt a lump in her heart upon hearing this. Thinking about the past 10 years, she indeed felt too wronged. Chu Chen had not fulfilled the responsibilities of a husband or a father. And what about Chu Chen? He went off to fool around with other women. Han Danqiu looked at Yi Qingsue and continued, "He's still living in another woman's villa. He's just a scoundrel. Do you want Kiki to know that her father is like this? Besides, you're going to marry that nobleman sooner or later. If Chu Chen finds out Kiki is his daughter, he will definitely take her away. He will never leave her for you." Upon hearing her last words, Yi Qingsue panicked. Kiki was her life. She was everything to her. She could never let anyone take her away. "So, you absolutely cannot tell Chu Chen?" Han Danqiu said seriously. "All right." Yi Qingsue nodded slightly. "Daddy, where did that uncle go?" At that moment, Kiki ran over. Hearing the word uncle, Yi Qingsue felt a bit complicated inside. He is the daddy you have been thinking about. Unfortunately, you can only call him uncle now. However, she still smiled and said, "He went home. Then why didn't he say goodbye to me? Does he not like me?" Kiki pouted, looking very unhappy. The little one's mood suddenly soured. How could that be? Yi Qingsue ran over, patted her head, and smiled. "He likes Kiki very much." "Then can you ask him to come play with me when he has time, okay?" Kiki said in a baby voice. Yi Qingsue hesitated for a moment and nodded, "Okay." "Great." The little one was so happy that she danced around. Han Danqiu's expression, however, was very grim. No. She absolutely could not let Chu Chen spend too much time with Kiki. On the other side, as soon as Chu Chen left the Yulan courtyard, he encountered Shin Xingyun and Shin Huajing. "What do you want?" Chu Chen looked at the two, frowning slightly. "Chu Chen, I'll give you 10 million if you teach us the Taiyan 9 needles." Shin Xingyun looked at Chu Chen and said, 10 million? Chu Chen laughed directly. "Is your 10 million that big? Then how much do you want?" Shin Xingyun frowned and said, "Just name your price." In his view, offering Chu Chen 10 million was already a show of sincerity. However, if they could learn the Taiyan 9 needles, they could offer a bit more, which wouldn't be a problem. "Just name your price?" Chu Chen's lips curled up slightly. "Exactly." Shin Xingyun appeared to be someone who wasn't short on money. "Then I want all the assets of the Shin family," Chu Chen said calmly. Shin Xingyun's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, "Do you know what you're saying? Do you know what kind of existence our Shin family is?" "No idea." Chu Chen shook his head, "But that's my condition." Shin Xingyun looked at Chu Chen with a gloomy expression. "It seems you are refusing? What else?" Chu Chen's expression was indifferent. If these two had a better attitude, perhaps Chu Chen would have been in a good mood and might have taught them. Unfortunately, these two had been arrogant from the start, as if he was the one offering something. That was a bit funny. Shin Xingyun's face was extremely dark. Just now, his grandfather said that the Taiyan 9 needles were incredibly profound, worth a fortune. If they could learn it, the Shin family would gain even more benefits, so they had to get it from Chu Chen. Who would have thought that Chu Chen would be so ungrateful? Shin Huajing looked at Chu Chen and said in a deep voice, "Young man, you haven't told us where you learned the Taiyan 9 needles from? Why do you care where I learned it?" Chu Chen replied nonchalantly. Shin Huajing's expression darkened. "The Taiyan 9 needles is our Shin family's ancestral technique." "Where did you steal it from?"
Your Shin families? Shu Chen laughed directly. This is clearly from the Taiyan immortal sect. Moreover, the ancestor of the Taiyan immortal sect doesn't even have the surname Shin. You dare to say it's your Shin families? You really have the guts. That's right.
Shin Huajing nodded. It was developed by our Shin family's ancestors, but it was lost later.
Kid, I won't ask you where you learned it from anymore, just teach it to us.
He put on a generous demeanor.
Shu Chen laughed directly and said,
I've seen shameless people, but I'd never seen someone as shameless as you.
Impudent.
As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Shin Qingyun's face turned furious, and he shouted in a deep voice.
This kid actually dared to say that about his grandfather? Truly outrageous.
Shin Huajing's face was also extremely ugly. He had been in Jiangqing for decades. Who dared to speak to him like that?
Shu Chen.
Initially, considering Yi Qingsno, we didn't want to make things difficult for you, but you are being too ungrateful.
Shin Qinghua's face was dark. Since that's the case, don't blame us.
After saying this, he gave a command. A strong man stepped out from behind him. This was a Xian-level expert.
Shu Chen, let me ask you one more time. Are you going to cooperate or not?
Shin Qingyun said coldly.
Cooperate with your sister. Shu Chen sneered. Looking for death.
Shin Qingyun's face turned angry as he shouted, take him down. As long as they captured Chu Chen and brought him back to the Shin family, they had plenty of ways to force him to hand over the Taiyan 9 needles.
Yes, young master.
The Xian-level expert shot towards Chu Chen.
Soon, he was in front of Chu Chen.
A look of disdain appeared on his face as he reached out to grab Chu Chen's shoulder. He intended to pin Chu Chen to the ground, waiting for the young master's orders.
Get lost. Chu Chen kicked out. Crack. The man's chest was struck by Chu Chen's kick, breaking several bones.
He flew backward and crashed heavily in front of Shin Qingyun.
Wow. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Shin Qingyun's leather shoes were stained. What? Shin Qingyun's expression changed drastically at this scene. Even Shin Huajing's pupils shrank. There was no aura of a martial artist coming from Chu Chen.
They had thought he was just an ordinary person.
They never expected he could defeat their subordinate with a single kick?
Even if their subordinate had underestimated him, it was enough to show that Chu Chen was also a martial artist.
Moreover, he was likely a martial artist of Xian-level great perfection or above.
He looked at Chu Chen, his murky eyes flashing with brilliance. Not only did he possess the legendary Taiyan 9 needles, but his martial arts talent was also not low.
Who exactly was Chu Chen?
So you're also a martial artist. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant.
Shin Qingyun looked at Chu Chen, his face dark.
However, our Shin family is not only a family of medicine but also a family of martial arts.
Today, let me extinguish your arrogant spirit.
After saying this, he stepped forward, and a powerful aura spread from him. At this moment, Shin Qingyun looked proud. He didn't take Chu Chen seriously at all, because he was a D-level expert.
Chu Chen? What if he was Xian-level great perfection?
Even if you were Xian-level great completion, I could still crush you with a single kick.
Shu Chen.
Today, I will let you understand the difference between you scattered cultivators and our martial arts family geniuses. Don't think that being a Xian-level expert is impressive. In my eyes, you
are nothing. Shin Qingyun sneered and was about to make a move. Stop. At that moment, a delicate voice rang out.
Yi Qingsno and Han Danqiu stepped forward. The one who spoke was Yi Qingsno.
Miss Yi.
Shin Qingyun hurriedly greeted her.
Young Master Shin, what do you want?
Yi Qingsno looked at Shin Qingyun, questioning him.
Nothing. Shin Qingyun smiled and said, I just wanted to joke with young Master Chu. I hope you won't do anything excessive. Yi Qingsno's pretty face was extremely cold. Shin Qingyun's heart sank.
It seemed that after Chu Chen saved Kiki, Yi Qingsno had placed great importance on him.
Damn it! This was supposed to be his treatment. Miss Yi, rest assured, I won't act recklessly. Shin Qingyun smiled. That's right.
Shin Huajing also smiled. Miss Yi, don't misunderstand. He greeted Yi Qingsno and then led Shin Qingyun away. Before leaving, Shin Qingyun glanced back at Chu Chen, his gaze sinister.
Chu Chen, are you okay?
Yi Qingsno looked at Chu Chen, a hint of concern on her pretty face.
I'm fine.
Seeing her expression, an inexplicable feeling flashed through Chu Chen's heart. She still cared about him.
Alright, Qingsno, let's go back. Kiki was looking for you just now. Han Danqiu didn't want Yi Qingsno to care for Chu Chen so much. Chu Chen, how about I have someone take you back? Yi Qingsno asked. Who needs you to send them? Han Danqiu interjected. Yi Qingsno's delicate body trembled, and she let out a bitter laugh. Right. Chu Chen certainly wasn't lacking in women around him now.
And they were all of remarkable backgrounds.
Why would he need her?
Her expression dimmed a bit as she turned to leave.
Shu Chen wanted to say something, but was stopped by Han Danqiu, who sneered, Shu Chen, did you see that? See what? Shu Chen frowned slightly. Did you see the gap between you and the wealthy heirs? Han Danqiu crossed her arms, her face full of mockery. If we hadn't shown up in time just now, you would have been in trouble. Ha! Shu Chen let out a cold laugh. I wonder who would have been in trouble. Shu Chen, I didn't expect that after 10 years, your tone has become even bigger. It seems those women were also deceived by you, right? Han Danqiu's face was full of derision. After saying that, she shot Shu Chen a disdainful glance and turned to leave. Nonsensical. Shu Chen couldn't be bothered with her, walked to the roadside outside, hailed a taxi, and returned to the Houting mansion. He stood by the window, deep in thought. He never expected that Yi Qingsnou's daughter was actually the legendary 10 great immortal bodies. So, does that mean Yi Qingsnou is going to be the future immortal emperor's mother? A strange expression appeared on Shu Chen's face. But I need to find materials to refine the 9 turns holy sun pill. Shu Chen muttered to himself. Kuka had to complete her first transformation before she turned 10. And during the first transformation, the icy energy within Kuka would erupt. So at that time, he would need to help Kuka suppress this icy energy, even refine it. This would require the assistance of the 9 turns holy sun pill. The 9 turns holy sun pill contains extreme yang energy, which can just balance the icy energy. However, the materials needed for the 9 turns holy sun pill are quite a lot. In total, it requires 81 types of materials. Among them, 9 are essential main herbs. If it were in the immortal realm, it wouldn't be too hard to find. But on Earth, he had no idea. He took out his phone and immediately called Su Mang, asking him to help find the materials for the 9 turns holy sun pill. Yes, Master Chu. Su Mang replied respectfully. Then, Shu Chen called He Ying and Pang Weishuang, asking them to help as well. Young Master Chu really has something for me to help with, that's why you called me. Pang Weishuang said softly. Shu Chen smiled and said, isn't it because President Pang has a wide network? I see you're just using me as free labor. Pang Weishuang rolled her eyes. President Pang, please don't misunderstand, the money. I'm not asking you for money, don't worry, I'll have someone help you. Before Shu Chen could finish, Pang Weishuang interrupted. Sigh, I really don't know if I owe you too much from my past life. Pang Weishuang sighed softly. Thank you, President Pang. Shu Chen expressed his gratitude. After hanging up, Shu Chen looked out the window, murmuring, I hope there's still time. The next day, Shu Chen went to the Yulan courtyard again. Although Kuka had awakened, the icy energy within her was still restless. It had to be suppressed little by little first. Uncle, you're here? Kuku exclaimed as she saw Shu Chen, directly throwing herself into his arms. Shu Chen also patted her head, his face full of affection. Yet for some reason, hearing Kuku call him uncle instead of daddy made him feel inexplicably down. Alright, Kuku, I'm going to treat your illness now. Shu Chen told her to lie down. He took out silver needles and began to treat her again. Uncle, am I not going to live much longer? Kuku suddenly asked. No, how could that be? Shu Chen shook his head directly. Then uncle, you must cure my illness. I'm still waiting for my daddy to come back. Kuku's small face showed a pleading expression. Okay. Shu Chen nodded. After treating Kuku, Shu Chen accompanied her to play in the garden. Uncle, if you were my daddy, that would be great. Then you could play with me every day. Kuku looked at Shu Chen, pouting. Shu Chen's emotions were a bit complicated. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable closeness to Kuku. In fact, it wasn't just him, even Kuku felt the same way. That's why Kuku was so attached to him. Yi Qingxue watched the two playing, a hint of comfort appearing on her delicate face. She was thinking, should she tell Shu Chen the truth? After playing with Kuku for a while, Shu Chen prepared to leave. Because Han Danqiu had arrived. Don't think about pleasing Kuku to get something going with Qingxue again, Han Danqiu warned Shu Chen. What I do is none of your business, Shu Chen replied coldly, turning to leave. Han Danqiu was furious and went to Yi Qingxue, not knowing what else to say. As Shu Chen left the Yulan courtyard, he was just about to head home when his phone rang. He took it out and saw it was a call from Pang Weishuang. Hello, kid? However, the voice on the other end was not Pang Weishuang's. It was a man's voice. Who are you? Upon hearing this voice, Shu Chen's expression changed slightly. Something had happened to President Pang? Kid, you have 15 minutes to come to 82, Shaling Road. The man's voice was very sinister. If you dare to harm President Pang, I'll make you. Wish you were dead. Shu Chen exuded a chilling aura. He. Let's see if you can make it in 15 minutes. The man laughed ominously and hung up. Looking for death. A cold glint flashed in Shu Chen's eyes as he hailed a cab and headed straight for Shaling Road. Pang Weishuang had helped him a lot recently,
especially in finding many medicinal materials. Now she had been kidnapped because of him. Anger surged within Chu Chen. No matter who you are, tonight will be your day of reckoning. Chu Chen's gaze was extremely cold. Shailing Road was located in an old district of Jiang City. There were many dilapidated urban villages here. In fact, many houses had collapsed or were uninhabited. Chu Chen quickly found number 82. It was a rundown house, shrouded in darkness. It looked like no one had lived there for many years. Bang! Chu Chen kicked the door open, and the broken wooden door fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. In the corner, he saw Pang Wei Shuang. At that moment, her hands and feet were bound. Young Master Chu, hurry and leave. Upon seeing Chu Chen, Pang Wei Shuang's enchanting face changed, and she hurriedly shouted. She had planned to go out to meet a client tonight but unexpectedly got kidnapped by a few people and had them use her phone to call Chu Chen. Just now, her feelings were quite complicated. She hoped Chu Chen would come to save her, but she also worried that if he came, he would be in danger. Now that she saw Chu Chen had arrived, she instead hoped he would leave quickly. You think you can leave after coming? At that moment, a sinister laugh echoed. Whoosh! 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 Several figures flashed in and surrounded Chu Chen. Leading them was an old man with gray hair, dressed in a black robe, exuding a sinister aura. Who are you? Chu Chen squinted at the group. Did you kill Master Chiu? The old man's face was filled with coldness. Evil witch cult. Chu Chen's expression turned cold. So it really is you. The old man looked at Chu Chen, his face filled with rage. His name was Mu Zhang, the hall master of the evil witch cult stronghold in Jiang City. At that moment, his gaze was extremely sinister. Master Chiu was a half-step earth-level expert. He never expected this kid would kill him. You killed our evil witch cult's people. Today, you will pay with your life. Mu Zhang's face was filled with coldness. Just you ants? Chu Chen shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. Looking for death. Mu Zhang's expression darkened with anger. Among his subordinates, 6 were Xian-level experts, all at the peak of their level. Additionally, there were 2 who were half-step earth-level masters. And he himself was a genuine earth-level expert. How dare this kid not take them seriously? Truly arrogant. Master, stop wasting words with him. Let us kill him and avenge Master Chiu. His 8 subordinates could no longer hold back. Usually, who wouldn't be scared out of their wits upon hearing about their evil sorcery sect? This kid actually dared to kill their people? He was truly asking for trouble. All of you, attack together. Mu Zhang said in a deep voice. Although Chu Chen was quite arrogant and very young, he did not dare to underestimate him. After all, Chu Chen had killed Master Chiu, who was a half-step earth-level expert. Kill! The 8 experts roared, and the dilapidated house seemed to shake. The 8 experts charged towards Chu Chen with terrifying gusts of wind. Young Master Chu, be careful. Pang Weishuan's expression changed. President Pang, close your eyes. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he shot forward with a whoosh. At that moment, an expert at the peak of Xian level was throwing a punch at Chu Chen. Chu Chen snorted coldly and reached out to grab his arm. The man's face changed as he tried to retract his hand, but he found he couldn't move at all. This left him utterly shocked. Before he could react, Chu Chen twisted hard. Crack! His entire arm exploded like a twisted piece of dough. He let out a painful scream. After his arm was broken, he tried to retreat, but Chu Chen stepped forward and pointed at him. Bang! The man's head exploded like a watermelon. Whoosh! After killing him, Chu Chen's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. Put! A sword light fell, striking the position where he had just fought. This was a half-step earth-level expert who had been lurking around, waiting for the perfect moment to assassinate Chu Chen. Unfortunately, Chu Chen's perception was too sharp. Every move of these people was under his observation. Seeing his assassination fail, the man attempted to retreat. But with a whoosh, Chu Chen appeared in front of him and threw a punch. Boom! The air seemed to explode. He hurriedly raised his long sword to block in front of his chest. Clang! The long sword shattered instantly. Chu Chen's fist continued unabated, crashing into his chest. Boom! A hole appeared in his chest. Put! He spat out a mouthful of dark blood. He stared wide-eyed at Chu Chen in front of him, utterly astonished. He was a half-step earth-level expert, yet he couldn't withstand Chu Chen's punch? Whoosh! Chu Chen vanished again. Crack! An expert at the peak of Xian level was grabbed by the neck by Chu Chen, who gently twisted. The man's neck snapped. Chu Chen tossed his body to the ground, his expression indifferent. It was as if he hadn't just killed a Xian-level expert but merely choked a small chicken to death. Get lost! Chu Chen kicked to the right. A Xian-level expert at the peak who had attempted a sneak attack was kicked in the chest by Chu Chen.
In an instant, his chest completely caved in. The man flew up and crashed outside. Put! He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered heart, and then he could no longer rise. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chu-Chen kept attacking, like a walking death, reaping lives from the world. In less than a minute, the remaining 4 experts all fell down as well. This. Pang Weiswan looked at the corpses on the ground, a pale shade flashing across her enchanting face. The scene was too horrifying. Then, she looked at Chu-Chen, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a strange light. Chu-Chen was actually this powerful? How is this possible? Mu Zhang's eyes widened, his wrinkled face filled with astonishment. 6 powerful Shin-level experts, along with 2 half-step Earth-level masters, couldn't do anything to Chu-Chen? How was that possible? Are you an Earth-level master? He exclaimed, looking at Chu-Chen. Chu-Chen was so young, yet he was already an Earth-level master? This martial arts talent was too formidable. Chu-Chen glanced at him and said calmly, "Are you going to take your own life, or should I send you on your way? Self-harm. Or send you on your way." Chu-Chen's words were filled with confidence and an undeniable tone. "Kid, even if you are an Earth-level master, don't be too arrogant. I am also an Earth-level master." Mu Zhang sneered, feeling that this kid was truly arrogant. Did he think he was a heaven-level master? How ridiculous. He roared, stomping his feet. Crack! The ground beneath him instantly shattered. With a loud boom, he charged at Chu-Chen with terrifying momentum. "Young Master Chu, be careful." Pang Weishuan's expression changed drastically at this scene. This old man was so old, yet his power was still so terrifying? Mu Zhang's speed was fast, carrying a dreadful gust of wind, and he quickly reached Chu-Chen. His fingers curled into claws, a cold light glimmering on them, as he aimed to grab Chu-Chen's chest. His palm was infused with his terrifying strength. If he caught him, even steel would probably be pierced with 5 holes. "Die!" he growled, his face twisted in rage. Chu-Chen's expression was indifferent. He formed a fist with his left hand and struck out. Boom! The two collided, producing a deep sound. Crack! A sound of bones breaking echoed. Mu Zhang's palm exploded. Ah! Mu Zhang let out a painful scream. Whoosh! He jumped back several times, creating distance from Chu-Chen. At this moment, his right hand was completely mangled. He looked at Chu-Chen in shock and asked, "How are you so strong?" "It's not that I'm strong, but you are too weak." Chu-Chen shook his head and replied calmly. If Chu-Chen had said such words earlier, Mu Zhang would have definitely mocked him for being unaware of his own limitations. But now, he had nothing to say. His expression changed several times, and then with a whoosh, he fled. Before Chu-Chen arrived, he had been so confident. Even when Chu-Chen had just killed his 8 subordinates, he still felt he had some chance against Chu-Chen. But after their exchange, he knew he was absolutely no match for Chu-Chen. So, it was better to run for his life. The road to the underworld isn't that way. Where are you running? Chu-Chen snorted coldly and chased after him with a whoosh. Chu-Chen's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Mu Zhang, throwing a punch. Mu Zhang felt the energy wave coming from behind and panicked. He roared, turning around to counter with his other hand. Boom! Crack! This hand exploded under Chu-Chen's fist, inch by inch. His pupils dilated, and he wanted to retreat. But Chu-Chen's fist was incredibly fast, directly smashing into his chest. Crack! Put! He spat out a mouthful of dark blood, his body flying up and crashing hard to the ground. Whoosh! Chu-Chen flashed and appeared right in front of him. Chu-Chen, I was wrong. Let me go, and I promise I won't trouble you again. Mu Zhang looked at Chu-Chen, urgently begging for mercy. Why were you all so arrogant before, only to end up begging like this? Chu-Chen shook his head and slowly raised his foot. Chu-Chen, you can't kill me. Our evil witch sect is a martial arts faction with many experts, and we have a leader who will soon arrive in Zheng City. If you kill me, our leader won't let you off. Knowing that begging for mercy wouldn't work, Mu Zhang immediately threatened ominously. Rest assured, he has come, and I will send him on his way to the underworld. Now, you should go ahead and scout the path for him. After Chu-Chen finished speaking, he stepped on Mu Zhang's chest. Crack! Mu Zhang's chest completely caved in. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at Chu-Chen. Who exactly was Chu-Chen? Why was he so confident and so decisive in his killing? If he had known that Chu-Chen was such a god of death, he shouldn't have sought revenge against him. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. He struggled for a moment, then became still. The leader of the evil witch sect's stronghold in Zheng City had died just like that. Chu-Chen looked at Mu Zhang's corpse, his expression calm. From the moment Mu Zhang called him, he had decided. Mu Zhang must die. He turned and went back inside the house. Young Master Chu, are you alright? Pang Weiswang asked nervously as she looked at Chu Chen. I'm fine. Chu Chen shook his head and helped her untie her hands and feet. He had collected quite a few good things from Mu Zhang and the others' bodies. Then, he called Su Mang, asking him to bring people to handle the corpses. Soon, Su Mang arrived. President Pang, Master Chu, are you both alright? Su Mang asked respectfully as he approached Chu Chen. I'm fine. Chu Chen shook his head and looked at Pang Weiswang, saying, President Pang, let's go. Pang Weiswang nodded slightly. However, after taking just 2 steps, she fell to the ground. President Pang, what's wrong? Chu Chen hurriedly supported her. They kidnapped me just now, and when I struggled, I twisted my ankle. A look of pain flashed across Pang Weishuang's face. Chu Chen looked down and saw that her right foot was already swollen and red. Let's go back first. I'll treat you later. At that moment, Su Mang had already parked a car by the roadside outside. Chu Chen helped Pang Weiswang into the car carefully. Chu Chen? At that moment, in a car in the distance, Han Danqiu was taken aback by the scene. She took out her phone and quickly snapped a photo. She wanted to take more, but the car had already driven away. Chu Chen, you really rely on women. A hint of mockery appeared on her face. I want to let Qingxue see who you really are. She pressed the gas pedal, and the car sped away. Soon, she arrived at Yulan Courtyard. At that moment, Yi Qingxue was playing with Kiki. Upon seeing Han Danqiu, Yi Qingxue instructed the nanny to take Kiki downstairs. Danqiu, you're just in time. I have something to discuss with you. Yi Qingxue said to Han Danqiu. What is it? Han Danqiu asked curiously. Yi Qingxue pondered for a moment and said, Kiki has been asking if Chu Chun will come tomorrow. It seems she really enjoys playing with him. So, I was wondering, should we tell the truth to Chu Chen and Kiki? What? Han Danqiu's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, no way. But I saw them having so much fun together, and seeing them like this makes me feel a bit guilty. Yi Qingxue hesitated. Chu Chen is a scoundrel. He's just a man who relies on women, living off their kindness. Han Danqiu looked at Yi Qingxue and said, what qualifications does someone like him have to be Kiki's father? I was thinking, did I misunderstand Chu Chen that night? Yi Qingxue bit her lip and said, after all, I only saw Ying walk into the hotel with him. What misunderstanding? Han Danqiu scoffed. He is just a man who relies on women. I have more solid evidence. Evidence? Yi Qingxue's delicate face showed a hint of confusion as she asked, what evidence? You can see for yourself. Han Danqiu handed her phone album to Yi Qingxue. The next moment, Yi Qingxue's body trembled. The photo showed Chu Chen helping Pang Weiswang into the car. The two of them were quite intimate in their actions. Especially Chu Chen's cautious demeanor made her feel very uncomfortable inside. Did you see? Han Danqiu put away her phone and said, I saw it with my own eyes. His relationship with Pang Weixian is very close. He is just Pang Weishuang's kept man. Otherwise, why would he be living in her villa? Yi Qingsno's expression was dazed, and she felt an inexplicable sadness inside. Today, she saw Chu Chen having so much fun with Cuckoo. She felt that not telling him the truth was really unfair to him. A sense of guilt welled up in her heart. She even thought that if Chu Chen came tomorrow, she would tell him the truth. But at that moment, this trace of guilt disappeared. Chu Chen is just someone who relies on women. Han Danqiu looked at Yi Qingsno and continued, he used to think you were beautiful and probably thought your family background was good, but who knew you never showed it, so he disappeared and threw himself into another woman's arms. She rattled on about a lot. Yi Qingsno felt an inexplicable heartache and weakly said, I'm going to accompany Cuckoo. After saying that, she turned and left. Her back looked very lonely and desolate. On the other side, at this moment, Chu Chen had already sent Pang Weixian back to her home. President Pang, sit down, and I'll take a look at your foot. Chu Chen helped her sit down and took off her right high heel. At this time, Pang Weishuan's right foot was already red and swollen, even with bruises. It seemed she had sprained it, and it was quite serious. Pang Weishuan's face turned a bit pale from the pain. President Pang, bear with it, I'm going to treat you now. Chu Chen took out a silver needle and pricked an acupoint on Pang Weishuan's foot. A flash of pain crossed Pang Weishuan's charming face, and she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Just bear with it. Chu Chen continued to insert 3 silver needles in a row. Then, he held Pang Weishuan's delicate foot and gently massaged it. The skin of Pang Weishuan's foot was very smooth and felt great to the touch. However, Chu Chen's heart was calm. There were no impure thoughts at all. However, Pang Weixian couldn't help but let out soft moans. Her foot hurt because of the sprain, but Chu Chen's massage was very comfortable. This feeling of pain mixed with comfort made her a bit addicted.
Her soft moans grew louder and more frequent.
Pang Weixian was already alluring and exuded a mature aura, like a ripe peach.
At this moment, as she softly moaned, it stirred a ripple in Chu Chen's heart.
However, he quickly suppressed it. After 10 minutes, Chu Chen stopped and said, "President Pang, it's done." "Done?" Pang Weixian came back to her senses. A hint of disappointment flashed across her face. That feeling just now was truly wonderful.
She looked down and found that her right foot was no longer red, swollen, or painful. She slowly stood up, her face filled with surprise. It healed so quickly?
"Young Master Chu, your medical skills are amazing." Chu Chen smiled faintly. "It's okay. Thank you." Pang Weixian looked at Chu Chen, her enchanting face showing a hint of gratitude. "Thank you for saving me."
"I should be the one to apologize." Chu Chen shook his head. If it weren't for him, the people from the Evil Witch sect wouldn't have kidnapped Pang Weixian.
"No matter what, you saved me," Pang Weixian said seriously.
At this moment, she couldn't help but think of the scene where Chu Chen kicked the door open. The dim light fell on Chu Chen, making him appear endlessly mysterious. It made one unable to resist wanting to explore this man.
At that moment, Chu Chen
seemed to be her destined prince.
"Since President Pang is fine, I'll take my leave now,"
Chu Chen said with a faint smile.
"How about you stay here and keep me company for a while?"
Pang Weixian twisted her alluring waist, taking graceful steps as she approached Chu Chen, extending her jade hand to rest on his chest. At that moment, her beautiful eyes brimmed with springtime allure, exuding an irresistible charm. If it were an ordinary man, he would have likely fallen at her feet long ago. However, Chu Chen took a step back and smiled. "President Pang, you look tired. You should rest well."
With that, he turned and ran away. Could this guy really be uninterested in women? Pang Weixian glared at Chu Chen's retreating figure, stamping her foot in frustration.
The subtle sensation from the massage he had given her earlier lingered in her mind, making it unforgettable. She returned to her room, sat down at her computer, and opened a website.
After leaving Pang Weixian's home, Chu Chen let out a deep breath.
"This President Pang has quite the charm," he muttered to himself. Back in the day, even when the leader of the Yaoqi immortal sect stood before him naked, he felt neither joy nor sorrow, his gaze completely unfazed. He never expected that Pang Weixian's soft hum would stir something within him.
"Looks like my self-control isn't as strong as I thought," Chu Chen chuckled bitterly.
He hailed a cab and returned to the luxurious villa.
"Bro, what have you been busy with lately?"
"You come home late and leave early," Chu Xiaoyu asked curiously as she looked at Chu Chen. "Nothing much," he replied with a smile, heading back to his room.
"Xiaoyu, I think your brother doesn't look too good. Could it be that he's been drained dry by that rich woman?"
Lu Mengmeng said with a hint of concern on her round face.
"Xiaoyu, you should really set us up. Let me be your sister-in-law. I promise to be gentle. Get lost." Chu Xiaoyu kicked at her. Lu Mengmeng caught her foot.
Chu Xiaoyu lunged at Lu Mengmeng, claws out.
"Chu Xiaoyu, you little rascal, where are you grabbing? Are you doing this because you see I'm not as big as you, just to get your kicks? Lu Mengmeng, you shameless one. I'll make you deflate, and then let's see how you show off." The two began to wrestle. In the room, Chu Chen heard the commotion, opened the door, and saw the two tangled up on the sofa, speechless. "Aren't you both a bit too old for this?"
"I'm not small, but Xiaoyu is, so she's jealous of me."
"Lu Mengmeng, I'll get you." The fighting intensified. Chu Chen was left with a head full of black lines. He never expected that his one comment would only stoke the flames. He quickly shut the door. The next day, Chu Chen went to the Yulan courtyard again, preparing to treat Cuckoo. However, at the entrance, he ran into Han Danqiu. Chu Chen couldn't be bothered to deal with her and tried to walk past. But Han Danqiu blocked his way. "What do you want?" Chu Chen looked at her, his expression flashing with anger. Han Danqiu crossed her arms and sneered, "Starting today, you don't need to come anymore." "Don't need to come anymore?" Chu Chen frowned slightly and asked, "What do you mean?" "It means that you shouldn't use treating Cuckoo as an excuse to get close to Qingxue. You have no chance with Qingxue anymore," Han Danqiu scoffed. "I really am treating Cuckoo," Chu Chen explained. Was this woman out of her mind? She seemed to think he was approaching Yi Qingxue with ulterior motives. "In any case, we don't need you anymore. If you don't believe me, I'll call Qingxue out." Han Danqiu walked inside. Soon, Yi Qingxue followed her out. "Qingxue, you tell him yourself to stop coming," Han Danqiu said, arms crossed, looking smug. Yi Qingxue saw Chu Chen, and a complex expression crossed her delicate face. "Chu Chen, you shouldn't come anymore. Don't listen to her nonsense. I really am treating Cuckoo," Chu Chen said earnestly. "In any case, you don't need to come anymore." Yi Qingxue's voice was cold. Hearing this, Chu Chen frowned slightly. For some reason, he felt that Yi Qingxue today was different from yesterday.
Yesterday, although Yi Qingsno didn't have much interaction with him, at least she wasn't this indifferent. Even when he was playing with Cuckoo, Yi Qingsno was quietly watching from the side. But now, it's completely different. Chu Chen, you can leave. Cuckoo's illness doesn't need your treatment anymore. Han Danqiu raised her chin, looking proud. That's right, from now on, Miss Cuckoo's illness will be treated by my grandfather. At this moment, a smug voice came over. Chu Chen turned his head to see Shen Qingyun and Shen Huajing approaching. Shen Qingyun stepped in front of Chu Chen, boasting, "Young Master Chu, you can go now. Miss Cuckoo's illness is no longer your concern." Chu Chen looked at Yi Qingsno and asked, "Qingsno, is that what you mean too? Otherwise?" Before Yi Qingsno could respond, Han Danqiu interjected, "Aren't you leaving?" "Fine." Chu Chen's expression was cold. He felt a bit of anger rising within him. Since that's the case, then so be it. He turned to Shen Huajing and said in a deep voice, "Although the cold energy in Cuckoo's body has been temporarily suppressed by me, you'd better not act recklessly." He still liked Cuckoo very much and didn't want anything to happen to her. "My grandfather is a renowned doctor. Do we need your guidance?" Shen Qingyun sneered. "I hope you have some skills." Chu Chen clasped his hands behind his back and turned to leave. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the Taiyan 9 needles obediently." Shen Qingyun leaned closer to Chu Chen and whispered, "Want the Taiyan 9 needles? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to handle it." Chu Chen snorted coldly. Shen Qingyun watched Chu Chen's retreating figure, his expression shifting. This kid really was arrogant, completely disregarding the Shen family. Shen Huajing's murky eyes also flickered with a cold glint. The Shen family must obtain the Taiyan 9 needles. Yi Qingsno pulled Han Danqiu aside, her brows slightly furrowed, and asked, "Why did you invite old Master Shen? Isn't it to treat Cuckoo?" Han Danqiu replied with a smile. A hint of displeasure flashed across Yi Qingsno's pretty face. Wasn't this just slapping Chu Chen in the face? She was a bit disappointed in Chu Chen, but she didn't want to treat him this way. "Young Master Shen, old Master Shen, let's go inside." Han Danqiu smiled at Shen Huajing and the others. "All right." The two nodded and followed Han Danqiu inside. Yi Qingsno looked at Chu Chen's distant figure, feeling an inexplicable sadness in her heart. Forget it, he has his own life now. Thinking of the photo she saw last night, she sighed and turned to leave. After leaving the Yulan courtyard, Chu Chen felt a bit inexplicably irritable. Spending time with Cuckoo these past 2 days had brought him a different kind of happiness. He didn't expect that today he wouldn't be able to see Cuckoo. Forget it, why bother with a warm face against a cold butt? Chu Chen hailed a cab and went straight back to the luxury villa. In the evening, Chu Chen was about to go out. Just as he reached the entrance of the community, he suddenly squinted at the front. 3 people walked out ahead, an old man and 2 middle-aged men. Chu Chen recognized the old man. It was Liang Bo, the bodyguard beside Zheng Zhengsu. A few days ago, at the Wanqing Group's party, Liang Bo had tried to make a move against him. "Kid, you finally came out? We've been waiting for you for a long time." Liang Bo looked at Chu Chen, his tone sinister. "It seems your Zhang family doesn't know how to be subtle." A cold glint flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. "Kid, you've slapped the young master in the face twice, making him lose all his face, and the Zheng family too. Do you think the Zheng family will let you go?" Liang Bo mocked. As he spoke, he looked at Chu Chen with a chilling expression. "Kid, immediately self-destruct your cultivation and come back with us to the Zhang family to accept the young master's punishment." "Accept punishment?" Chu Chen let out a cold laugh and said, "What does the Zhang family count for? Zhang Jiang is one of the 10 great families of Jiang City, and you think you have the right to punish me?" Liang Bo said with a smug expression. "Liang Bo, stop wasting time with him. Let me take care of him right now and bring him back to await the young master's orders." Mu Zhuang, standing beside Liang Bo, spat on the ground. He had always felt that it was a bit of a waste of manpower for the master to send the 3 of them to deal with Chu Chen. Now, seeing Chu Chen still so arrogant, he could no longer hold back. He roared, his internal energy surging, and charged at Chu Chen with terrifying momentum. "I'm not in a good mood today, so I'll just kill a few people to cheer myself up." Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he rushed forward with a whoosh. Boom! He threw a punch, and the air seemed to explode. Mu Zhuang's pupils constricted, and he quickly retaliated with a punch. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Mu Zhuang's fist shattered upon impact, while Chu Chen's punch continued unabated, striking Mu Zhuang squarely in the chest. Boom! A hole appeared in Mu Zhuang's chest. Put! Mu Zhuang opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his shattered heart. "You!" He stared wide-eyed, looking at Chu Chen in shock. He wanted to say something, but all that came out was blood. In the end, his eyes bulged. He was dead. "Mu Zhuang!" Liang Bo and Yuan Ji gasped at the sight. They looked at Chu Chen, disbelief evident in their eyes.
One punch. Just one punch. Chu Chen had actually killed Mu Zhuan?
It was known that Mu Zhuan was a half-step Earth-level expert, almost fully stepping into that realm.
Yet, he was so easily killed by Chu Chen? You are an Earth-level expert? Liang Bo looked at Chu Chen in astonishment.
They had previously thought Chu Chen was merely a mystic-level expert, at most a half-step Earth-level.
They never expected. He was a genuine Earth-level expert? Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he slowly withdrew his fist. Bang!
Mu Zhuang's corpse fell to the ground.
Chu Chen looked at Liang Bo and Yuan Ji and said flatly, I'm not in a good mood, so you too should commit suicide.
What did you say? Liang Bo glared at Chu Chen, his face turning red with anger.
You're not in a good mood, so we should commit suicide? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Kid, you may be an Earth-level expert, but so am I, and I have backup. What are you so arrogant about? Liang Bo sneered.
Although Chu Chen had fiercely killed Mu Zhuan, he wasn't particularly afraid of him.
If it came to it, he could always escape. Could it be that Chu Chen could really keep him here? Sigh, it seems I have to take action myself. Chu Chen shook his head. After saying that, he rushed straight at Liang Bo with a whoosh. Let's attack together.
Liang Bo's face changed in shock as he shouted. Although he had just claimed not to be afraid, he was still panicking inside. At that moment, his internal energy surged, and he charged at Chu Chen with a terrifying killing intent.
Yuan Ji also let out a low growl and joined the attack. One Earth-level expert. One half-step Earth-level expert.
The two attacked from left and right, their combined strength formidable.
Boom!
Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he threw a punch with his left hand, colliding with Liang Bo's palm.
In an instant, Liang Bo felt a terrifying force coming from Chu Chen's fist.
His palm broke instantly, and he was sent stumbling back several meters.
This left him in shock. How could Chu Chen's strength be so overwhelming? Could it be that Chu Chen was an Earth-level expert at the peak?
After repelling Liang Bo, Chu Chen's right hand, like a true dragon's claw, reached out to grab Yuan Ji on the right.
Yuan Ji's face changed in shock, and he hurriedly retreated.
Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he closed in, moving at incredible speed.
In an instant, he grabbed Yuan Ji by the neck. Yuan Ji's heart raced. He didn't even see Chu Chen's hand. How did he end up with his neck being squeezed? He roared in anger, wanting to resist. But he found that the power within him was being suppressed by a formidable force. In the face of that power, his strength felt like a tiny earthworm. And that force was a true dragon. How could this be? He was a half-step Earth-level expert. How could he be so easily subdued? What cultivation level did Chu Chen have? And what kind of technique was Chu Chen practicing? How could he cultivate such terrifying strength? Unfortunately, he would have to carry these questions forever, because Chu Chen exerted a slight force. Crack! His neck snapped. He widened his eyes, staring in shock at Chu Chen. Was he really dead just like that? This was way too fast. Then, his limbs went limp and fell. He had breathed his last. Bang! Chu Chen, with an indifferent expression, tossed his body to the ground, as if he had just killed a little chick. You! Liang Bo watched this scene, his eyes wide, looking as if he had seen a ghost. He had brought two helpers, both half-step Earth-level experts. Yet, one had been punched through the chest by Chu Chen. The other had been choked to death by Chu Chen with one hand. He felt as if he were dreaming. Was this even human? This was a devil. And they dared to come and ambush him? They truly had a death wish. At this moment, he was filled with terror and, with a whoosh, fled into the distance. Poof! Chu Chen snorted coldly, his figure flashing, and he was instantly in front of Liang Bo. He kicked out. Liang Bo's face changed drastically, and he crossed his arms to protect his chest. Bang! Crack! Chu Chen's foot struck his arms. His arms broke instantly. Several ribs also snapped. Put! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body flew up, crashing onto a rock. Ah! He let out a painful scream. Whoosh! Chu Chen appeared in front of him, stepping on his chest. Liang Bo's ribs broke again. He nearly fainted from the pain. Chu Chen, I was wrong, please let me go. Liang Bo looked at Chu Chen, pleading. Where is young Jiangsu? Chu Chen looked down at him. Young master. Young master was discharged from the hospital today and has returned to the Zhang family. He is currently recuperating in a villa in the back courtyard of the Zhang family. Liang Bo endured the pain and hurriedly said, Chu Chen, I've already told you, can you let me go? Alright, you can go now. Chu Chen stepped down. Crack! Liang Bo's chest completely caved in. Put! A mouthful of blood mixed with his shattered heart burst from his mouth. He widened his eyes, struggled a few times, and then died. Chu Chen took out his phone and dialed Su Mang's number, bring people over. Soon, Su Mang arrived with Dong Zi and others. Seeing Liang Bo's corpse, Su Mang's heart trembled. He had seen Liang Bo before and knew he was a capable aide to Zheng Jiangsu. Moreover, Liang Bo was an Earth-level expert. Yet now he was dead? Have someone handle their bodies and take me to the Zheng family, Xu Chen ordered. To the Zheng family? Su Mang was startled and quickly said, Master Chu, the Zheng family is one of the 10 great families in Jiangcheng, with many experts. If we just go like this, I'm afraid. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. If they went like this, they would likely suffer. One of the 10 great families in Jiangcheng? So what? Xu Chen sneered. Back then, he didn't even regard the 10 great families of the immortal realm. Now, even if his cultivation had decreased, he felt no fear. Go! Xu Chen said coldly. Yes, Master Chu. Su Mang dared not say more. At the same time, he felt both nervous and excited. The tension was palpable as he worried they would go and die at the Zhang family. Excitement bubbled within him. Could Lord Chu really suppress the Zhang family, one of the 10 great families? With that thought, Su Mang drove quickly, taking Xu Chen towards the Zhang family. In the backyard of the Zhang family, Zheng Jiangsu had both sides of his face beaten to a pulp by Xu Chen. His face was wrapped in bandages, and so was his chest. He had just been discharged from the hospital. To help him recover quickly, his father had him rest in the backyard. At that moment, he sat on the sofa, his eyes filled with a sinister glare. As soon as he returned home from the hospital, he immediately urged Uncle Liang to take Yuan Ji and the others to ambush Xu Chen. He wanted Xu Chen to kneel before him. He wanted to slap Xu Chen's face until it was unrecognizable. He wanted to trample Xu Chen into the ground, just like stepping on a dog. He wanted to return the humiliation Xu Chen had inflicted on him, doubled. Xu Chen, you're dead. His gaze was chilling. He believed he would soon see Xu Chen kneeling before him. With Uncle Liang there, along with Yuan Ji and the other half-step Earth-level experts, dealing with Xu Chen would be a simple task. Uncle Liang should be back soon, right? Excitement flickered in his eyes. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Is Uncle Liang back? Zheng Jiangsu shouted. Uncle Liang went to help you. Clear the way, a faint voice replied. Hearing that voice, Zheng Jiangsu's body trembled. He focused his gaze and saw Xu Chen walking in slowly, hands behind his back. Xu Chen? What are you doing here? Zheng Jiangsu's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't Xu Chen supposed to be dead? How could he be here? He looked at Xu Chen and asked, Where's Uncle Liang? Waiting for you on the road to the Yellow Springs, Xu Chen replied calmly. What? Zheng Jiangsu's heart sank. Uncle Liang was a genuine Earth-level expert. Moreover, he had taken 2 half-step Earth-level experts to ambush Xu Chen. How could they have failed? Then what are you doing at our house? Zheng Jiangsu looked at Xu Chen, panic filling his eyes. Xu Chen, if you know what's good for you, leave our Zhang family immediately, or when our Zhang family's experts arrive, you're dead. Of course, I'm here to send you to reunite with Uncle Liang, Xu Chen said, his expression indifferent. What? Zheng Jiangsu's heart raced, and he hurriedly stood up, backing away. Xu Chen, I was wrong. Please, spare me. I promise I won't trouble you again. He looked at Xu Chen, pleading incessantly. At that moment, he just wanted to stabilize Xu Chen. Once their Zhang family's experts discovered the situation here, Xu Chen would be dead. If you die, I'll be even more at ease, Xu Chen replied coolly. After saying that, his gaze turned icy, and he was about to strike. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. He turned around and threw a punch. Boom! A deep sound echoed. A figure was knocked back by Xu Chen's punch. Dad, you're here? Zheng Jiangsu's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly shouted, Dad, save me. Zhang Rongfa looked at Xu Chen, his voice deep. Who are you? Dad, this is Xu Chen. Hurry up and kill him. Zheng Jiangsu shouted loudly. What? This is Xu Chen? Zhang Rongfa's expression changed in shock. Xu Chen had appeared in their Zhang family. So, Uncle Liang had failed? What did you do to Uncle Liang and the others? He glared at Xu Chen, questioning him. That question is a bit foolish. Of course, I sent them on their way, Xu Chen replied indifferently. You? Zhang Rongfa's expression darkened. He was the head of the Zhang family, a position of immense prestige. Usually, who wouldn't treat him with respect? This brat actually called him foolish? How infuriating. Moreover, this brat dared to kill Uncle Liang and the others? It was known that Uncle Liang was an Earth-level expert. Even placed in their Zhang family, he would be a capable general. How could he die like this? Since you killed Elder Liang, you must pay with your life. He looked at Xu Chen, his face full of menace. Xu Chen glanced at him and said lightly, I'm just afraid your Zhang family doesn't have that capability. Kid, you're strong, but you shouldn't have come to our Zhang family to cause trouble. Zhang Rongfa sneered. Whoosh! At that moment, figures flickered in. They were all experts from the Zhang family.
There were more than 20 of them, including several Earth-level masters. Zhang Zhengsu felt a sigh of relief upon seeing these people. He looked at Chu Chen, his eyes filled with malice. Chu Chen, how dare you come to our Zhang family to cause trouble? You really must be tired of living. Su Mang also felt a pang of anxiety. Master Chu had been careless this time. He shouldn't have come to the Zhang family's stronghold. Kid, do you still dare to say our Zhang family can't do anything to you? Zhang Rongfa looked at Chu Chen, mocking him. Not enough. Chu Chen shook his head. You don't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. Zhang Rongfa sneered. Big brother, stop wasting time with him, let's move quickly and kill him, so he knows how ridiculous it is to provoke our Zhang family.
The seventh master of the Zhang family looked at Chu Chen, his face grim. Their Zhang family was one of the 10 great families in Zhang City. How dare this kid provoke them? He was truly seeking death. Kid, I want to see how you leave the Zhang family alive today. Zhang Rongfa also smiled ominously.
Then, with a command, over 20 experts from the Zhang family all charged at Chu Chen together. Humph! Chu Chen snorted coldly, and with a whoosh, he met them head-on. In an instant, he was in front of one of the experts. This was a half-step Earth-level master. Seeing Chu Chen suddenly appear, he was startled and wanted to punch Chu Chen, but Chu Chen pointed his finger at his forehead. Poof! A blood hole instantly appeared on his forehead. Blood splattered everywhere, and he fell to the ground. It was just a brief encounter, and a half-step Earth-level master was dead just like that. After killing this man, Chu Chen punched to the right. Clang! A long knife was shattered by Chu Chen's punch. The person holding the long knife was shocked and hurriedly retreated. But Chu Chen pursued and punched him in the chest. Poof! His internal organs were shattered, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and then fell to the ground, dead beyond recovery. Whoosh! Chu Chen's figure flickered, weaving through the Zhang family's experts. Soon, 7 or 8 experts had died at Chu Chen's hands. How is this possible? Zhang Zhengsu was filled with astonishment. Seeing so many experts from the Zhang family mobilized, he thought they would quickly kill Chu Chen. Unexpectedly, not only did they fail to kill him, but they were instead killed by Chu Chen? Was Chu Chen's combat power really that terrifying? Master Chu is exuding dominance. Su Mang hid to the side. In such a battle, he couldn't intervene at all. He could only watch. He looked at Chu Chen, his eyes filled with immense admiration. Zhang Rongfa's expression was also as dark as it could be. This kid had killed so many experts in just the blink of an eye? Among them were even 3 Earth-level masters. However, he did not take action. He felt that this young man named Chu Chen was somewhat mysterious. He wanted these experts to test Chu Chen first. Bang! Another half-step Earth-level master was pressed down by Chu Chen's palm on his head. The entire head exploded like a watermelon. Kid, come and take your life. At this moment, a furious roar came. The 7th master of the Zhang family, holding a long stick, charged directly at him. Bang bang bang! The long stick in his hand swung towards Chu Chen with shadows trailing behind it, moving rapidly. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent, his figure flickering. Although the 7th master of the Zhang family's attack was fast and fierce, he couldn't touch Chu Chen at all. Finally, Chu Chen's right hand struck down like a knife. The long staff in the hands of the 7th master of the Zhang family was actually split apart by Chu Chen. Seeing this, the 7th master's expression changed, and he stomped his legs, retreating hurriedly with a loud thud. Whoosh! But Chu Chen's speed was too fast. He was instantly in front of him, reaching out with one hand to grip his neck. Chu Chen looked at him, his expression cold, and said, "Didn't you just say that the Zhang family is not to be provoked? Let go of old 7. Zhang Rongfa could no longer hold back, roaring as he charged at Chu Chen. Crack! With a slight exertion, Chu Chen directly twisted the 7th master's neck, breaking it. Sorry, you spoke too late. Chu Chen turned to Zhang Rongfa and said, Old 7. Zhang Rongfa looked at the corpse of old 7 on the ground and let out a low growl. In his generation, there were a total of 8 brothers in the Zhang family. Old 7 was his full-blooded brother, so their bond was very strong. After he became the head of the Zhang family, Old 7 had always supported him. However, Old 7's martial arts talent was lacking, having been stuck at the half-step Earth-level master for many years. But in the past year, there had been signs that he might finally break through that barrier and become a true Earth-level master. Yet, unexpectedly, he died here today? The remaining experts of the Zhang family were also somewhat shocked. The combat power that Chu Chen had just displayed was truly overwhelming. They were all hesitant to engage. Dad, you must avenge Uncle 7. Zhang Zhengsa shouted loudly. Zhang Rongfa glared at Chu Chen, his face filled with rage. "Kid, I will make you pay with your life." With that, he roared, and a terrifying aura spread from his body. He was at the peak of the earth level, and as he stomped his feet, he charged directly at Chu Chen. His internal energy surged, flowing into his palm. In an instant, he was in front of Chu Chen, slamming his palm toward Chu Chen's chest.
Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he threw a punch. Boom!
The collision of fist and palm produced a tremendous sound. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Rongfa staggered back repeatedly. With each step, the ground cracked beneath him, revealing the immense force he had endured. After retreating more than 10 steps, Zhang Rongfa finally steadied himself. The many experts of the Zhang family watched this scene, their eyes wide in disbelief.
Chu Chen actually forced the family head back? How could this be possible? Zhang Zhengsu also trembled, staring at Chu Chen in shock. Even his father was not a match for Chu Chen?
He felt as if he were dreaming.
What level of cultivation do you have? Zhang Rongfa looked at Chu Chen, his face filled with disbelief. The head of the Zhang family? You're nothing special.
Chu Chen shook his head as he looked at him.
Zhang Rongfa's face darkened.
If this had been before, he would have dismissed Chu Chen's words as arrogant and ignorant.
But now, he had nothing to say. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, "Young Master Chu, this time it was our Zhang family's mistake."
What? Everyone in the Zhang family was stunned.
The family head actually bowed his head in compromise to Chu Chen? "Dad, what are you doing?" Zhang Zhengsu exclaimed in shock. "What are you afraid of?" "Shut up!" Zhang Rongfa shouted angrily.
He looked at Chu Chen and said, "Our Zhang family is willing to make compensation. I wonder what young Master Chu thinks."
"Not much." Chu Chen shook his head and looked at Zhang Zhengsu. "He has provoked me time and again, which makes me very unhappy." Zhang Rongfa's expression changed several times.
Then, he kicked out.
Crack!
A sound of bones breaking echoed.
Ah!
Zhang Zhengsu let out a pig-like scream, kneeling on the ground with blood pouring from his right foot.
"Dad, what are you doing?"
He looked up at Zhang Rongfa, cursing. His father had just kicked his right foot, breaking it.
Zhang Rongfa looked at Chu Chen and said, "I have already punished my unfilial son. I wonder if young Master Chu is satisfied." Not satisfied, Chu Chen shook his head. Zhang Rongfa's expression hardened, and he kicked out again. Ah! Zhang Zhengsu's left leg was kicked and broken by Zhang Rongfa once more.
He knelt on the ground, screaming in agony. The Zhang family members were all stunned.
The head of the family had actually crippled his own son's legs just to appease Chu Chen? This was simply unbelievable. Was Chu Chen really that strong? "Young Master Chu, what do you think?"
Zhang Rongfa looked at Chu Chen with a seemingly kind expression.
Chu Chen narrowed his eyes.
He hadn't expected Zhang Rongfa to be so ruthless, even to his own son. He scanned the many members of the Zhang family and said, "There are still 13 of you left. If you want me not to pursue this matter, then 1 billion each, a total of 13 billion.
"What did you say?"
As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the Zhang family members glared at him in anger.
Their family head had already crippled his own son's legs, and this kid still dared to ask them for compensation? Zhang Rongfa's expression changed several times. Finally, he nodded and said in a deep voice, "All right, I will transfer it to young Master Chu tomorrow." "Good, I hope you won't go back on your word." Chu Chen provided his bank account number to Zhang Rongfa. "Let's go."
Chu Chen clasped his hands behind his back and slowly left. Su Mang followed respectfully behind him. At this moment, Su Mang was filled with shock and excitement. Master Chu came to the Zhang family to cause a ruckus, not only managing to leave unscathed but even forcing Zhang Rongfa to cripple his own son's legs. And he was also getting 13 billion in compensation. This made him feel like he was dreaming. Was this really the Zhang family, one of the top 10 families in Zhongcheng? He looked at Chu Chen's back, his face filled with endless admiration. Master Chu was incredible. Fortunately, he hadn't made an enemy of Master Chu back then. Following Master Chu, one day my name will also resonate throughout Zhongcheng. Su Mang thought to himself. He believed that day would not be far off. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the Zhang family, Chu Chen and Su Mang left the Zhang family. "Sir, are you alright?" Zhang Rongfa hurriedly helped Zhang Zhengsu up from the ground. "Dad, why? Why are you so afraid of Chu Chen?" Zhang Zhengsu sat on the sofa, looking at his father and shouting angrily. He simply couldn't accept that his father had crippled his legs just to please Chu Chen. "You didn't use your full strength just now. What are you afraid of?" Zhang Zhengsu cried. "That's right, head of the family, what are you afraid of? Isn't that so? We still have so many experts here." "Exactly. Together we can definitely kill him." The experts of the Zhang family were all furious. Zhang Rongfa pursed his lips and said, "Although I didn't use my full strength,
I feel that Chu Chen didn't use his full strength either. What?
Zhang Zhengsu's face changed in shock as he asked, could it be that Chu Chen
is also at the peak of the earth level? Zhang Rongfa pondered for a moment and said, I suspect his cultivation is higher than mine. Could he be a heaven-level expert? Zhang Zhengsu was stunned. Probably not.
Zhang Zhengsu shook his head, he might be half a step into the heaven level.
Zhang Zhengsu's heart shook violently. Chu Chen was so young, yet he was already half a step into the heaven level? This was too incredible. I don't have the confidence to defeat Chu Chen.
Perhaps we all have a chance together, but the losses would be heavy. This wouldn't be worth it for our Zhang family. Zhang Rongfa looked at Zhang Zhengsu and said, so, I crippled your legs, which actually saved your life.
Are we just going to let it go like this? Zhang Zhengsu was very unwilling. It won't end like this. A glint of determination flashed in Zhang Rongfa's eyes as he said, Hui Dao is coming back. Hui Dao.
Zhang Zhengsu was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, isn't that the knife-wielding man, Hui Dao, who wiped out the Wu family 10 years ago? The Wu family was once one of the 10 prominent families in Jiangcheng.
However, for some unknown reason, they had offended Hui Dao.
On a rainy night a decade ago, Hui Dao stormed into the Wu family with a long knife and annihilated everyone.
It caused a sensation throughout Jiangcheng. The name Hui Dao echoed across the entire city.
It was precisely because the Wu family was destroyed that the Zhang family could rise to become one of the 10 prominent families in Jiangcheng.
Hasn't he been missing for 10 years? How has he returned? Zhang Zhengsu asked. Isn't Chu Chen the one who destroyed the Longhu sect?
And Xiao Long from the Longhu sect is a disciple of Hui Dao. Hui Dao is back to seek revenge on Chu Chen, Zhang Rongfa said with a sinister smile.
So, Chu Chen had a grudge against Hui Dao. That was great.
Zhang Zhengsu felt a surge of excitement inside.
What level of cultivation is Hui Dao at now? He asked curiously.
He was already a peak earth-level expert 10 years ago. Now, 10 years have passed, I suspect. He must have reached the heaven level. Zhang Rongfa said solemnly.
Heaven level?
Zhang Zhengsu trembled at the words, excitedly saying, so,
he can definitely kill Chu Chen? Exactly. Zhang Rongfa nodded.
No matter how powerful Chu Chen was, he was at most half a step into the heaven level.
He was definitely no match for Hui Dao. That's wonderful. Zhang Zhengsu was overjoyed, saying, so are we going to cooperate with Hui Dao?
Yes. We can take this opportunity to befriend Hui Dao.
In that case, our Zhang family will have a heaven-level expert as an ally. Zhang Rongfa's eyes sparkled with ambition.
Once he also broke through to the heaven level, their Zhang family would effectively have 2 heaven-level experts.
Their status in Jiangcheng would rise even further. When will Hui Dao return? Zhang Zhengsu asked eagerly.
He'll be back in a few days, Zhang Rongfa replied.
Good.
Zhang Zhengsu felt a rush of excitement.
Chu Chen. Just wait.
Meanwhile, Chu Chen and Su Mang were in a car.
Su Mang was driving, occasionally glancing at Chu Chen, seemingly wanting to ask something.
If you have something to say, just say it, Chu Chen said.
Master Chu, what level of cultivation are you at now?
Su Mang hesitated before speaking.
I don't know either.
Chu Chen shook his head. He really wasn't familiar with the realms of martial arts, so he wouldn't compare. But just now, even if Zhang Rongfa and the experts from the Zhang family teamed up, as long as I wanted to, I could.
Wipe them out, Chu Chen added. What?
Su Mang's whole body shook, and his grip on the steering wheel tightened.
Zhang Rongfa was a peak earth-level expert, and the Zhang family had so many experts. Master Chu was confident he could kill them? Could it be? Master Chu was a heaven-level expert?
Su Mang swallowed hard.
How old was Master Chu?
This was
too monstrous. Focus on driving. Chu Chen shot him a glance. Yes, Master Chu. Su Mang nodded repeatedly. He was extremely excited. He was actually following a heaven-level expert? He was actually driving for a heaven-level expert? At that moment, he really wanted to floor the gas pedal. Bro. So awesome. Just then, Su Mang's phone rang. It was Donzi calling. Manga, where are you?
As soon as the call connected, Donzi's anxious voice came through.
What's wrong? Su Mang frowned. You need to come to the Yuding bar quickly. Donzi coughed.
Okay, I'll take Master Chu back and head over right away, Su Mang said solemnly.
No need, I'll go too, Chu Chen said.
From Donzi's cough, Chu Chen sensed that Donzi was injured.
Yes, Master Chu. Before long, the two arrived at the Yuding bar.
This was Chu Chen's second visit to this bar. The first time he came, Chu Chen was avenging his sister. Here, he killed Lu Xiao. As a result, he became enemies with the Longhu Gate. After Chu Chen killed Xiao Long and Yanhu, the assets of Longhu Gate fell under Su Mang's control. The Yuding bar was among them. Usually, at this time, the bar would be flashing with neon lights and packed with customers. But now, apart from the bar staff, there were no customers at all. Moreover, the bar was in disarray, as if it had been vandalized. "Master Chu, you're here?" Dongzi greeted Chu Chen respectfully upon seeing him. Chu Chen noticed that his clothes were tattered, and there were bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. "How did you get hurt?" Chu Chen frowned slightly. "It was a sen." Dongzi replied respectfully. "Damn, him again?" As soon as Dongzi finished speaking, Su Mang's expression darkened. "Who is a sen?" Chu Chen asked. "A sen is one of the top experts under the Scorpion Gang, a force in the underground world of Jiangcheng. He is a Grand Master at the Xian level," Su Mang added respectfully. Since Chu Chen wiped out Qiaolong and Yanhu, the four major forces in Jiangcheng's underground world had been restless, wanting to encroach on the territory once held by Longhu Gate. However, the Badian Gang, Mantis Gate, and Nine Serpents Gate were still just observing. But the Scorpion Gang was different. They had actually taken action. In recent days, the Scorpion Gang had seized quite a bit of their territory. A Sin had even come to stir up trouble in Longhu Gate's territory multiple times, demanding that they hand over the area of Yuding Bar to the Scorpion Gang. "Scorpion Gang?" Chu Chen's eyes turned cold as he said, "It seems the underground world of Jiangcheng needs to be cleaned up. Lead the way." "Yes, Master Chu." Su Mang nodded respectfully. Jinyu Entertainment City. This was one of the many entertainment venues controlled by the Scorpion Gang. Usually, a Sin was the one overseeing it. At this moment, a Sin poured himself a glass of XO, crossed his legs, and was leisurely sipping it. Two scantily clad women were gently massaging him. He was in a great mood because tonight he had gone to Longhu Gate's territory and caused another ruckus. Even Dong Zi, the top expert beside Su Mang, had been knocked down by him with a single punch. "A Sen, how was tonight?" At that moment, a middle-aged man walked in. "Boss, what brings you here?" Upon seeing this middle-aged man, a Sen immediately stood up. The middle-aged man was none other than the leader of the Scorpion Gang. "Blood Scorpion, I heard you went to Longhu Gate's territory again tonight, so I came to ask about the situation." Blood Scorpion sat down. "That's right." A Sen nodded. "I went to Yuding Bar tonight, injured Su Mang's top assistant Dong Zi, and smashed up the bar. I told them that if they don't hand over the territory, I'll come every day from now on." As he spoke, a smug smile appeared on his face. "Very good." Blood Scorpion smiled sinisterly. "A street thug from the past thinks he can occupy the assets left by Longhu Gate." "Exactly." A Sen grinned. "The Dong Zi was defeated by me with a single punch, and he's supposed to be Su Mang's top expert? I think that Chu Chen is just a waste." As he spoke, disdain appeared on his face. A Sen took a sip of his drink, his expression full of contempt. He had heard of Chu Chen and the rumors that he had killed Yan Hu and Qiaolong. Su Mang and Dong Zi admired Chu Chen greatly, but he believed that Chu Chen couldn't be as strong as the legends suggested. The reason Chu Chen could kill Qiaolong and the others might just be due to some underhanded means. Chu Chen should have some skills, but not worth worrying about. Blood Scorpion sneered as well. Although Chu Chen could kill Qiaolong and Yan Hu, he should not be underestimated, but he was also a ground-level expert. Therefore, he didn't take Chu Chen seriously. With his abilities, he can't hold onto the territory of the Dragon and Tiger Gate, the blood-poisoned Scorpion said proudly. "That's right. I hope the Dragon and Tiger Gate knows what's good for them and obediently hands over the territory." Asen grinned, a hint of madness in his eyes. "Where is Asen?" At that moment, a deep voice came through. "Ha!" Hearing this voice, Asen's face turned angry as he shouted, "Who dares to be reckless on my territory?" He threw his wine glass to the ground and dashed out with a whoosh. Blood-poisoned Scorpion frowned slightly and followed him out. Once outside, the two saw several people standing at the entrance. Leading them was a tall man with sharp eyes. On either side of him were Su Mang and Dong Zi. At this moment, the members of the poisoned Scorpion Gang were watching the three with vigilance. "Oh, so it's Dong Zi?" Upon seeing Dong Zi, Asen mocked, "What? Have you come to your senses? Will you hand over the territory of the Yuding Bar to me now? You are Asen?" Chu Chen looked at Asen and questioned. "That's right." Asen nodded, sneering, "You can't be that Chu." Bang! Before Asen could finish his sentence, he felt darkness before his eyes. Then he realized, because his head had been smashed to pieces by a single palm from Chu Chen. Ah! The members of the poisoned Scorpion Gang couldn't help but scream. They were usually ruthless, but they were all frightened by this scene. Seeing the headless corpse on the ground, they were all shocked. Asen was a master at the peak of the Xian level, yet he was killed by Chu Chen with just one slap? How could this be possible? Damn! Dong Zi couldn't help but curse. Just a little while ago, he had been defeated by Asen with a punch.
Yet now, Asen had been killed by Chu Chen with a single slap? How strong was Chu Chen?
Su Mang, on the other hand, remained calm. He had witnessed Chu Chen's might at the Zhang family today. Moreover, he suspected that Chu Chen might be a master at the Tian level. So, there was nothing to be surprised about.
You! Blood-poisoned Scorpion trembled all over, his face filled with shock.
He knew that Chu Chen's strength was not weak.
After all, Chu Chen had killed Xiaolong and Yanhu, so he should be a master at the D level. But in just one encounter, he had killed Asen. This truly astonished him. He then looked at Chu Chen, his expression darkening to the extreme. Asen was one of his 4 main assistants, and he had just died like that? Truly infuriating. Kid, you dare to kill my man? I see you are tired of living.
Blood-poisoned Scorpion's words were chilling.
You are the leader of the Poison Scorpion gang? I heard you are interested in the territory of my dragon in Tiger Gate?
Chu Chen looked at him, speaking indifferently.
That's right.
Blood-poisoned Scorpion did not deny it, but said coldly, since you killed Asen, then hand over half of the territory, and I can let you go.
You want me to hand over half of the territory? Chu Chen glanced at him and said lightly, I'm afraid you don't have that capability. Kid, do you really think that just because you are a master at the D level, you can act arrogantly?
Blood-poisoned Scorpion looked at Chu Chen, his voice icy. Let me tell you, coming here to cause trouble tonight is your biggest mistake.
Come.
With a command, a group of people surged in from all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, 3 figures shot over and stood beside Blood-poisoned Scorpion.
These 3 were Blood-poisoned Scorpion's other 3 assistants.
2 were half-step D-level masters, and 1 was at the peak of the Xian level.
Attack! Blood-poisoned Scorpion waved his hand. Kill!
The 3 masters, leading the group, charged directly at Chu Chen.
You guys can practice a bit too, Chu Chen said to Su Mang and Dong Zi.
Yes.
Su Mang and Dong Zi roared and charged forward. Chu Chen also dashed forward with a whoosh. His target was the 3 masters. In an instant, he appeared before a man and struck out with a punch. Boom! This was a half-step Earth-level expert, and with a single punch, Chu Chen pierced through his chest. Dead beyond recovery. After killing him, Chu Chen swiftly reappeared in front of another person, pointing a finger. Bang! This was a perfected Xian-level expert, and with a single finger strike to the head, it exploded like a watermelon. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Whoosh! Chu Chen vanished again, appearing behind another expert. This was a half-step Earth-level expert. At that moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. He wanted to flee, but before he could react, Chu Chen pressed a palm down on his back. Poof! A palm print appeared on his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. Whoosh! As Chu Chen was about to strike again, a figure lunged at him. It was the blood-poisoned Scorpion. He had been planning to use his 3 subordinates to test Chu Chen's combat power. But unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, his 3 subordinates had been killed? At this moment, he could no longer contain himself. Like a venomous scorpion, his eyes glinted coldly as he stealthily attacked Chu Chen from behind. Chu Chen snorted coldly, turned around, and threw a punch. Boom! Chu Chen's fist collided with the blood-poisoned Scorpion's palm. Crack! The blood-poisoned Scorpion's palm exploded. He let out a painful scream. His entire body flew up and crashed against a distant wall. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face contorted in agony. The members of the Scorpion gang were all stunned. Even their leader was defeated by a single punch from Chu Chen? What the hell was going on? It hadn't even been 6 minutes since the battle began, had it? Did they just surrender? Dongzi was also dumbfounded. The blood-poisoned Scorpion was an Earth-level expert. He was defeated by Chu Chen in the blink of an eye? Chu Chen was too impressive. Su Mang sighed. Chu Chen was indeed a heavenly-level expert. How are you so strong? The blood-poisoned Scorpion stood up, clutching his chest, looking at Chu Chen with a face full of horror. How could a dignified Earth-level expert not withstand a single punch from Chu Chen? It felt like a dream to him. Don't ask so much, let's go. With a whoosh, Chu Chen charged towards the blood-poisoned Scorpion. The blood-poisoned Scorpion's expression changed drastically as he dashed into a nearby private room. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he pursued him inside. Ha! Just as he stepped into the private room, suddenly, Chu Chen's heart jolted. Whoosh! Chu Chen's figure flashed, retreating out. Boom! An explosion sounded. The entire private room shook. There was actually a bomb inside. Chu Chen, are you okay? Su Mang and Dongzi rushed over, asking nervously. I'm fine. Chu Chen shook his head. He entered the private room, but the blood-poisoned Scorpion was nowhere to be seen. He must have escaped through a secret passage, Su Mang explained. Most entertainment venues have secret passages. What a pity, Dongzi lamented.
It's fine, even if he escaped, he won't cause any big waves, Shu Qin said indifferently. He turned to look at the members of the Scorpion Gang.
Shu Qin. The members of the Scorpion Gang immediately knelt down, shouting loudly.
Even their leader had fled, they still wouldn't surrender.
Were they seeking death? Take over the Scorpion Gang, Shu Qin instructed Su Mang. Yes. Su Mang nodded respectfully.
At this moment, he felt a surge of excitement. In just a few days, he had not only taken control of the Dragon and Tiger Gate, but now he was about to control the Scorpion Gang as well? It truly felt like a dream.
Shu Qin, with his hands behind his back, left with an indifferent expression.
He had come to the territory of the Scorpion Gang.
The Scorpion Gang was destroyed.
With a puff, blood-poisoned Scorpion spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. At that moment, he found himself in a narrow alley. His expression was hurried as he turned down several streets in quick succession, only daring to stop once he confirmed that no one was following him.
Cough, cough.
He coughed a few times, his face twisted in immense pain. Fortunately, he had recently acquired a small bomb, and there was a secret passage in that private room.
Otherwise, his life would have been forfeit. Damn it, how is that kid so strong?
The thought of Shu Qin's punch made his heart race. He looked at his right hand, bloodied and revealing stark white bone.
It was already ruined. No, I must take revenge.
He clutched his arm and left, heading to the villa of the Mantis Gate's leader.
Old Scorpion, what happened to you?
Bai Shuo, the leader of the Mantis Gate, was taken aback at the sight of blood-poisoned Scorpion's condition.
Damn it, I almost didn't get to see you tonight. Blood-poisoned Scorpion cursed under his breath. Who did this?
Bai Shuo asked, looking at blood-poisoned Scorpion.
Was it Snake Master? Not him. Blood-poisoned Scorpion shook his head. It was Chu Chen. Chu Chen?
Bai Shuo was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in surprise, the one who killed Xiaolong and Yen Hu?
Exactly. Blood-poisoned Scorpion nodded.
He came to my territory tonight and caused trouble, so we ended up fighting.
He quickly recounted the events of the night. What? Bai Shuo trembled upon hearing this. He took out 4 of Asen in an instant? And old Scorpion was beaten to this state by Chu Chen with just one punch?
It seems this Chu Chen is indeed a fierce dragon crossing the river. Bai Shuo's expression turned serious. Previously, he had thought like blood-poisoned Scorpion, believing that while Chu Chen could kill Xiaolong and Yen Hu, he must have used some trick. Even if Chu Chen was truly a ground-level powerhouse, he didn't take it to heart because he was also a ground-level powerhouse.
Thus, he was also considering how to annex the territory of the Dragon and Tiger Gate. He never expected. Blood-poisoned Scorpion was defeated by Chu Chen with a single punch? No matter what, I must take revenge.
A cold glint flickered in blood-poisoned Scorpion's eyes, like a venomous scorpion, as he said ominously, Old Bai, gather your men, and let's kill him together.
Bai Shuo remained silent. Old Bai, you don't want to help me take revenge, do you?
Seeing this, blood-poisoned Scorpion's expression soured. Our two families are in an alliance. I've helped you plenty in the past.
Old Scorpion, don't get angry.
It's not that I don't want to help you take revenge, Bai Shuo hurriedly explained.
Then what do you mean? Blood-poisoned Scorpion asked in a deep voice.
Bai Shuo sighed and said, Chu Chen is so strong that even if I bring my men to find him, we probably wouldn't be a match.
Upon hearing this, blood-poisoned Scorpion's heart tightened. Right.
He had been blinded by rage and hadn't thought of this.
Are we just going to let it go? Is my Scorpion gang just going to hand over everything? Blood-poisoned Scorpion was quite displeased.
Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and exclaimed excitedly, that's right. We can unite with the Overlord Gang, or even the Nine Serpent Gate, to deal with Chu Chen together.
Bai Shuo's eyes lit up as well. However, he showed hesitation.
I'm just afraid they won't agree, especially Snake Master. With Chu Chen being so powerful, I believe they wouldn't want to see him grow stronger. Blood-poisoned Scorpion said solemnly.
That makes sense. Bai Shuo nodded slightly.
The two immediately set off to the villa of the Overlord Gang's leader, Ji Ba.
Damn! A mere kid dares to stir up bloodshed in the underground world of Zhongcheng? I agree to deal with him.
Ji Ba was a burly middle-aged man, his body bulging with muscles and sporting a scruffy beard. His temper was already explosive, and after hearing blood-poisoned Scorpion's description, he immediately agreed to join forces.
Good. Blood-poisoned Scorpion was overjoyed.
He never expected Ji Ba to agree so easily.
This was truly wonderful.
Then, the three of them went to the headquarters of the Nine Serpents sect. The Nine Serpents sect is the strongest among the many forces in the underground world of Jiang City. The strength of the sect leader, Snake Master, is also quite terrifying.
Snake Master, what do you think?
Blood-poisoned Scorpion asked politely, looking at Snake Master. Even though he is the leader of the Scorpion gang, he is still quite courteous in front of Snake Master.
Are you asking us to be your henchmen? Snake Master glanced at him and said lightly. A hint of embarrassment appeared on blood-poisoned Scorpion's face. However, he did not deny it and instead said, I do want to borrow your power, Snake Master, to take revenge. As he spoke, he glanced at his right hand.
His right hand was already crippled. Thinking of this, a sinister look appeared in his eyes.
This grudge, he must avenge. But I am also considering your interests, Snake Master.
Blood-poisoned Scorpion pursed his lips and said, How long has Chu Chen been on the scene? He has already destroyed the Dragon and Tiger sect, and now my Scorpion gang has also fallen into his hands.
If we don't suppress him now, he will definitely encroach on your territory, Snake Master.
Moreover, he is so young and already a master at the Earth level, with remarkable martial arts talent.
Snake Master, are you sure you can still suppress him in the future? If that's the case, why not eliminate him in the cradle now?
After hearing the latter part of his words, a cold glint flashed in Snake Master's eyes.
Are you saying that Snake Master will just watch Chu Chen rise and unify the entire underground world of Jiang City?
Blood-poisoned Scorpion continued.
Snake Master did not speak. After a while, he nodded and said, All right, I agree.
A cold light flickered in his eyes. If there is really a force that can unify the entire underground forces of Jiang City, it can only be his Nine Serpents sect.
It can only be him. Snake Master. Good.
Seeing Snake Master agree, Blood-poisoned Scorpion was extremely excited. With Snake Master's involvement, their alliance would surely be able to kill Chu Chen.
So how do we do it? Do we just charge into Dragon and Tiger Mountain Villa and kill Chu Chen? Ji Ba asked directly.
His personality was already explosive, and at this moment, he was even more filled with killing intent.
No. Blood-poisoned Scorpion shook his head and said, If we do that, we might let Chu Chen escape. After all, he is also a master at the Earth level, and it won't be easy to keep him. So we need to come up with a plan to lure him into a trap, making it impossible for Chu Chen to escape. As he spoke, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. How do we lure him into a trap? Bai Shua frowned.
Snake Master took a puff of his cigar and said slowly, I'll have someone send a post to Su Mang, inviting the Dragon and Tiger sect to a gathering at Drunken Immortal Mountain Villa in 3 days. We will set up a trap in advance and wait for Chu Chen to come.
Good.
Blood-poisoned Scorpion and the others all nodded in agreement.
Blood-poisoned Scorpion's eyes were extremely sinister. Chu Chen. 3 days later, Drunken Immortal Mountain Villa will be your burial place. The next day, Su Mang received the invitation letter sent by the Nine Serpents sect. He immediately invited Chu Chen to Dragon and Tiger Mountain Villa. Inviting the Dragon and Tiger sect to Drunken Immortal Mountain Villa to discuss various matters in the underground world of Jiang City, Chu Chen looked at the gilded invitation letter, revealing a look of confusion. What does this Nine Serpents sect want?
The 5 major forces in the underground world of Jiang City do hold a gathering at Drunken Immortal Mountain Villa every year to discuss matters. Su Mang pursed his lips and said, However, you just destroyed the Scorpion gang yesterday, and today the Nine Serpents sect is initiating a gathering. I'm afraid there is a trick. Chu Master, why don't
we not go? That won't do. Chu Chen shook his head. Since it's a tradition in the underground world of Jiang City, how can we not go? If we don't go, won't you be looked down upon in the future?
I'm afraid they are setting a trap for you, Chu Master.
Su Mang showed concern.
Right, if they join forces, it will be troublesome.
Dong Zi also looked serious. It's fine. Chu Chen said calmly, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes are just jokes. That's true. Su Mang nodded repeatedly.
Master Chu is suspected to be a heavenly level expert. What is there to fear? If they really cause trouble, I can just solve it all at once. Chu Chen's hands were clasped behind his back, his expression calm. His words were light, but they carried an immense confidence. Su Mang and Dong Zi felt their blood boil upon hearing this.
Master Chu truly exuded dominance. You reply to them, just say we will arrive on time. Chu Chen said lightly. Okay.
Su Mang immediately replied to the Nine Serpents sect.
Ha ha. Upon receiving Su Mang's reply, Blood-poisoned Scorpion and the others burst into laughter.
This kid has strength, but his brain isn't quite right. He has no idea we're setting a trap for him. A sneer appeared on Blood-poisoned Scorpion's face. Snake Master sat on the sofa, smoking a cigar, a smile also playing at the corners of his mouth.
Chu Chen, how could I let you threaten my position?
In the underground world of Jiangchang,
I am the #1 boss.
On this day, Chu Chen did not go to the Yulan courtyard. He didn't want to put his warm face against a cold backside.
However, in the afternoon, Yi Qingxue called him. Chu Chen, can you come to the Yulan courtyard? Yi Qingshue's voice was filled with urgency. Didn't you say I didn't need to treat Cuckoo? Shu Chen replied. Cuckoo is missing. She said she was going to find you. Yi Qingxue said anxiously. Missing? Looking for me? Upon hearing this, Shu Chen frowned slightly. What does she want with me? Shu Chen, I know I was wrong to you yesterday, but Cuckoo really likes you. For her sake, can you help me? Yi Qingshue's words were full of pleading. Shu Chen pondered for a moment and said, I'll go over right now. No matter what, Cuckoo is innocent. He couldn't just stand by and watch her get into trouble. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Yulan courtyard. When he arrived, he saw Yi Qingshuo pacing back and forth, her expression anxious. Qingshuo, don't be so nervous. Han Danqiu comforted from the side. What happened? Shu Chen walked in and asked. You still have the nerve to ask? Han Danqiu pointed at Shu Chen, angrily saying, if it weren't for you, Cuckoo wouldn't have run away from home. What does that mean? Shu Chen's expression darkened. This woman is getting more and more outrageous. It's your fault that. Alright, Danqiu, don't blame Chu Chen indiscriminately. Han Danqiu wanted to continue blaming Chu Chen, but was interrupted by Yi Qingshuo. Yesterday, Cuckoo couldn't see you, and she was gloomy all day. Last night, she said she wanted to find you, and I lied to her, saying she should sleep well, and that you would come when she woke up. But today, when she didn't see you, she got angry. She spent the whole morning shouting that she wanted to find you, even crying. At noon, I was supposed to take a nap with her, but when I woke up, I found she was gone. I suspect she ran away from home to find you. Yi Qingshuo grew more anxious as she spoke. This, Shu Chen was astonished. Cuckoo actually ran away from home because she couldn't see him? It's all your fault. A few days ago, you deliberately flattered Cuckoo and played with her. Han Danqiu blared at Shu Chen, her face filled with anger. Shu Chen couldn't be bothered with her and instead looked at Yi Qingshuo, asking, where does she usually go? Her health isn't very good, so she usually just plays in the garden at home. Yi Qingshuo's delicate face was streaked with tears as she cried, Shu Chen, did you ever tell her you would take her somewhere fun? She had already sent people to look for her, but after searching the area, there was no sign of Cuckoo. No. Shu Chen shook his head. Then what should we do? Where did Cuckoo go? Yi Qingshuo suddenly burst into tears. Cuckoo is her life. They had relied on each other for so many years. If something happened to Cuckoo because of this, she would go crazy. Don't worry, I'll have someone help look for her right now. Shu Chen took out his phone and immediately dialed Su Mang's number, asking him to send everyone from the Longhu Gate to search for Cuckoo. He then left the Yulan courtyard with Yi Qingshuo and began searching the surroundings. At this moment, on a small path, Cuckoo held a milk bottle in her left hand and a small stick in her right, struggling to walk. The little girl's princess dress was dirty, and her small face was marked with smudges, as if she had fallen. Uncle, do you know where the Howding Biafu is? Cuckoo looked at a passerby and asked in her sweet, childish voice. I don't know, the person shook his head. He glanced curiously at Cuckoo before walking away. Uncle Chu, why is your house so hard to find? Cuckoo pouted, clearly unhappy. Little friend, where are you going? At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached Cuckoo with a big smile on her face. I'm going to Howding Biafu. Auntie, do you know where it is? Cuckoo looked at the middle-aged woman and asked. Howding Biafu? The middle-aged woman smiled and said, of course I know. Then can you take me there? Cuckoo's big, adorable eyes sparkled with hope. Sure. I'll carry you there. The middle-aged woman squatted down and picked Cuckoo up. Auntie, can you really take me to find Uncle Chu? Cuckoo asked, her voice sweet and innocent. Of course, I'll take you there right now. The middle-aged woman quickened her pace while holding Cuckoo. Great. Cuckoo's little face was filled with joy. Uncle Chu, I'm coming. Soon, the middle-aged woman walked into a small alley. It was filled with abandoned, dilapidated houses. Auntie, is this Yulan courtyard? Cuckoo's little face showed confusion. Yes, it's just ahead, the middle-aged woman nodded. So Uncle Chu lives in such an old house. When I go back, I want to ask my mom to buy Uncle Chu a big villa, Cuckoo said in her sweet voice. The middle-aged woman sneered inwardly. Little friend, I'm afraid you won't be going back. Before long, the middle-aged woman carried Cuckoo into a dim little room. Got another one? Inside the room were several people, and upon seeing Cuckoo, their expressions froze. Yes, and she's quite pretty. She'll definitely sell for a good price, the middle-aged woman said. Great! The few people were extremely excited. Little friend, come with us. They looked at Cuckoo, their eyes lighting up. This little girl was too cute. The price would definitely be high. Who are you? I don't want to go with you, Cuckoo shook her head. She sensed that these people were not good.
The middle-aged woman set Cuckoo down and smiled. If you go with them, they'll take you to find Uncle Chu. No, I'll find him myself, Cuckoo said, holding her milk bottle and turning to leave. But she was immediately grabbed by a middle-aged man. Let go of me! Let go of me! Cuckoo's little face was filled with panic. Cover her! The middle-aged man growled, and someone held a handkerchief over Cuckoo's mouth. Before long, Cuckoo fainted. Let's go! The middle-aged man was about to leave with Cuckoo in his arms. Bang! At that moment, a loud crash echoed. The door of the room slammed to the ground. Two people stood at the entrance, a man and a woman. Cuckoo! Yi Qingxue saw Cuckoo and her pretty face turned pale as she shouted, "Let Cuckoo go!" Hearing this, the middle-aged man turned and ran. Whoosh! Shu Chen appeared in front of him in an instant. He snatched Cuckoo away and kicked out. Bang! The middle-aged man flew up and crashed hard to the ground. You all deserve to die. Shu Chen looked at the group, his gaze icy cold. He just received a call from Su Mang, saying that their people seem to have seen Cuckoo over here. So he rushed over immediately. Unexpectedly, these few people actually wanted to abduct Cuckoo? Hurry up! When these people saw Shu Chen, their faces changed in panic, and they hurriedly fled. Whoosh! 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 Shu Chen flicked his fingers lightly, and several silver needles shot out, embedding themselves in these people's bodies. They only felt as if they had been bitten by mosquitoes. However, within 10 minutes, these people would undoubtedly die. Cuckoo! Yi Qingxue stepped forward and saw that Cuckoo was unconscious, anxiously asking, Shu Chen, how is Cuckoo? She's fine, just temporarily fainted, Shu Chen reassured her. He held Cuckoo's hand and infused a bit of spiritual energy. Soon, Cuckoo woke up. Uncle Chu, why are you here? Upon seeing Shu Chen, Cuckoo was so excited that she danced around, saying, Uncle Chu, I finally saw you. The little one buried her head in Shu Chen's chest, looking very happy. Why did you run out here? Shu Chen looked at her, his face stern. I wanted to go to Houdingbiafu to find you, but I didn't know the way, so I followed an auntie here. Cuckoo pouted, looking unhappy. Really looking for me? Shu Chen was taken aback. A couple of days ago, when Cuckoo asked him where he lived, he casually mentioned that he lived in Houdingbiafu. He didn't expect Cuckoo to remember it, and she actually ran out to find him? Cuckoo! How could you run out alone? Do you know how worried your mom is about you? Yi Qingxue hugged Cuckoo and scolded her. I wanted to play with Uncle Chu, but Aunt Lu said you wouldn't let Uncle Chu come to our house, so I had to come out to find him myself, Cuckoo said, her cute face full of grievance. Yi Qingxue was initially very angry, but after hearing Cuckoo's words, she found it hard to blame her. She even felt a bit guilty, because just now, Cuckoo had almost been abducted. And this was all because she didn't allow Shu Chen to have contact with Cuckoo. I'm sorry, it's my fault, Yi Qingxue said, stroking Cuckoo's head with a face full of regret. It's okay, I'm not mad at Mommy, Cuckoo said, looking magnanimous. Mommy, can you let Uncle Chu come and play with me in the future? The little one looked at her with pleading eyes. Yi Qingxue glanced at Shu Chen and nodded slightly. Okay. Yay! The little one jumped up happily and looked at Shu Chen, saying, Uncle Chu, you can come and play with me from now on. Shu Chen picked her up and smiled. But you can't run away from home by yourself anymore. I know, Cuckoo nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. Shu Chen patted her little head and was about to say something. Suddenly, Shu Chen's expression tightened. At this moment, a chilling aura spread from within Cuckoo's body. Uncle Chu, I'm cold, hold me tight. Cuckoo's face instantly turned pale, and her lips trembled. Cuckoo, what's wrong? Yi Qingxue's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. Shu Chen, Cuckoo is having an episode. We need to go back first. Shu Chen's expression was also serious. After his treatment, the chilling aura in Cuckoo's body should have been temporarily suppressed. How could it suddenly be released again? Soon, the three of them returned to Yulan Courtyard. At this time, Han Danqiu also returned. In addition, there were Shin Qingyun and Shin Huajing. Upon seeing Shu Chen and Yi Qingxue together, Shin Qingyun's face immediately darkened. How did this kid get involved with Missy again? Did you find Cuckoo? Han Danqiu's face lit up upon seeing Cuckoo, and she wanted to step forward to hug her. But Shu Chen didn't let her. Shu Chen, what are you doing? Give me Cuckoo. Han Danqiu's face turned angry. Get lost. Shu Chen coldly shouted, carrying Cuckoo back to the room. You dare to speak to me like that? Han Danqiu's face was filled with rage as she chased after him, wanting to settle the score with Shu Chen. Danqiu, stop it, Cuckoo is having an episode. Yi Qingsno hurriedly stopped her. Having an episode? Han Danqiu's expression changed in alarm. Miss Yi, hurry and let my grandfather treat Cuckoo, Shin Qingyun quickly said.
He and Shin Huajing walked into Kuku's room. Chu Chen, step aside,
Shin Xingyun commanded as he looked at Chu Chen.
After placing Kuku on the bed, Chu Chen turned to Shin Huajing and coldly questioned, "Is this your doing? Your doing?" For some reason, upon hearing Chu Chen's question, a trace of inexplicable panic flashed through Shin Huajing's heart.
At that moment, Chu Chen's gaze was icy, exuding a chilling aura, like an emperor about to erupt in anger.
This young man's aura is surprisingly strong? Shin Huajing was taken aback. However, he quickly composed himself and said, "I don't understand what you mean. I warned you yesterday not to treat Kuku recklessly. Why didn't you listen?" Chu Chen coldly questioned. "You dare to question me?" Shin Huajing's face turned angry. He had indeed treated Kuku, thinking that if he could completely cure her illness, Yi Qingsno would be grateful to him. That esteemed person would also be satisfied. But at this moment, he was quite displeased. What kind of status did he have? How dare this kid question him like this? "Chu Chen, don't be too arrogant," Shin Xingyun also said coldly. "Enough, all of you get out, don't disturb Chu Chen while he treats Kuku," Yi Qingsno said coldly. "Miss Yi, let my grandfather treat Miss Kuku. Get out." Shin Xingyun wanted to say something else but was cut off by Yi Qingsno's cold shout. At this moment, she trusted Chu Chen even more. Shin Xingyun's heart was gloomy, but he didn't dare to say anything and left Kuku's room with his grandfather. "Chu Chen, is Kuku serious?" Yi Qingsno looked at Chu Chen, asking nervously. "Don't worry, I'm here," Chu Chen said as he took out silver needles and once again performed the Taiyan 9 needles. After more than half an hour, Kuku finally woke up. "Kuku!" Yi Qingsno tightly held her in her arms. "Uncle Chu, did you save me again?" "Thank you," Kuku looked at Chu Chen and said in a childish voice. "It's nothing," Chu Chen patted Kuku's head. "I'm sorry," Yi Qingsno looked at Chu Chen, her delicate face filled with regret. If it weren't for Chu Chen, they might not have found Kuku so quickly. Moreover, Kuku's illness could have flared up again, and she had actually chased Chu Chen away that day. She felt very guilty. At that moment, she suddenly wanted to tell Chu Chen the truth. "Chu Chen, actually, Kuku is awake?" Just as Yi Qingsno was about to say something, Han Danqiu walked in and, seeing Kuku, exclaimed in surprise, "Kuku, you're finally awake." Aunt Chiu was so worried just now. "I don't want to play with you." Kuku turned her little face away. Because she had heard Aunt Lu, who was taking care of her, say that it was Aunt Chiu who told her mother not to let Uncle Chu come to play with her. She was angry. Shin Xingyun and Shin Huajing looked at the awakened Kuku, both astonished. Kuku recovered so quickly? Chu Chen's medical skills were indeed impressive. "This is the Taiyan 9 needles." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Shin Huajing's murky eyes. "He must obtain the Taiyan 9 needles. Miss Yi, since Miss Kuku is awake, we will take our leave," Shin Huajing said to Yi Qingsno, then took Shin Xingyun and left. Before leaving, Shin Xingyun cast a cold glance at Chu Chen. "Uncle Chu, can we go out to play?" Kuku looked at Chu Chen and said in a childish voice. "Where to?" Chu Chen asked with a smile. "We're going to play on the street." Kuku's small face showed excitement. Chu Chen turned to look at Yi Qingxue, his expression questioning. "Mama, let me go out with Uncle Chu," Kuku said, shaking Yi Qingxue's arm and acting cute. "Go ahead." Yi Qingxue hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yay! Thank you, Mama." Kuku jumped up happily. "Uncle Chu, let's go." "Okay. Uncle Chu, carry me. You're already grown up." "No. I want Uncle Chu to carry me." Chu Chen smiled faintly and picked up Kuku as they left. "Qingxue, how can you let Chu Chen take Kuku out?" Han Danqiu looked at Yi Qingxue, her face full of anxiety. "If it weren't for Chu Chen today, Kuku might have been taken away," Yi Qingxue said. "What?" Han Danqiu's expression changed upon hearing this. "See, it's all Chu Chen's fault, right? If it weren't for him, how would Kuku go out looking for him?" "Danqiu, you shouldn't be so hostile towards Chu Chen." Yi Qingxue looked at Han Danqiu and said, "Chu Chen comes from a difficult background, but he's not as bad as you say, and just now he saved Kuku." Seeing Yi Qingxue defend Chu Chen like before, Han Danqiu's heart sank. "Qingxue, you wouldn't want to rekindle things with him, would you?" she asked cautiously. "I don't know." Yi Qingxue shook her head. Her feelings were very chaotic. "Absolutely not." Han Danqiu said anxiously, "You and he are not from the same world. Since you've separated, why stir things up again? Think about the past 10 years, where has he been? How much have you suffered?" Yi Qingxue remained silent. After a long while, she finally spoke. "Since Kuku likes Chu Chen so much, I was thinking, what if we tell them the truth?" "Absolutely not." Han Danqiu's expression changed. "You have already promised your family that you will marry that gentleman. If you tell Chu Chen the truth, will he let you take Kuku away?" Yi Qingxue said nothing. Could she really let go of Cuckoo then? After a pause, Han Dancho continued, if you tell Cuckoo that Chu Chen is her father, how will you explain it to her after you marry that gentleman? What will Cuckoo think then? You might as well say her father has never come back. Yi Qingxue trembled at these words. Since Cuckoo likes playing with him, let her play, but you absolutely cannot tell them the truth, Han Dancho advised. Yi Qingxue said nothing and turned to leave. Her feelings were very complicated, very tangled. Whether it was Cuckoo or Chu Chen, she felt sorry for them. Chu Chen took Cuckoo to an amusement park. The little one had a great time. She even didn't want to go home. In the end, Chu Chen had to take her back. Uncle Chu, you have to come play with me again tomorrow, Cuckoo said seriously at their parting. Okay. Chu Chen nodded with a smile. Seeing how clingy Cuckoo was with him, he felt a special emotion. If only Cuckoo were his daughter, how wonderful would that be? Soon, 3 days passed. It was time for the gathering at Zue Xian Villa. Master Chu, are we really going? Dong Zi looked at Chu Chen, a bit nervous. He always felt this was a trap set by the Nine Serpents sect in collaboration with the Overlord gang and the Mantis sect. I've heard that the Snake Master is very powerful, and if the three major gangs unite against us, it will be troublesome. Dong Zi's face showed concern. What are you afraid of? Chu Chen said calmly, I want to see what this banquet can do to me. The group got into the car and headed straight for Zue Xian Villa. Zue Xian Villa was a place for dining and tourism on the outskirts of Jiang City. The environment here is beautiful, and you can enjoy many dishes that are usually not served. That's why many bosses and leaders like to come here for meals. At this moment, in a huge private room, Snake Master, Bai Shua, Jiba, and Blood Poison Scorpion are sitting at the dining table. Why hasn't that kid arrived yet? Could it be that he's too scared to come? Jiba's temper is already volatile. After waiting so long for Chu Chen, he is starting to feel restless. Yeah, what's up with that kid? Blood Poison Scorpion's expression is also dark and uncertain. His right hand is gone, still wrapped in bandages. He wishes he could kill Chu Chen immediately. So, as long as Chu Chen doesn't arrive, he can't settle down. At this moment, his face is extremely gloomy. They have already set up the situation. If Chu Chen doesn't come, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? How can he take his revenge? He looks at Snake Master and says, Snake Master, why don't you give Su Mang a call to hurry him up? Su Mang is the visible leader of the Longhu Gate. Moreover, this gathering was initiated by Snake Master. It would be appropriate for Snake Master to urge him. Snake Master purses his lips and says, don't rush too much, otherwise, it might alert Chu Chen. We can just wait calmly. After saying this, Snake Master closes his eyes to conserve his energy. His personality is the most stable, like a king cobra, rarely striking. He is very patient, just waiting for the prey to arrive. Seeing that Snake Master has said this, Blood Poison Scorpion has nothing more to say. Then let's wait a bit longer. Jiba, with a face full of rage, says, damn it, when that kid arrives, just wait and see how I slap him to death. He drinks his tea in one gulp, cursing and grumbling. 10 minutes later, a man in black rushes in and respectfully says, Snake Master, Chu Chen and the others have arrived. They've come? Good. Blood Poison Scorpion is so excited he almost jumps up. He had been anxiously waiting just now. He was worried that Chu Chen wouldn't dare to come. Now that he has finally arrived, it's great. Snake Master also opens his eyes, flashing a cold glint. Old Scorpion, you go hide in the side room so that Chu Chen doesn't see you at the door and run away. Okay. Blood Poison Scorpion nods and goes to hide in a small room on the side. His heart is filled with excitement. He can finally take his revenge. Chu Chen. Just wait. A few minutes later, Chu Chen and the other two arrive. Upon seeing Chu Chen, Snake Master and the others all stiffen. This is Chu Chen? He looks young, yet he is already a ground-level powerhouse? His martial arts talent is indeed not low. Is this Chu Master? Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Bai Shua stands up and greets him with a smile. Chu Master, this is Bai Shua, the leader of the Mantis Gate. Su Mang quietly introduces him to Chu Chen. Hello, Bai Master. Since Bai Shua is so polite, Chu Chen doesn't want to keep a stern face. Chu Master, that one is Jiba, the leader of the Ba Tian gang. Su Mang points to Jiba and introduces him. Jiba? A strange expression appears on Chu Chen's face. Why does that name sound a bit odd? Humph. Jiba, already displeased that Chu Chen arrived so late, coldly snorts. That one is Snake Master. Su Mang points to Snake Master, who is sitting in the main seat, and introduces him. Chu Chen looks at Snake Master and slightly nods. Among these three, Snake Master is the strongest. He seems to be close to catching up with Zhang Rongfa. Does this mean Snake Master is about to break through to the peak of the ground level? Shu Chun finds a spot to sit down and looks at Snake Master and the others, asking, I wonder why the three of you called me here to discuss something? Kid, you've been quite arrogant lately. Jiba looks at Chu Chen and questions, first, you destroyed the Longhu Gate, then you wiped out the Poison Scorpion Gate. What do you want? Do you want to stir up trouble in our underground world of Jiangcheng? Chu Chen remains calm and says, that was because they provoked me first. Speaking of which, he looked at Jiba, his eyes slightly narrowed. Does Master Ji want to take revenge for them? For some reason, seeing that look in Chu Chen's eyes made Jiba feel an inexplicable panic inside. Normally, he would have slammed the table and stood up by now. But thinking of how Chu Chen had defeated the blood poison scorpion with a single punch, he held back. He snorted coldly, not daring to say more. Young Master Chu was indeed young and reckless. At this moment, Master Snake spoke up, leisurely, with the demeanor of an elder. Speak up, if there's nothing else, we'll be leaving. As Chu Chen said this, he was about to get up. Wait! Master Snake hurriedly called out to him. His heart was heavy. Damn it! Does this kid really not take him seriously at all? How arrogant! He looked at Chu Chen and said, Young Master Chu, we called you here because we have something to discuss. What is it? Chu Chen asked with interest. You already have the territory of the Longhu sect, and now you've taken over the territory of the Poison Scorpion sect. Shouldn't you give us a share? Master Snake said slowly. Oh, Chu Chen flicked his fingers and said lightly, how do you propose to divide it? You can keep the territory of the Longhu sect, but for the territory of the Poison Scorpion sect, you have to give it up. We four families will split it evenly. Master Snake pointed to Bai Shua and Jiba. The two felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. This proposal was good. Meanwhile, the blood poison scorpion, hiding in the shadows, felt anxious. At the same time, he cursed inwardly. That old fox, Master Snake. The territory I conquered, and you say to split it evenly with just one sentence? Chu Chen glanced at Master Snake and said lightly, who do you think you are? Good. The blood poison scorpion was worried that Chu Chen would agree. Hearing his refusal now, he felt a surge of excitement. What did you say? Master Snake's face instantly darkened. Among the 5 major forces in Jiangqing's underground world, he was the strongest. So he could be considered the biggest boss in Jiangqing's underground. Even someone with Jiba's temper had to give him some face. How dare this kid say he was nothing? Kid, you're so arrogant that our discussion is off the table. Jiba also spoke up. Chu Chen remained silent, instead glancing at Su Mang. Su Mang nodded and said, no discussion? Then let's not discuss it. After saying that, he grabbed the table and flipped it over with force. Bang! The entire mahogany round table fell to the ground. Ah, what a nice plate of white-cut chicken, Dong Zi sighed inwardly. Impudent! Master Snake and the others all dodged, their faces furious, and shouted in unison. Although Su Mang was now the master of the Longhu sect, they didn't take him seriously at all. Who would have thought he would dare to flip the table? Kid, you're looking for death. Master Snake glared at Chu Chen, his face filled with rage. Master Snake, I told you, this kid is very arrogant. At this moment, the blood-poisoned scorpion walked out from the side room. He looked at Chu Chen with a sinister gaze and sneered, Kid, tonight, you won't escape. The blood-poisoned scorpion felt a hint of excitement inside. He didn't expect Chu Chen to fall out with Master Snake and the others so quickly. This was truly wonderful. The effect was even better than he had imagined. As long as Master Snake and the others joined forces against Chu Chen, he believed Chu Chen would be doomed. You managed to escape by luck a few days ago, and now you dare to appear before me? Chu Chen looked at the blood-poisoned scorpion, his expression indifferent. Kid, don't be too arrogant. The blood-poisoned scorpion said ominously, do you think you can take on so many of us tonight? A few days ago, he was indeed afraid, but now he was no longer afraid. He couldn't believe that so many of them couldn't deal with Chu Chen. After saying that, he looked at Master Snake and the others. Master Snake, stop wasting time with him. Let's all attack together and eliminate him. Good. The Snake Master nodded, looking at Chu Chen with an incredibly sinister gaze, like that of a venomous snake. Chu Chen actually dared to disregard him like this. He was already furious. Moreover, he knew Hui Dao had returned. If he could kill Chu Chen tonight, it would be revenge for Chao Long. Perhaps he could even align himself with the powerful Hui Dao. This was truly a situation that offered multiple benefits. Kill! The 4 of them roared, exuding a terrifying aura as they charged directly at Chu Chen. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he met them head-on. Whoosh! He flashed forward, instantly appearing in front of the blood-poisoned scorpion. A few days ago, Chu Chen had shattered the scorpion's right hand with a single punch, causing internal injuries as well.
Therefore, his combat power was not what it used to be. This time, he did not rush to the front. However, he did not expect Chu Chen to come straight for him. Seeing Chu Chen's fist at that moment, his pupils contracted, and he raised his left hand to counter. At the same time, he retreated violently. Crack! His left hand exploded under Chu Chen's fist. Chu Chen's fist continued unabated, crashing into his chest. Boom! A hole appeared directly in the blood-poisoned scorpion's chest. Put! The blood-poisoned scorpion spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He stared wide-eyed, astonished as he looked at Chu Chen before him. He had thought that by teaming up with the Snake Master and the others, they would surely be able to kill Chu Chen. He never expected that with just one move, he would be dead? If he had known this would happen, he should have left Jiang City after narrowly escaping a few days ago. He should have never met Chu Chen again. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Chu Chen withdrew his fist, and the blood-poisoned scorpion's body fell to the ground. This, Bai Shuo was stunned at the sight. Jiba, known for his explosive temper, had been displeased with Chu Chen from the start. So, he also wanted to deal with Chu Chen. But now, he swallowed hard, his face a bit flustered. Even the Snake Master's expression changed slightly. Although the blood-poisoned scorpion had been injured before, to be killed by Chu Chen with just one punch upon their first encounter still surprised him. This kid's strength is formidable. We cannot hold back at all. We must go all out. The Snake Master looked at Bai Shuo and Jiba, speaking in a deep voice. All right. The two nodded in agreement. Kill. At that moment, a group of people burst into the private room. They were all from the three factions of the Nine Serpents sect, already arranged to be here. Many of them were Xian-level experts, the capable assistants of the Snake Master and his companions. Damn it, it really is a Hongmen banquet. Su Mang and Dong Zi cursed angrily as they charged forward. Although there were many of them, they were not afraid. Besides, they couldn't just stand by and watch. Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he rushed forward with a whoosh. Although Su Mang and Dong Zi were both Xian-level experts, as the saying goes, 2 hands cannot fight against 100 fists. He was worried that the two would get into trouble. Bang! 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 Figures flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the group had fallen. Boom! At that moment, Jiba roared, his massive fist crashing toward Chu Chen's chest. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he threw a punch. Boom! Jiba was already a master at the earth level, and that punch had gathered all his strength. Yet, it was still shattered by Chu Chen's fist. Jiba flew up, crashing into the wall. This, Bai Shuo, who had originally intended to rush forward, was frozen in place at the sight. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure shot forward. It was the Snake Master making his move. He had been watching from the side, looking for an opportunity. He felt that this was the moment when Chu Chen was most relaxed, the best time for him to strike. He instantly appeared behind Chu Chen, gathering his strength in his palm, and slammed it toward Chu Chen's back. With this palm strike, even steel would likely be pierced through. Humph! Chu Chen let out a cold snort and moved a meter to the side, dodging the attack. The expression on Snake Grandpa's face changed drastically, and he wanted to retreat. However, Chu Chen kicked out. Bang! Snake Grandpa's chest was struck, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His whole body flew up and crashed down hard onto the rosewood round table that Su Mang had just overturned. He lay on the ground, clutching his chest, his face contorted in immense pain. Snake Grandpa! The members of the Nine Serpent Gate were all stunned at this scene. Snake Grandpa was actually defeated? Bai Shuo swallowed hard and secretly moved towards the corner. Jiba originally wanted to get up and continue to join Snake Grandpa in attacking Chu Chen, but at this moment, he collapsed directly to the ground. He secretly glanced at Chu Chen, his eyes filled with horror. Even Snake Grandpa couldn't withstand Chu Chen's kick? What were they even playing at? Surrender! You! Snake Grandpa looked at Chu Chen, his face filled with shock. He was on the verge of breaking through to the great perfection of the earth level. How could he be defeated by a single kick from Chu Chen? Was Chu Chen actually at the great perfection of the earth level? Or even a half-step heavenly level master? This banquet seems rather unimpressive, Chu Chen said lightly, looking at Snake Grandpa and the other two. Their faces turned beet red. They had thought that tonight's setup would allow them to take down Chu Chen. They never expected. Master Chu, from now on, our Mantis Gate will respect Master Chu. Bai Shuo suddenly knelt on one knee and shouted loudly. Master! The members of the Mantis Gate were dumbfounded. Why aren't you kneeling? Bai Shuo glared at the many masters of the Mantis Gate and shouted sternly. Respect Master Chu! The members of the Mantis Gate all knelt down and shouted in unison. Jiba's expression changed several times before he also knelt on one knee and shouted, "From now on, the Ba Tian gang will respect Master Chu."
Master Chu!
The members of the Ba Tian gang also knelt down, shouting in unison.
You! Snake Grandpa was completely stunned by this scene. Damn it! These two gave in too quickly, right?
However, he also got up from the ground and knelt on one knee, saying, "From now on, the 9 Serpent Gate will respect Master Chu."
Respect Master Chu! The many masters of the 9 Serpent Gate also knelt down.
Su Mang and Dong Zi watched the scene, their faces filled with excitement.
Tonight, the entire underground world of Jiang City would respect Master Chu. Master Chu was the emperor of the underground world of Jiang City.
The underground world of Jiang City mainly had 5 major forces. Among them, the 9 Serpent Gate was the strongest. Snake Grandpa was also the strongest. He had always wanted to unify the entire underground world of Jiang City, but the other 4 forces did not submit to him. He didn't have the ability to deal with Bai Shua and the others alone. Therefore, no one had ever been able to unify the entire underground world of Jiang City.
But tonight, Chu Chen accomplished it.
The combat power displayed by Chu Chen was terrifying. Bai Shua and Ji Ba were willing to submit. Snake Grandpa felt unwilling in his heart, but at this moment, he had no choice but to kneel.
Chu Chen looked at the 3 of them, a thoughtful expression on his face.
The 3 held their breath, their hearts racing with tension.
Would Chu Chen kill them?
"Remember, today I can spare your lives, but one day I can also take your lives," Chu Chen said indifferently.
Rest assured, Master Chu, we will be absolutely loyal to you.
Snake Grandpa and the others buried their heads in the ground, making a solemn promise.
I hope you won't go back on your word. Chu Chen coldly glanced at the 3 of them and left with Su Mang and Dong Zi.
He indeed needed manpower to get things done.
If the entire underground world of Jiang City could be at his disposal, that would be great. Most importantly, these 3
wouldn't stir up much trouble.
Ha!
After confirming that Chu Chen had left, Bai Shua let out a deep breath. He wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead and said, "I didn't expect Chu Chen to be this strong."
Yeah, damn, it's terrifying, Ji Ba nodded repeatedly.
He had just exchanged a move with Chu Chen, so he knew well how frightening he was. As he spoke, he looked at Bai Shua, irritated, and said, "Damn it, you little rascal, you're not hurt at all."
He. Bai Shua chuckled. Damn it, it's all this kid's fault.
Ji Ba glared at the corpse of the blood-poisoned scorpion, his face filled with anger.
How could Chu Chen be so terrifying and still call them to their deaths?
Fortunately, they reacted quickly and understood the need to compromise. Drag his body out and chop it up to feed the dogs.
He instructed one of his subordinates.
He was holding back his anger because he had lost an arm.
Snake Master, are you alright?
Bai Shua asked with concern, looking at Snake Master.
I'm fine. Snake Master coughed lightly.
In truth, he was feeling quite unwell. His internal organs were all damaged, but he was just enduring it.
Then let's go back. Bai Shua forced a bitter smile.
Tonight was truly a case of losing the chicken and gaining nothing.
Ji Ba nodded. The 2 were just about to leave. Wait. At that moment, Snake Master called the 2 back. What's wrong? The 2 looked at Snake Master in confusion.
Snake Master turned to the others in the private room. You all go out.
Yes. Everyone hurriedly retreated. What does Snake Master want to say? Bai Shua asked curiously. Snake Master looked at the 2 and asked, do you really want to submit to Chu Chen? Ha! The 2 were taken aback by his words. What else can we do if we don't submit? Yeah, Chu Chen is so strong.
Both of them wore bitter smiles.
We've been mixing in the underground world of Jiangqing for so many years, fighting each other for so long. Are we really going to let this kid benefit in the end? Snake Master said angrily. The 2 felt uneasy as well. Chu Chen is too strong. By Shua's side, we can't possibly be his match. But we can use the hands of others. Snake Master sneered. Who? The 2 looked at Snake Master with curiosity. Snake Master pondered for a moment and said, Hui Dao is coming back. What? Hui Dao? The 2 were shaken to their cores upon hearing this. They held a deep respect for this ruthless figure. Are you sure? Ji Ba looked at Snake Master, pressing for confirmation. Sure. Snake Master nodded. I've already contacted him, and he'll be back in a few days. He's really coming back? Bai Shua and Ji Ba exchanged glances, both showing surprise. 10 years ago, they were already big shots in Jiangcheng, so they were somewhat aware of the events surrounding Hui Dao. They knew well how terrifying this ruthless man was. What level of cultivation does Hui Dao have now? Bai Shua asked curiously. 10 years ago, he was already a ground-level master, now he must be a heaven-level master. Snake Master said solemnly. Heaven-level master? Bai Shua and Ji Ba were both shocked.
That was even higher than the cultivation levels of some heads of martial arts families in Jiangcheng.
Are you planning to use Huidao to deal with Chu Chen?
Ji Ba hesitated. Yes. Snake Master pursed his lips. Chu Chen killed Xiaolong, and Huidao is coming back this time to kill him. He paused and continued, and to be honest, the reason I agreed to work with Old Scorpion against Chu Chen is also to kill Chu Chen, to please Huidao. Ji Ba looked at Snake Master in astonishment.
Damn!
Snake Master actually had such plans. What a sly old fox. We just told Chu Chen that we would never betray him, and now we're turning back to betray him.
Isn't that too bad?
Bai Shuo showed hesitation on his face. After a pause, he continued, and, is Huidao really sure he can kill Chu Chen?
Isn't that a stupid question?
Snake Master sneered.
No matter how strong Chu Chen is, he can't possibly be a heaven-level master, right?
I think you're just scared out of your wits by him.
Bai Shuo fell silent.
He always felt that this young man, Chu Chen, was a bit mysterious.
He couldn't see through him.
As long as we rely on Huidao together, with a heavenly master as our backing, our status in Jiangcheng will be even better in the future, Snake Elder said, looking at Ji Ba and the others with a serious tone.
Ji Ba hesitated a bit.
He didn't speak but turned to look at Bai Shuo. He had always thought Bai Shuo was cunning. Especially tonight, it only strengthened his opinion. Bai Shuo pursed his lips and said, I have already expressed my intention to follow Lord Chu, so I won't participate. He always felt that Chu Chen was not that simple.
Perhaps even Huidao couldn't kill Chu Chen?
Besides, even if Huidao really killed Chu Chen, he wouldn't suffer any loss. It would just be like returning to before tonight.
What about you?
Snake Elder didn't expect Bai Shuo to refuse his proposal. However, he also knew that Bai Shuo was a cautious person. So he turned to Ji Ba and asked, Old Ji, what about you? Ji Ba pursed his lips and said, I won't betray Lord Chu either.
You too. Snake Elder's face darkened.
Snake Elder, we're leaving, Bai Shuo said, looking at him.
Don't worry, we will never tell Lord Chu about your matters.
After saying that, he turned and left.
Ji Ba hurriedly followed.
Snake Elder looked at the door, his face gloomy, and sneered, two cowards. No wonder you will never achieve great things.
Once I align myself with Huidao, you will only be able to submit to me.
Once Huidao killed Chu Chen, he would use Huidao to unify the entire underground world of Jiangcheng.
He might even be able to compete with those big families. This will be the most correct decision of my life.
A gleam of brilliance flickered in Snake Elder's eyes. Meanwhile, Chu Chen had already left Xian Mountain Villa with Su Mang.
The two looked at Chu Chen, their faces filled with admiration.
Lord Chu was truly impressive tonight. Lord Chu is indeed a heavenly master, Su Mang thought to himself.
Isn't it just defeating a few big brothers in the underworld? Do you really need to be like this?
Seeing their expressions, Chu Chen felt speechless. Lord Chu, after tonight, you will be the king of the underground world in Jiangcheng, and the entire underground world will respect you.
How can we not admire you?
Dong Zi chuckled. For people like them in the underworld, this was a great honor. At this moment, both Dong Zi and Su Mang were very glad they hadn't opposed Chu Chen back then.
Fortunately, they had inadvertently followed him. What is this? Chu Chen's expression was indifferent.
When he was in the immortal realm, the entire realm respected him. You go and check tomorrow to see if they have collected any valuable herbs or antiques. Then have them help me find the herbs I wanted before, Chu Chen instructed Su Mang. This was also one of the reasons he spared the lives of Snake Elder and the others. He wanted them to help him find the things he needed for cultivation.
Yes, Lord Chu. Su Mang nodded respectfully.
The next day, Su Mang arrived early with a small box filled with antiques and a few wild ginseng plants.
The age of these wild ginseng plants wasn't very high. However, they did contain quite a bit of spiritual energy.
But all the antiques were just ordinary ones. They were not what Chu Chen needed.
This left Chu Chen a bit disappointed.
He spent over an hour absorbing the spiritual energy from the wild ginseng plants. His cultivation improved quite a bit, but he still hadn't broken through. It seems I still need to rely on foundation establishment pills, Chu Chen frowned. After cleaning up, he went to Yulan Courtyard. Uncle Chu, you finally came, Cuckoo exclaimed as she saw Chu Chen, immediately rushing over and hanging her arms around his neck, her face full of joy.
I thought Uncle Chu wasn't coming. How could I not come? Chu Chen affectionately rubbed her nose. For some reason, being with Cuckoo made Chu Chen feel inexplicably happy.
The two seemed to share some mysterious connection. In the following days, Chu Chen came to the Yulan Courtyard to help Cuckoo with her health. The icy energy within her was slowly being suppressed. Meanwhile, Cuckoo became increasingly attached to Chu Chen. Yi Qingxue watched this unfold, her heart filled with complex emotions. She wanted to tell Chu Chen the truth, but she didn't know how to face the future.
Perhaps, as Dan Xiao said, not revealing the truth was better for both Chu Chen and Cuckoo.
During these days, Pang Wai-Swang and Hiying also sent a lot of medicinal materials to Chu Chen, all for refining foundation building pills.
Now we just need the Yunni vine, Chu Chen said, excitement showing on his face.
The Yunni vine was one of the most important main ingredients for the foundation building pill, and it couldn't be replaced.
Don't worry, I'll send more people to continue searching for you, Pang Wai-Swang said seriously, looking at Chu Chen.
Thank you so much, President Pang, Chu Chen replied gratefully. You only know how to say thank you, Pang Wai-Swang huffed lightly, a hint of playfulness in her tone. Chu Chen smiled and said, President Pang isn't short on money, so I don't know what else I can do besides thank you.
How about we go out for a drink?
Pang Wai-Swang stepped closer to Chu Chen, her beautiful eyes filled with charm.
Chu Chen took a few steps back and laughed. I don't drink.
Really lacking in romance, Pang Wai-Swang rolled her eyes. I'm not teasing you anymore, I'm leaving. She swayed her alluring waist and got into the car.
This President Pang. Chu Chen shook his head and returned to the villa. By the West River.
Zhang Rongfa was standing by the river, gazing at the water. Zhang Zhengsi sat in a wheelchair, his face also filled with excitement.
His father had said that Hui Dao would be back today.
They were there to welcome Hui Dao. However, they had been waiting for a long time, and Hui Dao had yet to appear.
Dad, are you sure Hui Dao is coming back today? Zhang Zhengsu couldn't help but ask.
Zhang Rongfa nodded. He contacted me. He's coming back from here today.
Then why hasn't he arrived yet?
Zhang Zhengsu was getting impatient. He couldn't wait for Hui Dao to show up so he could seek revenge on Chu Chen.
Zhang Rongfa pursed his lips, about to speak.
Suddenly, he heard a noise behind him and turned to see a middle-aged man approaching.
Master Shi? Upon seeing the visitor, Zhang Rongfa's expression froze, and he asked, What brings you here? Master Shi was also taken aback and smiled. Could it be that the head of the Zhang family is here to welcome Senior Hu? Ha! Zhang Rongfa was surprised. You've also gotten close to Hui Dao?
Just lucky, Master Shi replied with a smile. He then looked at Zhang Zhengsu, puzzled. What happened to young Master Zhang?
All because of Chu Chen.
Zhang Zhengsu's eyes were filled with darkness.
Chu Chen?
Master Shi was shocked.
Chu Chen had actually beaten Zhang Zhengsu to this state? That was quite bold.
He looked at Zhang Rongfa and asked, Why doesn't the head of the Zhang family seek revenge on Chu Chen?
I'm not his match, Zhang Rongfa said. What? Master Shi was stunned. Zhang Rongfa's cultivation was even stronger than his, at the peak of the earth level. Moreover, it was said he was about to step into a higher realm. How could he not be a match for Chu Chen?
He might be a half-step celestial level expert, Zhang Rongfa said solemnly.
Really?
Master Shi was astonished. He had suspected this after being defeated by Chu Chen, but hearing Zhang Rongfa say it now still sent a shock through him. Chu Chen was indeed a half-step celestial level expert. At the same time, he felt a bit frustrated. If he had known that even Zhang Rongfa wasn't a match for Chu Chen, he wouldn't have been plotting to ambush Chu Chen a few days ago. But being able to get close to Hui Dao is still not a loss. Today, when Hui Dao called him, he said he had once thought about avenging Chao Long. Unfortunately, he was no match for Chu Chen. Hui Dao was quite satisfied with his actions.
Young Master Zhang, rest assured, with Senior Hu here, revenge is certain. Snake Elder looked at Zhang Zhengsu and comforted him. Right. Zhang Zhengsu's eyes also showed anticipation. As long as Hui Dao returned, he believed he would definitely be able to deal with Chu Chen. But why hadn't Hui Dao arrived yet? Look, there's a small boat over there.
At that moment, Snake Elder pointed to the right side of the river. There was a small boat speeding towards them. It reached their side in no time.
They could see a man standing on the boat.
Just when the boat was still 20 to 30 meters away from the riverbank, the man suddenly jumped off the boat.
In the next moment, Zhang Zhengsu's eyes widened. Splash! The man did not sink but instead stepped on the surface of the river, astonishingly. Walking on water.
A figure rushed towards them across the river. Water splashed behind him, like a water dragon.
This figure was indeed walking on the river, not sinking at all. Boom! Finally, the figure landed on a huge rock in front of Snake Elder and the others.
The rock exploded with a loud bang, turning into countless fragments. The man appeared to be in his 50s, but his physique was robust, exuding a powerful aura. He seemed like a long sword drawn from its sheath. The man also carried something wrapped in cloth on his back, vaguely resembling a long sword.
Senior Hu.
Upon seeing this man, Snake Elder and the others all looked respectful and hurriedly greeted him. At that moment, the three were filled with shock.
Was this the Hui Dao who had caused a stir in Jiangqing 10 years ago, annihilating a clan overnight? He could actually walk on water just now? How terrifying! Was this what a heavenly level expert looked like?
"Senior Hu, I have prepared a sumptuous meal at home to welcome you back to Jiangchang," Zhang Rongfa respectfully greeted him. "You all go back first, I have some matters to attend to," Hui Dao said coldly, his figure flashing as he left. Longhu Mountain Villa. Su Mang and Dongzi were exchanging moves. Their status in the underground world of Jiangchang was now extremely high. Others referred to them as Mang Yi and Dong Yi. Even someone as arrogant as Ji Ba was polite in front of them. However, they also knew that all of this was because they had Chu Chen backing them. Without Chu Chen, they were nothing. Therefore, they did not want to drag Chu Chen down. They also wanted to quickly improve their strength to share the burden for Chu Chen in the future. Boom! The two exchanged a move and separated. Sigh, I wonder when I can break through to the earth level, Dongzi sighed. Su Mang smiled and said, if it weren't for Lord Chu, we wouldn't have even broken through to the Shen level yet, and now you're thinking about the earth level? You really dare to dream. Aren't I trying to improve my strength to share the burden for Lord Chu in the future? Otherwise, I can only watch helplessly every time, which is really uncomfortable, Dongzi chuckled. He knew this was not very realistic. After all, breaking through to the earth level was not that easy, but one must have dreams. Ah! At that moment, screams came from outside. Several figures flew in and crashed heavily to the ground. They were the bodyguards of Longhu Mountain Villa. Who? Su Mang and Dongzi's faces turned angry upon seeing this. Who was causing trouble? Tap tap tap. A series of footsteps approached. A figure walked in. Who are you? Dongzi asked in a deep voice upon seeing this person. Su Mang remained silent. For some reason, upon seeing this man, he felt an inexplicable sense of panic, as if targeted by a terrifying blade. You are Hui Dao. Suddenly, Su Mang exclaimed in shock. He recognized the object wrapped in cloth behind the man. It was a long knife. What? Hui Dao. Dongzi trembled at the words, his face filled with shock. Hui Dao had actually returned. Was he not here to seek revenge on Master Chu? I didn't expect that the Longhu sect would be controlled by two useless people like you. Hui Dao looked at Su Mang and the other, his brows slightly furrowed. After saying that, he rushed towards the two with a whoosh. The two, seeing this, changed their expressions drastically and hurriedly retreated. They dared not confront Hui Dao head-on. After all, 10 years ago, Hui Dao was already a ground-level powerhouse. He had wiped out an entire clan by himself. He was certainly even more terrifying now. Bang! Bang! However, before the two could escape, Hui Dao struck each of them down to the ground with a palm. Put! Both of them spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, their expressions filled with pain. Su Mang looked up at Hui Dao, his face full of terror. Just now, he had not even had the slightest ability to resist. Could it be that Hui Dao had really broken through to the heavenly level? Bang! Hui Dao stepped on Su Mang's chest, his gaze extremely sinister. Such waste, and you dare to manage my Longhu sect? What do you want? Su Mang's heart was in a state of panic. Submit to me. Hui Dao looked down at Su Mang, coldly saying. In fact, he looked down on Su Mang entirely. But he had learned that Su Mang was a person of Chu Chen. Therefore, he wanted to make him submit on purpose. Impossible. Su Mang shook his head directly in refusal without thinking. I, Su Mang, will only be loyal to Master Chu in my life. Oh, still quite loyal? Hui Dao sneered, saying, let's see how long you can remain loyal. After saying that, he lifted his foot and kicked. Bang! Su Mang flew up completely, crashing hard against the distant wall. Wow! Several bones in Su Mang's body had broken. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Mangu! Dongzi shouted anxiously. What are you shouting for? Hui Dao kicked Dongzi away as well. Bang! Hui Dao's figure flashed, stepping on Su Mang's chest, and said with a sinister smile, now, you can make a choice again. Su Mang was now covered in blood, his face extremely pained. But he still shook his head, his gaze firm. I, Su Mang, will only be loyal to Master Chu in my life. You do have some backbone. Hui Dao sneered again and kicked Su Mang away. Fine. I'll let you see how ridiculous your loyal Master Chu is in my eyes. Tell Chu Chen that 3 days later, I want to have a decisive battle with him at Dinglua Lake. After Hui Dao finished speaking, he turned and left. Manga, are you okay? Dongzi rushed to Su Mang's side, anxious. I won't die. Su Mang coughed twice, spat out another mouthful of blood, and said, hurry and call Master Chu. Okay. Dongzi took out his phone and dialed Chu Chen's number. What? Chu Chen's expression changed. He hung up the phone and immediately rushed to Longhu Mountain Villa. Master Chu, you're here? The two greeted Chu Chen as soon as they saw him. Seeing Su Mang and Dongzi covered in blood, Chu Chen's face instantly darkened. Especially Su Mang, who was injured more severely. He hurriedly treated the two and even gave Su Mang a spirit-gathering pill. Master Chu, Huidao wants to challenge you to a decisive battle at Dingluo Lake in 3 days.
Why don't you avoid it for now? Donzi looked at Chu Chen, hesitating.
Yes, Master Chu, why don't you leave Jiang City for now? Su Mang also spoke up. Although he suspected that Chu Chen might be a heavenly level expert, it was ultimately just a guess.
Moreover, Huidao's strength was too terrifying. He no longer had that much confidence in Chu Chen. So it would be better to leave Jiang City first, wait until his cultivation improved, and then come back. He injured you, how can this be settled so easily? Chu Chen's gaze was extremely cold. The two felt a surge of emotion at his words. Master Chu truly cared for them. But Huidao is very strong, Su Mang said with a worried expression. You all need to take care of your injuries first. 3 days later, come with me to Dingluo Lake, and watch me take revenge for you. Chu Chen said, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a chilling aura. At the Zhang family. At this moment, Huidao sat in the main seat, with Zhang Rongfa beside him, his attitude polite as he asked, Senior Hu, where did you go just now? Huidao took a sip of Maodai liquor and replied, I just went to Longhu Mountain Villa. Did Senior Hu kill Chu Chen? As soon as Huidao finished speaking, Zhang Jiangsu asked excitedly. Zhang Rongfa and Snake Master also looked expectantly. Did he kill him so quickly? Huidao truly was a heavenly level expert. No. Huidao shook his head. I had them challenge Chu Chen to a duel, 3 days later. At Dingluo Lake. 3 days later? Zhang Jiangsu felt a bit disappointed. He thought Chu Chen had already been killed. Why doesn't Senior Hu just go and kill Chu Chen now? Zhang Jiangsu asked in confusion. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Huidao shot him a cold glance. I wouldn't dare. Zhang Jiangsu quickly lowered his head, not daring to speak further. Zhang Rongfa looked at Huidao and said, Senior Hu, that kid Chu Chen is a bit mysterious. He might be half a step to the heavenly level. Are you confident? Half a step to the heavenly level? Huidao was taken aback. Zhang Rongfa had told him that Chu Chen was only in his early 30s. To think he was already half a step to the heavenly level? That was quite a martial arts talent. However, he still sneered, so what? I can still cut him down with one strike. As he spoke, he radiated an immense confidence. Seeing Huidao so confident, Zhang Rongfa's heart trembled. Could it be that Huidao was truly a heavenly level expert? I know what you're thinking, as long as you work for me in the future, I can be an ally of the Zhang family. Huidao glanced at Zhang Rongfa and said, Rest assured, Senior Hu, we will definitely work for you, Zhang Rongfa said firmly. He was very excited inside. With Huidao as an ally, the Zhang family's strength would be even greater. Their status in Jiangchang would also rise. In the future, Snake Master will be my representative in the underground world of Jiangchang. You all cooperate well. Huidao instructed Zhang Rongfa. Okay. Zhang Rongfa nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Senior Hu. Snake Master was also thrilled. From now on, he would be the emperor of the entire underground world of Jiangchang. Moreover, he could be allies with the Zhang family. His status in Jiangchang would reach new heights. Old Ji, you are just too cowardly. Thinking of Bai Shua and Jiba, Snake Master couldn't help but sneer. They were actually scared out of their wits by a Chu Chen? Even a master like Huidao didn't dare to befriend him? Truly foolish. Utterly foolish. The next day, Chu Chen went to treat Su Mang and Dong Zi again before heading to Yulan Courtyard. Uncle Chu, you're late today. Cuckoo rushed up to Chu Chen, pouting and pretending to be angry. Uncle had something to do. Chu Chen smiled. What could it be? Han Danqiu glanced at Chu Chen with disdain and sneered. It wouldn't be making breakfast for a woman, would it? That's right, being a pretty boy isn't that easy, she said, her face full of mockery. Danqiu. Yi Kingsnow's pretty face turned stern. She felt Han Danqiu's words were too much. Chu Chen couldn't be bothered to respond and instead treated Cuckoo. After the treatment, Cuckoo wanted Chu Chen to take her out to play. All right. Chu Chen sighed helplessly and had no choice but to take her out. Passing by a pet store, Cuckoo pulled Chu Chen to go inside. This puppy is so cute. The little one stood in front of a small white dog, her face full of affection. Then do you want to buy it? Chu Chen asked with a smile. No. Cuckoo shook her head. I'm afraid I won't take care of it well. Chu Chen shook his head and smiled. You know you can't take care of it? Uncle Chu, I want to buy goldfish. Cuckoo pointed at the colorful goldfish in the fish tank, her face full of excitement. Okay. Chu Chen bought her a few goldfish. Then, he took her to an amusement park to play. Woo woo woo. When they came out, Cuckoo suddenly cried. What's wrong? Chu Chen asked, puzzled. My goldfish died. Cuckoo pointed at the goldfish in the bag. Chu Chen noticed that the few goldfish had already turned upside down. It looked like they were about to die.
Shu Chen smiled lightly and said, "It's okay, they're just tired. I'll wake them up now." As he spoke, Shu Chen activated a nameless technique, channeling spiritual energy from his body into the bag. Soon, the goldfish began to swim energetically. Moreover, their colors became even more vibrant and beautiful. "Wow! Uncle Chu, my goldfish has become so beautiful." Mom was right, sleeping more can make you beautiful. Cuckoo looked at the goldfish in the bag, filled with excitement. Shu Chen smiled faintly. This wasn't because of sleeping, it was because of the spiritual energy he infused. These goldfish had already undergone a transformation, and now, they were top-grade goldfish. If sold, each one would be worth no less than 100,000. Shu Chen? At that moment, a surprised voice came. Shu Chen turned to see a woman dressed in designer clothes, carrying an LV bag, looking at him in astonishment. Zhu Yuan? Shu Chen was also taken aback upon seeing her. 10 years ago, when Shu Chen had just graduated, he interviewed at a company. Zhu Yuan was part of the same batch that joined. "I didn't expect it to really be you," Zhu Yuan exclaimed. "You were so arrogant back then, and now, 10 years later, you don't seem to be doing well." Shu Yuan scanned Shu Chen from head to toe, a hint of disdain on her face. Hearing this, Shu Chen frowned slightly. When he first joined the company, Zhu Yuan liked to push work onto him. At first, he thought she genuinely couldn't do it, so he helped. But later he realized that Zhu Yuan wasn't incapable, she just saw him as free labor. So, Shu Chen refused to help her afterward. Since then, Zhu Yuan had been dissatisfied with him. Moreover, Zhu Yuan was quite flirtatious and had an unusual relationship with a leader, so Shu Chen's situation in the company wasn't great at that time. "Whether I'm doing well or not has nothing to do with you, right?" Shu Chen looked at her and said lightly. Zhu Yuan didn't like Shu Chen's tone at all. She thought that being beautiful meant all the men would revolve around her. But Shu Chen didn't take her seriously. He hadn't 10 years ago, and he still didn't now. It was really infuriating. Suddenly, she noticed Cuckoo beside Shu Chen and asked, "Is this your daughter?" "That's right. I'm my daddy's daughter." Before Shu Chen could answer, Cuckoo spoke up first. "Looking at your skin so fair, you must not have money to buy food, right? Malnourished?" Zhu Yuan sneered. Cuckoo blinked her big eyes and looked up at Zhu Yuan. "Auntie, your foundation is so thick, is it because your face is too dark?" "Put." Hearing Cuckoo's words, Shu Chen almost couldn't hold back his laughter. "You!" Zhu Yuan was directly choked by this. Especially with Cuckoo tilting her head, looking adorably silly, it drove her crazy. For a moment, she didn't know how to retort. How could this little brat talk like that? "You're the one with a dark face." In the end, she could only blurt out such a line. "You just said I was fair, and now you say I'm dark?" Cuckoo looked at Zhu Yuan and asked in a childish voice, "Auntie, are you too old to even remember what you just said?" "You're the one who's old." Zhu Yuan was so angry she nearly exploded. Shu Chen also touched his nose, a smile on his face. He hadn't realized that this little brat Cuckoo had quite a sharp tongue, and her thinking was quite remarkable, truly worthy of being one of the 10 great celestial bodies. "Auntie, look at me, I'm just a little kid. Is this called being old? Then what do you call it? Being ancient?" Cuckoo once again posed a soul-stirring question. "You." Zhu Yuan's face turned red with anger, momentarily speechless. At that moment, she didn't even know how to retort. Finally, she took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. There was no need to get angry with a little kid. She glanced at the goldfish bag in Cuckoo's hand, then looked at Shu Chen. "Shu Chen, it seems you're really not doing well. You can't even take your daughter to a high-end amusement park, just buying a few cheap goldfish to appease her." As she spoke, she crossed her arms, a look of mockery on her face. "I can take her wherever I want. What does it have to do with you?" Shu Chen shot Zhu Yuan a glance and said lightly, "Besides, who said these goldfish of Cuckoo's are cheap?" "What? Are you daring to say these goldfish are worth a lot?" Zhu Yuan scoffed. "That's right." Shu Chen nodded and said, "If I were to sell these goldfish of Cuckoo's, each one would be worth no less than 100,000. Ha ha ha. As soon as Shu Chen finished speaking, Zhu Yuan burst out laughing. "Shu Chen, can you exaggerate a bit more? 100,000 each? Are you dreaming? This young man is really boasting too much, right?" Zhu Yuan's loud laughter instantly attracted quite a few passers-by. They looked at the goldfish in Cuckoo's hand, all with strange expressions. "These few goldfish, each worth no less than 100,000? That's impossible, right? If your goldfish is really that valuable, would you be using such a small bag to carry it?" Seeing that Shu Chen didn't speak, Zhu Yuan continued to mock him. "As long as Cuckoo is happy, I can do whatever I want," Shu Chen said lightly. He. Zhu Yuan sneered. "Shu Chen, I know you're not doing well right now, but there's no need to put on a front in front of me and say such things."
Is that a Zhu Ding Zi Luo Pao?
Suddenly, a voice of surprise came. An elderly man in a tang suit walked in, his eyes fixed on the goldfish bag in Kuku's hand.
It's Old Chen.
Someone recognized the identity of the old man. Old Chen was a well-known goldfish enthusiast in Jiangchang, rumored to have all kinds of precious goldfish in his villa. He had also participated in a television program as a judge for goldfish quality.
Old Chen, what is a Zhu Ding Zi Luo Pao? Someone asked curiously.
Old Chen pursed his lips and said, the Zhu Ding Zi Luo Pao is one of the most precious goldfish in the world. Last month, a Zhu Ding Zi Luo Pao was auctioned for a high price of 500,000 in the provincial city.
What? 500,000? Everyone gasped in surprise. Then how much is this one?
The person who spoke earlier asked.
This Zhu Ding Zi Luo Pao, although its quality isn't perfect, is still of excellent quality, worth at least 200,000.
Old Chen said.
200,000? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. So this young man hadn't been talking nonsense? His goldfish really was worth no less than 100,000? How is that possible? Zhu Yuwen was also in a daze. Such an expensive goldfish, and Chu Chen just let his daughter hold it casually? Is he out of his mind? Old Chen, you didn't make a mistake, did you? Zhu Yuwen looked at Old Chen, hesitantly asking. Do you doubt my expertise? Old Chen's expression darkened. Zhu Yuwen smiled awkwardly. No.
At that moment, Old Chen suddenly shook his head.
Did I see it wrong? Zhu Yuwen's expression turned excited. This little friend's bag not only contains a top-quality Zhu Ding Zi Luo robe, but also Imo Long Jing, Shuanghua He Shui Pao, and Ing Lin Dai Wei Yu. And each one is of top quality. If taken to auction, each one is worth at least 100,000. What? Zhu Yuwen's eyes widened in disbelief. Each one is worth no less than 100,000?
So, the goldfish in Chu Chen's daughter's bag
is worth at least 1 million? Crazy. How could you let your daughter casually hold 1 million? Chu Chen must be out of his mind.
Hiss. The onlookers around all gasped in shock.
Their gazes towards Chu Chen were filled with astonishment. Over 1 million worth of fish, just handed to a little kid? This man is truly extravagant. Little brother, are you selling this goldfish? I'm willing to offer double the price.
Old Chen looked at Chu Chen, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Sorry, this is for Kiki to play with.
Chu Chen shook his head. Indeed a rich man.
The crowd sighed in admiration. The goldfish a child plays with
is worth 1 million. Truly a wealthy person. Sigh. Old Chen also sighed, showing disappointment. Grandpa, let me give you a goldfish. Kiki pulled out the Zhu Ding Zi Luo robe. For me?
Old Chen looked incredulous.
Yes. Kiki nodded her little head. You helped my daddy just now, this is my thank you gift to you. Old Chen turned to look at Chu Chen. Since Kiki is giving it to you, you should accept it. Chu Chen said lightly. Okay.
Old Chen hurriedly took the Zhu Ding Zi Luo robe from Kiki's hands with care.
Thank you, little friend.
Old Chen cradled the Zhu Ding Zi Luo robe and quickly ran off.
He needed to get home immediately. Sigh. The crowd all expressed regret.
If they had known earlier, they would have helped this man speak well too. Perhaps they could have won this little friend's favor and received a goldfish as well.
That would have been a huge gain. Alright, everyone disperse. Chu Chen waved his hand. The crowd all shook their heads in disappointment and began to disperse. Humph. Chu Chen, consider yourself lucky. Zhu Yuwen glanced at Chu Chen, snorted coldly, and turned to leave.
Auntie, don't go, you stepped on my goldfish. At this moment, Kiki pointed at Zhu Yuwen's feet and said seriously, you have to pay for it.
Pay?
Zhu Yuwen looked down and realized that a goldfish had appeared under her feet without her noticing, and it had been stepped on by her high heels.
Ah! She exclaimed and quickly jumped back. Xiaomei, are you okay?
Kiki suddenly squatted down, picked up the goldfish, and began to cry. Xiaomei, you're so miserable, being stepped on like this, you've suffered too much. She cried very sadly. It was as if she was in unbearable pain.
The onlookers who hadn't walked far all turned to look this way. Chu Chen looked at Kiki in a strange way. Xiaomei, when did you give this goldfish such a name?
And you're crying too.
Sadly, right? Is your bond really that deep?
Auntie, you stepped on Xiaomei to death, you have to pay.
Kiki looked up at Zhu Yuwen, her little face fierce. I didn't step on it. I didn't step on it.
Zhu Yuwen shook her head repeatedly. This goldfish is worth no less than 100,000.
She didn't want to take responsibility. It was clearly under your feet, stepped on by you, everyone saw it, and you still want to argue? Kiki's face was filled with anger. Exactly, it was clearly you who stepped on it. The onlookers all nodded in agreement.
Auntie, you lost the child's things.
You wouldn't want to avoid compensation for this, would you?
Coco glared at her. Zhu Yuan was at a loss for words. If it were an ordinary goldfish, just a few bucks, she would certainly be willing to compensate. But this was no ordinary goldfish. At least 100,000. Auntie, your character is really poor, isn't it? Auntie, are you out of money? Auntie, no way. You're over 30, and you don't even have 100,000 in savings? Auntie. Coco fired off several soul-searching questions in succession. I'll pay. Zhu Yuan couldn't take it anymore. Each of Coco's questions made her feel extremely embarrassed. In the end, she directly transferred 100,000 to Chu Chen. Thank you, Auntie, you're really rich. Coco's big eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled. Zhu Yuan seriously suspected that Coco was doing this on purpose. She cursed her bad luck under her breath and was about to leave. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and said, by the way, Chu Chen, tomorrow night, the group of us who used to enter Hongi Group together are having a dinner. Are you coming? Hongi Group was the company Chu Chen had applied to 10 years ago. I don't. My dad will be there. Just as Chu Chen was about to say he wasn't interested, Coco suddenly jumped in. Great. Zhu Yuan felt a surge of excitement, told Chu Chen the time and place, and then left. Why did you agree for me? Chu Chen looked at Coco with a stern face. If you don't go, this auntie wouldn't know how to speak ill of you. Coco puffed out her cheeks. I don't care. Chu Chen smiled faintly. Then you have such a cute daughter like me. Why not take me out to show off? Coco blinked her big eyes. Chu Chen was filled with black lines. He realized Coco was becoming more narcissistic? Or perhaps she was just being herself? Was it because she had gotten familiar with him? You're not really my daughter, Chu Chen said with a bitter smile. Before my dad comes back, I can just call you my dad. Coco acted all magnanimous. Chu Chen looked at her like this and almost laughed out loud. This little one was really quite adorable. Uncle Chu, just take me to the dinner. I've never been to one. Since I was little, my mom never had time to take me out to play, and she wouldn't let me go out either. Now that you finally appeared, just fulfill my wish. Coco clung to Chu Chen's arm, constantly acting cute. All right. Chu Chen really couldn't resist her. Yay! Coco jumped up in joy. By the way, how did that goldfish end up at her feet? Chu Chen looked at Coco and asked. I don't know. Coco looked confused. Are you sure? Chu Chen stared at her. Okay, I admit, I secretly put it at her feet. Coco put her hands behind her back, looking a bit shy. Why did you do that? Who told her to bully you? I just wanted her to bleed a lot. Chu Chen was speechless. This little one was quite scheming. Uncle Chu, can that goldfish be saved? Coco looked at the injured goldfish with a pained expression. It can be saved, but you can't do this again in the future. You're just trying to provoke someone, you know? I know. Coco nodded seriously. The two returned to the Yulan courtyard. Mom, tomorrow I'm going to the dinner as Uncle Chu's daughter. Coco came to Yi Qingxue and said in a baby voice. What? Daughter's identity? Yi Qingxue's body trembled. Yeah, you have to go too. Cuckoo giggled. I'm not going. Yi Qingxue looked embarrassed. Mom is so beautiful, aren't you going to support Uncle Chu? Coco tilted her head, asking in confusion. I'm not going. Yi Qingxue shook her head in refusal. She never liked attending these gatherings. Moreover, she still had some unresolved feelings towards Chu Chen. Then we'll go by ourselves. You can stay home and sulk. Coco huffed lightly. The little one was not very happy. She was still hoping to have her mama join the gathering so that the aunt from today could see how beautiful her daddy's wife was. The next day, Coco specifically asked Yi Qingxue to help her put on a beautiful princess dress. She looked quite adorable, just like a real little princess. Uncle Chu, oh no, Daddy, let's go. Coco came to Chu Chen, took his hand, her little face full of joy. All right. The two left hand in hand. Yi Qingxue looked at their backs, a smile appearing on her delicate face. These two really did look like a father and daughter. However, thinking about Chu Chen's relationships with women like Pang Weishuang made her feel a pang of discomfort. Especially since she had been waiting for 10 years. Forget it, let it be a beautiful memory with them. Yi Qingxue murmured to herself. Once she married that gentleman, she would definitely take Coco with her. Chu Chen and Coco left the Yulan courtyard and headed straight to the gathering location. Upon arrival, Chu Chen discovered that it was actually a 5-star restaurant. Who struck it rich? Choosing such a high-end restaurant for a gathering? Mr. Chu. At that moment, a surprised voice came from nearby. Chu Chen turned to see Sun Yonlang looking at him in astonishment. I didn't expect it to really be you, Mr. Chu. Sun Yonlang approached Chu Chen, his expression polite. Sun Yonlang was the president of the Longtum Group. Last time at the Antique Appreciation meeting, Sun Yonlang and his group were almost schemed against by Master Chiu, and it was Chu Chen who saved them.
Mr. Sun is also here for a meal?
Chu Chen greeted him with a smile.
Yes.
Sun Yonlang nodded. He glanced at the time and said, "The guests have been waiting for me too long. I'll head in first."
Mr. Chu, we'll talk later. All right. Chu Chen nodded slightly. After Sun Yonlang left, Chu Chen was about to enter the elevator. Chu Chen, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come to the gathering.
At that moment, a mocking voice came from behind.
Xu Yuan sauntered over, her waist swaying.
Beside her was a well-dressed man. "Let me introduce, this is my boyfriend Zhou Haidao, the young master of the Zhou family in Zhangcheng." Xu Yuan pointed at the man, her face full of pride.
The Zhou family? Chu Chen frowned slightly at the mention. He hadn't heard of them. What? Realizing the gap between you and my boyfriend? Xu Yuan saw Chu Chen's expression and thought he was shocked, becoming even more smug. Gap?
Chu Chen shook his head and smiled.
What do you mean? Xu Yuan's expression darkened. What did this guy mean? It seemed he didn't take her boyfriend's family background seriously? Is it that you cheated my girlfriend out of 100,000? Zhou Haito looked at Chu Chen, questioning him.
She stepped on my goldfish herself. How can you say we cheated? Before Chu Chen could respond, Kuka stepped in first, pouting, "Uncle, your girlfriend is too stupid." As she spoke, she looked at Zhu Yuan, her little face full of disdain.
You're the stupid one. Zhu Yuan was furious. She had been infuriated by this little brat yesterday, and now again. "Daddy, let's go, don't talk to such a stupid person." Kuka shot a disdainful glance at Zhu Yuan, her face full of contempt. All right. Chu Chen smiled lightly, holding Kuku as they walked into the hotel. Tao Ge, look at how despicable those two are. Xu Yuan clung to Zhou Haitao's arm, constantly acting cute. Don't worry, tonight I will make sure to regain your face, Zhou Haitao said ominously. Good. Zhu Yuan was extremely excited. Chu Chen carried Kuku to a private room on the third floor. At this time, there were already quite a few people in the room. There were both men and women. Is this Chu Chen? A man in a suit recognized Chu Chen.
His surname was Liu, and he was the leader of Chu Chen's group back then.
Chu Chen, is this your daughter? She's so cute. Wow. Your daughter is already this big? Chu Chen, you really are fast. Chu Chen, the country's birth rate relies on you to improve it.
The others were momentarily stunned, then they all laughed. Most of them were still unmarried. They didn't expect that Chu Chen was already married, and his daughter was already this big. Chu Chen, you're impressive. Team leader Lu gave Chu Chen a thumbs up. At that moment, a light cough was heard. Zhu Yuan and Zhou Haitao walked in. Wan, you're here? When everyone saw Zhu Yuan, they all came forward to greet her with smiles. Hello everyone, long time no see. Let me introduce my boyfriend, Zhou Haitao. He's the young master of the Zhou family in Zhangcheng. Zhu Yuan looked at Zhou Haitao and introduced him. What? Young master of the Zhou family? Everyone was shocked. Although the Zhou family wasn't as prominent as those big families and enterprises, their assets were still in the hundreds of millions. They didn't expect Zhu Yuan to have hooked up with the young master of the Zhou family. Wan, you really found a good boyfriend. I said it, Wan looks like she's destined to be with a rich man. No wonder Wan is carrying this year's latest LV bag. Everyone looked at Zhu Yuan, all flattering her. Especially 2 or 3 women, who were envious. Zhu Yuan enjoyed the admiration from everyone. She slightly raised her chin and looked at Chu Chen, wearing a smug expression. Chu Chen couldn't be bothered with her and just played with Kuku. Zhu Yuan sneered inwardly. No words to say? She and Zhou Haitao took the main seats. No one thought anything of it. After all, they felt that the two were well matched in status. Wan, you're really lucky. You'll be a young mistress in the future, it's so enviable. Yeah, among our group back then, you're the only one who's a winner in life now. Everyone looked at Zhu Yuan, all with envious expressions. Not necessarily, look at Chu Chen, he's already married and has such a lovely daughter. I think Chu Chen is also a winner in life. At that moment, a girl spoke up with a smile. Her name was Fong Jingxiao, a sweet-looking girl. She was sitting next to Kuko, playing with her. It was clear that she liked Kuko a lot. Only those without ability would marry and have kids early. Zhu Yuan looked at Chu Chen, sneering. Auntie, why aren't you married? Is it because no one wants you? Before Chu Chen could respond, Kuko asked in a baby voice. Who said no one wants me? Isn't this my boyfriend? Xu Yuan pointed at Zhou Haitao, annoyed. Then why aren't you getting married? Kuku looked at Zhu Yuan, puzzled. Is it because you can't have kids, so your boyfriend doesn't want to marry you?
Auntie, you're so pitiful. As soon as Kuko finished speaking, many people in the room couldn't help but laugh. Shu Chen's daughter was too sharp-tongued. You're the one who can't have kids. Zhu Yuan was furious. Then why aren't you getting married? Kuku tilted her head and asked, is it because your boyfriend is not satisfied with you? What if your boyfriend dumps you one day? Will you cry then? Auntie, will you be so pitiful then? Another round of soul-searching questions. Who said he's not satisfied? Zhu Yuan was about to explode. At that moment, she was holding back a lot of frustration. She found it incredibly suffocating to be confronted by this little brat every time. How infuriating. As long as he's satisfied, I'm just asking casually. Kuku giggled, looking innocent and romantic. However, Shu Chen touched his nose and the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. He believed that this little guy was definitely doing it on purpose. Now, still pretending to be so silly and cute. Women are indeed born to act. Shu Chen sighed inwardly. Everyone in the private room was also holding back their laughter. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became quiet. It was a bit eerie. Zhu Yuan looked at Chu Chen and Kuku, her face filled with resentment. Everyone had been complimenting her nicely before. Now it had turned into this. Truly detestable. Zhou Haitao also wore a serious expression. No matter what, Zhu Yuan was his woman. Now that she was so embarrassed, it was a slap in his face. Fortunately, the food arrived at that moment. Let's eat, everyone. Team leader Lu hurriedly called out. Soon, the atmosphere opened up again. Young Master Zhou, I toast you a drink. Young Master Zhou, you must take care of us in the future. Everyone raised their glasses and approached Zhou Haitao, their expressions respectful. Zhou Haitao nodded slightly, looking like a big shot. He didn't drink much, just took a light sip. Apart from Kuku, the only ones who hadn't come forward to toast were Chu Chen and Fang Jingqiao. Xiao Qiao, are you still working at that original company? Chu Chen thought Fang Jingqiao was quite nice, so he started chatting with her. No. Fang Jingqiao shook her head. I'm currently unemployed. Unemployed? Chu Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. What about you? Where are you working now? Fang Jingqiao asked curiously. I guess I'm also unemployed. Chu Chen smiled faintly. Ah? Fang Jingqiao was stunned for a moment. Then how do you support Kuku? Chu Chen smiled and was about to speak. Chu Chen, come over and toast my boyfriend. At that moment, Zhu Yuan suddenly spoke up. Why should I toast him? Chu Chen frowned slightly. Zhu Yuan looked at Chu Chen, raising her chin. You come over to toast, maybe my boyfriend will be happy and can introduce you to the Zhou family as a security guard. A security guard? Chu Chen glanced at Zhu Yuan and sneered. You want me to be a security guard for the Zhou family? I'm afraid the Zhou family doesn't have the guts for that. Everyone was taken aback by Chu Chen's words. This was a bit domineering. Zhou Haitao's expression was also quite unpleasant. What does this kid mean? Does he not take the Zhou family seriously? He. Zhu Yuan sneered. Chu Chen, who do you think you are? Do you know how many college graduates are struggling to find jobs now? Not to mention you, who graduated 10 years ago. Being offered a security guard position at the Zhou family would already be the peak of your life. She had a condescending attitude. One, Chu Chen doesn't have much of a conflict with you, right? And it's been 10 years. You don't need to target Chu Chen like this now, do you? At this moment, Fang Jingqiao said discontentedly. Xiao Qiao, what do you mean? You don't like Chu Chen, do you? Zhu Yuan mocked. Fang Jingqiao's face turned red, angrily saying, One, don't talk nonsense. She just couldn't stand Zhu Yuan bullying Chu Chen like this. Xiao Qiao, I advise you to stay away from Chu Chen, otherwise, you'll end up as unlucky as him, not to mention finding a job. Zhu Yuan crossed her arms and sneered. I think it's better to stay away from you, old auntie. Kuku looked at her, puffing her cheeks, and said angrily, staying with you, old auntie, has made my luck worse, and I've become sharp-tongued too. You! Zhu Yuan was so angry she almost exploded. This little brat was truly detestable. Daddy, do you think what I said makes sense? Kuku ignored her and turned to Chu Chen, asking in a childish voice. Very reasonable. Chu Chen gave her a thumbs up. Seeing the father and daughter duo performing together, Zhu Yuan was on the verge of exploding. Zhou Haitao's expression was extremely gloomy. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks came from outside the door. The private room door opened, and a waiter walked in holding a bottle of red wine. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry to interrupt, here is your wine. The waiter placed the red wine on the table. This is Petrus? Zhou Haitao recognized the bottle of wine. What is Petrus? Everyone looked curious. Petrus is one of the top 10 most expensive red wines in the world. This bottle probably costs at least 100,000. Joe Haito explained. What? 100,000? Everyone gasped in shock. We didn't order this wine. The group became tense. They certainly couldn't afford such an expensive wine. It's a gift from Mr. Sun, the chairman of Longtung Group, to a guest in the private room. The waiter explained. After saying that, he respectfully left. Chu Chen's heart stirred. Mr. Sun actually sent him a bottle of wine? Meanwhile, everyone in the private room exchanged glances. They also knew about Longtung Group. It was a large corporation. Some of them had even interviewed there, but they hadn't succeeded. They never expected that today, Mr. Sun would send them wine? And it was a bottle worth 100,000? What was going on? Who is Mr. Sun's guest? Confusion appeared on everyone's faces. Besides our young master Tao, who else here is qualified to receive wine from Mr. Sun? At that moment, Zhu Yuan raised her chin, looking smug. Yes, that's right. Everyone nodded in agreement. They also thought it should be for Zhou Haitao. However, at that moment, Zhou Haitao was filled with doubt. The Zhou family had no cooperation with Longtung Group. Sun Yonglang didn't know him. How could he send him wine? Young Master Zhou is indeed impressive. Yeah, Wenwen, you really found a treasure. Everyone began to flatter him. Tao Ge, you're amazing. Zhu Yuan directly kissed Zhou Haitao on the cheek. It's okay, it's okay. Zhou Haitao feigned modesty. Alright, everyone, let's drink. Zhu Yuan pointed to the bottle of red wine. Okay. Someone immediately poured a glass for Zhu Yuan and Zhou Haitao, then poured for everyone else. However, when pouring for Chu Chen, Zhu Yuan called out, don't pour for him. Wenwen, what do you mean? Lu, the one pouring the wine, asked in confusion. Zhu Yuan glanced at Chu Chen and sneered. What right does he have to drink this red wine? Wenwen, that's a bit excessive, isn't it? Fang Jingqiao expressed her dissatisfaction. He should consider his own status. Zhu Yuan looked disdainful. He. Chu Chen laughed directly and said, if I don't have the right to drink, then no one in this private room probably has the right. Ha ha ha. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Zhu Yuan burst into laughter, mocking, Chu Chen. Do you know what you're saying? Are you dreaming? This red wine is a gift from Mr. Sun to my brother Tao, not to you. Everyone in the private room looked at Chu Chen with strange expressions. They also felt that Chu Chen was being a bit too pretentious. How do you know it's not for me? Chu Chen glanced at Zhu Yuan and said, he. Zhu Yuan looked at Chu Chen, crossing her arms, and mocked, what status do you have? Would Mr. Sun send red wine to you? She said this with a look of disdain. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was another knock at the door. The private room door opened, and a middle-aged man appeared at the entrance holding a glass of red wine. Mr. Sun? Someone recognized the identity of the middle-aged man. It was indeed Sun Yonglang, the chairman of Longtung Group. Why did Mr. Sun come here? In an instant, everyone became tense. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, Sun Yonglang said, smiling as he looked at everyone. Not at all, not at all. Everyone hurriedly shook their heads, wearing forced smiles. Mr. Sun, how can we let you personally toast? It should be us who go to you. Zhu Yuan stood up, twisting her waist as she approached Sun Yonglang, her face beaming with a smile. Who are you? Sun Yonglang looked at her, puzzled. My boyfriend is Zhou Haitao. Zhu Yuan pointed to Zhou Haitao beside her. Zhou Haitao stood up and smiled. Hello, Mr. Sun. Zhou Haitao? Sun Yonglang was taken aback. Did these two seem to know him? But he didn't recognize them at all. However, thinking that they were friends of Chu Chen, he didn't put on airs and instead showed a friendly smile. He looked at everyone in the private room and said, I'm just here to make a toast, no need to be so formal. Toast? Everyone trembled at his words. Mr. Sun actually took the initiative to toast? They looked at Zhou Haitao, admiration evident on their faces. Truly worthy of being the young master of the Zhou family. Upon hearing this, Zhou Haitao immediately raised his glass. Zhu Yuan also slightly lifted her chin. She looked at Chu Chen, a smug expression on her face, as if to say, did you see? Even the chairman of a corporation came to toast my boyfriend. Chu Chen, what are you? Zhu Yuan glanced at Chu Chen, sneering. Chu Chen, weren't you just being arrogant? Why isn't Mr. Sun toasting you? Instead, he's toasting my boyfriend? She raised her glass, ready to toast with Zhou Haitao to Sun Yonglang. However, Sun Yonglang ignored the two and instead approached Chu Chen, respectfully saying, Mr. Chu, I'd like to toast you. What? This scene struck like a thunderbolt in everyone's minds. They couldn't have seen it wrong, right? Mr. Sun wasn't here to toast Zhou Haitao, but to toast Chu Chen? This was too unbelievable.
Could it be that the bottle of wine earlier wasn't sent to Zhou Haitao by Mr. Sun, but to Chu Chen? No wonder Chu Chen had just said that if he wasn't qualified to drink that bottle of wine, then no one present was qualified. They had thought Chu Chen was bragging. Now they realized Chu Chen hadn't lied. Zhou Haitao and Zhu Yuan, holding their glasses, instantly froze. Both stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. How could this be possible? How could Chu Chen know Mr. Sun? Even more impossible for Mr. Sun to toast him. Mr. Sun, you must be mistaken? Zhu Yuan stepped forward, her face filled with anxiety. She simply couldn't accept what was happening. Wasn't Chu Chen just a poor loser? How could Mr. Sun come to toast him? What's mistaken? Sun Yonlang frowned slightly. Why are you toasting him? Zhu Yuan pointed at Chu Chen. Why can't I toast Mr. Chu? Sun Yonglang's expression turned displeased. What was this woman doing? If it weren't for Chu Chen, he would have been angry. He looked at Chu Chen and smiled. Mr. Chu, was the bottle of wine I sent you earlier to your taste? I don't know. Chu Chen shook his head. Don't know? Sun Yonlang looked puzzled. Someone said I wasn't qualified to drink that bottle of wine, so I didn't get to taste it at all. Chu Chen glanced at Zhu Yuan, speaking indifferently. What? Sun Yonlang turned to Zhu Yuan, angrily saying, you really have some nerve. I thought that bottle of wine was for my boyfriend. He is the young master of the Zhou family. Zhu Yuan hurriedly explained. Young master of the Zhou family? Sun Yonlang glanced at Zhou Haitao, sneering, even his father wouldn't qualify for me to send wine, let alone him. His words were quite disrespectful to Zhou Haitao. Zhou Haitao's face flushed, but he had no retort. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for not being clear earlier. Sun Yonlang looked at Chu Chen, his face full of apology. Everyone was filled with astonishment. Why was Sun Yonlang so respectful to Chu Chen? It's nothing. Chu Chen smiled faintly. I don't really like drinking anyway. Sun Yonlang looked at Zhou Haitao. Young Master Zhou, since you all drank the red wine I sent to Mr. Chu, you should compensate me, 1 million. What? 1 million? Zhou Haitao's eyes widened. What? You, the esteemed young Master Zhou, don't have 1 million? Sun Yonlang sneered. If you really don't have the money, I can go find your dad tomorrow. No, I'll pay. Zhou Haitao hurriedly said. If Sun Yonlang went to find his dad, he would definitely be angry. Transfer the money to Mr. Chu. Sun Yonlang said coldly. To me? Chu Chen's expression froze. They drank your wine, of course, they should compensate you. Sun Yonlang said politely with a smile. All right. Chu Chen gave Zhou Haitao his bank card number. Soon, Chu Chen received a text from the bank. 1 million had been credited. Zhou Haitao's face was extremely gloomy. Just like that, 1 million disappeared? How infuriating. Mr. Chu, I still have guests over there, so I'll take my leave. After saying that, Sun Yonlang was about to leave. Mr. Sun, wait a moment. At this moment, Chu Chen called out to him. Chu Chen pointed to Fong Jingxiao beside him and said, Mr. Sun, this is a former colleague of mine, named Fong Jingxiao. She is diligent and very capable. She is currently looking for a job. Do you have any suitable positions in your company? The position of deputy manager in my company's planning department just happens to be vacant. If Miss Fong doesn't mind, she can start tomorrow. Sun Yonlang said with a smile. What? Fong Jingxiao's body trembled. She didn't expect Chu Chen to speak up for her. Moreover, Sun Yonlang actually offered her such a good position? She quickly nodded repeatedly. Mr. Sun, I am willing. Then you can report to the company tomorrow. Sun Yonlang handed his business card to Fong Jingxiao and then left. Everyone looked at Fong Jingxiao, their faces filled with envy. Fong Jingxiao had just become the deputy manager of the planning department at Lontong Group? Truly enviable. They all secretly regretted. If they had known earlier, they would have also spoken up for Chu Chen. Chu Chen, thank you. Fong Jingxiao looked at Chu Chen with a face full of gratitude. It's nothing. Chu Chen smiled faintly. You must work hard and not embarrass me. Don't worry. Fong Jingxiao nodded seriously. Chu Chen looked at Coco and asked, Coco, are you full? Shall we go back? Okay. Coco nodded her little head repeatedly. She looked at Zhu Yuan and said in a childish voice, Auntie, don't always try to make yourself look good, it's really embarrassing. Zhu Yuan's face turned red. She really wanted to curse. This little brat. So infuriating. Chu Chen left the private room holding Cuckoo. Fong Jingxiao followed. The private room fell into silence. Everyone looked at Zhu Yuan and Zhou Haitao, momentarily unsure of what to say. Many people were even stifling laughter inside. Just now, Zhu Yuan had been so smug and showy. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? Zhou Haitao's heart was dark and gloomy at this moment. He had truly embarrassed himself tonight. And he had lost 1,000,000. How infuriating. Humph. Chu Chen must have just gotten lucky, knowing Mr. Sun by chance. What's there to show off about? Xu Yuan crossed her arms and said, what belongs to others will always be others, only what belongs to oneself is truly one's own. Just like my brother Tao, he is a genuine young master Zhou. Chu Chen just knows a CEO, what's that worth? As she spoke, she wore a disdainful expression. One makes a good point. Everyone nodded in agreement. However, whether they truly felt that way inside was another matter. Then it remains unknown. Tao Ge, how about we rent a yacht tomorrow and take everyone out to have some fun? Xu Yuan said, wrapping her arms around Zhou Haitao's arm, acting coyly. Tonight was quite embarrassing for her, so she wanted to regain her face. Tomorrow won't work, Zhou Haitao shook his head. Why not? Xu Yuan asked, puzzled. Do you have something to do tomorrow? Zhou Haitao pressed his lips together and said, tomorrow I have to go with my dad. To watch a duel at Luohu. A duel at Luohu? What for? Is your dad taking you to meet some clients? Zhu Yuan asked curiously. No, Zhou Haitao shook his head. My dad is taking me to see a battle between warriors. Warriors? Zhu Yuan shivered at the mention and asked, are they the powerful humans you talked about? She had heard Zhou Haitao mention warriors before. What are warriors? The others looked on with curiosity. Warriors are martial artists. It is said that they are different from ordinary people. When they reach a powerful level, they can break stones and split rocks. It's pretty much like what you see on TV, Zhu Yuan quickly explained. What? Everyone gasped in shock. There are such humans? Tao Ge, are you saying there will be a duel between warriors at Luohu tomorrow? Who are they? Zhu Yuan looked at Zhou Haitao, curious. Zhou Haitao pressed his lips together and said, Master Chu and Hui Dao. Master Chu? Hui Dao. Zhu Yuan looked confused and asked, who are they? Zhou Haitao pondered for a moment and said, Hui Dao is a famous swordsman. His Hu family sword technique is terrifying, and he is a ruthless person. 10 years ago, on a rainy night, he wiped out the Wu family, one of the 10 great families of Jiangcheng, with a long knife. What? The people in the private room all gasped, their faces filled with shock. One person wiped out an entire family? And it was one of the 10 great families of Jiangcheng? This Hui Dao is too terrifying. Zhu Yuan was also in disbelief. One of the 10 great families? That is many times stronger than the Zhou family. What about Master Chu? Zhu Yuan pressed on. Since Hui Dao is so terrifying, Master Chu, who is dueling with him, must not be an ordinary person either. Zhou Haitao pressed his lips together and said, Master Chu is a mysterious figure who recently appeared in Jiangcheng. It is said that he is not very old, but he recently wiped out 2 leaders of the Longhu Gate in the underground world of Jiangcheng. He is now the big boss behind Longhu Gate. What? Everyone looked incredulous. This Master Chu is also a ruthless person. How strong are they? Team leader Lu asked curiously. 10 years ago, Hui Dao was already a ground-level expert, now he should be a heaven-level expert. As for what a heaven-level expert is, I can't explain it well, but they only need to lightly poke with a finger, and this table will shatter into pieces. Zhou Haitao tapped the solid wood round table in the private room. What? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Just a light poke, and the table would be gone? Is this still human? So that Master Chu is equally impressive? Zhu Yuan asked. Even if Master Chu is not as strong as Hui Dao, he is still quite terrifying, Zhou Haitao said solemnly. Tao Ge, can you take us to watch the battle tomorrow? Zhu Yuan said excitedly. Yeah, take us along, the others said, full of anticipation. There are actually warriors like this in the world. They also wanted to go and watch. Zhou Haitao hesitated a bit. Tao Ge, just take everyone with you, Zhu Yuan said, clinging to Zhou Haitao's arm and acting cute. They had lost face tonight. She wanted Zhou Haitao to do something remarkable and regain her face in front of everyone. Zhou Haitao pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, all right, but you all must not speak carelessly or run around tomorrow, you must stay by my side. His expression was serious, full of warning. Rest assured, young Master Zhou, we will definitely not cause you any trouble. Everyone was extremely excited, repeatedly expressing their agreement. Zhu Yuan was also incredibly thrilled. She was very interested in martial artists and also in the mysterious Master Chu. We all share the surname Chu, you can only rely on connections, but this Master Chu relies on his own abilities. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of Chu Chen, feeling a wave of disdain in her heart. On the other side, Chu Chen had already returned Kuku to the Yulan courtyard. To his surprise, Han Danxiu and Shen Qingyun were also there.
Upon seeing Chu Chen holding Cuckoo, Han Danxiu's expression instantly darkened. How could this guy be so close to Cuckoo? How infuriating.
Shin Xingyun's face was also quite unpleasant because he felt this should have been a privilege for the Shin family.
Cuckoo, come here, Aunt Chiu will hold you. Han Danxiu wanted to take Cuckoo from Chu Chen. She didn't want Cuckoo to be too attached to him. I don't want you to hold me. Cuckoo huffed lightly. Han Danxiu felt quite annoyed. Cuckoo was growing more and more opinionated about her. She thought it was all Chu Chen's fault. Mommy, I ate so many delicious things tonight, I'm so full. Cuckoo patted her little belly and looked at Yi Qingsnow, giggling. Aren't you afraid of getting fat, turning into a little chubby?
Yi Qingsnow pinched her little face.
I'm not afraid. Even if I turn into a little chubby, I'm still a cute little chubby. Cuckoo huffed. Hearing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This little one was getting more and more narcissistic. Look, what have you turned the child into?
Han Danxiu looked at Chu Chen with a face full of disgust.
Aunt Chiu, you're annoying. If you keep this up, I won't let you come to our house anymore. Cuckoo looked at Han Danxiu with a fierce expression. Han Danxiu was furious. What kind of trick did Chu Chen use to make Cuckoo act like this towards him?
Indeed, he has no good intentions. She shot a disdainful glance at Chu Chen.
Chu Chen couldn't be bothered with her and instead patted Cuckoo's head, smiling. Alright, Cuckoo, I'm going back now. He greeted Yi Qingsnow and then left.
After leaving the Yulan courtyard, Chu Chen's lips curled up as he walked a few dozen meters to the left.
Stop! At that moment, a cold voice rang out.
Chu Chen turned his head to see Shin Xingyun staring at him coldly.
You finally showed yourself.
Chu Chen looked at him, speaking indifferently.
Shin Xingyun was taken aback. This kid knew he had been following him? This kid had such strong counter-tracking abilities? However, he was too lazy to think about that and looked at Chu Chen coldly, saying, Kid, hand over the Taiyan 9 needles. You really are persistent.
A glint of coldness flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. Kid, that is the lost needle technique of our Shin family.
If you know what's good for you, hand it over, and we can give you some compensation, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Shin Xingyun's gaze was extremely sinister. Just you? Chu Chen glanced at him with disdain. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Shin Xingyun's face turned angry. What did this kid mean? Did he look down on him?
He sneered and said, Kid, if it weren't for Miss Yi showing up in time last time, you would have been begging for mercy by now.
Tonight, let's see who can save you.
After saying that, he stomped his legs, and with a loud bang, charged directly at Chu Chen. At this moment, Shin Xingyun's eyes were filled with a chilling malice. He had long found Chu Chen displeasing. Moreover, this kid possessed the mysterious Taiyan 9 needles but dared not to hand it over.
Truly ungrateful. Since that was the case, he would teach him a good lesson. Let him learn a lesson.
The power within him surged into his palm as he struck towards Chu Chen's chest. He noticed that Chu Chen stood there, unmoving, and a cold smile crept into his heart. This kid probably didn't expect his speed to be so fast. Could it be that he was too scared to move? At that moment, Chu Chen lifted his foot. Seeing this, Shin Xingyun scoffed.
Did he think he could block me with just one kick? Did he really believe that being a Xian-level master made him impressive? Truly a frog at the bottom of the well.
However, for some reason, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of panic. He quickly withdrew his palm to shield his chest.
Bang! Chu Chen's foot struck his palm. Crack!
His palm broke instantly, and he let out a scream.
Bang!
Finally, Chu Chen's foot kicked into his chest.
Boom! Shin Xingyun flew into the air and crashed to the ground far away.
He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face contorted in pain. Clutching his chest, he looked up at Chu Chen in shock and exclaimed, You're actually a ground-level master too? Last time, when Chu Chen defeated his subordinate, he thought Chu Chen was merely a Xian-level master. So he had never taken Chu Chen seriously. Yet, he never expected that Chu Chen could defeat him with a single kick. Even if it was because he had underestimated him, it was enough to prove that Chu Chen was indeed a ground-level master. Not only did Chu Chen master the mysterious Taiyan 9 needles, but he was also a ground-level master.
No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Whoosh! Chu Chen appeared before him in an instant, stepping on his chest from a high position, saying, Shin family young master? You're nothing special. Shin Xingyun's face flushed red. When had he ever been stepped on like this? Chu Chen, let me go.
I am the young master of the Shin family.
He shouted angrily at Chu Chen. Relax, I won't kill you, but I heard that your Shin family is not only a martial arts family but also a medical family? If that's the case, you must have quite a few rare medicinal herbs, right?
Chu Chen said calmly, Let your Shin family bring me 100-century-old herbs in exchange for your life.
100-century-old herbs? Shen Xingyun's face was filled with anger. Do you think century-old herbs are just big radishes? Our Shen family only has 2 century-old herbs. Oh, then hand over both of them. Chu Chan replied indifferently. You must be dreaming. Shen Xingyun cursed angrily. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes and stepped down hard. Crack! 2 of Shen Xingyun's ribs broke. Ah!
Shen Xingyun let out a scream like a slaughtered pig.
Will you hand them over or not? Chu Chen asked coldly.
It's not that I won't hand them over, but the century-old herbs are the treasures of our Shen family.
Even I can't easily take them,
Shen Xingyun hurriedly explained.
He finally understood.
Chu Chen was a ruthless person. He was not afraid of his threats at all.
You can't even get 2 century-old ginseng? What kind of young master of the Shen family are you? Chu Chen sneered. Shen Xingyun's face turned red.
He was the young master of the Shen family, but he had not yet broken through to the sky level. His authority was not that great.
Since you're of no use, then it's time for you to go,
Chu Chen said indifferently, slowly raising his foot.
Chu Chen, you're being impulsive.
Shen Xingyun's heart raced, his face pale as he hurriedly said, Don't kill me. Let me go, and I will definitely get those 2 century-old ginseng for you.
Chu Chen looked down at Shen Xingyun. After a moment, he finally spoke, I'll give you 1 day. Bring them to Haoding Mansion for me tomorrow. With that, Chu Chen kicked him away.
Shen Xingyun crashed to the ground, letting out a cry of pain.
Chu Chen left with an indifferent expression.
Shen Xingyun clutched his chest, his face pained, and struggled to drive back to the Shen family.
Xingyun, what happened to you? Shen Xingyun's father, Shen Changming, saw him covered in blood and couldn't help but ask nervously, Where's your grandfather? Where's grandpa? Shen Xingyun asked.
Your grandfather has gone into seclusion. He wants to attempt a breakthrough, Shen Changming explained.
Dad, hurry and send someone to kill Chu Chen,
Shen Xingyun said with a sinister expression.
Chu Chen did this to you?
Shen Changming's face changed slightly.
In the past few days,
Shen Xingyun had told him about Chu Chen. He knew that Chu Chen possessed the legendary Taiyan 9 needles.
That's right. Shen Xingyun's face was filled with anger.
And he also wants our family's 200-year-old ginseng. It's simply too arrogant.
What? Shen Changming's face turned furious upon hearing this. The 100-year-old ginseng was their family's treasure. How dare Chu Chen covet it? Truly audacious. Dad, send someone to kill him right away. Shen Xingyun's expression darkened to the extreme.
Being trampled by Chu Chen tonight was the darkest moment of his life.
He had to take revenge immediately. Xingyun, calm down.
I've investigated. Chu Chen is not an ordinary person. He might be a heavenly level expert, Shen Changming said.
What? A heavenly level expert? Shen Xingyun's expression changed drastically as he asked, Dad, are you sure?
Shen Changming pressed his lips together and said, Even if he's not a heavenly level expert, he's at least half a step away from it. A few days ago, he caused a ruckus at the Zhang family, and even Zhang Rongfa had to bow down. Shen Xingyun was astonished. He had thought Chu Chen was merely a minor Earth-level expert, at most a major Earth-level one.
He didn't expect him to be at least half a step away from heavenly level? Even if he is half a step away from heavenly level, are we afraid of him? Shen Xingyun sneered.
The Shen family ranked 3rd among the 10 great families in Jiangcheng.
There were plenty of heavenly level experts, including his father. Our Shen family certainly isn't afraid of him, but hasn't Chu Chen gained Messiah's favor now? Shen Changming said.
Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyun's expression also stiffened. Chu Chen had cured Kuku's illness, and now Yi Qingsno was indeed very satisfied with him.
Damn it! Are we just going to let this go? Are we really going to give him our 100-year-old ginseng? Shen Xingyun said angrily.
Don't worry, whether he can survive until tomorrow is another matter, Shen Changming sneered.
What do you mean? Shen Xingyun asked curiously.
Chu Chen killed Huidao's disciple, and Huidao has challenged him to a duel.
Tomorrow, they will have their final battle at Dingluo Lake, Shen Changming said. Huidao? Shen Xingyun was shocked. He had certainly heard of Huidao's notorious reputation. He didn't expect Chu Chen to provoke such a ruthless person.
Although Huidao isn't much to our Shen family, 10 years have passed, he should be a heavenly level expert by now.
In this duel with Chu Chen will definitely lose.
Shen Changming's words were firm, already concluding the matter.
Good. Shen Xingyun was excited. He sneered inwardly. Chu Chen, tomorrow, I will not give you the 100-year-old ginseng. Let's see if you can still come to find me. Although the fact that Chu Chen was half a step away from heavenly level surprised Shen Xingyun, he was still filled with disdain. He would never give their family's 100-year-old ginseng to Chu Chen. What can you do to me? Shen Xingyun sneered. The next day at noon, Su Mang and Dongzi drove to the Haoding Biefu. The two had been injured by Huidao a couple of days ago. Fortunately, they hadn't broken any bones, and after Chu Chen's treatment, they had mostly recovered. Master Chu, are you really going to fight? Su Mang looked at Chu Chen, a bit worried. He had been very confident in Chu Chen before, but after personally experiencing Hui Dao's strength that day, he felt a bit insecure. Hui Dao was indeed too strong. Let's go. Chu Chen's expression was calm. What Hui Dao? He didn't take it to heart at all. Okay. Seeing Chu Chen so confident, Su Mang didn't say much. After all, Master Chu was a legendary figure. Perhaps he could continue to create miracles? The three of them headed straight for Dingluo Lake. Dingluo Lake is a large lake in the northern suburbs of Jiangcheng. The scenery here is extremely beautiful. There used to be a real estate development that built a cluster of villas here. However, in the end, due to certain reasons, these villas were abandoned. Over the years, someone rented this cluster of villas and turned it into a leisure and entertainment place that combined dining, drinking, and fun. But today, Dingluo Lake was sealed off. Ordinary people could no longer approach. Only martial artists or those with connections could enter. Xu Yuwen followed closely beside Zhou Haitao, her expression tense. Team leader Lu and the others scanned their surroundings, their faces also showing curiosity. Tao Ge, who are all these people? Zhu Yuwen pointed to the scattered individuals by the lake and asked curiously. She noticed that some people were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, seemingly doing nothing. They're all martial artists, here to watch the battle. Don't point randomly, or you might lose your fingers, Zhou Haitao warned in a low voice. Xu Yuwen's face changed in shock, and she quickly withdrew her hand. I didn't expect there to be so many martial artists. She looked surprised. She thought there weren't many martial artists around. Many martial artists are actually around us all the time, we just don't know it, Zhou Haitao explained. If you had been more diligent in your training back then, you might be a martial artist now, Zhou Haitao's father said sternly. Isn't it because I lack the talent for cultivation? Zhou Haitao replied awkwardly. I think you just don't want to suffer, Zhou Haitao's father said angrily. His son had been playing around with women since he was young and had never focused on martial arts. Otherwise, if the Zhou family had produced a martial arts genius, their development would have been much better. Last night, you offended a guest of President Sun from the Lontung group? Zhou Haitao's father asked in a deep voice. Zhou Haitao's face turned pale. He didn't expect President Sun to call his father. Uncle, don't blame Tao Ge, it was all Chu Chen's fault, Zhu Yuwen explained. As she spoke, she looked at team leader Lu and the others and asked, you were there last night too, isn't that right? Yeah, that's right. Team leader Lu and the others nodded, betraying their conscience. They had no choice. They wanted to rely on Zhu Yuwen to watch the martial artists battle later. Poof. Zhou Haitao's father frowned and said, who is this Chu Chen you keep talking about? Just a poor kid who somehow got to know President's son, Zhu Yuwen said dismissively. You better not offend any big shots, Zhou Haitao's father warned. Uncle, don't worry, how could we offend big shots? Zhu Yuwen laughed. The group continued walking towards the lakeside. I didn't expect Hui Dao to return. His battle here is actually a strong declaration of his comeback. I wonder who this Master Chu is. Can he defeat Hui Dao? At this moment, the people by the lake were also discussing curiously. Hearing their discussions, Zhu Yuwen and the others gained more understanding of Hui Dao's past. They were truly astonished. I wonder who this Master Chu is, daring to battle such a ruthless person, Zhu Yuwen thought to herself. She became increasingly interested in this Master Chu. In fact, she had a bold idea in her heart. If she could get close to Master Chu, her future would surely be better than the Zhou family's. Thinking of this, her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. As time passed, more and more people arrived. 10 years ago, Hui Dao wiped out the Wu family overnight, shocking the entire Jiangcheng. Now that he was making a strong comeback, many people wanted to see how powerful Hui Dao really was. Bai Shua and Ji Ba also arrived. The two glanced around but did not see Snake Master. Looks like Snake Master really went to curry favor with Hui Dao, Ji Ba said quietly. Bai Shua nodded and replied, it should be. Do you think we should also? Ji Ba hesitated. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Should they also go to curry favor with Hui Dao? Bai Shu shook his head and said solemnly, I always feel that Master Chu is not an ordinary person. And even if Chu Chen really lost to Hui Dao, they wouldn't be at a loss. At worst, they could just listen to Hui Dao later. If Master Chu really loses, we will lose the opportunity to curry favor with Hui Dao, and Snake Master's position will definitely be higher than ours. Ji Ba showed concern. Sigh. Bai Shua sighed and said, since we chose Master Chu, let's trust him. For some reason, he always felt that Chu Chen might not lose. Look, is that Hui Dao? At that moment, someone exclaimed.
Everyone turned to see a group of people approaching. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in his 50s, but with a strong build. The middle-aged man exuded a fierce aura, and he had a long knife strapped to his back. It's Hui Dao. Those who had seen Hui Dao before all looked serious. Hui Dao's momentum was even stronger than it was 10 years ago. Isn't that the head of the Zhang family and the leader of the Nine Serpents sect? Everyone looked at Zhang Rongfa and Snake Master behind Hui Dao, their faces showing surprise. How did these two end up with Hui Dao? Did the Zhang family and Nine Serpents sect really align themselves with Hui Dao? Snake Master really chose Hui Dao, Jiba said. His mood was a bit complicated. Bai Shua said nothing, just stared intently at Snake Master. Snake Master's choice might not be correct. Their choice might not necessarily be wrong. Hui Dao arrived at the lakeside, then leaped into the lake. Splash! He stepped on the surface of the lake, moving rapidly, and landed on a wooden platform in the center of the lake. Clang! He took the long knife from his back, planted it into the wooden floor, and shouted loudly, "Where is Chu Chen? Come out, I will cut you! Come out, I will cut you!" Hui Dao's voice echoed like thunder across the space of Dingluo Lake. Everyone felt a jolt in their hearts after hearing it. Hui Dao's momentum was terrifying. It seemed he really was a heavenly-level expert. Zhu Yuan and the others were just ordinary people. At that moment, they felt a sharp pain in their eardrums and hurriedly covered their ears. This sound was too frightening. Why did it feel like the lion's roar from a TV drama? Is this what a martial artist is like? Wait, what did I just hear? That person is calling for Chu Chen? Suddenly, team leader Lu looked astonished and turned to Zhu Yuan and the others, asking, "Did you hear that?" Zhu Yuan and the others were also momentarily stunned. Right. It seemed Hui Dao was calling for Chu Chen just now. Could it be that Chu Chen is that Master Chu? Team leader Lu exchanged glances with the others, all showing shock. Chu Chen also has the surname Chu. Could it be the same person? Even Zhou Haitao felt a jolt in his heart. Impossible. However, Zhu Yuan shook her head and said, "We must have misheard." After a pause, she continued, "And even if Hui Dao was calling for Chu Chen, it could just be a coincidence of names." Saying this, she looked disdainful. Chu Chen was just an ordinary person like them. How could he possibly be a mysterious martial artist? Let alone that mysterious and powerful Master Chu. Unlikely, Zhou Haitao nodded slightly. In the center of the lake, Hui Dao scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. But Chu Chen did not appear. Could it be that Lord Chu is too afraid to come and fight? The crowd gathered by the lake whispered among themselves. Old Scorpion, your Lord Chu is scared." Snake Lord approached Bai Shua and Jiba, mocking them. "Lord Chu just hasn't arrived yet," Bai Shua replied. "Ha!" Snake Lord sneered, "Lord Chu? Old Bai, it seems you really have submitted wholeheartedly? Are you stupid? Wouldn't it be better to follow me and Hui Dao?" He thought the two were too cowardly. What was so terrifying about a Chu Chen? After today, whether Chu Chen could still be alive was a question. Everyone has their own choices, Bai Shua said lightly. After a pause, he looked at Snake Lord and said, "Snake Lord, you just said you were loyal to Lord Chu, and now you are following Hui Dao. With Lord Chu's temperament, he probably won't let you off." Upon hearing this, Snake Lord's pupils constricted. Although he hadn't interacted much with Chu Chen, he could tell that Chu Chen was not a good person. He was decisive in killing. With such betrayal, Chu Chen would indeed not spare him. However, he still sneered, "With Hui Dao around, do you think he can still survive? Then let's wait and see," Bai Shua said without elaborating. Snake Lord snorted coldly. He thought Bai Shua was really too cowardly. "Look! Someone's coming!" At this moment, someone exclaimed. The crowd turned to see a vehicle approaching. The car door opened, and three men stepped out. Someone recognized one of them as Su Mang, who had recently gained fame in the underworld. The leader was a tall, handsome man with sharp eyes. Su Mang stood beside him, looking respectful. Could he be Lord Chu? The crowd trembled at the sight of this man. Is this the legendary Lord Chu? Chu Chen? Team leader Lu and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. The legendary Lord Chu is really Chu Chen? How is that possible? Zhu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't Chu Chen just an ordinary person like them? How could he be a martial artist? How could he be the legendary Lord Chu? Zhou Haitao also looked dazed, unable to believe it. No wonder Chu Chen was so arrogant. No wonder Mr. Sun treated Chu Chen so politely. It turned out that Chu Chen was not an ordinary person. What's going on? Zhou Haitao's father noticed their expressions and frowned slightly. He is Mr. Sun's guest from last night. Zhou Haitao hesitated. "You useless fool!" Zhou Haitao's father angrily kicked him to the ground.
This useless waste actually offended the legendary Lord Chu? Zhou Haitao lowered his head, not daring to say more. Zhou Haitao's father shot a cold glance at Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan also lowered her head, not daring to breathe. Lord Chu has arrived. Bai Shuo showed a hint of anticipation on his face. Snake Lord also frowned slightly. He didn't expect Chu Chen to really dare to come. However, he still sneered, even if he comes, it won't matter. In this decisive battle, he will surely lose. Zheng Zhengse looked at Chu Chen, his eyes filled with hatred. His face was disfigured, and his legs were broken by his father. All of this was because of Chu Chen. He wished he could see Chu Chen die a miserable death immediately. Zhang Rongfa also looked serious. This time, cooperating with Hui Dao meant opposing Chu Chen again. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Chen slowly walked towards the lakeside. Whoosh! Chu Chen's figure flashed, stepping on the lake surface like a dragonfly skimming the water, quickly reaching the platform in the center of the lake. Bang! Chu Chen landed steadily on the platform. Hui Dao saw Chu Chen and sneered, "Kid, I didn't expect you to really dare to come and fight?" At this moment, his eyes were filled with a chilling coldness. Qiao Long is his disciple, and he has high hopes for him. Who would have thought he would be killed by Chu Chen? You injured Su Mang and Dong Zi. Today, I have come to take your life. Chu Chen said calmly, his hands behind his back, looking at Hui Dao. Everyone was taken aback. Chu Chen dared to say such arrogant words in front of Hui Dao? Su Mang and Dong Zi felt a surge of emotion in their hearts. Take my life? Hui Dao laughed heartily. Kid, I've seen many arrogant people, but I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you. Then you should consider yourself lucky to see it before you die, Chu Chen replied indifferently. You! Hui Dao felt a surge of anger. This kid actually dared to be so arrogant? Truly reckless. He looked at Chu Chen and sneered, in the past year, I've been trying to take that step to become a true heavenly level master, but I've always been just a bit short. Ha! Everyone was stunned. Hui Dao was not even a heavenly level master. Just half a step to it? Even Snake Master was taken aback, feeling a bit anxious. Damn! Hui Dao is not a heavenly level master. He turned to Zhang Rongfa, worry etched on his face. It's fine, even if he hasn't fully taken that step, he's still stronger than a half-step heavenly level. He's just a bit short of being a true heavenly level master, Zhang Rongfa explained. In his view, even if Hui Dao hadn't fully stepped into that realm, he was still stronger than Chu Chen, so there was nothing to worry about. Hui Dao looked at Chu Chen, arrogantly declaring, Kid, the reason I challenged you is to completely break through with this battle. Don't worry, you will never have the chance to break through in your life, Chu Chen said, looking at him calmly. Kid! Seeking death. Hui Dao's anger surged. This kid was truly arrogant. Aren't you just a half-step heavenly level? Let me cut you down with one strike. Hui Dao roared, wielding his long knife, charging towards Chu Chen with terrifying momentum. Hui Dao's aura was overwhelming, and the long knife in his hand gleamed with a cold light. He moved quickly, instantly appearing in front of Chu Chen, swinging the knife towards his forehead. Whoosh! Chu Chen's figure flickered, moving a meter to the side. Puff! The long knife struck the wooden platform, creating a crack in the floor. The crack was at least 2 meters long, the surface smooth and even. This showed just how terrifying Hui Dao's blade was. Seeing that his strike was ineffective, Hui Dao withdrew the long knife and made a horizontal slash towards Chu Chen. Whoosh! Chu Chen leaped back, dodging again. Kill! Hui Dao transformed the long knife's slash into a thrust, aiming for Chu Chen's chest. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent. He brought his fingers together and pointed. Clang! Chu Chen's fingers struck Hui Dao's long knife, producing a metallic clash. Hui Dao felt a terrifying force, causing his palm to tingle. This startled him. How could this young man's strength be so terrifying? This young man was indeed extraordinary. No wonder even Zhang Rongfa chose to yield. He roared, channeling his strength into the long knife. The cold gleam on the blade seemed even more terrifying. He twisted his wrist, redirecting the long knife to sweep towards Chu Chen's abdomen. Whoosh! Chu Chen's toes touched the ground, and with a whoosh, he retreated more than 2 meters. He couldn't even touch Chu Chen. Kill! After several failed attempts to injure Chu Chen, Hui Dao was furious. He wielded the long knife and charged again. He unleashed the Hu family's knife technique. Whether chopping, slashing, or thrusting, the angles were tricky. The long knife in his hand glimmered with a cold light, rapidly striking towards Chu Chen. The entire platform seemed filled with shadows of knives. It was terrifying. This is the Hu family's knife technique? Truly fearsome. Everyone looked towards the platform in the center of the lake, their faces filled with shock. The Hu family's knife technique was indeed unpredictable. No wonder, 10 years ago, Hui Dao single-handedly wiped out the Wu family. Chu Chen is in trouble. Everyone sighed.
Chu Chen was now merely passively dodging. However, some people's eyes sparkled with brilliance. They noticed that although Chu Chen had been avoiding attacks, Hui Dao had not managed to hurt him. Chu Chen was not at a disadvantage. Is Chu Chen really a martial arts master? Team leader Lu and the others looked at the battlefield, their faces filled with astonishment. This truly opened a new world for them. Zhu Yuan had a complex expression. No wonder Chu Chen looked down on her. It turned out they were not from the same world. Why hasn't he lost yet? Zheng Zhengsu was filled with rage. He thought Hui Dao would defeat Chu Chen in just 2 moves. Unexpectedly, after so long, Chu Chen was still fine. Zhang Rongfa also frowned slightly. It seems Hui Dao hasn't fully stepped out that step. His combat power is indeed somewhat lacking. He murmured to himself. In his view, if Hui Dao were a true heavenly level master, he would have defeated Chu Chen long ago. Snake Master had a serious expression, his face grave. He had already chosen Hui Dao, which meant betraying Chu Chen. As long as Chu Chen remained undefeated, he could not find peace. Swish! Hui Dao's long knife kept slashing out. The wooden platform was split open with crack after crack. Yet, he still couldn't hurt Chu Chen. One had to admit, Hui Dao's family knife technique was indeed impressive. If it were an ordinary person, even one who had fully stepped into the heavenly level, they would likely have been defeated by now. Unfortunately, he was facing Chu Chen. Swish! Another slash. Hui Dao still couldn't touch Chu Chen. He stopped, looking at Chu Chen with a gloomy face. Kid, is dodging all you can do? This kid's speed was too fast. He couldn't touch him at all. They all say your family knife technique is formidable, and I also want to see how powerful a so-called heavenly level master is. I didn't expect you would be like this. Chu Chen looked at Hui Dao and shook his head. You! Hui Dao's face flushed red. Did this kid look down on him? Truly infuriating. Kid, if you have the ability, don't dodge. He sneered, mocking. As you wish. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent, and with a whoosh, he charged straight at Hui Dao. Seeking death. Hui Dao sneered. He was filled with excitement inside. This kid actually dared to confront him head-on? He was indeed too young. He couldn't withstand the pressure at all. He roared, channeling his internal strength into the long knife, directly slashing at Chu Chen. Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent, his right hand like a knife, striking towards the long knife. Clang! The long knife snapped with a clang. Seeing this, Hui Dao's face changed in shock, and he hurriedly retreated. But Chu Chen's hand transformed into a palm, pursuing him. Boom! Put! Chu Chen's palm pressed against Hui Dao's chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he flew backward, crashing onto the platform's surface. Ah! He let out a painful scream. What? The spectators by the lake looked at the scene, all shuddering in shock. They couldn't have seen it wrong, could they? Hui Dao actually lost? How is that possible? Zheng Zhengsu's eyes widened, his expression one of disbelief. He had fantasized about Hui Dao defeating Chu Chen and then torturing him. Unexpectedly, Hui Dao actually lost. Zhang Rongfa and Snake Master also had their expressions changed drastically. Both stood up straight, staring intently at the platform in the center of the lake. Hui Dao lost? Was Chu Chen this strong? Damn, Chu Gu. Amazing. Ji Ba gasped in awe. He looked at Bai Shua and gave him a thumbs up. Old Bai, you guessed right again. Luckily, I followed you. At this moment, Bai Shua was also a bit surprised. Although he felt that Chu Chen was a mysterious person, he didn't expect that Chu Chen would actually defeat Hui Dao. And he did it with just one move. Master Chu is mighty. Among those present, Su Mang and Dongzi were the happiest. Ahem. Hui Dao coughed twice, looking at Chu Chen in shock. You are a heavenly level master? What? A heavenly level master? Everyone turned to look at Chu Chen in unison. Chu Chen was actually a heavenly level master? Only a heavenly level master could defeat Hui Dao so easily. Alright, you can go now. Your disciple has already paved the way for you in the Yellow Springs. Chu Chen looked at Hui Dao and said. Upon hearing this, Hui Dao's expression changed drastically. He looked at Zhang Rongfa and Shishi, shouting, Master Zhang, Master Shi, hurry up and help me kill Chu Chen. The two trembled at his words. If even Hui Dao was no match for Chu Chen, how could they dare to step forward? Do you think he will spare you after he kills me? Hui Dao sneered. Zhang Rongfa and Master Shi exchanged glances, a glint of coldness flashing in their eyes. Whoosh! 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 The two figures flickered and quickly reached the platform in the center of the lake. So there are two more rebellious ones? Chu Chen looked at the two, his eyes narrowing slightly. For some reason, under Chu Chen's gaze, Zhang Rongfa and Master Shi felt an inexplicable chill. It was as if they were facing a lofty emperor.
one who was filled with anger due to betrayal. Kid, you should consider your own status. Do you think you can make our Zhang family bow down? However, Zhang Rongfa still spoke ominously. That's right. Kid, what qualifications do you have to make the entire underground world of Jianchang respect you? Master Shi also said coldly. In truth, both of them were very anxious inside. But now that it had come to this, they could only fight. They both regretted it deeply. Damn it. Just a couple of days ago, Huidao was so full of confidence. Who would have thought he would be no match for Chu Chen? What a fool! Master Chu, we are here to assist you. Bai Shua and Jiba shouted and were about to rush over. No need, just a couple more ants. However, Chu Chen shook his head. Upon hearing this, Zhang Rongfa's face darkened to the extreme. After all, he was the head of the Zhang family, a master at the peak of the earth level. How could this kid call him an ant? Master Chu. So domineering. The onlookers around also sighed in admiration. Chu Chen faced 3 masters alone and remained so confident. Truly, he exuded an overwhelming aura. However, some felt that Chu Chen was being overly arrogant and would likely suffer for it later. Kill this scoundrel with me. Huidao roared, wielding a half-length blade, charging at Chu Chen. He had originally wanted to use the battle with Chu Chen to fully step into that realm and become a true heavenly-level master. Who would have thought? Chu Chen was so strong. Kill! Zhang Rongfa and Master Shi also growled, their internal energy surging as they charged forward together. The 3 held nothing back. They all knew that Chu Chen was powerful. If they couldn't kill Chu Chen, they would all lose their lives. Humph. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent, and with a whoosh, he met the attack head-on. Huidao was at the forefront. At this moment, the half-length blade in his hand shimmered with a cold light, directly stabbing towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen's right hand formed a fist, and the spiritual energy within him surged. Boom! He punched out, and the air seemed to explode. Huidao felt an inexplicable panic. He had a premonition that he was about to die in the next moment. His face changed drastically, and he hurriedly withdrew the half-length blade, blocking it in front of his chest. Clang! Chu Chen's fist struck the half-length blade. In an instant, the half-length blade broke again. Huidao's pupils constricted, and he wanted to retreat. However, Chu Chen's fist did not lose momentum, and the speed was too fast, instantly crashing into Huidao's chest. Crack! A sound of bones breaking echoed. Put! Ah! Huidao didn't even know how many ribs had broken. His entire chest caved in. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his body flew up, crashing heavily onto the platform. Wow! He spat out another mouthful of blood mixed with shattered heart. His expression was one of agony. Hiss! The onlookers all gasped in shock. Another move. Chu Chen defeated Huidao with just one more strike. Chu Chen's combat power was terrifying. Zhang Rongfa and Snake Elder, who were originally about to attack, suddenly stopped in their tracks. Both felt a chill run through their bodies, filled with fear. They thought that with the 3 of them attacking together, they could surely kill Chu Chen. They never expected that after just one exchange, Huidao was defeated again. What the hell is going on? The 2 exchanged glances and turned to flee. You came all this way, where do you think you're going? Chu Chen snorted coldly and, with a whoosh, chased after them. Bang! Chu Chen kicked Snake Elder back. Whoosh! Chu Chen pursued Zhang Rongfa again. Zhang Rongfa's face changed drastically, and he roared, throwing a punch at Chu Chen. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he struck out with a palm. Crack! Zhang Rongfa's fist instantly exploded, and even his arm shattered inch by inch. Ah! Zhang Rongfa let out a painful scream. Bang! Chu Chen's palm slammed into Zhang Rongfa's chest. Crack! Several of Zhang Rongfa's ribs broke, and he was sent flying backward, finally crashing down beside Snake Elder. The onlookers were all stunned. The 3 of them had attacked Chu Chen, and in the blink of an eye, they were all defeated? Chu Chen's combat power was truly terrifying. Dad! Zheng Zhengse shouted. At this moment, he was filled with terror. His father and the others had all failed? What should he do? At this moment, he felt like crying. His father was going to be killed because of him. Their Zhang family was going to be ruined because of him. Cough cough. Zhang Rongfa and Snake Elder both coughed a few times, their faces filled with pain. They looked at Chu Chen, their faces full of horror. Tap tap tap. Chu Chen, with an indifferent expression, slowly walked towards the 2. Mr. Chu, I was wrong. Please spare me. From now on, our Zhang family will respect you. Zhang Rongfa hurriedly knelt down, repeatedly bowing and begging for mercy. The crowd looked on, all with complex expressions. Zhang Rongfa was the head of the Zhang family, and the Zhang family was one of the 10 great families of Zhang City. Their status was incredibly noble. Yet at this moment, he was kneeling before Chu Chen, begging for mercy. Xu Yuan looked at Chu Chen, admiration shining in her beautiful eyes. Even a family as powerful as the Zhang family was trampled underfoot by Chu Chen. Chu Chen, this is a real man. Master Chu, I was wrong. Please spare me. Snake Elder also knelt down, repeatedly bowing. At this moment, both had no fighting spirit left. Moreover, both were injured. They had no combat power remaining. Chu Chen stood before them, his expression indifferent. I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you were born with a rebellious nature. I hate traitors the most. After saying that, Chu Chen pressed down with both hands. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the betrayal of the heavenly martial immortal emperor. Bang bang! Zhang Rongfa and Snake Elder's heads cracked open. Blood slowly flowed down their foreheads. Both widened their eyes and fell to the ground. At this moment, they were filled with regret. If they had known Chu Chen was this strong, they shouldn't have flattered Hui Dao. Instead, they should have been loyal to Chu Chen. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. Dad! Zhang Junx's eyes were about to burst, and he shouted. The crowd around them all gasped in shock. Zhang Rongfa, the head of the Zhang family, one of the 10 prominent families in Jiangcheng, was actually killed by Chu Chen with a single palm strike? Chu Chen was indeed decisive in his killings. Old Bai, I owe you another favor. Ji Ba looked at the corpse of Snake Master and swallowed hard. Fortunately, he listened to Bai Shua and did not choose to follow Hui Dao. Otherwise, he would probably be a corpse now too. Master Chu will definitely become a major figure in the future. Bai Shua looked at Chu Chen and said solemnly, such cultivation, such decisiveness in killing. It was clear he was an extraordinary person, someone destined for great achievements. Even Hui Dao was stunned. This kid was young, yet his methods were so straightforward and efficient. Chu Chen turned to Hui Dao and said lightly, the 2 traitors have already departed, you should also be on your way. Upon hearing this, Hui Dao's face changed drastically, his eyes filled with terror. He looked at Chu Chen and shouted, Chu Chen, do you know who I am? You can't kill me, otherwise, you will surely die. Is there anyone in this world I cannot kill? Chu Chen laughed directly. Kid, I am from the Longhu sect. Do you dare to kill me? Hui Dao looked at Chu Chen, sneering. What? The Longhu sect? Everyone around trembled at the mention. The Longhu sect was one of the 4 major martial arts sects in Dongjiang province, with many experts and formidable strength. Who would have thought Hui Dao was from the Longhu sect? I came to Jiangcheng to establish the Longhu sect, to serve the Longhu sect in the future. If you dare to kill me, the Longhu sect will not let you go. Hui Dao's words were filled with threats. After a pause, he continued, Chu Chen, your martial arts talent is quite good. If you let me go, I can recommend you to join the Longhu sect, and your future will have infinite possibilities. Join the Longhu sect? Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he said, what qualifications does it have to let me join? The crowd around looked at Chu Chen in shock. How powerful was the Longhu sect? Yet Chu Chen looked down on it so much? Wasn't that a bit too arrogant? Kid, do you know what kind of existence the Longhu sect is? Hui Dao looked at Chu Chen, sneering, don't think that just because you are a heavenly level expert, you are invincible. Let me tell you, on the martial arts path, heavenly level is just the beginning. Whether I am invincible or not, you won't have the chance to see. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he said, time to go. After saying that, he shot towards Hui Dao. Seeing this, Hui Dao's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly turned to flee. But he was not Chu Chen's opponent to begin with. Moreover, he was already seriously injured. How could he escape? In an instant, Chu Chen was in front of him. Bang! Chu Chen reached out and grabbed Hui Dao's neck. Chu Chen, don't be reckless. Crack! Before Hui Dao could finish his sentence, Chu Chen exerted a slight force. Hui Dao's neck snapped. Hui Dao's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Chu Chen in front of him. He never expected that even after bringing up the Longhu sect as his backing, Chu Chen would show no fear. He killed him so decisively. Dead? The onlookers by the lake were all in disbelief. 10 years ago, the infamous Hui Dao, who struck fear across Jiangcheng, was now dead just like that. They looked at Chu Chen's back, filled with awe. Chu Chen, decisive in killing. He was truly a killing star. Without any fear, Chu Chen searched Hui Dao's body and found a token. The token had the words Longhu sect inscribed on it. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he directly threw it into the lake. Then, he searched him again and found 2 medicinal herbs. The spiritual energy of these 2 herbs was extremely rich. This can't be called medicinal herbs, rather, it's spiritual medicine. Chu Chen's eyes lit up. He never expected Hui Dao to have spiritual medicine.
It seemed the Longhu sect was different from ordinary martial arts families. Finally, Chu Chen found a piece of rattan from Huidao. This piece of rattan was about 10 centimeters long, with some white patterns on its surface, resembling clouds.
Is this Yunmi rattan?
Chu Chen looked at the rattan with a face full of surprise.
Yunmi rattan is one of the main ingredients for refining the foundation establishment pill, and it cannot be replaced.
Chu Chen had already gathered all the materials needed to refine the foundation establishment pill.
He just lacked Yunmi rattan. Unexpectedly, Huidao had it. You really brought me a great gift. With Yunmi rattan, he could refine the foundation establishment pill. He would soon be able to break through to the foundation establishment stage. At that time, his combat power would see a significant leap. Thinking of this, excitement flickered in Chu Chen's eyes. Bang!
Chu Chen threw Huidao's corpse to the ground.
Whoosh!
He stepped on the water's surface, leaping back to the lakeside.
Master Chu!
Su Mang and Dong Zi approached Chu Chen, their faces filled with awe.
Today's Master Chu was incredible. Master Chu!
Bai Shua and Ji Ba also lowered their heads, their expressions respectful. If they had previously been somewhat unconvinced by Chu Chen, now they were completely convinced. Have someone take care of this, Chu Chen said to Su Mang, giving the order. After that, he walked away with his hands behind his back. Along the way, everyone automatically made way for him. All heads were bowed, expressions respectful. Zhu Yuan and Zhou Haitao wished they could bury their heads in their pants.
Both hoped that Chu Chen wouldn't notice them. In fact, Chu Chen had already seen the two.
But in his eyes, they weren't even worth considering.
He couldn't be bothered with them.
It wasn't until Chu Chen walked far away that everyone dared to lift their heads.
Mr.
Chu is not very old, but his aura is too strong.
Right.
When he passed by me just now, I almost lost my legs.
Mr. Chu is amazing. They looked at Chu Chen's back, their faces filled with admiration.
At this moment, a thought rose in their hearts in unison. A new star in the martial arts world of Jiangcheng is about to rise.
Slowly, at the Shin family, Shin Xingyun had 2 ribs broken by Chu Chen, so he lay in bed, recuperating. He did not go to watch the battle, because in his view, Chu Chen was destined to die. Want our Shin family's century-old ginseng? Dream on, Shin Xingyun sneered.
At that moment, his father, Shin Changming, walked in.
Dad, why are you here? Did Huidao and Chu Chen's duel have a result?
Seeing Shin Changming, Shin Xingyun asked with a smile.
Shin Changming nodded. Dad, it's a pity I couldn't get the Taiyan 9 needles from him.
Shin Xingyun smiled sinisterly. In his view, if Chu Chen lost, he would definitely be killed by Huidao.
Because Huidao was not a kind person. He was a ruthless man.
And Chu Chen had killed Huidao's disciple. Huidao would never let Chu Chen live.
Chu Chen is not dead, Shin Changming said. Not dead? Shin Xingyun was taken aback and said, Huidao has actually become so merciful.
It's not that he has become merciful, but that he couldn't kill Chu Chen. He
lost,
Shin Changming said solemnly.
What?
Shin Xingyun sat up straight in shock and exclaimed, Dad, what did you say?
Huidao lost. That's right. Shin Changming nodded. Huidao has been killed by Chu Chen. This, Shin Xingyun was in disbelief. Huidao actually lost. How could this be? So, does that mean Chu Chen is a heavenly level expert?
No wonder he was so arrogant, Shin Xingyun muttered to himself.
Dad, what should we do now? Chu Chen said he wants our 2-century-old ginseng. Are we really going to give it to him?
He looked at Shin Changming, speaking anxiously.
Chu Chen had asked him to bring the century-old ginseng to him today. He thought that Chu Chen would definitely die today. So he never considered giving the century-old ginseng to Chu Chen. Who would have thought that Chu Chen actually survived? Give it to him? He must be dreaming. Shin Changming sneered. Even if he is a heavenly level expert, so what? Our Shin family does not fear him.
Although Chu Chen was a heavenly level expert and had defeated Huidao, Shin Changming did not take Chu Chen seriously. He believed that Huidao was not a true heavenly level expert, so he speculated that Chu Chen had merely just broken through to the heavenly level. Their Shin family had quite a few heavenly level experts. He himself was also a heavenly level expert.
Not to mention that his father's cultivation was even higher. What was a Chu Chen worth? Good. Shin Xinyu nodded as well. Indeed, their Shin family had many experts. Why fear a Chu Chen?
If Chu Chen really had the guts, he should come to their Shin family to ask for ginseng.
I didn't expect him to be a heavenly level expert. It's really infuriating. Shin Xingyun looked displeased.
Chu Chen was so young, yet he was already a heavenly level expert. His martial arts talent was several times stronger than his.
Maybe he can advance to master in this life.
Shin Changming said solemnly.
What? Master?
Shin Xingyun trembled at the words.
In the path of martial arts, the heavenly level was a watershed.
Above the heavenly level was the master. Once a martial artist broke through to master, their combat power would undergo a qualitative leap.
Moreover, the path of martial arts would become even broader. Shu Chen's martial arts talent is that high?
He looked astonished.
His father actually thought so highly of Shu Chen?
It should be noted that even his grandfather had not yet broken through to master.
It's just a possibility. Shin Changming spoke. Breaking through to master is not that easy.
Shin Qingyun sneered. Regardless, we still need to keep a close eye on this young man, Shu Chen. But you don't need to worry too much. Just focus on recovering at home.
Shu Chen can't do anything to you. Shin Changming looked at Shin Qingyun and said solemnly. All right. Shin Qingyun nodded. He sneered inwardly. Want our Shin family's century-old ginseng? Shu Chen, I won't give it to you. What can you do about it?
On the other side,
after leaving Dingluo Lake, Shu Chen immediately rushed back to the Haoding Villa.
He took out the yunmi vine he had just obtained. Then, he took out the other materials for refining the Foundation Establishment Pill and the alchemy furnace he got from Master Chiu.
Foundation Establishment Pill. Shu Chen felt a surge of excitement.
He began to put these materials into the alchemy furnace according to a certain ratio and pattern.
He started refining the Foundation Establishment Pill. After more than 2 hours, Shu Chen opened the alchemy furnace.
Inside were 10 pills. The pills were the size of a thumb, round and shiny. They also emitted a faint medicinal fragrance. Just smelling it made him feel refreshed.
Not bad.
A look of joy appeared in Shu Chen's eyes. Although this alchemy furnace was not very good, at least he had refined 10 pills.
He immediately swallowed 2 Foundation Establishment Pills.
As soon as they entered his abdomen, the medicinal power of the pills was released.
Shu Chen operated the nameless technique and began to refine the medicinal power. As Shu Chen refined it, he felt his cells becoming active. The so-called Foundation Establishment was about opening up one's meridians and cleansing the marrow.
At this moment, Shu Chen's bones and muscles were undergoing tremendous changes. The energy mass in his dantian was also growing larger. In this way, Shu Chen used the Foundation Establishment Pills to temper his body and forge his flesh.
Boom!
After more than an hour, a powerful aura spread from Shu Chen's body.
Whoosh!
Shu Chen opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. With the help of the 2 Foundation Establishment Pills, he had finally broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm.
This is the feeling of cultivating immortality.
Shu Chen clenched his fist, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Although the Foundation Establishment stage is only one realm away from the Qi refinement stage, there is an essential difference between them. It can be said that breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage is truly stepping into the door of immortality cultivation. Once at the Foundation Establishment stage, one can also employ more methods of cultivation, such as setting up formations, inscribing talismans, and refining magical tools, among others.
One can even cast some spells. And
I can heal my mother's legs.
Shu Chen felt a surge of excitement within.
First, I need to take a shower. Shu Chen noticed a layer of black dirt on his body, which also emitted a foul odor. This was the filth expelled from his body after refining it.
After showering, Shu Chen took out the alchemy furnace again. This time, he was going to refine the black jade bone regrowth ointment. This is a mysterious ointment that can allow bones to regenerate. The medicinal materials needed for the black jade bone regrowth ointment are not particularly rare.
During this time, Shu Chen had already asked Su Mang and Pang Weishuang to help gather them. Now that he had broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage, he could refine it. He took out all the medicinal materials and placed them in the alchemy furnace in a specific order.
After more than an hour, the black jade bone regrowth ointment was completed.
Shu Chen poured it into a small bowl and immediately went to the living room. At that moment, Ning Shufang was watching television in the living room.
Mom, I'm here to treat you and help your legs recover. Shu Chen approached her.
I've gotten used to it, it's fine even if I can't stand up. Ning Shufang shook her head. She actually wanted to stand up, but she knew it was unlikely. She also didn't want to trouble Shu Chen too much.
Mom, this time you will definitely be able to stand up. Shu Chen rolled up her pant legs and applied the black jade bone regrowth ointment to the broken bones of Ning Shufang.
Then, he took out silver needles and inserted them into different acupoints on her legs. At the same time, his spiritual energy slowly flowed into Ning Shufang's legs. Ning Shufang felt a slight itch in her legs, as if something was growing. After more than 3 hours, the medicinal effect of the black jade bone regrowth ointment had been completely absorbed. Shu Chen looked at Ning Shufang and smiled. "Mom, try to stand up." Ning Shufang hesitated for a moment, then used her hands to support Shu Chen and slowly stood up. The next moment, she trembled all over, her face filled with surprise. I really stood up. She carefully took a few steps and found that her legs had truly healed. "I can walk. That's wonderful." Ning Shufang cried tears of joy. She had been in a wheelchair for 10 years. Although she often said she had gotten used to it and that it was fine even if she couldn't stand, deep down, she still longed to stand up. That way, at least she wouldn't have to trouble others for care. "Mom, I'm sorry for making you suffer." Seeing Ning Shufang's happy expression, Shu Chen felt a bit emotional. 10 years ago, Ning Shufang had been hit by a car while trying to find him, resulting in her broken legs. Over these 10 years, Ning Shufang had endured too much suffering. "It's okay, it has nothing to do with you." Ning Shufang wiped away Shu Chen's tears. She didn't want him to feel too guilty. "Xiao Hao, what was that you used on me just now?" Ning Shufang asked curiously. "It's an ointment I refined, called Black Jade Bone Regrowth Ointment," Shu Chen explained. "You refined it?" Ning Shufang was taken aback for a moment, then her eyes fixed on Shu Chen as she questioned, "Xiao Hao, have you entered the path of cultivation?" "Ha?" Shu Chen was stunned for a moment, surprised. "Mom, how do you know about cultivation? Wasn't his mother just an ordinary person? How could she know about cultivation?" "You really are a martial artist," Ning Shufang sighed. "Ever since you came back, I felt like you had become a different person. Not only have your skills improved, but you've also learned incredible medical techniques. I've wanted to ask you many times if you've embarked on the path of cultivation, but I never expected. You really have." As she spoke, a complex expression appeared on her face. She wasn't happy for Shu Chen at all. "Mom, how do you know about martial artists?" Shu Chen looked at Ning Shufang, curious. Ning Shufang glanced at Shu Chen and said, "Do you think I'm just some old woman who knows nothing and has never seen the world? That's not what I meant." Shu Chen touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Ning Shufang pursed her lips and said, "Actually, I'm the daughter of a prestigious martial arts family." "What?" Shu Chen was taken aback. His mother was a young lady from a noble family? How could that be? "What? Do I not look like a young lady?" Ning Shufang glared at him. "To be honest, sometimes you do look quite like one." Shu Chen looked up and down at Ning Shufang, nodding and smiling. He remembered that when he was young, his mother had an extraordinary aura in her every gesture. However, after years of hardship and taking care of him and his sister, she had gradually become worn and haggard. Since he returned, his mother had become even more frail. But after some time of recuperation, she had regained her former grace. "What do you mean sometimes?" Ning Shufang was so angry she wanted to hit him. "But it's normal, over 30 years have passed, and now I just look like an ordinary woman. How could I still look like a young lady?" Ning Shufang sighed. It was clear that her feelings were very complicated. "So how did you end up in Jiang City?" Shu Chen asked curiously. Ning Shufang pondered for a moment and said, "Because of your dad." "My dad?" Shu Chen was taken aback. "The Ning family didn't agree to you being with my dad, so they kicked you out of the Ning family? You came to Jiang City with my dad? That's about it." Ning Shufang looked out the window. "Back then, the Ning family wanted to marry me off to a young master from a big family, and that young master was exceptionally talented, a genius in martial arts. But I refused because I didn't like that genius at all, and I didn't like such family arrangements for marriage. So I ran away to clear my mind. Once, I got lost in the mountains and was bitten by a poisonous snake. Just when I thought I was going to die in the mountains, your dad appeared." "Ah?" Shu Chen had a strange expression. "Mom, are you sure this is how you met my dad? It sounds like a scene from a novel. Do you think I'm lying to you?" Ning Shufang glared at Shu Chen and raised her hand to hit him on the head. Shu Chen hurriedly dodged and changed the subject, asking, "What happened next?" "Your dad saved me and took me back to where he lived. It was a small courtyard in a bamboo forest. There, I spent the happiest time of my life." As Ning Shufang spoke, a happy smile appeared on her face. It was during that time that she and Shu Chen's father fell in love. The two quickly got together. However, not long after, the Ning family found her and wanted to take her back home. But Ning Shufang was unwilling to return. At that time, she was already pregnant. The Ning family was furious and demanded that she abort the child. Ning Shufang firmly refused. She threatened to die. In the end, the Ning family, enraged, expelled her from the family. They said your dad was just an ordinary man and had no right to enter the Ning family. Ning Shufang said, her face showing sadness. At that time, Shu Chen's father had suffered great humiliation. Later, because of your birth, to give you a better environment, your father and I brought you to Jiang City.
And then your sister was born.
Ning Shufang said slowly. After hearing this, Chuchen was lost in thought for a long time. He never expected that his mother and father had met in such a way. Moreover, such things had happened.
Mom, what exactly happened 22 years ago? Why did Dad disappear overnight? Chuchen looked at Ning Shufang and asked in a deep voice.
22 years ago, Chuchen was just 10 years old. That year, Xu Xiaoyu had just been born. One night, after waking up, Chuchen never saw his father again.
He cried very sadly at that time.
Ning Shufang told him that his father had gone out of town for work and would be back by the end of the year. But during the new year, his father did not return.
And year after year, he never came back. He never returned again. At first, Chuchen kept pestering Ning Shufang, asking where his father had gone.
Later, as he grew up, he stopped asking, because he realized that every time he asked, his mother would be sad once. He didn't want to see his mother hurt. But now that the past was being discussed, Chuchen really wanted to know. Where did his father go? What happened? Upon hearing this, Ning Shufang's face showed a hint of sadness. Her nose felt slightly sour, and her eyes were red as she said, I don't know either.
Your dad said he had something to do that night and then never came back. What? Chuchen's whole body trembled. Even his mother didn't know what had happened?
During that time, your dad's behavior was very mysterious. He seemed very anxious. And we moved several times, as if we were avoiding something. He also instructed that if he didn't come back, we must move again.
Ning Shufang spoke. Avoiding what? Chuchen frowned upon hearing this. Could it be that he was avoiding enemies? But wasn't his father just an ordinary person? What enemies could he have? By the way, your dad left something behind. Ning Shufang walked into the room and took out a small box. Chuchen opened the box and found a dragon-shaped jade pendant inside. This dragon-shaped jade pendant didn't seem particularly exquisite, but it had a bit of an ancient feel. Chuchen took a look and found nothing special about it. Did my dad say anything? Chuchen asked curiously. He didn't say anything.
Ning Shufang shook her head and said, he said everything depends on fate.
Depends on fate?
Chuchen was puzzled upon hearing this. What fate? He carefully examined it again but still found nothing special. Suddenly, he felt a stir in his heart, and his spiritual power flowed into the dragon-shaped jade pendant.
The next moment, the dragon-shaped jade pendant emitted a dazzling light. Chuchen couldn't help but close his eyes.
When he opened them again, he found himself in a mysterious space. And in front of him, there was a figure. This was a pitch-black mysterious space. In front of the space stood a figure. The figure had its back to Chuchen, towering high, as if it reached the heavens.
Dad?
Seeing this figure, Chuchen felt an unprecedented sense of familiarity. This was his father.
I didn't expect you to ultimately walk this path. The figure actually responded. Dad, is it really you? Chuchen exclaimed excitedly, shouting, Dad, where have you been? We miss you so much.
At this moment, Chuchen's throat felt choked, and tears couldn't help but flow down. Since that night when he was 10 years old, he had never seen his father again. If he counted the experiences he had in the immortal realm, he hadn't seen his father for over 10,000 years.
I also don't know where I will ultimately go.
Chuchen's father looked ahead and murmured, However, since you have chosen this path, then cultivate well. I won't leave you anything, because only by walking your own path can you become a true supreme being. However, you can keep this dragon-shaped jade pendant. Perhaps one day it will help you gain great opportunities.
Chuchen's father spoke as he walked away. Dad, don't go. Dad, where are you going? Dad. Chuchen's expression was frantic as he rushed forward. But no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't catch up to his father's footsteps. Instead, they grew further apart. Dad. Chuchen's eyes turned red as he shouted loudly.
However, when you can catch up to my pace, we
might meet again.
After saying this, Chuchen's father disappeared into a vortex ahead.
Chuchen felt a dazzling light flash before him.
He couldn't help but close his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself back in reality.
Xiao Hao, what's wrong with you?
Ning Shufan looked at Chuchen, her expression tense.
Why were you staring blankly just now, calling out for your dad and crying so sadly? Chuchen wiped away a tear and said, Mom, I saw Dad. What? Ning Shufan's body trembled, and she asked excitedly, How is he? Where is he? I don't know either. Chuchen shook his head. To be precise, I saw a shadow of him left in this dragon-shaped jade pendant. A shadow? Ning Shufan's face froze.
My dad is not an ordinary person, he is also a cultivator, Chuchen said solemnly.
What?
Ning Shufan trembled at his words, her expression dazed.
After a while, she murmured, then why didn't he say anything? If he had, the Ning family wouldn't have humiliated him like that back then. And why didn't he resist back then? Why did he act like an ordinary person? The Ning family had been so excessive back then. But Chuchen's father showed no reaction. He was completely like an ordinary person. Maybe my dad had his reasons, Chuchen speculated. If the Ning family had known he was a cultivator, perhaps they wouldn't have treated him that way. Ning Shufan looked pained. Mom, don't worry, my dad is not dead. I will definitely find him. Chuchen's face showed determination. Really? Ning Shufan's nose tinged with sourness, and tears couldn't help but flow down. After all these years, she had lost hope in him. She never expected. He was still alive? That's wonderful. Xiao Hao, I've heard that the martial arts world is very cruel. Now that you've embarked on the path of a warrior, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. She looked at Chuchen, worry etched on her face. Although she had never stepped into the path of cultivation, the Ning family was an ancient and powerful clan. She knew some things about the martial arts world. Mom, don't worry, I will be fine. Chuchen looked at her and said, I will make you proud. I will make the Ning family regret driving you out back then. One day, I will make the Ning family lay out a 10-mile red carpet to welcome you back. As he spoke, Chuchen exuded an incredible confidence. He could tell that his mother still cared deeply about being driven out of the Ning family back then. Since that was the case, he would help her regain the dignity she had lost. Ning Shufan trembled at his words. When she was driven out of the Ning family, she had suffered great humiliation. Especially the faces of those people. It was truly too ugly. Even her mother had been implicated. Some people from the Ning family had even humiliated her, saying that the child in her womb would be a waste, only tarnishing the Ning family's bloodline. Over the years, although she had gradually let go, deep down, she still felt a bit unwilling. She had fantasized about one day bringing Chuchen back and loudly telling the Ning family, my son is not a waste. But she knew that this was unlikely. Because to make the Ning family acknowledge her son's excellence, her son had to be a true dragon among men. So she had never spoken to Chuchen about the past. She didn't want him to bear too much. But now, hearing Chuchen's words, a spark of impulse ignited within her. However, she still forced a bitter smile and said, if you want the Ning family to welcome me back, it might not be easy. Back then, they even told your father that to step into the Ning family's door, he would have to stand at the peak of the 7 provinces of South China. The peak of the 7 provinces of South China? Chuchen said proudly, what does that count for? He had once been the immortal emperor, standing at the pinnacle of the entire immortal realm. What were the 7 provinces of South China to him? Mom, don't worry, that day won't be far off. Chuchen looked at Ning Shufang and said solemnly. For some reason, seeing the confident look in Chuchen's eyes, Ning Shufang actually began to believe him a little. Ning Shufang nodded, I believe you, but you must not put yourself in too much danger for the sake of cultivation. It's fine, I know my limits. Chuchen reassured her. After learning a bit more about the events of that rainy night 22 years ago, Chuchen returned to his room. He stood by the window, quietly looking outside. He never expected that his mother was actually the daughter of a prominent family. Moreover, his father was not an ordinary person either. Where did Dad go? Chuchen murmured to himself. In the whirlpool his father had entered, Chuchen vaguely saw a blurred ancient city. What was that place? And what level of cultivation does my dad have? In that mysterious space, his father's figure was incredibly powerful. Chuchen estimated it to be at least the Great Ascension level. It should be noted that was just a shadow left by his father. How strong was his father's true power? Could it be that Dad has become an immortal? Chuchen's heart trembled. Who exactly was his father? How could he transcend tribulation and become an immortal on earth? And where did he go? Since his father was so strong, why was he an ordinary person when he was with his mother? Was it possible that his father was injured at that time and lost all his cultivation? Also, what exactly happened 22 years ago? Why did his father suddenly leave? Did he really encounter an enemy? No, I need to investigate this clearly. Chuchen's eyes flickered with a cold light. He went directly to Longhu Mountain Villa. Master Chu, what brings you here? Su Mang greeted Chuchen respectfully upon seeing him. Look into whether anything special happened in Jiangqing 22 years ago, Chuchen instructed. 22 years ago? Su Mang was taken aback and asked, what should I focus on? Chuchen pursed his lips and said, see if there was a battle between martial artists or any strange incidents. Got it. Su Mang nodded, I'll send someone to check right away. Then, Chuchen called Ying and Pang Weishuang, asking them to help investigate as well. 22 years ago? Both women showed confusion on their pretty faces. At that time, wasn't Chu Chen just a child? What was he trying to find out? However, they didn't ask further and readily agreed. Bring Bai Shua and Ji Ba here, Chu Chen said to Su Mang. Okay. Su Mang immediately made the call. Soon, Bai Shua and Ji Ba arrived. Master Chu. The two stood before Chu Chen, their expressions respectful. After today's decisive battle at Luohu, they felt genuine awe towards Chu Chen. They were also wholeheartedly following him now. Chu Chen took out 4 foundation establishment pills and said, each of you take one, and I will help you refine the medicinal power. As for how much you can break through, that depends on your own fortune. Pills? Bai Shua and Ji Ba both showed astonishment. It should be known that pills were of great help to martial artists. Therefore, for martial artists at their level, pills were quite rare. Of course, some large families or martial arts sects might have quite a few pills, but it seemed that Master Chu didn't have any significant background, right? How could Master Chu have elixirs? Su Mang and Dongzi were extremely excited, because last time, Chu Chen had given them an elixir, and they had directly broken through from the yellow level to the Xian level. At this moment, without any hesitation, the two of them consumed the foundation establishment pill. Bai Shua and Ji Ba exchanged glances and also swallowed it without delay. If Master Chu wanted to harm them, he wouldn't go through all this trouble. Moreover, the elixir smelled wonderfully refreshing. The fatigue of the entire day vanished. It didn't seem like poison at all. As soon as the foundation establishment pill entered their stomachs, the 4 felt a rich medicinal power spreading throughout their bodies. They felt their muscles come alive. The 4 were incredibly excited. This elixir was too powerful. Sit cross-legged, I'll help you refine the medicinal power, Chu Chen said, taking out silver needles and inserting them into different acupoints on the 4. After more than half an hour, the 4 gradually awakened. Mangu, I've broken through to the earth level. Dongzi looked at Su Mang, his face filled with excitement. So have I. Su Mang was equally thrilled. Not long ago, both of them were merely at the yellow level. But how long had it been? They had actually broken through to the earth level? Previously, they thought that if they could break through to the Xian level in their lifetime, it would be like their ancestors' graves smoking with green. Who would have thought? They were now earth level experts. This was something they wouldn't have dared to imagine before. And all of this was thanks to Master Chu. The two looked at Chu Chen, their eyes filled with immense admiration and fervor. Following Master Chu was the most correct decision of their lives. It was also the greatest opportunity of their lives. This, Bai Shua and Ji Ba exchanged glances, their faces also showing shock, because they had actually broken through to the heaven level. What the hell? What was going on? This was insane. Just one elixir, and they had broken through? The two felt like shouting to the heavens in exhilaration. I'm finally a heaven-level expert too. It only took more than half an hour. Who else is there? Thank you, Master Chu. The two knelt on one knee, looking up at Chu Chen, their faces filled with gratitude. They thought they would never have the chance to break through to the heaven level in their lives. Who would have thought they would break through all at once? It felt like a dream. And all of this was because of Chu Chen. If you are not loyal, the fate of Snake Master will be yours, Chu Chen said coldly, looking at the two. They shuddered and replied in unison, we will absolutely be loyal to Master Chu in this life. Their words were heartfelt. Moreover, they had a premonition that by following Chu Chen, their martial arts journey was far from over. They would not stop at the heaven level. Perhaps they could break through to the master level, even to an even higher realm. Alright, get up. Come with me to the Shin family, Chu Chen said casually. To the Shin family? The four were stunned upon hearing this. Master Chu, what do you need to do at the Shin family? Su Mang asked curiously. The young master of the Shin family owes me 200-year-old ginseng. I need to go get it back, Chu Chen replied calmly. It was already evening. However, Shin Qingyun had not brought the 200-year-old ginseng from the Shin family to find him, so he had to go to the Shin family himself. What? The four trembled at this. Master Chu was looking for trouble. Master Chu, the Shin family is ranked third among the 10 great families in Jiangcheng, with many experts. There are even quite a few heaven-level experts. Bai Shua hesitated for a moment and said cautiously. His implication was that even if they had 3 heaven-level experts on their side, they probably couldn't act arrogantly in the Shin family. However, Chu Chen remained indifferent. Just follow me. With that, Chu Chen clasped his hands behind his back and walked out. Su Mang and the others exchanged glances and followed him. Before long, the 5 arrived at the Shin family. The Shin family was the third largest family in Jiangcheng, with formidable strength. The Shin family courtyard covers a vast area, with a grand entrance intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes. At this moment, 2 security guards dressed in black stood at the entrance. These two guards were surprisingly masters at the Shen level. Goodness. Truly worthy of being the third largest family in Jiangcheng. Su Mang and Dong Zi looked at the two men, feeling a wave of emotion. Fortunately, they had already broken through to the earth level. Otherwise, wouldn't they just be standing at the door of the Shen family? Who are you? The two security guards looked at Chu Chen and the others, asking coldly. Call Shen Xingyun out to see me, Chu Chen replied indifferently. The young master? The two guards' expressions froze, and they asked, what do you want with the young master? He owes me something, Chu Chen said with an indifferent expression. Owes you something? The two exchanged glances, then looked at Chu Chen and coldly said, Kid, I think you're looking for death. What kind of status does the young master have? How could he possibly owe someone something, let alone owe it to this kid? This kid clearly looked like he was here to cause trouble. Daring to come to the Shen family to stir up trouble? You really must be tired of living. The two shouted angrily, and with a loud bang, their eyes turned icy as they charged at Chu Chen. The Shen family is not a place you can enter. Die. Their words were chilling. Just standing guard, yet acting so high and mighty? Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he swiftly waved his right hand. Slap. Slap. Two crisp sounds echoed. Bang. The heads of the two men exploded. They were dead beyond recovery. The Shen family is not a place I can enter? Today, I have entered. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked into the Shen family courtyard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Chu Chen stepped into the Shen family courtyard, figures began to flicker in. These were all experts from the Shen family. The lowest among them were at the Shen level, and several were at the earth level. Who are you? How dare you invade the Shen family? Are you looking for death? They looked at Chu Chen, all speaking coldly. Call Shen Xingyun out to see me, Chu Chen said, still with his hands behind his back. Who do you think you are? They all sneered coldly. Let's kill them together. They shouted angrily and charged at Chu Chen. They could tell that Chu Chen and his group were not here for a friendly visit. Since that was the case, they would just kill them. Get lost. Su Mang shouted angrily and charged forward. Dong Zi and the other three also rushed in together. Su Mang and Dong Zi were already earth-level experts, plus Bai Shua, who was a celestial-level expert. How could these Shen family experts be their match? Soon, all of them lay on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, the commotion attracted more experts from the Shen family. They looked at Chu Chen and the others, all with wary expressions. Shen Xingyun, get out here. Chu Chen, too lazy to pay attention to these people, shouted loudly. His voice echoed throughout the Shen family. Ha! Shen Xingyun, who had been resting in bed, trembled at that moment. Chu Chen? He hurriedly jumped out of bed and left the room. Many high-ranking members of the Shen family, upon hearing Chu Chen's shout, were also momentarily stunned, then rushed towards the front courtyard. Soon, the area of the front courtyard was filled with Shen family experts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures flickered in. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura. The family head has arrived. The members of the Shen family looked at these few people with respectful expressions. These were the top experts of the Shen family. Leading them was the head of the Shen family. Shen Changming. Who are you? Shen Changming looked at Chu Chen and asked coldly. Chu Chen, is it really you? At that moment, a voice of surprise came. Shen Xingyun rushed to Shen Changming's side, looking at Chu Chen in shock. Ha! Shen Changming was momentarily stunned and exclaimed, You are Chu Chen? He knew Chu Chen, but he had never met him. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him was Chu Chen, and he even came to their Chu family to cause trouble? Chu Chen, what are you doing at our Chu family? Shen Xingyun looked at Chu Chen and said coldly, You owe me 200-year-old ginseng. What do you think I'm here for? Chu Chen replied indifferently. Ha! The members of the Shen family were all taken aback. The young master actually owed this young man something? And it was 200-year-old ginseng? What was going on? Shen Xingyun's face turned angry as he shouted, Chu Chen, not only did you injure me, but you also want our Shen family's ancestral ginseng? You really have some nerve. What? The many experts of the Shen family all turned to look at Chu Chen. This kid was actually eyeing their ancestral ginseng? How arrogant! When you were eyeing my Taiyan 9 needles, why didn't you say anything? Chu Chen looked at Shen Xingyun and said lightly, If it weren't for my strength, the Taiyan 9 needles would have been taken by you, right? At this moment, I wouldn't even be standing here, would I? Shen Xingyun didn't respond, his face serious, because what Chu Chen said was the truth. If it weren't for Chu Chen's strength, he would have dealt with him last night and forced him to hand over the Taiyan 9 needles. However, he still sneered, Chu Chen, you really have some nerve to come to our Shen family to cause trouble. Do you know what kind of existence our Shin family is?
Since I dare to come, there's nothing to be afraid of. Chu Chen placed his hands behind his back and said lightly, as for what kind of existence your Shin family is, I
don't care. What did you say? Kid, are you looking for death? Damn it, I want to go up and slap him to death.
As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the members of the Shin family all shouted angrily. Their Shin family was the third largest family in Jiangcheng. Usually, when others came to their Shin family's courtyard, they would lower their heads and be respectful.
But this kid, upon arriving here, dared to be so arrogant? It was as if he didn't take their Shin family seriously at all, truly seeking death.
Especially the younger generation of the Shin family, they were itching to rush up and kill Chu Chen. They had no idea about Chu Chen's strength.
They thought they could defeat Chu Chen with one move.
Shin Changming and the others also had extremely dark expressions.
This kid dared to look down on the Shin family right in front of them? Truly the height of arrogance. Bai Shuo and Ji Ba swallowed hard.
In their minds, the Shin family was a colossal entity that could not be offended.
Yet Chu Chen seemed completely unconcerned. Chu Chen was truly exuding dominance. Chu Chen, I see you're arrogantly ignorant. Shin Qingyun looked at Chu Chen with a mocking expression. Why waste so many words with him? Let me kill him. An Earth-level expert from the Shin family angrily shouted and charged at Chu Chen. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent, just about to slap him to death. Master Chu, let me handle this.
Su Mang shot forward with a whoosh, ready to engage. He had already broken through to the Earth level and wanted to improve himself through actual combat.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Soon, the two were in a fierce battle.
Whoosh!
At that moment, another expert from the Shin family rushed over.
Humph! Dong Zi snorted coldly and charged to meet him. Bang! 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 The battle was extremely intense. Ha! The members of the Shin family were all taken aback. Chu Chen's two followers were also Earth-level experts? Kill!
At this moment, two people beside Shin Changming suddenly charged at Su Mang and Dong Zi. Both were heaven-level experts. They were already among the top experts of the Shin family. Su Mang and Dong Zi's expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly dodged.
Boom! The ground cracked. Damn it, bullying people?
Ji Ba roared angrily and charged forward. Bai Shuo also rushed in with a whoosh to engage.
Boom! Boom!
Soon, the four were locked in a fierce battle. The members of the Shin family all widened their eyes, disbelief written all over their faces.
These two were actually heavenly level experts?
Even Shin Qingyun was stunned.
When did two heavenly level experts appear beside Chu Chen? Are heavenly level experts now worthless? So that's why they dared to come here to cause trouble, bringing along two earth level experts and two heavenly level experts.
At this moment, someone walked up beside Shin Changming. His name was Shin Changfeng, and he was also a heavenly level expert.
But who can protect you next?
Shin Changfeng looked at Chu Chen and sneered. Changfeng, don't act recklessly, he is also a heavenly level expert, Shin Changming reminded.
What? Shin Changfeng was taken aback. This kid is also a heavenly level expert? However, he still sneered. So what if he is a heavenly level expert?
Coming to our Shin family to cause trouble, there is only one outcome.
And that is death.
After saying that, he stomped his feet, and with a loud bang, charged directly at Chu Chen. Shin Changfeng's eyes were filled with a chilling malice.
What kind of existence was the Shin family in Jiangcheng? The third largest family. Who wasn't respectful to the Shin family on ordinary days? This kid actually dared to come here to cause trouble? And he even had his eyes on their family's century-old ginseng? He was truly tired of living. Die!
In an instant, Shin Changfeng was in front of Chu Chen. A cold, eerie light flickered on his palm as he reached for Chu Chen's throat.
If he was caught, Chu Chen would undoubtedly die.
Humph! Chu Chen let out a cold grunt, his left hand forming a fist, and he punched out.
Boom!
It was as if the air exploded.
Bang!
Chu Chen's fist collided with Shin Changfeng's palm. Shin Changfeng's palm exploded. Blood splattered everywhere.
Ah!
Shin Changfeng let out a painful scream. His face changed drastically as he tried to retreat and create distance from Chu Chen. But Chu Chen's fist showed no signs of slowing down, and with incredible speed, it slammed into his chest.
Boom!
His chest was directly pierced through.
Put!
Shin Changfeng spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his shattered heart. He looked down at the hole in his chest, then raised his head to look at Chu Chen, his eyes filled with disbelief.
He was a heavenly level expert. How could he be defeated by Chu Chen with just one punch? How was that possible? He began to doubt whether he was dreaming. He wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, all that came out was blood foam. He struggled for a moment, then his head tilted. He was dead. A heavenly level expert just died like that. Silence. The scene was utterly silent. Even the Shin family's experts who were fighting against Su Mang and the others stopped at this moment. The only sound was the gentle breeze passing by. Chong Feng. In the next moment, Shin Changming and the others shouted loudly. How is this possible? The members of the Shin family also widened their eyes, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Young Master Feng was one of their Shin family's top combat powers. A genuine heavenly level expert. He was actually killed by Chu Chen with a single punch? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't have believed it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shin Xingyun was also in a daze, muttering to himself. How could Chu Chen be so strong? He simply couldn't accept the scene before him. Damn it! This is insane. Young Master Chu has defied the heavens. Su Mang and the others exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. Young Master Chu seemed even stronger tonight than he was at Dingluo Lake today. Could it be that young Master Chu's cultivation had broken through again? Chu Chen's expression was calm as he withdrew his left hand. Bang! Shin Changfeng's corpse fell to the ground. Changfeng, Shin Changming and the others all shouted. They were all on the verge of tears, their eyes bloodshot. Shin Changfeng was of the same generation as them, a heavenly level expert. And now he was dead? At the same time, they looked at Chu Chen, their faces filled with shock. One punch to kill a heavenly level master? What level of cultivation does Chu Chen have? Changfeng was just careless for a moment. He's not that strong. Shin Changming glared at Chu Chen, his face filled with rage. Chu Chen, you deserve to die. I deserve to die? But the one lying on the ground is your brother. Chu Chen took a tissue from his pocket and carefully wiped the blood from his hands. The members of the Shin family were infuriated by Chu Chen's actions, nearly exploding with rage. Damn! This kid killed Master Feng and still dares to be so arrogant? Despicable. The younger disciples were itching to rush up and kill Chu Chen. However, they only thought about it. After all, even a heavenly level master was killed by Chu Chen with one punch. If they went up, wouldn't it be a futile death? I'm not a bloodthirsty person. I came to your Shin family just to ask for a bit of integrity. Chu Chen looked at Shin Changming and the others, speaking calmly. You want our Shin family's century-old ginseng, and you still dare to talk about integrity? Shin Xingyun's face was filled with anger. You covet my Taiyan 9 needles and have even attacked me twice. These 2 century-old ginseng are the price you pay. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he spoke. Shin Xingyun was momentarily speechless. It was indeed they who acted first. However, he still sneered. Chu Chen, don't be too arrogant. Even if you are powerful, so what? Our Shin family has many experts, and there are even quite a few heavenly level masters. Do you think you are invincible? As he spoke, he wore a smug expression. Many heavenly level masters? Then I'll just kill a few more. Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent, and with a whoosh, he charged straight at Shin Changming. Shin Changming's face changed in shock, and he hurriedly retreated. Kid, don't be too arrogant. At that moment, a furious roar came. A heavenly level master from the Shin family, filled with terrifying killing intent, charged at Chu Chen. He was Shin Changfeng's biological brother. Therefore, he harbored endless hatred for Chu Chen. At this moment, the power within him surged, channeling into his fist as he struck at Chu Chen. You don't know how to die. Chu Chen snorted coldly and punched out. Bang! The fist of the Shin family's heavenly level master exploded. Ah! He let out a painful scream. Be careful! Shin Changming's face changed drastically as he shouted. This man was also panicking inside and hurriedly retreated. But Chu Chen closed in, grabbing his neck with one hand. With a slight exertion, crack! A sound of bones breaking echoed. The Shin family's heavenly level master widened his eyes, staring in shock at Chu Chen. Then, his head tilted. He was dead. Another heavenly level master had died. The members of the Shin family erupted in chaos. They looked at Chu Chen, their faces filled with horror. How could Chu Chen be so strong? How is this possible? Shin Xingyun was momentarily stunned. If Uncle Changfeng was careless earlier, then what about Uncle Changsheng now? Changsheng! Shin Changming roared. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, exuding a terrifying aura. He glared at Chu Chen and shouted, Chu Chen, you dare to kill 2 of our Shin family's heavenly level masters. Tonight, you will die. This kid is very strong. Let's all attack together. Shin Changming howled, his internal energy surging, radiating a terrifying presence. Kill! The other heavenly level masters of the Shin family also roared in anger, charging towards Chu Chen. Including Shin Changming, there were a total of 15. This was the foundation of the Shin family. At this moment, each of them was filled with rage, eager to kill Chu Chen. Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he shook his head inside. I really just wanted 2-century-old ginseng. Why do you have to force me to kill? After saying that, he whooshed and instantly appeared in front of a heavenly level master from the Shin family, who had just broken through last month. At this moment, seeing Chu Chen suddenly appear in front of him, he was taken aback and roared in anger, throwing a punch at Chu Chen. However, at that moment, Chu Chen pointed a finger. Bang! His head exploded like a watermelon. 1. A cold voice came from Chu Chen's mouth. It was as if the voice of the king of hell. Bang! The headless corpse fell to the ground. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he punched to the right. Another heavenly level expert died. 2. The icy voice rang out again. Bang! After killing this person, Chu Chen kicked to the right. At that moment, a heavenly level expert from the Shin family was about to sneak attack Chu Chen. Seeing Chu Chen's foot, he initially didn't pay it any mind, but for some reason, he suddenly felt an inexplicable panic, as if he was about to die the next moment. His face changed drastically, and he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Bang! Chu Chen's foot struck his arms. Crack! In an instant, his arms were broken. Boom! Even his chest collapsed. Put! He flew up, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered heart. Boom! He crashed hard against a distant tree trunk. Finally, he fell to the ground, struggled a few times, and then could no longer move. Dead. 3. Chu Chen said. Whoosh! After killing this person, Chu Chen's figure flashed and he appeared behind another person. He pressed out a palm. Bang! There was a clear palm print on this person's back and chest. He also let out a cry and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he fell to the ground. He could no longer get up. 4. The cold number came from Chu Chen's mouth, as if the Grim Reaper was reaping lives on Earth. Whoosh! Chu Chen disappeared again, appearing in front of a person, and punched out. Boom! This person's chest was directly pierced. 5. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, Chu Chen's figure flickered, continuously attacking. 6, 7, 8, 9. Each number echoed in this space. Every number spoken from Chu Chen's mouth represented a life lost. And it was the life of a heavenly level expert. The remaining heavenly level experts of the Shin family dared not approach anymore. At this moment, they looked at Chu Chen, their faces filled with terror. Heavenly level experts in front of Chu Chen were completely like leeks, casually reaped by Chu Chen. If it weren't for the fact that they were also heavenly level experts, they would doubt whether heavenly level experts were very weak. The others from the Shin family were also silent at this time. Everyone stared blankly at Chu Chen, unable to say a word. Their heavenly level experts had been easily killed by Chu Chen in large numbers. What else was there to say? How is this possible? How could you be so strong? Shin Qingyun's eyes widened, his expression one of disbelief. He thought that with so many heavenly level experts from the Shin family surrounding Chu Chen, they would surely be able to take him down quickly. Unexpectedly, not only did they fail, but they were also killed by Chu Chen in such numbers. Chu Chen was too strong. Master Chu is domineering. Su Mang and the others gasped in awe. Tonight, Master Chu was too strong, completely overturned their imagination. Previously, they thought heavenly level experts were powerful and terrifying. But at this moment, they felt heavenly level experts were nothing much. Shin Changming was equally shocked inside. At the same time, he was filled with endless sorrow. These heavenly level experts were the top combat power of the Shin family. Now, suddenly losing more than half? Truly, a huge loss. He looked at Chu Chen, his expression serious. Earlier, he thought Chu Chen had just broken through to the heavenly level. Now it seemed that was not the case. Chu Chen is probably at the peak of the heavenly level, or even at the great perfection of the heavenly level. Damn it! When did such a powerful figure emerge in Jiang City? And they, the Shin family, just had to offend him. I said, I only want 200-year-old ginseng. Why do you insist on seeking death? Chu Chen looked at the members of the Shin family and shook his head. The members of the Shin family were all furious but dared not speak. You want our family's treasured 100-year-old ginseng. What more do you want? Moreover, you have already killed so many of our heavenly level experts. Can you stop looking so helpless? You're really asking for a beating. I don't believe it. You really are that strong. Shin Changming roared, charging at Chu Chen with terrifying momentum. Chu Chen had killed so many from the Shin family. As the head of the family, he had to make a statement. Otherwise, how could he maintain his position in the Shin family? At this moment, his right hand formed a fist, channeling all his internal strength into it. He was a master at the peak of the heavenly level. With this punch, even steel would be pierced through. This could be said to be his strongest strike.
The air seemed to explode. The members of the Shin family held their breath. The head of the family was making a move. Hopefully, he could deal with this kid. Shin Xingyun was also extremely tense. If even his father couldn't handle Chu Chen, then tonight their Shin family would suffer a huge loss. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he met the attack with a palm. Boom! The collision of fist and palm suddenly produced a loud sound. Crack! A sound of bones breaking echoed. Ah! Shin Changming let out a scream. His fist shattered in Chu Chen's palm. Even bones were protruding from his arm. His face changed drastically as he hurriedly stepped back, but Chu Chen's palm pursued him, instantly crashing into his chest. Poof! Shin Changming's face contorted in pain as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew backward, crashing heavily onto a nearby rockery. Dad! Head of the family. The members of the Shin family were all stunned at this scene. Their head of the family was actually defeated? And Chu Chen had only used one palm? How could this be possible? Shin Xingyun was also in shock, his face filled with disbelief. His father was a master at the peak of the heavenly level. How could he be defeated by a single palm from Chu Chen? He felt as if he were dreaming. Damn! Ji Ba also exclaimed. Shin Changming was the head of the Shin family. In their eyes, he was a true big shot. Yet now he had been defeated by Chu Chen? This is just. Chu Chen is too outrageous. Cough, cough. Shin Changming coughed, spitting out another mouthful of blood. After exchanging blows with Chu Chen, he felt an overwhelmingly domineering and terrifying force. Fortunately, he was wearing a precious armor. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee he would still be alive at this moment. But even so, several of his ribs were broken. His internal organs were in excruciating pain. Could it be that you are at the great perfection of the heavenly level? He looked at Chu Chen in horror. What? Great perfection of the heavenly level? Shin Xingyun was astonished, looking at Chu Chen. Chu Chen looked to be about the same age as him, right? How could he be at the great perfection of the heavenly level? This is just. The gap is too big. Chu Chen looked at Shin Changming, momentarily stunned. You're still alive? Looks like I need to give you another kick? After saying that, he shot towards Shin Changming. Whoosh! Chu Chen, with his hands behind his back, flew towards Shin Changming. The remaining heavenly level experts of the Shin family changed their expressions. However, they did not dare to step forward to stop him. Shin Changming was also extremely anxious, hurriedly shouting, Our Shin family is willing to hand over the 100-year-old ginseng. Chu Chen had already reached his side, just about to stomp down. At this moment, he looked down at Shin Changming and said, Are you willing? That's right. We are willing. Shin Changming nodded. At this moment, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he had a feeling that he might die in the next moment. Fortunately, he spoke quickly. The members of the Shin family fell silent. Had the Shin family yielded? When had the Shin family ever bowed their heads like this? It was truly frustrating. However, they didn't dare to say anything, because they had no choice, unless the old patriarch was present. Unfortunately, the old patriarch was in seclusion. Shin Xingyun's expression was also quite grim, but even his father had been defeated by Chu Chen with a single palm strike. What else could be done? Hand it over. Chu Chen looked at Shin Changming and said. Shin Changming got up from the ground and left. Before long, he returned. He handed a delicate box to Chu Chen and politely said, Mr. Chu, this is our Shin family's 200-year-old ginseng. Chu Chen opened it and indeed saw 2 ginseng roots. The quality of these 2 ginseng roots was excellent. At least 100 years old. They contained rich spiritual energy. Good stuff. Chu Chen felt a surge of excitement inside. He closed the box again, looked at Shin Changming, and, wouldn't it have been better to hand it over earlier? Why go through so much trouble? Shin Changming felt a bitter smile inside. These 200-year-old ginseng roots were the ancestral treasures of the Shin family. They had been stored for decades. Moreover, he hadn't taken Chu Chen seriously just now. After all, the Shin family had so many heavenly-level experts. He thought he could easily handle Chu Chen. Who would have known? Chu Chen was so strong? The Shin family not only couldn't deal with Chu Chen but also lost so many experts. Looking back, it was truly not worth the loss. Chu Chen turned around and walked away with his hands behind his back. As he passed by Shin Xingyun, Chu Chen glanced at him and, if you have no abilities in the future, don't covet other people's things. Also, if you promise someone something, you must follow through. After saying that, Chu Chen struck Shin Xingyun with a palm. Bang! Shin Xingyun flew up and crashed to the ground in the distance. Ah! He let out a painful scream. His ribs had been broken by Chu Chen yesterday. Now several more were broken. He trembled in pain. Xingyun! Shin Changming's expression changed, and with a whoosh, he rushed to Shin Qingyun's side, anxiously asking, "How are you?"
"Don't worry, he won't die," Shu Chen said calmly. "Mr. Shu, I have already given you the 200-year-old ginseng, what are you doing?" Shin Changming's face showed displeasure. "You promised to deliver it to my house, yet I had to come in person. This palm strike is just to teach him a lesson about being honest. Does the head of the Shin family think my education is wrong?" Shu Chen looked at Shin Changming and asked. "Mr. Shu's education is very reasonable." Shin Changming felt very unhappy inside, but at this moment, he could only nod repeatedly. There was no way. He couldn't defeat Chu Chen. Ji Ba and the others sighed. The head of the Shin family's son was beaten by Chu Chen, and the head of the Shin family still had to smile. This is the deterrent power of Master Chu. So domineering. Let's go. Chu Chen looked at Su Mang and the others. After saying that, he walked away with his hands behind his back. Su Mang and the others hurriedly followed. Along the way, the members of the Shin family all lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Just now, when Chu Chen arrived, they were all extremely arrogant, but now they looked like wilted eggplants. One by one, they were deflated. As the saying goes, they were as arrogant as they were just now, and now they were as cowardly. They waited until Chu Chen and the others left before the members of the Shin family dared to raise their heads. They all breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they felt a deep sense of shame and anger. What kind of existence was the Shin family? As members of the Shin family, they were usually arrogant and overbearing outside, walking with their noses in the air. Yet just now, they were so scared they couldn't even breathe loudly? What a disgrace! They looked at the Tian-level corpse of the Shin family on the ground, all wearing complex expressions. The Shin family suffered a heavy loss today. Shin Changming had someone carry Shin Qingyun back to the room for treatment. "Qingyun, how are you?" Shin Changming asked nervously as he looked at Shin Qingyun. "I won't die." Shin Qingyun grimaced in pain. He looked at Shin Changming and said, "Dad, hurry and call Grandpa out of seclusion. We must take revenge." As he spoke, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Several of his ribs were broken. It was unbearable. Especially when he thought of Chu Chen's arrogant demeanor just now, he was so furious he nearly exploded. "Your grandfather is in a critical moment of seclusion and cannot be disturbed easily," Shin Changming said solemnly. After a pause, he continued, "Moreover, if your grandfather cannot break through, even if he comes out, he probably won't be a match for Chu Chen." "What?" Shin Qingyun trembled at the words, astonished. "Chu Chen is that strong?" "Yes." Shin Changming nodded, saying, "He is at least at the peak of Tian level." After exchanging blows with Chu Chen, he understood the terror of Chu Chen all too well. He glanced at his right hand. At this moment, his right hand was covered in blood, exposing stark white bones. It was practically useless. No wonder he has mastered the long-lost Taiyan 9 needles. Chu Chen is no ordinary person, Shin Changming sighed. "Are we just going to let this go?" Shin Qingyun said, unwilling to accept it. Tonight, the Shin family not only lost 200-year-old ginseng but also many Tian-level experts. The losses were immense. If they couldn't take revenge and let Chu Chen roam freely, it was truly frustrating. Shin Changming's expression was equally grim. The Shin family was the third largest family in Jiangcheng. When had they ever been attacked like this? And the enemy had left so leisurely? Especially since he himself was also seriously injured. He felt incredibly stifled. He pressed his lips together and said coldly, "Wait until your grandfather breaks through, then we'll settle the score with him." "Okay." Shin Qingyun nodded, his eyes equally cold. "But what if Grandpa can't break through this time? Does that mean we can't take revenge?" He thought of something and asked. Shin Changming fell silent. If his father couldn't break through this time, killing Chu Chen would be very difficult. However, he still smiled coldly and said, "He is so close to Yi Qingsnow, he will die a miserable death." Shin Qingyun was taken aback, excitedly saying, "Could it be that great person has returned?" Mentioning that great person, an expression of immense admiration appeared on Shin Qingyun's face. That great person not only held an incredibly noble status but was also a legendary figure. If that great person truly returned, and Chu Chen was so close to Yi Qingsnow, then Chu Chen would surely die. "No." Shin Changming shook his head, "but relevant personnel will be arriving." "Good." Shin Qingyun was thrilled upon hearing this. Daring to touch the woman of that great person? They must be tired of living. "Chu Chen, just wait." At this moment, Chu Chen and the others were already on their way back. Along the way, Su Mang and the others occasionally glanced at Chu Chen, their eyes filled with admiration. What kind of existence was the Shin family? Tonight, they were attacked by Master Chu and had so many Tian-level experts killed in return. In the end,
they even had to hand over the 100-year-old ginseng. It's just a Shin family, is it necessary to be like this? Just drive properly, Shuchen said, speechless at their expressions. It's just a Shin family? Look at this. Is this even a conversation? Bro! The Shin family is the third largest family in Jiangcheng. I found that following Master Chu, these so-called big families are nothing much. Dongzi chuckled. Su Mang and the others nodded in agreement. Previously, they thought the Shin family was unattainable. Tonight, weren't they all bowing their heads and submitting before Master Chu? Bai Shua seemed to think of something and looked at Chu Chen, saying, by the way, I didn't see the old master of the Shin family tonight. He might be in seclusion, trying to break through to the Grandmaster level. Grandmaster? Chu Chen's expression froze, and he asked, is that a martial arts realm above the heavenly level? Bai Shua looked surprised. Master Chu actually didn't know? However, he didn't ask further and respectfully said, that's right, above the heavenly level is the Grandmaster. This is a watershed in the path of martial arts. There's a saying, below the Grandmaster, all are ants. Only those who truly step into the Grandmaster realm can open the real door to the path of martial arts. Once you step into the Grandmaster realm, you can release your energy outward and perform terrifying feats. As he spoke, Bai Shua's face showed a longing expression. He wondered if he would ever have the chance to break through to Grandmaster in this life, releasing energy outward. Chu Chen's heart stirred, and he asked, what about above Grandmaster? Above Grandmaster is the Great Grandmaster, beyond that, I don't know the realm, Bai Shua replied. He wasn't considered anything in the martial arts world, so he didn't know much. He looked at Chu Chen and said, Master Chu, if the old master of the Shin family really breaks through to Grandmaster, his combat power will be terrifying, you must be careful. Saying this, he wore a serious expression. Chu Chen remained indifferent, saying, it's fine. Seeing Chu Chen's nonchalant demeanor, Bai Shua was taken aback. Was Master Chu this confident, youthful arrogance? Or did he have some backing? Suddenly, he thought of something, and his heart trembled. Master Chu couldn't possibly be a Grandmaster, could he? Thinking of this, he gasped. Soon, the car arrived at the luxurious villa. Chu Chen went straight back to his room. He stood by the window, quietly gazing at the night sky. Grandmaster? Releasing energy outward? Interesting. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he waved his left hand, and a beam of light cut through the night sky. Poof! A large branch fell from the crooked tree outside. What's a Grandmaster? Chu Chen said with indifference. He opened the box he had just received from the Shin family, looking at the 200-year-old ginseng inside, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Then, he took out the 2 spiritual herbs obtained from Huidao. He slightly closed his eyes, activated the nameless technique, and entered a state of cultivation. Threads of spiritual energy overflowed from the 100-year-old ginseng and spiritual herbs, entering Chu Chen's body through his pores and then being refined. It wasn't until the sky began to brighten that Chu Chen slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through. He clenched his fist, a smile appearing on his face. After absorbing these 200-year-old ginseng and spiritual herbs, he had unexpectedly broken through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. This speed truly astonished him. It seems these rich second-generation kids aren't useless after all. A smile appeared on Chu Chen's face. After having breakfast, Su Mang called him, asking him to visit Longhu Mountain Villa. Upon arrival, Chu Chen saw a familiar face. Zheng Zhengsu. At this moment, Zheng Zhengsu was kneeling on the ground, and beside him stood a middle-aged man. Master Chu, this is the 6th master of the Zheng family, Zhang Rongchuan. Su Mang approached and introduced in a low voice. Zhang Rongchuan pays his respects to Mr. Chu. Zhang Rongchuan came before Chu Chen, bowing his head with a respectful expression. You have something to discuss with me? Chu Chen looked at him and said lightly. Mr. Chu, it was my blind nephew who offended you before. I brought him here to apologize. Zhang Rongchuan pointed at the kneeling Zheng Zhengsu. How do you plan to apologize? Chu Chen flicked his fingers lightly and said indifferently. Bang! Zhang Rongchuan slapped Zheng Zhengsu on the head. In an instant, blood began to trickle down Zheng Zhengsu's forehead. Zheng Zhengsu struggled to turn his head to look at Zhang Rongchuan, his eyes filled with shock. He never expected that his 6th uncle would actually kill him. He wanted to ask why. Unfortunately, he couldn't utter a word before his body tilted and he collapsed to the ground. He could no longer get up. Mr. Chu, I, Zhang Rongchuan, represent the Zhang family, and from now on, I will respect Master Chu. Zhang Rongchuan knelt on the ground, his face full of reverence. A hint of surprise appeared on Chu Chen's face. He hadn't expected that the 6th master of the Zhang family would be so ruthless. He had just killed his own nephew. At that moment, he looked at Zhang Rongchuan and said lightly, from now on, you will be the head of the Zhang family. Thank you, Mr. Chu. I will definitely serve you wholeheartedly and be absolutely loyal to you. Zhang Ronchuan was overwhelmed with excitement, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. The reason he brought Jing Zhengzi here was for this purpose. Normally, with his strength and qualifications, he wouldn't be qualified to be the head of the Zhang family. But as long as Chu Chen spoke up, from now on, he would be the head of the Zhang family. No one in the Zhang family would dare to object. I hope you keep your word, Chu Chen said with an indifferent expression. Rest assured, Mr. Chu, I will never betray you, Zhang Ronchuan replied firmly. Alright, take your nephew away. Chu Chen waved his hand. Zhang Ronchuan picked up Zhang Zhengzi's corpse and respectfully left. Master Chu, this guy is so ruthless, is he reliable? Su Mang looked at Zhang Ronchuan's retreating figure, hesitating. If he doesn't want to die, he will be very reliable, Chu Chen replied calmly. By the way, I asked you to investigate what special events happened in Jiangqing 22 years ago. Have you looked into it? He turned to Su Mang and asked. I've already started, but I haven't found any useful information yet, Su Mang replied respectfully. Chu Chen pursed his lips, about to speak when his phone rang. He took it out and saw it was a call from Ying. Chu Chen, come to our house. I've found some information about 22 years ago. As soon as the call connected, Ying said directly. 22 years ago? Chu Chen's heart stirred at her words. I'll be right over. He left Longhu Mountain Villa and quickly arrived at the He family. Young friend Chu, you're here? He Delin and He Ying were already waiting. Old He, what information have you found? Chu Chen went straight to the point. He wanted to know if the information they found was related to his father. Letting tell you, He Delin smiled. He intentionally wanted He Ying to have more contact with Chu Chen because he had great thoughts about this young man. He wanted to bring the two together. Chu Chen turned to He Ying, his face questioning. He Ying also knew her grandfather's intentions. She rolled her eyes. Grandpa, can't you be a bit more serious? She pursed her lips and said, on a rainy night in September 22 years ago, a great battle occurred in the outskirts of Jiangcheng. September? A rainy night? Chu Chen's heart stirred at her words. He remembered that it was September when his father went missing. And that night, it just happened to be raining. What battle? Chu Chen pressed. He Ying shook her head. Not sure, but it seems like they were besieging someone. Besieging someone? Chu Chen's face lit up with excitement as he asked, who was it? I don't know who it was, but it was a man, He Ying replied. A man? Chu Chen's heart trembled at her words. He had a premonition that this was his father. Who was besieging him? Chu Chen asked. I don't know, He Ying shook her head. But it seems to be related to some people from the 10 great families of Jiangcheng, but which specific people, we still don't know. 22 years ago was too long ago. This information was obtained by the He family through extensive connections. The 10 great families? Upon hearing this, Chu Chen exuded a chilling aura. How dare they attack his father? They were truly seeking death. Miss He, please help me investigate thoroughly who exactly was involved, which families participated. Chu Chen looked at He Ying with a sincere expression. He Ying was taken aback by Chu Chen's attitude. She looked at him and asked, is that man someone related to you? I suspect that man is my father, Chu Chen replied without hesitation. Father? He Ying trembled at the words. The battle from 22 years ago was incredibly terrifying. That man was unmatched in combat power. It was said that the battlefield was horrifying. This man was besieged by so many yet managed to kill many in return. Who would have thought that man was this guy's father? No wonder this guy's martial arts talent was so remarkable. Don't worry, we will continue the investigation, He Ying said firmly. Thank you, Chu Chen expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He took out 2 foundation establishment pills and handed them to He Delin and He Ying. These 2 pills are for you. Pills? He Ying was momentarily stunned and asked, where did you get these? The fragrance of the pills was incredibly refreshing. Just a whiff made one feel invigorated. It was clear they were of extremely high quality. I refined these myself, Chu Chen said with a smile. What? You refined these? He Ying's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Chu Chen. This guy can also refine pills? Even He Delin looked astonished. Not only was Chu Chen skilled in medicine, but his martial arts talent was also exceptional. Now he was a pill refiner? A jack of all trades? You both take them, and I'll help you refine them, Chu Chen said, smiling at the two. All right. The two swallowed 1 foundation establishment pill each. In an instant, they felt a powerful medicinal force spreading within them. These pills were indeed extraordinary. They were better than any pills they had taken before. The two quickly sat cross-legged to refine the pills. Meanwhile, Chu Chen took out several silver needles and inserted them into different acupoints on their bodies. After more than an hour, boom! A powerful aura emanated from He Ying. She opened her eyes, shock evident in her beautiful gaze. She had only been at the peak of the earth level before, but now she had actually broken through to the heaven level. This. She looked at Chu Chen in astonishment. What kind of pill had he refined? Boom! At that moment, a deep voice sounded. A terrifying aura spread from He Delin. Even a nearby rockery cracked open. Ha ha ha! He Delin opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his murky gaze. He stood up and laughed heartily. Grandpa, your aura, could it be a breakthrough? He asked nervously, looking at He Delin. That's right. I am now a master. He Delin laughed with great satisfaction. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented strength. He even felt several years younger. Indeed, although the heaven level and master level were only one realm apart, the difference was immense. He struck out with a palm, and a wave of energy crashed into a nearby stone. In an instant, the stone exploded into countless fragments. Energy release. Grandpa is indeed a master. He Ying was so excited she nearly jumped up. He Delin also took a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement. With his breakthrough to master, the He family's strength would reach new heights. He looked at Chu Chen and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Chu." He had been stuck at the peak of the earth level for many years, thinking he would never have the chance to break through to master in this lifetime. Unexpectedly, a pill from Chu Chen allowed him to break through years of bottlenecks. He felt genuine gratitude. There's no need for you to be so formal, Mr. He. Chu Chen smiled and said, "The Yi family has helped me find quite a few medicinal herbs during this time, and I am also very grateful. If Mr. Chu needs any assistance in the future, our He family will not hesitate," He Delin said with determination on his face. Good. Chu Chen nodded slightly. Some matters indeed required the help of a prominent family like the He family. After chatting with He Delin for a few moments, Chu Chen left. Inger, Chu Chen is a true dragon soaring above the 9 heavens. You must seize this opportunity. If you become his woman, our He family will soar to great heights. Who knows, we might even become a true martial arts family, He Delin said, his murky eyes sparkling with intensity. Upon hearing this, He Ying trembled slightly. Her grandfather held Chu Chen in such high regard? However, thinking of the mystery surrounding Chu Chen, she felt that he was indeed no ordinary person. A strange light flickered in her beautiful eyes. After leaving the He family, Chu Chen went directly to the Yulan courtyard. However, he did not expect to encounter Han Danqiu at the entrance. Upon seeing Chu Chen, Han Danqiu's face revealed a hint of disgust. Chu Chen was too lazy to pay her any mind and intended to walk inside. But Han Danqiu blocked his way, sneering, "Chu Chen, do you still dare to seek out Qingxue? I think you're asking for trouble." "What do you mean?" Chu Chen frowned slightly as he looked at Han Danqiu. "Let me tell you, that person's people will soon arrive in Jiangcheng. If you don't want to die, stop bothering Qingxue." Han Danqiu crossed her arms, sneering. "That person's people?" Chu Chen was taken aback. However, he still coldly replied, "I am not bothering Qingxue, I am just treating Kiki." "Chu Chen, don't think I don't know what you're up to?" Han Danqiu looked at Chu Chen, sneering, "Treating Kiki is just an excuse. You want to get close to Qingxue, right? You still haven't given up? Idiot." Chu Chen was too lazy to respond to her and walked into the villa. "You!" Han Danqiu was furious that Chu Chen dared to ignore her. "Uncle Chu, you're here?" Kiki rushed over upon seeing Chu Chen. After these few days of contact, the little one had become increasingly attached to Chu Chen. Chu Chen even had the illusion that Kiki was his daughter. He checked Kiki's condition. The icy energy within her had not gone out of control and was still temporarily suppressed. However, Chu Chen felt that it wouldn't be suppressed for long. It could erupt at any moment. "It seems I must find the materials to refine the 9 turns Holy Sun pill as soon as possible," Chu Chen thought to himself. "Kiki, go play for a while, I have something to discuss with your Uncle Chu." At that moment, Yi Qingxue walked over. She directed Kiki to play elsewhere. After Kiki left, Yi Qingxue looked at Chu Chen with a complex expression. "What's wrong?" Chu Chen asked, puzzled by her demeanor. "Is there something on your mind?" Yi Qingxue bit her lip and said, "In the future, you should come here less often." "Why? Is it because that person's people are coming?" Chu Chen asked. "How did you know?" Yi Qingxue showed a hint of surprise. "Han Danqiu just told me," Chu Chen replied. "Danqiu?" Yi Qingxue frowned slightly. "She didn't say anything out of line, did she?" "Not really." Chu Chen looked at Yi Qingxue and asked, "Who exactly is that person?" "You don't need to ask so much. He is a truly significant figure. Even in the entire dragon country, he holds considerable weight," Yi Qingxue said solemnly. Chu Chen's heart stirred upon hearing this.
A significant figure in the entire dragon country? This person was indeed extraordinary. For your safety, it would be better if you come here less often in the future. Yi Qingxue looked at Shu Chen and said softly. These days, Shu Chen had been coming every day to play with Cuckoo. She noticed it. Deep down, she felt an inexplicable sweetness. Their little family of 3 could be considered truly together. So, if possible, she actually hoped these days could last a bit longer. Unfortunately, that adult was coming. She didn't want Shu Chen to fall into great danger. It's fine, Shu Chen replied calmly. Uncle Chu, let's play together. At that moment, Cuckoo ran over. Okay. Shu Chen picked her up and followed her to the garden. Yi Qingxue looked at the two of them, feeling a bit uncomfortable inside. After playing with Cuckoo for a while, Shu Chen left. Han Danqiu came to Yi Qingxue and said, Qingxue, you should let Shu Chen play with Cuckoo less, to avoid him having any thoughts. After all, Shu Chen is Cuckoo's biological father. Yi Qingxue's delicate face showed sadness. So what? Han Danqiu sneered, has he fulfilled any responsibilities as a father? Just a few days of companionship, and he's called a father? And you will eventually marry that adult, this is unchangeable. Yi Qingxue felt a bit irritated inside. She looked at Han Danqiu and said, don't target Shu Chen so much in the future, it's not easy for him either. What's so hard about it? Han Danqiu scoffed, he's completely relying on those 2 women from Pang Weishuang now. Yi Qingxue fell silent. And 10 years ago, he suddenly disappeared, making you suffer so much, he's just a scoundrel. Han Danqiu continued. Yi Qingxue hesitated for a moment, maybe he had his reasons. Reasons? Han Danqiu sneered. What kind of reason could make someone disappear for 10 years? He never even returned a single call or message. Hearing Han Danqiu's words, Yi Qingxue's exquisite face revealed endless sorrow. This was something she had always been troubled by. When she gave birth to Cuckoo, the pain was unbearable. She felt like she was about to die. She really wished Shu Chen was by her side. Unfortunately, at that time, Shu Chen had disappeared. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. She took a deep breath to calm her emotions. Okay. Han Danqiu knew not to say too much, or else Yi Qingxue would get annoyed with her. By the way, it seems something happened with the Shin family. She changed the subject. What happened? Yi Qingxue asked. I don't know. Han Danqiu shook her head. I went to the Shin family today, and it was all lifeless there. It seemed like something big happened. I asked the Shin family members, but they wouldn't say anything. However, I vaguely heard them discussing that someone caused a ruckus at the Shin family last night. Yi Qingxue's delicate face froze. The Shin family was the 3rd largest family in Jiangcheng. Who would dare to cause trouble there? Anyway, it should be someone quite powerful. Han Danqiu commented. Who cares? Yi Qingxue was not interested in this. She went to play with Cuckoo. Qingxue, don't worry, I won't let Shu Chen bother you. He will never be worthy of you. Han Danqiu looked at Yi Qingxue's back, murmuring to herself. In the following days, Shu Chen indeed came to Yulan Courtyard less often. Even when he did come, he would only play with Cuckoo for a while before leaving. During these days, he often went to the He family. He wanted to learn more about the events of that rainy night 22 years ago. He wanted to know who was attacking his father. But the He family was still investigating. They had not obtained more information. This left Shu Chen a bit disappointed. At this moment, in the northeastern part of Dongjiang province, there was a range of continuous mountain peaks. On top of the peaks were ancient-style buildings. Here is the location of the Longhu sect, one of the 4 major martial arts sects in Dongjiang province. At this moment, a group of people is holding a meeting in a palace. It concerns the matter of Hui Dao. The expressions on their faces are quite grim. How could someone from the Longhu sect be killed? Although Hui Dao's cultivation isn't impressive, he is still one of us from the Longhu sect, and the Hu family has deep ties with our sect. He even had the intention to establish the Longhu Gate in Jiangcheng to serve our sect. Now that he has been killed, this matter cannot be overlooked. A middle-aged man said solemnly, Elder, let me go kill him. At this moment, a man stood up, exuding a chilling aura. Meanwhile, in a dark and eerie mountain range, where the atmosphere is perpetually filled with a sinister energy and rarely visited by people, there are houses scattered throughout the various canyons. These houses are gray-black, looking ominous. In a palace within one of the canyons, several figures dressed in black robes are seated. This is the headquarters of the Evil Witch sect, and these are its high-ranking members. Jiangcheng is a mysterious city, that rainy night 22 years ago, who knows how many people and families it shaped. Therefore, we cannot lose our foothold in Jiangcheng. Chen, take your men to Jiangcheng and kill anyone who dares to provoke our Evil Witch sect. A man in a black robe commanded. Yes. Someone immediately replied respectfully. Jiang Cheng.
On this day, Shu Chen received a call from Ying, asking him to come to the He family.
Have you gotten more information? Upon arrival, Shu Chen asked directly.
He Lin and He Ying both looked serious, appearing as if they wanted to say something but hesitated.
What's wrong?
Seeing their expressions, Shu Chen furrowed his brows and curiously asked.
What does this mean? Is there something they can't say?
He Lin pursed his lips and said, We have investigated who participated in that great battle 22 years ago.
Who? Shu Chen immediately pressed for an answer. He Lin hesitated, seemingly weighing whether to speak.
Old He, please tell me, Shu Chen said in a deep voice.
Wei Li Chang, He Lin replied. Who is he? Shu Chen inquired further.
Wei Li Chang is from the Wei family in Jiangcheng. His martial arts talent was originally not impressive, but 22 years ago, he suddenly experienced a surge in cultivation, surpassing his elder brother and becoming the head of the Wei family. The Wei family also began to grow in power at that time. 22 years ago, they couldn't even rank among the top 10 families in Jiangcheng.
But now, they are the second largest family in Jiangcheng, He Lin explained. The Wei family?
A cold glint flashed in Shu Chen's eyes.
Mr.
Shu, Wei Li Chang was already a master 10 years ago, his cultivation must be even more terrifying now. You must not act impulsively, He Lin said solemnly. This was also the reason for his earlier hesitation. He was worried that Shu Chen would act recklessly.
That's right. He Ying nodded lightly. You can wait until your cultivation improves a bit before taking action. Shu Chen is still young, and his martial arts talent is exceptionally high.
Given time, he should be able to grow quickly.
No need. After saying this, Shu Chen turned and left. What second largest family in Jiangcheng?
He was not afraid.
He Lin and He Ying's expressions changed upon seeing this. We must catch up to Mr. Shu. The two hurriedly followed.
They decided that no matter what, they must protect Shu Chen's life.
They absolutely cannot let the Wei family kill him. Wei family.
The current head of the Wei family, Wei Li Hui, and his son Wei Wenkai are playing chess. Wenkai, you need to work harder on your cultivation and strive to break through to the heavenly level as soon as possible. Don't spend all day playing with a bunch of young rascals.
Wei Li Hui looked at his son and said in a deep voice.
He wanted to cultivate his son as his successor, but his son's martial arts talent was lacking.
Moreover, he couldn't endure hardship and was unwilling to train.
I've been training diligently, Wei Wenkai said, feeling wronged.
If you can't break through to the heavenly level soon, how can you secure your position as the Wei family's successor?
Wei Li Hui said sternly. With you and Grandpa around, no one dares to challenge my position, Wei Wenkai replied dismissively.
You brat! Wei Li Hui's face darkened, and he shouted, What will happen when your grandpa and I grow old? If you don't have absolute strength, will the others in the Wei family respect you?
Don't think that just because you are the family head son, you can automatically take the position. His words were filled with warning. I understand, Wei Wenkai said, lowering his head as he saw his father getting angry.
By the way, I heard Grandpa wasn't originally the family head son?
Wei Wenkai seemed to recall something and asked with a grin. That's right, Wei Li Hui nodded and said, moreover, your grandpa originally had no status in the family, but in the end, he still became the family head. So don't think that just because you are the family head son, you are something special.
He had a serious expression. I heard Grandpa's martial arts talent wasn't great at first, but he suddenly rose to prominence? What happened? Wei Wenkai asked curiously. Wei Li Hui remained silent, his face serious. He seemed to be weighing whether to speak. Dad, just tell me, I promise to keep it a secret. Wei Wenkai looked at Wei Li Hui. You never tell me anything, that's why I can't grow up.
Wei Li Hui pondered for a moment and said, on a rainy night 22 years ago, your grandpa obtained half a scroll of martial arts techniques, and from then on, his martial arts soared.
Half a scroll of techniques? Wei Wenkai was astonished and asked, what techniques?
I don't know, Wei Li Hui shook his head. To be precise, it wasn't half a scroll, just a small part, probably not even 1/10 of a scroll.
What? A technique that is less than 1/10 of a scroll could allow his grandpa's martial arts to soar? What kind of heaven-defying technique was this? Where did he get it? Wei Wenkai asked curiously. Your grandpa didn't say, Wei Li Hui replied, shaking his head. Ha? Not even his father would tell him? Wei Wenkai was shocked. His grandpa was too secretive. Did Grandpa pass that technique to you? Wei Wenkai asked.
No, Wei Li Hui shook his head. Your grandpa said to wait until I break through to the master level.
Too secretive, right?
Wei Wenkai was incredibly shocked inside.
What kind of technique was this? Ah!
At that moment, screams came from outside.
What happened? Wei Li Hui frowned slightly.
Dad, let's go take a look. The two rushed out. As soon as they reached the door, they saw the security guard of the Wei family lying on the ground, moaning in pain.
What happened? Wei Wenkai asked.
Young master, someone came looking for the old family head, and we told him to get lost, but he just barged in. One security guard pointed towards the door and said. Wei Wenkai looked up and saw a man walking in with his hands behind his back.
Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in the Wei family? Are you looking for death? Wei Wenkai said coldly to the man.
I'm looking for Wei Li Chang.
Chu Chen said coldly. Impudent! How dare you call my grandpa by his name?
As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Wei Wenkai pointed at him and shouted, Get out of here immediately, or I'll slap you to death.
Bang! Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he slapped out.
Wei Wenkai only felt darkness before his eyes. The next moment, he realized he had lost consciousness.
His head exploded like a watermelon.
The white brain matter and red blood splattered everywhere.
As you said. A faint voice emerged from Chu Chen's throat. Bang! Wei Wencai's headless corpse fell to the ground.
This scene happened too quickly.
Wei Lihui didn't even react.
At this moment, he looked at the headless body on the ground and gasped.
Wen Kai!
His eyes turned red, his whole body trembled, and he was on the verge of exploding with rage. His son had just been playing chess with him.
Now he had turned into a headless corpse? He simply couldn't accept all of this. He looked at Chu Chen and roared, You dare kill my son? Whoosh! His roar echoed throughout the Wei family estate.
All the experts from the Wei family rushed over. When they saw the headless corpse on the ground, their faces were filled with shock. Wei Wenkai was the future heir of the Wei family.
How could he be dead?
They all turned to look at Chu Chen, each one filled with fury. Chu Chen had killed their future family head, which was a direct provocation to the Wei family. Hiying watched this scene, her beautiful eyes wide open, taking a sharp breath.
This guy was too decisive in killing, wasn't he? And he acted too quickly, right?
Delin was also stunned for a moment. Then, he felt a jolt in his heart. Chu Chen had killed Wei Wenkai.
Then the enmity between Chu Chen and the Wei family was completely established. This was going to be troublesome. After all, the Wei family was not a family like the Zheng family.
Kid, who the hell are you?
Wei Lihui glared at Chu Chen, his face filled with rage. Call Wei Li Chang out. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent. Kid, you're looking for death? A member of the Wei family glared at Chu Chen, angrily saying, You came to our Wei family to kill our future family head, and you still dare to ask for our old family head to come out? I see you're tired of living.
After saying that, he roared and stomped the ground, charging at Chu Chen like a cannonball. This was a newly initiated heavenly level expert. He was not very old. The Wei family's strength had been growing stronger over the years. They were used to being arrogant. Now this kid actually dared to come to their Wei family to cause trouble. How could he endure it? He clenched his right fist, channeling his internal strength into it, and directly struck towards Chu Chen's head.
If he hit, Chu Chen's head would explode like a watermelon. Chu Chen had smashed Wei Wencai's head.
He also wanted to smash Chu Chen's head. Moreover, he noticed that Chu Chen was standing still, showing no signs of defense.
This kid was truly arrogant. He sneered inwardly. Young people would pay the price for their arrogance. Chu Chen, be careful.
Ying's face changed slightly upon seeing this. She was worried that Chu Chen was underestimating his opponent.
Bang! A deep sound echoed. However, the scene she imagined did not occur. Chu Chen's head did not explode. The punch from the Wei family's heavenly level expert did not hit Chu Chen's head.
Instead, it was caught by Chu Chen's left hand.
His face froze.
Although he hadn't used all his strength in this punch, it was still terrifying.
This kid could actually block his punch?
He indeed had some skills. Just as he was about to retract his fist, he found that he couldn't pull it back.
Chu Chen's palm seemed like an iron clamp, firmly gripping his fist.
At that moment, Chu Chen slightly exerted force and twisted.
Crack!
A sound of bones breaking echoed.
The heavenly level expert's fist was shattered.
Even his arm twisted like a twisted dough.
He let out a pig-like wail. His arm was broken. He was about to retreat. Bang!
However, the next moment, he felt difficulty breathing. His neck was being choked by a powerful arm. His face changed drastically, panic rising in his heart, just as he was about to counterattack.
Crack! However, in the next moment, his neck snapped.
He widened his eyes, staring in shock at Chu Chen in front of him.
He actually died? With no skills, you still jump around so happily.
Chu Chen tossed his corpse to the ground, speaking.
Silence. The scene was engulfed in silence.
The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The many experts of the Wei family all stared wide-eyed, astonished at the body on the ground.
One of their heavenly level experts had actually died just like that. How could this be possible? They felt as if they were dreaming. He also showed a look of astonishment. She knew that Chu Chen had defeated Hui Dao and was a heavenly level expert, but this scene before her was too shocking. A heavenly level expert in Chu Chen's hands, like a little chick? Chu Chen was too strong, right? Dylan looked at Chu Chen, a glimmer of light bursting forth from his murky eyes. Chu Chen was becoming increasingly inscrutable to him. Ah hua! After a brief silence, the Wei family members reacted, shouting loudly. Everyone looked at Chu Chen, their faces filled with rage. Although the Wei family was powerful, heavenly level experts were still top-tier combatants. To be killed just like that? Kid, who exactly are you? Wei Lihue glared at Chu Chen, his voice deep and stern. Just now, he hadn't thought much of Chu Chen, but now it was different. Although Ah Hua's death was partly due to carelessness, this kid's cultivation level was definitely not low. He was also a heavenly level expert, at least at the level of minor completion. He believed he had never seen Chu Chen before. Moreover, their Wei family hadn't offended any major families recently. Chu Chen replied. Chu Chen? The members of the Wei family all froze in shock. They had never heard of this person. Wei Lihue was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, "You are the Chu Chen who killed Hui Dao?" Although Hui Dao was nothing in the eyes of the Wei family, he hadn't paid attention to it. However, a couple of days ago, while drinking with a friend, he had heard about the incident at Dingluo Lake. He didn't expect this kid before him was the one who had killed Hui Dao. It seems our Wei family has no grievances with you, right? Why did you come to our Wei family to cause trouble? Also, what do you want with my father? Wei Lihue looked at Chu Chen, his tone icy. 22 years ago, your father had a grudge with me. Chu Chen's gaze was extremely cold. The members of the Wei family were all puzzled. What did that mean? 22 years ago, this kid was probably just a few years old, right? How could the old patriarch have a grudge with him? Wei Lihue's heart stirred. Could it be that this kid was related to that person? Call your father out. Chu Chen said coldly. Kid, you killed my son, and you still dare to be arrogant and ask my father to come out? Wei Lihue looked at Chu Chen, his face filled with rage. Tonight, you will forever stay in our Wei family to atone. After saying that, a terrifying aura spread from his body. The Wei family's authority cannot be provoked. The other experts of the Wei family also roared in anger. They looked at Chu Chen, their eyes filled with coldness. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent, his voice icy. The rainy night 22 years ago allowed your Wei family to enter the top 10 families of Jiangcheng. Tonight I will make your Wei family return to its original position. After saying that, he shot towards the Wei family's experts, seeking death. Seeing that Chu Chen dared to take the initiative, the many experts of the Wei family all turned furious. This kid truly did not know the meaning of death in the face of so many experts from the Wei family. At this moment, Chu Chen had already reached in front of a Wei family expert. This was a heavenly level expert at great perfection. Chu Chen slapped out. Bang! The head of this heavenly level great perfection expert exploded. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Instant kill. Boom! After killing this person, Chu Chen punched towards the right. At this moment, a master from the Wei family, wielding a long staff, was launching a sneak attack. This was a celestial level expert. Upon seeing Chu Chen's fist coming towards him, he felt an inexplicable sense of panic. He grasped the staff with both hands, guarding it in front of his chest. Bang! The staff shattered instantly under Chu Chen's fist. At the same time, Chu Chen's fist struck his chest. Poof! His chest was pierced through. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his shattered heart. His eyes widened, wanting to say something, but as he opened his mouth, blood gushed out. He couldn't utter a word before collapsing to the ground. Whoosh! After killing this man, Chu Chen vanished again. When he reappeared, he was already at the side of another person. Chu Chen pointed a finger at this person's temple. Poof! A column of blood erupted from the other side of his temple. His head was blown apart. He trembled all over, struggling to turn his head to look at Chu Chen, his eyes wide open. You! He barely managed to utter this one word before falling to the ground. Dead beyond recovery. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, Chu Chen's figure flickered, continuously launching attacks. With each strike, another person fell to the ground. The Wei family's experts seemed like lambs to the slaughter in front of Chu Chen. In the blink of an eye, a large number of Wei family experts had fallen, at least more than 20, and many of them were celestial-level experts. He Lin and He Ying had originally wanted to help, but right from the start, they were intimidated by Chu Chen. Chu Chen charged into the flock like a wolf king. It was a complete massacre. A one-sided slaughter. Chu Chen was just too strong, right? He didn't need their help at all. At least celestial level. Great perfection. He De Lin said solemnly. What? Celestial level great perfection? He Ying's body trembled, looking at Chu Chen in shock. Chu Chen couldn't be that old, could he? He had already reached celestial level great perfection? He was almost comparable to those disciples from martial arts sects. How could this be? The Wei family members watching from the side were also in a daze, their eyes wide open, unable to believe it. Most of them were only at the profound level, so they didn't dare to join the fight. Moreover, they felt there was no need for them to join. They thought the Wei family's experts would quickly subdue this arrogant madman. Who knew? They were instead being counter-killed by this madman? They felt like they were dreaming. It was just too unreal. Bang! Chu Chen swung his left hand to the left. Another Earth-level expert had his head smashed in by Chu Chen, dead beyond recovery. Earth-level experts were like mosquitoes in front of Chu Chen. Just one swing and they were dead. So worthless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fall back. The many experts from the Wei family all flickered, creating distance from Chu Chen. They looked at Chu Chen, all with faces full of horror. How could so many of them not be able to deal with Chu Chen? How was that possible? Even Wei Lihui looked at Chu Chen with a serious expression. Although he knew Chu Chen had defeated Hui Dao, he had never taken Chu Chen seriously. Who knew? Tell your father to come out and see me. Chu Chen looked at Wei Lihui coldly. Wei Lihui maintained a stern face, not saying a word. Not calling? Then I'll kill my way to him. Chu Chen snorted coldly, and with a whoosh, he charged towards the Wei family experts. The Wei family experts were all in a panic. They all roared angrily, charging at Chu Chen. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent, his left hand like a knife, slashing to the left. Crack! A celestial level expert's shoulder was struck, instantly losing more than half of it. He let out a cry of pain. His face changed drastically, wanting to retreat. But Chu Chen pointed a finger at his forehead. Bang! His head exploded. Bang, bang, bang. Then, Chu Chen quickly launched his attacks. Soon, more than a dozen experts from the Wei family fell. Moreover, more than half of them were heavenly-level masters. Run! The Wei family's experts panicked. They no longer dared to confront Chu Chen. At this moment, all they wanted was to escape from here. Where do you think you're going? Chu Chen snorted coldly and pursued them. Boom! Chu Chen pressed his palm against the back of a heavenly-level master. The man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood with a puff. His back was shattered. His internal organs were also crushed. He fell to the ground and could no longer get up. Kid, give me your life. At this moment, a furious roar came. Wei Lihui, holding a long sword and exuding a terrifying killing intent, lunged directly at Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, be careful. Delin's expression changed slightly, wanting to rush over to help. It's fine. However, Chu Chen remained calm, his index and middle fingers together like a sword, meeting the attack head-on. Clang! Chu Chen's fingers collided with Wei Lihui's sword tip, producing a metallic clash. Wei Lihui's long sword was thus blocked. Ha! Wei Lihui's pupils constricted. How could this kid's fingers block his long sword? How is that possible? He roared in anger, channeling his internal strength into the long sword. The sword trembled violently, emitting a buzzing sound. Poof! Chu Chen snorted coldly, applying slight pressure with his fingers. Boom! Wei Lihui's long sword exploded inch by inch. Seeing this, Wei Lihui's face changed drastically. He stomped his feet and hurriedly retreated. But Chu Chen's momentum did not diminish. Boom! Chu Chen's fingers pointed at his chest. Puff! A stream of blood gushed from Wei Lihui's back. Ah! Wei Lihui screamed in agony, his whole body flying up and crashing into a nearby rockery. The rockery collapsed with a loud bang. Head of the family. Many from the Wei family saw this scene, their faces changing drastically, gasping in shock. At the same time, they were filled with disbelief. Even the head of the family was no match for Chu Chen? How could this be? Even Delin and Ying were stunned. Wei Lihui was a heavenly-level master at the peak of perfection. How could he be defeated by Chu Chen? This was impossible. Could it be that Chu Chen was a master? Cough, cough. Wei Lihui coughed twice, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, there was a blood hole that was transparent from front to back on his chest. Moreover, a domineering force was rampaging within him, causing excruciating pain to his internal organs. He looked at Chu Chen in horror and asked, What level of cultivation are you? Whoosh! Chu Chen appeared in front of him in an instant, stepping on his chest, and coldly said, Now, can you call your father out?
Wei Lihue, already injured, felt Chu Chen's foot on his chest, breaking several of his ribs, causing him to scream in pain. At the same time, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. He was the current head of the Wei family, a towering figure in the entire Jiang city, respected by all except for a few. Yet now, he was being stepped on by someone? It was utterly disgraceful. What? Still unwilling to speak? Then I'll kill everyone in the Wei family. Chu Chen looked down at Wei Lihue, his gaze icy. At the same time, he exuded a chilling aura of slaughter. The Wei family members nearby turned pale and trembled at Chu Chen's words. They believed Chu Chen could do it. They all looked at Wei Lihue in unison. Head of the family. Hurry and call the old head of the family out. Wei Lihue's face also changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted, Chu Chen, don't be impulsive. It's not that I don't want to call my father out, but he's not home. Not home? Where did he go? Chu Chen frowned slightly and asked coldly. I don't know either, he went traveling. Wei Lihue forced a smile. Then you should call him. Chu Chen replied coldly. Even if you call, it might not go through. Wei Lihue took out his phone and dialed his father's number. As expected, it was unreachable. His father had been stuck at a certain level for many years. To break through, he had gone out recently in search of an opportunity. Sometimes, his father would enter deep mountains and forests where there was no signal at all. Or he might be in seclusion and have turned off his phone. You can't even contact your own father. What kind of son are you? Chu Chen stepped down hard. Crack! Several bones in Wei Lihue's body broke again. He lay on the ground, howling in pain. Chu Chen stepped on his dantian. Bang! A deep sound echoed. Ah! Wei Lihue let out a painful scream. His face turned pale, his body trembled as he looked at Chu Chen in panic. You ruined my cultivation? At that moment, his dantian had shattered. All his cultivation was reduced to zero. Your Wei family was never a great clan, nor did you have any heavenly level experts. 22 years ago, on a rainy night, your father gained an opportunity that allowed your Wei family to rise. Now, it should return to zero. Chu Chen looked at him coldly. He scanned all the members of the Wei family and said coldly, those above the Xian level. Self-destruct your cultivation. Chu Chen was not a bloodthirsty person, but the Wei family had to pay a price. What? The many experts of the Wei family changed their expressions drastically upon hearing this. Those above the Xian level had to self-destruct their cultivation? Wouldn't that leave the Wei family with only Huan level experts? Wouldn't the Wei family's strength be weaker than it was 22 years ago? Moreover, they had worked hard to cultivate to above the Xian level. They didn't want to lose their cultivation and become ordinary people. A young woman from the Wei family looked furious and said, You've killed so many experts from our Wei family, you're a bastard. Now you want to ruin our cultivation with just one word? Do you really think our Wei family is afraid of you? Bang! Before she could finish her sentence, Chu Chen slapped her. She didn't even have time to dodge, and her head exploded like a watermelon. Ah! Her female companion nearby was splattered with white brain matter and red blood, screaming in shock. Everyone from the Wei family was stunned. This woman from the Wei family was a perfect Earth-level expert. Who would have thought she wouldn't even have the chance to resist? Run! A few people turned pale and shouted, fleeing into the distance. Humph! Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he flashed and pursued them. Chu Chen was not a bloodthirsty person, but he was not a kind-hearted one either. Since you seek death, then I can only send you on your way. Bang bang bang! In the blink of an eye, the heads of these few people exploded, turning into headless corpses. The Wei family experts who had just wanted to escape suddenly stopped. The more they tried to run, the faster they died. Chu Chen looked at the Wei family members and said, I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3. We are willing to self-destruct our cultivation. The experts of the Wei family above the Xian level all changed their expressions drastically and hurriedly began to self-destruct their cultivation. There was no choice. If they didn't hurry, they might really lose their lives. In an instant, screams echoed throughout the space. From then on, the Wei family would no longer have any experts above the Xian level. Delin was filled with shock. Chu Chen was truly ruthless. He looked at Chu Chen, his eyelids twitching. This young man was someone who could accomplish great things. He Ying's pretty face also showed astonishment. Was the Wei family really finished like this? Wei Lihue looked at the many Wei family experts who had lost their cultivation, his face filled with endless sorrow. Originally, even if he were to be crippled, the Wei family still had so many experts, plus the deterrent power of his father. The Wei family could still firmly hold the position of the second largest family in Zhangcheng. But now, the Wei family's experts were gone. The Wei family was in trouble.
Tell your father I'm waiting for him to come back. Chu Chen coldly glanced at Wei Lihui, then turned and left. He De Lin and He Ying hurried to follow. Both wore complex expressions. They had come to protect Chu Chen, yet unexpectedly, he didn't need their protection at all. After Chu Chen and the others left, the Wei family members finally breathed a sigh of relief. They felt as if they were lingering at the gates of the underworld. Ah, my cultivation! Soon, cries of grief and anger erupted. These Wei family experts who had self-crippled their cultivation all howled at the sky, their eyes bloodshot. Especially those at the heavenly level, who were filled with rage. With the support of Wei Lihui's father, the Wei family had gained numerous resources. Their cultivation had thus advanced by leaps and bounds. Who would have thought that today it would all turn to dust? What did the old patriarch do 22 years ago? How did he offend that ruthless Chu Chen? Everyone turned to look at Wei Lihui in unison. Wei Lihui's face was equally grim. He was on the verge of breaking through to the master level. Now, all his cultivation was gone. He wanted to die. Quick, call the old patriarch back, kill Chu Chen, take revenge. The members of the Wei family roared in anger. Their cultivation had been destroyed. They didn't want Chu Chen to have it easy either. Isn't it impossible to contact him? Wei Lihui's face was dark. He wanted his father to come back immediately, but he really couldn't get in touch. Dad's dad is called Grandpa. At that moment, his phone rang. It was the exclusive ringtone he had set for his father. He took it out and, sure enough, it was his father calling. His expression turned excited as he quickly answered the call, shouting, "Dad, I finally reached you. Come back quickly." What happened? Wei Lihui's father, Wei Lichang, frowned. His son was the current head of the Wei family, usually calm and composed. Why was he shouting today? Just now, someone came to our Wei family to cause trouble. He wanted to find you, and I couldn't reach you earlier. All the experts above the Xin level in our Xin family have been crippled. Wei Lihui quickly recounted the situation. What? Wei Lichang's body shook, and he roared. What did you say? All the experts above the Xin level in our Xin family have been crippled? That's right. Wei Lihui nodded, crying, "Dad, come back quickly to take revenge for us." Ah! Wei Lichang roared, and a nearby stone exploded, turning to dust. A few days ago, he had found a spiritual herb in the deep mountains, so he had swallowed it and entered seclusion. To prevent being disturbed at the most critical moment of his seclusion, he had turned off his phone. He never expected that all the Wei family's experts would be gone because of this? Who is he? Wei Lichang asked darkly. His name is Chu Chen, and he is not from any major family, but he mentioned the rainy night from 22 years ago, Wei Lihui replied. What? At these words, Wei Lichang's body trembled. The rainy night 22 years ago was a night of great change in his life. That night, he obtained a small portion of a cultivation technique. He also received a bottle of pills. Because of this, his cultivation skyrocketed, and he ascended to the position of head of the Wei family. He also used the pills to cultivate many Wei family experts. His own cultivation soared like a rocket. In just over a decade, he led the Wei family to become the second largest family in Jiangcheng. That rainy night was his greatest secret. Except for Wei Lihui, they hadn't mentioned anything to anyone from the Wei family. Who would have thought someone would come knocking now? Who on earth is it? Wei Lichang's heart was filled with doubt. Could it be the son of that person? In an instant, he felt a bit flustered. If that person was so terrifying, then his son would probably not be any less formidable. What level of cultivation does Chu Chen have? He asked urgently. He should be half a step to a master, Wei Lihui replied. Half a step to a master? Wei Lichang was taken aback for a moment, then he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he hadn't fully grown yet. Tell him, 7 days from now, I will return to fight him at Daming Mountain. Wei Lichang's face was grim. He was currently trying to break through. He guessed he would be able to do so in the next few days. By then, his combat power would reach a new level. If Chu Chen was that person's son, then the enmity between him and Chu Chen would definitely be irreconcilable. Since that was the case, why not crush him in the cradle while he hadn't fully developed yet? On the other side, Chu Chen was now sitting in He Ying's car. Along the way, He Ying looked at Chu Chen, appearing hesitant to speak. Miss He, if you have something to say, just say it, Chu Chen said lightly. What level of cultivation do you have? He Ying hesitated for a moment before asking. Even He Delin looked at Chu Chen with curiosity. I don't know either, Chu Chen pondered for a while before replying. He was not a martial artist. He was a cultivator. Upon hearing this, He Ying pouted. She thought this guy was unwilling to share. She didn't bother to ask further. Mr. Chu, you made the Wei family crippled, and Wei Lichang will definitely not let you off.
You need to be careful, He Dylan said to Chu Chen, his face serious. Wei Lichang had broken through to Master 10 years ago. Just after he finished speaking, his phone rang. After answering, his expression quickly changed. Mr. Chu, Wei Lihue called and said he has contacted his father. He has arranged for you to fight at Daming Mountain in 7 days, He Dylan said. 7 days from now? Chu Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Good. 7 days from now. I will slay him. Mr. Chu, you must not be careless. He Dylan's face changed in shock, warning. Wei Lichang is a top figure in the martial arts world of Jiangcheng, and he became a master 10 years ago. We don't know how strong he is now. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing, Chu Chen said proudly. He Dylan was taken aback by Chu Chen's demeanor. Why was Chu Chen so confident? Could it be that he was truly a master? Soon, the news of Wei Lichang challenging Chu Chen to a duel at Daming Mountain in 7 days spread throughout the martial arts community of Jiangcheng. In fact, the Wei family had intentionally leaked the news. Since all their experts above the Xian level had been crippled, they couldn't hide it for long. It would eventually be exposed. So, it was better to release the news directly. At the same time, they publicly promoted the duel between Wei Lichang and Chu Chen. The aim was to let other forces in Jiangcheng understand that their old patriarch was equally terrifying in combat power. If Wei Lichang defeated Chu Chen, even if their Wei family's experts were gone, their deterrent power would still remain. No one would dare to easily provoke the Wei family. No way? Mr. Chu has infiltrated the Wei family? I just got the news that Mr. Chu made all the Wei family's experts above the Xian level self-destruct their cultivation. Damn! So the Wei family has been crippled? Anyone who was qualified to receive this news was stunned. The Wei family was the second largest family in Jiangcheng, with many experts. There were quite a few at the Tian level. Moreover, the current head of the Wei family, Wei Lihue, was a master at the peak of the Tian level. Yet, they couldn't even defeat Chu Chen? Instead, they were counter-killed by Chu Chen, forcing even the experts above the Xian level to self-destruct their cultivation? Chu Chen. What level of cultivation is he at? At least half a step to the master, someone said in a deep voice. Everyone was stunned. Chu Chen didn't seem very old, yet he was already at half a step to the master. This talent is not low at all. At least in the entire Jiang city, he could be considered a top genius. The Shen family. How is that possible? Shin Xinyun had several ribs broken by Chu Chen a few days ago. He had been lying in bed recuperating. At this moment, upon hearing about the Wei family incident, he trembled all over, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Chu Chen actually defeated Wei Lihue? How could that be possible? Chu Chen is not at the peak of the heavenly level, but half a step to the master, Shin Changming said solemnly. Half a step to the master? Shin Xinyun was stunned. Is Chu Chen really that monstrous? Isn't that the same level as his grandfather? But he won't live much longer. 7 days later, Wei Lichang will definitely kill him. Shin Changming sneered. Wei Lichang had been a master 10 years ago. His strength was even more terrifying now. Even if Chu Chen is half a step to the master, he wouldn't be a match for Wei Lichang, even if he were a true master. It seems there's no need for your grandfather to take action, Shin Changming said with a sinister smile. Isn't grandfather also about to come out of seclusion in a few days? Why not let grandfather join in the attack on Chu Chen 7 days later? Shin Xingyun's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Attack Chu Chen? Shin Changming's heart stirred at the words. That is indeed a good idea. But Wei Lichang probably won't agree. He shook his head. Wei Lichang's high-profile challenge to Chu Chen was to showcase his combat power and deterrent force. If they attacked together, it would greatly diminish that impact. Even if he defeated Chu Chen, people would say it was because they teamed up. At least, it wouldn't hold up in terms of reputation. The deterrent effect would also be significantly reduced. Then we can wait until Chu Chen is on the verge of defeat, and then grandfather can take action. At that time, it won't affect Wei Lichang's deterrent, and perhaps they could even collaborate with Wei Lichang in the future. Shin Xingyun said. That's a good plan. Shin Changming nodded slightly. With the Wei family's experts gone, they would likely be looking for partners. The Shin family, as the third largest family in Jiang City, is also qualified. Anyway, 7 days later, Chu Chen will definitely die. Shin Xingyun's eyes were filled with a chilling malice. Xu Yi has defied the heavens. After receiving the news, Su Mang and the others were also left in shock for a long time. A few days ago, Xu Yi had just taken them to the Shin family, the third largest family in Jiang City. Tonight, he went to the second largest family, the Wei family, alone? And he had incapacitated all the experts of the Wei family? Xu Yi is just too fierce. Following Xu Yi, in the future, We will soar to great heights. The eyes of the few sparkled with excitement. With the Wei family incapacitated, is this an opportunity? That night, the martial arts community of Jiang City was in an uproar. Some forces began to stir restlessly. The Wei family had developed too quickly in recent years and controlled a lot of resources. Now that the Wei family's experts were gone, it was the perfect time to strike. However, thinking of Wei Lichang, these people suppressed their inner impulses. They still had to wait for the decisive battle in 7 days. As for all this, Chu Chen was not concerned. At this moment, he had returned to the luxurious villa. He took out several sheets of yellow paper and placed them on the table. These were what he had just bought. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, he could carve talismans. Now, he brought his fingers together like a sword, with light flickering at his fingertips. Using his spiritual power as a pen, he began to carve one mysterious pattern after another on the yellow paper. After more than an hour, Chu Chen withdrew his fingers. He wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead. My cultivation is still too low. Carving just a few protective talismans consumes so much energy. Chu Chen murmured to himself. He walked out of the room and gave a protective talisman to Ning Shufang and Chu Yi respectively. You should keep it close to you. Chu Chen looked at the two and said earnestly. The talisman contained a defensive array inscribed with his spiritual power. It could protect them at a critical moment. Okay. The two nodded. The next day, Chu Chen visited the Yulan courtyard. Uncle Chu, you're here. Coco was very happy to see Chu Chen and immediately jumped into his arms. He hadn't come by much these days, and the little one was quite dissatisfied. Uncle Chu has been a bit busy lately. Chu Chen patted her little head. In fact, he had been avoiding coming on purpose. After playing with Coco for a while, he let her go off to play by herself. Chu Chen then took out 2 talismans and handed one to Yi Qingxue. You keep one on you, and buy a small cloth bag to hold the other one for Coco to carry. Although Yi Qingxue was now his wife, Chu Chen still hoped to help her. He didn't want anything to happen to her. It was a way to make up for the promise he had broken 10 years ago. What is this? Yi Qingxue asked curiously as she took the talisman. They can protect you at critical moments. Chu Chen didn't explain much further. He. At that moment, a cold laugh came from nearby. Han Danqiu walked over, swaying her hips, and looked at Chu Chen with mockery. Chu Chen, I didn't expect that after 10 years, you've learned the tricks of a con artist? What con artist? Chu Chen frowned slightly. Han Danqiu pointed at the talisman in Yi Qingxue's hand and sneered. Just 2 pieces of yellow paper with a few scribbles, and you say they can protect people? What else could you be but a con artist? You wouldn't understand my methods. Chu Chen was too lazy to argue with her and turned to Yi Qingxue. Qingxue, keep the talisman safe. With that, he left. He didn't want to stay with a woman like Han Danqiu. Now that I've exposed you, you have nothing to say, right? Han Danqiu looked at Chu Chen's back, sneering. She turned to Yi Qingxue and said, Qingxue, you should just throw those 2 pieces of paper away. No. Yi Qingxue shook her head. Qingxue, you don't actually believe his nonsense, do you? Han Danqiu widened her eyes in shock. It won't hurt to keep it on me, Yi Qingxue thought. She didn't really believe that the talismans could protect anyone, but she also felt that Chu Chen had no reason to deceive her about such things. Qingxue, I can see you still have some fantasies about him. You still have feelings for him. Han Danqiu said angrily, don't forget, you've already promised your family that you will marry that lord sooner or later. Yi Qingxue felt a wave of irritation at her words. She didn't respond but put 1 talisman into her pocket. At the same time, she had the nanny sew the other one into a cloth bag for Cuckoo to wear. This is a gift from Uncle Chu, and I love it so much. Cuckoo was thrilled. Han Danqiu was furious. Cuckoo had such a good impression of Chu Chen. This was not a good thing. No. I must find a way to stop this. That evening, Han Danqiu came again. She looked at Cuckoo with a smile. Cuckoo, how about we go out to play? I don't want to go out with you. Cuckoo shook her head directly. She didn't really like this aunt. Han Danqiu felt a surge of anger inside. However, she didn't lose her temper and instead smiled. I'll take you to the amusement park and treat you to delicious food, okay? Which amusement park? What delicious food? Cuckoo tilted her head, curious. You'll find out if you come with me. Han Danqiu chuckled. After hesitating for a moment, Cuckoo nodded. Okay, I'll play with you for a bit, but I won't betray Uncle Chu. Han Danqiu was infuriated by her response. What's wrong with this little guy's head, filled with useless junk? Danqiu, you must protect Kiki. Yi Qingxue looked at Han Danqiu and warned her. Don't worry, with me around, I'll definitely take good care of her. Han Danqiu smiled. She drove away from Yulan courtyard with Kiki. To make Kiki like her again, and to ensure that Kiki would listen to her in the future and stay away from Chu Chen, Han Danqiu took Kiki to a large amusement park. She also took her to the night market to eat snacks. The little one was indeed having a great time.
Come on, I'll take you to have ice cream. Han Danqiu carried Kiki into an ice cream shop.
At that moment, in a dim corner nearby, a figure was watching Kiki, excitement flickering in their eyes.
After buying ice cream for Kiki, Han Danqiu drove her back to Yulan Courtyard. Is Aunt Qiu good? Han Danqiu asked while driving. Not bad. Kiki puffed her cheeks and nodded. The little one seemed quite reluctant. It was hard to tell if it was because of the candied hawthorn or the ice cream from tonight. Then you should play with me more and less with Chu Chen, okay? Han Danqiu teased.
This was her most important goal.
She didn't want Kiki to be too attached to Chu Chen. I don't want to. Kiki crossed her arms and huffed. You can't replace Uncle Chu. This little brat. Han Danqiu was furious. What kind of spell had Chu Chen cast on Kiki? Why was Kiki so attached to him? Could it really be a deep father-daughter bond? Damn it. No. I have to find a way to separate these two.
Just as the car passed through a dark area, suddenly, a large truck came barreling towards them.
Han Danqiu's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly slammed on the brakes.
But the truck was speeding towards them, showing no signs of slowing down.
It even accelerated. Ah!
Han Danqiu closed her eyes and screamed.
Bang! The truck crashed into Han Danqiu's car. Ah! Kiki also panicked and started crying.
At that moment, a bright light suddenly shone from Kiki's clothes, enveloping the entire car.
Bang! Han Danqiu's car crashed into a large tree by the roadside. Ah!
Han Danqiu held her head and screamed. When the car finally stabilized, she opened her eyes. The next moment, she was stunned.
She thought she would be seriously injured, if not dead. But unexpectedly, she was completely unharmed. Not a scratch. What was going on? Was the car's crash resistance this strong? She looked back at Kiki in the rear seat and asked, Kiki, are you okay?
Whoa, the little one was quite scared and was crying. I'm scared. I want to find Mama. I want to find Uncle Chu. I'm scared. Han Danqiu glanced at her and found that she was not hurt, just frightened.
What a stroke of luck. Han Danqiu felt a surge of excitement. She was about to get out of the car. Whoosh!
At that moment, a figure in a black robe rushed over, opened the car door, and snatched Kiki out of the car.
Who are you? Let me go.
Kiki's little face was filled with fear as she struggled incessantly.
Who are you? Why are you grabbing Kiki? Let her go.
Han Danqiu pointed at the figure in the black robe and shouted angrily. The figure ignored her, holding Kiki and leaping away, disappearing into the darkness.
Kiki! Kiki!
Han Danqiu's face turned pale as she hurriedly chased after them. But ahead was a wall of darkness. The figure in the black robe and Kiki had vanished without a trace.
Han Danqiu panicked.
If something happened to Kiki, Qingsno would definitely blame her. She quickly took out her phone and dialed Yi Qingsno's number. Qingsno, come quickly, Kiki has been kidnapped.
Soon, a BMW sped towards them.
The car door opened, and Yi Qingsno stepped down, anxiously asking, Danqiu, what happened?
How could Kiki be kidnapped?
A big truck just crashed into us, and then a man in a black robe took Kiki away, Han Danqiu replied quickly. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingsno's pretty face turned pale, and her heart raced with panic. She took out her phone and immediately dialed several numbers.
No, I need to call Chu Chen.
For some reason, at this critical moment, she always thought of Chu Chen.
Chu Chen was her inner support. What good will calling him do? Han Danqiu blocked Yi Qingsno.
If Chu Chen found out she had taken Kiki out to play and ended up getting her kidnapped, how could she ever blame him again?
I'm going to call him, don't stop me.
Yi Qingsno dialed Chu Chen's number, panicking. Chu Chen, hurry, Kiki has been kidnapped.
What? Chu Chen's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Where? I'll be there right away.
Yi Qingsno quickly told Chu Chen the location.
Soon, Chu Chen arrived. Chu Chen, you're here.
Seeing Chu Chen, Yi Qingsno rushed over, her beautiful eyes misty with tears, crying, Chu Chen, you have to help me find Kiki.
What happened? Chu Chen asked.
Yi Qingsno recounted the situation. After listening, Chu Chen's expression changed again.
He walked over to Han Danqiu's car.
The next moment, his expression became serious.
He sensed the fluctuation of his spiritual energy. The talisman he gave Kiki had activated its defense.
This indicated that the car crash was severe. Fortunately, there was the talisman, otherwise, it would have been troublesome.
Chu Chen, what should we do? We don't even know who kidnapped Kiki or why, Yi Qingsno said anxiously. What's the use of asking him? Han Danqiu snorted coldly. Don't worry, I have my ways.
Chu Chen ignored her and quickly formed hand seals. He had already broken through to the foundation establishment stage.
He could now cast some spells, including the tracking spell. Kiki had the talisman he gave her, which, although activated, still had a faint trace of spiritual energy. Moreover, there was also the residual aura of the man in the black robe. It was just right for casting the tracking spell. Heaven and earth are boundless, track for miles. Shuchen quickly formed the seals with his hands, roaring inwardly. Soon, a faint strange light flickered in Shuchen's eyes. In his vision, he saw a man in a black robe carrying Kiki, quickly fleeing. The direction was the western suburbs of the city. I know where Kiki is now, I'm going to save her, Shuchen said, and with a flash, he headed straight for the western part of the city. In the western suburbs of the city, the man in the black robe carried Kiki into an abandoned factory. At this point, Kiki had already been knocked unconscious by the man in the black robe. Master, why did you bring back a child? A group of men in black emerged, asking curiously. The man in the black robe slowly removed his hat. He was a middle-aged man with a hawk-like nose and a sinister appearance. His name was Chen Jiaguan, a leader of the evil witch sect. He was also the one tasked with killing Chu Chen in Jian City. This little girl carries a chilling aura. She is perfect for nurturing my ice soul cold insect, Chen Jiaguan said, placing Kiki on a table. He looked at Kiki, his eyes filled with immense excitement. Tonight, he had originally planned to enter the city to gather information. Unexpectedly, the ice soul cold insect within him had awakened and was extremely agitated. After carefully sensing, he discovered Kiki. With this little girl, my ice soul cold insect might evolve into its complete form, helping me cultivate the ice soul heavenly skill to its peak and assist me in breaking through, Chen Jiaguan said, his face filled with excitement. As he spoke, he took out a small jar from his body. When the jar was opened, a snow-white worm flew out. As soon as the snow-white worm emerged, the entire space grew cold. Whoosh! The snow-white worm, upon seeing Kiki, seemed very excited and darted straight towards her. It landed on Kiki's body and crawled into her mouth. Soon, a chilling aura began to emanate from Kiki. This icy aura was extremely dense, causing the temperature in the entire factory to drop several degrees. Although Kiki was unconscious, she let out a painful whimper. The icy aura around her grew stronger, and she began to tremble. Frost even formed on her eyelashes, and the cold continued to gather. Eventually, Kiki was completely covered in frost. Her eyelashes trembled incessantly, her lips turned black, and her small face was filled with pain. Yet, she remained unconscious, only able to emit painful groans. Good. Chen Jiaguan felt no pity. Instead, he was incredibly excited. This girl's constitution was indeed perfectly suited for his goo worm. He sat cross-legged and began to circulate his cultivation method. The technique he practiced was called Ice Soul Heavenly Skill, an extremely sinister art. The icy aura emanating from Kiki was most beneficial for his cultivation. At this moment, he was operating the Ice Soul Heavenly Skill, rapidly absorbing the cold energy. The Ice Soul power within him grew increasingly abundant. This girl is truly perfect for the growth of my Ice Soul Cold Goo, and it also aids my cultivation, Chen Jiaguan thought, filled with excitement. Thus, he continued to absorb the icy aura from Kiki, slowly enhancing his cultivation. Maybe tonight I can break through to master. Chen Jiaguan's heart was filled with anticipation. He had been stuck at half a step to master for many years. Tonight might just be his opportunity. Bang! At that moment, a loud noise echoed. The door crashed to the ground. A man appeared at the entrance. The man stood tall, his gaze sharp, exuding a chilling aura. Kiki! Chu Chen immediately spotted Kiki on the table. With a whoosh, he rushed towards her. Kid, who are you? A master from the evil witch sect swiftly blocked Chu Chen's path. Get out of the way! Chu Chen slapped out. Bang! This was a master at the peak of the earth level, but at that moment, Chu Chen's slap crushed his head. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Seeking death. Chen Jiaguan's face turned furious, icy energy gathering in his right hand as he punched towards Chu Chen. He was in a critical moment of cultivation, and this kid dared to barge in and disrupt him? Truly seeking death. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he struck out with one palm. Bang! The collision of fists and palms produced a tremendous sound. Dong dong dong. Chen Jiaguan was forced back, and with each step, the ground beneath him cracked. After retreating more than 10 meters, he barely stabilized himself. He looked at Chu Chen, his face showing astonishment. This kid had merely struck casually, yet he had been forced back? Moreover, he felt his internal organs churning. Who was this kid? His cultivation seemed formidable. Chu Chen couldn't be bothered with him. Upon seeing Kiki, who was covered in frost, his expression changed drastically. Because Kiki's icy aura had erupted, and it was even more severe than last time. Chu Chen noticed the goo worm within Kiki. He brought his fingers together like a sword and pointed at Kiki. Soon, a snow-white worm flew out of Kiki's mouth. The ice-soul-cold goo, upon seeing Chu Chen, had its eyes turn bright red, emitting a piercing sound, as if angry that it had been forced out. It radiated a chilling aura and charged directly at Chu Chen. Humph! Chu Chen coldly snorted, his fingers still together like a sword, and he slashed forward. Put! It barely had time to dodge before being split in half. Two halves of a corpse fell to the ground, and the surface unexpectedly froze into a thick layer of ice. My ice-soul-cold goo! Chen Jiaguan, witnessing this scene, was furious to the point of almost bursting his eyes, letting out a roar. The ice-soul-cold goo was his life goo, complementing the cultivation technique he practiced. He had nurtured it for over 30 years. He never expected it to die now. Chu Chen ignored him and took out several silver needles, piercing them into different acupoints on Koko's body. Kid, who are you? How dare you kill my goo? Chen Jiaguan glared at Chu Chen, his eyes icy cold. You all deserve to die. Chu Chen swept his gaze over everyone in the factory, his words chillingly cold. Ha ha ha. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the members of the Evil Witch sect burst into laughter. This kid was all alone, yet he dared to be so arrogant? Kill him. Chen Jiaguan commanded. Kill. The members of the Evil Witch sect all roared in anger, exuding a chilling aura as they charged at Chu Chen. Humph. Chu Chen snorted coldly. These people actually dared to kidnap Cuckoo. Moreover, they had activated the icy energy within her. Damn it! He flashed and instantly appeared in front of a master from the Evil Witch sect. This was a heavenly level master. Seeing Chu Chen suddenly appear before him, his expression changed, and he was about to attack. However, before he could make any move, Chu Chen pointed at his forehead. Bang! His head exploded instantly. Whoosh! After killing this man, Chu Chen vanished again. Boom! Another heavenly level master was killed by a punch from Chu Chen. Bang! Chu Chen's right hand, like a dragon's claw, reached out to the right. A master from the Evil Witch sect, who was about to launch a sneak attack, was grabbed by the neck by Chu Chen. The master's face changed drastically. He wanted to resist, but he found he couldn't. This left him utterly shocked. He was a heavenly level master, yet he was suppressed by this man? How could this be? Crack! Chu Chen exerted a slight force. The heavenly level master died just like that. Bang bang bang! Chu Chen flickered. In less than a minute, more than half of the Evil Witch sect members were dead. The remaining masters of the Evil Witch sect all stopped. They looked at Chu Chen, their faces filled with horror. Even Chen Jiaguan was stunned. This kid was ridiculously strong. He looked at Chu Chen and said, "Friend, tonight is a misunderstanding. You can take this little girl and leave now." Although he was not afraid of Chu Chen, he guessed that if he wanted to kill Chu Chen, he would likely have to pay a price. So, it was better to let this kid leave first. You all are still alive. How? Can I leave? Chu Chen's gaze was icy cold. Kid, don't be too arrogant. We are from the Evil Witch sect. Chen Jiaguan looked at Chu Chen, his voice cold. Evil Witch sect. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen exuded a chilling aura and said coldly, I didn't expect you to come again? Ha! Chen Jiaguan was taken aback for a moment, then exclaimed, Are you Chu Chen? It seems you came to Jiang City specifically for me? Chu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Since you are Chu Chen, then tonight, you will stay here forever. Chen Jiaguan's gaze was extremely cold. Chen Jiaguan had two main purposes for coming to Jiang City this time. One was to re-establish their stronghold in Jiang City for the Evil Witch sect. The other was to kill Chu Chen and avenge the members of the Evil Witch sect who had died at his hands. Go on your way. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent, and with a whoosh, he charged straight at Chen Jiaguan. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Chen Jiaguan roared, the energy within him surging into his right hand. Ice Soul Divine Fist. His right hand was enveloped in a terrifying icy evil energy. Finally, his right hand even transformed into an ice fist. He hurled a punch at Chu Chen. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he threw a punch. Boom! Chen Jiaguan's icy fist could easily pierce through steel plates. But at this moment, in Chu Chen's palm, it shattered like tofu. It exploded directly, even his arm was torn apart inch by inch. Ah! Chen Jiaguan let out a painful scream. He looked at Chu Chen, his face changing drastically. What was wrong with this kid? He wanted to retreat. But Chu Chen's palm continued its momentum, crashing into his chest. Boom! His chest caved in completely. He flew up, crashing into the wall in the distance. Put! He fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his shattered heart. You! How are you so strong? Are you a master? He looked at Chu Chen, his face filled with horror. He was a half-step master, yet he was defeated by Chu Chen with a single palm? How could this be possible? What level of cultivation was Chu Chen at? A master? Let's go. Whoosh! Chu Chen rushed towards Chen Jiaguan. Chu Chen, you can't kill me. If you kill me, our evil witch sect won't let you go. Chen Jiaguan shouted loudly in a panic. At this moment, he was truly afraid. He didn't want to die like this. He was still thinking about breaking through to become a master. Bang! Chu Chen stepped on his chest. You! Chen Jiaguan's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Chu Chen. This kid, so decisive in killing? Was he not afraid of their evil witch sect at all? I will personally pay a visit to your evil witch sect. Chu Chen retracted his left foot, his gaze icy cold. Chen Jiaguan struggled a couple of times, then his limbs went limp. He was dead. Run! The remaining experts of the evil witch sect all turned pale and hurriedly fled towards the door. With the leader dead, they had no thoughts of resistance left. Whoosh! Chu Chen's figure flickered as he chased after them. Bang bang bang! Soon, the remaining few were also killed by Chu Chen. Chu Chen carried Cuckoo and left the abandoned factory, returning to the Yulan courtyard. Cuckoo! Yi Kingsnow's face lit up with joy as she rushed over. Han Danqiu also breathed a sigh of relief. If anything had happened to Cuckoo, Yi Kingsnow would definitely be very upset with her. What happened to Cuckoo? Suddenly, Yi Kingsnow's pretty face changed drastically. Just a moment ago, she thought Cuckoo was just asleep, but now she noticed a chilling aura surrounding Cuckoo. There was even a bit of frost on her body. Is Cuckoo having an episode? Yi Kingsnow panicked. I'll treat her right away. Chu Chen carried Cuckoo back to the room and placed her on the bed. At this moment, Chu Chen's heart was also heavy, because the chilling aura within Cuckoo had been activated by Chen Jiaguan's icy soul bug. Now, the chilling aura inside Cuckoo had gone berserk. It was even more severe than when Chu Chen first met her. He took out several silver needles and inserted them into the acupoints on Cuckoo's body, such as Baihui and Changling. He once again performed the Taiyan 9 needles. At the same time, his spiritual power rapidly flowed into Cuckoo's body. However, the chilling aura within Cuckoo actually resisted Chu Chen's spiritual power. After Chu Chen's spiritual power entered, its speed slowed down as if it were frozen. As expected, it is the 9 turns Taiyin immortal body. Chu Chen was shocked. It was said that the chilling aura of the 9 turns Taiyin immortal body was extremely terrifying and domineering, capable of freezing everything. There were even rumors that when the 9 turns Taiyin immortal body was cultivated to the extreme, even the river of time could be frozen. At this moment, Chu Chen's expression was serious as he operated the nameless technique, injecting more spiritual power. After more than half an hour, Chu Chen stopped. His face was a bit pale, and the frost on Cuckoo had dissipated, but the chilling aura still lingered. The entire room had turned cold. It's just like a cold storage. How is Kiki? Yi Kingsnow became even more anxious when she saw that Kiki had not yet awakened. Previously, after Chu Chen's treatment, Kiki had quickly regained consciousness. But this time, she hadn't. Moreover, the icy aura around Kiki was still so intense. Who tied up Kiki tonight? Why did she suddenly have an episode? Yi Kingsnow's face was filled with worry. She must have offended someone, Han Danqiu sneered before Chu Chen could respond. Chu Chen remained silent. You almost got me killed. Seeing that Chu Chen wasn't speaking, Han Danqiu continued, you're really a troublemaker. How do you still have the courage to bother Kingsnow? Chu Chen, if I were you. Slap. Before Han Danqiu could finish her sentence, Chu Chen slapped her across the face. Han Danqiu fell to the ground, covering her face, her eyes wide with shock. Chu Chen, you dare hit me? She truly didn't expect Chu Chen to have the audacity to strike her. Even Yi Kingsnow was taken aback. Chu Chen seemed angry? If it weren't for you taking Kiki out, would Kiki be like this? Chu Chen looked at Han Danqiu coldly. He had tolerated this woman for a long time. If it weren't for Yi Kingsnow, he would have turned her into mush with that slap. Chu Chen, don't shift the blame. If you hadn't offended someone, how could we have been kidnapped? Han Danqiu scolded angrily. I think you're the one shifting the blame. Chu Chen replied coldly. Those people from the evil witch cult were after him. But clearly, they kidnapped Kiki not because of him, but because they were interested in Kiki's physique. And what do you mean I almost got you killed? If it weren't for my talisman, would you still be standing here in one piece? Chu Chen looked at Han Danqiu coldly. Your talisman? Ha! Chu Chen, who are you trying to fool? Han Danqiu said mockingly. Big-chested but brainless. Chu Chen couldn't be bothered to respond to her. You dare insult me? Han Danqiu stood up, lunging at Chu Chen with claws out. Get lost. With a flick of his hand, Chu Chen sent Han Danqiu crashing to the ground again. Do you know that if I had arrived a little later, Kiki might never have woken up again? Chu Chen looked down at her, coldly reprimanding. What?
Yi Qingsnou's face turned pale, her heart racing, tears streaming down her face. She grabbed Chu Chen's hand, pleading, Chu Chen, you must save Kiki, she is your.
Qingsnou.
Han Danqiu's expression changed drastically, shouting, don't be impulsive.
At this moment, she panicked. What was Qingsnou trying to do? Was she going to reveal the truth? Qingsnou, absolutely not.
She shook her head vigorously.
What?
For some reason, Chu Chen felt that Yi Qingsnou was about to tell him some big secret.
She is our daughter.
Yi Qingsnou looked at Chu Chen, crying.
Our? Chu Chen's whole body trembled, nervously asking, you mean, mine and yours? Exactly.
Yi Qingsnou nodded heavily, Kiki
is your daughter. Boom.
This information exploded in Chu Chen's mind like a thunderclap.
His mind went blank. Kiki was actually his daughter? Wasn't it said that she was with that lord? Chu Chen asked. What do you mean with that lord?
Yi Qingsnou said sadly, I haven't even married him yet.
What? Chu Chen's whole body shook as he looked at Han Danqiu, angrily saying, you lied to me?
It was Han Danqiu who said Yi Qingsnou had already married that lord. It was also this woman who said Kiki was Yi Qingsnou's daughter with that lord.
Danqiu, did you say that?
Yi Qingsnou also turned to look at Han Danqiu, questioning.
I.
Han Danqiu was at a loss for words at that moment. She didn't expect Yi Qingsue to suddenly reveal the truth today.
Aren't I doing this for your own good?
In the end, she stammered.
How can you say such things? Yi Qingxue's face was filled with anger. She knew her best friend didn't like Chu Chen,
but she didn't expect her to fabricate such a lie.
Anyway, aren't you going to marry that lord sooner or later? Han Danqiu didn't think she was in the wrong.
Saying this, she looked at Chu Chen and angrily said, for you, Qingxue was driven out by her family. For 10 years, she lived in a dilapidated urban village, enduring a miserable life. Do you really think you have the right to be Cuckoo's father? What? Chu Chen's whole body shook, staring blankly at Yi Qingxue. For these 10 years, Yi Qingxue had lived like this? At this moment, Yi Qingxue was also crying silently, tears streaming down her face. Qingxue, I'm sorry. Chu Chen hugged her tightly. Woo, where have you been for 10 years? Do you know how much I've missed you? 10 years. Yi Qingxue pounded her small fists against Chu Chen's chest, crying loudly. Although they had often met during this time, there had always been a barrier between them. At this moment, she could finally let everything go. At this moment, she could finally vent all the grievances and longing of the past 10 years. I'm sorry. Chu Chen's eyes were red, his throat choked. He wanted to explain, but he knew that no explanation could make up for the grievances Yi Qingxue had suffered over the past decade. Woo. Yi Qingxue buried her head in Chu Chen's chest, crying uncontrollably. She needed to release all the emotions of these 10 years. Han Danqiu watched the two embrace, her face dark, but she also knew that she couldn't say anything more at this moment. Otherwise, Qingxue would blame her. After a long while, Yi Qingxue's emotions finally stabilized a bit. Qingxue, stop crying for now. I'll treat Cuckoo right away. Chu Chen wiped her tears. Chu Chen, you must save our daughter. She has suffered too much since she was little. Yi Qingxue looked at Chu Chen, her face filled with pleading. Don't worry, I'm here. Chu Chen's face was determined. He went to Cuckoo's side and treated her again. The spiritual power within him continuously flowed into Cuckoo's body. At the same time, he deliberately absorbed the icy energy from Cuckoo's body into himself. As this icy energy entered Chu Chen's body, he couldn't help but shiver. The icy energy of the 9 turns Taiyin mortal body was indeed terrifying. Soon, Chu Chen's face turned pale, and he felt cold all over. Chu Chen, are you okay? Yi Qingxue noticed the change in his complexion and asked nervously. I'm fine. Chu Chen didn't stop. After more than an hour, Cuckoo's long eyelashes trembled, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Cuckoo, you finally woke up. Yi Qingxue was excited upon seeing this. Mama, what happened to me? Cuckoo looked confused. You scared Mama to death just now. Yi Qingxue tightly hugged her. Chu Chen, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, she looked at Chu Chen, her pretty face filled with panic. At this moment, Chu Chen's face was pale, his lips blackened. Even frost was visible on his eyebrows. I'm fine. Chu Chen shook his head. He had just injected all his spiritual power into Cuckoo's body. Moreover, he had absorbed a lot of Cuckoo's icy energy. At this moment, this icy energy was running rampant in his body. Uncle Chu, did you save me again? Cuckoo looked at Chu Chen and asked in a baby voice. You can't call me Uncle Chu anymore, you have to call me Daddy. Shu Chen came to her side, his face full of indulgence. "Daddy?" Coco's little face froze for a moment, then she turned to look at Yi Qingxue. "Yes, he is your daddy." Yi Qingxue nodded with a smile. "Really?" Kiki jumped up in excitement. She directly threw herself into Chu Chen's arms, happily shouting, "Daddy, Daddy, 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 Daddy." She called out daddy more than 10 times in a row. "I finally have a daddy." Kiki wrapped her little hands around Chu Chen's neck, filled with joy. The little one already felt close to Chu Chen. Now that she learned he was the daddy she had been longing for, her happiness soared even higher. Chu Chen held her tightly as well. This was his daughter. "Alright, daddy is tired, come down quickly." Yi Qingxue took Kiki in her arms and looked at Chu Chen, gently saying, "Chu Chen, you don't look well. Why don't you rest for a bit?" "Give me a room," Chu Chen said. "Okay." Yi Qingxue immediately led Chu Chen to a room. "You rest well," she said softly. After saying that, she left. Chu Chen stood by the window, quietly gazing at the night sky. At this moment, he still felt a bit dazed. He never expected Kiki to be his daughter. No wonder he always felt a certain closeness to her. But Chu Chen had a doubt. Why couldn't he sense Kiki's bloodline? Could it be because of the 9 turns Taiyin immortal body? Chu Chen's heart stirred. The 9 turns Taiyin immortal body is one of the legendary 10 immortal bodies, and it is the most mysterious one. It is said that when it grows, it can freeze everything. Perhaps it was because of the 9 turns Taiyin immortal body, and Kiki was currently on the verge of awakening, with the icy energy within her at its most violent, that her bloodline sensing was sealed. Moreover, Chu Chen speculated that it might also be related to Earth. When he was in the immortal realm, Chu Chen was already an immortal emperor, unmatched in combat, with skills that could rival creation, yet he still couldn't calculate the position of Earth. It was as if Earth did not exist in this space-time, not in the river of time. Chu Chen guessed that perhaps Earth also affected his bloodline sensing with Kiki. What kind of mysterious place is Earth, after all? Chu Chen pressed his lips tightly together, his expression serious. He always felt that Earth was shrouded in a layer of mystery. If this layer of mystery were to be lifted, there would probably be great secrets. However, his current cultivation was too low, he did not have the strength to lift this veil. No need to think so much, I need to refine the IC energy first. At this moment, the IC energy within him was about to go berserk. Chu Chen sat cross-legged, slightly closed his eyes, and began to operate the nameless technique to refine this IC energy. But it seemed that this IC energy knew it was about to be refined and became even more violent. A look of pain flashed across Chu Chen's face. "Refine for me!" Chu Chen roared inwardly. After more than an hour, Chu Chen finally opened his eyes. At this point, his complexion had returned to normal. No longer pale and colorless. He had refined quite a bit of the IC energy within him. However, there was still a lot that had not been refined. It was just temporarily suppressed in his dantian. As expected, the IC energy of the 9 turns Taiyin immortal body is formidable, Chu Chen sighed. The nameless technique was so mysterious, yet it couldn't refine this IC energy. "I can only refine it slowly." Chu Chen shook his head. Since it was already suppressed in his dantian, this IC energy posed no harm to him for the time being. He stood up and opened the door. "Daddy!" Kiki immediately threw herself into his arms. The little one had been waiting at the door all along. "Chu Chen, are you okay now?" Yi Qingxue looked at Chu Chen, asking with concern. She had been pacing back and forth at the door, quite worried. This made Han Danqiu extremely annoyed. Qingxue had indeed fallen again. She was captivated by this useless man, Chu Chen. "I'm fine now," Chu Chen replied with a faint smile. "That's good," Yi Qingxue sighed in relief. "Daddy, why did you take so many years to find us? Where have you been all this time?" "I really miss you, Mama. Mama often thinks of you and cries." Kiki looked at Chu Chen and asked in a baby voice. "Kiki, don't talk nonsense." Yi Qingxue's delicate face flushed with embarrassment. This little brat really dares to say anything. She did often miss Chu Chen, secretly wiping away tears in the middle of the night. But she could never admit it. At that moment, she looked at Chu Chen, her pretty face showing a hint of curiosity. She also wanted to know where Chu Chen had been for the past 10 years. And, 10 years ago, did Chu Chen really go to the appointment? 10 years ago, I was on my way to the place we agreed to meet, but unexpectedly, I was hit by a car halfway and fell into a cliff. Chu Chen said slowly. "What?" Yi Qingxue's expression changed. "Then you weren't hurt, right?" "Not really." Chu Chen pressed his lips together and said, "In the end, I entered a mysterious place and could only return recently." He didn't mention the matter of the immortal realm, because it was too absurd. Even if he said it, Yi Qingxue wouldn't believe it.
She might even think he was making excuses. I see. Yi Qingxue murmured. Back then, she thought Chu Chen hadn't gone to the appointment, and she was very sad about it. Qingxue, when did you get pregnant with Kiki? Was it that time? Chu Chen asked curiously. It was only that night after graduation that he and Yi Qingxue went to a hotel. Yi Qingxue's pretty face turned slightly red, and she glared at Chu Chen. You shouldn't talk like that in front of the child. It's fine, I didn't hear anything. Kiki covered her head with her little hands and looked up at the ceiling, as if to say, you can chat freely, I can't hear you. It was that time. Yi Qingxue's face flushed. 10 years ago, she had agreed to elope with Chu Chen. She also wanted to tell Chu Chen the news that day. But Chu Chen didn't show up. Looks like my aim is good. I hit the target with one shot. Chu Chen chuckled. Can you have some shame? Yi Qingxue glared at him. Chu Chen touched his nose. He looked at Yi Qingxue seriously and said, Qingxue, don't worry, I will make it up to you and Kiki in the future. He had thought he would never have the chance to make it up to Yi Qingxue again. He didn't expect heaven to give him another chance. Yi Qingxue's expression was complicated. She didn't know how to respond, because she had already promised her family. The Yi family wouldn't allow her to be with Chu Chen. It would be very, very difficult for her to be with Chu Chen. It could even be said to be impossible. Qingxue, you have to believe me. Chu Chen thought Yi Qingxue was still angry. Daddy, are you going to sleep here with me and Mama tonight? At that moment, Kiki asked in her baby voice. Ha! Both Chu Chen and Yi Qingxue were stunned. Kiki, don't talk nonsense. Yi Qingxue's face turned slightly red as she glared at Kiki. But the TV said Mama has to sleep with Daddy, right? Kiki looked confused. Yi Qingxue didn't know how to respond. Although she had revealed the truth to Chu Chen, she wasn't ready to sleep with him yet. Most importantly, she had already promised her family. She was going to marry that gentleman. And that gentleman would be coming to Jiangqing soon. If they found out that Chu Chen was living with her, even sleeping together, Chu Chen would probably be in great danger. Even life-threatening danger. She still didn't know how to handle these matters. She didn't want to involve Chu Chen in these dangers. Daddy has to go back to take care of Grandma, so he won't be living with us for now. Yi Qingxue said. Oh, the little one pouted, looking a bit unhappy. How about Daddy comes to play with you every day in the future? Chu Chen patted her head and smiled. Okay. The little one cheered up again. After playing with Kiki for a while, Chu Chen left. Chu Chen. At that moment, a cold voice came. Han Danqiu walked over. The left side of her face was swollen high, looking quite comical. What's wrong? Do you want the other side of your face to swell up too? Chu Chen glanced at her and said lightly. You. Han Danqiu's face turned angry. She was the daughter of the Han family, of noble status, and quite beautiful. Usually, everyone treated her with great care. This guy was cold to her, and today he even dared to hit her. Now he was saying this. It was infuriating. She looked at Chu Chen and sneered. Chu Chen, don't think that just because you are Kuka's father, you can do anything. I tell you, Qingxue is definitely going to marry that lord. Compared to that lord, you are nothing. As she spoke, her face was full of mockery. Chu Chen looked at her and said lightly, I don't think Qingxue wants to marry the lord you mentioned. That's just because Qingxue hasn't thought it through yet, Han Danqiu sneered. And even if she doesn't agree, her family won't allow it. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, whoever forces Qingxue, I will destroy them. Which clan dares to force Qingxue, I will destroy that clan. As he spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from Chu Chen. I will destroy that clan. As soon as Chu Chen said this, the air around seemed to drop several degrees. Han Danqiu couldn't help but shiver. Why was this guy's aura so terrifying? Especially his gaze, it was truly frightening. But soon, she sneered, Chu Chen, do you know what kind of joke you are making? This world doesn't work just by talking big. You are ultimately just a lowly person. You have no idea what a prestigious family is. As she spoke, her face was full of mockery. A poor kid from a village actually dared to say he would destroy a big family? It was too funny. He was so unaware of his own insignificance. How much do you know about my world? Chu Chen glanced at her and said lightly. After saying that, he turned and walked away. He couldn't be bothered with this woman. Arrogant. Han Danqiu looked at Chu Chen's back with disdain. Well, with no background and no ability, what else can he do besides hype himself up? She sneered. Back in the villa, she approached Yi Qingxue and complained. Qingxue, why did you tell Chu Chen the truth? Chu Chen is Kuka's biological father, he has the right to know, Yi Qingxue replied. So what if he knows? Han Danqiu looked at Yi Qingxue and said, what can he change? Can he make your family change their mind? Can he make you not have to marry that lord? Yi Qingxue fell silent. Yes, even if Chu Chen knew the truth, what could change? At least it's fair to him and Kuku, Yi Qingxue said softly. Qingxue, I think you are just too foolish, Han Danqiu said angrily. What good is Chu Chen? Worthy of your nostalgia? How good is that lord? He is a legend. As she spoke, admiration shone in her beautiful eyes. Whoever he is, he can't enter my heart, Yi Qingxue said softly before turning to leave. Han Danqiu looked at Yi Qingxue's back, stomping her foot in anger. Originally, Qingxue had no other thoughts, all thanks to that useless Chu Chen appearing at this time. Thinking of Chu Chen, Han Danqiu's eyes were filled with disgust. On the other side, Chu Chen had already returned to the luxurious villa. He told Ning Shufang and Chu Xiaoyu that Kuku was his daughter. What? You have a daughter? Ning Shufang was directly stunned. No way, didn't she marry someone else? How could she be your daughter? Did she get pregnant with your child before she got married? Then wouldn't her husband be a happy stepfather? Chu Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes widened. What do you mean, happy to be a dad? Qingxue isn't even married. Chu Chen directly tapped her smooth forehead. Chu Xiaoyu covered her forehead, astonished. Not married? That's impossible. Someone came to our house back then and said that Yi Qingxue was already married and had given birth to a daughter, telling you not to bother her anymore. Someone? Chu Chen's heart stirred, and he asked, who was it? He didn't say. Chu Xiaoyu shook her head. Hearing this, Chu Chen frowned slightly. Could it be a member of the Yi family? Or perhaps, that person's people? Xiaohao, when are you bringing Kiki and Qingxue back? Ning Shufan looked at Chu Chen, asking eagerly. She never expected to be a grandmother. How could she not be happy? She could hardly wait to see her granddaughter. Chu Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Haven't I disappeared for 10 years? Qingxue is still mad at me. In the end, he could only come up with this excuse. That's true. Ning Shufang nodded. As she spoke, she looked at Chu Chen, annoyed. Who told you to disappear for 10 years? In these 10 years, Qingxue must have suffered a lot. You have to make it up to her double in the future. Definitely, definitely. Chu Chen nodded repeatedly. After chatting with Ning Shufang about Kiki for a while, Chu Chen returned to his room. He took out his phone and dialed Su Mang's number. Investigate where the headquarters of the evil witch cult is. The evil witch cult had caused him trouble multiple times, and tonight they even dared to target Kiki. This had completely angered Chu Chen. Okay. Su Mang replied respectfully. After that, Chu Chen called He Delin, asking for the He family's help. Evil witch cult. He Delin was startled upon hearing this. The evil witch cult used to be a major sect in Dongjiang province, but their methods were extremely ruthless. They were eradicated by the relevant departments many years ago. I didn't expect them to rise from the ashes. The evil witch cult is a very sinister sect. Mr. Chu has grievances with them, so you must be careful. He Delin's expression was serious. Please help me find out their headquarters, old He. Chu Chen said. Alright, I will use our He family's connections. Thank you, old He. After hanging up the phone, Chu Chen sat cross-legged and operated the nameless technique, continuing to refine the icy energy in his dantian. However, this icy energy was too difficult to refine. Chu Chen hardly made any progress throughout the entire night. After having breakfast, Chu Chen went out. Before leaving, Ning Shufan looked at him, seemingly wanting to say something but held back. Mom, is there something on your mind? Chu Chen asked curiously. Ning Shufang hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. It's nothing, you can go. Oh. Chu Chen didn't ask further and went directly to the Yulan courtyard. Daddy! Kiki jumped up happily upon seeing Chu Chen. Ever since she learned that Chu Chen was her daddy, the little one had become even closer to him. Yi Qingxue watched the deep bond between father and daughter, a smile appearing on her delicate face. Kiki had been so excited last night that she couldn't sleep at all. She even kept asking her when daddy would sleep with them. This left her at a loss for how to explain. Chu Chen treated Kiki and continued to suppress the icy energy within her. After that, he took Kiki out to play. They didn't return until the afternoon. Just as Chu Chen was about to go home, his phone rang. It was a call from He Ying. Chu Chen, do you have time to come to our He family? As soon as the call connected, He Ying asked. Chu Chen's heart stirred. Could it be news about the evil witch cult's headquarters? Sure, I'll be there right away. Chu Chen hung up the phone and went directly to the He family. Upon arrival, he found that besides He Ying, there were two strangers, one man and one woman. The man was tall and sturdy. The woman was dressed in a black battlesuit, which accentuated her figure in a captivating way. Both of them exuded an aura of martial artists, and their cultivation levels were not low, likely above that of a master. Are you Chu Chen?
Upon seeing Chu Chen, the woman frowned slightly.
The man looked at Chu Chen and questioned, "Are you the one investigating the headquarters of the evil sorcery sect? What do you want? Do you have any connection with the evil sorcery sect?"
The man's gaze was icy, and his words were filled with interrogation, as if Chu Chen had some vested interest in the evil sorcery sect. Seeing their tone, a flicker of displeasure crossed Chu Chen's heart.
He turned to Ying and asked, "Who are they?"
"She is Xia Chang, a friend of mine, and he is Ma Chuanzhang. Both of them are from the Dragon Group," Ying introduced.
Dragon Group? Chu Chen furrowed his brow at the mention. What kind of organization was this?
"The Dragon Group is a mysterious organization in our dragon country, something you can't comprehend," Ma Chuanzhang arrogantly interjected before Ying could speak.
Chu Chen ignored him and looked at Ying, asking, "What do they mean by this?"
He had no ties with the Dragon Group.
"Xingxing has also been investigating the evil sorcery sect.
She learned that you are investigating as well, so she wanted to gather some relevant information from you," Ying explained.
"Oh," Chu Chen responded, understanding now.
"Why are you looking for the headquarters of the evil sorcery sect?"
Xia Cheng asked, looking at Chu Chen. "You don't mean to collaborate with the evil sorcery sect or want to practice their sinister techniques, do you?" Ma Chuanzhang coldly retorted.
The evil sorcery sect was not a good martial arts faction, rather, it was a sinister sect. The techniques they practiced were often extremely dark, and they even used women for their cultivation. Thus, the reputation of the evil sorcery sect was quite poor. Years ago, the Dragon Group had organized a team to eradicate the evil sorcery sect. "The evil sorcery sect has offended me, and I intend to destroy them," Chu Chen said.
"What?"
As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Xia Cheng and Ma Chuanzhang both trembled.
They couldn't have heard wrong, could they? Chu Chen wanted to destroy the evil sorcery sect?
"Heh, you really know how to boast," Ma Chuanzhang said, looking at Chu Chen with a mocking expression. Although the evil sorcery sect had been destroyed by the Dragon Group 20 years ago, it had revived in recent years and was said to have grown in scale, even cultivating many experts. There were quite a few masters among them.
This kid didn't even look like a master and dared to say he would destroy the evil sorcery sect? How ridiculous.
Even Xia Qing shook her head. Ying had told her that Chu Chen was a very mysterious young man with strong abilities.
But now it seemed, he was just an arrogant fool who didn't know his place.
In the end, he is just a frog at the bottom of a well in Jiangcheng, Xia Qing thought to herself. Ying had mentioned that Chu Chen might be a master, at least a half-step master.
A half-step master in Jiangcheng was indeed considered strong, but in the entire Dongjiang province, it was nothing at all. Not to mention the 7 provinces of South China, or even the whole dragon country. The entire world. As the saying goes, below the master, all are ants. Even if Chu Chen was a half-step master, he was just a slightly larger ant. How could he dare to speak such grand words about destroying the evil sorcery sect? He truly did not know the heights of heaven and earth. Ultimately, Jiangcheng was too small, limiting his vision. Chu Chen, Xingxing and the others have extensive information channels, you can collaborate with them, Ying said with a smile. Collaborate? Ma Chuanzhang sneered. What qualifications does he have? What qualifications did a half-step master have to collaborate with them? How did you come to have a grudge against the evil sorcery sect? Xia Cheng asked Chu Chen.
They wanted to kill me, so I killed them, Chu Chen replied.
I just killed a branch leader a couple of days ago.
Upon hearing this, Xia Qing's pretty face froze in surprise. According to the news they received, the helmsman of the evil witch sect has at least the cultivation of a half-step master.
This guy actually managed to kill the helmsman of the evil witch sect? It seems that although he hasn't broken through to the master level yet, he should be close. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. So what news did you get? Xia Qing continued to ask. Nothing useful, Chu Chen shook his head. He looked at Xia Qing and said, if you find out the headquarters of the evil witch sect, please be sure to tell me. What good would it do to tell you? Ma Chuanzhang scoffed.
Xia Qing pondered for a moment and said, we are also investigating it right now, so?
Let's talk then. If it weren't for He Ying's request, she wouldn't want to deal with Chu Chen. Because in her view, Chu Chen couldn't be of much help. Just a half-step master, after all. Alright, Inger, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After greeting He Ying, Xia Qing left. Ma Chuanzhang also cast a disdainful glance at Chu Chen and followed Xia Qing's footsteps. Once outside, Ma Chuanzhang looked at Xia Cheng and said, Xinger, you can't be seriously considering collaborating with that kid, right?
I'm just doing it for Inger's sake, Xia Qing replied lightly.
What's a half-step master worth?
Ma Chuanzhang said with a look of disdain.
He was quite displeased with Chu Chen's arrogant attitude just now.
They were members of the Dragon Group, one of the most mysterious departments in Long Country.
That kid actually didn't show them any respect. Not even a hint of it. And he spoke so arrogantly. Once we find out the results, just let him know, and I'll have given Inger face. As for collaboration, we'll talk about it later. Xia Qing said. He might not even live to see us find out where the evil witch sect's headquarters is. Ma Chuanzheng sneered. What do you mean? Xia Qing looked at Ma Chuanzheng and warned, we are members of the dragon group, you can't act recklessly. Although she didn't like Chu Chen's personality, he was still Yi Ying's friend. She couldn't let Ma Chuanzheng act recklessly. Don't worry, he's not even qualified for me to take action against him, Ma Chuanzheng said proudly. Then what do you mean? Xia Qing frowned slightly. That kid actually stormed into the Wei family, the second largest family in Jiangcheng, and crippled all the martial artists above the Xian level. Ma Chuanzheng said. What? Xia Qing's pretty face froze. Chu Chen did that? He thought he could do whatever he wanted in Jiangcheng just because he is a half-step master, Ma Chuanzheng said with a mocking expression. The old man of the Wei family has already agreed to a decisive battle with him at Daming Mountain in a few days. The old man of the Wei family was a master 10 years ago. Do you think a half-step master like him can still be alive? He said, wearing a look of glee. Xia Qing frowned slightly. After seeing Chu Chen earlier, she didn't like his personality. She thought he was too arrogant. Now that she learned that Chu Chen had done such a thing, she looked down on him even more. Grandpa, he actually wants Inger to be with such a man, really? She shook her head inwardly. A person who relies on a bit of strength and acts lawlessly, how far can he go on the path of martial arts in the future? He doesn't even know what it means that there are heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond people. Xia Qing shook her head and smiled. Just right, we are in Jiangcheng, and in a few days we will also go to Daming Mountain to watch the battle. Ma Chuanjing showed a hint of mockery on his face. I want to see if he dares to be so arrogant in front of Wei Lichang. Can he still be so arrogant? He family. He Ying looked at Chu Chun and said helplessly, can't you be a little more low-key in front of Qingqing and the others? I've been low-key enough. I think they are the ones being arrogant, especially that Ma Chuanzhang, acting all high and mighty. Xu Chen said. The Dragon Group is one of the most mysterious departments in the Dragon Country. I don't know how many people dream of getting in. Ma Chuan is a member of the Dragon Group, so of course, he is proud. Moreover, his grandfather is also a martial arts master, and it is said that his Lightning 5 Whips technique is quite formidable, He Ying explained. Lightning 5 Whips? What kind of technique is that? Xu Chen's expression froze. Who cares? As long as he can help me find the headquarters of the evil witch cult, that's all that matters. Xu Chen was too lazy to think about it. You should focus on the decisive battle in a few days, He Ying said, a hint of worry flashing across her pretty face. Wei Lichang is a genuine master. There's nothing to be afraid of, I'm just waiting for him to come back. And then I'll take him down, Xu Chen said, his hands clasped behind his back, looking proud. He Ying stared at Xu Chen in a daze. This guy. Is he too confident? Anyway, you can't underestimate him, a master is a watershed in the path of martial arts, He Ying advised. Alright, Xu Chen nodded slightly. After chatting for a bit, Xu Chen left. When he got home, Ning Shufang came up to him, smiling. Xiao, how did you play with Cuckoo today? Have you resolved the misunderstanding with Qin Shui? When are you bringing them back? As she spoke, her face showed anticipation. Well, not yet, Xu Chen awkwardly scratched his nose. You little rascal, can't you even coax your wife? Ning Shufang suddenly twisted Xu Chen's ear, annoyed. With you like this, when will I get to see my daughter-in-law? When will I see my granddaughter? Mom, what are you doing? Xu Chen was speechless. He never expected that as a dignified immortal emperor, he would still be subjected to his mother's ear-twisting. If the various races in the immortal realm found out, where would his dignity be? You think just because you've grown up, I can't handle you anymore? Ning Shufang increased her grip. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Xu Chen pretended to be in great pain. Hurry up and coax my daughter-in-law and granddaughter back. Ning Shufang released her grip, hands on her hips, annoyed. I'll do my best. Xu Chen nodded repeatedly. The next morning, just as Xu Chen was about to go out, he was stopped by Ning Shufang. Mom, I will coax your daughter-in-law and granddaughter back, Xu Chen said, covering his ears with his hands, anxious. Ning Shufang shot him a glare. What kind of gesture is that? Am I that scary? What else? Xu Chen retorted. What did you say? Ning Shufang put her hands on her hips. Nothing, nothing. Xu Chen hurriedly shook his head. That's more like it, Ning Shufang snorted coldly. Then, looking at Xu Chen with a smile, she said, Xiaohao, are you going to find Cuckoo? Can you take me with you? Take you with me? Xu Chen's expression froze. If you can't coax her yourself, shouldn't I help a bit? Ning Shufang glared at him. Xu Chen hesitated for a moment and nodded, all right. He took Ning Shufang to the Yulan courtyard. Daddy!
When Coco saw Chu Chen, she happily rushed over. "Daddy, who is she?" Coco looked at Ning Shufang, her little face full of curiosity. "She is your grandmother," Chu Chen smiled. "Grandma?" Coco's little face was puzzled. "Is this Cuckoo? Come here, let grandma give you a hug, okay?" Ning Shufang looked at Coco with a doting expression. Coco hesitated for a moment and then jumped into Ning Shufang's arms. "This is my granddaughter." Ning Shufang was as happy as a child. At that moment, Yi Qing Shui also came out and froze when she saw Ning Shufang. "This is my mom. I said I wanted to come see Cuckoo, so I brought her along." "You're not mad, are you?" Chu Chen explained with a smile. "Ah," Yi Qing Shui exclaimed, panicking. Although she had been with Chu Chen for many years, she had never met his family. This was the first time, and it was Chu Chen's mother. Wasn't this just her mother-in-law? She suddenly became nervous. "Is this Qing Xue?" Ning Shufang looked at Yi Qing Xue with a face full of affection. "Qing Xue, you've been wronged these past 10 years. "Not wronged." Yi Qing Xue was a goddess-like CEO, but at this moment, she appeared reserved. Chu Chen couldn't help but stifle a laugh at her demeanor. Even this goddess CEO had such moments. Yi Qing Xue noticed his expression and shot him a fierce glare, as if to say, "Why didn't you tell me your mother was coming in advance?" Chu Chen shrugged, feigning innocence. "Qing Xue, the time is too rushed, and I didn't prepare any gifts. This bracelet was given to me by my mom, so today I'm giving it to you." Ning Shufang took out a small box, revealing an exquisite bracelet inside. Chu Chen glanced at it. The bracelet was of excellent quality and craftsmanship. It was quite valuable. "Ah," Yi Qing Xue was taken aback. "Hurry up and accept it," Ning Shufang urged with a smile. Yi Qing Xue turned to look at Chu Chen. "You're her precious daughter-in-law, just accept it." Chu Chen chuckled. Yi Qing Xue's cheeks flushed. "What nonsense is this guy saying? I'm not your mother's daughter-in-law. I haven't even agreed to marry you yet." Ning Shufang pulled Yi Qing Xue aside, chatting about something, but occasionally glancing at Chu Chen with a look of anger. Chu Chen felt speechless. Are these two going to unite against him? What happened to the supposedly difficult mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship? In the following days, Chu Chen went to Yulan Courtyard to treat Kiki. After several days of treatment, the icy energy within Kiki was finally suppressed again. However, the icy energy within Chu Chen was increasing. Fortunately, he could still keep it suppressed in his dantian. During these days, the martial arts community in Jiangcheng also became restless. Everyone was waiting for the showdown between Chu Chen and Wei Lichang. However, the person involved, Chu Chen, didn't pay much attention to it. In his heart, Wei Lichang was already a dead man. Since he was dead, why bother worrying about so much? The day before the showdown, Chu Chen took Kiki to the amusement park and didn't return home until after 8 in the evening. Humph. Every day you take Kiki out to play. If something happens, can you take responsibility? Han Danqiu questioned Chu Chen. I've taken her out for so many days, and nothing has happened. But you almost got Kiki into trouble the last time you took her out. Chu Chen shot her a glance and replied coldly, "You." Han Danqiu trembled with anger. Is this guy blaming her? Chu Chen couldn't be bothered with her, and after greeting Yi Qing Xue, he left. "Qing Xue, this guy is getting more and more outrageous," Han Danqiu said to Yi Qing Xue, fuming. "You shouldn't hold such a strong prejudice against Chu Chen," Yi Qing Xue said helplessly. "What prejudice could I have against him? I'm just being realistic," Han Danqiu huffed. Yi Qing Xue sighed. She knew Han Danqiu had always held a grudge against Chu Chen. It would probably be impossible to change that in the short term. By the way, Qing Xue, tomorrow is the weekend. Should we go out and relax? Han Danqiu looked at Yi Qing Xue and smiled. Where to? Yi Qing Xue asked curiously. After pondering for a moment, Han Danqiu said, let's go to Daming Mountain. Daming Mountain? Yi Qing Xue's pretty face froze. Yes. Han Danqiu smiled and said, Daming Mountain is a beautiful place near Jiangcheng, known as the Green Pearl on the Tropic of Cancer. The scenery there is excellent, and the air is great. It's a natural oxygen bar, perfect for relaxing. You've been too busy lately, let's go have some fun at Daming Mountain. As she spoke, she looked at Kiki, who had just entered the room, and smiled. Kiki, tomorrow we're going to Daming Mountain to have fun, okay? Okay. The little one heard about going to play and immediately became happy. Can we call Daddy too? This kid really thinks about that cheap dad all the time. Han Danqiu felt a surge of anger inside and said, your dad is busy tomorrow, and we are taking your mom out to relax. Why would you call him? She really didn't want Chu Chen to tag along. She still wanted to properly guide Qing Xue, to make sure Qing Xue didn't have any fantasies about Chu Chen. With Daddy around, Mommy will be happy, Kiki said with a light huff.
using her phone watch to dial Chu Chen's number. "Daddy, we're going to play tomorrow. Are you coming with us?" As soon as the call connected, Kiki spoke in a baby voice. "Tomorrow?" Chu Chen was taken aback for a moment, looking apologetic as he said, "Sorry, Daddy has something to do tomorrow." He had to go for the decisive battle. "Oh." Kiki's mood instantly dropped. "How about I take you to play after Daddy is done with his work?" Chu Chen comforted her. "Okay, it's a promise." Kiki perked up again. Children's emotions really do fluctuate like that. "Did you hear? Your dad is busy, right?" After Kiki hung up, Han Danchio coldly huffed. Thankfully that guy was busy. Otherwise, she wouldn't want to go tomorrow at all. "Then let's go by ourselves. Mommy can help take lots of cute pictures to send to Daddy," Kiki said in her baby voice. The two women were speechless. This little girl really thinks about her dad everywhere. The Wei family. Wei Lichang had returned. At this moment, he sat in the main seat of the living room, his face dark to the extreme. The many experts of the Wei family, no, to be precise, the former experts, stood before him. They should have been spirited and exuding a powerful aura. But now, one by one, they looked sickly. Not even as good as ordinary people. Let alone martial arts experts. "Old patriarch, you must avenge us." "Yes. Kill Chu Chen. Restore the dignity of our Wei family. Eliminate the evil thief." The Wei family experts were all furious. They had cultivated for so many years, only to be rendered useless by Chu Chen. They wished they could kill Chu Chen immediately. "Father, you must kill Chu Chen," Wei Lihui said grimly. He was on the verge of breaking through to the master level, just a step away from crossing a watershed in the martial arts path. The future in martial arts was about to be broad for him. Who would have thought he had now become a useless person? He was filled with rage. "Don't worry, I will kill him." Wei Lichang's face was filled with gloom. "Father, have you broken through?" Wei Lihui asked curiously. The others in the Wei family were also staring intently at Wei Lichang. "That's right, I broke through a few days ago." Wei Lichang nodded. "Great." Everyone in the Wei family was incredibly excited. The old patriarch's cultivation was already terrifying, and now that he had broken through again, his strength would reach new heights. Even if the Wei family's experts were temporarily gone, as long as the old patriarch was there, the other forces in Jiangcheng wouldn't dare to easily provoke the Wei family. "Tomorrow, I will publicly kill Chu Chen, making sure everyone in Jiangcheng's martial arts world understands that even if our Wei family's experts are gone, I, Wei Lichang, can still intimidate all." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Wei Lichang's murky eyes. This was also the reason he wanted to publicly challenge Chu Chen. "Old patriarch is mighty." Everyone in the Wei family shouted in unison. The next day, before the parties involved had even set off, people from various forces in Jiangcheng's martial arts world began to head towards Daming Mountain. These forces all had their own little schemes. They all knew that the Wei family's martial arts experts above the Xian level were gone. It was the perfect time to swallow the Wei family. However, they were still waiting for one key factor. That was the decisive battle between Chu Chen and Wei Lichang today at Daming Mountain. If Wei Lichang lost, then the Wei family wouldn't be anything to fear. They could swallow it whole. If Wei Lichang wins, the Wei family's deterrent power will still be there. They should not act rashly. Therefore, all parties are eagerly hoping to see this decisive battle soon. At noon, Su Mang and the others arrived at the Houdingdiapu in a car. "Master Chu." The four stood before Chu Chen, their expressions respectful. At the same time, they felt a hint of excitement within. Today, Master Chu was going to battle Old Master Wei. Old Master Wei was a top figure in the martial arts world of Jiangcheng. If Master Chu defeated Old Master Wei, then Master Chu's name would completely shake the entire Jiangcheng. Chu Chen was about to get into the car when a vehicle slowly approached. The door opened, and He Ying and He Delin stepped out. "Mr. Chu, are you really going to Daming Mountain? Shouldn't you reconsider?" He Delin looked at Chu Chen, hesitating. He knew that Chu Chen was strong, at least at the level of a half-step master. However, Wei Lichang had been out recently, reportedly looking for a breakthrough opportunity. If he broke through, his combat power would definitely rise to another level. Even without a breakthrough, Wei Lichang had been a master 10 years ago. Even if Chu Chen was a master, he might not necessarily be his opponent. Not to mention that Chu Chen might only be a half-step master. Therefore, he actually hoped that Chu Chen would temporarily avoid this. That's right, there are still other options now. If you go, there will only be one choice, and that is to fight Wei Lichang to the death. He Ying's pretty face was also extremely serious. "Let's go." Chu Chen's expression was calm as he got into the car. Seeing this, He Ying and He Delin had no choice but to follow.
Daming Mountain is located in the northern suburbs of Jiangchang, named for its clear skies after rain, towering peaks, and vibrant scenery. The Tropic of Cancer runs through the center, making it a beautiful place. Today, many luxury cars arrived at Daming Mountain. One by one, extraordinary individuals exuding powerful auras were heading towards the back mountain of Daming Mountain. The decisive battle between Wei Lichang and Chu Chen was set to take place at the back mountain. At this moment, a BMW slowly drove up. The door opened, and Yi Qingxue stepped out, holding Cuckoo. The air is indeed good, truly a natural oxygen bar. Han Danqiu got out from the driver's seat, taking a deep breath with a look of enjoyment. Yi Qingxue's pretty face also showed a smile. The environment and air here were so good that it lifted her previously restless mood. Let's go. The three slowly walked up the mountain. Mommy, why do we have to walk so far back? Coco pointed into the distance, her little face showing excitement. Is there something fun over there? Can we go too? Yi Qingxue and Han Danqiu looked over and found that there were indeed quite a few people. Moreover, their attire was quite unusual. They didn't look like ordinary people. Isn't the back mountain closed to the public? Why are so many people going there? Han Danqiu looked puzzled. It was said that the back mountain was still under development and lacked supporting facilities. Therefore, it was not open to the public. But why were there so many people today? Could it be open now? Han Danqiu was quite surprised. Mommy, can we go over there? Coco's little face was filled with excitement. Little kids love to join in the fun. We'd better not go over. Yi Qingxue shook her head. Since that area was not open to the public, it indicated that it wasn't very safe. She didn't want Coco to fall into any unknown dangers. Moreover, she wasn't someone who liked to join in the fun. She just wanted to walk quietly and relax her mind. But I want to go over there. Coco pouted her little mouth and acted cute. Qingxue, let's go take a look. There are so many people, nothing should happen. Han Danqiu said with a smile. She also wanted to see if something was happening at the back mountain. All right. Yi Qingxue pondered for a moment and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Great! Cuckoo was overjoyed. Yi Qingxue carried Cuckoo and headed in that direction. Han Danqiu also followed with an expectant face. At this moment, many people had already arrived at the back mountain of Daming Mountain. These individuals were all from the martial arts community of Jiangchang. They were either heads of families or martial arts experts. Wei Lichang was originally just a person with average martial arts talent. However, he suddenly rose to prominence 22 years ago, leading the Wei family to great success, ultimately becoming the second largest family in Jiangchang. Wei Lichang had become a legendary figure in the martial arts community of Jiangchang. Many individuals with average martial arts talent would think of Wei Lichang whenever they felt they could no longer persevere. They all hoped to suddenly have an epiphany like Wei Lichang and soar in martial arts. Chu Chen, a previously unknown individual, had recently destroyed the Longhu Gate and then killed Hui Dao, officially entering the eyes of the martial arts community in Jiangchang. Just a few days ago, he had gone to the Wei family and eliminated all the experts above the Xin level. It was swift and decisive. He was also a legendary figure. With two legendary figures set to battle today, how could all factions not be excited? Look, even the Xin family is here. At this moment, someone exclaimed. Everyone turned to see a group of people approaching. It was indeed the people from the Xin family. Leading them was the elder of the Xin family, Xin Huajing. Beside him was Xin Changming. Following them were some martial arts experts from the Xin family. Isn't Elder Xin's aura even stronger? Has he broken through? Everyone looked at Xin Huajing, their faces showing surprise. It was said that Xin Huajing had been in seclusion recently, yet he unexpectedly appeared here today? Moreover, his aura was stronger than before. Could it be that he had broken through to the master level? It seems the Xin family's strength has risen to a new level. Everyone looked at the Xin family with awe on their faces. Isn't that young master Xin Qinyun? Why does he have only one hand left, and there are bandages wrapped around his chest? He seems to be injured? Someone noticed Xin Qinyun, their face showing astonishment. Xin Qinyun was the eldest young master of the Xin family and a ground-level expert, who would dare to injure him. Could the rumors be true? Someone exclaimed. What rumors? Others asked curiously. It is said that Mr. Shu broke into the Xin family's courtyard some time ago, killing many of their experts and forcing the Xin family to hand over 2-century-old ginsengs that protect the clan. This person revealed the insider information they had obtained. What? Upon hearing this, everyone trembled, their faces filled with shock. Mr. Shu had actually broken into the Xin family? So, among the top 3 families in Jiangchang, 2 had already been trampled by Mr. Shu. Mr.
Shu, is he too strong? Shin Xingyun noticed the gazes of the crowd, and his heart sank. As the eldest young master of the Shin family, he had become a joke today. How infuriating. Shu Chen, you deserve to die. The Shin family found a place to sit down. Grandpa, you must take action later, otherwise, our Shin family's dignity will be lost. Shin Xingyun said to his grandfather in a serious tone. Rest assured, our Shin family's dignity will not be lost. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Shin Huajing's murky eyes. He had already broken through to the master level, elevating his combat power to a new tier. He was very confident in himself. How dare Chu Chen humiliate their Shin family like this? It was truly unforgivable. Moreover, Chu Chen possessed the legendary Taiyan 9 needles, which he greatly desired. Therefore, he would take action at the right moment later. Good. Shin Xingyun was filled with excitement. As time passed, more and more people arrived. The area of the back mountain was now crowded with people. So many people? Yi Qingsno and the others had also arrived here. Seeing the crowd, Yi Qingsno and Han Danqiu were stunned. Wasn't it said that this place was not open? Why were there so many people? Moreover, these people seem to be waiting for something. Is there really some kind of event happening here? Who do you think will win in the decisive battle between Mr. Chu and Old Master Wei this time? Old Master Wei is the head of the Wei family, a master for 10 years now. His combat power must be even more terrifying now. Mr. Chu might not be his match. That's not necessarily true. Mr. Chu is also a legendary figure. At that moment, a few people walked by the three of them. These people were discussing as they walked. Decisive battle? Yi Qingsno and Han Danqiu exchanged glances, both showing surprise. Although they had not practiced martial arts, they came from prominent families and knew some things about martial arts. They didn't expect that there would be martial artists having a decisive battle here today? Didn't they just mention Old Master Wei? It can't be the Wei family, the second largest family in Jiangcheng, right? Han Danqiu hesitated. It should be. Yi Qingsno nodded slightly. Who would dare to have a decisive battle with Old Master Wei here? Han Danqiu looked astonished. They seemed to say it was someone called Mr. Chu. Yi Qingsno frowned slightly. Mr. Chu? The surname is Chu? Han Danqiu showed confusion on her face. It seems there isn't a family named Chu in Jiangcheng, right? I know who it is. At that moment, Kiki suddenly became excited. You know? Han Danqiu turned to Kiki, looking surprised. Even Yi Qingsno was full of curiosity. Yes, Kiki said excitedly, it must be my dad. Shu Chen? Yi Qingsno trembled at the mention. Oh right. Shu Chen also has the surname Chu. Moreover, after disappearing for 10 years, he seemed to exude a mysterious aura. He. However, Han Danqiu sneered, your dad? You really dare to say that? Han Danqiu crossed her arms, looking sarcastic. The people just now said that Old Master Wei is a master. Although she hadn't practiced, she knew what a master was. The person who would have a decisive battle with Old Master Wei must also be of similar cultivation. How could Chu Chen possibly be a master? That's just ridiculous. My dad also has the surname Chu, and he said he has something to do today. He might just be here to deal with bad guys. Kiki huffed lightly. Fine. I'll go ask right now and see if the person battling Old Master Wei is your dad. Han Danqiu sneered and was about to walk over to inquire. Look, the Wei family has arrived. At that moment, a shout came. Han Danqiu also stopped in her tracks. Everyone turned to look and saw a group of people approaching. Leading them was an elderly man with gray hair, around 70 years old. However, this old man did not appear frail. Instead, he looked spirited. As he walked, a powerful aura subtly emanated from him. The old man was Wei Lichang. Behind him were Wei Lihui and other high-ranking members of the Wei family. However, they all looked unwell, and there was no aura of martial artists about them. Instead, they appeared sickly. These people have indeed been stripped of their cultivation. Everyone trembled upon seeing the high-ranking members of the Wei family. These high-ranking members were once heavenly-level experts, but now their aura was weaker than that of ordinary people. Subsequently, everyone looked at Wei Lichang. They noticed that the aura around Wei Lichang was even stronger. It was said that Wei Lichang had been out recently, seeking a breakthrough opportunity. Could it be that he had broken through again? The members of the Wei family were all serious at this moment. They could see that many people were looking at them with flickering eyes, all of them watching like hawks. These people must be thinking of swallowing the Wei family. But fortunately, the old family head was still around. As long as the old family head defeats Chu Chen later, or even kills him, then those who are eyeing them will have to bow their heads again. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wei Lichang's figure flickered and arrived at a clearing ahead, shouting loudly, "Where is Chu Chen?"
This voice was full of energy, echoing through the back mountain. Everyone was startled upon hearing Wei Lichang shout. The momentum he exuded was too strong. Is this the terror of a master? Chu Chen? Yi Qingsno trembled slightly. Han Danxiu's eyes widened in shock. Did she hear correctly? The old man was calling for Chu Chen? Could it be that Mr. Chu is really Chu Chen? How is that possible? Chu Chen is just a useless waste, at most he knows a bit of medicine. How could he be a martial artist? Even less so someone who could battle a master. Did you hear that? That old grandpa is calling my daddy's name. I knew it must be my daddy. Cuckoo exclaimed joyfully, dancing around. The little one raised her chin, looking provocatively at Han Danxiu. At this moment, Han Danxiu was shocked, her expression dazed. However, she still snorted coldly, it's just a coincidence of names. Though she said this, her confidence was lacking. Yi Qingsno looked around, wanting to see. Is it really Chu Chen? Han Danxiu felt the same. In fact, not just the two women, everyone present was scanning the surroundings. They all wanted to know what the legendary Mr. Chu, who had recently stirred up so much trouble, looked like. However, no one stepped forward. Seeing this, everyone's expression froze. Could it be that Mr. Chu was afraid to come out and fight? I thought he was so arrogant, but now he doesn't dare to show up. Shen Qingyun sneered. At the same time, he felt a dark cloud in his heart. If Chu Chen didn't come, how could he take revenge? Being so arrogant in front of us, and now he's scared? In a corner, Ma Chuanjiang sneered disdainfully. Xia Qing also shook her head secretly. If he doesn't come, how can we kill him? The Wei family was in a panic. If they couldn't publicly crush Chu Chen, how would they regain their family's prestige? I thought he was so arrogant, but it turns out, he's nothing. Seeing Chu Chen not appear, Wei Lichang sneered. What are you barking about? At that moment, a faint voice came. The crowd turned to see several people walking up a mountain path. Leading them was a tall, handsome man with sharp eyes. It was Chu Chen. This is Mr. Chu. Everyone was taken aback upon seeing Chu Chen. He seemed quite young. Many women looked at Chu Chen, their beautiful eyes sparkling with interest. This legendary Mr. Chu was quite charming. Chu Chen? Yi Qingsno covered her mouth, her delicate face filled with astonishment. It really is Chu Chen? How is that possible? Han Danxiu's eyes widened, her expression one of disbelief. How could it be Chu Chen? Chu Chen is actually a martial artist? And one who could battle a master. How is that possible? She seriously doubted whether she was dreaming. She pinched her thigh hard. The pain from her thigh told her that she was not dreaming. What was happening in front of her was real. Daddy! It's Daddy! Cuckoo shouted happily, Daddy! Daddy! Chu Chen turned to look this way. His figure flickered and quickly came over. Daddy! Cuckoo immediately jumped into Chu Chen's arms. Qingsno, what are you doing here? Chu Chen looked at Yi Qingsno, surprised. Yi Qingsno was still a bit dazed. Hearing Chu Chen's question, she finally came to her senses and said, We originally wanted to come out to relax, and when we saw many people coming this way, we followed. As she spoke, she looked at Chu Chen and asked, Chu Chen, are you really going to battle old Master Wei? Chu Chen nodded. Although he already knew, hearing Chu Chen admit it out loud made Yi Qingshui shiver slightly. Han Danxiu also looked dazed. Chu Chen could actually fight a master? Could it be that Chu Chen was a master himself? Is that Chu Chen's wife and child? Everyone turned to look at Chu Chen, their faces showing surprise. Chu Chen was actually married? And he had a child? Shen Qingyun and the others exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. Wasn't Yi Qingshui the woman of that lord? How could she be Chu Chen's wife? Chu Chen! At that moment, Wei Lichang shouted angrily. Alright, Daddy is going to deal with the bad guys first. Chu Chen set Coco down. Daddy, you have to do your best, you can't lose. Coco waved her little hands seriously. Okay. Chu Chen affectionately ruffled her hair. Chu Chen, be careful. Yi Qingshui looked at Chu Chen, worry etched on her delicate face. It's fine. Chu Chen smiled lightly. Whoosh. His figure flickered, and with a few jumps, he appeared in front of Wei Lichang, saying, You seem very eager to leave? You seem very eager to leave? Chu Chen's words were light and faint, but they carried an overwhelming arrogance. Wei Lichang's face darkened with anger as he shouted, Kid, you have crippled many of our Wei family's experts, and you still dare to be so arrogant? On a rainy night in September 22 years ago, were you involved in the siege of a man? Chu Chen looked at Wei Lichang and asked coldly. Ha? Wei Lichang's heart jolted. Could this kid really be that man's son? Or did he have some connection to that man? He sneered, That's right.
Who else was involved? Chu Chen's gaze turned icy as he questioned. After you die, I'll burn paper to tell you. Wei Lichang wore a sinister smile. I want to see how strong you can get from the opportunities you've gained. Chu Chen snorted coldly and rushed straight at Wei Lichang, looking for death. Wei Lichang's face turned furious at the sight. Did this kid dare to take the initiative? Did he really think being half a master was impressive? He let out a low growl and punched towards Chu Chen. Boom! The two fists collided, producing a deep sound. A terrifying shockwave spread out. The ground beneath their feet cracked open. Dong dong dong. Wei Lichang staggered back several steps. With each step, the ground beneath him cracked. This showed just how much force he had endured. Meanwhile, Chu Chen did not retreat at all. What? The onlookers were stunned at this scene. Chu Chen actually forced Wei Lichang back? How was that possible? Wei Lichang looked at Chu Chen, his eyes narrowing. Although he hadn't used all his strength just now, the fact that Chu Chen could push him back still shocked him. You look like you're about to break through to master, no wonder you're so arrogant. His words were chilling. However, as long as you don't take that step, you'll always be an ant. I'll kill you right now. He roared and charged at Chu Chen. His palm glowed with flickering light. Is this the external release of qi? The onlookers looked at Wei Lichang's palm, their faces filled with astonishment. Masters could release qi externally. This was it. Soon, Wei Lichang's palm was enveloped in a massive light. Moreover, his palm seemed to have enlarged several times. Die! A cold glint shot from his murky eyes as he slapped towards Chu Chen. You better kill him. Han Danqiu's eyes revealed malice. If Chu Chen were killed by Wei Lichang, it would be perfect. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent, his left hand forming a fist as he punched out. Looking for death. Wei Lichang sneered at the sight. With this palm strike, even a steel plate would be pierced through. This kid actually didn't dodge, but instead met it with his fist? Does he really think a half-step master can contend with a master? Indeed, youthful arrogance. He believed that under his palm, Chu Chen's fist would explode. Boom! The fists collided instantly, producing a tremendous sound. Bang! In the next moment, Wei Lichang's palm exploded. Even his entire arm was blown apart. In an instant, his whole right arm was gone. Ah! He let out a scream, stomping his feet, and with a loud crash, hurriedly retreated, creating distance from Chu Chen. What? Everyone present was shaken, their faces filled with shock. They couldn't have seen it wrong, right? Wei Lichang was actually disabled in one arm by Chu Chen's punch? What the hell? What's going on? Shin Qingyun also stood up instantly, staring intently at the battlefield. Chu Chen actually injured Wei Lichang? How could this be possible? Even Shin Huajing was stunned. He looked at Chu Chen, his murky eyes shining with brilliance. Shu Yi is amazing. Su Mang and the others let out a deep breath. They looked at Chu Chen, their admiration even greater. He Dylan and He Ying exchanged glances, both showing astonishment. Could it be that Chu Chen is a master? How is that possible? The Wei family members all widened their eyes, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Their family head was a genuine master. How could he be injured by Chu Chen? You're not a half-step master, but a master. Wei Lichang looked at Chu Chen, his face filled with disbelief, exclaiming, a master? The onlookers all turned to look at Chu Chen in unison. Chu Chen was actually a master? Ma Chuanzhang also showed astonishment on his face. He thought Chu Chen was just a half-step master. He never expected him to be a master? No wonder Inger said he was mysterious. Xia Qing murmured, is it really true? Han Danqiu looked dazed, his eyes confused. Chu Chen really was a master. Yi Qingsnow, who had been worried about Chu Chen, now had her mouth slightly open, staring blankly at him. 10 years ago, Chu Chen was just an ordinary person. 10 years later, he had become a master? Daddy is so amazing. Kuko was so happy she was dancing around. Just now, when Wei Lichang's arm exploded, the little one was not scared at all, but incredibly excited, constantly praising her daddy for being so powerful. Is this what a master is? It doesn't seem that impressive. Chu Chen looked at Wei Lichang and shook his head. The crowd around him was speechless. Chu Chen's words were a bit arrogant. However, since he could disable Wei Lichang's arm with one move, he indeed had the right to show off. Wei Lichang's face turned red. Ever since he rose to power, especially after breaking through to master, who in the martial arts world of Jian City didn't treat him with utmost respect? This kid actually had such a disdainful attitude towards him? Truly infuriating. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the anger within him, and said coldly, Kid, I was just careless earlier and let you take advantage of me. Do you really think I can't kill you? Saying this, he smiled sinisterly. Now, I'll let you see my true strength.
He stomped his feet and roared, and a surge of energy erupted from within him. This energy surged in front of him, eventually forming a palm print of energy. This palm print was incredibly condensed. It looked just like a real hand. As this palm print emerged, a terrifying aura spread out. Is this martial technique? The crowd trembled at the sight of this palm print. Martial techniques are a unique application of energy by martial artists. Only those above the master level can perform them. Unexpectedly, Wei Lichang actually mastered such powerful martial arts? Chu Chen looked at the energy palm print, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. He never thought that a martial artist on Earth could achieve this. Wei Lichang looked at Chu Chen, his voice cold. Kid, I don't know what your relationship is with that man from 22 years ago, but this martial technique is something I obtained from that small scroll of techniques. I named it Immortal's Heavenly Palm. Today, if you die under it, you can consider yourself proud enough. With that, he leaped into the air, and the energy palm print merged together, pressing down towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he said lightly, "Dare to call yourself an immortal in front of me?" He raised his right hand and called out, "Sword, come!" With Chu Chen's soft command, light flickered in the void. In the next moment, a long sword of energy coalesced. This long sword was a pale golden color, emanating a terrifying aura. The onlookers around felt a sharp sword intent, as if a long sword was pressed against their throats. Breathing became difficult. Everyone looked at the pale golden energy long sword, their faces showing shock. Chu Chen actually mastered martial arts too? Slash! Chu Chen gently waved his right hand, and the pale golden long sword directly slashed towards Wei Lichang's energy palm print. Boom! The two collided, producing a tremendous sound. In an instant, Wei Lichang's energy palm print was split in half. Boom! Finally, the energy palm print exploded with a loud bang. Energy surged wildly. Ah! A painful scream rang out. When the energy dissipated, the next moment, everyone gasped in shock. At that moment, there were shattered stones everywhere. Lying on the rubble was a figure. It was Wei Lichang. He was covered in blood, lying on the stones, wailing in pain. In front of Wei Lichang stood Chu Chen, tall and upright, with sharp eyes. He was completely unharmed, not even a speck of dust on his clothes. Defeated? Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. Wei Lichang had been a master 10 years ago. Moreover, he had just unleashed such a powerful martial technique. Yet, he was defeated by Chu Chen in one move? They looked at Chu Chen, their faces full of awe. Chu Chen, the new generation master of Jiangcheng. How is this possible? Shin Xinyun was also in a daze. Chu Chen actually defeated Wei Lichang? How could Chu Chen be so strong? Shin Huajing bit his lip tightly, feeling anxious inside. Just a moment ago, he was thinking of stepping in to finish off Chu Chen after Wei Lichang defeated him. Fortunately, he didn't act. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. What kind of martial technique was that sword? In the corner, Ma Chuan was astonished. That sword from Chu Chen had an overwhelming momentum. At this moment, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, not knowing what he was thinking. Chu Chen is indeed mysterious. Xia Qing looked at Chu Chen, a hint of admiration flashing in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, she realized, Chu Chen wasn't as weak as she thought. Master Chu is mighty. Su Mang and the others cheered. They were all extremely excited. Master Chu actually defeated Wei Lichang. It was truly impressive. After today, Master Chu would truly be renowned throughout Jiangcheng. Daddy is amazing. Coco jumped up in joy. Yi Qingsno stared blankly at Chu Chen in the distance. After 10 years, Chu Chen had become such a powerful figure? Then, a thought flashed through her mind. Did she still have a chance to be with Chu Chen? However, thinking of the Yi family and that great figure, she sighed inwardly. A master in the Yi family was nothing special. What is wrong with this waste? Han Danxiu's face was extremely ugly. She had never looked highly upon Chu Chen. She thought Chu Chen was just a phoenix man trying to climb the social ladder. She never expected that Chu Chen was actually a master. Moreover, that shot of sword coming from Chu Chen just now was too handsome. Even she was almost mesmerized. Damn it! She was still thinking about how Chu Chen would be killed by Wei Lichang. She never imagined Chu Chen was this strong. Dad! Old patriarch! The members of the Wei family all exclaimed in shock. At this moment, they all widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. They had been thinking that their old patriarch would strongly defeat Chu Chen today and regain the Wei family's prestige. Who would have thought that their old patriarch would be defeated by Chu Chen with a single sword? At this moment, they felt as if the sky had fallen. The members of the Wei family all slumped to the ground, their expressions blank. All their experts above the Xian level had been rendered useless. Today, the old patriarch had lost again.
The Wei family was going to be finished. Cough, cough. Wei Lichang coughed, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. He wanted to stand up, but he found he couldn't get up at all. At this moment, his internal organs were shattered. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. He turned to look at Chu Chen and exclaimed, "You, how are you so strong? What martial skill did you use?" He had broken through a couple of days ago. His combat power had risen to a new level. Moreover, he had used the martial skill he obtained from that small scroll. How could he have lost? Chu Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. If it weren't for wanting to spare Wei Lichang's life, that sword just now could have sent Wei Lichang directly on his way. At this moment, he swiftly appeared in front of Wei Lichang and coldly said, "On that night 22 years ago, besides you, who else participated in the encirclement and killing of my father?" "Father?" Wei Lichang trembled at the words, looking at Chu Chen in horror. This young man was actually the son of that man? No wonder his combat power was so terrifying. No wonder he possessed such mysterious martial skills. "If I tell you, can you spare my life?" He looked up at Chu Chen and asked, "Do you think you have the right to negotiate with me?" Chu Chen stepped on his chest. Crack! The few ribs that had not yet broken instantly shattered. "Ah!" He let out a painful scream. "Speak!" Chu Chen looked down at him, coldly commanding. Wei Lichang's face changed several times, saying, I really don't know." "Don't know?" Chu Chen's gaze turned cold, and he exerted a little force with his foot. Wei Lichang cried out in pain. His face was pale, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he said, "I really don't know." 22 years ago, he was just at the Huang level. He had no status in the Wei family, so he often went out to the suburbs. He wanted to see if he could find herbs or something to help him break through. One night, during a heavy rain, he was hurrying back to the city. Unexpectedly, he saw a group of people attacking a man. He didn't know what level those people were, but he saw that each of them was exuding powerful energy. Above master? Chu Chen narrowed his eyes. Not just masters, but far stronger than masters. Wei Lichang's face showed awe. At that time, he thought those people were all masters. But after he broke through to master himself, he realized that his aura was simply not comparable to those people from that night. They were not on the same level at all. And that man was even more terrifying. Surrounded by so many people, he still did not fall. The battlefield was filled with energy, and the ground exploded. He could only hide far away. That battle was too intense. At that time, he felt like he was watching gods fighting. Chu Chen's expression tightened. It seemed that the people who surrounded his father were incredibly strong. Why did they surround my father? Chu Chen looked at Wei Lichang and coldly asked. Wei Lichang thought for a moment and hesitated, saying, "I vaguely heard someone telling your father to hand over the jade pendant." "Jade pendant?" Chu Chen's heart stirred as he asked, "What jade pendant?" "I didn't hear clearly." Wei Lichang shook his head. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes. Could it be the dragon-shaped jade pendant his father left him? "What else did you hear?" Chu Chen asked coldly. "It seems they also want your father to hand over a painting." Wei Lichang hesitated after thinking for a moment. "What painting?" Chu Chen pressed. Wei Lichang hesitated again and said, "I didn't hear clearly, but it seems to be called the Ancient City of 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix." "The Ancient City of 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix?" Chu Chen's heart jolted. At that moment, he couldn't help but recall the scene of seeing his father in that mysterious space. The vortex his father entered seemed to reveal an ancient city. Is this related? "You said you obtained a small scroll of martial arts. How did you get it?" Chu Chen looked at Wei Lichang and asked coldly. According to Wei Lichang, he was like an ant at that time. How could he have the qualifications to participate in the siege against his father? How could he obtain any martial arts? "The battle was too intense. Your father forcefully killed many experts," Wei Lichang said. "During the fierce fight, a martial arts scroll fell from your father, and those people scrambled for it. Later, for some reason, your father was seriously injured and kept fleeing. I also left, but unexpectedly encountered your father again on the way. I quietly followed him, and he actually fled all the way to Daming Mountain." Wei Lichang said. This was also another reason why he wanted to challenge Chu Chen to a duel at Daming Mountain. This was the starting point of his rise, and he wanted to kill Chu Chen here. "And then?" Chu Chen asked coldly. Wei Lichang hesitated and said, "I saw your father fall to the ground, and I. Wei Lichang couldn't continue. Chu Chen's gaze turned icy. "But I didn't kill your father, I just struck him once. When I saw he wasn't actually dead, I got scared. I saw a small scroll of martial arts on your father, so I panicked, grabbed it, and fled," Wei Lichang explained. In fact, calling it a small scroll was an exaggeration. It was just a few sheets of paper. but those few sheets changed his fate dramatically. You dared to strike my father? Chu Chen exuded a chilling aura. I just wanted to see if he was dead, Wei Lichang stammered. In truth, he had wanted to kill Chu Chen's father with one strike. But at that moment, he was too scared, so after striking once, he fled in a panic. He didn't even dare to search Chu Chen's father. Otherwise, he might have obtained more opportunities. This was something he had regretted for over 20 years. And the martial arts? Chu Chen asked coldly. It's with me. Wei Lichang hesitated for a moment before taking it out. Chu Chen took it and found that this incomplete martial arts scroll was indeed extraordinary. At least in the immortal realm, it was a decent martial art. What else did you obtain? Chu Chen put away the small incomplete scroll and asked coldly. I also got a small bottle of pills, but I've eaten them all, Wei Lichang said quietly. It was precisely because of that small bottle of pills that his physique improved, and combined with the small incomplete scroll, his cultivation advanced even faster. You really know how to eat, Chu Chen said coldly. Wei Lichang smiled awkwardly. Did you hear anything about what forces those people came from, or what they looked like? Chu Chen asked coldly. That day it was pouring rain, and I couldn't see what they looked like, Wei Lichang shook his head. But I vaguely heard the words Dongzhou. Dongzhou? Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's eyes narrowed. Wei Lichang looked up at Chu Chen and said, I've told you everything I know. Can you spare me? Sure, Chu Chen nodded. Wei Lichang's expression brightened. But, maybe in the next life. However, the next words from Chu Chen caused his face to change drastically. He looked panicked and said, Chu Chen, I was really wrong, just let me go. Bang! Before Wei Lichang could finish his sentence, Chu Chen struck him on the head with a palm. In an instant, blood began to trickle down Wei Lichang's forehead. He widened his eyes, as if wanting to say something, but he couldn't utter a word. His body swayed, and he fell to the ground. Dad! Old patriarch! The members of the Wei family cried out upon seeing this scene. With the death of their patriarch, the Wei family was truly finished. Dead? The onlookers were all shaken. They hadn't heard what Chu Chen and Wei Lichang were saying. They only saw Chu Chen seemingly asking something. They never expected that Chu Chen would suddenly kill Wei Lichang with a single slap. Chu Chen was indeed decisive in his actions. This guy is so ruthless? Han Danqiu swallowed hard. She had thought Chu Chen was just a timid, useless waste. She never expected him to be so decisive. This ruthlessness seemed to rival that of the scions from those big families. Whoosh! 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 Chu Chen's figure flickered, and he jumped in front of Yi Qingxue and Cuckoo. Chu Chen, are you okay? Yi Qingxue looked at Chu Chen, a hint of concern on her pretty face. Of course I'm fine. Chu Chen smiled lightly. Daddy, you're amazing. You're truly my daddy. Cuckoo jumped into Chu Chen's arms, her face full of joy. I didn't scare you just now, did I? Chu Chen ruffled her hair. I'm not that timid. Cuckoo lifted her chin, looking very proud. Your daughter is really something else. Yi Qingxue was speechless. She had wanted to cover Cuckoo's eyes earlier, but Cuckoo wouldn't let her. Cuckoo insisted on watching the showdown between Chu Chen and Wei Lichang. When Chu Chen killed Wei Lichang with a single slap, she thought it would scare Cuckoo, but she found that Cuckoo showed no fear at all. Instead, she was calm. One could even say, indifferent. Chu Chen looked at Cuckoo in surprise. Truly, she was worthy of being the 9 turns Taiyin immortal body. Alright, let's go. Chu Chen said with a smile. Okay. Yi Qingxue nodded lightly and followed Chu Chen's pace. Han Danqiu hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and followed. Along the way, everyone automatically made way for them. They looked at Chu Chen with expressions of awe. Han Danqiu had been in Jiangcheng for so long and had never received such treatment. This left her feeling quite complicated. She never expected this useless waste to have such a strong deterrent effect. The path Chu Chen took happened to be in the area where the Shin family was located. Shin Xingyun and the members of the Shin family also lowered their heads. They hoped that Chu Chen wouldn't notice them. But when they reached in front of them, Chu Chen stopped. He looked at Shin Huajing and said, Old Master Shin, it seems you wanted to make a move several times just now? Wanted to make a move? Hearing Chu Chen's words, Shin Huajing trembled all over, his face changed slightly, and he said in a panic, Mr. Chu, you misunderstood. I had no intention of making a move. Are you saying I saw it wrong? Chu Chen looked at him, his expression cold. I didn't mean that. Shin Huajing hurriedly explained. He indeed wanted to make a move today. After all, he thought Chu Chen couldn't possibly be Wei Lichang's opponent. Who knew? Chu Chen glanced at Shin Xingyun, who quickly lowered his head, not daring to breathe. Just a little while ago, he had been arrogant in front of Chu Chen, but now he wished he could bury his head in his pants.
The members of the Shin family also all lowered their heads in silence. Chu Chen scanned them and said lightly, "There are exactly 10 of you here, 1 billion each."
What? The members of the Shin family looked at Chu Chen in shock. Was he asking them to compensate 10 billion? What? Unwilling? Chu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly.
The Shin family quickly lowered their heads, not daring to meet Chu Chen's gaze.
Chu Chen turned to Shin Huajing and said lightly, "Old Master Shin, what do you think?" Shin Huajing's expression changed several times before he nodded and said, "I will follow Mr. Chu's orders." He wasn't really willing either.
After all, compensation was one thing, but bowing down publicly
was humiliating.
However, even Wei Lichang had been defeated by Chu Chen with a single sword strike.
How could he possibly be Chu Chen's match? Bowing down was indeed shameful, but it meant survival. The people around were all astonished. Shin Huajing actually agreed?
But thinking of Chu Chen's combat power, they felt a sense of relief in their hearts.
Han Danxiu's expression was complicated.
The Shin family was the third largest family in Jiangcheng, and sometimes they needed the Shin family's help when they came to Jiangcheng. They never expected that today the Shin family would bow down so low in front of Chu Chen. This guy really has a reputation in Jiangcheng. She looked at Chu Chen, feeling a wave of discomfort. The more outstanding Chu Chen was, the more expectations Ting Shui had for him. This was not the outcome she wanted. "Transfer the money to my card before dark. Your grandson has my card number."
After saying this, Chu Chen hugged Kuko and turned to leave.
It wasn't until Chu Chen and the others had left that the Shin family dared to lift their heads. They all wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Just now, they had been terrified in front of Chu Chen. They worried they would end up like the Wei family's expert, having their cultivation ruined by a single word from Chu Chen. Even Shin Huajing let out a deep breath. Although he had been famous for many years and had a high reputation in Jiangcheng, he felt his heart racing in front of Chu Chen.
He even had a sense of unpredictable fate. "Go back and transfer the money to Chu Chen's card." Shin Huajing led the Shin family away. He had originally planned to come and finish off Chu Chen, but unexpectedly, he was forced to bow down and submit instead. And he lost 10 billion. It was truly embarrassing. He didn't want to stay there any longer. The onlookers looked at the Wei family, their faces filled with complexity. The Wei family, the second largest family in Jiangcheng, after today, would become history. Wei Lichang, a legendary figure in Jiangcheng, a master, today also became history.
An old legend has disappeared, and a new legend
is rising. Everyone sighed inwardly. Chu Chen, a new legend. And this legend had just begun.
Everyone had a premonition that it wouldn't be long before Chu Chen's name would resound throughout
the entire Dongjiang province, even the whole of South China.
On the other side, Chu Chen and the others had now returned to the Yulan courtyard.
"Chu Chen, how did you become a martial artist?" After returning, Yi Qingsno couldn't hold back any longer.
When Chu Chen was with her back then, she was sure
he was just an ordinary person, definitely not a martial artist. How had he become a martial artist now? And a master at that? Han Danxiu also looked at Chu Chen curiously. She wanted to know how this waste had turned into a master. Could it be during the 10 years you disappeared?
Yi Qingsno suddenly thought of something.
Chu Chen nodded. "In these 10 years, I have experienced too much." As he spoke, a look of emotion appeared on his face. To be precise, it was 10,000 years.
Thinking of the 10,000 years in the immortal realm, he sighed. He couldn't even remember how many times he had narrowly escaped death. He had even come close to losing his life multiple times. Fortunately, he had ultimately pulled through. Yi Qingsno saw the expression on Chu Chen's face and felt a slight shock in her heart. In these 10 years, she had been driven out of the Yi family, raising Kuku alone, and indeed had a hard life. She felt very wronged.
But in reality, Chu Chen, perhaps had suffered just as much? Chu Chen looked at Yi Qingxue and said seriously, "Qingxue, I now have the ability to protect you and Kuko, and I can also ensure that you both live a good life. In the future, I will make it up to you both doubly."
Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxue felt a slight sting in her nose.
Chu Chen was already a grandmaster. He truly had the ability to provide them with a good life. However, there might not be a chance, because the Yi family would not look favorably upon a grandmaster.
Not to mention that there was that esteemed person. "Although I don't know what kind of family the Yi family is, one day, I will make them willingly marry you to me,"
Chu Chen said earnestly.
Yi Qingxue felt a bitterness in her heart. There was no time left. There was no time for you to grow to a level that the Yi family would be satisfied with.
Yet she still didn't want to dampen Chu Chen's spirits and nodded slightly. I believe you."
Chu Chen pulled her into his arms and said softly, "This time won't be long.
Tears couldn't help but well up in Yi Qingshue's beautiful eyes. Shu Chen, I love you, but to make the Yi family satisfied with you, it's too difficult. Unless you are an extraordinary genius who can rise quickly. After playing with Cuckoo for a while, Shu Chen left. As soon as he stepped outside the villa, he encountered Han Danqiu. At that moment, Han Danqiu looked at Shu Chen, her face revealing an indescribable emotion. She never expected that the person she had always looked down upon was actually a grandmaster. Shu Chen was too lazy to pay her any mind and turned to leave. Shu Chen, but Han Danqiu called out to him. What is it? Shu Chen looked at her with an indifferent expression. Han Danqiu was quite displeased with Shu Chen's attitude and said angrily, do you think just because you are a grandmaster, you can look down on others? I have never looked down on anyone, it's you, who has always looked down on others. Shu Chen glanced at her and said lightly, you. Han Danqiu felt a surge of anger inside. This guy was truly detestable. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and sneered, Shu Chen, don't think that just because you are a grandmaster, you are a big shot. Let me tell you, a grandmaster is indeed considered a master in Jiang City, but in the entire Dongjiang province, it means nothing, let alone in the whole dragon country. Do you think being a grandmaster means you can marry Qingxue? You don't even have the qualifications to step into the Yi family. What? Qualifications do you have to be worthy of Qingxue? A grandmaster doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the Yi family? Shu Chen was taken aback. The Yi family was that powerful? What? Now you realize your mistake? Do you still dare to say you are worthy of Qingxue? Han Danqiu looked at Shu Chen with a mocking expression. Although Shu Chen was a grandmaster, she still looked down on him. Because among their great families, what was a grandmaster? Just because you say I'm not worthy, I'm not worthy? Shu Chen's expression remained calm. Do you really think that being a grandmaster makes you an impressive person? A grandmaster has only just truly stepped into the martial arts world. Han Danqiu crossed her arms and mocked. You don't even seem to be at the yellow level, do you? What qualifications do you have to talk here? Shu Chen glanced at her and said lightly, you. Han Danqiu felt a surge of anger. She indeed had not stepped into the martial arts world, but this poor kid from the village dared to mock her? Truly infuriating. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner rage, and sneered, let me tell you, that esteemed person broke through to grandmaster at the age of 10. What? A look of surprise appeared on Shu Chen's face. He entered the grandmaster level at 10? That esteemed person seemed to be quite extraordinary. Now you understand the gap between you and that esteemed person, right? Han Danqiu crossed her arms and looked at Shu Chen, mocking, don't think that just because you are a grandmaster, you are impressive. Compared to him, he is a true dragon, and you are just a mud bug. He. Shu Chen let out a cold laugh. Who is the true dragon and who is the mud bug? It's not certain yet. Big words without shame. A frog at the bottom of a well. Han Danqiu scoffed. She felt that Shu Chen had been in the small place of Jiangcheng for too long, and his vision was too narrow. The master was indeed powerful in Jiangcheng, but outside of Jiangcheng, it was nothing. Truly a frog at the bottom of a well. Shu Chen couldn't be bothered to explain so much to her. His future. How could this woman even begin to comprehend it? He turned and walked away, unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Han Danqiu looked at Shu Chen's back, her face full of mockery. Shu Chen returned directly to the Haoding mansion. Standing by the window, he quietly gazed outside. Today, from Wei Lichang, he had obtained quite a bit of information. 1. On that night 22 years ago, his father was besieged by many people, possibly from multiple forces, and those people had extremely high cultivation, at least above the master level. 2. Those people did not know why they were attacking his father, but they wanted his father to hand over the jade pendant and the ancient map of the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. 3. Dongzhou had forces involved. Shu Chen took out the dragon-shaped jade pendant from his pocket and examined it. In that mysterious space, his father had told him to keep this pendant safe, saying it might bring him great opportunities in the future. It seemed this dragon-shaped jade pendant was indeed extraordinary. It's a pity I can't find out who participated in the attack, otherwise, I would definitely make them pay. A cold glint flickered in Shu Chen's eyes. Then, he took out the small, incomplete scroll of martial arts techniques he had received from Wei Lichang. Dongzhou, the ancient map of the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. The incomplete martial arts techniques. These were the 3 clues he had at the moment. He immediately called Su Mang, instructing him to investigate based on these 3 clues. Yes, Master Chu. Su Mang nodded respectfully. Shu Chen looked out the window, his gaze sharp and cold. Once he found out, no matter who it was, no matter what force, he would avenge his father. Early the next morning, Su Mang arrived at Haoding Mansion. He brought a box with him. When Chu Chen opened it, he found it was filled with medicinal herbs, and they were all aged. They contained quite a bit of spiritual energy. There were even several spiritual medicines. These are the collections of the Wei family, which I cleaned out, Su Mang explained. Good. Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Master Chu, some forces in Zhangcheng want to get their hands on the Wei family. What do you think? Su Mang looked at Chu Chen, hesitating. Humph. Chu Chen snorted coldly. I took down the Wei family. Who dares to take advantage? You tell them, whoever dares to touch the Wei family is opposing me, Chu. Yes. Su Mang nodded respectfully. He immediately spread Chu Chen's words. In an instant, the entire martial arts community of Zhangcheng was in an uproar. This Master Chu is truly domineering. Domineering? I think he's too arrogant. Yeah, the Wei family previously occupied a lot of our territory. Can't we take it back now? He. When Wei Li-chan was alive, why didn't you go and take it back? Many forces were quite displeased, because when the Wei family rose to power, many forces in Zhangcheng had paid a price. Now that the Wei family had finally fallen, they wanted to reclaim what once belonged to them. They never expected that Chu Chen would not allow them to touch the Wei family? Truly despicable. However, although they were unhappy, they did not dare to have any thoughts about the Wei family anymore, because they did not want to offend Chu Chen. Now, Chu Chen's words in the entire Zhangcheng are like an imperial edict. All factions in the martial arts community side. This young man, Chu Chen, had truly broken the decades-long pattern of the Zhangcheng martial arts world. Chu Chen couldn't be bothered with these people. At this moment, he was already in cultivation. At noon, Chu Chen slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through. With the help of these medicinal herbs and spiritual medicines from the Wei family, his cultivation had advanced significantly. He was now at the peak of the mid-foundation stage. This speed is acceptable. Chu Chen was quite satisfied. However, he also felt a sense of helplessness. The Wei family was the second largest family in Zhangcheng, yet the medicinal herbs and spiritual medicines they had collected over the years could not help him break through to the late foundation establishment stage. As he progressed in his cultivation, he needed even more spiritual energy. It seems I need to destroy a few more families or martial arts sects, Chu Chen muttered to himself. He hoped to quickly find out about the forces that had besieged his father 22 years ago. That night, a group of people arrived at Longhu Mountain Villa. Leading them was a handsome man with a somewhat cold gaze. Beside him was a woman in a long dress, who was quite beautiful. Both of them exuded a powerful aura. Who are you? Su Mang looked at the group, his expression serious. The aura emanating from them was extremely strong. Especially the man and woman at the front, they were likely above the master level in cultivation. Who is Chu Chen? The man scanned Su Mang and the others, asking coldly. What do you want with Chu Yi? Su Mang watched the man warily. This group did not come with good intentions. My name is Chen Yongming, from Longhu sect. The man introduced himself with an air of arrogance. What? Su Mang and the others' expressions changed slightly. Longhu sect had come so quickly? Bring Chu Chen out, Chen Yongming commanded coldly, looking at Su Mang. Chu Yi is not here, Su Mang hesitated. Not here? Chen Yongming's expression darkened as he shouted, then you notify him to come over, just say that people from Longhu sect are here, and he must come to meet us immediately. He must come to meet us immediately. Chen Yongming had an unquestionable demeanor. At the same time, he held his head high, full of pride. Su Mang was quite displeased with his tone, but he still took out his phone and dialed Chu Chen's number. He knew that they alone could not deal with Chen Yongming and his group. Hello, Chu Yi, people from Longhu sect are here. As soon as the call connected, Su Mang spoke respectfully. Where are they? Chu Chen's expression froze as he asked. Longhu sect had sent someone so quickly? Impressive speed. Su Mang hesitated for a moment and said, they want you to come to Longhu Mountain Villa to meet them. Meet them? Chu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly, I'll be there right away. After hanging up, he headed straight for Longhu Mountain Villa. Chu Yi. Upon seeing Chu Chen arrive, Su Mang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Although their strength had increased rapidly, they still felt a sense of dread facing Chen Yongming and his group. You are Chu Chen? Chen Yongming asked coldly upon seeing Chu Chen. You looking for me? Chu Chen sat down, his expression indifferent. Chen Yongming was quite displeased with Chu Chen's demeanor. This kid was so audacious upon seeing them? It should be known that Longhu sect was one of the 4 major martial arts sects in Dongjiang province, with many experts. Moreover, he was also a master. Usually, even the heads of some large families would be respectful in front of him. Yet this kid had the audacity to sit down so casually? There was not a hint of respect. You killed Hui Dao. He looked at Chu Chen and asked coldly, "Didn't you already know? Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent someone here, would you?" Asking such a stupid question, Chu Chen replied, "Impudent! Kid, do you dare to speak to senior brother Chen like that? Are you looking for death? Kid, are you tired of living?" As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the disciples of Longhu sect behind Chen Yongming shouted angrily. Chen Yongming was also a standout among the younger generation of Longhu sect, deeply respected by his peers. This kid actually dared to insult their senior brother Chen? Truly seeking death. You! Chen Yongming's expression darkened as well. This kid was really arrogant. With a sinister look, he said, "Chu Chen, I now give you two choices. 1. Kneel down immediately, submit to me, and from now on serve our Longhu sect. 2. Die." As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. Chu Chen flicked his fingers and said lightly, "I choose 3. "What 3? Chen Yongming frowned, saying, "I didn't give you a third option." "There is. That is. You die." Chu Chen glanced at Chen Yongming and said indifferently, "What did you say?" Chen Yongming's face turned furious upon hearing this. This kid actually dared to say he would die? "Kid, do you know what you're saying?" He laughed in anger. He was a master. Did this kid think that just because he defeated Hui Dao, he was invincible? "Kid, you really don't know what it means that there are heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond the people." He looked at Chu Chen with a mocking expression. "Brother Chen, stop wasting time with him, let me kill him." At this moment, a man stepped out from behind Chen Yongming. He was a master at the peak of the heavenly level. He had long been displeased with Chu Chen. At this moment, he stomped his feet and with a loud bang, charged straight at Chu Chen. "Die!" In an instant, he was in front of Chu Chen, throwing a punch at his head. Suddenly, he felt darkness before his eyes. The next moment, he lost consciousness, because his head exploded. Bang! The headless corpse fell to the ground. Everyone from the Longhu sect stared wide-eyed, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Killing a peak heavenly level master with a single slap? What the hell was going on? Wasn't Chu Chen just a heavenly level expert? How could he be so strong? Even Chen Yongming was stunned. He looked at Chu Chen and exclaimed, "You are a master?" "What? A master?" Everyone from the Longhu sect looked at Chu Chen in surprise. This kid wasn't just a heavenly level expert, but a master? No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. "I say, before you came to find Master Chu, didn't you investigate what happened in the past 2 days?" Su Mang looked at Chen Yongming, feeling speechless. What did that mean? Chen Yongming frowned slightly, looking puzzled. He had just arrived in Jiangcheng today and rushed to Longhu Mountain Villa immediately, so he had no idea what had happened in Jiangcheng. Did Chu Chen do something big in the past 2 days? Even if you are a master, so what? Chen Yongming sneered. Masters were indeed top-tier existences in Jiangcheng, but they were nothing in their Longhu sect. He had brought 3 masters with him this time, and he himself was also a master. "Come at me. Kill him." Chen Yongming shouted coldly. "Brother Chen, don't kill him. He's quite handsome, I want to have a taste." A woman beside Chen Yongming looked at Chu Chen, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "Fine, then just cripple him," Chen Yongming ordered. "Go!" The group behind Chen Yongming all had sinister expressions as they charged at Chu Chen. Chu Chen threw the teacup in his hand. Bang! It smashed into one person's face. He cried out in pain, and by the time he reacted again, Chu Chen was already in front of him. His face changed in shock, and he was about to retreat. Bang! But Chu Chen pointed at his forehead. His head exploded. A peak heavenly level master was thus killed. After killing this person, Chu Chen waved his right hand to the right. Slap! A crisp sound of a slap echoed. A half-step master charging up was slapped by Chu Chen, and his entire face was gone. Only half a head remained. He also fell to the ground, never to rise again. Bang bang bang! Chu Chen kept attacking. With each strike, a disciple of the Longhu sect fell. These disciples of the Longhu sect usually looked down on others. But today, in front of Chu Chen, they were like ants. Whoosh! After killing 2 more people, Chu Chen's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. At that moment, a beam of light descended from the sky, striking the spot where he had just been standing. The master had made his move. Seeing his sneak attack fail, the master's expression tightened, and he attempted to retreat. However, at that moment, a figure rushed in swiftly. The master's face changed in shock, and he hurriedly stepped back. At the same time, he swung his hands, gathering energy in front of his chest, ultimately forming an energy shield. Bang! Just then, Chu Chen's fist arrived, crashing into the energy shield. This was a defensive martial technique of the Dragon and Tiger sect. But now, under Chu Chen's fist, it shattered like tofu. The master's pupils constricted as he tried to retreat. Yet, Chu Chen's fist did not lose momentum and instantly slammed into his chest. Boom! A transparent hole appeared in his chest. One punch killed a master. Put! The master spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his shattered heart. He stared wide-eyed at Chu Chen in disbelief. How could this punch of Chu Chen be so powerful? He wanted to ask, but as soon as he opened his mouth, blood foam spilled out. He couldn't utter a single word. Finally, his head tilted. He was dead. The remaining disciples of the Dragon and Tiger sect all trembled, their faces filled with disbelief. A master was actually killed by Chu Chen with a single punch? How could this be possible? Even Chen Yongming's eyes widened in shock. He had thought Chu Chen had merely just broken through to the master level. Now it seemed that was not the case. At least he was a fully realized master. The same level of cultivation as him. This kid is a bit strange. Everyone, do not hold back any means. Chen Yongming looked at the remaining disciples of the Dragon and Tiger sect and said in a deep voice, "Kill!" He roared, charging directly at Chu Chen. The others also exuded a terrifying aura and attacked together. In an instant, various martial techniques bombarded Chu Chen. Chen Yongming also let out a low growl. Dragon and Tiger Fist. He threw a punch, and a fierce tiger and a true dragon intertwined, forming a dragon and tiger fist that rushed towards Chu Chen. The tiger's head and dragon's head opened their mouths wide, seemingly wanting to swallow Chu Chen whole. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent, and a faint golden light flickered on his left hand. In an instant, a faint golden energy long sword condensed in his hand. Slash! Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he swung the sword down. Boom! The tiger's head and dragon's head were instantly cleaved in half under the faint golden long sword, and with a final explosion, they burst apart. Ah! Chen Yongming also let out a cry, his whole body flying back and crashing into a distant rock. At that moment, his right shoulder was completely gone. He lay on the ground, howling in pain. Senior Brother Chen! The disciples of the Dragon and Tiger sect all exclaimed in shock. At the same time, their hearts were filled with terror. Even Senior Brother Chen was defeated by Chu Chen in one move? How could this be possible? Chu Chen zipped to Chen Yongming's side and said, "The disciples of the Dragon and Tiger sect are nothing but this. You." Chen Yongming's heart burned with anger. When had he ever been so underestimated? Alright, let's go. Chu Chen slowly raised his foot. Chen Yongming's face turned anxious, and he hurriedly said, "Chu Chen, don't act recklessly. If you kill me, the Dragon and Tiger sect will send more and stronger people to kill you. You will die a terrible death. One comes, I kill one. A pair comes, I kill a pair." Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he stepped down. Crack! Chen Yongming's chest completely caved in. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was seeing. Chu Chen actually disregarded his threat? Chu Chen was not afraid of the Dragon and Tiger sect? Had Chu Chen gone mad? At that moment, his heart was filled with regret. He had been thinking of coming to Jiang City to kill Chu Chen and earn merit for his sect. If that were the case, he would gain more attention from the sect. More resources could be obtained. Who would have thought that he would lose his life in Zhongshan? Senior Brother Chen! The remaining members of the Longhu sect widened their eyes in shock. Senior Brother Chen is dead just like that? Run! They exchanged glances and all fled outside. With Senior Brother Chen dead, where would they find the confidence to stay? Your Senior Brother Chen is gone. Where do you think you're going? Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he swiftly pursued them. Bang! 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 Soon, all the members of the Longhu sect were dead. Only the woman remained. At this moment, the woman was in a state of panic. Finally, she stepped forward gracefully and approached Chu Chen, seductively saying, "Mr. Chu, you're so fierce. How about I keep you company tonight?" Her face was beautiful, exuding an alluring charm, and her words were filled with provocation. Su Mang and the others couldn't help but breathe heavily. "Accompany your sister." Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he slapped out. Bang! The woman's head exploded like a watermelon, dead beyond recovery. What a pity! Ji Ba sighed regretfully. This woman was quite beautiful and a disciple of the Longhu sect. It would have been fun to play with her. If you think it's a pity, you might as well take her back to bed before she cools down. Chu Chen glanced at him and said lightly, "Good idea." Ji Ba's eyes lit up. Chu Chen was filled with black lines. Could this guy have some perverted preferences? Pervert. Bai Shu also distanced himself from Ji Ba. However, he looked at the headless corpse on the ground with a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Chu Chen couldn't be bothered with these two perverts. At this moment, he began to collect the spoils. The disciples of the Longhu sect all had spiritual herbs on them.
especially Chen Yongming and that woman, who had several good quality ones, rich in spiritual energy. Chen Yongming even had a bottle of pills on him. However, this bottle of pills was nothing special.
Chu Chen directly tossed it to Su Mang and the others.
The four of them were overjoyed, as if they had found a treasure. Master Chu, you've killed so many members of the Longhu sect, they
probably won't let this go easily. Su Mang looked at Chu Chen with concern. Although Chu Chen's combat power was terrifying, the Longhu sect was one of the 4 major martial arts sects in Dongjiang province. Who knows how many experts they have? What kind of experts? It's fine. You all focus on improving your cultivation and send more people to protect my mother, sister, and my wife and daughter, Chu Chen instructed solemnly. Yes. Su Mang nodded seriously.
Chu Chen left the Longhu mountain villa and returned directly to the luxurious mansion. He took out the spiritual herbs obtained from Chen Yongming and the others and began to enter a state of cultivation. He hoped to take the opportunity to break through to the late foundation establishment stage.
Longhu sect. Many elders of the Longhu sect gathered in a palace. Elder 10, still unable to contact Yongming? The Grand Elder looked at Elder 10 and asked in a deep voice. Just now, Elder 6 said they couldn't reach Chen Yongming and the others, so they immediately called a meeting. No.
Elder 10 shook his head and said, they probably all died at Chu Chen's hands.
What? The many elders were taken aback. Elder 10, why do you think so? The Grand Elder asked solemnly.
Chen Yongming took so many people with him, and he himself was a master.
How could he be killed by Chu Chen?
Elder 10 pondered for a moment and said, Chen Yongming contacted me at noon today, saying they had arrived in Jiangcheng and were about to kill Chu Chen. Now they are all unreachable. It seems they are in grave danger.
The elders fell silent.
With so many people unreachable, something must have happened.
Isn't Chu Chen just a heavenly level expert? Could he really be a master? However, they all frowned. Could it be that the intelligence was wrong?
No matter if he is a heavenly level or a master, if he dares to kill our Longhu sect disciples, his only outcome is death.
Elder Ten's face was grim as he said, I will personally go to Jiangcheng to suppress Chu Chen. Jiangcheng.
It wasn't until dawn that Chu Chen slowly opened his eyes. Whoosh! A flash of light streaked through the void. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. After absorbing the spiritual medicines from the Longhu sect members, Chu Chen had unexpectedly broken through to the late foundation establishment stage. His combat power had risen to another level. He never expected that he would reach the late foundation establishment stage so soon after returning to Earth.
It was many times faster than when he was in the immortal realm.
This speed of cultivation made him quite pleased. The Longhu sect really is a gift-giving baby.
Chu Chen smiled faintly.
He hoped the Longhu sect would continue to send people to give him gifts. It would be best if they could bring spiritual medicines with them. At noon, he called Chu Chen, asking him to come to the He family.
Upon arrival, Chu Chen found Ma Chuanzheng and Xiao Qing were also there.
He had no good impression of these two, as they always carried themselves with an air of arrogance.
Ma Chuanzheng noticed Chu Chen's expression and felt a wave of displeasure. This kid still had that attitude towards them. Truly arrogant.
However, thinking of Chu Chen's sword, he didn't dare to provoke him as he had a few days ago.
He looked at Chu Chen, feeling a sense of amazement. This guy was actually a master. Moreover, even an old master like Wei Lichang was not his opponent.
Now in the entire Jiangcheng, apart from the patriarch of the first family, the Shu family, it seemed no one could match him. She never expected to misjudge him.
No wonder Inger and Grandpa He revered him so much. There was indeed a reason for it. Miss He, did you need something from me? Chu Chen approached He, curious. It's Qingqing who is looking for you.
He glanced at Xia Cheng.
Oh, a hint of surprise appeared on Chu Chen's face. This woman was looking for him? Could it be about the evil witch sect?
Xiao Cheng looked at Chu Chen and said in a deep voice, we received news that the headquarters of the evil witch sect is in the 10,000 Great Mountains. If it had been before, she wouldn't have bothered to tell Chu Chen such news. However, after Chu Chen's battle at Daming Mountain, she had begun to see him in a new light. Although this guy had a big mouth, he did possess some strength.
The 10,000 Great Mountains? Chu Chen frowned upon hearing this.
The 10,000 Great Mountains were a range in the southwestern part of Dongjiang province, stretching for hundreds of kilometers, with towering peaks. It was said that many areas had never been trodden by anyone, making it a primitive mountain range. He never expected the headquarters of the evil witch sect would be located in such mountains.
Which specific location? Chu Chen pressed for details.
In a large canyon on Blackbird Mountain, Xia Qing replied.
Blackbird Mountain? Chu Chen's expression froze. He had never heard of this mountain before. Our dragon team will set out tomorrow to eliminate the evil witch sect.
If you want to go, you can come with us, Xiao Qing said, looking at Chu Chen. Xingqing, what are you doing? As soon as Xiao Qing finished speaking, Ma Chuanzheng frowned. Tomorrow was their dragon team's operation. Why let this kid tag along? Was he going to cause trouble? I've already asked the captain, and he agreed, Xiao Qing said. That day, Chu Chen's decisive battle with Wei Lichang made her feel that this young man indeed exuded a sense of mystery. Especially the sword he wielded was quite terrifying. Therefore, she specifically requested the captain to allow Chu Chen to join them in the operation tomorrow. The captain agreed? Ma Chuanzheng's face was stunned. What was going on? Chu Chen, are you going? Xiao Chang asked Chu Chen. Sure. Chu Chen nodded. He was originally going to eliminate the evil witch sect. How could he not go? After discussing some matters with Chu Chen, Xiao Chang and the others left. Xingqing, why did you let Chu Chen join us tomorrow? After they finished, Ma Chuanzheng looked at Xiao Chang with a dissatisfied expression. Chu Chen is also a master, and his combat power is quite strong, Xiao Chang said. Defeating Wei Lichang is nothing, Ma Chuanzheng scoffed, his face full of disdain. Aren't they all masters? I feel that Chu Chen is not that simple. Xiao Qing recalled the sword technique Chu Chen had displayed that day, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her beautiful eyes. Ma Chuanzheng noticed the change in her expression and felt a surge of anger. Xiao Qing couldn't possibly be interested in Chu Chen, could she? That would not be a good thing. If he goes, he will only hold us back, Ma Chuanzheng sneered. Maybe we'll even have to send someone to protect him. Chu Chen shouldn't be that weak, Xiao Chang replied. Alright, let's see how it goes tomorrow. With that, Xiao Qing left. Ma Chuanzheng glanced back at the He family, his eyes cold. He snorted and followed Xiao Qing's footsteps. He family, are you really going to the headquarters of the evil witch cult? Ying looked at Chu Chen, a hint of worry on her pretty face. I heard from Xingqing that although the evil witch cult was destroyed by her dragon team years ago, it has revived in recent years and has cultivated quite a few experts. Xingqing also said that the leader of the evil witch cult is a grand master. As she spoke, her expression became serious. A grand master. That is a being even more powerful than a master. It's fine, Chu Chen said calmly. Chu Chen, although a grand master is only one level above a master, their combat power is not on the same level, Ying hurriedly warned, seeing Chu Chen so unconcerned. Don't worry, I know my limits, Chu Chen replied with a faint smile. Ying looked at Chu Chen, speechless. It seemed this guy had become overly confident after defeating Wei Lichang. No, I need to tell Xingqing to take good care of him tomorrow. The next day, Chu Chen went directly to the place he had agreed upon with Xiao Cheng. It was a small town outside the 10,000 Great Mountains. Chu Chen, Xiao Qing greeted him as he arrived. Ma Chuanzheng looked at Chu Chen with disdain. Chu Chen noticed that besides Xiao Qing, there was another group of people. Each of them had sharp eyes and exuded a powerful aura. Leading them was a sturdy man with a square face. The aura around this man was not particularly strong, but Chu Chen knew he was the strongest among this group. Chu Chen, let me introduce you. This is our captain, Luo Chang. Captain, this is Chu Chen, the one I told you about, Xiao Qing introduced the two. Luo Chang looked at Chu Chen, a hint of surprise on his face. Xiao Qing had told him that Chu Chen had defeated the old patriarch of the second largest family in Jiangqing a couple of days ago and had displayed a very powerful martial skill, being a master expert. However, at this moment, he did not sense any martial aura from Chu Chen. Chu Chen looked just like an ordinary person. He ignored Chu Chen and turned to the dragon team members, instructing, everyone, let's head into the mountains. If it weren't for Xiao Qing's request, he wouldn't want Chu Chen to follow. After all, defeating a Wei Lichang was nothing special. He flickered and led the way into the mountains. The dragon team members quickly followed suit. Chu Chen walked at the back. At this moment, Ma Chuanzheng approached Chu Chen and sneered, if you know what's good for you, you can still go back now. Later. We won't have time to protect you. Protect me? Chu Chen frowned and said, who said I need your protection? He. Ma Chuanzheng sneered, Chu Chen, you don't think just because you're a master, you're something special, do you? Let me tell you, we are all masters, he said, looking at Chu Chen with a mocking expression. And then? Chu Chen replied calmly, you're also a master. What makes you think I need your protection? Maybe you'll need me to protect you later. He. Ma Chuanzheng laughed out loud. I need you to protect me? This kid really knows how to be funny. Does he think that defeating Wei Lichang makes him so impressive? Does he really think being a master is that great? A frog at the bottom of a well. He glanced at Chu Chen with a look of disdain. Ma Chuanzheng, what are you doing? At that moment, Xiao Qing walked over and looked at Ma Chuanzheng, saying, Chu Chen is now considered our teammate, so don't cause trouble. Seeing Xiao Qing actually speaking up for Chu Chen, Ma Chuanzheng felt a wave of displeasure.
He sneered and said, "Teammate? He probably doesn't qualify to be our teammate."
After saying that, he disdainfully glanced at Chu Chen and quickened his pace to move ahead. That's just how Ma Chuanzhang is, arrogant and proud. Don't take him seriously, Xia Qing explained to Chu Chen.
It's fine. Chu Chen shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to argue with someone like that.
During the battle later, just stay by my side, and I can look out for you, Xia Qing suddenly said.
Ha! Chu Chen looked at Xia Qing in surprise. Has this woman changed her ways?
Don't misunderstand, I just promised Inger to take care of you a bit more, Xia Qing said.
All right.
Chu Chen smiled and shook his head. He didn't expect Ying to distrust him so much. However, this also brought a warm feeling to his heart. Thus, Chu Chen followed the members of the dragon team deeper into the mountains. The further they went in, the more desolate it became. There wasn't even a proper mountain path. They could even hear some beastly roars. A whoa!
At that moment, a wolf's howl echoed.
Swish, swish, swish.
Sounds of movement came from all around.
A pack of wolves emerged, numbering more than 20.
These wolves were not like ordinary ones.
They were pitch black, and their eyes glowed red.
At the same time, they exuded a powerful aura.
Chu Chen looked at these wolves with a hint of surprise.
These wolves were almost like demon beasts. However, they hadn't cultivated inner cores. Everyone be careful, these wolves are mutated and different from ordinary wolves, Luo Chan warned.
A whoa! The wolf pack howled to the sky and then all pounced towards the dragon team.
Kill! The members of the dragon team were not ordinary people.
They were martial artists who had executed many missions and experienced life and death battles. Therefore, they weren't afraid of these wolves and charged forward to fight.
Chu Chen initially wanted to step in, but Xia Qing held him back. You don't need to intervene. She didn't step in either because she knew it wasn't necessary for everyone to fight.
Although these black wolves had decent combat power, they were ultimately taken down by the dragon team.
Did you see?
If it weren't for us, you would have been dead in that wolf pack just now. Ma Chuanjing came in front of Chu Chen, looking smug. He had also killed 3 or 4 wolves, one of which was comparable to a human master. So he raised his chin proudly in front of Chu Chen. Without you, I could have taken down those wolves myself, Chu Chen said.
You speak too boldly. Ma Chuanjing sneered.
There were several powerful wolves in that pack, comparable to human masters.
This kid actually dared to say he could handle them alone? Truly arrogant.
The others in the dragon team looked at Chu Chen with cold smiles.
This kid was really cocky. Even Luo Chang shook his head secretly. This young man was a bit unaware of his own limitations. Young and arrogant. He had already lost hope for Chu Chen. Hopefully, he wouldn't hold them back.
Let's continue on our way, Luo Chang said to the dragon team members in a deep voice. Everyone be careful. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group quickened their pace and continued forward.
Not long after, they encountered a black bear.
This black bear was comparable to a human master in combat strength. Ma Chuanzhang was the first to charge forward.
Bang bang bang. Although this black bear had decent combat power, its intelligence was lacking.
In the end, it was killed by Ma Chuanzhang. He looked at Chu Chen, raised his chin, and wore a smug expression.
Chu Chen couldn't be bothered to respond to him. Seeing this, Ma Chuanjing's face darkened. How dare this kid ignore him? Truly infuriating. The group continued on their way.
By the time the sun was about to set, they arrived at the entrance of a large canyon. Chu Chen looked into the canyon, his eyes narrowing slightly. He sensed a strong aura of malevolence. The headquarters of the evil sorcery sect was here. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At that moment, several figures flickered into view, looking at Chu Chen and the others, and coldly asked, "Who are you?"
"We are here to exterminate your evil sorcery sect," Ma Chuanjing said arrogantly as he looked at these people. "Seeking death."
The group shouted angrily and charged at Ma Chuanzhang.
"You are the ones seeking death."
With a whoosh, Ma Chuanzhang rushed forward. These people were merely stationed at the entrance. The strongest among them was only at the heavenly level. Therefore, they were quickly killed by Ma Chuanzhang.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, more figures flickered in. These were all experts from the evil sorcery sect. The lowest among them was at the half-step master level, and several were masters. Leading them was a thin, middle-aged man with deep-set eyes. His name was Hu Yu, an elder of the evil sorcery sect. At this moment, he looked at Chu Chen and the others and coldly asked, "Who are you? Do you know where this place is?" "The dragon group has been ordered to exterminate your evil sorcery sect," Luo Chang said coldly. "What? The dragon group?" Upon hearing this, Hu Yu's expression changed drastically. They certainly knew what kind of existence the dragon group was. After all, their evil sorcery sect had once been destroyed by the dragon group. "Back then, you wiped us out once, and now you dare to come here and act recklessly?" Yu looked at Luo Chang with a sinister expression. Do you really think we are afraid of you?
The members of the dragon group obey orders and will exterminate the evil sorcery sect,
Luo Chang shouted in a deep voice.
Disciples of the evil sorcery sect, obey orders, and kill the dragon group for revenge.
Yu, surprisingly unafraid, coldly commanded. Kill.
The many experts of the evil sorcery sect had fierce expressions as they charged at the dragon group.
Kill.
The members of the dragon group also roared in anger and charged forward.
Chu Chen, stay close to me,
Xia Chang said to Chu Chen, then shouted and charged in.
Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he prepared to take action. Get out of the way. Don't hold us back.
At that moment, a cold voice came. Ma Chuanjing stood in front of Chu Chen and said coldly, just stand there and don't cause us trouble.
We don't have time to protect you.
With that, he wore a disdainful expression.
Chu Chen turned to look at Luo Chang.
Luo Chang pursed his lips and said, the dragon group has been cooperating for a long time. Their combat coordination is quite good.
You might not be able to coordinate well with them.
His words were quite clear.
He also didn't want Chu Chen to take action. In his view,
Chu Chen wouldn't be of much help.
Did you hear that?
Ma Chuanzhang glanced at Chu Chen disdainfully, then with a whoosh, he charged forward.
Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent, and he did not take action.
Since the dragon group did not want him to intervene, he was happy to oblige.
Moreover, he sensed several powerful auras faintly present deep within the canyon.
He was waiting.
Bang bang bang.
It must be said that the members of the dragon group were indeed quite strong.
Moreover, their coordination was excellent. The people from the evil sorcery sect were not even their opponents.
Even Yu was injured.
Who dares to cause trouble here? However, at that moment, an angry shout rang out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of figures flew in.
The more than 10 people were all dressed in black robes, exuding a chilling aura. At the forefront was an old man with gray white hair. His name was Yu Sang, the current leader of the evil sorcery sect. Behind him were a dozen elders of the sect, all masters of great strength. Leader, they are all from the dragon group, Yu shouted angrily.
What? The dragon group? The many elders of the evil sorcery sect changed their expressions upon hearing this. How could the dragon group find them here?
Yu Sang was also taken aback for a moment, then his gaze turned extremely cold. Back then, he was not in the sect, so he had survived by chance. Over the years, he had been quietly developing the evil sorcery sect, aiming to restore its former glory. By now, they had cultivated quite a few experts.
However, unexpectedly, the dragon group had come again today? Truly detestable. He looked at the members of the dragon group, his face filled with menace. You really are a persistent ghost.
At this moment, a serious expression flashed across Luo Cheng's face.
He hadn't expected the evil sorcery sect to send out more than 10 masters,
especially this Yu Sang, who was likely a grand master. He looked at Yu Sang and coldly said, back then, we destroyed your evil sorcery sect. Not only did you not reflect on it, but you still practice evil arts, committing heinous acts and losing all morality.
Today, I, Luo Chang, am here on orders to exterminate you.
For the past 6 months, the dragon group had been investigating the evil sorcery sect.
After its reconstruction, the sect's actions were still the same as before.
6 months ago, a small mountain village with over 100 people was completely used by the evil sorcery sect for practicing evil arts.
Even children and women were not spared. Utterly vicious. Just you? Today, I will turn you into our furnace. Yu Sang sneered, extremely arrogant. Everyone, attack together.
He roared and charged towards the members of the dragon group.
Kill.
The many elders of the evil sorcery sect behind him also rushed forward with fierce expressions.
Everyone, be careful. Luo Cheng's expression was grave. The experts of the evil sorcery sect exceeded his expectations.
The intelligence seemed to be incorrect.
However, he was not afraid. Instead, he let out a low roar and charged forward. Yes, Captain. The members of the dragon group followed him into battle. Boom! In an instant, both sides clashed fiercely.
Various energy waves crisscrossed. Both sides unleashed powerful martial techniques.
The battle quickly escalated. Boom!
Luo Chang and Yu Sang exchanged a blow, and a terrifying energy shockwave spread out. The ground beneath their feet exploded.
Debris flew everywhere. Dawn, dawn, dawn.
Both retreated several steps.
I didn't expect the dragon group to send you, a grand master, to lead the team.
Steadying himself, Yu Sang looked at Luo Chang, his expression serious. After he rebuilt the evil sorcery sect, he had kept a low profile. Although he was a grand master, he had never displayed his strength in front of the world. He hadn't expected the dragon group to send a grand master to exterminate them.
Without a grand master, how would you dare come to your old nest?
Luo Chang said in a deep voice. They had received intelligence that the evil sorcery sect might have a Grand Master. That was why he, as a Grand Master, personally led the team.
Kill! Yu Sang roared again, charging at Luo Chang. Kill! Luo Chang exuded a terrifying aura and met him head-on. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the two exchanged several blows, and waves of terrifying energy shockwaves spread out.
They both unleashed various terrifying martial techniques. Not only them, but the other members of the dragon group were also engaged in fierce battles with the experts of the evil sorcery sect. However, the combat power of the dragon group was a notch higher, and their coordination was excellent.
Therefore, they did not suffer any fatalities.
On the other hand, several masters of the evil sorcery sect had died at their hands. But soon, the members of the dragon group also began to get injured.
Bang!
Ma Chuanjing was hit in the back by a master of the evil sorcery sect and fell to the ground in a heap. Moreover, he fell not far from Chu Chen, which made him quite embarrassed. He roared and sprang up like a carp, charging forward again. Chu Chen did not intervene. He was watching the battle between Luo Chang and Wu Sang. He wanted to see what kind of combat power the so-called Grandmaster possessed. At the same time, he occasionally glanced into the depths of the canyon. There was still a faintly discernible powerful aura there, not weaker than Wu Sang's. Ah! At that moment, a scream rang out. Xia Qing was struck in the chest by an elder of the evil witch sect, sending her flying to the ground. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her face contorted in pain. Whoosh! Before she could stand up, the elder from the evil witch sect charged at her again. Seeing this, Xia Qing's expression changed drastically as she tried to get up. However, the elder's speed was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of her. Die! The elder's face was twisted with malice as he struck towards Xia Qing's head. Xia Qing's heart was filled with despair.
Was she really going to die like this? Ah! At that moment, a scream echoed again.
Xia Qing focused her gaze and saw a figure had appeared in front of her. It was a man, tall and handsome. Although he looked a bit thin, he seemed like a pillar of heaven at that moment, standing tall and firm.
Chu Chen? Xia Qing was stunned.
She also noticed that the elder's right hand
was gone. Chu Chen had actually blocked the elder's attack for her, and had disabled one of his arms?
The elder from the evil witch sect's expression changed slightly upon seeing Chu Chen, and he attempted to retreat. However, Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he reached out with one hand.
Bang!
In an instant, he grabbed the elder's neck, and under the elder's terrified gaze, he exerted a slight force. Crack! The elder's eyes widened as he struggled a few times, then his head tilted, and he died. Xia Qing trembled, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief.
A Grandmaster was just killed by Chu Chen like that? Bang!
Chu Chen, with an indifferent expression, threw the elder's corpse to the ground. Xia Qing looked at the body on the ground, her face filled with shock.
This elder was a Grandmaster, and not just any Grandmaster.
She had fought him for so long and ultimately lost. Therefore, she understood how terrifying the elder's strength was.
Yet, at this moment, he was killed by Chu Chen as easily as if he were a chick?
This made her feel as if she were in a dream.
Chu Chen, was he really that strong?
The members of the dragon team were also wide-eyed, filled with disbelief.
A Grandmaster had just died like that? They had previously looked down on Chu Chen.
They never expected him to kill a Grandmaster as easily as killing a chicken.
It was truly unbelievable.
They looked at Chu Chen, their faces filled with shock.
What level of cultivation did Chu Chen possess? Even Ma Chuanjing was stunned.
He had never regarded Chu Chen highly. Even after learning that Chu Chen had defeated Wei Lichang, a Grandmaster, he still felt that Chu Chen was not on the same level as them. However, now Chu Chen had actually killed a Grandmaster with one hand.
This shocked him. At least he could not achieve such a feat.
Humph! That Grandmaster was already injured, and he attacked first, which is why he was so easily killed. However, he soon sneered. The members of the dragon team felt this made sense. The Grandmaster had fought with Xia Chang for so long and was greatly exhausted. He had even been injured. Moreover, the Grandmaster likely did not expect Chu Chen to intervene, which is why he lost an arm. It was precisely for this reason that Chu Chen could so easily kill him.
There is another Grandmaster over there. Let's go kill him. The people from the evil witch sect had seen that Chu Chen had not made a move and that he did not exude the aura of a martial artist. So, they still thought Chu Chen was just an ordinary person. Perhaps he was merely a villager from the mountains helping to guide them. They never expected otherwise. At that moment, several figures flew past. They were all master experts from the evil witch sect. Chu Chen, be careful.
Xia Qing's pretty face changed suddenly. She wanted to intervene, but as soon as she moved, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through her body. She even spat out a mouthful of blood. After such a long and intense battle, she was severely drained, especially after being struck by a palm. She was seriously injured. Chu Chen looked at her and said calmly, "You should rest well." Although this woman had been arrogant at first, she was actually quite decent. At least before the battle started, Xia Qing had let him stay by her side, intending to protect him. At this moment, he shot forward with a whoosh, heading straight for the master of the evil witch sect. Chu Chen. Xia Qing's pretty face was startled. This guy was so reckless, daring to charge in alone? Seeking death. Ma Chuanzhang sneered. However, the more arrogant Chu Chen was, the happier he became. If Chu Chen were seriously injured or even killed, that would be even better. Damn it! The few masters from the evil witch sect were also enraged. This kid was truly audacious. However, the next moment, they were stunned. They saw Chu Chen instantly appear in front of one of them. This was a master at the minor completion stage. Seeing Chu Chen appear before him, his face changed in shock, and he wanted to retreat to create distance. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he pointed a finger. Bang! His head exploded like a watermelon. What? The masters of the evil witch sect were all dumbfounded. In just one encounter, one of their companions had actually died? This kid is very strong, everyone, act quickly. They roared, unleashing various terrifying martial techniques. A powerful palm strike, carrying a terrifying aura, pressed down towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent, his palm shimmering with golden light. Boom! He threw a punch, and the palm strike instantly exploded. Chu Chen's fist continued unabated, crashing into the chest of the evil witch sect master. Boom! A hole appeared in his chest. Chu Chen retracted his fist, his right hand whipping out, sweeping to the right. Bang! An evil witch sect master, attempting a sneak attack, was struck in the head by Chu Chen's arm. Half of his head was gone. He was dead beyond recovery. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chu Chen's figure flickered as he continued to strike. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, all the masters from the evil witch sect who had come to besiege Chu Chen were dead. This. Xia Qing's beautiful eyes widened, her hands covering her mouth, her face filled with disbelief. Chu Chen was surrounded by so many masters, and not only did he not lose, but he had killed them all? No wonder Inger said he was very mysterious. She looked at Chu Chen, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. How is this possible? Ma Chuanjing's eyes widened, his expression one of disbelief. Chu Chen could actually kill so many masters by himself? How could this be? He felt like he was dreaming. The commotion here also attracted the attention of other masters from the evil witch sect. Even Wu Sang, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Luo Chang, looked towards Chu Chen, his gaze extremely cold. Luo Chang also showed a hint of surprise. Chu Chen was this strong? He was probably at least at the great completion stage of a master. Boom! Wu Sang and Luo Chang exchanged a blow, both retreating several meters. Wu Sang glanced at Chu Chen, then looked at Luo Chang, sneering. So you brought such a master with you, no wonder you dared to be so arrogant. However, today, you all must account for this here. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a loud noise came from deep within the canyon. A figure rushed over rapidly. It was an old man with gray hair and a cold gaze. At this moment, he exuded a terrifying aura. Great Master? Luo Chang trembled at the sight of the old man. The aura emanating from the old man was no weaker than that of Yusang. This means, he is a Grand Master. That's right. Yusang said with a sinister expression, Captain Luo, no matter how powerful you are, you can't possibly stop two Grand Masters, can you? The members of the dragon team suddenly panicked. The number of Grand Masters from the evil witch sect was already more than they had anticipated. They were feeling a bit overwhelmed. Now, there was even one more Grand Master? This was troublesome. Luo Cheng's expression was also grave as he looked at the members of the dragon team and ordered, "You all run. I'll hold them off." Captain! The faces of the dragon team turned pale in shock. How could the captain possibly hold off two Grand Masters alone? You go first, I have my own way to escape. Luo Chang roared, his entire being radiating a terrifying aura as he charged towards Yusang. The members of the dragon team's expressions changed several times. In the end, they rushed towards the canyon exit. Stop them! A master from the evil witch sect roared and charged over directly. Chu Chen, let's go! Xia Chang looked at Chu Chen anxiously. How can I leave when the evil witch sect is not eradicated? Chu Chen shook his head. Chu Chen, do you want to get our captain killed? Ma Chuanzheng glared at Chu Chen angrily. Do you think you are a Grand Master? Although Chu Chen had just forcefully killed several masters from the evil witch sect, Ma Chuanzheng felt that Chu Chen was at most a perfected master. Beyond that, there were Grand Masters, but the difference between the two was still significant. Moreover, the Evil Witch sect now had 2 Grand Masters. Even their captain could only let them leave first. It was ridiculous for Chu Chen to say he wanted to eradicate the Evil Witch sect. Leave immediately. Don't drag our captain down, Ma Chuanzhang said ominously. Chu Chen, don't be impulsive. Our intelligence was wrong. Let's go back first and bring more people next time, Xia Qing said seriously. Grand Master? Is it really that powerful? Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he shot towards Yu Sang and the other. Chu Chen. Xia Qing's face changed drastically upon seeing this. This guy actually took the initiative to attack? Crazy. Ma Chuanzhang had already fled, and upon seeing this scene, he was also stunned. Was this kid seeking death? Don't come over. Luo Cheng's expression changed when he saw Chu Chen and shouted. He could barely handle Yu Sang and the other. He had no energy to look after Chu Chen. Seeking death. The old man sneered when he saw Chu Chen coming. A gray-black energy surged in his palm as he punched towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he punched back. Boom! The 2 fists collided, producing a tremendous sound. The ground beneath them exploded, and debris flew everywhere. Chu Chen remained unmoved, but the old man staggered back a dozen steps before stabilizing himself. What? Xia Qing was currently engaged in a fierce battle with a master from the Evil Witch sect. Upon seeing this scene, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Chen actually forced back that Grand Master? Ma Chuanjing turned back to look and also wore a face of disbelief. How was this possible? Chu Chen could actually force back a Grand Master? Even Luo Chang was stunned, staring at Chu Chen in shock. You are a Grand Master? The old man looked at Chu Chen, his wrinkled face showing a hint of astonishment. He had thought that under his palm, Chu Chen would undoubtedly die. But he had just felt a terrifying force from Chu Chen's punch, comparable to a Grand Master. A Grand Master? Ma Chuanjing's eyes widened in horror as he looked at Chu Chen. This kid is a Grand Master? How could this be? Xia Qing's mouth slightly opened in disbelief. Chu Chen was actually a Grand Master? Boom! Yu Sang and Luo Chang exchanged a blow and separated. He looked at Chu Chen, his face darkened to the extreme. He hadn't expected that there was another Grand Master on the Dragon team? A Grand Master? At this moment, Luo Chang was also incredibly shocked. From the very beginning, he hadn't paid much attention to Chu Chen. Just now, when Chu Chen had killed several master experts, he thought that was already a surprise. However, he never expected that Chu Chen would give him another big surprise. This young man was actually a Grand Master? Elder, the people from the Dragon team are a bit strange. Hurry up and deal with them. Wu Sang looked at the old man and said in a deep voice. After speaking, he let out a roar, and a terrifying aura suddenly surged from within him. This aura was as dark as ink and extremely cold. As this aura emerged, the temperature in the canyon seemed to drop several degrees. Finally, this aura actually formed a palm print of energy. This energy palm print was probably 10 meters in size, exuding a sinister aura. Heavenly Demon Palm. Wu Sang roared, merging with the energy palm print, charging towards Luo Chang. Luo Chang stomped his feet, and a terrifying aura shot up into the sky. It finally formed a fist of energy. This energy fist actually took the shape of a lion. Roar! The lion let out a long roar, its momentum terrifying. Golden Lion Fist. Luo Chang growled, moving with the fist to meet the attack. Boom! Wu Sang's heavenly demon palm collided with Luo Chang's golden lion fist. A wave of terrifying energy shockwaves instantly spread out. Puff! Both Wu Sang and Luo Chang spat out a mouthful of blood, retreating several steps in succession. Captain! The members of the Dragon team were shocked at this scene. They wanted to rush over, but at that moment, they were all blocked by the master experts of the Evil Witch sect. They couldn't escape and could only prepare to fight. Kill! After stabilizing their stance, Wu Sang and Luo Chang began to battle fiercely again. Boom boom boom! Loud explosions echoed. Wherever the two passed, the ground exploded. This was the power of a Grand Master, far stronger than a master by countless times. Kid, you don't seem to be from the Dragon team. Seeing how young you are and yet a Grand Master, your martial arts talent is quite high. If you leave now, I can spare your life. The elder looked at Chu Chen and said solemnly. I am indeed not from the Dragon team, but you sent someone to Jiang City to kill me. Tell me, can I still leave? Chu Chen replied. What? The elder was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, You are the one from Jiang City? Otherwise? Chu Chen looked at him. Since that's the case, today, you must die. The elder roared, charging towards Chu Chen with a terrifying aura. His 5 fingers turned into claws, a cold gleam flickering on his fingertips as he reached for Chu Chen's throat. Whoosh! Chu Chen's expression was indifferent, and with a whoosh, he dodged past. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The elder attacked rapidly, but he couldn't touch Chu Chen at all. After a dozen moves, the elder stopped. He looked at Chu Chen, his face dark. Kid, I didn't expect your movement technique to be quite strange. I just wanted to see what the so-called Grandmaster strength was like, and now it seems. It's nothing much. Chu Chen shook his head. Kid, don't be too arrogant. The elder roared, and a gray-black energy surged from within him, forming a mist. Woo woo woo! The mist emitted a howling sound, extremely piercing. It was as if ghosts were screaming. The mist churned, eventually forming a ghostly face. Surrounding the ghostly face were shadows howling, as if they were demons from hell. Kid, this move of mine is called 10,000 Evils Devouring Heaven, capable of devouring everything in the world. Today, I will let you die under this move, your soul turning into a demon. The elder looked at Chu Chen, his face twisted with malice. He roared, merging with the ghostly face, charging towards Chu Chen. Roar! The ghostly face, accompanied by numerous sinister shadows, opened its mouth wide to devour Chu Chen. In an instant, all that remained was a swirling black mist. The figure of Chu Chen was completely out of sight. Chu Chen! Xia Qing's face changed dramatically upon seeing this scene, and she exclaimed in shock. Good! Ma Chuanzhang felt a surge of excitement within. This kid, although a Grand Master, was still dead. Ha ha ha! The Grand Elder laughed heartily. Kid, in the end, you still died at my hands. Dead? I am invulnerable to all evils, a mere evil charm. Dares to try and devour me? At that moment, a faint voice emerged from the ghostly mist. Bang! The enormous ghostly face exploded, along with those evil shadows, turning into black smoke and dissipating into the air. The area became clear again. Put! The Grand Elder spat out a mouthful of dark blood. He staggered back several steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. He looked up and saw Chu Chen slowly walking out. Chu Chen stood tall, his gaze sharp. He was not dead. In fact, he had no injuries at all. Chu Chen! Xia Qing's face lit up with joy upon seeing him. Just moments ago, she thought Chu Chen was dead, which had made her anxious. Now, seeing him unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it! Ma Chuanzhang's face was extremely gloomy. He had hoped that Chu Chen would die. Not far away, Wu Sang, who was in a fierce battle with Luo Chang, trembled all over. The Grand Elder's move was his strongest technique. How could it not deal with this young man? At that moment, he felt the urge to retreat. You, how could you not be injured? The Grand Elder looked at Chu Chen, his face filled with disbelief. The 10,000 Evil Devouring Heaven was his strongest move, capable of devouring all things. Moreover, it could even devour life force. Even if Chu Chen was a Grand Master, it was impossible for him to be completely unscathed. This was simply unscientific. Is this your strongest move? If so, you can take your leave now. Chu Chen looked at the Grand Elder and said calmly. He gently raised his right hand. Rumble! Light flickered in the void. In an instant, a sword of energy condensed into form. Slash! With a wave of his right hand, the energy sword tore through the void and directly slashed towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly tried to escape. At the same time, the energy within him surged, forming an energy shield above his head. Bang! At that moment, the energy sword struck the energy shield. Bang! This energy shield could withstand a full-force strike from a Grand Master of the same level. However, it exploded at that moment. Put! The energy sword struck the Grand Elder's body. Ah! The Grand Elder let out a painful scream. In the next moment, his body was cleaved in half. Blood and intestines gushed out. This! Xia Qing's beautiful eyes widened, her face filled with shock. Chu Chen killed a Grand Master with a single sword? The members of the dragon team also gasped in astonishment. They looked at Chu Chen, their eyes filled with awe. Chu Chen was too fierce. How is this possible? Ma Chuanzhang had a look of disbelief. Even if Chu Chen was a Grand Master, he couldn't be that strong. Isn't he stronger than the captain? He muttered to himself. Grand Elder! The many experts of the Evil Witch sect exclaimed in shock. They looked at Chu Chen, their faces filled with fear. This young man was so strong? Boom! Wu Sang and Luo Chang exchanged a blow, and they both separated. He looked at the two halves of the Grand Elder's corpse on the ground, his face also filled with disbelief. The Grand Elder was actually killed by this young man with a single sword? How could this be? Even Luo Chang was stunned. Damn it! Chu Chen was too amazing. Run! Wu Sang shouted, fleeing into the distance. Just moments ago, he had been thinking of killing the members of the dragon team, but now, seeing Chu Chen's terrifying abilities, he panicked. Stop him! Luo Chang chased after him, shouting loudly. Humph! Chu Chen snorted coldly. He had come here today to eradicate the evil witch sect. Since Wu Sang was the leader of the evil witch sect, how could he let him go? At that moment, he rushed forward with a whoosh. In an instant, he was in front of Wu Sang, kicking out with one foot. Wu Sang had already lost all will to fight. He only wanted to escape. But now, seeing Chu Chen's foot coming at him, he still roared in anger, his internal energy surging out as he turned and struck with his palm. But how could he possibly be a match for Chu Chen? Moreover, he had just fought with Luo Chang for so long and was already severely injured. Boom! Chu Chen's foot struck his palm. In an instant, his palm exploded. Bang! Chu Chen's foot continued its momentum, kicking into his chest. Crack! Wu Sang's chest completely caved in. He flew backward, crashing into a large rock in the distance. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He looked at Chu Chen, his eyes filled with horror. He wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, no words came out. Finally, his head tilted. He was dead. Everyone in the dragon team trembled all over. The leader of the evil witch sect was just kicked to death by Chu Chen. The leader is dead, run! The members of the evil witch sect, seeing this scene, were all in a panic and hurriedly fled. Not a single one left. Luo Chang roared, leading the dragon team to charge forward. Chu Chen also wore an indifferent expression, his figure flickering as he pursued. Bang bang bang! One expert after another fell before Chu Chen. Soon, all the members of the evil witch sect were killed by Chu Chen and the dragon team. Huff! Everyone in the dragon team let out a deep breath, their hearts incredibly excited. They never expected that they would really eradicate the evil witch sect today. Luo Chang came to Chu Chen and politely said, "Thank you, Mr. Chu. If it weren't for Chu Chen today, not to mention eradicating the evil witch sect, many of them would probably have lost their lives here." Thinking back to before they came, he felt embarrassed for not taking Chu Chen seriously. "I was originally going to eradicate the evil witch sect," Chu Chen said. "Chu Chen, thank you." Xia Qing came to Chu Chen, her face full of gratitude. If it weren't for Chu Chen's timely rescue, she would probably have died. At the same time, her heart was complicated. A few days ago, when Chu Chen said he would come to eradicate the evil witch sect, she and Ma Chuanjing thought he was being boastful. Who would have thought that today, it was indeed thanks to Chu Chen that they could eradicate the evil witch sect? Ma Chuanjing looked at Chu Chen, his expression dark. However, he didn't dare to say anything. "Alright, everyone search this canyon and see if there are any remnants of the evil witch sect," Luo Chang instructed the dragon team. Yes. Everyone began to disperse. Chu Chen also walked into the canyon. He sensed a rich spiritual energy emanating from a house on the east side of the canyon. He flickered over to that house and pushed the door open. The next moment, his face lit up with joy. Inside the house were rows of shelves. On the shelves were bottles, each labeled with the names of elixirs. Chu Chen had no interest in these elixirs. At this moment, he was fixated on one shelf. This shelf held several spiritual herbs. These herbs contained a rich spiritual energy. They were exactly what he needed. He was about to go over and collect these herbs. But at that moment, a figure rushed in. It was actually Ma Chuanjing. "Chu Chen, you can't take these spiritual herbs." Ma Chuanjing blocked Chu Chen's path, speaking coldly. "What do you mean?" Chu Chen looked at Ma Chuanjing, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ma Chuanjing let out a cold laugh. "The evil witch sect was destroyed by our dragon team together, so these elixirs and spiritual herbs naturally belong to us. Of course, you contributed a bit, so we can allocate a little to you later." He had an air of entitlement. Allocate? Chu Chen couldn't help but laugh. "If it weren't for me taking down those two grandmasters, would you even be alive right now? And now you dare to come and snatch things? Get lost." Chu Chen's gaze turned icy as he slapped Ma Chuanjing. "Chu Chen, show some mercy." At that moment, an anxious voice called out. Slap! Chu Chen's hand struck Ma Chuanjing's face. In an instant, the right side of Ma Chuanjing's face was mangled. Ah! Ma Chuanjing let out a painful scream. Xia Qing was taken aback by the scene. However, she also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was worried that Chu Chen might slap Ma Chuanjing to death. Thankfully, it was just half of his face that was ruined. Ma Chuanjing covered his right face and looked at Chu Chen, saying, "You dare hit me?" Chu Chen's expression was indifferent. If it weren't for Xia Qing urging him to show mercy, he wouldn't have minded slapping him to death. What's going on? At that moment, Luo Chang and the others rushed over. "Captain, you're just in time. He actually dared to hit me, you must teach him a lesson." Ma Chuanjing pointed at Chu Chen, his eyes filled with anger. The members of the dragon team gasped at the sight of Ma Chuanjing's mangled face. It looked painful. Chu Chen was indeed ruthless, but thinking about how decisive Chu Chen had been on the battlefield, they felt that Ma Chuanjing was quite lucky. At least, his head wasn't smashed in. Luo Chang was also taken aback and asked, "What happened?" "He wants to monopolize the spiritual herbs and elixirs here," Ma Chuanjing said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Luo Cheng frowned slightly and said, "The reason we could destroy the evil witch sect today is entirely because of Mr. Chu's presence, so all the elixirs and spiritual herbs here naturally belong to him." He wasn't unreasonable. Before they set out, he had looked down on Chu Chen, but in the end, Chu Chen had helped them. He felt quite guilty about it. "What?" Ma Chuanjing was stunned for a moment and anxiously said, "Captain, you can't be serious?" "What? Do you want me to say it again?" Luo Cheng's expression darkened. Was this guy's brain not working? "Without Chu Chen, could you still be here talking so much?" Ma Chuanjing quickly lowered his head, not daring to say more. Luo Cheng turned to Chu Chen and smiled, "Mr. Chu, I apologize, it's my failure to discipline him." Chu Chen didn't expect that in the face of so many spiritual herbs and elixirs, Luo Cheng could still make such a choice. This made him regard the captain more favorably. He shook his head and said, "It's fine." He collected all the spiritual herbs. He also gathered quite a few elixirs. Although he didn't care much for these elixirs, they could be given to Su Mang and the others. However, he didn't take all the elixirs but left some behind. "Captain Luo, I really need the spiritual herbs, so I can't leave them for you. But you can take these elixirs," Chu Chen said, looking at Luo Cheng with a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Chu." Luo Cheng expressed his gratitude. He didn't expect Chu Chen to leave so many elixirs for them. This young man was not only terrifyingly powerful but also a good person. Truly rare. In the end, everyone continued to search. Chu Chen then entered a room. This room was beautifully decorated, and the spiritual energy here was abundant. It was the best location in the entire canyon. Could this be Yu Sang's room? Chu Chen murmured to himself. He searched the entire room and found a few books on martial arts. They were all sinister techniques. Chu Chen wasn't interested in them. Techniques. He had plenty. Finally, he found a few spiritual herbs in the cabinet. The age of these spiritual herbs is even better than what he just obtained. The sect leader truly is the sect leader. Ha! Suddenly, Chu Chen noticed a box. This box was not large and not particularly exquisite. It was unremarkable. However, he felt a faint chill emanating from it. He opened the box and found a piece of wood inside. This piece of wood was not big, only about the size of a finger, roughly 10 centimeters long. It was pitch black all over. Moreover, it felt extremely cold in his hand, as if it were not wood but an ice stick. "This is extremine wood." Chu Chen shuddered all over. Extremine wood is a type of wood said to grow in places of extremine, and it takes at least 100 years to mature. Extremine wood contains an extremely rich colding energy. At this moment, Chu Chen's face was filled with excitement. Because extremine wood is one of the 9 main ingredients for refining the 9 turns holy young pill. Great! Chu Chen carefully put it away. He didn't expect to find one of the 9 main ingredients so quickly. Coming to eliminate the evil witch sect was truly the right decision, Chu Chen murmured to himself. In the following time, Chu Chen rummaged through several rooms and obtained a few more spiritual herbs. After more than half an hour, Luo Cheng arrived with the dragon team members and said, "Mr. Chu, there's nothing else worth searching here, but it's getting late. Should we stay here for the night and head back in the morning?" His words carried a hint of inquiry. Many members of the dragon team were injured, and their injuries were not light. So he wanted the dragon team members to rest here for the night. "All right." Chu Chen pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. This great canyon was rich in spiritual energy, perfect for cultivation. Seeing Chu Chen agree, Luo Chang led the dragon team members to find a place to rest. Chu Chen also found a spot with the most abundant spiritual energy, took out the spiritual herbs he had just obtained, and began to cultivate. Jiang City. A few people arrived outside the Longhu Mountain Villa. At the forefront was an old man dressed in a gray robe. He was the 10th elder of the Longhu sect. "Elder 10th, this is Longhu Mountain Villa," a disciple of the Longhu sect said respectfully. "Go!" The 10th elder walked in with a sinister look in his eyes. "Who are you?" 2 security guards looked at the 10th elder and the others, their faces wary. Bang! Bang! As soon as the 2 finished speaking, the 10th elder waved his hand casually. "Ah!" The 2 screamed, their bodies exploding. He exuded a chilling aura as he walked into the Longhu Mountain Villa. Whoosh! 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 Shadows flickered in.
Su Mang looked at the 10th elder and the others and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why have you come to our Longhu mountain villa?" He had heard the screams and rushed over immediately. At this moment, they were all extremely alert. The aura of these people was terrifying. Especially that old man. The oppressive feeling was too strong. Let Chu Chen come out and kneel to confess his sins. The 10th elder's gaze was extremely sinister. Kneel to confess sins. The 10th elder's eyes were cold, and his words were filled with undeniable authority, as if it were a holy decree. The members of the Longhu sect were all furious. In their hearts, Chu Chen was a godlike existence. How could this old man demand Chu Chen kneel and confess? Su Mang's face also darkened. "Are you from the Longhu sect?" "That's right. I am the 10th elder of the Longhu sect," the 10th elder said proudly. "What? An elder?" Su Mang and the others were shocked. The Longhu sect actually sent an elder to find Chu Chen? But Chu Chen was not here. What should they do? Let Chu Chen come out and kneel to admit his mistake. A man behind the 10th elder said arrogantly. His name was Lu Yuan, a disciple of the 10th elder. He was also a master. "Get lost!" Su Mang shouted angrily. That old guy just now was disgusting. Now this kid is even more disgusting. At this moment, he could no longer hold back. Looking for death. Lu Yuan's face darkened, and with a whoosh, he charged straight at Su Mang. "Be careful, Mang." Ji Ba's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly stood in front of Su Mang. He could tell that Lu Yuan was incredibly powerful, stronger than they were. He might be a master expert. Meanwhile, Su Mang was only at the earth level. He couldn't possibly be Lu Yuan's opponent. At this moment, he clenched his right fist, the energy within him surging and pouring into his fist. Boom! He threw a punch, colliding with Lu Yuan's fist. Crack! Ji Ba's arm broke, and at the same time, his whole body flew up and crashed down not far away. Ji! Su Mang and the others were shocked. They wanted to rush over, but Lu Yuan was already in front of Ji Ba with a whoosh, stepping on his face, disdainfully saying, "Trash." As he spoke, he spat on him. Ji Ba's heart surged with rage. He had been in the underground world of Jiang City for so many years. He was someone of significance. Today, he was actually stepped on the ground by a young punk. And he even spat on him. Truly despicable. Lu Yuan looked at Su Mang and the others, sneering, "You are all trash too." After saying that, he whooshed and directly charged at Su Mang and the others. Su Mang and the others were shocked, roaring in anger as they fought back. However, Bai Shua was only a heaven-level expert, and Su Mang and Dong Zi were merely at the earth level. So, the three of them were no match for Lu Yuan. Bang bang bang! Soon, the three were knocked down to the ground by Lu Yuan, suffering serious injuries. Trash! Lu Yuan looked at the four on the ground with disdain. Useless trash. The four were filled with rage. Damn! This guy is really arrogant. It's a pity that Lord Chu is not here, otherwise, how could this kid be so rampant? Bring Chu Chen out. Lu Yuan stepped on Su Mang's chest. If Lord Chu were here, he would slap you to death. Su Mang sneered. Still dare to be tough? Lu Yuan exerted force. Crack! Two of Su Mang's ribs broke, causing him to grimace in pain. Tell me, where is Chu Chen? He looked at Su Mang, his gaze chillingly sinister. Lord Chu is not in Jiang City, Su Mang said painfully. Where did he go? Lu Yuan coldly shouted, call him immediately and tell him to come back. Su Mang felt very displeased but still took out his phone to call Chu Chen. However, it couldn't get through at all. Lord Chu has gone into the 10,000 Great Mountains. He might not have a signal, Su Mang said through gritted teeth. He knew that Chu Chen had gone to the 10,000 Great Mountains to eliminate the evil witch sect. Useless trash. Lu Yuan stepped on Su Mang's hand. Crack! His arm broke. Ah! Su Mang couldn't help but let out a scream. Lu Yuan, full of arrogance, continued to stomp down several times. Su Mang's limbs were rendered useless. Ah! Su Mang trembled in pain, nearly fainting. I'll spare your lives. Before dark tomorrow, come to Ling Shui Mountain Villa with Chu Chen and kneel before my master to confess your crimes. If Chu Chen comes tomorrow, I'll kill everyone from Longhu Mountain Villa. Lu Yuan's eyes were cold as ice. He approached the 10th elder and respectfully said, Master, are you satisfied? Very good. The 10th elder nodded, let's go. After saying that, he turned and left. Lu Yuan and the others hurriedly followed. Mang, how are you? Dong Zi and the others rushed to Su Mang's side, asking nervously. I won't die, but all my limbs are broken. Su Mang gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and said, the phone can't reach Lord Chu. You guys quickly send a message to Lord Chu, saying that the elders of Longhu sect have come, and he should not return for now. Okay. Dong Zi took out his phone and immediately sent a message to Chu Chen.
I hope Lord Chu can see the message soon. Su Mang murmured to himself. Lu Yuan was already a master, and that 10th elder was still his master. It was undoubtedly terrifying. At the very least, he was a grand master. Su Mang had lost confidence in Chu Chen. On the other side, after leaving the Longhu mountain villa, the 10th elder looked at Lu Yuan. You spread the news, saying that we, the Longhu sect, are here to settle accounts with Chu Chen.
Master, what do you mean? Lu Yuan's face showed confusion.
The 10th elder pressed his lips together and said solemnly, Chu Chen killed so many of our Longhu sect members, he is provoking us.
I want the martial arts community in Jiangqing to see
the consequences of provoking our Longhu sect.
He had two purposes, one was to intimidate, and the other was
to use this opportunity to make the Jiangqing martial arts community serve him.
All right.
Lu Yuan nodded, and he spread the word about tonight's events.
What?
After the various forces in the Jiangqing martial arts community received this news, they all trembled in shock.
The Longhu sect actually sent an elder to Jiangqing?
4 of Mang Ye's men were defeated by this elder's disciple, and Mang Ye's limbs were even broken.
I heard this disciple is a master.
The various forces were astonished.
A disciple is already a master?
Then this elder must be a grand master. The Longhu sect truly deserves to be one of the 4 major martial arts sects in Dongjiang province.
It seems Chu Chen is in big trouble this time. Everyone sighed.
Although Chu Chen defeated Wei Lichang with a single sword strike and possessed the combat power of a master, he could not possibly be a match for this elder from the Longhu sect.
Many people felt regret.
It seemed that Chu Chen's legendary path
was coming to an end. Where did Chu Chen go?
Everyone felt puzzled.
Su Mang had been beaten like this, yet Chu Chen had not appeared? Could it be that he was hiding?
It seemed Chu Chen was truly afraid, but if he didn't show up tomorrow, everyone from the Longhu sect would be doomed.
Could Chu Chen keep hiding?
At the Shin family.
Great!
Shin Xingyun was extremely excited, exclaiming, Chu Chen this time
is doomed.
Shin Huajing and Shin Changming also showed smiles on their faces.
Finally, someone was here to deal with Chu Chen. What a good thing. Grandpa, Dad, our Shin family's opportunity has come. Shin Xingyun looked at the two, his face full of excitement. Opportunity? Shin Changming's face showed confusion as he asked, what opportunity?
We should befriend this elder from the Longhu sect,
Shin Xingyun said. Shin Changming was taken aback upon hearing this.
The Longhu sect is one of the 4 major martial arts sects in Dongjiang province, and this 10th elder who came to Jiangqing is also a grandmaster. If we can befriend this 10th elder and get close to the Longhu sect, our Shin family will surely welcome a great opportunity. It won't be long before our Shin family not only becomes the #1 family in Jiangqing but also gains a certain status in the entire Dongjiang province. As Shin Xingyun spoke, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Shin Huajing and Shin Changming also trembled with anticipation. If they could get close to the Longhu sect, it would indeed be an opportunity.
But if that's the case, wouldn't we be on the opposite side of Chu Chen? Shin Changming's face showed concern.
They had already offended Chu Chen multiple times. Last time at Daming Mountain, they had bowed their heads and submitted.
That was why Chu Chen hadn't sought revenge on them.
If they followed the 10th elder of the Longhu sect this time, their relationship with Chu Chen
would revert to how it was before. Chu Chen already has enmity with our Shin family.
Shin Xingyun's eyes were filled with malice.
Chu Chen had crippled one of his arms and broken several of his ribs.
Although he had submitted last time at Daming Mountain, he was still resentful inside.
He had been thinking about how to take revenge, but he knew he didn't have that capability. Even the Shin family didn't have that capability. However, things were different now.
The Longhu sect had sent an elder,
a great master. Are we, the Shin family, to always submit to Chu Chen? Shen Qingyun continued.
Shin Changming remained silent, instead looking at Shin Huajing. Shin Huajing also tightly pressed his lips together. He felt quite displeased with Chu Chen. Just a few days ago, he had broken through to the master level, originally filled with ambition.
His status in Jiangqing should have risen even higher.
However, at Daming Mountain, he chose to bow his head and submit because of a single word from Chu Chen. The dignity of his master status was severely damaged. For the past 2 days, he had not dared to go out and meet friends, fearing that others would mention this matter and embarrass him.
After pondering for a moment, he said, our Shin family indeed needs to find a good backing.
The Shin family originally wanted to befriend the Yi family and that great master by curing Cuckoo, but because of Chu Chen, they had no chance. Yi Qinshui also had no good feelings towards the Shin family. The Longhu sect was also a good choice.
Is Grandpa agreeing to this?
Shin Xingyun was filled with excitement.
Dad, that Chu Chen. Shin Changming showed a worried expression.
Shin Huajing's murky eyes sparkled with determination, saying, "Sometimes you have to take a gamble."
Take a gamble. Turning a bicycle into a motorcycle.
The three left the Shin family and went directly to Lingshui Mountain Villa.
You Shin family want to climb up to my master, to the Longhu sect? You probably aren't qualified. Lu Yuan looked at the three with a mocking expression. Shin Changming's face flushed red.
At the same time, he felt a bit angry.
What do you mean not qualified?
The Shin family is, after all, the third largest family in Jiangcheng. Shin Huajing's expression was also unpleasant.
However, he did not dare to say anything, because he could see that Lu Yuan was a master, stronger than him.
In comparison, the Shin family
really isn't much.
He bitterly smiled inwardly. Elder 10, our Shin family is absolutely loyal to you, and we will wholeheartedly serve you in the future.
Shin Qingyun looked at Elder 10 with a pleading expression. We just need you to give our Shin family this opportunity.
After saying this, he knelt down with a thud. At the same time, he urged Shin Huajing and Shin Changming to kneel as well.
The two were taken aback. After all, they were prominent figures in Jiangcheng, and now, kneeling? Grandpa, Dad.
Shin Qingyun was anxious. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for their Shin family. The two's expressions changed several times, but in the end, they still knelt down and respectfully said, "Our Shin family
is willing to serve Elder 10. Elder 10 said nothing, only quietly watching the three.
The three knelt on the ground, their expressions respectful. After a long while, he finally said lightly, "From now on, your Shin family will be the spokesperson for our Longhu sect in Jiangcheng." After all, he originally wanted to support a family to control the martial arts world in Jiangcheng.
Thank you, Elder 10.
The three were overjoyed upon hearing this. Although your martial arts talent isn't great, seeing how sincere you are, you can also join the Longhu sect for training.
Elder 10 looked at Shin Qingyun and said lightly. Shin Qingyun was thrilled upon hearing this, repeatedly bowing his head. Thank you, Elder 10. The Longhu sect is one of the 4 major martial arts sects in Dongjiang province, controlling many resources.
Being able to enter the Longhu sect would greatly broaden his path in martial arts.
Shin Huajing and Shin Changming were also delighted.
They had managed to climb up to the Longhu sect. After leaving Lingshui Mountain Villa, Shin Qingyun looked at Shin Huajing and Shin Changming, smiling. "Grandpa, Dad, our Shin family will soar to great heights from now on." The two also showed smiles on their faces.
Now we just have to wait for tomorrow when Chu Chen is killed by Elder 10.
Shin Qingyun's eyes were extremely cold.
Chu Chen, tomorrow is your day of death.
And after I join the Longhu sect,
I will soar to great heights.
In the 10,000 Great Mountains, at the headquarters of the Evil Witch sect, Chu Chen was still cultivating. It wasn't until the sky began to lighten that Chu Chen slowly opened his eyes. Whoosh! A flash of brilliance darted by. A satisfied smile appeared on Chu Chen's face. Through this great canyon and the spiritual energy of the medicinal herbs, his cultivation had advanced once more. At this moment, he had reached the peak of the late foundation establishment stage. With just one more step, he could enter the realm of complete foundation establishment.
Very good.
Although he had not yet broken through to complete foundation establishment, Chu Chen was quite satisfied. After all, he had only just broken through to the late foundation establishment stage a couple of days ago.
Mr. Chu. At that moment, Luo Chang arrived with the members of the dragon team. Seeing Chu Chen, Luo Chang was taken aback.
For some reason, he felt that Chu Chen seemed even stronger than yesterday.
Could it be that Chu Chen had broken through again?
Ma Chuanjing's right cheek was rotting away, and his heart was filled with gloom. If it hadn't been for Chu Chen taking all the medicinal herbs yesterday, he would have received more herbs.
Perhaps his cultivation could have broken through as well. Mr. Chu, let's go back, Luo Chang said politely, looking at Chu Chen. All right. Chu Chen nodded. The group left the canyon.
Since they were returning the same way, their speed increased significantly. By noon, they had reached the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Here, it was no longer a sparsely populated area. At this time, Chu Chen's phone buzzed with incoming messages.
The phone had signal now.
When Chu Chen took it out to check, his expression turned cold. The Longhu sect
must be destroyed.
Chu Chen's words were icy, and a terrifying aura radiated from him.
Jiang City.
Early this morning, various forces from the martial arts community in Jiang City gathered near the Lingshui Villa. Chu Chen was now a legend in the Jiang City martial arts world. His recent prominence had been overwhelming. Now, the Longhu sect had sent an elder to demand an explanation. They wanted to know if Chu Chen would really come to Lingshui Villa to kneel and admit his faults today. Many were even looking forward to a fierce battle between Chu Chen and this elder from the Longhu sect, eager to witness the power of a grandmaster. However, it was already noon, and Chu Chen had not appeared. Moreover, they learned that Chu Chen was not at the Longhu Villa. Chu Chen had not shown up in Jiang City, let alone coming here. Mr. Chu is not in Jiang City? Is he scared? Ha, I thought he was so arrogant. All the forces shook their heads and sighed. During this time, Chu Chen had been so spirited and so audacious. With just one word, all the forces in Jiang City that wanted to meddle with the Wei family dared not act. They never expected him to back down today. However, thinking of Elder Ten, everyone felt that it was understandable for Chu Chen to be intimidated. After all, Elder Ten was a grand master. Chu Chen must have known he was no match, so he chose to avoid confrontation. It was a wise choice. Many wore expressions of mockery. These people had originally wanted to carve up the Wei family, but because of Chu Chen's previous words, they dared not move. Thus, they harbored resentment towards Chu Chen. Now, seeing him back down, they felt quite pleased. Not coming? Shin Xingyun felt a surge of anxiety. He was hoping Chu Chen would come and be slapped to death by Elder Ten. As long as Chu Chen was alive, he felt a pent-up frustration inside. It was very unpleasant. Useless trash. Lu Yuan looked disdainful. He didn't take Chu Chen seriously at all. Now that he saw Chu Chen was too afraid to come, he looked down on him even more. He turned to Elder Ten and respectfully said, "Master, that kid isn't coming. He clearly doesn't take your words to heart. How about I go kill everyone at the Longhu Villa?" His words were filled with murderous intent. Elder Ten's heart was also dark at this moment. How dare Chu Chen not obey his orders? Wasn't this slapping him in the face in front of so many people in the Jiang City martial arts community? His eyes were sinister as he said, "Although it's not yet the agreed time of darkness, I'm already irritated. You go and kill half of them first. If after dark, Chu Chen still hasn't come to kneel and apologize, then you can kill the other half." His words were like an imperial edict. He was about to kill half of the people from the Longhu Mountain Villa. Alright. Lu Yuan grinned and left the Lingshui Villa, quickly arriving at the Longhu Mountain Villa. "What do you want?" Dong Zi and the others looked at Lu Yuan with wary expressions. Su Mang, whose limbs had been broken by Lu Yuan, lay in bed recuperating. Seeing Lu Yuan, his face turned pale. "Your Lord Chu is scared and doesn't dare to show up. My master instructed me to come first, to kill half of your Longhu Mountain Villa." Lu Yuan wore a mad smile on his face. What? The faces of Su Mang and the others changed drastically. Because of Chu Chen, the Longhu Mountain Villa had been developing rapidly during this time. Even now, there were more than 200 people living in the Longhu Mountain Villa. Killing half? That would mean killing more than 100 people? There are 4 of you here, so I'll kill 2 first. You can choose freely, which 2 of you want to die first? Lu Yuan had a sinister smile on his face. He enjoyed this feeling of being high and mighty, deciding life and death. What? The faces of Su Mang and the others changed again. Hurry up and make a choice, or I'll kill all 4 of you. Lu Yuan's expression was ferocious. I'm already a useless person, let me go first. Su Mang sighed. I'm not afraid of death either. Ji Ba also stepped forward. You big brute, it's not your turn to die. Bai Shua sneered, I'll go first. Stop your nonsense, it's not up to you two. I and Meng Yi are the first to follow Lord Chu, so let us go first. Dong Zi looked at the two and said, when Lord Chu comes back and kills this brat, remember to burn paper for me. Kill me? Lu Yuan laughed loudly, mocking, your Lord Chu is so scared he doesn't dare to show up. Lord Chu would be afraid? Dong Zi sneered, you know nothing about Lord Chu. Even if your Lord Chu comes back, what can he do to me? Lu Yuan was arrogant, his expression haughty. Of course, I'll send you on your way. At that moment, a faint voice came. Lu Yuan turned to see a man walking in. Lord Chu, you're back. Su Mang and the others were overjoyed to see Chu Chen, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Lord Chu is back. This is wonderful. You are Chu Chen? Lu Yuan looked at Chu Chen, his face sinister. I want to see how strong you are. After saying that, he roared and threw a punch, and a true dragon of energy and a fierce tiger of energy howled to the sky, intertwining together. Longhu Fist. This was a famous martial art of the Longhu sect. A dragon and a tiger, carrying a terrifying aura, charged towards Chu Chen as if to swallow him whole. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he pointed out. Bang! The dragon and tiger were struck by Chu Chen and instantly exploded, turning into specks of light, dissipating into the air. You! Lu Yuan's face changed upon seeing this scene. This kid only used a finger and managed to neutralize his move? This kid is too strong. Run! Lu Yuan was shocked inside. He wanted to flee with a whoosh, but Chu Chen casually waved his hand, and an energy palm shot towards him. Seeing this, Lu Yuan roared and threw a punch. However, he couldn't block this energy palm at all. Bang! Lu Yuan exploded, turning into a mist of blood, scattering in the air. Su Mang and the others were stunned at this scene. A single slap killed this master disciple of the Longhu sect? There wasn't even a body left. Lord Chu is too strong. Chu Chen approached Su Mang and saw his severed limbs, his expression darkening to the extreme. He immediately began to prepare the black jade healing ointment to apply to Su Mang. At the same time, his spiritual power slowly flowed into Su Mang's limbs, repairing his broken bones. Su Mang felt a tingling sensation in his limbs, as if his bones were rapidly growing. After more than 2 hours, Chu Chen stopped. He then used the black jade healing ointment to treat Jiba's arm, and also treated Dong Zi and Bai Shua. Thank you, Master Chu. The four looked at Chu Chen with gratitude on their faces. After being injured by Lu Yuan, they had been in excruciating pain. Now they finally felt a bit better. Chu Chen looked at Su Mang and asked, "Can you sit in a wheelchair?" Su Mang was taken aback for a moment and replied, "Yes." Good. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent, his gaze icy. "Then you all push him, and come with me. To kill. Come with me. To kill." As these words left his mouth, a chilling killing intent emanated from Chu Chen. Upon hearing this, Su Mang and the others instantly felt a surge of hot blood rising. Master Chu was back. He was indeed going to take revenge for them. However, Su Mang still showed concern and said, "Master Chu, that Elder Ten is a grandmaster." A grandmaster, to them, was an invincible existence. Grandmaster? Chu Chen replied calmly, "I just killed 2 yesterday." What? Su Mang and the others widened their eyes in shock, staring at Chu Chen. Master Chu went into the 10,000 Great Mountains yesterday and really wiped out the evil witch sect? Master Chu could actually kill a grandmaster? Could it be that Master Chu was also a grandmaster? Dong Zi, hurry, and help me get up, Su Mang urged. Yesterday, the people from the Longhu sect came here with an air of superiority. Now he couldn't wait to see the scene of Master Chu pressing their Elder Ten to the ground. The 5 left the Longhu Mountain Villa. Ling Shui Mountain Villa. Chu Chen hasn't shown up yet. It seems he really has backed down. Various factions in the martial arts world of Jiang City all shook their heads and sighed. How arrogant Chu Chen had been before, yet today he actually backed down. He might have already fled Jiang City to hide from the storm. However, many people were extremely excited. With Chu Chen gone from Jiang City, they could once again swallow the Wei family's assets. Ha! Look! Mr. Chu is here! At that moment, someone exclaimed. Everyone turned to see a few people walking towards them. Leading them was a tall, handsome man. It was Chu Chen. Behind him were Su Mang and the other 3, with Su Mang sitting in a wheelchair. But he held his head high, looking proud. Upon seeing Su Mang, all the factions were momentarily stunned. Su Mang had indeed been crippled by the Longhu sect? The Longhu sect was truly ruthless. At the same time, everyone looked at Chu Chen, all astonished. Chu Chen hadn't run away? The Longhu sect had sent a Grandmaster Elder, yet Chu Chen still dared to come here? Was he too bold? He wouldn't be here to kneel and confess, would he? A thought flashed through someone's mind. In fact, many people thought the same. Great! Shin Qingyun was extremely excited. Chu Chen was here. This was wonderful. Whoosh! Elder Ten, who had been resting with his eyes closed, now opened them, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his murky eyes. He stood up and looked at Chu Chen, his gaze extremely cold. Chu Chen ignored him and instead looked at Shin Huajing and the others. The Shin family has truly disappointed me. Upon hearing this, Shin Huajing and the others felt a sudden panic for some reason. Chu Chen, with Elder Ten here, you won't be able to act arrogantly today. Shin Qingyun was very arrogant. Elder Ten looked at Chu Chen and said, "Kid, since you're here, kneel and confess." "Who says I need to kneel and confess?" Chu Chen replied indifferently. Elder Ten squinted his eyes and said coldly, "So you came to seek death?" "I came to send you and your disciple to reunite on the road to the underworld," Chu Chen replied. "What?" Elder Ten's face turned furious as he shouted, "Did you kill Lu Yuan?" "I just helped him take the lead, paving the way for you," Chu Chen said, looking at Elder Ten. The onlookers around were all in shock. Chu Chen actually dared to kill Elder Ten's disciple? There was absolutely no sign of submission. Was he trying to provoke this elder of the Longhu sect? Shin Qingyun and the others were incredibly excited. The deeper the conflict between Chu Chen and Elder Ten, the happier they were. Elder Ten's expression darkened to the extreme. Lu Yuan was his favorite disciple, with great potential to break through to the Grand Master level in the future. He never expected that he would be killed by Chu Chen today? He looked at Chu Chen and said coldly, "Chu Chen, I'll give you another choice." "What?"
Shu Chen asked with interest. Become my disciple, and I can spare your life, Elder Ten said solemnly. What? The onlookers were all astonished. Elder Ten actually wanted to take Chu Chen as his disciple? What was going on? Elder Ten, what are you doing? Shin Xingyun was also stunned and hurriedly asked. If Chu Chen really became Elder Ten's disciple, wouldn't their Shin family be doomed? Are you teaching me how to do things? Elder Ten said coldly. I wouldn't dare. Shin Xingyun quickly lowered his head. Elder Ten turned to Chu Chen and asked, Chu Chen, what have you decided? Since Chu Chen could kill Lu Yuan, it showed he was stronger than Lu Yuan. Moreover, Chu Chen was younger than Lu Yuan. If he became his disciple, once he broke through to Grand Master, Elder Ten's status in the Longhu sect would rise even higher. Let me be your disciple? Chu Chen laughed directly. Old man, you don't even have the qualifications to carry my shoes, yet you want me to be your disciple? Impudent! As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the disciples of the Longhu sect all shouted coldly. This kid actually dared to say such things about Elder Ten? He was truly asking for trouble. Good. Shin Xingyun was extremely excited. He was worried that Chu Chen would really become Elder Ten's disciple. He never expected Chu Chen to refuse. Moreover, he said such arrogant words. This was fantastic. Elder Ten would definitely be furious. Chu Chen was doomed. Sure enough, Elder Ten's face instantly darkened as he looked at Chu Chen and said ominously, Kid, it seems you don't know how to cherish opportunities. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, he roared, and a terrifying aura burst forth from his body. Boom! He threw a punch, and a true dragon of energy and a fierce tiger of energy roared, charging straight at Chu Chen. This true dragon of energy and fierce tiger of energy were far more terrifying than what Lu Yuan had just unleashed. Longhu's Sacred Fist. This was one of the powerful martial arts of the Longhu sect. The Longhu Fist was a simplified version based on it. The true dragon of energy and fierce tiger of energy roared forward, causing the ground to crack and debris to fly everywhere. It was as if a real dragon and a fierce tiger were pouncing on Chu Chen. Is this the Grand Master level? The onlookers were all shocked at this scene. Although Shen Huajing was a master, he was also feeling uneasy at this moment. Elder Ten truly lived up to his reputation as a Grand Master. His first move was so terrifying. Die! Elder Ten's gaze was cold. The true dragon of energy and fierce tiger of energy suddenly intertwined, forming a giant beast that was neither a dragon nor a tiger. The momentum of this giant beast grew increasingly terrifying as it roared, opening its mouth wide and lunging at Chu Chen. Roar! The onlookers felt their eardrums ache. It was simply too terrifying. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he pressed out a palm. Bang! The giant beast exploded with a bang, turning into specks of light and dissipating into the air. Bang! The 10th elder stepped back several paces. Chu Chen looked at him and said lightly, with such little skill, you dare to make me submit? This! Everyone around was stunned. Chu Chen had easily blocked the 10th elder of the Longhu sect's move? How is that possible? Shin Xingyun's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Chu Chen be so strong? Even Shin Huajing was taken aback and said solemnly, Chu Chen is at least a Grand Master. What? A Grand Master? Shin Xingyun's body shook. How old is Chu Chen? He's already a Grand Master? How could that be? You! The 10th elder looked at Chu Chen, his face showing shock. Although that move was not his strongest, the ease with which Chu Chen had countered it surprised him. This kid is at least a half-step Grand Master. The 10th elder's expression darkened. No wonder this kid dared to be so arrogant. This kid cannot be left alive. Otherwise, it won't be long before he truly breaks through to Grand Master. He might even reach an even higher level. This is not good news for the Longhu sect. Kid, don't be too arrogant. You only blocked one of my moves. He glared at Chu Chen ominously. I'll give you 3 chances to show me the capabilities of your Longhu sect. Chu Chen stood with his hands behind his back and replied indifferently, You're looking for death. The 10th elder felt a surge of rage at his posture. This kid dares to look down on him? He roared, and a more powerful aura erupted from his body, forming a long blade of energy. The blade had a dragon and a tiger depicted on it, exuding an overwhelming presence. As the energy blade appeared, everyone felt a chilling killing intent. Longhu Heavenly Slash! The 10th elder shouted angrily, bringing his hands together and striking down fiercely. The energy blade shot through the air, directly slashing towards Chu Chen. Crack! Before the energy blade even reached him, the ground around Chu Chen exploded. It was terrifying. Boom! The energy blade struck Chu Chen, and a loud sound echoed. The 10th elder thought Chu Chen was surely dead. However, the next moment, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Chu Chen had one hand behind his back and the other had caught his energy blade. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he applied slight pressure with his fingers. Crack! A crack appeared on the energy blade, followed by countless more. Bang! Finally, this energy blade, which could easily split boulders, shattered in Chu Chen's fingers like glass. What? The onlookers were all stunned at this scene. Chu Chen had caught the 10th Elder's move again? And he had only used 2 fingers? How could that be? Shin Qingyun and the others were also dumbfounded. Especially Shin Huajing, whose eyelids twitched. At that moment, he felt that their Shin family might have chosen the wrong side. Lord Chu is mighty! Su Mang and the others shouted. At this moment, the 4 of them raised their heads, looking proud. Damn! Lord Chu is too impressive. Chu Chen's posture is so cool. I wonder when I can easily block a Grandmaster's strike like that. Ji Ba sighed. Su Mang and the others were speechless. You can break through to Grandmaster, and you're still laughing. You want to be as domineering as Lord Chu? You are a Grandmaster? The 10th Elder looked at Chu Chen, exclaiming in shock. What? A Grandmaster? Everyone turned to look at Chu Chen, their faces showing astonishment. Wasn't Chu Chen just a master? How did he become a Grandmaster? A Grandmaster? Shin Qingyun's eyes widened, his expression one of disbelief. How old is Chu Chen? How could he possibly be a Grandmaster? It really is. Shin Huajing also let out a deep breath. At that moment, a sense of inexplicable unease flashed through his heart. Could something major happen to the Shin family today? The Longhu sect is nothing special. Chu Chen retracted his hand, shaking his head with a look of disappointment. Chu Chen, even if you are a Grand Master, today, you will surely die. The 10th Elder roared, biting his tongue and spitting out a mouthful of essence blood. Boom! A vast aura surged from his body, forming a dragon and a tiger. In the end, this dragon and tiger actually transformed into a long sword of energy. The dragon served as the sword's tip, while the tiger formed the blade. The Longhu Divine Sword. This is one of the top 10 martial arts of the Longhu sect. Its power is incredibly terrifying. As soon as this divine sword appeared, everyone felt an overwhelming sword intent, their skin tingling with pain. Kid, even if you are a Grand Master, offending our Longhu sect leaves you with only one path. And that is death. The 10th Elder roared, wielding the energy sword, filled with overwhelming sword intent, charging at Chu Chen. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent, his fingers aligned like a sword, golden light flickering at his fingertips. At that moment, the 10th Elder's Longhu Divine Sword struck. Clang! Chu Chen's fingers collided with the tip of the Longhu Divine Sword, producing a metallic clash. Sparks flew in all directions. What? The 10th Elder was taken aback to see Chu Chen catch his divine sword like this. He roared in anger, channeling his energy into the Longhu Divine Sword. In an instant, the Longhu Divine Sword erupted with dazzling light. A dragon and a tiger roared in unison. The momentum was overwhelming. Humph! Chu Chen snorted coldly, the golden light at his fingertips flickering. Crack! Cracks began to appear on the Longhu Divine Sword. Boom! Finally, a loud explosion rang out. The Longhu Divine Sword shattered, and a terrifying shockwave of energy spread out. Put! The 10th Elder was sent flying back over 10 meters, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. What? The onlookers around were all shaken, their faces filled with shock. The 10th Elder was actually defeated? How is that possible? The disciples of the Longhu sect were equally astonished. The 10th Elder had unleashed one of their top 10 martial arts. How could he possibly lose? This, Shin Qingyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Even the 10th Elder of the Longhu sect couldn't kill Chu Chen? It's over. Shin Huajing slumped to the ground, his expression vacant. With the 10th Elder defeated, he could already see the future of the Shin family. The current state of the Wei family. Was the future of the Shin family? You. The 10th Elder looked at Chu Chen, his face filled with horror. Even if Chu Chen was a Grand Master, he couldn't be this strong, could he? Is this all the ability of the Longhu sect's elders? It seems this martial arts sect has no reason to exist. Chu Chen shook his head and said lightly. Ha! Everyone was taken aback by his words. What did Chu Chen mean by that? The disciples of the Longhu sect glared at Chu Chen, their faces filled with rage. Was this kid saying their Longhu sect was weak? The 10th Elder sneered. What? Do you still want to destroy our Longhu sect? With that, a mocking expression appeared on his face. Alright, 3 strikes is enough, you've already made 3 moves. Next, you can be on your way. Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he formed a fist with his right hand and struck out. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, as if the air itself had exploded. A brilliant fist light seemed to pierce through space. The 10th Elder's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly retreated while roaring, channeling his energy to form a protective shield in front of his chest.
Boom! Chu Chen's fist slammed into his energy shield. The 10th Elder's energy shield could withstand a full-force strike from a Grand Master. But at that moment, under Chu Chen's fistlight, it was as fragile as tofu. It couldn't withstand a single blow. In an instant, the energy shield exploded. The 10th Elder's heart raced. He felt a life and death crisis. He let out a furious roar, crossing his arms protectively over his chest, while attempting to retreat. Bang! However, Chu Chen's fist did not lose momentum and instantly slammed into his arms. Crack! His arms broke cleanly. Ah! He let out a painful scream. But in the next moment, he could no longer make a sound. Because Chu Chen's fist not only pierced through his arms but also struck his chest. His chest was instantly penetrated. Put! The 10th Elder spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered heart. He first looked down at the hole in his chest, then struggled to lift his head to look at Chu Chen, his eyes wide. You, what level of cultivation are you? After saying this, he struggled a few times, then his head tilted. He was dead. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he retracted his fist. Bang! The 10th Elder's corpse fell to the ground. Silence. The scene was utterly silent. One could hear a pin drop. The elder of the Longhu sect was killed by Chu Chen with a single punch? After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in exclamations. The 10th Elder was a Grand Master. How could he not withstand a punch from Chu Chen? Chu Chen was too strong. They looked at Chu Chen, their faces filled with awe. Chu Chen! Once again, he created a miracle today. How is this possible? Absolutely impossible. Shin Qingyun's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the 10th Elder just die like this? With the 10th Elder dead, what were they to do? Our Shin family is finished. Shen Huajing's wrinkled face was filled with sorrow. It seemed he aged several years in an instant. 10th Elder. The disciples of the Longhu sect all stared wide-eyed, gasping in shock. At the same time, their hearts were filled with terror. Even the 10th Elder was dead? What should they do now? Run! They exchanged glances and hurriedly fled into the distance. Where to escape? Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he pursued them. The disciples of the Longhu sect were all above the heavenly level. Many were even Grand Masters. At this moment, they all unleashed various martial techniques against Chu Chen. But how could they possibly be his match? Bang bang bang! In the blink of an eye, all the disciples of the Longhu sect fell to the ground. All dead. The onlookers all gasped in shock. Chu Chen was indeed decisive in killing. He was a true harbinger of death. And was he really not afraid of the Longhu sect at all? Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he turned to face Shin Qingyun and the others. Shin Qingyun and the others were pale, their hearts racing. Tap tap tap. Chu Chen walked over slowly with his hands behind his back. Chu! Mr. Chu! The three were icy cold, their lips trembling. With each step Chu Chen took, it felt as if he was stepping on their hearts. Soon, Chu Chen stood before the three, saying lightly, the Shin family, ultimately was not very wise. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, we were wrong. Shin Huajing knelt down with a thud, directly admitting his mistake. He had no thought of resistance. Did he not see how the 10th Elder was killed by Chu Chen with a single punch? And just now, so many Grand Masters from the Longhu sect fell before Chu Chen like chives, easily harvested. How could he, who had just broken through to Grand Master, resist? Sigh. The onlookers all sighed. Shin Huajing was the previous leader of the Shin family. Moreover, he had broken through to Grand Master. Yet today, he actually knelt down to beg for mercy. It was truly a sight to behold. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry. Shin Changming also knelt down. Chu, Mr. Chu, we were wrong, please spare us. From now on, our Shin family will be absolutely loyal to you and serve you. Shin Qingyun knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head, blood oozing from his forehead. At this moment, his heart was filled with bitterness. When he first met Chu Chen, he was so arrogant. But now he was kneeling before Chu Chen, bowing his head and begging for mercy. Moreover, he couldn't guarantee that Chu Chen would spare his life. I have already given you a chance, but unfortunately, you did not know how to cherish it. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he pressed his palms against Shin Qingyun and Shin Changming's heads. Crack! Their heads split open, and blood slowly flowed down their foreheads. The two widened their eyes, struggled a couple of times, and then fell to the ground. Seeing this, Shin Huajing's face changed drastically, and he wanted to escape. But Chu Chen struck out with a palm. Bang! His head exploded. The three important figures of the Shin family were dead just like that. The Shin family is no more. The crowd looked at the three corpses inside. Without Shin Huajing and Shin Changming, what could the Shin family still be considered in Zhengqing's top three families?
Moreover, after today, the Shin family would surely face retribution from the Longhu Mountain Villa. Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he began to collect the spoils. The 10th elder had 2 bottles of elixirs on him. One was for restoring energy, and the other was for healing. Chu Chen had little interest in them. However, the 10th elder also had several spiritual herbs on him, rich in spiritual energy. Subsequently, Chu Chen found a few more spiritual herbs on other disciples of the Longhu sect. Have someone clean up the scene, Chu Chen instructed Su Mang. Understood. Su Mang immediately made a phone call. Chu Chen then clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked out. Along the way, everyone kept their heads down, their expressions respectful. It wasn't until Chu Chen left the Ling Shui mountain villa that they dared to lift their heads. I didn't expect Mr. Chu to be a grandmaster. Our Jiangqing finally has a grandmaster again. I hope Mr. Chu can lead our Jiangqing martial arts world to glory once more. The Jiangqing martial arts world is finally not so pathetic anymore. Everyone looked at Chu Chen's back, filled with emotion. When they were at Daming Mountain, Chu Chen had defeated Wei Lichang, and everyone was already astonished. They never expected that today Chu Chen would kill the 10th elder of the Longhu sect with a single punch. A grandmaster. It was truly unbelievable. Many felt a sense of emotion within. It had been decades since a grandmaster had appeared in Jiangcheng. Sometimes, when they went out, they were looked down upon by people from other places. They never expected that Chu Chen had broken through to grandmaster. From now on, they could proudly say that Jiangcheng also had a grandmaster. From today onwards, Mr. Chu will be the pinnacle of the Jiangcheng martial arts world. Then, everyone sighed in unison. Chu Chen, the number 1 in the Jiangcheng martial arts world. Today, Chu Chen had already demonstrated the strength of a grandmaster. Even the old patriarch of the Jiangqing's first family, the Shu family, was no match for Chu Chen. Chu Chen had already become the number 1 in the Jiangcheng martial arts world. A little over 30 and already the best, his future is limitless. Everyone expressed their sentiments. Becoming a grandmaster would not be the end of Chu Chen's martial arts journey. Instead, it was merely the beginning. But that's not certain, the Longhu sect won't let him go. However, everyone quickly thought of the Longhu sect. Chu Chen had killed the 10th elder of the Longhu sect, and they would surely be furious. It wouldn't be long before the Longhu sect took action. Sigh. Everyone sighed. No matter how powerful Chu Chen was, he couldn't possibly be a match for the Longhu sect. Chu Chen was in danger. If he left Jiangqing to hide, he might meet a tragic end. It would be better if he died. Some forces had a glint of coldness in their eyes. Chu Chen had already destroyed the Wei family, and after today, the Shin family would also become a thing of the past. The resources left by these 2 families were quite abundant, but because Chu Chen was around, they didn't dare to touch them. However, if Chu Chen were killed by the Longhu sect, they would start dividing the resources of the Wei and Shin families. They were just waiting for the Longhu sect. For these matters, Chu Chen was not concerned. At this moment, he had arrived at the Yulan courtyard. Daddy! Coco bounced over to Chu Chen, looking aggrieved. Daddy, where did you go today? Why didn't you come to see me? Daddy had some things to take care of. Chu Chen picked her up and smiled. Did you miss Daddy? I did. Coco nodded repeatedly. Muah. The little one even gave Chu Chen a kiss on the cheek. So good. Chu Chen affectionately patted Coco's little head. Chu Chen, are you okay? Yi Qingxue walked over, her pretty face showing concern. Chu Chen had told her yesterday that he was going to the 10,000 Great Mountains for business. She had called him last night, but couldn't get through at all. She had been worried all night. I'm fine. Chu Chen smiled lightly. That's good. Yi Qingxue sighed in relief. After chatting with the mother and daughter for a while, Chu Chen left. As he reached the entrance of the villa, he encountered Han Danxiu. Chu Chen couldn't be bothered to pay her any attention and turned to leave. Han Danxiu looked at Chu Chen's back, her face dark. How dare this guy ignore her? Truly detestable. Did he think that just because he was a master, he was something special? Humph. It won't be long before you understand that your so-called master is nothing at all. She snorted coldly and walked into the villa. Qingxue, why do you always let Chu Chen come here? She stood in front of Yi Qingxue, expressing her dissatisfaction. Chu Chen has already recognized Cuckoo, so what's the problem with him coming? Yi Qingxue replied. Qingxue, you don't really have any feelings for Chu Chen, do you? Han Danxiu's expression changed in surprise. Yi Qingxue fell silent. Deep down, she indeed wanted to be with Chu Chen. I advise you to give up on that thought. Han Danxiu sneered. I admit I underestimated him before, not expecting him to be a martial artist, and a master at that. But you should also understand that while a master is indeed top tier in Jiang City, outside of Jiang City,
it doesn't mean much. Let alone in front of our great families. The Yi family won't let you marry a master. Yi Qingxue remained silent, because what Han Danqiu said was indeed the truth. A master was just the beginning of martial arts. A master meant nothing in the Yi family. They could only sit at the children's table during meals. Han Danqiu crossed her arms and sneered. That esteemed person was a master at the age of 10, compared to him, Chu Chen is nothing. You can't say that about Chu Chen. As soon as Han Danqiu finished speaking, Yi Qingxue's pretty face turned cold. Han Danqiu felt a surge of anger. Her best friend had never been angry with her. It was always because of Chu Chen. Truly detestable. She looked at Yi Qingxue and said, Qingxue, don't be fooled by Chu Chen. That esteemed person is the one you should choose. He is a legend. So what if he is a legend? Yi Qingxue's pretty face was indifferent. He cannot replace Chu Chen's position in my heart. Qingxue, are you? Alright, I'm going to accompany Cuckoo. Yi Qingxue turned and left. Han Danqiu looked at Yi Qingxue's back, her face full of gloom. It seemed Qingxue was indeed still thinking about being with Chu Chen. Chu Chen, you really know how to deceive women. No, I absolutely cannot let you deceive Qingxue. On the other side, Chu Chen had already returned to the Haoding villa. Xiao Hao, you finally came back. Ning Shufang breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Chu Chen. Although Chu Chen had told her in advance yesterday, she was still very worried, because she knew that what Chu Chen was going to do was definitely related to cultivation. Mom, didn't I tell you? I'm fine. Chu Chen smiled to reassure her. Even though I don't practice, I know how dangerous the martial arts world is. How can I not worry? Ning Shufang said. It's nothing. Chu Chen smiled faintly. Since returning from the immortal realm, he had wanted to help Ning Shufang and Chu Xiaoyu step into the path of cultivation. However, he had observed that neither of them had spiritual roots. It was difficult for them to cultivate. Once my cultivation level improves, I'll cleanse and refine my mother and Xiaoyu, allowing them to enter the world of cultivation. And also Qingxue, Chu Chen thought to himself. After chatting with Ning Shufang for a while, Chu Chen returned to his room. He took out the spiritual herbs he had obtained today and entered a state of cultivation. At this moment, in a palace of the Longhu sect, there were a total of 10 elders in the Longhu sect. At this time, the 9 elders had gathered here. The Grand Elder sat at the head, his expression extremely grim. Grand Elder, is there something wrong? Why did you call us here in such a hurry? The other elders looked at the Grand Elder, their faces filled with confusion. They had never seen the Grand Elder with such a face. What was going on? The Grand Elder pressed his lips together and said, the 10th Elder is dead. What? The 8 elders trembled at the news. How could the 10th Elder be dead? Was he assassinated by another sect? Their faces were filled with shock. He wasn't assassinated by another sect. The Grand Elder shook his head and said solemnly, I couldn't contact him just now, so I had someone investigate. The 10th Elder was killed by Chu Chen in Jiangcheng today. What? Chu Chen? The 8 elders were all stunned. Wasn't Chu Chen just a master? How could he kill the 10th Elder? Chu Chen is not just a master, he is a Grand Master, the Grand Elder said gravely. Grand Master? The 8 elders looked astonished. Did that mean he had the same level of cultivation as them? Wasn't it said that Chu Chen was still young? How could he be a Grand Master? What do you all think we should do now? The Grand Elder looked at the 8 of them and asked. Chu Chen killing our Longhu sect elder is a heinous crime. The 7th Elder said with a sinister expression, we 9 will go to Jiangcheng together. As the 7th Elder spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from him. The 10th Elder was a highly esteemed elder of their Longhu sect. How dare Chu Chen kill him? This was clearly a provocation against the Longhu sect. Exactly. Let's go and crush him, and see how arrogant he can be. Someone immediately echoed. Their Longhu sect's authority would never allow such provocation. Dealing with a Grand Master, if we 9 elders act together, won't that make people think our Longhu sect is weak? However, the Grand Elder shook his head. Then what should we do? The 7th Elder looked at the Grand Elder. Shall we send 2 or 3 people? The Grand Elder pondered for a moment and said, we won't go. Not go? The 8 elders were stunned. Are we just going to let him roam freely? What about our Longhu sect's dignity? The 7th Elder said anxiously. He had the best relationship with the 10th Elder. Now that the 10th Elder was dead at the hands of Chu Chen, he wished he could kill Chu Chen immediately. Yes, this will make people underestimate us Longhu sect. The other elders also chimed in. The Grand Elder sneered, we won't go to Jiangcheng, but that doesn't mean we will let Chu Chen off the hook. So what does the Grand Elder mean? The 8 elders looked at the Grand Elder in confusion.
The Grand Elder's gaze was cold as he said, "Isn't it just 7 days until our Longhu Sect's annual recruitment day? Let's have Chu Chen come to our Longhu Sect's gate in 7 days to kneel and confess. I want the entire Dongjiang province to see the consequences of offending our Longhu Sect." The 8 elders were first taken aback, then they all nodded. Good idea. Let Chu Chen come to kneel and confess in 7 days, accepting our Longhu Sect's punishment. They smiled. The Longhu Sect immediately released the news. The martial arts community in Jiangcheng was suddenly in an uproar. What? The Longhu Sect wants Chu Chen to kneel outside their sect and confess in 7 days? Various factions were instantly shocked. Wasn't 7 days from now the time for the Longhu Sect to recruit new disciples? This was one of the biggest events for the Longhu Sect each year. Many prominent families would find ways to send their own children to the Longhu Sect. At this moment, the Longhu Sect was under the spotlight of the entire martial arts community in Dongjiang province. For the Longhu Sect to demand that Chu Chen kneel outside their sect to confess was tantamount to making him kneel before the entire martial arts community of Dongjiang province. This was meant to humiliate Chu Chen. This is the arrogance of the Longhu Sect. Everyone sighed in admiration. At the same time, they were very curious, would Chu Chen really go to the Longhu Sect to kneel and confess? Or would he, as before, stand his ground? Who is Chu Chen? What happened between him and the Longhu Sect? Not only Jiangcheng, but many martial arts factions in Dongjiang province also received the news. Especially those who wanted to send their own children to the Longhu Sect were particularly astonished. Who was Chu Chen? Why could he provoke such anger from the Longhu Sect? They immediately sent people to investigate. Upon learning that Chu Chen had killed the Longhu Sect's 10th elder, these factions all gasped in shock. The Longhu Sect was one of the 4 major martial arts sects in Dongjiang province, sitting atop the pyramid of the martial arts community. How could someone dare to provoke the Longhu Sect, and even kill one of their elders? They were truly courting death. Even the other 3 major martial arts sects were quite surprised at this moment. The Longhu Sect had actually clashed with a young man? In 7 days. The Longhu Sect's recruitment event has become interesting. Various factions showed expressions of anticipation. For all this, Chu Chen was not concerned. He had been cultivating until dawn before waking up. When he was at the headquarters of the Evil Witch Sect, he was just a step away from reaching the peak of foundation establishment. After a night of cultivation, he had absorbed all the spiritual energy from the spiritual herbs he obtained from the 10th elder and others. He had successfully broken through to the peak of foundation establishment. Feeling the abundant spiritual power within him, Chu Chen revealed a satisfied smile. It seemed he would soon break through to the valley-breaking realm. At breakfast, He Ying unexpectedly arrived. "What are you doing here?" Chu Chen was surprised to see He Ying. He Ying looked at Chu Chen, her pretty face showing a hint of astonishment. She had been out with her grandfather for the past 2 days and had just returned this morning. Upon learning about the Daming Mountain incident, she was stunned. This guy actually managed to kill an elder of the Longhu Sect? This guy was actually a grandmaster? Moreover, she had asked her best friend Xia Chang and learned about Chu Chen's performance at the Evil Witch Sect headquarters. This left her dumbfounded. This guy's combat power was too strong, wasn't it? You really are something, daring to kill even an elder of the Longhu Sect. She looked at Chu Chen, speechless. They wanted to kill me, so I had no choice but to fight back, Chu Chen replied with a faint smile. Now that the Longhu Sect has taken action, let's see what you do. He Ying snorted lightly. Oh? Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then excitedly asked, are they coming to Jiangcheng? Who are they sending? Are they bringing spiritual herbs? He Ying was momentarily at a loss for how to respond to his expression. Goodness. Instead of thinking about how to save his own life, he was still thinking about other people's spiritual herbs? She pursed her lips and said, the Longhu Sect hasn't sent anyone, but they want you to kneel outside their sect and confess in 7 days, waiting for their decision. Kneel and confess? Chu Chen scoffed, do they even have the right? The Longhu Sect is one of the 4 major martial arts sects in Dongjiang province. Their elders are all grandmasters, why don't you leave and hide for a while? Our He family will take care of your family, He Ying said seriously. No need. Chu Chen shook his head. You can't act on impulse. He Ying's expression was anxious. She was worried that Chu Chen was being too reckless. I know my limits, Chu Chen replied with a faint smile. You guy. He Ying stomped her foot in anger and said, then I won't care about you anymore. She turned and walked away, furious. She had just returned and rushed here to persuade him to leave Jiang City, or even Dongjiang province, for a while. She didn't expect him to be so arrogant. It made her furious. Just as He Ying left, Su Mang and Dong Zi arrived. The two brought a box with them.
Inside the box were various medicinal herbs, all part of the Shin family's collection. Although these herbs were aged, they were not spiritual medicines. For Chu Chen now, they were of little use, so he told the two to take them back for their own use. Master Chu, what should we do about the Longhu sect? Su Mang's limbs had already recovered. He looked at Chu Chen and hesitated. How about you go hide for a while? No need, Chu Chen shook his head. With his hands behind his back, he said calmly, in 7 days, I will visit the Longhu sect, but not to kneel and confess, rather to destroy the Longhu sect. Destroy the Longhu sect? Su Mang trembled at the words, feeling a surge of blood rush to his head. But he quickly calmed down and said, Master Chu, don't be impulsive, the Longhu sect is very strong. The Longhu sect was one of the 4 major martial arts sects in Dongjiang province, filled with experts. It's fine, Chu Chen said indifferently. Seeing Chu Chen so confident, Su Mang and Dong Zi exchanged glances, both showing shock. Is Master Chu really going to destroy the Longhu sect? You let the Longhu sect wait, in 7 days. I will go destroy them, Chu Chen said lightly. Since the Longhu mountain had so arrogantly declared that he should kneel and confess outside their sect in 7 days, he didn't mind being a bit high profile. Alright, Su Mang nodded, his face showing immense excitement. In Dongjiang province, who dared to challenge the Longhu sect? Now Master Chu dared, and he was going to destroy the Longhu sect. Thinking of this, Su Mang felt a surge of blood rushing through him. So damn exhilarating. Soon, Su Mang spread the word of Chu Chen's declaration. In 7 days, he would go destroy the Longhu sect. What? All factions in Jiang City's martial arts community were shocked. Damn, Mr. Chu actually said he would destroy the Longhu sect? Wow, this is big news. Mr. Chu is so domineering. Is Mr. Chu going against the heavens? Anyone qualified to hear this news was utterly astonished. They were still curious whether Chu Chen would kneel and confess at the Longhu sect or quietly escape to avoid the storm. Unexpectedly, not only did Chu Chen not back down, he didn't run away either. Instead, he stood firm. He even said he would destroy the Longhu sect. This was truly overwhelming. Mr. Chu was indeed fearless. He really doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth, he's just looking for death. However, there were also those who spoke sarcastically. What kind of existence was the Longhu sect? Chu Chen actually said he would destroy it? Truly shameless. Indeed arrogant, many factions shared the same sentiment. They felt that Chu Chen had gone too far. But regardless of the outcome in 7 days, they admired Chu Chen's courage for daring to confront the Longhu sect. Interesting. Not only Jiang City, but the entire martial arts community in Dongjiang province was stunned by Chu Chen's audacious words. Although they had never seen Chu Chen, they were increasingly intrigued by this young man. A youth who dared to openly challenge the Longhu sect was indeed rare. In fact, they had never seen anyone like him. Outrageous. Does that kid know what he's saying? Destroy our Longhu sect? Truly shameless. Is there anyone who wants to team up with me to go to Jiang City and kill that madman right now? The disciples of the Longhu sect were all furious. They were one of the 4 major martial arts sects in Dongjiang province. Usually, who would dare to mention the Longhu sect without showing respect? A reckless person from that small place, Jiangcheng, actually dared to say he would come to destroy their Longhu sect? That was truly over the top. Many young disciples were so enraged they nearly exploded. They even thought about going to Jiangcheng immediately to settle the score with Chu Chen. However, when they remembered that Chu Chen was capable of killing their 10th elder, they held back. It was better not to deliver their heads on a platter. Damn it! The 7th elder struck out with his palm, turning the table in front of him into dust. His face was filled with rage as he said, Elder, that kid is too arrogant. I can't stand it anymore. I want to go to Jiangcheng and kill him right now. Exactly. That kid is too arrogant. The other elders nodded in agreement. The Longhu sect had always held a transcendent position in the martial arts world of Dongjiang province. Now someone actually dared to say they would come to destroy the Longhu sect? That was simply outrageous. The expression on the first elder's face was also extremely grim. He had suspected that Chu Chen might not obediently come to the Longhu sect to kneel and confess. He might run away. But he never expected Chu Chen would say such arrogant words. However, at this moment, he pursed his lips and said, Now the entire martial arts world of Dongjiang province is probably watching our Longhu sect. Since we agreed on 7 days, then let's show the entire martial arts world of Dongjiang province the consequences of provoking our Longhu sect in 7 days. Since Chu Chen was so arrogant, they would wait for 7 days. Alright, in 7 days, I will slap him to death. The 7th elder's eyes were filled with a chilling intensity. He was eagerly awaiting the arrival of that day. Chu Chen was not concerned about any of this. That day, he went to the Yulan courtyard, taking Cuckoo out to play, and didn't return to the Houting mansion until evening. As soon as he entered the house, he found that Chu Xiaoyu's classmate, Lu Mengmeng, was actually there.
Uncle, you're back?
Seeing Chu Chen return, Lu Mengmeng came over, smiling and greeting him.
Uncle? Chu Chen was taken aback. Am I that old?
Not really old, Lu Mengmeng shook her head.
Then why do you still call me uncle?
Chu Chen was speechless. Well, I wanted to call you husband, but Xiaoyu won't let me, saying I'm taking advantage of her.
Lu Mengmeng sighed. Chu Chen nearly choked on his own saliva.
Sister, that definitely can't be said casually. And she won't let me call you brother, saying you can only have her as a sister. Lu Mengmeng pouted, looking aggrieved, so I can only call you uncle.
Lu Mengmeng, stop pretending to be aggrieved.
You just lack paternal love since you were little, so you seek it from my brother. At that moment, Chu Xiaoyu walked out, snorting lightly. Uncle, look at how sharp-tongued your sister is. Lu Mengmeng blinked her big eyes, looking very wronged. Chu Chen was at a loss for words. He didn't want to get involved in the bickering between the two girls. He wanted to sneak back to his room, but Chu Xiaoyu grabbed his arm and playfully said, "Brother, we haven't eaten yet. How about you take us out for something delicious?" "Yeah, uncle, let's go for a feast." Lu Mengming's eyes lit up as well. There was no trace of sadness at all. "I've already eaten." Chu Chen shook his head. "You can go eat on your own. Brother, just take me out to shop a bit." Chu Xiaoyu clung to Chu Chen's arm, shaking it incessantly.
Even Lu Mengmeng was not to be outdone, clinging to his other arm.
The two soft masses pressing against Chu Chen's arms were already deforming them.
Chu Chen quickly pulled his hands back and said, "All right then."
Yay! The two girls jumped up in joy.
Chu Chen took them to a high-end restaurant.
At first, the two girls were a bit nervous, but after seeing the string of numbers on Chu Chen's bank card, the two women were no longer polite.
Chu Chen was not stingy either.
Over the past 10 years, Chu Xiaoyu had taken care of her paralyzed mother all by herself, and she had suffered too much.
Chu Chen owed her a lot. After dinner,
Chu Chen took the two of them to the mall.
One word, buy.
They kept going until both women's hands were too full to carry anything more, and only then did they stop. The three of them left the mall and were just about to head home. As they stepped out, a car suddenly sped towards them.
"Be careful." Chu Chen's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly pulled the two women back. Whoosh!
The car came to a screeching halt not far in front of them. It was a sports car, worth millions. The door opened, and a man stepped out. He looked to be in his 20s, wearing an Armani shirt.
He glared at Chu Xiaoyu and Lu Mengmeng, angrily saying, "How do you walk?"
"I'm sorry," the two women quickly apologized.
"Is sorry enough?"
The man pointed at his car and said, "Because of you, I almost hit a road post just now."
"Do you know how much this car is worth?"
"I'm sorry, we didn't mean to," Chu Xiaoyu said, her face full of regret.
"No matter what, you almost hit my car just now," the man said coldly. "It seems like you almost hit my sister and her friend, right?"
At that moment, Chu Chen spoke coldly.
"What did you say?"
The man's face darkened with anger.
"Get lost right now,"
Chu Chen said to the man in a cold voice. He had seen people trying to scam others with their cars before. He never expected to encounter a car scammer tonight.
"You dare tell me to get lost?" the man said with a gloomy expression. "Do you know who I am?"
Chu Chen was too lazy to waste words with him and was about to slap him. But at that moment, Chu Xiaoyu stopped him. She looked at him and shook her head subtly. Turning to the man, she said, "We were in the wrong just now, and we apologize to you."
This man clearly had an extraordinary background. He might be from some wealthy family.
She didn't want her brother to offend him.
"Is an apology enough?" the man sneered. "Then what do you want?" Chu Xiaoyu asked. The man looked at Chu Xiaoyu and Lu Mengmeng and said, "You two come with me to dinner. If I'm in a good mood, I'll forgive you."
His name was Yu Zilin, the sixth young master of the Yu family. He had seen Chu Xiaoyu and Lu Mengmeng from a distance in the mall earlier. Instantly, he was captivated by Chu Xiaoyu's purity and Lu Mengmeng's adorableness. He had wanted to approach them, but seeing Chu Chen nearby, he hesitated. Just as he saw the three of them about to leave the mall, he deliberately drove his car over to create a scene, hoping to get the two women to apologize and accompany him to dinner. It could be said that he was indeed trying to scam them.
Car, scammer, dinner? Chu Xiaoyu and Lu Mengming's faces turned pale. They did not want to have dinner with a stranger. Yu Zilin looked at the two of them and threatened, "If you don't come to dinner with me, you'll have to pay me. Do you know how much this car is?" Slap.
Before he could finish his sentence, he felt darkness before his eyes. The next moment, he felt the world spinning around him. He flew up and crashed hard onto his sports car. He let out a painful scream. He touched his right cheek and found his palm covered in blood and flesh. The right side of his face had been slapped to a pulp by Chu Chen. "You dare hit me?" Yu Zilin glared at Chu Chen, his face filled with rage. "Get lost right now." Chu Chen's gaze was icy cold. If it weren't in public and in front of Chu Xiaoyu and Lu Mengmeng, that slap would not have just been a matter of ruining his face. It would have blown his entire head apart. "Come here!" Yu Zilin shouted angrily. Whoosh! Several figures in black rushed out from the shadows nearby. They were all Yu Zilin's bodyguards. At this moment, Yu Zilin pointed at Chu Chen, his eyes cold as ice. "Go and cripple his legs. I want him to kneel before me. This young man is doomed." The commotion attracted quite a few onlookers. They looked at Chu Chen and all sighed. "Yes, young master." The black-clad bodyguards showed fierce expressions and charged at Chu Chen. Poof! Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he swiftly slapped out his hands. Slap! 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 With a few slaps, the bodyguards fell to the ground, covering their faces and howling in pain. Yu Zilin's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene. He had just fantasized about Chu Chen being crippled and begging for mercy at his feet. But two women had accompanied him to dinner, and then, who would have thought that his bodyguards would be taken down by Chu Chen in the blink of an eye? Chu Chen's skills were that impressive? Was he a martial artist? Tap, tap, tap. Chu Chen, with an indifferent expression, slowly walked towards him. What do you want? Yu Zilin said, panic written all over his face. "Don't come any closer." He wanted to stand up, but after falling in the car earlier, he was in too much pain to get up. "Let me tell you, my name is Yu Zilin, the sixth young master of the Yu family." Yu Zilin looked at Chu Chen, panicking. "Yu family? Never heard of it." Chu Chen shook his head. "The Yu family is the fourth largest family in Jiangcheng. You've never heard of it?" Yu Zilin shouted anxiously. "Fourth largest family?" The onlookers all gasped. This rich second-generation identity was surprisingly formidable. Chu Xiaoyu and Lu Mengmeng also looked alarmed. "Kid, now you know my identity, right?" Yu Zilin said, a proud look on his face. "Oh, got it." Chu Chen nodded slightly. "Then do you know what to do now?" Yu Zilin sneered. At this moment, he regained his arrogant demeanor. "I know." Chu Chen nodded and stepped on Yu Zilin's foot. Crack! Yu Zilin's right foot bone broke. "Ah!" Yu Zilin let out a painful scream. He glared at Chu Chen, furious. "Are you out of your mind? Didn't you say you wanted to cripple my legs?" Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he stepped down again. Crack! Yu Zilin's other foot also broke. "Ah!" Yu Zilin cried out in agony. His face turned pale, trembling all over, nearly fainting. The onlookers looked at Chu Chen, all in shock. Yu Zilin had revealed his identity. This young man actually dared to break Yu Zilin's legs? That took some guts. Even Chu Xiaoyu was suddenly alarmed. Didn't this mean offending the fourth largest family in Jiangcheng? Uncle is not afraid of power, he is indeed charming. Lu Mengmeng looked at Chu Chen, her round face showing infatuation. "Get lost." Chu Chen kicked Yu Zilin away. Yu Zilin crashed into a road post, wincing in pain. Chu Chen was about to leave with Chu Xiaoyu and Lu Mengmeng, but Yu Zilin glared at Chu Chen, furious. "Kid, do you think you can leave and I won't be able to find you? Let me tell you, my dad is the head of the Yu family. We have plenty of ways to find you. The Yu family will definitely make you pay the price." His words were filled with threats. "Oh?" Chu Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "Sure, call your dad over. I want to see how he makes me pay the price." "You want me to call my dad?" Yu Zilin looked at Chu Chen, uncertainly asking. "Was this kid talking nonsense? Didn't you say how powerful your Yu family is?" "But my time isn't cheap, it's 1 billion per minute," Chu Chen said. 1 billion per minute? The bystanders all gasped in shock. This young man really had a big mouth. He. Yu Zilin sneered. This kid was not just arrogant. "Once my dad arrives, you're done for. 1 billion per minute? Dream on." He immediately took out his phone and dialed his father Yu Zhiping's number. "Dad, come quickly, I've been beaten." As soon as the call connected, Yu Zilin cried out. "What?" Yu Zhiping's expression darkened. "Where are you?" Yu Zilin quickly told his father his location. "I'm nearby, I'll be right there," Yu Zhiping said in a deep voice. "Okay." After hanging up, Yu Zilin looked at Chu Chen with a sinister expression. "Kid, my dad is on his way, if you have the guts, don't run." As he spoke, a provocative look appeared on his face. He was deliberately provoking him. Even if Chu Chen left now, the Yu family could still find him. But he wanted to see Chu Chen kneeling in front of him begging for mercy. So, he didn't want Chu Chen to be scared and run away. Soon, a business car sped over.
The door opened, and several people got out. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in his 40s. "Dad, you finally came," Yuzilin said, his face lighting up upon seeing the middle-aged man. "Zilin, what happened?" Yu Shiping looked at Yuzilin's legs, his expression tense. "Dad, my legs were broken by someone," Yuzilin cried incessantly. "Who did this?" Yu Shiping exuded a terrifying aura. Although Yuzilin was useless and just a spoiled brat, he was still his son. To have his legs broken today was simply despicable. The bystanders felt the aura emanating from Yu Shiping and turned pale, even feeling a tightness in their chests. This man was terrifying. "That's him." Yuzilin pointed at Chu Chen, angrily saying, "He broke my legs." Yu Shiping followed his finger and, in the next moment, his whole body shook, his eyes widening in disbelief. He hurriedly walked towards Chu Chen. "Alas, this young man is doomed," the crowd murmured in sighs. Yuzilin's eyes also revealed a sinister look. "Kid, my dad is here, let's see how arrogant you can be." However, the next moment, he widened his eyes, his expression one of shock. He saw Yu Shiping standing respectfully in front of Chu Chen, saying, "So it's Mr. Chu." Boom! This scene exploded in Yuzilin's mind like a thunderclap. His father was the current head of the Yu family. Why was he so respectful in front of this kid? What was going on? Even Chu Xiaoyu's mouth fell open in astonishment as she stared at Chu Chen. Although she didn't know what kind of existence the fourth family of Jiangcheng was, she understood it was definitely a wealthy family. Yet, the head of such a family was bowing his head in front of her brother? What had her brother done? Lu Mengmeng's beautiful eyes sparkled, wishing she could leap into Chu Chen's arms. The uncle was too handsome. Chu Chen looked at Yu Shiping and said, "You know me?" "Of course I know." Yu Shiping nodded repeatedly. He had also been to Lingshui Villa yesterday. He had personally witnessed how Chu Chen had killed the 10th elder of the Longhu sect with a single punch. At this moment, he turned and pulled Yu Zilin in front of Chu Chen, angrily saying, "You brat, hurry up and apologize to Mr. Chu." "Mr. Chu?" Yu Zilin was momentarily stunned. Then he widened his eyes, his heart shaking violently. Could it be that he was the Mr. Chu his father mentioned last night? The one who killed a grandmaster with a single punch? The killing star of Jiangcheng? He was drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly bowing his head and pleading for mercy. "Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize the greatness of the mountain. Please let me go." At that moment, he was filled with unimaginable fear. He had actually been thinking about the sister of the killing star from Jiangcheng. Truly, he was living recklessly. Chu Chen remained silent, his expression indifferent. Yu Shiping's heart sank, and he forcefully twisted Yu Zilin's hands. Crack! Yu Zilin's hands were rendered useless. The pain nearly caused him to faint. "Mr. Chu, I've already punished this kid. I hope you can be magnanimous and spare his life." Yu Shiping looked at Chu Chen, his expression respectful. "I just said, I wait for you, 1 billion per minute. I waited for you for 11 minutes. So, 11 billion. Chu Chen said. "Alright, I will compensate Mr. Chu immediately." Yu Shiping nodded repeatedly. Yu Zilin lay on the ground, filled with regret. He thought his father would be able to deal with Chu Chen. He never expected that his hands would be crippled instead. Moreover, their family had lost 11 billion. Truly, he had lost both the wife and the soldiers. Chu Chen told Yu Shiping his bank account number. "It must be credited before tomorrow morning." Chu Chen said. Definitely. Yu Shiping nodded repeatedly. The people around them sighed in amazement. Is it really 1 billion per minute? Truly, too impressive. Chu Chen looked at Chu Xiaoyu and Lu Mengmeng, smiling. "Let's go." "Ah!" the two exclaimed, coming back to their senses, and hurriedly followed Chu Chen's footsteps. "Uncle, you were really amazing just now." After they had walked away, Lu Mengmeng looked at Chu Chen, her big eyes filled with admiration. What head of the fourth family in Jiangcheng? Wasn't he bowing and scraping in front of uncle? Chu Xiaoyu looked at Chu Chen and asked, "Why was that person so polite to you?" "Because I'm someone he can't afford to provoke," Chu Chen said. "Someone he can't afford to provoke?" Chu Xiaoyu's body trembled. Even the head of the fourth family in Jiangcheng couldn't provoke her brother? Is her brother really that powerful? 1 billion per minute, uncle is so cool. Lu Mengmeng showed a starry-eyed expression, looking at Chu Xiaoyu, saying, "Xiaoyu, if someone brags in front of you about making hundreds of thousands in a minute, you can say your brother makes billions in a minute." Chu Chen was speechless. Billions in a minute? That sounds a bit strange. Lu Mengmeng tilted her head. With this kind of road condition, you can still drive. Lu Mengmeng, you are really too dirty. Chu Xiaoyu was first stunned, then shot a fierce glare at Lu Mengmeng. Chu Chen was filled with black lines in his mind. These two best friends. were truly something else. The three returned to the luxurious villa. The next morning, after having breakfast, Chu Chen was about to go to Yulan Courtyard, but as soon as he stepped out, he froze, because he discovered Yi Qingsno was outside their front door holding Cuckoo. Han Danqiu was also there. Chu Chen's expression froze, and he asked, Qingsno, what are you doing here? What happened? Daddy! Cuckoo saw Chu Chen and immediately rushed into his arms. Chu Chen picked her up, affectionately ruffling her hair. He looked at Yi Qingsno and asked, Qingsno, why are you here? This was Yi Qingsno's first visit to the luxurious villa. I heard you are going to the Longhu sect in a few days to battle with them? Yi Qingsno asked anxiously. Ha? Chu Chen didn't expect Yi Qingsno to know. He was taken aback for a moment and smiled. It's not a battle, but to destroy them. He. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Han Danqiu scoffed disdainfully. Chu Chen, do you know what kind of joke you're making? Although the Longhu sect isn't much in the entire dragon country, it is one of the 4 major martial arts sects in Dongjiang province. How dare you brazenly say you want to destroy it? As she spoke, her face was filled with sarcasm. She was also shocked to receive this news this morning. This guy really doesn't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Does he really think he is invincible? Truly a frog at the bottom of a well. Yes, Chu Chen, you can't act recklessly. Yi Qingxue said with a flustered expression, you should leave Jiang City quickly, leave Dongjiang province. Although she had not stepped into the martial arts world, the Longhu sect was one of the 4 major martial arts sects in Dongjiang province, and its strength was certainly formidable. Chu Chen challenging the Longhu sect was like a sheep entering a tiger's den, wasn't it? I'm not leaving. Chu Chen shook his head. You. Yi Qingxue was extremely anxious, saying, Chu Chen, don't act on impulse. She was worried that Chu Chen was too confident. Overinflated. I know my limits. Chu Chen smiled faintly. Qingxue, you have to trust me. Yi Qingxue stared blankly at Chu Chen. For some reason, seeing Chu Chen smile, her originally panicked heart calmed down. As if Chu Chen really could do it. Mommy, just believe in Daddy. Cuckoo hugged Chu Chen's neck and looked at Yi Qingxue, saying in a childish voice, Daddy isn't someone who boasts. He. Han Danqiu sneered. Your dad isn't someone who boasts? Then there wouldn't be anyone in the world who boasts. Yi Qingxue stared blankly at Chu Chen. For some reason, she suddenly believed in Chu Chen a little. Perhaps it was because she didn't know him well enough. Alright, Qingxue, since you're here, let's go inside and sit for a while. Chu Chen smiled at Yi Qingxue. I'm not going in. Yi Qingxue glanced at the villa and snorted coldly. Why not? Chu Chen asked, puzzled. This is another woman's house, why should I go in? Yi Qingxue said coldly. Chu Chen was taken aback and asked, are you jealous? I'm not jealous. Yi Qingxue's pretty face turned slightly red. Of course, she was jealous, but she couldn't possibly admit it. Alright, I have to go to work now. Cuckoo, are you coming back with me? Yi Qingxue hurriedly changed the subject. I'm not going back, I'm going to play with Daddy here. Cuckoo shook her head. The little one just wanted to stick with her daddy. Then I'll go back by myself. Yi Qingxue turned and left. A frog at the bottom of a well who doesn't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Han Danqiu looked at Chu Chen and sneered, then followed Yi Qingxue's footsteps. Chu Chen couldn't be bothered with her and instead carried Cuckoo back home. Cuckoo? Ning Shufang was excited to see Cuckoo. Cuckoo, how did you come here? Mommy brought me here. Cuckoo said in a childish voice. Then where's your mommy? Why haven't I seen her? Ning Shufang looked outside the door. Mommy went back. Cuckoo answered obediently. Ning Shufang looked at Chu Chen, dissatisfied. Since Qingxue is here, why didn't you invite her in to sit? I did, but she didn't want to come in. Chu Chen smiled wryly. He didn't expect this goddess CEO to be jealous like this. It seemed he needed to find a time to buy a house and move away. Soon, Chu Xiaoyu and Lu Mengmeng also woke up. Seeing Cuckoo, both girls were extremely fond of her. If I could have a child with the uncle, it should be just as cute. Lu Mengmeng said with a lovesick expression. Lu Mengmeng, get lost. Chu Xiaoyu kicked her. Chu Chen shook his head and smiled. These two best friends always had to bicker with each other, but they just had to stick together. It was really hard to understand. At noon, a military green vehicle arrived at the luxury villa. The car door opened, and a woman stepped down. The woman was tall and wore a black combat suit that accentuated her figure beautifully. A pair of jade legs beneath the black tight pants looked even longer and more alluring. The woman's outfit, paired with her short hair, made her look exceptionally spirited and impressive. The woman was Xia Cheng. Miss Xia, why are you here instead of going back to the Dragon Group to receive your promotion and rewards? Chu Chen said in surprise upon seeing Xia Cheng. What promotion and rewards? Xia Cheng frowned slightly.
Chu Chen smiled faintly and said, "You all destroyed the evil sorcerer sect, which is a great achievement.
Didn't the Dragon Group reward you? It seems the Dragon Group is a bit stingy."
A few dark lines appeared on Xia Cheng's forehead.
Is this guy deliberately provoking her? She looked at Chu Chen and said, "Are you really going to the Longhu sect to confront them? They've already made me kneel outside their sect to confess, so I have to go at least once, right?" Chu Chen replied calmly. "Chu Chen, don't act recklessly."
Xia Cheng pursed her lips and said, "The Longhu sect is one of the 4 major martial arts sects in Dongjiang province, with many experts, including dozens of grandmasters,
especially since they have 10 elders, each of whom is a grandmaster."
As she spoke, her face showed a warning. Although the 10 elders of the Longhu sect had been killed by Chu Chen, there were still 9 elders left.
Chu Chen is a grandmaster and has terrifying combat power. But it's impossible for him to fight against 9 grandmasters alone, right?
After a pause, he continued, "Moreover, the sect master of the Longhu sect has been in seclusion for a while, seemingly trying to break through to the martial spirit level."
Martial spirit? Chu Chen was taken aback and asked, "Is that a realm above grandmaster? You actually don't know?"
Xia Cheng looked at Chu Chen strangely.
"I don't know." Chu Chen shook his head. Xia Cheng looked surprised. This guy actually doesn't know what martial spirit is? Is he even a martial artist?
After pondering for a moment, she said, "Above grandmaster is indeed the martial spirit realm."
She introduced it to Chu Chen.
The difference between a martial spirit expert and a grandmaster is like heaven and earth. The energy cultivated within a master and a grandmaster is merely energy. However, the energy within a martial spirit expert has already condensed into liquid. It flows through the martial artist's meridians like a small stream.
This is called Yuan power. Ha! Chu Chen's heart stirred upon hearing this. In that case, the martial spirit realm is somewhat similar to the foundation establishment stage? Is there a realm above martial spirit? Chu Chen looked at Xia Cheng, curious. Of course there is. Xia Cheng nodded slightly and said, "Above martial spirit is the martial king. A martial king has abundant yuan power within, which can provide energy to the body. So a martial king can go for days without eating." Oh, a look of surprise appeared on Chu Chen's face. Isn't this just like the fasting stage in cultivation?
Above martial king is the martial emperor, and a martial emperor can traverse the void.
Xia Cheng continued.
As she spoke, a look of envy appeared on her face.
Traversing the void? Chu Chen's heart stirred at this. Martial artists on Earth can actually cultivate to traverse the void? This truly surprised him. What's wrong? Are you envious of traversing the void too? Xia Cheng looked at Chu Chen and smiled. What's there to be envious of? Chu Chen shook his head with a smile. When he was in the immortal realm, he could easily tear through the void and travel between worlds. What's traversing the void to him? Hypocritical.
Xia Cheng looked at him with disdain. In her view, Chu Chen must be envious of the ability to traverse the void, he just wouldn't admit it.
Chu Chen was too lazy to explain and instead asked with interest, "What about above martial emperor? That's too far away for you, you should focus on how to survive in a few days."
Xia Cheng glanced at Chu Chen and snorted coldly.
"Don't worry." Chu Chen smiled faintly.
Even if the sect master of the Longhu sect really breaks through to the martial spirit realm, that would only be comparable to the foundation establishment stage. And he is already at the peak of foundation establishment.
Moreover, he is a cultivator. Chu Chen estimated that his combat power could crush martial artists of the same realm. It might even be possible to cross borders and kill enemies.
So, the trip to the Longhu sect is nothing to be afraid of.
Should our dragon team step in? Xia Cheng looked at Chu Chen and said, "We can help you resolve this crisis."
No need.
Chu Chen shook his head.
He intended to destroy the Longhu sect.
Resolve what crisis? How can you not listen to anything I say?
I already told you, the sect master of the Longhu sect might have broken through to the martial spirit level.
Do you really think you can fight a martial spirit?
Xia Cheng said anxiously.
Don't worry. Chu Chen smiled lightly, but thanks anyway. I'm only doing this for Inger. Xia Cheng turned away. Since you're so ungrateful, go ahead and seek death. Xia Cheng snorted coldly and left. Is she a bit angry?
That day, Chu Chen refined a bottle of pills.
Qi gathering pills. This is a type of pill that can quickly restore spiritual energy.
In the evening, he went to the Longhu mountain villa.
You all take this, and I'll help you refine it.
Chu Chen handed the Qi gathering pills to the 4 of them. Although Qi gathering pills are not considered high-level pills, for Su Mang and the others, they can not only quickly restore physical strength but also temper their muscles and bones.
They might even help them break through. Yes.
The four immediately swallowed the chi-gathering pills.
Chu Chen took out silver needles and quickly pricked different acupoints on the four of them.
After taking one chi-gathering pill, Ji Ba and Bai Shua broke through from the earth level to the master level.
Damn! I'm actually a master now, Ji Ba exclaimed.
At that moment, he wished he could run out into the street and howl at the sky.
Even Bai Shua was stunned. How long has it been? They actually went from the earth level to the master level? It felt like a dream.
Su Mang and Dong Zi took 2 pills each and also broke through from the earth level to the master level in one go. The two were so excited they almost jumped up. Just a short while ago, they were still at the yellow level. They were even wondering if they could ever break through to the profound level in this lifetime. Who would have thought they would now be masters?
Thank you, Master Chu.
The four knelt on one knee, looking at Chu Chen with endless admiration on their faces.
Only Master Chu could achieve this.
At the same time, they were very glad to be able to follow Master Chu. This was the most correct decision of their lives. You are now masters, and I will teach you a set of cultivation methods.
Chu Chen taught each of the four a set of techniques.
These 4 techniques are not considered very profound in the cultivation world, but on Earth, they are different. Moreover, they are very suitable for the 4 of them to practice. After practicing the techniques for a while, the 4 of them showed immense excitement on their faces.
This was countless times stronger than their previous techniques. It could even be said, countless times.
With these techniques, their cultivation speed would be faster.
Their combat power would also be more terrifying.
Thank you, Master Chu.
The 4 looked at Chu Chen, full of gratitude. I hope you remain loyal, Chu Chen said lightly. We will absolutely be forever loyal to Master Chu. The 4 knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. Get up! Chu Chen waved his hand, looking at Su Mang, and asked, how's the investigation I asked you to do?
I sent someone to check on Dong Zhou, but didn't find any news. As for the incomplete techniques and the ancient map of the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix you mentioned,
there's no news for now. Su Mang looked apologetic.
Chu Chen frowned slightly. It seems that finding the enemies who participated in the siege against his father 22 years ago
is indeed not easy. Or is it that their current strength is still insufficient, and the level they can access is not high enough? So, it's difficult to obtain useful information? Take these.
Chu Chen handed some pills to Su Mang and the others. These were all obtained from the evil witch sect. Although it was of no use to him, it was still beneficial to Su Mang and the others.
Thank you, Lord Chu.
The 4 expressed their gratitude repeatedly. For people at their level, elixirs were extremely precious.
Chu Chen visited the He family again.
Unfortunately, the He family had no news either. He took out a gathering chi pill and handed it to Ying and Hedelin. Old He, Miss He, you should take this pill. It should help you break through.
You refined this too? Ying asked curiously. Chu Chen nodded. Could this guy really be an alchemist?
Ying looked astonished. More than half an hour later, Hedelin awakened from his cultivation.
Is this the Grand Master?
Hedelin's wrinkled face was filled with excitement.
Last time, Chu Chen had helped him break through to Master. How long had it been? He had actually broken through to Grand Master again?
Ying's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She had also broken through to Master.
Thank you, Mr. Chu. Hedelin looked at Chu Chen with gratitude. Thank you. Ying looked at Chu Chen, equally grateful. Not long ago, she was just an Earth-level expert. How long had it been? She had actually become a master.
I hope old He and Miss He can help me investigate that matter from 22 years ago, Chu Chen said.
Rest assured, Mr.
Chu, our He family will do our utmost to investigate, Hedelin said firmly. After chatting for a while, Chu Chen left. Just after he left, Xia Qing arrived. Upon learning that Ying had broken through to Master, her beautiful eyes widened, and she exclaimed, You, how did you break through?
Wasn't her best friend just a master not long ago?
Chu Chen helped me, Ying said, her pretty face slightly flushed.
Chu Chen?
Xia Qing was taken aback and asked, How did he help you? Suddenly, she scanned Ying from head to toe and exclaimed, Could it be that you too
dual cultivated? Dual cultivation?
Ying was momentarily stunned, then her face turned completely red as she angrily said, Xingxing, what nonsense are you talking about? Then how could he help you break through from heaven level to master?
Xia Qing asked curiously.
He gave me 2 pills, and then I broke through, Ying explained.
Pills?
Xia Qing's pretty face was filled with confusion.
What kind of pill was so powerful?
Xingxing, you can go find Chu Chen. Maybe he would be willing to help you, Ying said with a smile.
Who wants his help? Xia Qing pouted.
After chatting for a bit, she hurriedly left. After coming out of the Yi family, she headed straight to the Hao Ting villa.
Miss Xia, do you need something from me? Shu Chen asked curiously upon seeing Xia Qing. Xia Qing looked shy and hesitant, as if she wanted to say something but held back. If Miss Xia has nothing to say, then you can leave, Shu Chen said lightly. Xia Qing felt a surge of anger. After all, she was quite beautiful. How could this guy want to chase her away? After hesitating for a moment, she said, I heard from Inger that you have a kind of pill that can help with breakthroughs. Do you want it? Shu Chen smiled. I'm just curious. I just want to take a look, Xia Qing said, fidgeting. Oh. Shu Chen took out a gathering chi pill. Just by smelling it, Xia Qing felt refreshed. This guy could actually refine such a pill? She wanted to smell it more, but Shu Chen put the gathering chi pill away. Why did you put it away so quickly? Xia Qing stamped her foot. At that moment, she looked a bit like a little girl. Didn't you say you just wanted to take a look? Shu Chen smiled lightly. Haven't you seen it now? You. Xia Qing was at a loss for words. Finally, she bit her lip, gathered her courage, and said, Can you sell me one of these pills? Sell? Shu Chen shook his head. I don't sell this. I'll pay any price. Xia Qing said anxiously. Since Miss Xia likes it so much, I'll just give you one. Shu Chen replied with a faint smile. Give me? Xia Qing's pretty face froze for a moment. Yes. Shu Chen took out a chi-gathering pill and said with a smile, Miss Xia, just take it, and I'll help you refine it. Although Xia Qing was a bit arrogant at first, after the journey to the 10,000 Great Mountains, she was still thinking about protecting him. She even wanted to ask the dragon group to help him resolve the crisis with the Longhu sect today. This made Shu Chen feel a bit touched. So, what was just a chi-gathering pill? Xia Qing hesitated for a moment and swallowed the pill. Shu Chen then took out silver needles and pricked different acupoints on her body. After more than half an hour, a powerful aura spread from Xia Qing. She opened her eyes, excitement shining in her beautiful eyes. Grand Master? She had actually broken through to Grand Master. It felt like a dream. Shu Chen, thank you so much. Xia Qing looked at Shu Chen with a face full of gratitude. It's nothing, just a small effort, Shu Chen replied with a faint smile. Soon, Xia Qing left. Not only is Shu Chen terrifying in combat, but he can also refine such mysterious pills. If we could get him to join the dragon group, it would definitely be a blessing for our dragon group, even for the entire dragon country. Xia Qing looked towards the luxurious villa, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement. In the following days, Shu Chen went nowhere and kept playing with Cuckoo. Soon, 7 days passed. It was the annual recruitment day for the Longhu sect. It was also the day of Shu Chen's decisive battle with the Longhu sect. On this day, various forces in the martial arts community of Jiang City rushed to the Longhu sect early in the morning. They all showed signs of excitement on their faces. Jiang City was at the bottom of the entire Dongjiang province. There were hardly any Grand Masters. However, today, someone from Jiang City's martial arts community was actually going to challenge the Longhu sect. They even wanted to destroy the Longhu sect. How could they not be excited? Regardless of whether Shu Chen could succeed this time, it was a significant event that would be recorded in the history of Jiang City's martial arts community. I actually hope Mr. Chu succeeds. That's right. I also hope Mr. Chu creates a miracle. Many people showed anticipation on their faces. They all prayed in their hearts, hoping that Shu Chen could really destroy the Longhu sect today. If he succeeded, Jiang City's status in the entire Dongjiang province's martial arts community would soar. In the future, who would dare to look down on them for coming from Jiang City? But this hope is slim. Many sighed. The Longhu sect was one of the 4 major martial arts sects in Dongjiang province. There were many experts, and quite a few Grand Masters. Even if Shu Chen was a Grand Master, he couldn't possibly be a match for so many people. However, no matter what, all the forces were eager to see what the outcome would be today. In fact, not only Jiang City, but many forces from the entire Dongjiang province's martial arts community were heading to the Longhu sect. Some were there to send their disciples for selection, hoping they could become disciples of the Longhu sect. Others came just to watch the excitement. They wanted to see what the person who dared to provoke the Longhu sect looked like. And they wanted to know how today's events would end. Would that person die? Or would that person create a miracle? At the Longhu sect. In previous years, today was always lively. In previous years, the disciples of the Longhu sect were looking forward to what kind of new disciples would be recruited. Would there be beautiful junior sisters? But today, the atmosphere at the Longhu sect was a bit gloomy. Or rather, it was filled with a murderous intent. All the disciples of the Longhu sect were gathered together, discussing among themselves. They all wore sinister smiles on their faces. I want to see if that madman dares to come. That's right. Just a Grand Master, does he really think he's invincible?
Don't worry, as long as he dares to come, the elders will teach him a lesson. The disciples of the Longhu sect all sneered. They looked at a palace on the mountain, their faces filled with admiration.
The elders must be looking forward to the arrival of that madman, right?
Inside the palace, the 9 elders of the Longhu sect gathered together, the atmosphere thick with tension.
Damn it, we finally made it to today. I've been holding my breath for days.
The 7th elder, known for his fiery temper, felt particularly stifled these past few days. He wished he could immediately crush Chu Chen.
Now, the day of the appointment had finally arrived. He wanted to see if Chu Chen dared to come. If he did, he would slap him to death.
If Chu Chen comes, I might feel a bit uneasy, the 2nd elder said solemnly.
Why?
The other elders looked at him in confusion. The 2nd elder pursed his lips and said, he should know the strength of our Longhu sect. If he dares to come, it means he has some confidence, perhaps.
He has means we don't know about.
The other elders were stirred by his words.
Right, that makes sense. The 7th elder, however, sneered and said disdainfully, he's just one person.
What are we afraid of?
Unless he is a martial spirit master.
A martial spirit master? The other elders trembled at the thought. They were all grandmasters, and they all dreamed of breaking through to the martial spirit realm.
If Chu Chen really was a martial spirit master, then it would be troublesome.
Don't worry, how could Chu Chen possibly be a martial spirit master?
The 7th elder scoffed, we've investigated him. That makes sense.
The other elders nodded in agreement.
In the past few days, they had already looked into Chu Chen.
He was just a poor kid from a village in the city. He had disappeared for 10 years, and no one knew where he went. After returning, he had become a martial artist. But Chu Chen had only started to rise during this time.
So, how could he possibly be a martial spirit master? Maybe he won't even dare to come today. The 7th elder sneered ominously, if he really doesn't dare to come, I'll go to Jiang City and kill him.
As he spoke, his eyes were cold and menacing. Chu Chen dared to provoke the Longhu sect. He
must kill Chu Chen.
At this moment, he was just waiting for Chu Chen to arrive so he could slap him to death.
In Jiang City, Chu Chen was preparing to set off when a BMW drove up. The door opened, and Yi Qingxue stepped out, holding Cuckoo.
Daddy!
Cuckoo was very happy to see Chu Chen. Qingxue, why are you here? Chu Chen asked, looking at Yi Qingxue in confusion.
I want to go to the Longhu sect with you, Yi Qingxue said.
Why do you want to come with me? Chu Chen was taken aback and asked, are you worried about me?
I'm not worried about you, Yi Qingxue said, her gaze evasive. She was indeed worried about Chu Chen, but she didn't want to admit it.
Chu Chen smiled lightly and said, it's fine, I know what I'm doing. You just wait for me in Jiang City with Cuckoo.
This time, he was going to destroy the Longhu sect. There would inevitably be killings, perhaps many.
He didn't want Yi Qingxue and Cuckoo to witness those scenes.
But, don't worry. Yi Qingxue wanted to say something else, but Chu Chen pulled her into his arms and said with a smile, I promise you, I will come back safe and sound. For some reason, being held by Chu Chen calmed Yi Qingxue's anxious heart. After a moment, she looked up at Chu Chen and said seriously, you must come back safely.
Cuckoo and I are waiting for you.
Okay. Chu Chen kissed her forehead.
Oh no, I haven't closed my eyes yet.
Cuckoo hurriedly covered her eyes with her little hands. But the little one's fingers had big gaps, and her big eyes peeked through. Yi Qingxue didn't expect Chu Chen to do this suddenly, and her face instantly turned red. She hurriedly broke free from Chu Chen's embrace and glared at him fiercely. How did this guy suddenly become so capable? Even more than 10 years ago.
Alright, let's go. Chu Chen smiled faintly.
The Longhu sect is located in Lingcheng, a northern city in Dongjiang province, which is quite far from Jiangcheng, requiring the crossing of 3 cities. So, Chu Chen and the others planned to take the high-speed train.
Upon arriving at the train station, they unexpectedly ran into He Delin and He Ying. What are you doing here? Chu Chen looked at the two curiously.
Mr. Chu, we want to go with you, He Delin said solemnly. He was now also a grandmaster, and his combat strength was not weak, so he wanted to help.
No need.
Chu Chen shook his head. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. If we go, at least there will be someone to look out for you.
He Ying looked at Chu Chen, her pretty face showing concern. What danger could there be? Chu Chen smiled lightly.
Upon hearing this, He Ying rolled her eyes.
You're going to challenge the Longhu sect, one of the 4 major sects in Dongjiang province. You actually think there's no danger? You really are quite confident. But you alone.
If you go, you'll still need me to look after you, which would distract me, Chu Chen said with a smile.
He Ying was momentarily speechless. No matter how she put it, she was still a master. Did this guy actually look down on her? However, compared to Chu Chen, she really wasn't much of a master. You two stay in Jiangchang and help me keep an eye on the Longhu Mountain Villa, so that no petty thieves get any ideas. Chu Chen looked at the two and smiled. All right. The two nodded. In the end, Chu Chen took Su Mang and boarded the high-speed train. However, their seats were not next to each other. Chu Chen looked at Su Mang. Why didn't you buy tickets together? Buying online is like this, you can't always get adjacent seats. Su Mang said respectfully, this is better, otherwise, sitting next to Master Chu would put too much pressure on me. Chu Chen was speechless upon hearing this. The high-speed train soon started moving. There was a stop between Jiangchang and Lingchang. After more than an hour, the train came to a halt. People began to board. At this moment, a few people walked towards Chu Chen. 3 men and 1 woman. These 4 were around 20 years old, similar to university students. However, their attire was not ordinary. It was clear they were not from common backgrounds. Moreover, there was a faint aura emanating from them. All 4 were martial artists. The leading man was already a ground-level expert. The woman approached Chu Chen and smiled. Uncle, sorry, could you please let me through? My seat is inside. Uncle? Chu Chen was taken aback. Did he look that old? He stood up to let the woman sit down. Thank you, uncle. The woman giggled. Soon, the high-speed train started moving again. The woman took out a bag of chips and looked at Chu Chen, smiling. Uncle, do you want some? I don't eat. Chu Chen smiled. It's fine, at your age, you shouldn't be getting acne anymore. The woman handed a bag of chips to Chu Chen. What do you mean I shouldn't be getting acne? Chu Chen was speechless. Was she implying he was old? This girl seemed a bit socially awkward. Really, I don't need it. Chu Chen shook his head. All right then. The woman opened the chips and started eating. She had a lively personality, even a bit socially bold. She looked at Chu Chen and curiously asked, Uncle, where are you going? I'm going to Lingcheng. Chu Chen replied. Lingcheng? We're also going to Lingcheng. What a coincidence. The woman's beautiful eyes lit up with surprise. It's just a coincidence. Chu Chen smiled faintly. Uncle, what are you going to Lingcheng for? Work or travel? The woman asked curiously. Chu Chen was momentarily unsure how to answer. He was going to destroy the Longhu sect. But we can't say it's a fight, right? It's fine if you don't want to say, Uncle. The woman chuckled. She looked at Chu Chen, extended her delicate hand, and introduced herself. My name is Feng Yingying, nice to meet you, Uncle. Chu Chen smiled faintly, just about to speak. At that moment, a figure approached him. It was the young man from the local elite. He came to Chu Chen, looked at him with a proud expression, and ordered, You sit over there. Sit over there? Chu Chen frowned slightly and asked, What do you mean? I want to switch seats with you. The man raised his chin slightly, his words filled with command. Sorry, I'm not switching. Chu Chen replied calmly. If this man had spoken to him politely, perhaps Chu Chen would have been in a good mood and agreed to switch. But this man came over with an arrogant attitude, and he was acting all commanding. Sorry, I'm not your uncle. I won't indulge you. What did you say? The man's face darkened with anger. His name was Zhou Yanghong, the young master of the Zhou family. The Zhou family was a martial arts family, not weak in strength. There were 3 masters in the family, so usually, people around him treated him with utmost respect. Seeing Chu Chen chatting happily with Feng Yingying earlier made him feel gloomy. Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore. He didn't expect that he just wanted to switch seats with this kid, and the kid refused without a second thought. At this moment, the energy within him surged. Chu Chen sensed it and narrowed his eyes. This guy wants to make a move on the high-speed train? Zhou Yanghong, don't do anything reckless. At this moment, Feng Yingying hurriedly spoke up. She could tell that Zhou Yanghong was about to make a move. This uncle was just an ordinary person. She didn't want him to get hurt because of her. Yingying, I just wanted to sit with you and chat. Zhou Yanghong suppressed the energy within him and smiled at Feng Yingying. I don't want to sit with you. Feng Yingying snorted coldly. Hearing this, Zhou Yanghong's heart sank. He had pursued Feng Yingying for many years, but she had never given him a good face. If it weren't for the Feng family's strength being greater than the Zhou family's, he would have already forced his way in. However, he still wore a smile on his face and said, Aren't I just worried about you being lonely? I'm not lonely, I have this uncle to chat with me. Feng Yingying shook her head. Chu Chen felt speechless upon hearing this. Can you 2 young people not drag me into your affairs? Besides, I don't want to chat with you. Zhou Yanghong's heart grew even darker. You should go back and sit properly, there are so many people. Don't wait until it trends and embarrass yourself. Feng Yingying urged. At this moment, she was quite annoyed.
Zhou Yanghong had pursued her for many years, and she didn't like him at all. But Zhou Yanghong just wouldn't give up. This time she went to Ling City for a serious matter, to join the Longhu sect and become a disciple. She had refused her family's escort, wanting to go alone. That way, she could be free and have some fun. She didn't expect Zhou Yanghong to follow her. No matter how she urged him to leave, he wouldn't go, which left her quite speechless. Fine. Zhou Yanghong shot a cold glance at Chu Chen and turned to leave. Uncle, I'm sorry, my friend caused you trouble. Fo Ningying looked at Chu Chen with an apologetic expression. Chu Chen didn't expect this girl to apologize to him. He waved his hand and said, "It's fine." Perhaps worried that Zhou Yanghong would take his anger out on Chu Chen, Fo Ningying didn't continue chatting with him but instead ate chips and scrolled through her phone. Chu Chen was happy to enjoy the quiet, closing his eyes slightly. When he woke up, they had already arrived at Ling City Station. "Uncle, we meet again by fate." After getting off the train, Fo Ningying extended her delicate hand and smiled. "Okay." Chu Chen gently shook her hand. "Let's go." Fo Ningying waved goodbye to Chu Chen and then walked away with her backpack. Zhou Yanghong shot a cold glance at Chu Chen. "Humph." He snorted coldly and caught up with Fo Ningying. "Zhou Yanghong, stop being so disgusting, or stay away from me," Fo Ningying said, her face filled with anger. "How am I disgusting?" Zhou Yanghong replied with a stern face. "That guy doesn't want to switch places with me. Maybe he wants to sit next to you and has some ulterior motive." "What motive could an old man have towards me?" Fo Ningying retorted angrily. "He didn't ask about my family background, nor did he ask for my WeChat number. What could he possibly do?" Zhou Yanghong was momentarily speechless. Finally, he changed the subject, saying, "Alright, let's hurry up and go to the Longhu sect. Maybe we can both be selected." As he spoke, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Although he was already a master at the Earth level, he still hoped to join the Longhu sect. That way, he would have access to more training resources. Moreover, their Zhou family would be considered to have latched onto the big leg of the Longhu sect. Okay. Fo Ningying's face showed anticipation. On the other side, Chu Chen and Su Mang also got into a taxi. The Longhu sect was not located within Ling City but in a mountain range in the northwest called Longhu Peak. After more than an hour in the taxi, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain range. Although this mountain range was not part of the primitive mountains, it usually saw very few visitors. However, today, it was filled with vehicles. "So many cars?" Chu Chen exclaimed in surprise. Today is the Longhu sect's annual recruitment day for new disciples. Many influential people hope their children can enter the Longhu sect, so of course, there are more people, an old man passing by explained with a smile. "Sir, are you also here for the selection? Isn't there an age limit for new disciples at the Longhu sect?" Su Mang asked curiously. "I'm not here for the selection," the old man chuckled. "I'm here to watch Mr. Chu's decisive battle with the Longhu sect." "Ha!" Su Mang's expression froze. It seemed that Chu Chen's battle with the Longhu sect today was indeed attracting attention. "Alright, I'll be on my way," the old man quickened his pace. "Mr. Chu, it looks like today's battle will really shake the entire martial arts community in Dongjiang province," Su Mang said with a grin. "Let's go." Chu Chen remained calm, hands behind his back, and walked into the mountains. "Ha, old man?" Just a short distance away, a surprised voice called out. Chu Chen turned around and indeed saw Fo Ningying and her group. "Old man, it really is you?" Fo Ningying exclaimed in delight upon seeing Chu Chen. Zhou Yanghong's expression darkened instantly. He didn't expect to run into this kid here. How infuriating. Fo Ningying quickly approached Chu Chen, excitedly saying, "Old man, I didn't expect to see you so soon, it must be fate." Chu Chen also smiled and shook his head. He hadn't anticipated meeting Fo Ningying again. "Old man, what are you doing here?" Fo Ningying asked curiously. "Are you also going to the Longhu sect to become a disciple?" Before Chu Chen could respond, Zhou Yanghong sneered and mocked. "Do you really think anyone can join the Longhu sect? You should take a look at yourself." Zhou Yanghong looked at Chu Chen with disdain. He had observed Chu Chen carefully on the high-speed train. There was not a hint of a martial artist's aura about him. Especially with Chu Chen's delicate hands and relaxed posture, it was clear he was not a martial artist. Now he even dared to dream of joining the Longhu sect? What a joke. "Zhou Yanghong, what do you mean? You don't allow the old man to have dreams?" Fo Ningying looked at Zhou Yanghong, irritated. Although she knew that Chu Chen could not possibly join the Longhu sect, she was still unhappy with how directly Zhou Yanghong spoke. Seeing Fo Ningying defend Chu Chen so fiercely, Zhou Yanghong felt a dark cloud settle over his heart. "Damn it! I've pursued you for so many years, and you've always been so indifferent to me. Yet, you're willing to defend a stranger like this?"
It's infuriating.
Once I join the Longhu sect, our Zhou family will soar to new heights.
The Feng family will surely be eager to marry you off to me. Just wait. I'll show you how to handle you in bed.
Feng Yingying looked at Chu Chen and comforted him. Uncle, don't listen to his nonsense. Even though you haven't cultivated yet, you might have great potential, and the Longhu sect might still accept you. Chu Chen smiled faintly and said, I'm not going to join the Longhu sect.
Then what are you going for? Feng Yingying asked, her face full of curiosity. Even Zhou Yanghong looked at Chu Chen in surprise. If this guy wasn't going to be a disciple, then what was he doing here? Was he just here to watch?
I'm going to destroy the Longhu sect, Chu Chen said calmly.
What?
Although Chu Chen's words were light, they exploded in Feng Yingying and the others' minds like a thunderclap. They all widened their eyes, staring at Chu Chen in shock.
Did they hear him right? Did he just say he was going to destroy the Longhu sect? Was he dreaming? Uncle, you can't say that. Feng Yingying glanced around nervously. Fortunately, there's no one here.
Otherwise, if someone else hears it, Uncle, you'll be in big trouble.
Uncle, I know you're joking, but do you know what kind of existence the Longhu sect is?
You can't just joke about the Longhu sect. She warned him with a serious expression. Truly ignorant of the world, Zhou Yanghong sneered, Yingying, we should stay away from such fools, or we'll be, slap. Before Zhou Yanghong could finish his sentence, he felt darkness before his eyes. Immediately, he spun around several times. Half of his face was ruined. It wasn't Chu Chen who hit him.
It was Su Mang. Do you dare to hit me?
Zhou Yanghong glared at Su Mang, his eyes filled with rage.
How dare you speak to Master Chu like that? Su Mang's face was grim.
He had been holding back against this kid for a long time on the high-speed train. This kid was just a local-level expert, yet he dared to act so arrogantly in front of Master Chu. He was truly courting death.
I'm going to kill you, Zhou Yanghong roared, charging at Su Mang.
Su Mang snorted coldly, reaching out with one hand and instantly grabbing Zhou Yanghong by the neck.
Zhou Yanghong's face turned red, struggling to breathe.
At the same time, he was filled with shock. Just a moment ago, he thought he had been caught off guard by Su Mang's sneak attack. He never expected to be so easily choked by this person. This person was probably a heavenly level expert. Realizing this, he felt a jolt in his heart.
There was actually a heavenly level expert beside Chu Chen? Could it be that Chu Chen was the young master of some powerful family? Let go of young Master Zhou.
The two men beside Zhou Yanghong shouted angrily. They were all disciples of the Zhou family. Su Mang sneered, not only refusing to loosen his grip but also tightening it further.
Uncle, please show mercy.
Feng Yingying looked at Su Mang anxiously. Uncle, Zhou Yanghong was wrong, just spare his life. At this moment, Feng Yingying was also extremely shocked.
The uncle beside her was so strong?
It was truly beyond her expectations. Su Mang did not release his grip, his gaze as cold as ice.
Zhou Yanghong was struggling to breathe, his face turning a purplish hue.
Even his eyes were bloodshot. Feng Yingying looked at Chu Chen, pleading, Uncle, please spare Zhou Yanghong's life. Although she didn't like Zhou Yanghong, she also didn't want him to die just like that.
Moreover, if the uncle really killed Zhou Yanghong, it would offend the Zhou family. The Zhou family
would cause trouble for the uncle. Su Mang, let him go, Chu Chen said.
Bang!
Su Mang threw Zhou Yanghong to the ground.
Young Master Zhou, are you okay?
Zhou Yanghong's two lackeys hurriedly came forward to help him.
Zhou Yanghong gasped for air.
He had never felt the air so sweet. After a while, he finally recovered. Let's go, Chu Chen said, hands behind his back, leading Su Mang forward.
Feng Yingying quickly followed.
Zhou Yanghong looked at Chu Chen's back, his eyes filled with a chilling malice.
Kid, I remember you. When I return to my family, I will definitely have my dad send someone to deal with you. Or wait until I join the Longhu sect today, and see how I deal with you. He hurriedly tended to his disfigured half of his face and then followed. Along the way, Feng Yingying occasionally glanced at Chu Chen, her face full of curiosity. This uncle looked like an ordinary person, yet he was accompanied by such a master? Could it be that the uncle was a young master from some family? Could it be that the uncle is unable to practice martial arts, and his family doesn't value him, so he wants to join the Longhu sect? Feng Yingying thought to herself. Thinking of this, she looked at Chu Chen and sighed inwardly. It seemed that the uncle was frustrated in his family. However, the uncle was already of this age and still hadn't stepped into cultivation, indicating that his martial arts talent was lacking. Now wanting to join the Longhu sect, it was probably very difficult. It could even be said to be impossible. Thus, the group walked deeper into the mountains. Along the way, they encountered quite a few people. Some were there to join the Longhu sect. Others were there to watch the decisive battle. Mr. Chu from Jiangchang is going to have a decisive battle with the Longhu sect today? Feng Yingying was astonished upon hearing this news.
Although she came from a martial arts family, she had never heard of this matter.
She only learned of it now.
She didn't expect such a thing to happen today. No wonder so many people were rushing to the Longhu sect. There were even some middle-aged men or old men.
Moreover, these people were not accompanied by the younger generation.
She had been surprised earlier. It turned out these people were not there to join the Longhu sect, but to watch the decisive battle.
Who is this Mr.
Chu? She showed a look of astonishment.
Zhou Yanghong also gasped. Just one person, and he dared to provoke the entire Longhu sect? How strong must this person be?
Chu Chen ignored the two and gazed at the distant mountains. There was a peculiar peak there.
That was the Longhu sect.
The Longhu sect
had arrived.
The peak was very peculiar, resembling a dragon soaring into the sky, and also a fierce tiger descending the mountain.
This peak was called Longhu Peak.
It was the location of the Longhu sect's headquarters.
We have arrived, Chu Chen said, his gaze icy cold. Uncle, you just said you are also from Jiangchang? Have you seen that Mr.
Chu?
Feng Yingying looked at Chu Chen, her pretty face filled with curiosity. Chu Chen nodded and said, I have seen him. Seen him? Feng Yingying's body trembled, and she asked, what does he look like?
She was very curious about what this legendary Mr.
Chu from Jiangchang looked like. Even Zhou Yanghong was staring intently at Chu Chen. This guy has actually seen that Mr.
Chu?
Chu Chen glanced at Feng Yingying and said, haven't you seen him too? I have seen him? Feng Yingying looked puzzled. When did I see him? Could it be that Mr. Chu was also in this mountain range just now, and they brushed past each other on the way? Missed out? Aren't you seeing him now? Chu Chen said.
Feng Yingying was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, Uncle, are you saying,
you are Mr.
Chu?
That's right. Chu Chen nodded. What?
Feng Yingying's eyes widened, her hands covering her small mouth, her face filled with disbelief.
The uncle is the legendary Mr. Chu from Jiangchang? How is that possible?
However, she quickly shook her head. Uncle, this joke of yours isn't funny at all.
That Mr. Chu is a grandmaster, and the uncle clearly isn't a martial artist. Besides, that Mr. Chu sounds quite old.
Otherwise, why would even the white-haired old man call him Mr.
Chu?
Although the uncle is older than her, he should only be around 30.
How could he possibly be that Mr.
Chu? Zhou Yanghong also sneered inwardly.
This kid really knows how to boast. You are Mr. Chu from Jiangchang? That's hilarious. If you don't brag, will you die? Uncle, you can't impersonate someone like that. If Mr. Chu finds out, he won't be happy. Then you'll be in trouble, Feng Yingying warned. Those people just said that Mr. Chu is a killing star, ruthless and decisive.
If he finds out that the uncle is impersonating him to spread rumors and deceive, even if the uncle comes from a martial arts family, he would probably still be in big trouble.
You actually don't need to go to the Longhu sect anymore.
Today, I will destroy the Longhu sect, so why bother worshipping a master?
Chu Chen said, looking at Feng Yingying. Uncle, stop making such jokes. Feng Yingying glared at Chu Chen. This uncle really dares to joke about anything. Aren't you afraid of dying? Ignorant and seeking death.
Zhou Yanghong also sneered inwardly.
Does this kid think that because he has a heavenly level expert protecting him, he can do whatever he wants without fear? That's really funny.
Chu Chen was too lazy to explain and continued towards the mountains ahead.
Longhu sect.
Today, the Longhu sect was very lively. The Longhu sect has a huge square, which is usually a training ground for the disciples, or for holding competitions. Today, it was the place for recruiting new disciples. At this moment, some people had already started participating in the tests. Some jumped up excitedly after passing the tests. Even their family members were incredibly excited. Entering the Longhu sect meant a huge change in their fate. Even their families would change because of it. However, more people were lowering their heads, looking dejected, because they all failed. Even several who were Earth-level experts were eliminated as well. Mainly, their cultivation was built up with many resources from their families. Their martial arts talent was actually not that high. The Longhu sect certainly didn't want them. The square was crowded with people. Among them, some were there to test their own children. But more were there to watch the battle. Why hasn't Mr. Chu come yet? Confusion appeared on everyone's faces. It was already afternoon. Why hadn't Chu Chen arrived? Could it be that he got scared? It shouldn't be. Since Mr. Chu debuted, he seems to have never been scared. A martial arts force from Jiangchang spoke up. This surprised everyone. It seems that the martial arts community in Jiangchang holds this Mr.
Chu in high regard? A person actually dares to challenge a sect, no matter what, that's impressive. That's right. The Eastern Jiang province hasn't seen such a person in over 100 years. No matter what, he's just a flash in the pan. Various forces began to discuss. The Longhu sect is one of the 4 major sects in the martial arts world of Eastern Jiang province. And Chu Chen is just one person. He actually dares to challenge the entire Longhu sect, even claiming he would destroy the Longhu sect. This kind of courage and audacity is truly terrifying. Aside from that fierce person from 100 years ago, it seems no one has been this arrogant. However, many people felt that the outcome of Chu Chen's challenge was already predetermined. That is, failure. Even though Chu Chen could easily kill the 10th elder of the Longhu sect, his combat power was terrifying. But he was just a grand master. The Longhu sect had several grand masters. The sect master was even more powerful. How could Chu Chen possibly destroy the Longhu sect? I hope Mr. Chu can create a miracle. If so, our Jiangcheng martial arts community will shake the entire Dongjiang province. Various forces from the Jiangcheng martial arts community secretly prayed at this moment. Wasn't that kid very arrogant a few days ago? Why doesn't he dare to show up now? The disciples of the Longhu sect all sneered. In recent days, they had become a joke. Sometimes when they went out, they were mocked by people from the other 3 sects, saying that the Longhu sect was finished. So, even though they had never seen Chu Chen, their hatred for him ran deep. At this moment, in a palace, the 9 elders of the Longhu sect were watching the square. They were also waiting for Chu Chen's arrival. That kid wouldn't really dare not to come, would he? The 7th elder's face was dark. He was still thinking about directly crushing Chu Chen in the Longhu sect, making the entire Dongjiang province martial arts community understand that their Longhu sect could not be provoked. If Chu Chen didn't come, how could he crush him? That kid wouldn't be making a big deal about coming to our Longhu sect today but secretly escaping, pulling a golden cicada shedding its shell, would he? The 7th elder's words were chilling. The other elders were also stirred. Right. Chu Chen wouldn't deliberately do this, letting them lower their guard, allowing him to escape from Dongjiang province, would he? Damn it, no. I need to take people to Jiangcheng immediately. The 7th elder stood up, his face filled with anger. He decided to go to Jiangcheng right away. If Chu Chen really escaped, he would kill everyone related to him. Jiangcheng Chu Chen, here today to destroy the Longhu sect. At this moment, a powerful voice came from outside. Here today to destroy the Longhu sect. This statement was like a thunderclap, echoing throughout the Longhu sect. Everyone turned to look at the gate of the Longhu sect. They saw several people walking in. Leading them was a tall, handsome man with sharp eyes. Is he Chu Chen? Damn! He really came to the Longhu sect. I told you, Mr. Chu fears nothing. How could he not come? The scene was initially silent, then erupted into exclamations. Many were seeing Chu Chen for the first time. At this moment, they were all stunned. Chu Chen was so young, yet he was already a grandmaster? When did Jiangcheng produce such a martial arts genius? And he really came to the Longhu sect? Did he really intend to destroy the Longhu sect alone? Wasn't that too bold? The various forces of the Jiangcheng martial arts community showed excitement. Mr. Chu indeed came. Would Mr. Chu create another miracle today? If so, their Jiangcheng martial arts community would shake the entire Dongjiang province. Uncle, you. Fo Mingying looked at Chu Chen, covering her small mouth with both hands, her face filled with astonishment. Uncle, is he really that Mr. Chu from Jiangcheng? Zhou Yanghong's eyes widened, his expression one of disbelief. Wasn't this guy just an ordinary person? How could he be that Mr. Chu from Jiangcheng? How could he be a grand master? Thinking about how he had been so arrogant in front of Chu Chen, he felt a chill all over, his legs trembling. He actually thought he could deal with a grand master? What a death wish! Whoosh! 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 Shadows flew in. There were more than a dozen of them. These were all the deacons of the Longhu sect, all masters. At this moment, they looked at Chu Chen, their faces as dark as possible. Kid, you really dare to come here? Kid, the Longhu sect is not a place where you can act wild. Let's work together and kill him. The more than 10 deacons roared, their bodies surging with energy as they unleashed various martial techniques, all aimed at suppressing Chu Chen. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent, golden light flickering around him. Boom! 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 The martial techniques crashed against the golden light surrounding Chu Chen, as if eggs were striking a steel plate. There was not the slightest effect. The deacons were all astonished at this scene. They knew Chu Chen was a grandmaster, which was why they had all attacked together.
They thought that even if they couldn't kill Chu Chen, they could at least wear him down. Perhaps they could even injure him. However, they never expected that Chu Chen would so easily block all their attacks. Is this the power of a Grand Master? Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he swung his hand. A wave of energy shot out like a palm strike. The deacons' faces changed drastically as they tried to dodge, but the energy palm grew larger and faster. Ah! 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 Cries of despair rang out. Bang! 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 Before the deacons could escape, they were struck into a mist of blood, scattering into the air. The various forces watching from the sidelines were all shaken. Chu Chen's strength was too overwhelming. No wonder he could kill the 10th elder of the Longhu sect. Uncle! Feng Ying was in a daze, her face filled with confusion. This uncle, who had chatted and laughed with her along the way, was so decisive in killing? And he was terrifyingly powerful. Zhou Yanghong was so frightened he nearly collapsed to the ground. Just moments ago, he had his face half smashed by Su Mang, and he was thinking of going back to find his dad to deal with Chu Chen. Damn it! Even if all the masters of the Zhou family joined forces, they still wouldn't be enough to withstand a single slap from Chu Chen. It was too terrifying. The many disciples of the Longhu sect also wore expressions of disbelief. Although they already knew that Chu Chen had killed their 10th elder, they thought it might have been due to their elder's carelessness or a sneak attack. They believed Chu Chen's strength might not be that frightening. But now they understood. This madman who provoked their Longhu sect was truly formidable. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, several figures flew in. A total of 9. They exuded a terrifying aura. The elders are here. The disciples of the Longhu sect looked at the 9 figures, all filled with excitement. The elders had arrived. Chu Chen couldn't be arrogant for much longer. You dare to kill our Longhu sect's deacons? The 9 elders looked at Chu Chen, their faces dark as night. They had deliberately stayed back earlier, wanting their deacons to test Chu Chen's strength. Who would have thought that with just one move, their deacons would be killed by Chu Chen with a single slap, not even leaving behind a corpse? This kid was definitely a Grand Master, and not just one who had recently broken through. Chu Chen looked at the 9 elders of the Longhu sect and said, "Which one of you wants to come up and die first, or will you all come at once?" The onlookers all gaped, their expressions stunned. Chu Chen dared to say such things in front of 9 Grand Masters? Was he too arrogant? The faces of the 9 elders were equally cold. When had they ever been so underestimated? Kid, you really are not just any kind of arrogant. The 7th elder couldn't hold back any longer. He looked at Chu Chen, his eyes sinister, and said, "I've been waiting for you to come. Now that you're here, I'll send you on your way." He roared, and a terrifying wave of energy surged from his body, transforming into a long blade of energy. It was incredibly holy, emitting dazzling light. Holding the energy long blade, he charged directly at Chu Chen. Holy light slash! The energy blade had not yet fallen when the ground split open. Su Mang and the others hurriedly retreated. Slash! Elder Seven's face was twisted with ferocity. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he pointed a finger. Bang! Elder Seven's energy blade was blocked by Chu Chen's fingertip. Seeing this, Elder Seven's expression changed slightly. He roared in anger, pouring his energy frantically into the energy blade. In an instant, the energy blade emitted a dazzling light, like a small sun. Boom! Finally, a loud explosion rang out. The energy blade shattered. Elder Seven thought Chu Chen had been cleaved in two by his holy light. However, the next moment, his expression changed drastically, because Chu Chen was still standing there, completely unharmed. Not a scratch on him, let alone being split in half. Whoosh! Chu Chen's figure flickered. Elder Seven's heart raced, and he hurriedly retreated. But the distance between him and Chu Chen was not far. Moreover, Chu Chen's speed was too fast. In an instant, Chu Chen was in front of Elder Seven. Bang! Chu Chen's left hand, like a dragon's claw, instantly grasped Elder Seven's neck. The slaughter today will start with you. A cold voice emerged from Chu Chen's throat. Elder Seven was in a state of panic, wanting to fight back, but he found that the energy within him was suppressed by a mysterious and domineering aura. He couldn't mobilize it at all. This made him tremble all over. He looked at Chu Chen, his eyes filled with terror. What kind of energy was this? Why was it so domineering? And what level of cultivation was Chu Chen at? Let go of Elder Seven! The Grand Elder and the others roared, charging directly at Chu Chen. From the moment Elder Seven attacked to being choked by Chu Chen, it all happened in the blink of an eye. By the time they reacted, they were all bursting with energy, rushing forward. Crack! Chu Chen exerted a slight force. Elder Seven's neck snapped. He widened his eyes, disbelief etched on his face.
For the past few days, he had been looking forward to Chu Chen's arrival. He imagined himself overpowering Chu Chun, making everyone understand what the consequences of provoking the Longhu sect would be. But he never expected that today, after just one encounter, he would be dead? He wanted to ask why. Why was Chu Chen so strong? Unfortunately, he couldn't utter a single word. His head tilted. He was dead. Silence. The scene fell into complete silence. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone was stunned. Elder 7 of the Longhu sect was a Grand Master. He was actually choked to death by Chu Chen just like that? The surrounding forces all gasped in shock. This Mr. Chu from Jiangcheng was not just fierce. How is this possible? The disciples of the Longhu sect stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. How could their Elder 7 be so easily defeated? They felt as if they were dreaming. Elder 7. The Grand Elder and the others' expressions changed drastically as they roared. They looked at Chu Chen, their faces filled with rage. You brat, you deserve to die. They wished they could kill Chu Chen immediately. At the same time, they were also immensely shocked. Elder 7 was a Grand Master. How could he be so easily choked to death by this kid? This kid was not ordinary strong. Elder 7 was careless, which is why he was killed so easily. The second elder said solemnly. The others nodded slightly at his words. They also felt that Elder 7 had been careless. Otherwise, Chu Chen could not have killed him so easily. However, no matter what, they all agreed. Chu Chen was strong. Bang! Chu Chen threw Elder 7's corpse to the ground and looked at the Grand Elder and the others, saying lightly, "Did you not ask me to let him go? I have now. Let go." The faces of the Grand Elder and the others darkened to the extreme. You just choked him to death, and now you only just let go. Is there still any meaning in this? Chu Chen looked at the 8 people and said, "You." The 8 elders all turned red with anger. What does this kid mean? Does he look down on them? Let me take care of him. The 5th elder stepped forward. They didn't want to go together, because now, basically the entire martial arts force of Dongjiang province had come to their Longhu sect. If they needed all the elders to deal with a single Chu Chen, even if they really killed him, they would be criticized. It would only make everyone think that their Longhu sect was too cowardly. The 5th elder roared, and a terrifying aura surged forth, forming an eagle claw. This eagle claw was enormous, entirely crimson, and extremely sinister. Crimson Star Dominating Claw. This was one of the top 10 martial arts techniques of the Longhu sect. Its power was even stronger than the Longhu Sacred Fist. At the same time, it was the strongest move mastered by the 5th elder. Because of the warning from the death of the 7th elder, he unleashed his strongest killing move right away. The 5th elder leaped up, merging with the Crimson Star Dominating Claw. He seemed to transform into an ancient giant eagle, carrying a terrifying killing intent, charging towards Chu Chen. The onlookers around all held their breath. They wanted to know, could Chu Chen still be as dominant as before? Chu Chen's expression was indifferent, his right hand formed into a fist, with light flickering on his knuckles. Boom! As he struck out, the air seemed to explode. A golden fist radiance, carrying a terrifying aura, met the attack. Boom! In an instant, the golden fist collided with the blood-red eagle claw, producing a tremendous sound. The blood-red eagle claw could easily crush boulders, but at this moment, it could do nothing to Chu Chen's fist. Boom! Finally, the blood-red eagle claw exploded with a bang, turning into specks of light that dissipated in the air. The 5th elder spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his expression changed drastically, wanting to retreat. But the golden fist radiance did not diminish, cutting through the void. His face changed drastically, and the energy within him surged out, forming an energy shield in front of his chest. Boom! The fist radiance struck his energy shield. This energy shield burst apart instantly like tofu. Bang! In the end, the fist radiance pierced through his chest. Put! The 5th elder opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his shattered heart. He looked at Chu Chen, his face filled with horror. How could Chu Chen's punch be so strong? He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, it was all blood foam. He couldn't utter a single word. Finally, he struggled once, and died. Old 5. The elder and others were stunned at this scene. Old 5 is dead again? The surrounding forces all gasped in shock. The 5th elder of the Longhu sect was actually killed by Chu Chen with a single punch? They looked at Chu Chen, their faces filled with astonishment. If the 7th elder had been careless before, now the 5th elder was prepared. Moreover, he had used one of the top 10 martial arts techniques of the Longhu sect. Yet he was still easily killed by Chu Chen. Chu Chen was too strong. Uncle is too terrifying, right? Fo Mingying looked at Chu Chen, her beautiful eyes wide open. What kind of terror was a grandmaster? Even her grandfather fantasized day and night about breaking through to grandmaster. However, in front of Uncle, grandmasters could be easily subdued. Uncle was truly too strong. Zhou Yanghong was now slumped on the ground. Thinking about how he had provoked Chu Chen multiple times, he felt a chill all over. It was truly lucky that he was still alive now. Kid, you should die. The elder looked at Chu Chen, his face dark to the extreme. It had only been a few minutes. Chu Chen had already killed more than a dozen of their stewards. Now he had killed 2 elders. Their Longhu sect had truly lost all face today. This kid is a bit strange, let's go together. The Grand Elder looked at Chu Chen, his face serious. For some reason, he found it hard to see through Chu Chen. So, regardless of whether he would be laughed at later, he decided to kill Chu Chen first. Kill! The 7 Grand Elders roared in unison, charging at Chu Chen. All 7 were Grand Masters. Their combined attack exuded a terrifying aura. Since you are all coming together, I will grant you your wish. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he shot forward with a whoosh. Boom! Chu Chen threw a punch, shattering a wave of energy that resembled a long knife. The attacker hurriedly retreated. Whoosh! At that moment, a wave of energy, like a curtain of light, slashed toward Chu Chen with a terrifying momentum. Whoosh! Chu Chen's figure flickered, dodging it. Put! The energy wave struck the ground, instantly creating a crack. It was extremely frightening. Boom! At this time, another energy palm print slammed toward Chu Chen. The 7 Grand Elders of the Longhu sect attacked together. Their coordination was quite good. Moreover, they were all Grand Masters. Their combat power was terrifying. If it were an ordinary person, they would have likely been defeated by now. Unfortunately, Chu Chen was not an ordinary person. Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent, a golden light flickering on his left hand. He struck out with a palm. Boom! The energy palm print was hit by Chu Chen, instantly exploding into countless specks of light, dissipating into the air. Whoosh! Chu Chen closed in, slamming a palm onto one of the Longhu sect members. This was the 9th elder of the Longhu sect. Put! As Chu Chen's palm pressed against his chest, in an instant, his chest completely caved in. He also spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His entire body flew backward, tumbling over 10 meters before crashing to the ground. Never to rise again. A Grand Master could not withstand a single palm strike from Chu Chen. Whoosh! After killing him, Chu Chen punched toward the right. There, an energy long sword was thrusting at him. A golden fist light sliced through the void, meeting it head-on. Clang! The golden fist light collided with the energy long sword, producing a metallic clash. Crack! The energy long sword instantly developed cracks, and then exploded. The golden fist light continued its momentum, crashing forward. The 6th elder of the Longhu sect had originally planned to ambush Chu Chen. He never expected Chu Chen's reaction to be so swift. Seeing the golden fist light now, he felt a surge of panic. He sensed a life and death crisis. He roared, energy surging from within. At the same time, he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Boom! The golden fist light struck his arms. Crack! His arms instantly broke. Boom! Finally, his chest was hit, creating a hole. He stared wide-eyed, shocked as he looked at Chu Chen ahead. It was just a punch from Chu Chen. Why was it so terrifying? Chu Chen retracted his fist. Bang! The 6th elder's corpse fell to the ground. Whoosh! He vanished again. Just as he disappeared, an energy palm print slammed into the ground. A palm print instantly appeared on the ground. It was quite terrifying. At this moment, Chu Chen had already reached behind one person. This was the 8th elder of the Longhu sect. Sensing the movement behind him, the 8th elder felt a surge of panic. He roared, energy surging from within, ready to turn and strike Chu Chen. But Chu Chen pointed a finger. Bang! The 8th elder's head exploded like a watermelon. He was dead beyond recovery. Kill! At this moment, a roar echoed. A fierce energy tiger, exuding overwhelming power, lunged directly at Chu Chen. Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he waved his right hand. An energy wave sliced through the void, cleaving into the fierce energy tiger. It continued to slash forward. The 4th elder of the Longhu sect's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly dodged. However, even so, he was still injured, losing an arm. 4th. The elders of the Longhu sect roared in unison upon seeing the scene. At this moment, they stopped and looked at Chu Chen, their eyes filled with a chilling coldness. Chu Chen, you must die. They all growled lowly. The various forces watching from the sidelines all gasped in shock. The 8 elders of the Longhu sect had joined forces to besiege Chu Chen, yet they had failed to subdue him.
And he had actually killed 3 of them? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have imagined that such a prodigy could exist in Zheng City. They looked at Chu Chen, their faces filled with awe. Could it be that Chu Chen could really destroy the Longhu sect today? How is that possible? The disciples of the Longhu sect all widened their eyes, their expressions one of disbelief. Just moments ago, when the 8 elders had attacked together, they thought Chu Chen would soon be captured. They never expected him to counterattack and kill instead. Was Chu Chen really that strong? The 4 elders looked at Chu Chen, their faces darkened to the extreme. At the same time, they felt a heavy weight in their hearts. After battling Chu Chen, they realized just how terrifying he was. He is at least a grand master at perfection, or even half a step into martial spirit. The elder thought to himself. With this thought, his face filled with apprehension. No wonder Chu Chen dared to be so arrogant. It turned out he truly had the ability. Chu Chen, I admit you are strong, but no matter what, you must die today at our Longhu sect. The elder looked at the other 3 and said, show your true skills. Yes. The 3 nodded. Then, they all roared in unison, a terrifying aura erupting from their bodies. Roar! A beastly roar echoed. In front of the 4th elder, a true dragon of energy and a fierce tiger of energy formed. Longhu's sacred fist. Moreover, what he unleashed was far more terrifying than the previous elders. In front of the 3rd elder appeared a long sword of energy that seemed to be burning with flames. Golden flame demon sword. In front of the 2nd elder was a long knife of energy. This long knife was pitch black, exuding endless malevolence. Fierce spirit divine blade. Above the 1st elder's head was an imprint of an energy palm. As soon as this energy palm imprint appeared, a sharp and domineering aura instantly spread out. Phoenix King Overlord Palm. These moves were all among the top 10 martial techniques of the Longhu sect. They were also the strongest killing moves mastered by the 3 elders. Chu Chen's terror had exceeded their expectations. They did not want to die one by one at his hands. Therefore, they unleashed their respective killing moves. The various forces watching looked at the elders, all with faces of shock. Is this the terrifying martial technique of the Longhu sect? Truly frightening. They all looked at Chu Chen, curiosity etched on their faces. Could Chu Chen still cope? Chu Chen, you are indeed strong, but you should not provoke our Longhu sect. Those who provoke the Longhu sect only have one outcome. That is death. The 4 elders looked at Chu Chen, their eyes cold as ice. They roared in unison, merging with their respective martial techniques, and pressed down towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he calmly said, today, let me show you what despair truly is. He began to move his hands, and in an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered around him. In a moment, a terrifying energy coalesced in front of Chu Chen. Heavenly Gang 36 forms. Heavenly Desolation Finger. A deep voice emerged from Chu Chen's throat. In the void ahead, energy surged, ultimately forming a gigantic finger of energy. This finger was enormous and exuded a wild aura, as if it had traversed from the ancient times. As this finger of energy emerged, a vast sense of oppression spread out. The various forces surrounding the scene all trembled at the sight of that powerful finger, their faces filled with shock. What kind of martial skill was Chu Chen displaying? The momentum was simply terrifying. Even the 4 elders were momentarily stunned. Who exactly was this kid? However, at that moment, they had no time to ponder. Kill! The 4 roared in unison, charging at Chu Chen with their respective martial techniques. Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he slightly pointed his finger. Suddenly, the Heavenly Desolation Finger descended upon the 4. Boom! In an instant, the Heavenly Desolation Finger collided with the martial techniques of the 4. Their techniques were unexpectedly blocked just like that. The 4 were taken aback, their hearts racing. They roared again, unleashing a frenzied surge of energy from within. In an instant, their martial techniques became even more terrifying. Poof! Chu Chen let out a cold snort. Boom! The Heavenly Desolation Finger pressed down like a pillar of heaven. Rumble! Finally, the martial techniques of the 4 elders exploded. The Heavenly Desolation Finger continued to suppress them. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. The ground shattered, and debris flew everywhere. At the same time, a terrifying shockwave of energy spread out. The onlookers hurriedly fled at the sight. After a long while, the energy from the battlefield finally dissipated. Everyone turned to look at the battlefield. In the next moment, all of them gasped in shock. There lay a massive pit filled with countless fragments of stone. In the pit, 4 figures were sprawled out. It was the 4 elders. Their clothes were tattered, covered in blood. They lay motionless, uncertain of their fate. Did Mr. Chu suppress the 4 elders with a single move? The surrounding forces were all shaken, their faces filled with disbelief. The four elders were all grandmasters. Moreover, they had unleashed their strongest techniques. Yet, they were defeated by Chu Chen with just one move? This was truly unbelievable. Everyone looked at Chu Chen, their expressions stunned. What level of cultivation did Chu Chen possess? At least half a step into the martial spirit realm, right? And what kind of martial skill had he just displayed? It was simply terrifying. The three major martial arts sects from Dongjiang province had also sent people to observe today. At this moment, they looked at Chu Chen with grave expressions. The combat power he had just displayed was indeed frightening. When did such a fierce person emerge from a small place like Jiangchang? The various forces in Jiangchang were all excited. Mr. Chu had created another miracle. The martial arts world of Jiangchang would surely cause a stir throughout Dongjiang province. Uncle is too fierce. Fo Ningying looked at Chu Chen, her face filled with disbelief. At the same time, her beautiful eyes revealed endless admiration. Uncle was so handsome. Zhou Yanghong's legs felt weak. He truly wanted to leave immediately. How could he have provoked such a fierce person repeatedly? He was really asking for trouble. Elder. The members of the Longhu sect all changed their expressions drastically, exclaiming in shock. At that moment, they were all in a daze. Even the elder had been defeated? Was the Longhu sect really going to be destroyed by Chu Chen today? Cough cough. At that moment, a coughing sound came from the pit. The elder coughed twice and spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Elder. The members of the Longhu sect were all excited. The elder was not dead. That was great news. The elder wanted to get up, but the move from Chu Chen had likely broken many of his bones. Moreover, his internal organs were shattered. If he hadn't been wearing a precious armor, he might have met the same fate as the second and third elders. Under Chu Chen's heavenly desolation finger, he would have perished. He turned to look at Chu Chen, horrified, and said, "You, how could you be so strong?" How old was Chu Chen? He had actually blocked their four strongest killing moves with just one technique. He even counterattacked them. This was something he could never have imagined in his lifetime. You didn't die? A look of surprise appeared on Chu Chen's face. Tap, tap, tap. Chu Chen walked over slowly with his hands behind his back. Don't come any closer. The Grand Elder's face was filled with panic. Although he was severely injured now, he still wanted to survive. Quick, stop him. He looked at the people of the Longhu sect and immediately ordered. The members of the Longhu sect hesitated, not daring to step forward. Even the Grand Elder was no match for Chu Chen. Could they really stop him? Soon, Chu Chen stood before the Grand Elder, looking down at him, and said lightly, "Your words as the Grand Elder seem to carry no weight anymore. Chu Chen, I was wrong. Please let me go, and I will follow you from now on." The Grand Elder looked at Chu Chen, his face full of pleading. "Sorry, you're not qualified to follow me yet." Chu Chen replied indifferently. The crowd around them all opened their mouths in shock. The Grand Elder was a Grand Master. Even in the entire Dongjiang province, he was a figure at the top of the pyramid. How could Chu Chen say the Grand Elder was not qualified to follow him? This was truly an extraordinary arrogance. The Grand Elder's face turned red. He thought that his submission would allow Chu Chen to spare his life. He never expected that Chu Chen would look down on him. At this moment, he was anxious and said, "Chu Chen, you can't kill me. Our sect master is about to emerge from seclusion. He has broken through to the martial spirit level." What? Martial spirit? The various forces watching around all trembled. The sect master of the Longhu sect had actually broken through to the martial spirit level? That combat power must be terrifying. Chu Chen's expression also changed. He didn't expect Xia Qing to be right. The sect master of the Longhu sect really was a martial spirit? Chu Chen, your combat power is so terrifying. As long as you spare my life, when the sect master emerges, I can have him make you the vice sect master of our Longhu sect. The Grand Elder continued. No need, you should just go on your way. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent. Chu Chen, you can't kill me. If you do, our sect master won't let you go. The Grand Elder's face was frantic. He didn't expect that even after bringing up their sect master being a martial spirit, Chu Chen would still be unafraid. Chu Chen remained calm, lifting his foot. Boom! At that moment, a loud noise suddenly came from deep within the Longhu sect. A figure rushed over quickly. Sect master, save me! The Grand Elder's face lit up with joy as he shouted. Release the Grand Elder! The figure roared. Bang! Chu Chen stomped down. The Grand Elder's chest caved in instantly. Sorry, you said it too late. Chu Chen looked at that figure and said lightly. The Grand Elder, already severely injured, was now stomped down by Chu Chen, blood pouring from his mouth. He widened his eyes in disbelief. At the same time, his heart was filled with regret. Had he known it would come to this, he should not have let Chu Chen come to the Longhu sect to kneel and plead for mercy. Or rather, he should have waited for the sect master to emerge before jointly eliminating Chu Chen. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. He struggled for a moment and then died. The sect master of the Longhu sect was a man in his 50s. At this moment, he looked at the bodies of the Grand Elder and others on the ground, his face darkened to the extreme. "Kid, you dare to come to our Longhu sect and kill at will? You're seeking death." He looked at Chu Chen, a terrifying aura spreading out. Everyone around felt a powerful sense of oppression. The sect master of the Longhu sect had really broken through to the martial spirit level? "Sect master, you must avenge the Grand Elder and the others." The disciples of the Longhu sect were all crying. They looked at Chu Chen with fierce eyes. "Kid, now that our sect master has emerged, let's see how arrogant you can be. Kid, kneel down immediately, cripple your cultivation, and await my judgment." The words of the leader of the Longhu sect were filled with undeniable authority. "Martial spirit? Let me see your skills." Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he rushed forward with a whoosh. He formed a fist with his left hand and struck out. "Seeking death." The leader of the Longhu sect roared in anger upon seeing Chu Chen daring to take the initiative. He countered with a punch. Boom! Their fists collided, producing a tremendous sound. The shattered stones beneath their feet turned to dust. At the same time, a terrifying shockwave of energy spread out. Chu Chen remained motionless. However, the leader of the Longhu sect staggered back several steps. With each step, a pit formed in the ground. After stabilizing his stance, he quickly distanced himself from Chu Chen. Everyone around was stunned. Chu Chen actually forced back the leader of the Longhu sect? "Are you a martial spirit master?" The leader of the Longhu sect looked at Chu Chen in astonishment. "What?" Everyone trembled at his words. Chu Chen was actually a martial spirit master? Chu Chen said nothing, merely gazing quietly at the leader of the Longhu sect. At the moment of their clash, Chu Chen sensed a mysterious power surging from within the leader of the Longhu sect. This power was similar to spiritual energy, but far inferior. It seemed his guess was correct. A martial spirit master was equivalent to the foundation establishment stage. One practiced martial arts, while the other cultivated immortality. The two still had a significant gap. "Kid, even if you are a martial spirit master, you shouldn't come to our Longhu sect to cause trouble." Seeing Chu Chen ignore him, the leader of the Longhu sect roared, unleashing a terrifying aura as he charged at Chu Chen. He formed a fist with his right hand, channeling his elemental energy into it. In an instant, his fist erupted with dazzling light. Boom! As he punched out, the air seemed to explode. Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he met the attack with an open palm. Boom! The collision of fist and palm sent a vast shockwave of energy spreading out. Dong dong dong! The leader of the Longhu sect was pushed back several meters. He looked at Chu Chen, his expression extremely serious. At this moment, his right hand felt a faint numbness. What kind of technique was this kid practicing? Why was his elemental energy so domineering and mysterious? "Kill!" he roared, unleashing his elemental energy to form a long sword of energy. As the sword appeared, a sharp sword intent spread out. This was the difference between a martial spirit master and a grandmaster. The energy of a martial spirit master had already transformed into elemental energy, allowing for more flexible manipulation. Slash! He shouted, wielding the energy sword and directly cleaving towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent, a golden light flickering on his fingertip. Clang! His finger blocked the leader of the Longhu sect's energy sword. The leader's pupils constricted at the sight. What was going on with this kid? How could he so easily block his attack? He roared again, channeling his elemental energy into the energy sword. In an instant, the sword became even more brilliant, its sword intent overwhelming. The ground beneath Chu Chen cracked. Stones flew everywhere. Poof! Chu Chen snorted coldly, his fingertip glowing with golden light. Crack! Fine cracks appeared on the energy sword. Finally, the energy sword, which could easily slay a grandmaster, exploded. Whoosh! A beam of light shot from Chu Chen's fingertip towards the leader of the Longhu sect. The leader's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly dodged. Put! Even so, his shoulder was grazed by the beam, causing a spray of blood. Bang! Ultimately, the beam struck a nearby rock, which instantly exploded into dust. The various forces watching the scene were all stunned. The leader of the Longhu sect couldn't subdue Chu Chen? Instead, he was injured by Chu Chen? The leader of the Longhu sect looked at Chu Chen, his expression dark to the extreme. Although he knew that Chu Chen was a master of martial spirits, he didn't think much of him. After all, he was also a master of martial spirits. He had his own confidence. But now he realized that Chu Chen was even stronger than he had imagined.
Kid, you are indeed strong, but don't forget, I am also a master of martial spirits.
The leader of the Longhu sect sneered. After saying that, he stomped his feet on the ground.
Boom!
The ground beneath him exploded instantly, and a vast aura surged out from his body. This aura was completely different from that of a Grand Master.
It was more terrifying and solid.
At the same time, there were faint fluctuations around him. This was the difference between a martial spirit master and a Grand Master.
A martial spirit master could initially mobilize the world's vital energy for their own use. Rumble! A rumbling sound echoed in the void.
Suddenly, a dazzling light flickered, forming a long blade of energy. This energy blade was probably 10 meters long. At the same time, there was an energy dragon and a fierce energy tiger circling nearby. They were incredibly solid and exuded a chilling killing intent. As soon as this energy blade appeared, everyone felt a heaviness in their chests. It was simply too oppressive.
Kid, this is our Longhu sect's strongest move, called the Dragon's Roar and Tiger's Howl Slash. It can slay all enemies in the world.
The leader of the Longhu sect looked at Chu Chen, his face twisted with malice. This is also my first battle after breaking through to the martial spirit level. If you die under this move, you will be remembered in the history of martial arts in Dongjiang. After saying that, he leaped into the air, merging with the energy blade in the void. A sound of dragon's roar and tiger's howl instantly erupted.
Everyone felt a pain in their eardrums. Slash!
The leader of the Longhu sect roared, and a terrifying blade light slashed directly at Chu Chen.
Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he extended his right hand, energy swirling in the void. I have a sword that can slash the heavens.
As Chu Chen's voice fell, a brilliant light flickered in the void.
That was a sword light.
This sword light was incredibly dazzling, exuding endless sword intent. It seemed capable of slashing the heavens. As this sword light emerged, everyone around felt a strong sense of oppression. Even the Grand Masters felt a heaviness in their chests, as if they were facing a sword immortal. The sword that slashes the heavens.
This was one of the moves that Chu Chen could currently perform.
If his cultivation was sufficient and he reached the peak, he could casually slash down stars with a single sword. When Chu Chen once fought an opponent, he even slashed down a piece of the sky with one sword. Of course, Chu Chen was currently only at the foundation establishment stage, so the move he executed now was certainly not comparable to what he could do in the past, but it was still quite terrifying. At this moment, it carried a terrifying aura, directly slashing towards the leader of the Longhu sect's Dragon's Roar and Tiger's Howl Slash.
Boom! In an instant, the leader of the Longhu sect's energy blade exploded.
And this sword light did not diminish in momentum, heading straight for the leader of the Longhu sect. Seeing this, the leader of the Longhu sect roared in anger, and the vital energy within him surged wildly, forming an energy shield in front of his chest. On this energy shield, a dragon and a tiger were also coiled. This was a defensive martial technique of the Longhu sect. When he was still half a step into the martial spirit level, he had used this move to block an attack from a true martial spirit master. Today, having broken through to the martial spirit level, the defensive power of this move was even more terrifying. But under Chu Chen's sword light, this shield was like tofu, instantly cleaved apart.
Ah!
The leader of the Longhu sect's face changed drastically, wanting to retreat. But this sword light was too fast.
In an instant, it cleaved him in half.
Thus,
he died. And that sword light continued unabated, striking the distant mountain peak. Boom!
A huge sound erupted from the mountain peak, and rocks tumbled down.
Damn it!
The various forces surrounding looked at the two halves of the corpse on the ground, all shuddering in shock. The leader of the Longhu sect was a master of martial spirits.
Moreover, he had unleashed such terrifying martial techniques. Yet he was defeated by Chu Chen in a single move? Even his body was cleaved in two? This was simply unbelievable. Chu Chen's sword was too powerful. What kind of martial technique was this? How is this possible?
The disciples of the Longhu sect all widened their eyes, their expressions filled with disbelief. They had hoped their leader would kill Chu Chen to avenge the Great Elder and restore the reputation of the Longhu sect.
But, unexpectedly, he was now dead?
At this moment, they felt as if they were dreaming.
The Great Elder was dead. Even the leader was dead. The Longhu sect had essentially been annihilated. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he looked at the many disciples of the Longhu sect and said lightly, "Does anyone from the Longhu sect still want to make a move?"
The faces of the disciples all changed drastically, their bodies turning cold.
"Master Chu!"
They all knelt down, shouting in unison.
If even their leader was no match for Chu Chen, what could they do? Offer their heads? They might as well surrender.
Shu Chen turned to the various forces watching from the sidelines and said, "Friends, if there's nothing else, you may disperse."
"Understood, Mr. Chu."
The various forces nodded and hurriedly left. Along the way, everyone was filled with astonishment.
"I didn't expect Mr. Chu to be a master of martial spirits. From today onwards, Mr.
Chu is one of the few powerful figures in the martial arts world of Dongjiang province. I can't believe such a prodigy has emerged from Jiangcheng."
Everyone was discussing.
Reflecting on the battle just now, they were still in shock.
Chu Chen killing the Grand Master was like cutting chives.
Even the leader of the Longhu sect was cleaved in two by Chu Chen's sword.
It was truly terrifying.
Today, Chu Chen showcased his strength to the entire martial arts community of Dongjiang province.
He had also become one of the 5 masters of martial spirits in Dongjiang province. The members of the prominent families were now rushing back to their clans. A new master of martial spirits had emerged in Dongjiang province.
And he was a young man.
Today, he had also destroyed the Longhu sect, changing the entire landscape of martial arts power in Dongjiang province.
They needed to go back and study this thoroughly.
Even the 3 major martial arts sects felt the same way. Mr. Chu has indeed created a miracle. The various forces in Jiangcheng were all incredibly excited. Chu Chen came from Jiangcheng.
His deeds today had brought honor to the martial arts community of Jiangcheng. Who would dare to say that the martial arts community of Jiangcheng was lacking in the future? Just wait until I roast them. On the other side, Chu Chen searched the bodies of the Longhu sect leader and others, obtaining a considerable amount of spiritual herbs and elixirs. "You handle this," he said to Su Mang, giving instructions. He then ventured deeper into the Longhu sect. Soon, he found the Longhu sect's warehouse. One had to admit, the Longhu sect truly deserved to be one of the 4 major martial arts sects in Dongjiang province. Their collection was simply vast. Spiritual herbs, elixirs, martial techniques, weapons, and so on. Of course, Chu Chen had no interest in any martial techniques or weapons. However, spiritual herbs were something he was in dire need of. "It's a pity there are no storage bags. Otherwise, I would take all of these," Chu Chen muttered to himself. He collected some of the more abundant spiritual herbs. The rest could be left for Su Mang to bring people to collect. They could send it to him later. In the following time, Chu Chen rummaged through the residences of the Longhu sect's leader and elders, obtaining a significant amount of spiritual herbs and elixirs. The harvest was indeed substantial. Suddenly, Chu Chen felt a faint spiritual energy coming from a certain place deep within the Longhu sect. His heart stirred, and his figure flickered, quickly arriving at the location. There was actually a small lake here. The lake was not large, but mist swirled around it, resembling a fairyland.
"This is a spiritual vein?"
Chu Chen carefully sensed for a moment, and then his whole body trembled with excitement. The spiritual vein contained rich spiritual energy. It might even be possible to mine spiritual stones from it. Even in the immortal realm, this was a type of cultivation resource. He never expected that there would be a spiritual vein here.
Chu Chen slightly closed his eyes and focused intently.
Unfortunately, this spiritual vein had not produced any spiritual stones.
Moreover, this spiritual vein was incomplete, seemingly damaged.
"The spiritual energy has leaked out," Chu Chen sighed.
"No matter, I'll cultivate first." Chu Chen sat cross-legged.
He took out the spiritual herbs he had just obtained and placed them beside him.
He closed his eyes slightly and operated the nameless technique.
The rich spiritual energy from the herbs overflowed and was absorbed by Chu Chen. At the same time, the spiritual energy from the vein also gathered towards him.
Chu Chen's body was like a bottomless pit, rapidly absorbing the spiritual energy. This energy entered his body and was refined into pure spiritual power. The spiritual power within Chu Chen became increasingly abundant. Meanwhile, changes were also occurring in his dantian.
The mass of energy in his dantian grew larger and larger. Chu Chen felt a surge of excitement in his heart.
Could it be that he would break through to the valley-breaking realm today? What is the valley-breaking realm?
Breaking through to this realm not only means that the spiritual power becomes more refined, but it also allows one to temporarily forego eating. Chu Chen was already at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. He only needed to advance a little further to reach the valley-breaking realm. At this moment, the spiritual energy from the vein was rushing in. Chu Chen had a premonition that he could take this step with the help of this incomplete spiritual vein,
to become a valley-breaking realm cultivator.
Thus, Chu Chen operated the nameless technique and quickly refined the spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the news of Chu Chen's destruction of the Longhu sect had caused a sensation throughout the martial arts community in Dongjiang province. Every force that received the news was shocked.
No way? He actually did it? Damn! I thought he was just a madman, so I didn't pay attention. The martial arts world in Dongjiang province has undergone a huge change. All factions were stunned. The Longhu sect had dominated the martial arts community in Dongjiang province for decades. It had always been one of the four major sects, with many experts. A few days ago, when they learned that Chu Chen had challenged the Longhu sect, many forces didn't take it seriously. In their view, Chu Chen was just going to his death. He was merely an arrogant fool. However, they never expected that today the Longhu sect would actually be destroyed by Chu Chen. It was truly unbelievable. This would definitely be recorded in the history of the martial arts community in Dongjiang province. Chu Chen's name would surely be immortalized in the annals. At the same time, all factions were also awed by Chu Chen's combat power. Just one person could contend against so many experts from the Longhu sect. Especially when they learned that Chu Chen had only used a single sword strike to kill the sect master, they were even more shocked. This young man, Chu Chen, was simply too monstrous. In his early 30s, he's already a martial spirit. How far will he go on the path of martial arts in the future? All factions sighed in admiration. Countless people spend their entire lives unable to break through to the martial spirit realm. Yet, Chu Chen was so young and had already become a martial spirit expert. His talent in martial arts was truly extraordinary. Many forces began to prepare how to befriend Chu Chen. Such a promising young man, if they could befriend him, might bring them great opportunities in the future. The Liang sect, Qingyu sect, Xianyun sect, and Longhu sect were revered as the four major sects of Dongjiang province. At this moment, the three major sects were also holding an urgent meeting. Among the four major sects, the Qingyu sect ranked second, stronger than the Longhu sect. At this time, the high-ranking members of the Qingyu sect sat in the palace, and the atmosphere was somewhat tense. They were also shocked by today's events. They never expected that someone in the Jiangchang martial arts community could destroy the Longhu sect. Now the Longhu sect has been occupied by Chu Chen. What a pity for the incomplete spiritual vein of the Longhu sect, the third elder said with a look of regret. They were aware that there was a flawed spiritual vein deep within the Longhu sect. They had even considered it. However, they did not want to confront the Longhu sect head-on, as the losses would be significant. Now that the Longhu sect has been destroyed by Chu Chen, can we seize that spiritual vein? The fifth elder spoke up. The other elders were also stirred by this. Indeed, the sect master and the 10 elders of the Longhu sect had all been eliminated by Chu Chen. It was the perfect opportunity. Don't forget, there's still Chu Chen, the second elder reminded. The group felt a chill in their hearts. Right. The combat power that Chu Chen displayed today was quite terrifying. Could it be that all the resources of the Longhu sect and that incomplete spiritual vein will be swallowed by Chu Chen alone? The fifth elder looked unwilling. The other elders felt the same way. They were all quite reluctant. After all, the resources of the entire Longhu sect must contain many spiritual herbs and pills, especially that incomplete spiritual vein, which was extremely precious. If they could obtain it, their Qingyu sect could cultivate more experts. Perhaps it could even help them break through their limits. Confronting Chu Chen directly isn't a good idea, but I have an idea, the second elder said at that moment. What idea? Everyone turned to the second elder. We can propose an alliance with Chu Chen, and then let him give us the incomplete spiritual vein for our cultivation, the second elder suggested. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. With Chu Chen's terrifying combat power, if their Qingyu sect could ally with him, their standing in the martial arts world of Dongjiang province would be even more significant. Even the top sect, the Liang sect, would likely treat them with more respect. Of course, the most important thing was, they could share the spiritual vein. I just wonder if Chu Chen would be willing. The third elder hesitated. The second elder pressed his lips together and said, although Chu Chen's combat power is terrifying, he is ultimately just one person. Having our Qingyu sect as an ally would also be beneficial for him. Exactly. It would be his honor, the fifth elder added arrogantly. Elder, what do you think? The second elder asked the grand elder, who had been silent. The grand elder did not speak. After a long while, he finally said, all right, we'll go an ally with Chu Chen, but we must be careful with our words. His tone was filled with caution. He was also a martial spirit expert. However, Chu Chen had killed the sect master of the Longhu sect with a single sword strike, which left him feeling alarmed. Good. Then let's set off. The many elders of the Qingyu sect moved out together towards the Longhu sect. Meanwhile, deep within the Longhu sect, Chu Chen was still cultivating. The spiritual power within him was becoming increasingly abundant, and the energy mass in his dantian was growing larger. It was unclear how much time had passed, but a terrifying aura began to emanate from Chu Chen. Boom! A nearby massive rock exploded with a loud bang, turning to dust. Whoosh!
Shu Chen opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through. A look of excitement appeared on his face. With the help of numerous spiritual herbs and the incomplete spiritual vein, he had truly broken through from the peak of foundation establishment to the valley-breaking realm. This power. Shu Chen clenched his fist, a smile on his face. At this moment, his combat power had increased by an unknown number of times. With a casual gesture, a stream of spiritual power shot out, crashing into a distant massive rock. The rock exploded with a bang, turning to dust. Very good, Shu Chen nodded in satisfaction. He looked towards the small lake and found that the mist that had been lingering on the surface was gone. Even the spiritual energy in the incomplete spiritual vein had basically been absorbed clean by him. It's just a breakthrough to the chi absorption stage, yet it requires so much spiritual energy, Shu Chen sighed. This was merely the chi absorption stage. The amount of spiritual energy needed for future realms would likely be immense. If only there were other spiritual veins available, Shu Chen murmured to himself. He clasped his hands behind his back and walked outside. With each step, he covered several meters. After breaking through to the chi absorption stage, Shu Chen's strength had increased exponentially. At this moment, his speed seemed slow, but each step took him several meters away. Soon, he was outside. Master Chu, Su Mang was busy organizing matters for the Longhu sect. Upon seeing Shu Chen, he immediately approached with a respectful expression. At this moment, he still felt as if he were dreaming. Who would have thought that Master Chu would actually destroy the Longhu sect today? Who would have thought that Chu Chun was a master of martial spirits? Is there anyone causing trouble? Shu Chen asked him. No one, Su Mang shook his head. After Chu Chen's battle today, he had completely subdued everyone in the Longhu sect. Who would dare to cause trouble? The masters of the Longhu sect were all respectful and had chosen to submit. That's good, Shu Chen nodded slightly. You can go back to your work. Alright, Su Mang respectfully left. Uncle. Just as Chu Chen was about to leave, a timid voice called out. He turned to see Feng Yingying watching him from a distance, her face showing a timid expression. She seemed to want to come over but was afraid. Mainly, today's Chu Chen had intimidated her. The uncle who had chatted with her along the way turned out to be a master of martial spirits. Come here, Shu Chen said lightly. Feng Yingying's heart raced with excitement as she quickly walked up to him. This little girl was usually quite familiar with people. But now, standing in front of Chu Chen, she appeared reserved. The Longhu sect has been destroyed. Why haven't you gone back? Shu Chen asked her with a smile. I have something I want to ask of you, uncle, Feng Yingying said cautiously. What is it? Chu Chen asked curiously. Feng Yingying bit her lip, seemingly contemplating whether to speak. Finally, she took a deep breath and said, Uncle, I want to be your disciple. Be my disciple? Chu Chen was taken aback. That's right. Feng Yingying suddenly knelt down with a thud, bowing her head and saying, Uncle, please accept me as your disciple. Chu Chen was speechless. He hadn't expected this little girl to want to be his disciple. He looked at Feng Yingying and said, Stand up and talk. Uncle, if you don't accept me as your disciple, I won't stand up, Feng Yingying said with determination. Chu Chen was at a loss. What was this? With a casual wave of his hand, a surge of spiritual power lifted Feng Yingying up. Feng Yingying's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of ability was this? Was this what a master of martial spirits could do? I can't accept you as a disciple, Chu Chen said, looking at Feng Yingying. He had no intention of taking on a disciple. Upon hearing this, Feng Yingying's face showed a hint of disappointment. Finally, she looked at him with a pitiful expression and said, Then can I follow you to learn? Chu Chen pondered for a moment and said, You can go back to the Longhu Mountain Manor with Su Mang. He had observed that Feng Yingying had some talent in cultivation. With proper training, she might become a strong practitioner. Thank you, uncle, Feng Yingying said excitedly. Although she couldn't become his disciple, being able to follow him was still a wonderful opportunity for her. Master Chu, we have guests, Su Mang hurriedly approached. What guests? Shu Chen asked. Xingyu sect, Su Mang replied solemnly. Xingyu sect? Shu Chen's curiosity was piqued as he asked, What kind of martial arts sect is that? Xingyu Gate is one of the 4 major martial arts sects in Dongjiang province, ranked 2nd. Its strength is even greater than that of the Longhu sect. Xingyu Gate also has martial spirit experts, and not just one. Su Mang replied respectfully. Then why are they here? Shu Chen squinted his eyes. They didn't say, but their attitude seems quite good. Su Mang said. Let them in. All right. Su Mang respectfully went out. Soon, Su Mang returned with a group of people. There were more than 10 of them. Each of these individuals exuded a powerful aura. They were all grandmasters. In fact, several of them were half-step martial spirits. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair and beard. His aura was the strongest, even surpassing that of the Longhu sect's master. He was a martial spirit expert. The elder of Qingyu Gate showed a hint of surprise upon seeing Chu Chen. This young man was even younger than he had imagined. Moreover, for some reason, he felt no trace of a martial artist's aura from Chu Chen, as if he were just an ordinary person. Yet, looking at Chu Chen, he felt an inexplicable sense of pressure. This contradictory feeling truly astonished him. It was as if this young man was shrouded in a mysterious aura. Not only the elder, but the other elders of Qingyu Gate were also sizing up Chu Chen. They all frowned slightly. If they hadn't known that Chu Chen had just slain the master of the Longhu sect and others, they would have truly thought he was just an ordinary person. "Hello, Mr. Chu, I am the elder of Qingyu Gate." The elder approached Chu Chen, quite polite. "I wonder what brings the many friends from Qingyu Gate to find me." Chu Chen looked at the elder and the others, speaking. "I heard that Mr. Chu has slain the master of the Longhu sect and avenged a great grievance, so we came to congratulate you." The elder smiled. "Just to congratulate?" Chu Chen's lips curled slightly, his expression calm. The elder pursed his lips and smiled. "I came to discuss something with Mr. Chu." "What is it?" Chu Chen asked with interest. The elder smiled and said, "We at Qingyu Gate would like to form an alliance with Mr. Chu." "An alliance?" Chu Chen was taken aback for a moment. He had considered many possibilities, but he had not thought that the people from Qingyu Gate wanted to form an alliance. "I wonder what Mr. Chu thinks?" the elder asked with a smile. "No need." Chu Chen shook his head. The sudden approach of Qingyu Gate to form an alliance surely had some ulterior motive. Besides, he didn't need to ally with Qingyu Gate. "Ha!" The elder's expression froze. Chu Chen actually rejected without a second thought? The many elders behind him were also stunned. Qingyu Gate was the second-ranked martial arts sect in Dongjiang province. Now they had taken the initiative to seek an alliance with Chu Chen, and he actually refused? The fifth elder looked at Chu Chen and sneered, "Chu Chen, don't be ungrateful, it is your honor that we at Qingyu Gate want to ally with you." Fifth elder. The elder's expression changed slightly. The fifth elder was not afraid and continued, "Chu Chen, do you really think you can swallow all the resources of the Longhu sect by yourself?" Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The people from Qingyu Gate were indeed up to no good. It seemed they were eyeing the resources of the Longhu sect. They were even eyeing that incomplete spiritual vein. The fifth elder looked at Chu Chen and said in a deep voice, "Chu Chen, if you are sensible, then join us at Qingyu Gate." "Shut up!" Before the fifth elder could finish, Chu Chen slapped out. "Fifth elder, be careful!" The elder's expression changed drastically, and he shouted urgently. Bang! The fifth elder didn't have time to react before he was struck by a powerful slap. In an instant, his head exploded. 5 corpses fell to the ground, and blood mist scattered in the air. The elders of the Qingyu sect were all stunned at this scene. The fifth elder was a half-step martial spirit master. He was actually killed by a single slap from Chu Chen? They knew Chu Chen was strong enough to suppress the leader of the Longhu sect. But this was just too outrageous, wasn't it? They looked at Chu Chen, their faces filled with apprehension. At the same time, their hearts were heavy. The fifth elder was one of their own, and Chu Chen had killed him? Was he completely disregarding the Qingyu sect? However, they didn't dare to say anything at this moment, because Chu Chen seemed to be a bit too powerful. They all looked at the Grand Elder, wanting to see if he would take action. The Grand Elder was also in a daze. Upon seeing Chu Chen make his move, he felt that the fifth elder was in danger, but he thought the fifth elder might just get injured. He never expected to be killed with a single slap? He looked at Chu Chen, his murky eyes filled with wariness. This young man, Chu Chen, was too mysterious, too strong. Shu Yi is exuding dominance. Su Mang also gasped inwardly. Killing a half-step martial spirit master with a single slap. Who could do that? Mr. Chu just killed one of our elders, isn't that a bit too much? The Grand Elder looked at Chu Chen and said in a deep voice. You came to seek an alliance with me, don't you have any idea what your intentions are? Chu Chen glanced at the Grand Elder and said indifferently. The Grand Elder was startled. Did Chu Chen see through them? He looked at Chu Chen and smiled, since Mr. Chu has no intention of forming an alliance, then we shall take our leave. Leave? The elders of the Qingyu sect were all taken aback. Chu Chen had just killed the fifth elder. Was it really going to end like this? Leave, the Grand Elder said with a stern face. Although he was also displeased that Chu Chen killed the fifth elder, this young man was too strong. He didn't want to conflict with Chu Chen. Even if he could protect himself, many among them would likely die here. Though these 10 or so people were unhappy, they had no choice but to follow the Grand Elder away. Wait! At this moment, Chu Chen called out to them. Mr. Chu, is there something else? The Grand Elder turned to look at Chu Chen and asked with a smile. You can leave, but each of you must hand over a spirit herb. Chu Chen said lightly. What did you say? As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the faces of the Qingyu sect elders all darkened. Was this kid trying to extort them? Mr. Chu, your request is a bit excessive, isn't it? The Grand Elder also said with a stern face. Aren't you also eyeing the assets of the Longhu sect? Chu Chen flicked his fingers and said casually. The Grand Elder's expression changed repeatedly. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think our Qingyu sect can be compared to the Longhu sect? An elder pointed at Chu Chen and shouted angrily, Do you want to make an enemy of our Qingyu sect? Are you looking for death? He was a Grand Master at the peak level. Slap! Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he slapped out. In an instant, the head of this peak Grand Master Elder exploded. Dead! What? The many members of the Qingyu sect all widened their eyes in shock. Chu Chen had killed another elder? They looked at Chu Chen, their faces dark, but they didn't dare to say anything, because they realized that not only was Chu Chen's combat power terrifying, but he also acted as he pleased. He was completely unafraid of the Qingyu sect. The Grand Elder looked at Chu Chen and said solemnly, Mr. Chu, we came with sincerity, your actions are truly excessive. If my strength were lacking, you would have probably already seized the assets of the Longhu sect, right? Chu Chen said lightly. The Grand Elder remained silent, his face stern, because what Chu Chen said was the truth. If it weren't for their fear of Chu Chen, they would have attacked long ago, especially that incomplete spiritual vein. The Qingyu sect had been eyeing it for a long time. One person, one spiritual herb. Hand them over, and you can leave, Chu Chen said to the people of Qingyu sect, his tone indifferent. The expressions of the Grand Elder and others changed repeatedly. Finally, the Grand Elder took out a spiritual herb from his body. Grand Elder! The others all changed their expressions. Did the Grand Elder yield? Everyone, hand over your spiritual herbs, the Grand Elder said solemnly. He realized that if they didn't pay a price, Chu Chen wouldn't let them leave easily today. Although the elders of Qingyu sect were reluctant, since the Grand Elder had spoken, they didn't dare to say much and handed over their spiritual herbs. Let's go, Chu Chen said as he collected the dozen or so spiritual herbs. The elders of Qingyu sect turned and left. Master Chu, the people from Qingyu sect probably feel quite displeased, Su Mang said hesitantly. If they don't want their sect to be destroyed, it's best they behave themselves. Chu Chen's eyes flickered with a cold glint. After the Grand Elder and others left the Longhu sect, they went straight back to Qingyu sect. Damn it! The third elder's face turned furious as he slammed his palm down, and a table in front of him exploded into powder. The other elders also wore gloomy expressions. Qingyu sect was ranked second among the 4 major martial arts sects in Dongjiang province. Today, they sought an alliance and were actually rejected? Moreover, they had lost 2 companions and spiritual herbs. Truly infuriating. Grand Elder, that kid was too arrogant. Why did we have to back down just now? Many elders looked at the Grand Elder, all showing dissatisfaction. This young man, Chu Chen, is very mysterious. Even I might not be his match, the Grand Elder said solemnly. What? Everyone was taken aback. The Grand Elder had long since broken through to the martial spirit level, with terrifying combat power. Yet, he claimed he wasn't a match for Chu Chen? If we all attack together, we should be able to take him down, right? The 6th elder sneered. Don't forget, so many elders and the sect master of Longhu sect were killed by Chu Chen, the Grand Elder reminded. Upon hearing this, everyone trembled. Right. Even if they could kill Chu Chen, many of them would likely lose their lives. Are we just going to let this go? The 3rd elder said, unwilling to accept it. The others also looked displeased. When had they ever felt so aggrieved? The Grand Elder pursed his lips and said solemnly, let's wait for the sect master to return and ask for his opinion. What's going on? At that moment, a strong voice came from outside. A man walked in. He was around 50 years old, exuding a powerful aura. Sect Master. The Grand Elder and the others immediately stood up and greeted him respectfully. The man was none other than the sect master of Qingyu sect, Song Qingyuan. What happened? Song Qingyuan asked, looking at the Grand Elder and the others. Sect Master, the 5th elder and the 11th elder are dead, the 3rd elder said solemnly. What? Song Qingyuan's aura surged with killing intent as he asked, who dared? Was it the Liang sect? Qingyu sect had always had grievances with the Liang sect. Had they become so arrogant while he was away? No, it was Chu Chen, the 3rd elder replied respectfully. Chu Chen?
Song Qingyuan frowned slightly upon hearing the name. He hadn't heard of this person.
Chu Chen is from Jiangcheng and just destroyed Longhu sect today, the third elder quickly recounted the events.
What? After hearing this, Song Qingyuan trembled, his face showing shock.
He had not been in Dongjiang province during this time but had entered a mountain range, so he had no idea what had happened.
Who would have thought that one of the 4 major martial arts sects in Dongjiang province, the Longhu sect, had actually been destroyed? This was truly a significant event in the martial arts world of Dongjiang province. Then why did he kill our people? Song Qingyuan said in a deep voice.
We wanted to ally with him, but who knew he would refuse and even kill 2 of our elders, forcing each of us to hand over a spirit herb. The third elder's face was filled with anger.
When had he ever suffered such humiliation? It was truly infuriating. Song Qingyuan did not believe his words but instead looked at the elder, his expression questioning.
The elder hesitated for a moment and said, Actually, we wanted to use the excuse of an alliance to share the resources of the Longhu sect, especially that incomplete spiritual vein.
Who knew Chu Chen saw through our intentions? Moreover, the 5th elder and the 11th elder spoke too harshly to Chu Chen, so, upon hearing this, Song Qingyuan frowned.
So it seemed that Qingyu sect was also at fault first. Sect master, although we had good intentions, his reckless killing of our elders shows that he does not take us, Qingyu sect, seriously.
We absolutely cannot let this go, the third elder said solemnly. That's right. Chu Chen is too arrogant. He must pay the price, otherwise, he will think Qingyu sect is easy to bully. Sect master, we cannot let him off easily.
The other elders were also filled with righteous indignation. It was as if Chu Chen was the most despicable person.
Song Qingyuan looked at the elder and asked, What is his strength like? Very strong.
The elder pursed his lips and said solemnly, I might not even be his match.
Ha! Song Qingyuan was taken aback. Even the elder said so?
It seemed this young man who had recently emerged in Dongjiang province
was not ordinary strong. Moreover, I always feel there is a mysterious aura about him. The elder continued. Song Qingyuan pondered for a moment and said, Let's put aside the matter of Chu Chen for now. What?
The elders of Qingyu sect were all astonished.
The sect master actually chose not to take revenge? Could it be that Chu Chen was really that strong?
Sect master, Chu Chen has killed 2 of our elders,
the third elder said anxiously.
Song Qingyuan pursed his lips and said, I am not afraid of Chu Chen, rather, I want to preserve our strength and prepare to do something important.
Important? Everyone looked puzzled. Sect master, what important matter? The third elder looked at Song Qingyuan, curiously asking, Where have you been during this time?
I went to the Huaishan mountains,
Song Qingyuan said. Huaishan mountains?
The elders of Qingyu sect were all confused. The Huaishan mountains were a continuous range located at the border of Dongjiang province and Donghai province. It was said that human presence was rare there, and the miasma was severe.
What did the sect master go to that mountain range for?
I received news that there are rare blood silver fruits in the Huaishan mountains, so I went in search of them.
Song Qingyuan said. Blood silver fruits?
The elders of Qingyu sect were all excited upon hearing this.
That was a 2nd-level spirit herb. Did the sect master find it?
The third elder asked eagerly.
I found it.
A hint of excitement also appeared on Song Qingyuan's face. But this blood silver fruit is not yet ripe. It will probably take a few more days. As he spoke, he looked at the elder and others. I came back this time to take you to the Huaishan mountains to compete for this spirit herb.
Compete? The elders of Qingyu sect were all taken aback. Could it be that there are others also eyeing this blood silver fruit? The elder hesitated. Yes.
Song Qingyuan nodded. The sect master of Liang sect and the leader of Xianyun sect have also gone, and not only that, martial arts forces from Donghai province have discovered this blood silver fruit.
What? Donghai province? The elders of Qingyu sect trembled all over. Donghai province is one of the 7 provinces in South China.
The economy of Donghai province is not only stronger than that of Dongjiang province, but its martial arts are also more prosperous. Who would have thought that even the martial arts forces of Donghai province have set their sights on this blood silver fruit? So, to obtain this blood silver fruit, one must not only deal with the Liang sect and the Xianyun sect, but also contend with other martial arts forces in Donghai province? This competition is just too fierce. Not only is there a blood silver fruit there, but also other spiritual herbs. However, the miasma there is currently too severe to enter. In about 5 days, the miasma will dissipate, and the blood silver fruit will be just ripe. So, you all come with me to compete for the blood silver fruit and the spiritual herbs, Song Qingyuan said in a deep voice. As he spoke, a glint of brilliance flickered in his eyes. If he could obtain the blood silver fruit, he would surely be able to break through. At that time, his combat power
would reach a whole new level. He might even be stronger than the leader of the Liyang sect. He would become the #1 in the entire martial arts world of Dongjiang province. Good. The Grand Elder and the others all nodded. Their eyes also revealed eagerness. If they could each obtain a blood silver fruit, perhaps they too could break through. I wonder if Chu Chen will go. The third elder suddenly spoke up. This matter about the blood silver fruit can no longer be kept secret. I believe it will spread soon. Since Chu Chen is already a martial spirit master, he should be interested. Song Qingyuan pondered for a moment and then spoke. Master, then we can kill him together. The third elder said ominously. Song Qingyuan pursed his lips and said, we'll see how it goes then. He had not interacted with this young man, Chu Chen, so he did not want to act recklessly. However, he was quite displeased that Chu Chen had killed 2 elders of their Qingyu sect. After all, Chu Chen's actions were a blatant disregard for their Qingyu sect. It was truly arrogant. I hope he really goes to compete for the blood silver fruit. The third elder's eyes flickered with a cold glint. Chu Chen, if you dare to go, the Wuya mountain range will be your burial ground. At the Longhu sect, Chu Chen sat cross-legged by the lake, surrounded by spiritual herbs. These were all gifted by the more than 10 elders of the Qingyu sect earlier. Some were also borrowed from the Longhu sect's warehouse. At this moment, strands of spiritual energy overflowed from the herbs, which Chu Chen absorbed, refining it into pure spiritual power within his body. He did not know how long it had been when he finally opened his eyes. A smile appeared on his face. Having absorbed the spiritual energy from these herbs, he had solidified his realm. He stood up just as he was about to go out. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a WeChat video from Yi Qingsno. Chu Chen immediately answered. On the other end of the call was a cute face. It was Cuckoo. Yi Qingsno was holding her. Daddy. Upon seeing Chu Chen, Cuckoo immediately greeted him happily. Daddy, when are you coming back? Tomorrow, I suppose. Chu Chen smiled lightly. Chu Chen, are you okay? Yi Qingsno asked with concern. She had already learned about today's events. Her heart was filled with shock. Chu Chen had actually destroyed the Longhu sect. This man far exceeded her imagination. I'm fine. Chu Chen smiled lightly. Did I not say? Just a mere Longhu sect. What is that? As he spoke, a proud expression appeared on his face. You're being narcissistic again. Yi Qingsno rolled her eyes. However, at this moment, a glimmer of hope ignited in her heart. Perhaps Chu Chen could really satisfy the Yi family. Perhaps she could really have a chance to be with Chu Chen. Their family of 3 could truly be together. Daddy, come back quickly, Mommy misses you so much. Kuka said in a sweet voice. Who misses him? Yi Qingsno shot a glare at Kuka, pretending to be angry. Don't say nonsense. You've been distracted all day today. How could it not be that you miss Daddy? Kiki giggled. I didn't. A hint of crimson flashed across Yi Qingsno's exquisite, flawless face. She had indeed spent the whole day worrying about Chu Chen, but she didn't want to admit it. She secretly glanced at her phone and saw a smile on Chu Chen's face, which made her cheeks even redder. Alright, Chu Chen, come back quickly. After saying that, she hung up the phone directly. Chu Chen put away his phone and went outside. Master Chu. Su Mang immediately approached Chu Chen upon seeing him. It seemed he had been waiting there for a while. Is there something? Chu Chen looked at him, his eyes slightly narrowed. Is there another guest? No. Su Mang shook his head. There's something. I think Master Chu will be interested. What is it? Chu Chen asked with curiosity. It is said that there are blood silver fruits appearing in the Huaishan mountain range. Su Mang replied respectfully. Blood silver fruits? Chu Chen frowned slightly and asked, what is that? It is said to be a type of spiritual fruit, and it's a second-level spiritual fruit. Su Mang explained. This was also the news he had just received. Second-level spiritual fruit? Chu Chen's heart stirred upon hearing this. A few days ago, Xia Qing had also shared some martial arts knowledge with him. Spiritual medicines and fruits on earth are also classified by levels. The spiritual medicines he obtained from the Evil Witch sect and the elders of the Qingyu sect were only first-level spiritual medicines. How could there be second-level spiritual fruits in the Huaishan mountain range? Where exactly? Chu Chen looked at Su Mang and asked. In a canyon, but that area is currently covered by miasma, and the blood silver fruits are not yet ripe. It is said they will mature in 5 days. Su Mang replied respectfully. If even you have received the news, then other forces must have heard about it too, right? Chu Chen frowned. Yes. Su Mang nodded. The Liyang sect, Qingyu sect, and Xianyun sect have all received the news. After a pause, Su Mang continued, even the martial arts forces from Donghai province have heard about it. Donghai province? Chu Chen was taken aback. It seemed many forces were going to compete for this blood silver fruit. Master Chu, the martial arts in Donghai province are more prosperous than in Dongjiang province. If you really go, you must be careful, Su Mang said solemnly. Don't worry. Chu Chen smiled lightly. A glint of determination sparkled in his eyes. Huaishan mountain range. He would definitely go. The blood silver fruit. He must have it. As it was getting late, Chu Chen stayed at the Longhu sect. The next morning, he took the high-speed train back to Jiangchun. Daddy! Yi Qingsno had already brought Kiki to the high-speed train station to wait. Upon seeing Chu Chen, Kiki immediately rushed over. Chu Chen picked her up and looked at Yi Qingsno, smiling. Qingsno, why did you come to pick me up? I didn't come to pick you up. Yi Qingsno turned her face away and said, it was Kiki who insisted on dragging me here. Mama, how can you slander me? Kiki looked at Yi Qingsno, pouting. Clearly, you received Daddy's call and kept calculating what time Daddy would arrive at the station. Yi Qingsno's pretty face flushed with anger. Are you saying it was you who wanted to come? I just saw that you really wanted to pick up Daddy, so I took the initiative to suggest it, giving you an out. Kiki said seriously. Yi Qingsno was so angry her teeth itched. Is this really her daughter? Daddy, don't blame Mama for her words. She just misses you too much but is too shy to say it. Kiki looked at Chu Chen and teased. Okay. Chu Chen smiled lightly and looked at Yi Qingsno. Yi Qingsno's pretty face was incredibly flushed, like a ripe apple. Daddy, let's go home. Mama specially had Auntie prepare a feast waiting for you to return. Kiki said playfully. When did I do it specially? I made it for you to eat. Yi Qingsno explained. Mama, lying is not what a good child does, you know. Coco's small face was full of seriousness. Yi Qingsno turned around and got into the car. She didn't want to say anything more, otherwise, she would really lose all her face. The three of them quickly returned to the Yulan courtyard. To her surprise, Han Danqiu was also there. Upon seeing Chu Chen, a complex expression appeared on Han Danqiu's face. This guy actually destroyed the Longhu sect. He was not just a master. He was a martial spirit expert. However, at this moment, she still maintained an arrogant demeanor. Chu Chen couldn't be bothered with her and carried Cuckoo into the house. Isn't it just a martial spirit? What's there to be proud of? Compared to that adult, you're far behind. Han Danqiu sneered. She looked up at the sky and murmured, My lord, when will you return, so this guy can see how great the gap between him and you really is? Somewhere on Earth, thick layers of ice surrounded the area. It was a vast expanse of white. This was a frozen world. At this moment, a figure sat cross-legged on the ice. The figure was dressed in a long robe, shrouded in mystery, making it impossible to discern their appearance, sitting there motionless, like a statue. My lord, there is new information from Jiangcheng. At this time, a man in black arrived, his expression respectful. Crack! The ice around the figure slowly cracked open. It then transformed into mist. What's the situation? The figure's voice was calm and unhurried. Madam's ex-boyfriend has returned, and he is now a martial spirit expert, the man in black reported respectfully. Oh, the figure let out a sound of surprise. However, he did not speak further. After a long pause, he finally asked, What about the target? The pace of the cold air explosion is getting faster and more intense, the man in black replied respectfully. Understood, you may leave. Yes, my lord. The man in black left with a respectful demeanor. The world returned to silence once more. The figure remained motionless, as if it had never moved at all. Jiangcheng. Chu Chen looked at the lavish dishes on the dining table, his face showing surprise. Yi Qingsno really prepared such a feast to welcome him? I only made this for Cuckoo, don't misunderstand, Yi Qingsno said, a hint of awkwardness flashing across her pretty face. She had indeed specifically instructed the nanny to prepare it. However, she didn't want to admit it. You're using me as an excuse. Are you my real mother? Cuckoo looked at Yi Qingsno and sighed. Eat. Yi Qingsno blared at her. Han Danqiu's expression was quite unpleasant. It seemed Qingsno still cared a lot about this guy. No, I absolutely cannot allow this to happen. What's so good about this guy? What can compare to that adult? After dinner, Chu Chen played with Cuckoo for a while before leaving. Chu Chen. Just as he stepped out the door, Han Danqiu called out to him. Is there something? Chu Chen replied indifferently. Han Danqiu felt angry at his attitude. After all, she was the daughter of the Han family, and she was quite beautiful too. So wherever she went, wasn't she always praised? But this guy always treated her like this. It was like this before, and it was still like this now. She looked at Chu Chen and sneered, Chu Chen, although you are strong now, if you think the Yi family will marry Qingsno to you, you might as well stop dreaming.
And even if you are a martial spirit expert, you still cannot be compared to that adult. As she spoke, her face was full of mockery. That so-called adult of yours, in my eyes, is nothing. Shu Chen clasped his hands behind his back and said lightly, Shu Chen, do you know what you're saying? Han Danqiu said mockingly, what's the point of your empty words? Time will prove it, Shu Chen said, too lazy to explain further, and turned to leave. Han Danqiu looked at Shu Chen's back and couldn't help but sneer. This guy was getting more and more arrogant with his words. This guy is actually a master of martial spirits, but it's a bit surprising. Han Danqiu murmured to herself. However, he still wasn't worthy of Qing Xue. The next day, Su Mang returned. And he brought a box with him. Inside were all kinds of elixirs and spiritual herbs. So many spiritual herbs? Shu Chen's face showed surprise. He had basically collected all the spiritual herbs from the Longhu sect yesterday. How could there still be so many? These were sent by some forces in the martial arts community of Dongjiang province, Su Mang said politely. A hint of surprise appeared on Shu Chen's face. They all want to befriend you, Master Chu, Su Mang chuckled. As he spoke, a look of emotion crossed his face. When he first met Shu Chen, he was still living in a village in the city. How long had it been? Now, the entire martial arts community of Dongjiang province wanted to curry favor with Shu Chen. This was a legend. But when he thought about his own changes, he felt even more emotional. Not long ago, he was just a gang leader in the old street. And now, he was already a master. Moreover, the forces of the entire Dongjiang province wanted to befriend him. Of course, he also knew that these people were only doing so because of Shu Chen. Alright, Shu Chen was not polite and accepted all the spiritual herbs. You take these elixirs back, you can keep them for your use. Shu Chen looked at Su Mang and instructed, by the way, pick someone with good aptitude, good character, and loyalty to cultivate. Okay. By the way, Master Chu, there's one more thing I want to discuss with you. Su Mang looked at Shu Chen respectfully. What is it? Shu Chen asked. Many people have suggested holding a celebration banquet for you, inviting all the martial arts forces in Dongjiang province to attend, Su Mang said with a smile. A banquet? Shu Chen frowned slightly upon hearing this. He had no interest in such things. Many of them haven't met you yet and want to take this opportunity to get to know you, Su Mang said, pursing his lips. If these forces can be of use to you, that would be quite good. Shu Chen pondered for a moment and nodded, alright then. How about tomorrow night? Seeing Shu Chen agree, Su Mang was excited. You can handle it, Shu Chen said lightly. Good. Su Mang nodded. Soon, the news that a banquet would be held for Shu Chen at the Jiangcheng Grand Hotel the next day spread. The entire martial arts community of Dongjiang province was in an uproar. Various forces hoped to receive an invitation to attend the banquet. Su Mang's phone was almost blown up with calls. Many forces began to head towards Jiangcheng. The entire Jiangcheng was more lively than ever. This kid dares to hold a banquet? Let's see if he still dares to be so arrogant once he enters the Huaishan Mountains, the third elder of the Qingyu sect said with a sinister expression. As for all this, Shu Chen was not concerned. He took the spiritual herbs back to cultivate. His cultivation had been solidified, but he hadn't made much progress. I wonder how that blood silver fruit is doing. Shu Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The next day, Shu Chen didn't go anywhere and just stayed in the Yulan courtyard playing with Cuckoo. At noon, Yi Qingxue returned, looking exhausted. What's wrong? Shu Chen looked at Yi Qingxue with concern. Is there something going on at the company? Nothing, Yi Qingxue shook her head and said, I'm just a bit tired. As she spoke, she sat on the sofa and rubbed her temples. Let me give you a massage, Shu Chen said with a smile. Massage? Yi Qingxue's face flushed at his words. No need. What do you mean no need? You're so tired, let me help you relieve it, Shu Chen said as he came behind her, placing his hands on her fragrant shoulders and gently kneading. Yi Qingxue's delicate body trembled slightly. Although she had been intimate with Shu Chen during their relationship years ago, it had been a decade since then. During this time, while her relationship with Shu Chen had warmed up, it had never been as close as it was now. Moreover, she found Shu Chen's massage technique incredibly comfortable, making her feel very relaxed. She slightly lifted her head, a look of enjoyment on her face. Because of this movement, when Shu Chen looked down, he saw a snowy white valley, quite enticing. Shu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit hot. Looking at Yi Qingxue's stunningly beautiful face, he couldn't help but think of the longing he had felt for 1,000 years in the immortal realm. He hesitated for a moment, lowered his head, and slowly kissed Yi Qingxue's delicate red lips. Soon, Shu Chen was close to Yi Qingxue. Daddy! Just as he was about to kiss her, a childish voice rang out. Cuckoo appeared at the door. Hearing this voice, Yi Qingxue opened her eyes and, seeing Chu Chen so close, she was momentarily stunned before hurriedly pushing him away. Her pretty face flushed as she playfully scolded, "What are you doing?" Especially when she saw Cuckoo at the door, she felt incredibly embarrassed. Just now, Chu Chen's massage had been too comfortable, and she had fallen asleep because she was so tired. She never expected this guy
would actually want to do something inappropriate? Daddy, Mommy, I didn't see anything, you can continue.
Cuckoo covered her face with her little hands and ran out.
Alright, Qingxue, let's continue. Chu Chen chuckled.
Yi Qingxue shot him a glare, angrily saying, "Continue your big head."
This guy was getting slicker by the day.
She had no idea what he had been up to for the past 10 years.
Chu Chen rubbed his nose and walked out. Daddy! Cuckoo ran over, looking apologetic. I'm sorry for interrupting you and Mommy just now. Chu Chen picked her up and smiled. It's okay. Mommy seems to have not had lunch yet. How about we go out to eat? Cuckoo said excitedly.
Sure. Chu Chen carried her back to the living room. Upon seeing Chu Chen, Yi Qingxue glared at him again. This guy had made her feel embarrassed in front of Cuckoo several times.
Mommy, Daddy said he would take us out for delicious food, let's go. Cuckoo came to Yi Qingxue, grinning. I'm not going. Yi Qingxue shook her head. She still hadn't recovered from the embarrassment earlier.
Come on, this is a family activity for the three of us. Oh no, a parent-child activity. Cuckoo tugged at Yi Qingxue's delicate hand, looking adorable.
Alright. Seeing Cuckoo like this, Yi Qingxue couldn't bear to refuse. Besides, she hadn't eaten yet. She was indeed hungry. Yay! Cuckoo jumped up in joy.
The three of them left the Yulan courtyard.
Qingxue, what do you want to eat? Chu Chen asked, looking at Yi Qingxue with a smile. Can we have ice cream? Cuckoo asked excitedly. Can ice cream fill you up? Chu Chen was speechless. This little one probably just wanted to eat it herself. Just something light, I don't want a big meal. Yi Qingxue said. Alright. Chu Chen nodded. In the end, he took Yi Qingxue to Nongyuan Road.
This was a food street in Jiangchang, surrounded by several universities. There were many delicious foods here, including snail noodles, old friend noodles, fried river snails, grilled mackerel, and so on, all very cheap. When Chu Chen was dating Yi Qingxue, they had come here often. Although it was still noon, it was already bustling with activity, full of life. Arriving here, Yi Qingxue couldn't help but recall the times she had come here with Chu Chen. Back then, they were so innocent and in love. At that time, she thought that as long as two people loved each other, they could be together. Now she realized, love would ultimately lose to reality. In a daze, so many years have passed. She has transformed from that naive college student into a mother. Chu Chen brought the two of them to a shop, ordering a snail and duck foot pot, along with some grilled baby squid skewers. So delicious. Cuckoo ate with her mouth full of oil. Yi Qingxue's eyes also sparkled. Ever since Chu Chen went missing, she had never come here. The familiar taste filled her with emotion. Moreover, it was so delicious. Yi Qingxue was stunningly beautiful, and Cuckoo was as cute as a porcelain doll. The two of them were enjoying their meal so much that they instantly attracted the attention of many people nearby. This woman was even more beautiful than a big star, yet she came here to eat such common food? And she was enjoying it so much. Beautiful lady, having a late-night snack? At that moment, a man walked over, looking at Yi Qingxue and smiling as he asked. The man was quite handsome, and Chu Chen noticed he was a martial artist, already a master at the earth level. Yi Qingxue ignored him. Hello, beautiful, my name is Wei Guanchuan. The man introduced himself and asked, can I sit here? No. Before Yi Qingxue could respond, Chu Chen coldly replied. I didn't ask you. Wei Guanchuan glanced at Chu Chen, his voice cold. Get lost. Chu Chen said coldly. What did you say? Wei Guanchuan's expression darkened at his words. He certainly knew that Chu Chen was with Yi Qingxue, and he might even be her husband. However, he didn't take Chu Chen seriously at all. Yet, he never expected Chu Chen would dare to tell him to get lost? How outrageous. He looked at Yi Qingxue and said, beautiful lady, it's not that I'm not giving you face, but your friend is too irritating, so I have to teach him a lesson. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Yi Qingxue remained silent, lowering her head to eat. Cuckoo did the same. It was as if they didn't care about Chu Chen at all, because the mother and daughter knew. This person couldn't do anything to Chu Chen. Wei Guanchuan was taken aback for a moment, then sneered. It seemed this beauty was also dissatisfied with this kid, so she was being so indifferent. Thinking of this, he felt incredibly excited. It seemed he still had a chance to win over this beauty. Kid, let me teach you. You can't be too arrogant.
Wei Guanxuan's eyes turned cold as he threw a punch at Chu Chen. However, at that moment, he felt darkness before his eyes. Slap! A crisp sound of a slap echoed. The next moment, he felt the world spinning. He was sent flying and crashed hard onto a nearby table. Ah! He let out a painful scream. He touched his left cheek and found it a bloody mess. His left cheek was ruined. The surrounding customers were all startled by this scene. At the same time, they looked at Chu Chen, their faces filled with shock. This young man just slapped him, and he was sent flying? This was too unbelievable. How strong was this person? Wei Guanxuan looked at Chu Chen with a ghostly expression. He was even more shocked than the surrounding customers. After all, he was a martial artist, and a master at the earth level. This guy didn't have any martial artist aura about him. How could he slap him away? Could it be that this guy was a heaven-level master? Just wandering around a food street, and he encountered a heaven-level master? When did the martial arts in Jiangcheng become so prosperous? Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Could it be that this guy was also here to attend Mr. Chu's banquet? He stood up, looking at Chu Chen, and said coldly, "Kid, I didn't expect to misjudge you, but if you dare to hit me, you will regret it." After saying that, he commanded, "Come here." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures rushed over quickly. These individuals exuded a powerful aura. They were all martial artists, and among them were 2 heavenly-level experts. They were all bodyguards of Wei Guanxuan. However, just a moment ago, they had been hiding at a distance, keeping a certain space from Wei Guanxuan. "Daddy, be careful, don't let them knock over my soy milk," Kuka said to Chu Chen in a childish voice. The people nearby were left speechless. "Little one, your dad might get beaten up soon, and you're only worried about your soy milk? They say daughters are their father's little cotton-padded jackets, but yours seems to have a bit of a draft." Wei Guanxuan was even more excited. It seemed that this mother-daughter pair was indeed dissatisfied with this kid, which was why they were so indifferent. This was just great. "Go and take him down for me," Wei Guanxuan said to Chu Chen, his voice cold. As long as he could take down this kid, he was sure to win over the stunningly beautiful woman. "Yes, young master," the group roared, charging straight at Chu Chen with a loud bang. The ground cracked beneath them. The guests nearby widened their eyes at this scene. Could these people be martial arts masters? They looked at Chu Chen, all sighing. This young man seemed to be in big trouble. They couldn't help but turn away. Slap! Ah! At that moment, screams echoed. Everyone sighed again. This young man's cries were too tragic. They all turned back. The next moment, they were all dumbfounded, because they found that Chu Chen was still sitting there calmly, while several people lay on the ground, moaning in pain. This young man was actually unharmed? How is that possible? Wei Guanxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. His subordinates were all at least Earth-level experts, with 2 being heavenly level. Yet, they had been sent flying by this kid with just a slap? How could this kid be so strong? Could he be a master? Chu Chen stood up and walked towards Wei Guanxuan. "You, don't come over," Wei Guanxuan said, his face panicked as he hurriedly stepped back, shouting, "I tell you, I am the young master of the Wei family." "Never heard of it," Chu Chen shook his head. "The Wei family is not one of those small families in Jiangcheng, but a big family in Dongjiang province. If you dare to do anything to me, my Wei family will not let you go." Wei Guanxuan looked at Chu Chen coldly, his words filled with threats. "What? A big family from Dongjiang province?" The guests nearby trembled, looking at Wei Guanxuan with faces full of awe. This man's background was so terrifying? So what? Chu Chen raised his hand and slapped. Slap! Wei Guanxuan flew up and crashed onto the street outside. "You dare to hit me?" He glared at Chu Chen, his eyes filled with malice. Today, he had come to Jiangcheng with his father to attend Mr. Chu's banquet tonight. Just now, feeling bored and hearing that there were many female college students around Nongyuan Road, he thought he would come over and take a look, hoping to find a female college student to keep him company during this dull afternoon. After all, female college students were quite appealing. As soon as he arrived, he was immediately captivated by Yi Qingshu's stunning beauty. So he went over to strike up a conversation, completely disregarding Chu Chen beside him. "Who would have thought? Kid, do you believe I'll call my dad over right now to make you pay?" He shouted angrily at Chu Chen. Although Chu Chen's combat power was terrifying, possibly a master, he was not afraid. Because his father was a grandmaster. "Fine, I'll wait," Chu Chen said lazily, lowering his head to continue eating grilled kidneys. "Good. You're quite arrogant." Wei Guanxuan's anger boiled inside. He took out his phone and immediately dialed his father Wei Xinin's number. However, after just 2 rings, the call was hung up. Wei Guanxuan frowned slightly. Why did his dad hang up on him? He dialed again.
On the other end, Wei Shimin looked at his ringing phone with a face full of anger.
Master Wei, you should answer the call, said a man across from him. Alright, Mang Yi, I'm sorry, Wei Shimin said apologetically. He stepped outside, answered the call, and angrily said, what do you want? He was seething inside. He had finally managed to get an appointment with Mr. Chu's favored person, Su Mang. He hoped to make a good connection with Su Mang, hoping that tonight Su Mang could introduce him to Mr. Chu. It was bad enough that his son didn't come with him to the dinner, now he was calling him repeatedly. What was the meaning of this? Dad, I'd been beaten up. Hurry and come help me take revenge, Wei Guanchuan cried. What?
Wei Shimin's face darkened at the words. Although his son sometimes annoyed him, he was still his son.
How could someone dare to hit him? Who was it? Wei Shimin asked in a deep voice.
I don't know, but he might be a master, Wei Guanchuan said, glancing at Chu Chen, who was leisurely eating skewers, with a sinister look.
A master?
Wei Shimin frowned slightly.
How did his useless son get involved with a master? Did you not say who you are? Wei Shimin asked angrily.
I did, but he didn't take our Wei family seriously at all, Wei Guanchuan embellished. He even said he had the ability to make me call you over.
What? Wei Shimin's face instantly darkened.
Although their Wei family was not as powerful as the Longhu sect, they were still considered a second-tier family in the entire Dongjiang province, and he himself was a grand master.
How could someone dare to look down on the Wei family? This was utterly arrogant. Dad, hurry and come deal with this madman. Wei Guanchuan glared at Chu Chen with intense hatred.
As long as his dad came, he believed
he would definitely be able to deal with Chu Chen.
At that time, he would make Chu Chen kneel and beg for mercy.
And that woman
would also become his bedmate. Wei Shimin pondered for a moment and said, I have to accompany an important guest right now, I can't leave.
Who is it? Wei Guanchuan asked, confused. He had just been beaten, and his father wasn't coming? What important guest could be more important? Mang Yi,
Wei Shimin said in a deep voice.
Mang Yi? Wei Guanchuan was taken aback. This was the top favored person next to Mr. Chu.
He didn't expect his father had really managed to get an appointment.
Dad, then you should stay with him, Wei Guanchuan hurriedly said. Alright, your matter. We'll talk later.
Wei Shimin hung up the phone and returned to the private room.
Mang Yi, I'm sorry, my son had an urgent matter to discuss with me, making you wait, he said as he sat down, looking apologetic. It's fine, Su Mang waved his hand.
Wei Shimin looked at Su Mang and smiled. Mang Yi, could you say a few good words for our Wei family in front of Mr.
Chu,
or introduce me and my son to Mr.
Chu during tonight's banquet?
Wei Shimin looked expectantly.
The reason he was so eager to curry favor with Su Mang was to have a face-to-face conversation with Chu Chen at tonight's banquet.
If he could seize this opportunity to befriend Chu Chen, their Wei family would soar to new heights.
This could be a great opportunity for the Wei family. Su Mang pondered for a moment and said, since you are so sincere and even brought spiritual medicine for Mr. Chu, I will mention it to him. Thank you, Mang Yi, Wei Shimin said, extremely excited. It seemed their Wei family was about to take off. Nong Yuan Road. Wei Guanchuan took a moment to catch his breath and finally stood up. He looked at his bodyguards and said, let's go. The guests around all looked stunned. Didn't this young master say he was going to call his dad? Why did he leave now? Even his few subordinates looked confused. They couldn't have heard wrong, right? Left? Just like that?
My dad is with an important client, Wei Guanchuan said angrily. He didn't want to let it go like this, but his father had important matters to attend to right now. He could only endure for the time being.
You wait. Our matter isn't over yet.
He shot a cold glance at Chu Chen, then left with the support of two subordinates.
The onlookers all sighed. They thought there would be more drama to watch.
They didn't expect it to end like this. Chu Chen, however, remained indifferent. He didn't care about the Wei family at all.
After finishing his meal, Chu Chen took Yi Qingsno and Ku Ke for a stroll along Nong Yuan Road.
Soon, both mother and daughter had their hands full of goodies. Yi Qingsno had skewers of lamb, grilled squid, and sour wild vegetables.
Ku Ke had candied hawthorn and ice cream.
The two beauties were very happy.
Mom, you're eating so much, aren't you afraid of getting fat? Ku Ke asked.
You eat even more, Yi Qingsno shot her a glance. I'm a child, being a little chubby is cute.
You're different. If you get fat, maybe your husband won't want you one day, Ku Ke said seriously.
Chu Chen was left speechless.
What kind of thinking is that?
Yi Qingsno was also at a loss for words.
After wandering around for a while, the three finally left.
Back at the Yulan courtyard, Chu Chen looked at Yi Qingsno and said, there's a banquet tonight, come with me.
A banquet? Yi Kingsnow's pretty face froze, and she asked, "What kind of banquet?" "It's a banquet held for me by the martial arts community of Dongjiang Province," Shu Chen said with a faint smile. "Why should I attend if it's for you?" "I'm not part of the martial arts community," Yi Kingsnow replied. Shu Chen looked at her and said softly, "I want you to come with me, to witness my achievements." Upon hearing this, Yi Kingsnow's body trembled. She stared blankly at Shu Chen. At that moment, she couldn't help but think of the vows they had made to each other back then. "Come with me to the banquet, I want everyone in Dongjiang Province to know. You are my woman," Shu Chen said earnestly. For some reason, Yi Kingsnow felt a bit teary. She looked at Shu Chen and said, "But this might bring you danger, that lord's people will soon come to Jiangcheng." "I don't care, I'm scared too," Shu Chen said as he embraced Yi Kingsnow. "No one can take you away from me." Feeling Shu Chen's heartbeat, Yi Kingsnow felt an inexplicable sense of peace. In the end, she nodded slightly and said, "Okay." Even if they couldn't be together in the end, at least they once had each other. "Alright, bring Cuckoo along tonight, we'll go together," Shu Chen said happily. After chatting for a while, Shu Chen left and returned to the Haoding Villa. Unexpectedly, he ran into Su Mang at the door. "Master Chu," Su Mang greeted respectfully upon seeing Shu Chen. "What brings you here?" Shu Chen asked curiously. Su Mang took out a box and smiled. "Tonight, a family leader sent me some spiritual herbs." Shu Chen opened it and found several spiritual herbs inside. The quality was quite good, and the spiritual energy was abundant. "What does he want?" Shu Chen asked. "He doesn't have any particular requests, he just wants to attend tonight's banquet, so I gave him an invitation." "He also wants to meet you at the banquet, Master Chu," Su Mang replied respectfully. We'll talk later," Shu Chen said lightly. He took the spiritual herbs inside. Ning Shufang and Chu Xiaoyu were watching TV. "Mom, Xiaoyu, you two are coming with me to the banquet tonight," Shu Chen said with a smile. Ning Shufang asked in confusion. "The martial arts community in Dongjiang Province is holding a banquet for me. I want you to see, Mom, what kind of big shot your son has become now. I want you to believe, Mom, that one day, I will have the Ning family roll out a red carpet to welcome you back," Shu Chen said seriously. "Okay." Ning Shufang nodded. Chu Xiaoyu immediately called Lu Mengmeng to invite her to join them for the evening. Shu Chen then took the few spirit herbs back to his room. At that moment, in a presidential suite of a five-star hotel in Jiangcheng, Wei Guanchuan was tending to the wounds on his face. Just then, his father, Wei Shimin, returned. "Dad." Seeing Wei Shimin, Wei Guanchuan was filled with excitement. However, in his excitement, he inadvertently pulled at his facial injuries, causing him to cry out in pain. "Shinner, what happened?" Wei Shimin's expression darkened instantly upon seeing his son's disfigured face, and he shouted angrily, "Who did this? I don't know who that kid is, but as long as we investigate, we will definitely find him soon," Wei Guanchuan said ominously. Wei Shimin remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Now is not the time." "Not the time?" Wei Guanchuan showed confusion in his eyes and asked, "Why? Tonight is Mr. Chu's banquet. If we cause trouble in Jiangcheng now, we might provoke Mr. Chu's displeasure," Wei Shimin said in a deep voice. Wei Guanchuan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, saying, "Then we'll wait until the banquet is over to settle the score with him." Wei Shimin nodded. "By the way, Dad, didn't you say you went to accompany Old Man Mang just now? How did it go?" Wei Guanchuan asked curiously. "Old Man Mang gave us an invitation. I can take you to the banquet tonight," Wei Shimin said with a smile. "Really?" Wei Guanchuan was thrilled. An invitation to tonight's banquet was hard to come by. He didn't expect his father to actually get one. Moreover, Old Man Mang also said he would mention our Wei family to Mr. Chu, and maybe he can introduce us to him, Wei Shimin continued. "That's great." Wei Guanchuan was so excited he almost jumped up. "It seems our Wei family is about to soar." "Exactly." Wei Shimin was equally delighted. If they could get close to Mr. Chu, it would truly be a great opportunity for their family. "By the way, the person who hit you tonight isn't from some big family, is he?" Suddenly, he thought of something and asked. "No way." Wei Guanchuan shook his head without hesitation. "He can't have any significant background." Wei Guanchuan sneered. That kid didn't even have a single lackey by his side. He looked like a rogue cultivator. Perhaps he was just hoping to attend Mr. Chu's banquet. But with just his status as a rogue cultivator, he probably didn't even qualify to obtain an invitation. "Are you sure?" Wei Shimin asked again. Now, Jiang Chang was gathering all the martial arts figures from the entire Dongjiang province. He was worried that his son had offended some big shot. "Dad, don't worry. I have enough discernment not to offend someone with a big background," Wei Guanchuan said seriously.
His words were filled with determination.
Then that's fine.
Wei Shimin looked at him and said, handle this well, and come with me to the banquet tonight.
Okay. Wei Guanchuan nodded. Excitement also showed in his eyes. He wanted to see what Mr. Shu looked like.
Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Shu Chen brought Ning Shufang and the others to Yulan Courtyard. To his surprise, Han Danqiu was also there.
Danqiu wants to attend the banquet too, Yi Qingsno explained. Did you look down on me? Why would I want to attend my own banquet? Shu Chen glanced at Han Danqiu and said.
Sometimes, Danqiu is just straightforward, Yi Qingsno said, urging Shu Chen not to take it to heart.
Alright then, Shu Chen waved his hand. Han Danqiu looked at Shu Chen with a complex expression.
She never expected that the entire martial arts community of Dongjiang province would hold a celebration banquet for Shu Chen.
Kiki, come here, Grandma will hold you. Ning Shufang's face was filled with affection upon seeing Kiki.
Let's go, Shu Chen said with a faint smile. The group drove directly to the Jiangcheng Grand Hotel. At this moment, the outside of the hotel was filled with all kinds of luxury cars. Even a BMW was not considered a luxury car here.
One by one, people with extraordinary demeanor and a powerful aura walked into the hotel.
These individuals were the leaders or important figures of the great families in the martial arts community of Dongjiang province.
It could be said that this was the most grand banquet in Dongjiang province in decades. Master Wu, you actually came too? We all came to admire Mr. Shu's style.
As they walked, these people chatted. When they talked about Shu Chen, their faces were filled with endless admiration. One person single-handedly destroyed the Longhu sect. Truly terrifying combat power. It had been many years since such a fierce person had appeared in Dongjiang province, let alone in a small place like Jiangcheng where martial arts had declined.
Mr. Shu could be said to be a legend.
They not only wanted to see what this legend looked like but also wanted to befriend Shu Chen.
Wei Guanchuan and his father had also arrived. However, Wei Guanchuan's face was wrapped in bandages, looking quite comical. Many people nearby looked at him in surprise.
This person is like this, yet he still came to attend Mr.
Shu's banquet? Wei Guanchuan noticed these gazes, feeling gloomy inside. If it weren't for that kid, how would he end up like this? Truly detestable.
Calm down, as long as we can befriend Mr.
Shu, these people will envy you greatly, Wei Shimin said in a deep voice. Wei Guanchuan nodded.
The two walked towards the hotel entrance.
Have you heard?
A few days ago, the people from Qingyu sect went to Longhu sect to seek an alliance with Mr.
Chu. Suddenly, someone spoke up. The Qingyu sect went to seek an alliance with Mr. Shu.
Everyone looked surprised. It seems that although Mr. Shu is just one person, he can already rival a large sect.
After the Qingyu sect allied with Mr. Shu, their influence became even stronger, and with Mr. Shu having the Qingyu sect as an ally, he can be even more unrestrained in Dongjiang province, everyone sighed. Unfortunately, Mr.
Shu did not agree to the alliance but rejected it. The person who spoke earlier pursed his lips.
Rejected? Everyone was taken aback. The Qingyu sect is the second largest martial arts sect in Dongjiang province, and Mr. Shu actually looked down on them? Not only that, but Mr. Shu also killed two elders of the Qingyu sect on the spot.
The person continued.
What? Everyone trembled at the news. Master Lu, what is going on?
They all looked at this person, their faces filled with curiosity.
Wasn't it an alliance? How could Mr. Shu suddenly take action?
The Qingyu sect claimed to seek an alliance with Mr. Shu, but in reality, they were eyeing the resources of Longhu sect, especially that incomplete spiritual vein.
Mr. Shu certainly wouldn't indulge them, Master Lu chuckled. So that's how it is. Everyone suddenly understood.
The Qingyu sect was in the wrong.
Did they really think Mr. Shu was easy to deceive? Many people showed expressions of glee.
The Qingyu sect had been quite arrogant and overbearing, and now someone could finally deal with them.
However, Mr.
Shu actually killed the elders of the Qingyu sect in front of them, truly fearless.
What about the Qingyu sect? Did they fight with Mr. Shu? Someone asked curiously.
The head of the Lu family sneered and said, the elders of the Qingyu sect didn't dare to say a word, and each of them handed over a spirit herb.
After returning, the Qingyu sect didn't even dare to trouble Mr. Shu. Everyone was stunned. The Qingyu sect usually had a strong grip, dealing with anyone they disliked. Now they actually backed down? Mr. Shu's deterrent power is too strong. Everyone sighed in unison. Even a powerful martial arts sect like the Qingyu sect was unwilling to conflict with Mr. Shu. Mr. Shu could be said to single-handedly pressure a martial arts sect. I didn't expect Mr. Chu to have a conflict with the Qingyu sect, and yet the Qingyu sect backed down. Wei Guanchuan was also astonished. This Mr. Chu, who was about the same age as him, was truly impressive. He could be considered a legendary figure among the younger generation of the entire Dongjiang province. So, if we can befriend Mr. Chu, it would be equivalent to befriending a force that even the Qingyu sect fears. Wei Shimin's face showed a hint of anticipation. He was looking forward to meeting Mr. Chu at tonight's banquet. Let's go. Wei Shimin quickened his pace. Wei Guanchuan followed behind him. Ha! Suddenly, Wei Guanchuan looked towards the distant parking lot, a look of surprise on his face. At that moment, 2 cars had parked there. One of the car doors opened, and a few people got out. One was a woman of stunning beauty. The other was a man holding a little girl. Seeing this man, Wei Guanchuan was filled with rage. What's wrong? Wei Shimin asked when he saw his expression. Dad, that's the guy who beat me up. Wei Guanchuan pointed towards Chu Chen, his eyes dark with anger. Wei Guanchuan looked over, his brows furrowing. This is the madman? He looked at Chu Chen with an icy glare. Chu Chen had smashed his face, leaving him looking like a clown. He wished he could kill Chu Chen right away. He turned to Wei Shimin and urged, Dad, go help me take revenge now. All afternoon, Wei Guanchuan had felt a pent-up frustration. He was the eldest son of the Wei family, with an incredibly noble status. Yet today, in this small place called Jiangcheng, he had been humiliated. Now, attending the banquet, he felt like a clown. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? So, seeing Chu Chen now, he wanted revenge immediately. Wei Shimin pondered for a moment and said, This is Mr. Chu's banquet. If we cause trouble, we might end up in a terrible situation. Wei Guanchuan was startled by his words. Right. If they angered Mr. Chu, the Wei family might be in trouble. Let's talk after the banquet is over. Wei Shimin said solemnly. At this moment, he was also a bit puzzled. This madman was actually attending Mr. Chu's banquet? It seemed his identity was not that simple, so he decided to wait until after the banquet to investigate thoroughly. All right. Wei Guanchuan glanced at Chu Chen, his eyes filled with coldness. Kid, just wait. He and his father walked into the hotel. After Chu Chen and the others got out of the car, they also walked towards the hotel entrance. Along the way, Ning Shufang and the others looked tense. Han Danshou's expression was slightly grim. Judging by the number of luxury cars in the parking lot, this guy's banquet was not ordinary at all. Master Chu. At that moment, Su Mang came out, respectfully greeting them. Let's go. Chu Chen, holding Kuko, led Ji Qingsno and the others into the hotel. Hello, Mr. Chu. Along the way, people kept greeting him. These were important figures in the martial arts world of Dongjiang province. They had seen Chu Chen before at the Longhu sect. Now, looking at Chu Chen, they showed great respect. Soon, they arrived at the hotel lobby. The lobby was very spacious, decorated in a resplendent manner. It was just like a royal palace. At this moment, surrounded by the crowd, he resembled an emperor. The hall was already filled with people. Everyone was looking in the direction of Chu Chen, their faces filled with anticipation. Mr. Chu has arrived? Wei Guanchuan and his father also curiously looked over. However, although the Wei family was considered a large clan, they could only sit in a corner. At this moment, the two of them couldn't see Chu Chen's appearance at all. Wei Shimin frowned slightly. He felt that Mr. Chu's back seemed a bit familiar. However, he couldn't quite pinpoint why it felt familiar. Su Mang brought Chu Chen and the others to sit at the front. He walked up to the podium and smiled. Everyone, tonight's banquet can be said to be a celebration for Master Chu. I'm very glad that everyone could come to participate. Next, let's invite Master Chu to the stage to say a few words. Clap, clap, clap. The applause echoed in the hall. Chu Chen, holding Kuku, slowly walked up to the podium. What? Wei Shimin's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't this the person who injured Shinner? Wei Guanchuan almost fell to the ground. At this moment, he was in a daze, filled with shock. That kid is actually Mr. Chu, that legendary figure? He actually wanted to hit on Mr. Chu's woman? He even claimed he would take revenge on Mr. Chu, truly looking for death in a toilet with a lantern. Wei Shimin looked at him, his face darkened to the extreme. At this moment, he really wanted to slap his son to death. I have been trying to please Su Mang just to get close to Mr. Chu, and you actually offended Mr. Chu in advance. At this moment, he really wanted to slip away. But now that Chu Chen had just taken the stage, he didn't dare to make any move. On the podium, Chu Chen scanned the entire hall and said lightly, I don't have much to say. Everyone has come from afar to attend this banquet, and I can feel this sincerity. Master Chu is mighty. Everyone kept applauding. I hope Master Chu will lead our Dongjiang martial arts community to create brilliance. Someone suddenly shouted loudly. I hope Master Chu will lead our Dongjiang martial arts community to create brilliance. The entire hall echoed with the shouts. These people were the leaders or important figures of the major forces in the martial arts community of Dongjiang province. At this moment, they looked at Chu Chen with faces full of awe and expectation. Among the 7 provinces of South China, Dongjiang province had the weakest martial arts. They hoped that Chu Chen could make the martial arts of Dongjiang province even more glorious. Xiao Yu, your brother is truly a figure at the top of the pyramid. Lu Mengmeng's small mouth opened slightly, her round face showing shock. Xu Xiaoyu was also in a daze. Her brother is actually this impressive? Ning Shufang stared blankly at Chu Chen on the podium. She felt a bit of a sting in her nose, her eyes reddening. Who said her son Ning Shufang was useless? Who said her son Ning Shufang was definitely not as good as the Ning family's children? Perhaps Xiao Hao can really make the Ning family regret. At this moment, a thought suddenly popped into her mind. Yi Qingxue looked at Chu Chen, her beautiful eyes also misty. The higher Chu Chen's achievements, the happier she felt for him. And at this moment, a hope ignited in her heart. Perhaps one day, Chu Chen could truly make the Yi family satisfied with him. Their family of 3 might really be able to be together. This guy, Han Danqiu, also had a complex expression. Ever since Chu Chen started dating Yi Qingxue, she had looked down on him. She thought Chu Chen was just a poor kid from a village in Jiangcheng. No background, no ability. What qualifications did he have to be worthy of Qingxue? Who would have thought that after disappearing for 10 years, he would achieve such accomplishments? Now, Chu Chen could be considered a figure at the top of the martial arts community in Dongjiang province, completely beyond her expectations. After saying a few words, Chu Chen walked down from the podium holding cuckoo. Mom, Qingxue, I told you, I can make your lives better. He came in front of Ning Shufang and Yi Qingxue, speaking earnestly. Ning Shufang felt a bit emotional, nodding heavily. She was truly happy that Chu Chen had achieved such success. Yi Qingxue also wiped her tears, looking at Chu Chen with a beaming smile. Soon, everyone came forward to toast Chu Chen. These people were all big shots in the martial arts community of Dongjiang province. Yet, in front of Chu Chen, they all showed great respect. The wine glasses were held low. Chu Chen didn't put on airs. After all, he was still thinking about these people helping him find clues from 22 years ago or materials for refining the 9 turns holy sun pill. Wei Guanchuan and Wei Shimin didn't dare to approach and instead hid in a corner. Dad, let's go. Wei Guanchuan whispered. Staying here made him feel his legs tremble. Wei Shimin felt a dark cloud in his heart. He had been hoping to make a good connection with Chu Chen tonight. Unexpectedly, he didn't even dare to approach now. He looked at Wei Guanchuan, wishing he could kill him. Sigh. Wei Shimin sighed and took Wei Guanchuan towards the exit of the hall. Wei family head, why are you leaving? At that moment, Su Mang called out to him. Hearing Su Mang's voice, Wei Shimin trembled all over, feeling extremely anxious. If it were before, Wei Shimin would definitely be very excited at this moment. Because Lord Mang remembered him, he might have a chance to meet Mr. Chu. But now, he really wanted to run away. However, he didn't dare to. In the end, he could only turn around with difficulty, looking at Su Mang, and smiled. Lord Mang, Wei family head, come here. Su Mang waved him over. Everyone in the hall was momentarily stunned. Then, they looked at Wei Shimin, their faces showing envy. Lord Mang actually knew Wei Shimin? And it seemed like Lord Mang was going to introduce Wei Shimin to Mr. Chu. The Wei family was taking off. But at this moment, Wei Shimin wanted to cry. Nevertheless, he slowly walked towards Su Mang and Chu Chen. Wei Guanchuan felt cold all over, his legs trembling, but he followed his father's footsteps. Soon, the two arrived in front of Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, this is the Wei family head I told you about. Su Mang respectfully introduced. So you are his father? He wanted to call you over this noon? Chu Chen glanced at Wei Guanchuan and said lightly. Thud. Wei Shimin instantly knelt down, pleading, Mr. Chu, it's my fault for not disciplining my son properly, I was wrong. He glared at Wei Guanchuan and shouted angrily, useless waste, why aren't you kneeling down to apologize to Mr. Chu? Wei Guanchuan immediately knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head. Mr. Chu, I was wrong, today I didn't recognize the great mountain, I was wrong. This. Everyone in the hall was stunned. What happened to this father-son duo? Did they seem to have offended Mr. Chu? Mr. Chu, this. Even Su Mang was taken aback. It's nothing, just someone was a bit arrogant this noon, saying they wanted to deal with me, Shu Chen said lightly.
What? Everyone in the hall trembled, looking at Wei Shimin and his son in shock.
The Wei family actually wanted to deal with Mr. Shu. Were they tired of living? Everyone shook their heads and sighed. The Wei family head really did raise a good son.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Shu, I was wrong. Wei Guanchuan felt cold all over, sweat pouring down his forehead, continuously bowing.
Who would have thought that today he would encounter the legendary Mr.
Shu on the street? Truly incredible. How could his luck be so good? Mr. Shu, I'm sorry, it's all my failure to discipline him. Wei Shimin also kept bowing.
Although he was the head of the Wei family and a grandmaster, kneeling publicly like this would probably make him a joke in the entire martial arts community of Dongjiang province in the future.
But he couldn't care about that anymore. He only hoped to stay alive.
I remember your son saying that our matter is not over, and that I should wait. Shu Chen looked down at Wei Shimin and Wei Guanchuan, speaking.
Wei Guanchuan trembled all over, his face pale and colorless. He did say that at noon today, because he thought Shu Chen had no background.
However, who knew that Shu Chen indeed had no powerful background? But he himself was incredibly strong. He alone could rival a large family.
Wei Shimin's expression also changed drastically.
At this moment, he wished he could strangle his own son.
You messed with Mr. Shu and that was bad enough, but you even dared to talk tough? Damn it. Useless.
He waved his right hand, and a stream of energy shot towards Wei Guanchuan's eyes.
Put. 2 sprays of blood erupted. Ah! Wei Guanchuan let out a painful scream.
He covered his eyes, crying out, my eyes, my eyes.
Mr. Shu, my son has offended you with his ignorance.
His eyes are of no use now that I've ruined them.
I hope Mr. Shu can calm his anger.
Wei Shimin knelt on the ground, speaking respectfully.
The people in the hall all sighed.
The head of the Wei family was indeed ruthless. But who told his son to offend Mr. Shu? A hint of surprise appeared on Shu Chen's face as well. He didn't expect Wei Shimin to be so decisive.
He waved his hand and said, let's go, let your son remember this in the future. Thank you, Mr. Shu, for sparing his life.
Wei Shimin hurriedly helped Wei Guanchuan leave.
Han Danqiu looked at Shu Chen, her expression complex.
Wei Shimin was the head of a prominent family in Dongjiang province, and to please this guy, he even blinded his own son.
This guy's deterrent power was too strong. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Shu Chen looked at Su Mang and said, we bid farewell to Mr. Chu.
Everyone in the hall lowered their heads and shouted loudly. After Chu Chen and the others left the Jiangcheng Grand Hotel, they quickly returned to the Yulan courtyard. Shu Chen, I'm very happy for your achievements in martial arts, but the martial arts world is filled with blood and danger, so you must be careful. Yi Qingsno looked at Shu Chen and said softly, one day, I will make your Yi family willingly marry you to me.
Shu Chen said seriously. Yi Qingsno's nose twitched slightly.
In the past, she really had no confidence in Shu Chen. She thought the two of them could never be together again.
But now,
a spark of hope reignited in her heart.
I believe you.
Yi Qingsno nodded slightly, but you also can't push yourself too hard for the sake of improving your strength and put yourself in danger. Don't worry, I haven't given you a grand wedding yet, so I won't be in any trouble. Shu Chen pulled her into his arms. Yi Qingsno also tightly embraced Shu Chen, burying her head in his chest.
Ahem.
At that moment, a cough was heard.
Han Danqiu walked over.
She looked at Shu Chen and Yi Qingsno, her expression dark to the extreme. Shu Chen ignored her and continued to hold Yi Qingsno. However, Yi Qingsno seemed to feel embarrassed and broke free from Shu Chen's embrace.
Alright, Qingsno, I'm going back. Shu Chen didn't want to stay with this woman, Han Danqiu. He went to say goodbye to Cuckoo and then left. Shu Chen.
As he reached the door, just as Shu Chen was about to leave, Han Danqiu called out to him.
Is there something? Shu Chen's expression was indifferent.
Shu Chen, I admit I misjudged you before, but even if you can make the entire Dongjiang province treat you with respect, you still don't deserve Qingsno.
Han Danqiu sneered. Whether I deserve it or not is up to you to decide. Who do you think you are? Shu Chen looked at Han Danqiu and said coldly, if it weren't for Qingxue, you'd be 6 feet under by now. You! Han Danqiu felt a surge of rage inside. What did this guy mean? Was he threatening her? With a furious expression, she said, Shu Chen, you're just a martial arts master, what's so great about that? If that lord comes back, he could crush you with a single finger. Fine, I'll wait for your lord to return. Shu Chen sneered and turned to leave. Despicable. Han Danqiu blared at Shu Chen's back, seething with anger. This guy was getting more and more audacious. How dare he threaten her today?
She turned back into the house and approached Yi Qingxue, saying, "Qingxue, you absolutely cannot be with Chu Chen. His character is questionable."
Questionable character?
Yi Qingxue frowned slightly. After being with Chu Chen for so many years, she had never felt that his character was problematic.
He just threatened me, saying he wanted to kill me, Han Danqiu said angrily.
Yi Qingxue was taken aback and said, "Danqiu, did you say something excessive to Chu Chen again?" She believed Chu Chen wouldn't say such harsh words without reason.
Me, say something excessive?
"I'm just speaking the truth," Han Danqiu retorted, her face filled with anger. He thinks that just because he had a bit of luck and became a martial arts master, he can act however he wants.
As she spoke, she looked at Yi Qingxue and said, "Qingxue, he's too arrogant. Sooner or later, he'll meet a bad end." Don't you dare speak about Chu Chen like that. Before Han Danqiu could finish, Yi Qingxue's face flushed with anger. Han Danqiu felt a wave of irritation.
Ever since Qingxue got together with Chu Chen, her temper had been getting worse.
It was truly infuriating.
"Qingxue, don't forget that you've already made a promise to your family," Han Danqiu reminded her.
"I know," Yi Qingxue said, a hint of sadness flashing across her face. "I'm going to accompany Kuku now." She turned and left.
Han Danqiu watched her retreating figure, her expression very unpleasant. Qingxue really did want to be with that good-for-nothing. She couldn't understand how that good-for-nothing could compare to that lord.
"Qingxue, one day you'll understand that so-called love is nothing but this," Han Danqiu murmured to herself.
On the other side, Chu Chen and the others had returned to the luxurious villa.
"Uncle, I didn't expect you to become such a big shot in the entire Dongzheng province. Do you need a wife?" Lu Mengmeng looked at Chu Chen with admiration. Chu Chen felt a headache coming on and said, "I already have a wife." "Then do you mind having another one?" Lu Mengmeng asked again. "Lu Mengmeng, go roll away." Xu Xiaoyu kicked her directly.
She seriously suspected that her best friend just wanted to take advantage of her, wanting her to call her sister-in-law.
"I'd have a ball to roll, which is better than you having none," Lu Mengmeng retorted, mocking a certain part of Xu Xiaoyu. "Lu Mengmeng, you brat. You flaunt yourself every day. Are you feeling uncomfortable inside?"
Xu Xiaoyu lunged at her with claws out. Lu Mengmeng hurriedly dodged back into the house. Soon, screams echoed from inside.
It seemed some parts would have to endure again. "Xiaohao, the higher you stand, the more attention you attract, so be careful," Ning Shufang warned Xu Chen.
"Mom, I know," Xu Chen replied with a faint smile. After chatting with Ning Shufang for a while, Xu Chen returned to his room.
The next morning, Su Mang brought a lot of spiritual herbs.
"These were given by the guests who attended the banquet last night," Su Mang explained.
Xu Chen selected a few that were useful to him and let Su Mang take the rest back. "By the way, how's the Huaishan mountain range?"
Xu Chen looked at Su Mang and asked. "According to the news, we should be able to enter in the next couple of days, and the blood silver fruit is just ripe."
Su Mang replied respectfully, "Good."
A glint of brilliance flashed in Xu Chen's eyes. He took the spiritual medicine and returned to his room. That day, he refined another batch of qi-gathering pills. He gave one each to Ning Shufang, Xu Xiaoyu, and Yi Qingsno. Although the three were not martial artists, taking the qi-gathering pills could help them nourish their bodies and enhance their physical strength.
He distributed some to Su Mang and others, then went to the Yi family. "Mr.
Chu, you're here," He Delin greeted Chu Chen politely upon seeing him.
He Ying looked at Chu Chen with a face full of amazement.
This guy really destroyed the Longhu sect.
This guy is actually a martial spirit master.
Chu Chen handed a bottle of qi-gathering pills to He Delin and smiled. "Old He, this bottle of qi-gathering pills is for you."
"Thank you, Mr. Chu," He Delin said, visibly excited.
Pills are extremely important for martial artists, especially since the ones refined by Chu Chen were of excellent quality. "By the way, we've found some clues regarding the East State." He Delin seemed to remember something and spoke up.
"What clues?" Xu Chen asked eagerly.
"Clues about the incomplete martial arts techniques, but we haven't investigated thoroughly yet. Once we have more information, I will notify you immediately," He Delin said.
"Good, thank you, old He."
A glint of brilliance flickered in Xu Chen's eyes.
It seems there really are forces in the East State involved in the siege against his father. After chatting for a while, Xu Chen left. He called Pang Weishuang, wanting to give her a qi-gathering pill. However, Pang Weishuang said she was currently not in Jiang City. "President Pang, where have you gone?" Xu Chen asked curiously.
"Nothing much," Pang Weishuang replied, her mood a bit low.
Xu Chen didn't press further. Early the next morning, Su Mang arrived.
"Master Chu, the miasma in the Wuya mountain range has slowly dissipated, and many forces have already set out," Su Mang said respectfully.
"Oh?"
A glint of brilliance flashed in Xu Chen's eyes. then I will set out shortly.
Master Chu, should we accompany you? Su Mang hesitated.
No need, Chuchen shook his head, you can't help much right now.
Focus on your training and improve your cultivation first.
All right.
Su Mang nodded.
He secretly resolved to improve his cultivation as soon as possible.
Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to help Master Chu.
Chuchen said goodbye to Ning Shufang and then went to the Yulan courtyard. Upon learning that Chuchen was going out again, Coco pouted, looking unhappy.
Daddy, don't you have something to do?
Chuchen patted her head and comforted her. I will be back soon.
Then can you bring me a gift? Coco asked in a baby voice.
Sure.
Chuchen nodded with a smile.
Then I will allow you to go out, Coco huffed lightly.
Chuchen shook his head and smiled. This little one.
You must be careful, Yi Qingsno said, showing concern for Chuchen.
Chuchen nodded.
After playing with Coco for a while, he left and set off for the Woya mountain range.
Xingyu Gate.
The gate master, Song Qingyuan, looked at the Grand Elder and others and said solemnly, there is not only one blood silver fruit in the Woya mountain range, but also many spiritual medicines.
We must compete for more spiritual medicines.
Rest assured, Gate Master, the Grand Elder and others all nodded. They also showed expressions of anticipation, especially those who had not yet broken through to martial spirit, who looked particularly excited. Perhaps they could obtain spiritual medicines and break through to martial spirit. However, there are also many forces from Donghai province involved, so we need to be cautious, Song Qingyuan said solemnly.
Everyone nodded in agreement.
I hope Chuchen also goes to the Huaishan mountains, so he can understand that our Qingyu sect is not the Longhu sect. The third elder's eyes flickered with a cold glint.
Chuchen had killed 2 elders of the Qingyu sect right in front of them.
This was a complete provocation against the Qingyu sect, showing utter disregard for them.
Many elders of the Qingyu sect were filled with displeasure towards Chuchen. Among them, the third elder wished he could kill Chuchen.
Since becoming an elder, since becoming a disciple of the Qingyu sect, he had never been so openly provoked.
That's right. Once we enter the mountains, if we encounter Chuchen, we will kill him.
The other elders also had sinister expressions. Moreover, their faces were filled with confidence. Previously, they had indeed been cautious around Chuchen.
But now it was different.
With the sect master and the Grand Elder, both martial spirit experts, along with their own Grand Masters and half-step martial spirits, they believed they could definitely kill Chuchen.
We'll talk about it then. Song Qingyuan's eyes also glinted coldly. Chuchen's blatant disregard for the Qingyu sect made him quite unhappy as well.
If given the chance to kill Chuchen, he would be more than willing.
Let's set off, Song Qingyuan said in a deep voice.
A group of people left the Qingyu sect and headed towards the Huaishan mountains. At this time, some forces from Dongjiang province were also making their way to the Huaishan mountains. They all hoped to obtain spiritual herbs and soar to great heights. The Huaishan mountains are located at the junction of Dongjiang province and Donghai province, a continuous stretch of primitive mountains. This mountain range is very mysterious, shrouded in miasma year-round.
In the past, many expedition teams often came to explore. However, many people died inside.
Those who came out were often paranoid, claiming to have encountered all sorts of monsters. This caused a stir and attracted even more people to venture in. However, many years ago, an expedition team of dozens went into this mountain range and disappeared without a trace.
Not a single one came out.
Even the authorities that went in to search found no bodies. Since then, the authorities issued a notice advising the public not to enter this mountain range.
Gradually, ordinary people also dared not go in.
However, some martial artists often ventured inside, because this mountain range has many rare treasures. If lucky, they might even find spiritual herbs to break through their cultivation. Of course, these people only stayed in the outer areas. The depths of the mountain range are far too dangerous. Even Grand Masters who entered could barely ensure their survival. A slight misstep could lead to death. There was once a Grand Master who fell into a swamp and could not get out, sinking quickly and dying. It must be noted that this was a Grand Master. Therefore, even in the martial arts circles of Dongjiang and Donghai provinces, the Huaishan mountains are quite mysterious. Many martial artists had only heard of it but had never been to this mountain range. However, today, many figures were moving through the mountains.
Young Master Wu, you're here too?
Head of the Feng family, why are you all here?
I didn't expect even old Li to come.
Many familiar faces met and began to chat. These people included both men and women, young and old. They were not considered members of the major families in the 2 provinces. However, their cultivation levels were not low, with the lowest being Grand Masters. Old Li, you're not also trying to compete for the blood silver fruit, are you? The blood silver fruit is beyond our reach.
We'd be lucky to compete for other common spiritual herbs.
These people were actually hurrying deeper into the mountains. They were not there for the blood silver fruit, as they knew that the major forces of the two provinces were eyeing it. It was beyond their reach. However, they had heard that this mountain range not only had the blood silver fruit but also many other spiritual herbs. They were heading there for those herbs. Moreover, this mountain range was inherently mysterious, and usually, they did not dare to explore it deeply.
Now that so many people had entered, including those from powerful factions, it was indeed a good opportunity for exploration. Who knows, they might encounter a fortuitous event.
Thinking of this, everyone showed excitement and quickened their pace. When Shu Chen arrived, he sensed the abundant spiritual energy in this mountain range.
This place was indeed extraordinary.
The canyon where the blood silver fruit appeared was located deep within the mountain range, so Shu Chen's figure flickered as he headed straight into the depths. Along the way, Shu Chen encountered quite a few people. Their cultivation levels were not low, most were masters, and the lowest among them were heavenly level experts.
These people were mostly in teams.
Therefore, when they saw Shu Chen, they all looked at him in astonishment.
A young man dared to come to this mountain range alone? Was he not afraid of death? Roar! At that moment, a furious roar came from nearby.
Shu Chen moved in that direction and saw a bull bellowing angrily.
This bull was entirely black, with 3 horns, exuding a terrifying aura. At that moment, several people were vigilantly watching it. These people were all masters. Roar!
The 3-horned bull let out a roar and charged at these people with a terrifying aura. This is a demon beast comparable to a master. Everyone be careful. The few people erupted with terrifying energy and began to battle the 3-horned bull.
Although it was just a single bull, its defensive power was incredibly impressive. Moreover, it was quite reckless. Thus, these people were also struggling. Shu Chen looked at the battlefield, a thoughtful expression on his face. They hadn't even reached the depths of the mountain range, yet there was already a demon beast? And it was comparable to a master?
It seemed this mountain range was even more mysterious than he had imagined.
Roar! Although this demon beast was fierce, it ultimately was no match for these people. Before long, the demon beast was killed. Shu Chen did not linger and continued on his way.
The deeper he went into the mountain range, the more abundant the spiritual energy he discovered.
Moreover, the demon beasts were becoming increasingly powerful. Shu Chen even encountered a demon beast himself.
Upon seeing Shu Chen, this demon beast charged directly at him, opening its massive mouth to swallow him whole.
Shu Chen's expression was indifferent as he slapped out. Bang! The massive body of the demon beast exploded. After killing this demon beast, Shu Chen continued on his way.
Along the journey, he discovered several spiritual herbs. These were only first-level spiritual herbs, but their quality was quite high, containing rich spiritual energy. No wonder so many people have come in, Shu Chen murmured to himself. Even if he couldn't obtain the blood silver fruit, finding ordinary spiritual herbs in this mountain range was still a significant gain.
Whoosh! Shu Chen's figure flickered as he continued on his way.
He did not know how long had passed when he discovered that there was actually miasma here. Moreover, from time to time, the sounds of beasts roaring could be heard. Shu Chen estimated that he was likely nearing the deeper regions of the mountain range.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Just as Shu Chen was preparing to continue, a series of loud noises came from his right front. At the same time, energy surged. Shu Chen's heart stirred, and he flickered his figure, heading straight for that direction.
Upon arrival, he found that there was actually a woman.
The woman was tall and exquisite, dressed in tight clothing that accentuated her alluring figure. Beside her were several men staring at her. The woman had numerous bloodstains on her body, indicating she was seriously injured. "Miss Dong, you might as well hand over the items obediently," said a hawk-nosed man at the forefront, grinning sinisterly at her.
The woman's name was Dong Miaodong, the daughter of the Dong family from Donghai province.
Just now, she had spotted a spiritual herb, but it was guarded by several powerful demon beasts. To obtain this spiritual herb, she had fought fiercely with those demon beasts. Although she ultimately killed the few demon beasts, she was also injured. However, obtaining that spiritual herb was worth it. Unexpectedly, just as she got the herb, these people appeared. The leader, He was a disciple of the Guiyuan sect. He wanted her to hand over the spiritual herb, but of course, she was unwilling, so she fled. If she hadn't been injured, even if she couldn't fully confront them, she could have escaped. But now, injured, she could only be chased by He and the others. The energy within her was almost depleted.
He, are you not afraid that when you return, I will tell our Dong family?
Dong Miaoton looked at He coldly.
Whether you have the chance to go back is another matter, He replied with a sinister smile. What? Dong Miaotong's expression changed drastically upon hearing this.
He not only wanted the spiritual herb on her but also
wanted to kill her? Miss Dong is so beautiful, and now out in the wild, discussing the origins of life with Miss Dong should be quite passionate, right?
He looked at Dong Miaotong with a wicked grin. If they were outside, he might not dare to be so brazen.
But in this mountain range, what couldn't be done?
After all, no one was watching.
Exactly. The few people behind He laughed heartily. Once senior brother he was done playing, they could have a taste too. How wonderful would that be? You beasts! Dong Miaotong's face was filled with shame and anger. The people from the Guiyuan sect were truly despicable. He chuckled darkly, just about to speak when suddenly, his expression turned cold, and he shouted, "Who?" Swish! He slashed with the long knife in his hand, sending a wave of energy towards the nearby bushes. A figure emerged. At this moment, Chu Chen frowned slightly. He had been ready to leave. He didn't expect this person to come at him. Who are you? He glared at Chu Chen, his face grim. At this moment, he felt a bit puzzled. He noticed that Chu Chen did not have any aura of a martial artist. But how could Chu Chen have come here? Handsome, please save me quickly. Dong Miaotong was visibly excited, shouting loudly, I am from the Dong family in Donghai province. As long as you help me, our Dong family will definitely thank you in the future. I have no intention of getting involved in your matters. Chu Chen shook his head and said lightly. After saying that, he turned to leave. Handsome, don't go. Dong Miaotong became anxious. Although she didn't know what level of cultivation Chu Chen had, he had managed to reach this area alone. He should at least be above the master level. If Chu Chen could help her, her chances of successfully escaping would increase. Chu Chen did not stop. Neither side knew who the other was, nor did they know what grievances existed. He was too lazy to get involved. Stop! At that moment, a cold snort came. Swish! At the same time, another wave of energy slashed through. Chu Chen moved half a meter to the left to dodge. He turned to look at He, his eyes narrowing slightly. Did I let you go? He glared at Chu Chen, his voice dark. I said, I have no intention of getting involved in your matters, Chu Chen replied coldly. You think just saying you won't participate means you won't? He sneered. To avoid trouble, today's pursuit of Dong Miaotong absolutely could not be leaked. He looked at one of his companions and ordered, you go and kill him. Yes. The man nodded and, with a whoosh, charged at Chu Chen. This was a master. At this moment, he wore a sinister smile. In an instant, he was in front of Chu Chen, ready to throw a punch. But at that moment, he felt darkness before his eyes. The next moment, he lost consciousness. Bang! A crisp slap echoed, and his head exploded. The white brain matter and red blood splattered down. This! Dong Miaotong trembled, looking at Chu Chen in shock. Killing a master with a single slap? How terrifying is this young man? Even He's eyes widened in disbelief. He suspected he was seeing things. Kid, so you do have some skills. He looked at Chu Chen, his face extremely dark. This kid was at least a perfected master. It won't be long before you probably break through to the Grand Master level, right? Unfortunately for you, your luck is bad. You shouldn't have run into us. He's face was sinister as he looked at the people beside him and ordered, all of you, go together. Yes. 7 or 8 people revealed sinister expressions, exuding a terrifying aura as they charged at Chu Chen. Be careful. Dong Miaotong's pretty face changed, wanting to rush over to support Chu Chen. But He blocked her, grinning coldly. Miss Dong, where are you going? Get out of the way. Dong Miaotong's pretty face flushed with anger as she struck out directly. Humph. He sneered and met her attack. Soon, the two were locked in battle. At that moment, the 7 or 8 people had reached Chu Chen's side. They unleashed various terrifying martial techniques, directly bombarding Chu Chen. But Chu Chen just stood there, completely unharmed. What? The 7 or 8 people were stunned at this scene. What the hell is going on? Panic surged in their hearts, and they wanted to flee. But at that moment, Chu Chen struck. Slap! In an instant, the heads of the 7 or 8 people exploded like watermelons. They didn't even have time to scream. What? He, who was fighting Dong Miaotong, widened his eyes in disbelief. His 7 or 8 subordinates were all masters. They were killed by this kid in the blink of an eye? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if you beat him to death. This! Dong Miaotong's beautiful eyes also widened in disbelief. Just a moment ago, she was worried about Chu Chen. She never expected Chu Chen to be this strong. Are you a grand master? He looked at Chu Chen, his face dark to the extreme. I said I wouldn't get involved in your matters, but you insisted on showing off. Chu Chen shook his head. I admit I was wrong just now. Now, you can leave, He said in a deep voice.
Although he was also a Grand Master, for some reason, he felt inexplicably alarmed in front of Chu Chen.
Chu Chen's expression was calm as he said, "Sorry, but now, I don't want to leave." "What do you want?"
He looked at Chu Chen coldly. "I am a disciple of the Guiyuan sect. If you dare to touch me, just wait for the sect's revenge."
"Is that so? Too bad. You won't see it."
Chu Chen slowly raised his left hand. He's heart sank, and he hurriedly tried to escape. Whoosh! A streak of spiritual energy sliced through the void. He, panicking, turned around and roared, unleashing his strongest martial technique.
But, unfortunately, it was utterly useless.
His martial technique shattered like tofu under Chu Chen's spiritual energy. He was instantly split in half by that streak of spiritual energy.
Dead beyond recovery.
This,
Dong Miaotong's beautiful eyes widened, her pretty face filled with shock.
He had only just stepped into the Grand Master level, but he was indeed a genuine Grand Master.
Yet now he was dead just like that?
She looked at Chu Chen, her heart filled with astonishment.
This young man
was at least above the Grand Master level. Chu Chen ignored her and began to collect the spoils. Unfortunately, there weren't many rare spiritual herbs on these people.
This Guiyuan sect doesn't seem that impressive.
Chu Chen muttered to himself. Dong Miaotong rolled her eyes at his words.
Why does this guy feel like a bandit? And what does he mean by the Guiyuan sect not being impressive? If this were heard by the people of the Guiyuan sect, wouldn't they be so angry they'd jump up?
"Thank you for saving my life, young master." She looked at Chu Chen, her face full of gratitude. If it weren't for Chu Chen, she wouldn't know what her fate would be today. "I didn't save you, they were just looking for death themselves," Chu Chen said.
Dong Miaotong was taken aback. How could she not be considered a great beauty?
There were plenty of men who surrounded her on a daily basis.
This guy didn't seem to care about her gratitude at all? "My name is Dong Miaotong, from the Dong family in Donghai province."
"May I ask your name, young master?" Dong Miaotong smiled slightly and introduced herself to Chu Chen. "Let's part ways here." Chu Chen waved his hand, his figure flickering as he left.
He couldn't be bothered with Dong Miaotong.
If it weren't for the disciples of the Guiyuan sect looking for trouble, he might have left long ago.
What kind of person is he? Dong Miaotong stared blankly at Chu Chen's back. Is there really someone who does good deeds without seeking recognition?
At the same time, she began to doubt her own attractiveness.
Was she really that unappealing? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chu Chen's figure flickered as he traversed the mountains, heading deep into the range. Roar! At that moment, a beastly roar echoed. Boom, boom, boom.
The ground suddenly shook. A massive creature emerged from the thicket ahead.
It was a bull, with 3 horns, black skin.
Chu Chen had seen this kind of demon beast when he was on the outskirts, but this 3-horned bull was much stronger than those in the outer area. It was already comparable to a human grandmaster. The 3-horned bull saw Chu Chen and erupted with terrifying killing intent, charging directly at him. "I don't want to kill you, but you insist on seeking death."
Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he waved his right hand.
A sword light sliced through the air.
Put! The 3-horned bull was instantly cleaved in half, dead beyond recovery. In the following time, Chu Chen encountered 2 or 3 waves of demon beasts.
These beasts were all quite powerful, all at the Grandmaster level. Moreover, they had fiery tempers. Upon seeing Chu Chen, these demon beasts attacked as if they had gone mad. Unfortunately for them, their luck was bad. All these demon beasts were killed by Chu Chen. In the territory of these demon beasts, Chu Chen also obtained several spiritual herbs.
That was a nice haul. Roar! Roar! Roar!
At this moment, roars of beasts came from nearby, accompanied by sounds of fighting.
Chu Chen's heart stirred, and he walked over.
The next moment, his brows furrowed slightly, because he saw Dong Miaotong again. At this time, Dong Miaotong's pretty face was pale, covered in blood. It seemed she was seriously injured. And around her, 4 demon beasts were eyeing her hungrily.
Roar! The 4 demon beasts roared and charged directly at Dong Miaotong. Dong Miaotong was filled with despair.
She hadn't expected to just escape from Yi and the others, and now, she was ultimately going to die. This time, she probably wouldn't be so lucky as to encounter someone to save her again. However, dying at the hands of a demon beast was still better than being humiliated to death by He and the others.
Whoosh!
At that moment, a gust of energy in the form of a sword slashed down.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The 4 demon beasts were instantly cleaved in half.
Their massive bodies fell to the ground. Dong Miaotong was left stunned.
She turned her head and saw a young man standing not far away.
"It's you?" Dong Miaotong's pretty face froze.
Just a moment ago, she had resigned herself to death, but unexpectedly, she was saved again, and it was that nameless young man once more. Shu Chen sighed. He hadn't wanted to get involved, but he couldn't bear to watch this woman being devoured by the demon beasts in despair. Thank you, you saved my life again. Dong Miaotong felt her body go weak and collapse to the ground. She was already injured, and now she had been chased by these demon beasts. The only reason she could still stand was that she was holding on by sheer willpower. Now, she ultimately couldn't hold on any longer. Shu Chen took out a chi-gathering pill and handed it to her, saying, "Take it." A pill? Dong Miaotong's pretty face froze. This guy actually has a pill? She hesitated for a moment before swallowing the chi-gathering pill. In an instant, she felt a rich medicinal power spreading throughout her body. She hurriedly circulated her cultivation technique to refine the medicinal power. After more than 10 minutes, she opened her eyes. Excitement showed on her pretty face. The energy within her had been nearly exhausted, but now it had almost fully recovered. Moreover, her injuries had healed. Thank you. Dong Miaotong looked at Shu Chen with a face full of gratitude. Shu Chen had appeared twice during her most desperate moments, filling her heart with indescribable emotions. It's nothing. Shu Chen waved his hand and asked, "Are you alone?" "No, I have family, but they should be deeper inside." Dong Miaotong shook her head. She had originally been with the Dong family, but she later discovered a mysterious place, so she went to explore. By the time she came out, her family had disappeared. Are you also going deeper into the mountains? How about we go together? Dong Miaotong hesitated. As she spoke, an expression of anticipation appeared on her pretty face. If Shu Chen accompanied her, she believed she would be safer. All right. Shu Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. After all, he was also heading in that direction. Thank you. Dong Miaotong was filled with excitement. The two figures flickered and headed deeper into the mountains. Along the way, they encountered two waves of demon beasts, but they were all killed by Shu Chen. Dong Miaotong was incredibly shocked inside. This guy's combat power was terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, sounds came from the nearby bushes. Shu Chen stopped and turned to look. Whoosh. He saw several figures flying over. Soon, these figures approached Shu Chen and Dong Miaotong. Leading them was a middle-aged man exuding a powerful aura. This was a martial spirit master. Shu Chen squinted at these people. Could it be that the Guiyuan sect found them so quickly? Uncle Lu? At this moment, Dong Miaotong's face lit up with joy. The middle-aged man was her uncle Lu Dong Jianliang. Miaotong, are you alright? Dong Jianliang's expression changed slightly when he saw Dong Miaotong's clothes stained with blood. I'm fine. Dong Miaotong shook her head and asked, Uncle Lu, where have you been? After you left, we sensed some disturbances in a certain area, so we went there too, Dong Jianliang said. When they arrived at that area, they discovered a large number of spiritual herbs. However, several forces were already there, so they ended up fighting. Many of the Dong family members were injured, but they also managed to seize quite a few spiritual herbs. Who is he? Dong Jianliang looked at Shu Chen with a wary expression. This young man had no aura of a martial artist, yet he was in this mountain range. This surprised him greatly. I don't know either. Dong Miaotong hesitated. Shu Chen hadn't told her his name. Dong Jianliang looked at Shu Chen with even more vigilance. Uncle Lu, don't be nervous, he's a good person. Dong Miaotong quickly recounted the situation. What? After hearing this, Dong Jianliang's expression darkened instantly. The disciples of the Guiyuan sect are so bold? Fortunately, he saved me. Dong Miaotong looked at Shu Chen with a face full of gratitude. What is your name? Dong Jianliang asked. Shu Chen, Shu Chen replied. Shu Chen? Dong Jianliang frowned slightly upon hearing this. He hadn't heard of this name. Could he be a disciple just out for training from some martial arts sect? Or perhaps, a loose cultivator? Which martial arts force are you from? Where are your companions? Dong Jianliang looked at Shu Chen and asked, Aren't you from any martial arts faction? You're just by yourself? I'm just by myself, Shu Chen replied. Just by yourself? Dong Jianliang was taken aback. So, that means, a loose cultivator? Dong Miaotong also looked at Shu Chen in surprise. Shu Chen didn't seem very old, yet he was already a grand master. Moreover, with such miraculous pills, she thought he must be from some major power. She never expected he was just a loose cultivator. What is your intention in getting close to Miaotong? Dong Jianliang looked at Shu Chen and asked coldly. What do you mean? Shu Chen's expression turned cold. Sixth uncle, what are you doing? Dong Miaotong also looked confused. Miaotong has encountered danger twice, and you just happened to be nearby both times. What a coincidence! Dong Jianliang sneered. What? Are you saying I'm in cahoots with the Guiyuan sect? Or that I'm in league with the beasts? Can you use your brain for once?
Chu Chen said coldly. He was truly amused by the absurdity of it all. What kind of person is this? What did you say? As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Dong Jianliang exuded a powerful aura. He was a martial spirit master. How dare this kid say he lacked brains? He was really asking for trouble. Sixth uncle, please don't do this. Dong Miaotong hurriedly stepped in front of Chu Chen. Although Chu Chen was a grand master, he was definitely not a match for her sixth uncle. Chu Chen and I just happened to meet by chance, it wasn't intentional, Dong Miaotong explained. Dong Jianlian retracted his aura and looked at Chu Chen, questioning, did you give Miaotong a pill? What kind of pill was it? Do you have more? What? Are you trying to rob me? Chu Chen sneered. Hand one over. I want to check it and see if there's something wrong with your pill, Dong Jianliang said. Miaotong had said that after taking just one pill from Chu Chen, her energy had completely recovered. Even her injuries had improved. He suspected that Chu Chen's pill was some kind of healing pill, and of high quality. If he could get his hands on it, he would feel more confident moving through these mountains. Check? Who do you think you are? Chu Chen glanced at him and said coldly. Boom! As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Dong Jianliang radiated a terrifying aura. In an instant, the ground beneath him cracked. Kid, you really are extremely arrogant. Do you really think that just because you're a grandmaster, you're something special? Dong Jianliang shouted coldly. This kid actually dared to speak to him like this twice. He was truly courting death. Sixth uncle, please don't be impulsive. Chu Chen didn't mean to offend you, Dong Miaotong hurriedly said. Miaotong, you're still young and don't understand how treacherous human hearts can be. The pill he gave you might have problems, but it just hasn't shown yet. Let me take him down and interrogate him properly. Dong Jianlian's eyes were cold as he stepped closer to Chu Chen. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes, ready to slap him, but Dong Miaotong stood in front of him. Sixth uncle, Chu Chen is not that kind of person. She believed in Chu Chen. Sixth brother, what's going on? At that moment, a voice of confusion came from nearby. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a dozen figures flickered into view. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He was also a martial spirit master. Not only that, but there were two more behind him who were also martial spirit masters. Chu Chen's heart stirred. How could the Dong family have 4 martial spirit masters? And perhaps not all of them had even shown up. Just a martial arts family from Donghai province, and they already had at least 4 martial spirit masters. The gap between Donghai province and Dongjiang province in martial arts was indeed significant. Dad! Dong Miaotong exclaimed excitedly. Miaotong, are you okay? Dong Jianming rushed to her side, asking nervously. Since losing contact with his daughter, he had been worried. Now that he saw his daughter was safe, the anxiety in his heart finally eased. I'm fine. Dong Miaotong shook her head and looked at Chu Chen, saying, fortunately, Chu Chen saved me. Chu Chen? Dong Jianming looked at Chu Chen, his brows slightly furrowed. Who is this person? Third brother, you're just in time. Dong Jianliang said with a serious face, this kid is deliberately getting close to Miaotong. He must have ulterior motives. Dad, it's not like that. Dong Miaotong said anxiously, Chu Chen didn't approach me on purpose, it was just a coincidence. He even gave me healing pills. Oh, right. He also gave Miaotong some strange pills. I asked him for one to check, but he refused to hand it over. It's obvious he has something to hide. Dong Jianliang continued. Dad, it's not like that. Dong Miaotong stamped her foot, very anxious. She quickly recounted the events. Oh, after hearing this, Dong Jianming showed a hint of surprise on his face. He didn't speak but stared intently at Chu Chen. At this moment, Dong Jianming looked at Chu Chen, filled with astonishment. He didn't sense any aura from Chu Chen. But for some reason, he felt a peculiar aura emanating from him. This contradictory feeling left him puzzled. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. Young friend, thank you for saving my daughter. Ha! Chu Chen was taken aback. He thought Dong Jianming was also someone who couldn't see the situation clearly. Third brother, he appeared twice during Miaotong's moments of crisis. It's indeed suspicious. Dong Jianliang said in a low voice. He looked at Chu Chen, his eyes flashing with cold light. Sixth brother, you're just overthinking it. Dong Jianming waved his hand, looking at Chu Chen with gratitude. Young friend, thank you. I, Dong Jianming, owe you a favor. He was very fond of his daughter. So, upon learning that Chu Chen saved her, he was genuinely grateful. It's nothing, just a small effort. Chu Chen replied lightly. Seeing Dong Jianming say this, although Dong Jianliang felt displeased, he couldn't say anything further. Young friend, are you heading deep into the mountains? May I ask which area you are going to? Dong Jianming asked with a smile. The Huaishan mountain range was vast, and even the deep areas were quite expansive, with different regions. Many people were exploring these different areas, seeking opportunities. Linza Canyon, Chu Chen said. Linza Canyon? Dong Jianming's expression changed. Linza Canyon was precisely where the blood silver fruit was located. It was known that when the blood silver fruit ripened, a tremendous battle would surely occur in Linza Canyon. Even a Grand Master could easily lose their life if not careful. This young man actually wanted to go there? And he was going alone. It seemed he had quite a bit of courage. Dong Miaotong also looked at Chu Chen in surprise. Chu Chen was actually going to Linza Canyon? Did he also want to obtain the blood silver fruit? He might want to use the blood silver fruit to break through to martial spirit. Dong Miaotong thought to herself. He doesn't know the heights of heaven or depths of the earth. Dong Jianliang sneered inwardly. They were martial spirit experts, yet they had no confidence in obtaining the blood silver fruit. And Chu Chen, just a Grand Master, dared to go alone to compete for it? He was truly living recklessly. Young friend, we are also heading to Linza Canyon, why not go together? It would be good to have someone to look out for you, Dong Jianming said with a smile. The deeper into the mountains, the more dangerous it became. In any case, Chu Chen had saved his daughter. So, he still wanted to help Chu Chen a bit. Chu Chen pondered for a moment and nodded, alright. He only knew the general location of Linza Canyon but didn't know the specifics. Since the Dong family was a prominent family in Donghai province, they should have more information than he did. Then let's go. Dong Jianming's figure flickered as he led the Dong family's experts forward. Poof. Dong Jianliang shot a cold glance at Chu Chen and followed suit. Chu Chen, my sixth uncle is just concerned about me. He's not a bad person, so please don't take it to heart, Dong Miaotong said, looking at Chu Chen with an apologetic expression. Chu Chen had saved her twice, yet her sixth uncle had just misunderstood him so gravely, even considering taking action against him. Chu Chen must be feeling quite hurt inside. It's fine, let's go. The two figures flickered and followed behind. With the Dong family members clearing the way, their speed indeed increased significantly. Along the way, they encountered two groups of demon beasts. These two groups were quite powerful, but ultimately not on par with the Dong family's experts. They were quickly dealt with, and Chu Chen didn't even need to lift a finger. Suddenly, Chu Chen stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Dong Miaotong looked at him in confusion. It seems there's something over there, Chu Chen pointed to the right. What is it? Dong Miaotong asked curiously. There might be spiritual herbs, Chu Chen replied. After saying that, he flickered and headed straight for the right. Spiritual herbs? Upon hearing this, the Dong family members all followed suit, especially Dong Jianliang, who moved even faster. After walking a few hundred meters, Chu Chen came to a halt. At that moment, he looked ahead, a hint of joy appearing on his face. There was actually a patch of spiritual herbs. So many spiritual herbs? The Dong family members were incredibly excited to see them. Dong Jianliang was even more thrilled and rushed forward. Roar! At that moment, a furious roar echoed. Whoosh! 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 Shadows shot towards them. They were wolves. These wolves were pitch black, but surprisingly, they had two snow-white horns on their foreheads. The two leading black wolves even had 3 horns. The aura emanating from these two black wolves was particularly terrifying. There were more than 20 black wolves in total, each exuding a dreadful killing intent. These are snowhorn black wolves, Dong Jianming said in a deep voice. Snowhorn black wolves were a powerful type of demon beast. It was said that they were comparable to human heavenly level experts from birth. Once the first horn grew on their foreheads, they were comparable to masters. The second horn equated to great masters, and the third to martial spirits. With more than 20 of them having 2 horns, it meant they were all comparable to human great masters. The 2 leading wolves were even comparable to martial spirit experts. They must have their eyes on this patch of spiritual herbs, Dong Jianming said solemnly. Who cares? This patch of spiritual herbs can only belong to us, Dong Jianliang sneered and charged forward first. Roar! The leading triangular black wolf let out a furious roar, charging over with terrifying killing intent. Boom! Soon, Dong Jianliang was engaged in battle with it. Roar! At this moment, the remaining black wolves also howled to the sky, transforming into shadows as they charged towards the Dong family members. Everyone, be careful, Dong Jianming reminded, rushing forward to engage in fierce combat with the triangular black wolf. The other Dong family members fought against the remaining black wolves. Chu Chen, be careful, Dong Miaotong warned Chu Chen and also charged forward. Roar! A black wolf, like a shadow, rushed straight at Chu Chen. Bang! With a casual wave, Chu Chen struck the black wolf dead. Although these black wolves were comparable to human great masters, they were nothing in front of Chu Chen. Bang! 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 Chu Chen struck quickly. With each move, a black wolf fell. In the blink of an eye, 6 or 7 black wolves had been killed by Chu Chen. The Dong family members were all taken aback. This young man is so strong? He must be on the verge of breaking through to martial spirit. No wonder he's so arrogant. Dong Jianliang frowned, a cold sneer forming in his heart. Although these black wolves were powerful, with 2 comparable to martial spirit experts, they ultimately were no match for the Dong family. Soon, all the black wolves fell. Even the 2 that were comparable to martial spirit experts were killed by Dong Jianliang and Dong Jianming. The Dong family began to harvest the spiritual herbs. Whoosh! Chu Chen swiftly arrived beside the spiritual herbs, preparing to pick them. Whoosh! At that moment, a beam of light tore through the void. Thud! The light struck right in front of Chu Chen, creating a crack in the ground. Uncle Lu, what are you doing? Dong Miaotong looked at Dong Jianliang, asking with dissatisfaction. Why was her uncle attacking Chu Chen? Chu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. These spiritual herbs belong to our Dong family. Who do you think you are to pick them? Dong Jianliang coldly said to Chu Chen. Your Dong families? Chu Chen sneered. It seems I discovered this patch of spiritual herbs, and I just killed quite a few demon beasts. Dong Miaotong's father still had some sense, but this Dong Jianliang was truly disgusting. If it weren't for our Dong family's help, if we hadn't killed those 2 black wolves with martial spirit strength, would you still be alive now? Dong Jianliang said coldly. Ha! Chu Chen laughed directly. Without you, I could still slay these demon beasts. Alright, 6th brother. At this moment, Dong Jianming stepped forward and said, this patch of spiritual herbs was indeed discovered by Chu Xiaoyu, and he also contributed earlier. He even divided half of the spiritual herbs and gave them to Chu Chen. This made Chu Chen regard him with a higher opinion. It seemed that not all the higher-ups of the Dong family were unreasonable. 3rd brother, you. Dong Jianliang suddenly became unhappy. That half of the spiritual herbs was quite a lot. Why should this kid benefit? 6th brother, our Dong family is a family of certain standing. We cannot act so unreasonably. Dong Jianming said solemnly. Dong Jianliang said nothing, only shot a cold glance at Chu Chen. Dong Jianming then looked at Chu Chen and smiled. Chu Xiaoyu, your combat strength is quite strong. Perhaps we can cooperate when it comes to competing for the blood silver fruit? What qualifications does he have to cooperate with us? As soon as Dong Jianming finished speaking, Dong Jianliang scoffed. 6th brother. Dong Jianming glared at him. The combat strength Chu Chen had just displayed was quite formidable. Moreover, for some reason, he always felt a mysterious aura emanating from Chu Chen. Chu Xiaoyu, what do you think? He asked with a smile. Chu Chen pondered for a moment and said, if the opportunity arises, cooperation is not out of the question. He wasn't very familiar with the martial arts world of Donghai province and didn't know what kind of experts had come this time. If the Dong family wanted to cooperate, it wasn't impossible. Ha! Dong Jianliang sneered. This kid really dared to talk about cooperation? Did he think he was a martial spirit? Good. Dong Jianming nodded in satisfaction. The others continued on their way. Along the journey, the miasma grew increasingly severe. Moreover, the encounters with demon beasts became more frequent. The strength of these demon beasts was also growing stronger, with many possessing martial spirit strength. However, the Dong family members were also quite strong, with 4 martial spirit experts among them. Thus, these demon beasts could do nothing to them. We should be arriving soon. Dong Jianming looked ahead, a hint of excitement on his face. Chu Chen's eyes also revealed anticipation. Blood silver fruit. Here I come. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, several figures flew in from a distance. Leading them was a man around 30 years old. The group stopped in front of the Dong family members. Uncle San, Uncle Lu, hello. The man smiled and greeted Dong Jianming and the others. Is that Yu Ping? Dong Jianliang responded politely upon seeing the man. Dong Jianming frowned slightly. Miaotong, I finally see you. The man looked at Dong Miaotong, his face filled with excitement. Dong Miaotong frowned slightly. The man named Yu Yuping was the young master of the Yu family, a prominent clan in Donghai province, even more powerful than her own Dong family. They had first met at a youth exchange meeting, and since then, Yu Yuping had been pursuing her. However, she had no feelings for him at all. Yet, the Yu family was indeed strong, and many elders in her Dong family hoped she would be with Yu Yuping, as it would elevate their status. But she had always opposed it, and her father stood by her side, which was why Yu Yuping had not succeeded. During this time, she had deliberately avoided him. She never expected to run into him here today. Miaotong, what happened to you? You're covered in blood. Are you hurt? Yu Yuping asked, looking at Dong Miaotong with concern. I'm fine. Dong Miaotong shook her head and replied indifferently.
thank you for your concern.
I have healing pills here, do you want some? Yu Yuping asked.
No need, I'm already mostly fine, Dong Miaotong said coldly. She didn't want to owe Yu Yuping any favors. Yu Yuping felt a wave of gloom wash over him. Ever since he first saw Dong Miaotong, he had been captivated by her beauty. He thought that with his status, he would quickly win her over. But to his surprise, she completely ignored him and was always cold towards him.
It was the same now. Damn it. If it weren't for wanting to get you, do you think I would be so easy to talk to?
Just wait until I have you. I'll show you how to deal with it.
Who is this?
Suddenly, Yu Yuping noticed the young man beside her, Shu Chen.
Who was this guy? He didn't seem to be from the Dong family, but how was he next to Dong Miaotong? Yu Gongzi, this is Chu Chen. He has saved Miaotong twice, Dong Jianli interjected with a smile before Dong Miaotong could respond.
He also gave Miaotong a pill, so she doesn't need your pills.
Uncle Lu, what are you talking about?
Dong Miaotong said with displeasure.
What did it mean that she didn't need Yu Yuping's pills because Chu Chen had given her one?
Even if Chu Chen hadn't given her anything, she wouldn't want Yu Yuping's pills.
Chu Chen looked at Dong Jianli, also displeased. Was this old man doing it on purpose?
Oh,
Yu Yuping showed a hint of surprise. He looked at Chu Chen and said, so this brother is quite strong then?
Although Chu Xiaoyu hasn't broken through to martial spirit yet, he should be close, Dong Jianli said with a smile.
Yu Yuping looked at Chu Chen in astonishment. So strong? It seemed he was about the same level. A smile appeared on his face as he said, brother, how about we have a little competition?
Yu Yuping, what are you doing?
Dong Miaotong's face turned cold.
Yu Yuping was a grandmaster at full circle. She didn't want Chu Chen to compete with him.
Miaotong, don't worry.
I just want to spar with him, I won't take his life, Yu Yuping said with a smile. Although he said this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes.
How could he just be sparring? Even if he didn't kill Chu Chen, he would cripple him. What do you think, brother? He looked at Chu Chen and asked. Not interested, Chu Chen shook his head. What? Are you afraid? Scared?
Yu Yuping looked at Chu Chen and sneered, a martial artist so timid, how can you advance to higher realms? Yu Yuping continued to sneer, his face filled with mockery. He had pursued Dong Miaotong for so long, yet she remained indifferent to him. But now, she had actually defended Chu Chen, which made him quite unhappy. So, he wanted to take this opportunity to cripple Chu Chen. He needed to vent his frustration. In short, Chu Chen was his punching bag.
Kid, do you dare?
Seeing that Chu Chen was silent, Yu Yuping continued to provoke him.
Not daring? Chu Chen shook his head. Are you that timid?
Yu Yuping did not expect Chu Chen to admit so straightforwardly that he was afraid, and he couldn't help but sneer repeatedly.
A coward like you actually dares to approach Miaotong? That's really laughable.
Chu Chen glanced at him and said lightly, I'm not timid, I'm afraid I might slap you to death.
As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the Dong family members all opened their mouths in shock. Yu Yuping was a grandmaster at the peak. Chu Chen actually said he could slap him to death? That was a bit too arrogant, wasn't it? Even Dong Miaotong was speechless. Chu Chen, your words are really infuriating. What did you say? Yu Yuping's face instantly darkened, and he shouted angrily, you can slap me to death? This kid completely disregarded him? Truly arrogant. Kid, since you're seeking death, I'll grant you that. Now, I'll kill you. He roared, and a terrifying aura surged from his body.
A blade of energy, carrying a dreadful presence, slashed directly at Chu Chen. He had wanted to cripple Chu Chen earlier. Now that Chu Chen was being so arrogant, he was completely enraged. He not only wanted to cripple Chu Chen but to kill him. Chu Chen, be careful. Dong Miaotong's pretty face changed dramatically. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he slapped out. Bang! Yu Yuping's energy blade instantly exploded. His face changed in shock, and he wanted to retreat. But the next moment, he lost consciousness.
Bang! His head exploded. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Silence. The scene was utterly silent. Yu Yuping was actually slapped to death by Chu Chen? Chu Chen wasn't lying just now? Dong Miaotong's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Chu Chen in disbelief. A grandmaster at the peak was actually slapped to death by Chu Chen? What level of cultivation was Chu Chen at? She realized that the combat power Chu Chen displayed seemed even stronger than she had imagined. Even Dong Jianlian was momentarily stunned. He looked at Chu Chen, his face showing surprise. Could it be that Chu Chen was half a step into the martial spirit realm? He was probably just one step away from fully breaking through to the martial spirit realm. However, he soon sneered inwardly. This kid actually dared to kill Yu Yuping? He had really gotten himself into big trouble. Young master. The few people following Yu Yuping also reacted at this moment,
rushing to Yu Yuping's headless corpse. Their faces were pale, and their bodies trembled. Yu Yuping had said he wanted to train, so he hadn't brought many experts, just these few. However, now Yu Yuping was dead right in front of them. They would definitely be punished when they returned. "Kid, you dare to kill the young master? We will make you pay with your life." The 3 or 4 of them shouted angrily and charged at Chu Chen together. Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he acted swiftly. Bang bang bang. These few were all grandmasters, but in front of Chu Chen, they were like ants. In the blink of an eye, these few were dead beyond saving. The Dong family members were all stunned. These were grandmasters, yet Chu Chen had treated them like chopping vegetables? This kid is probably invincible among grandmasters. Dong Jianliang thought to himself. No wonder this kid wanted to go to Linza Canyon. He must have wanted to use the blood silver fruit to fully break through to the martial spirit realm. Then he looked at Chu Chen and questioned, "Chu Chen, why did you kill young master Yu? Are you out of your mind?" Chu Chen frowned slightly. "What did you say?" Dong Jianliang's face turned angry. "He wanted to kill me, and you actually ask me why I killed him? What else could it be if not that you're out of your mind?" Chu Chen glanced at him and said lightly, "You." Dong Jianliang was furious inside. He was the 6th master of the Dong family and a martial spirit expert. Who would dare to speak to him like that on a regular basis? But this kid was incredibly arrogant the first time they met. Now he even dared to confront him like this. Truly infuriating. He looked at Chu Chen and said coldly, "Even if young master Yu provoked you first, you didn't have to go so far, did you? Do you know what kind of trouble you've caused by killing young master Yu?" "I don't know how much trouble I've caused. I only know he wanted to kill me and even attack me first, so his death is well-deserved," Chu Chen replied indifferently. "Do you think that if you kill everyone, the Yu family won't be able to find out it was you?" Dong Jianliang sneered. Dong Miaotong was also anxious. "Yes, Chu Chen killed Yu Yuping. This was a huge disaster." Dong Jianliang looked at Dong Jianming and said, "Third brother, keep him away from us. We must not have any ties with him." "Dad, no!" Dong Miaotong exclaimed anxiously. They were deep in the mountains now, surrounded by danger. The beasts were incredibly powerful. Even though Chu Chen had terrifying combat power, he still hadn't broken through to the martial spirit level. If he acted alone in this area, it would be very dangerous. He could even lose his life. And if the Yu family found out, Chu Chen would undoubtedly die. Dong Jianming remained silent, his face serious as if he were contemplating. After a while, he looked at Chu Chen and said, "Young friend Chu, thank you for saving Miaotong twice." "Dad!" Dong Miaotong was taken aback. What did her father mean? Was he really going to drive Chu Chen away? "Miaotong, don't speak," Dong Jianming said sternly. He was indeed grateful that Chu Chen saved his daughter. He also felt that Chu Chen had great potential. However, since Chu Chen killed Yu Yuping, the Yu family would definitely be furious. Their Dong family could not offend the Yu family for a stranger like Chu Chen. So, the best course of action was to keep their distance. He took out 2 bottles of healing pills and handed them to Chu Chen, saying, "Young friend Chu, keep these 2 bottles of healing pills." "No need," Chu Chen shook his head. He thought Dong Jianming would be more understanding and perceptive. It turned out he was about the same. "Chu Chen, you need to be careful." Dong Miaotong looked at Chu Chen with a face full of regret. Chu Chen had saved her twice, but along the way, he had been targeted by her 6th uncle. Now he was being driven away. She felt very sorry for Chu Chen. Chu Chen collected the spoils from Yu Yuping and the others, his figure flickering as he left. Dong Miaotong looked in the direction where Chu Chen had disappeared, her expression complicated. "Miaotong, forget it. Chu Chen is too impulsive, he's not worth getting close to," Dong Jianming said, comforting her. "His martial path won't go far." Although the strength Chu Chen displayed was astonishing, and he was likely about to step into the martial spirit level, his impulsiveness was not a good thing in the martial world. Sometimes, you have to endure. In the martial world, it's not just about talent. Strength and background also matter. You're just a rogue cultivator, and you dare to kill a young master of the Yu family? Isn't that courting death? Sigh. Dong Miaotong sighed. She was genuinely grateful to Chu Chen. If it weren't for him, she would have been dead long ago. She might even have been humiliated by those from the Guiyuan sect. But now that Chu Chen was being driven away by her family, she felt very guilty. However, since her father had said this, she didn't know what else to say. Dong Jianliang looked in the direction where Chu Chen had gone, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. He was still very intrigued by Chu Chen, because Chu Chen had miraculous pills that could instantly restore the energy within Miaotong and even heal her injuries. These pills were definitely not ordinary. Moreover, Chu Chen was just a loose cultivator, yet he possessed such high combat power. Perhaps he had encountered some fortuitous event. If he could obtain the fortuitous event that Chu Chen had, that would be wonderful. I need to find a chance to force him, Dong Zhenliang thought darkly. This was also one of the reasons he wanted to drive Chu Chen away. Alright, let's go, Dong Jianming said as he led the Dong family away. On the other side, Chu Chen's figure flickered as he headed deeper into the mountains. He had already reached the depths of the mountain range, but he had not yet arrived at Linza Gorge, which lay even deeper within. Roar! At that moment, a beastly roar echoed. Boom! A demon beast emerged. It was a black bear, exuding a terrifying aura. It was already comparable to a human martial spirit master. Upon seeing Chu Chen, the black bear let out an angry roar, filled with overwhelming killing intent, and opened its massive mouth, charging straight at Chu Chen. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent. He brought his right hand together like a blade and struck out. After breaking through to the valley-breaking realm, martial spirit masters were no longer a concern for him. Moreover, although this black bear was strong, its intelligence was clearly lacking. A streak of spiritual energy sliced through the air like a blade and instantly struck the black bear. Puff! The black bear was instantly cleaved in two. After killing the black bear, Chu Chen continued on his way. Along the journey, he encountered 3 patches of spiritual herb fields. Each of these fields was guarded by demon beasts, which charged at Chu Chen upon seeing him. But how could they possibly be a match for Chu Chen? After defeating these demon beasts, Chu Chen collected the spiritual herbs and pressed on. If only I had a storage bag, Chu Chen murmured to himself, looking at the full bundle of spiritual herbs on his back. Whoosh! Chu Chen's figure flickered as he quickened his pace. The deeper he went into the mountains, the heavier the miasma became. However, the spiritual energy was also becoming more abundant. This mountain range was truly marvelous. Whoosh! At that moment, a wave of energy sliced through the void. Chu Chen flicked his finger, and a beam of light met it head-on. Bang! The wave of energy exploded, sending energy flying, and a nearby tree snapped in half. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not far away, several figures flickered and quickly approached Chu Chen. There were about 20 to 30 people. These individuals were all of considerable cultivation, with the lowest being masters. Most were grand masters and half-step martial spirit masters. The 2 leading figures were martial spirit masters. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at these people. They were actually from the Qingyu sect. Ha ha, Chu Chen, I didn't expect to run into you here, the 3rd elder of the Qingyu sect said with a smug smile. Ever since entering this mountain range, he had hoped to encounter Chu Chen at every moment because he wanted to kill Chu Chen as soon as possible. However, they had not encountered him along the way. He thought Chu Chen wouldn't dare to come to this mountain range to compete for the blood silver fruit. He didn't expect to find him here. This was truly wonderful. The sect leader of Qingyu, Song Qingyuan, looked at Chu Chen, momentarily stunned. This young man was the one who had recently stirred the entire martial arts community of Jiang City? So young, yet already a martial spirit master? His martial arts talent was indeed high. Moreover, Chu Chen had probably also encountered some fortuitous event, right? Thinking of this, a hint of greed appeared in his gaze as he looked at Chu Chen. What do you want? Chu Chen asked, his eyes slightly cold as he regarded the people from the Qingyu sect. What do we want? The 3rd elder sneered. A few days ago at the Longhu sect, you were so arrogant. What do you think we want now? Oh, Chu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that after I took a spiritual herb from you a few days ago, you haven't learned your lesson? Chu Chen, don't be too arrogant. Elder 3 had a sinister expression as he pointed to Song Qingyuan beside him and said, our sect leader is here. Do you really think that just because you are a martial spirit, you can be invincible? Chu Chen looked at Song Qingyuan and asked, is this also your intention? For some reason, under Chu Chen's gaze, Song Qingyuan felt a bit uneasy. However, he quickly replied in a deep voice, Chu Chen, you shouldn't kill our Qingyu sect members. It was your Qingyu sect members who first set their sights on the resources of the Longhu sect. Chu Chen replied indifferently. No matter what, you have gone too far, Song Qingyuan said, looking at Chu Chen with a serious expression. However, our grievances are not insurmountable. Sect leader. Elder 3's face turned anxious upon hearing this. This time, Chu Chen must be killed. He cannot be let go again. Song Qingyuan waved his hand and looked at Chu Chen, saying, Chu Chen, you are already a martial spirit at such a young age. You must have had some fortuitous encounter, right? How about this, if you hand over your fortuitous encounter, we of the Qingyu sect can let you off the hook. We might even form an alliance. He put on a magnanimous demeanor. Upon hearing this, Elder 3 and the others' eyes lit up. Right, Chu Chen must have some fortuitous encounter. If they could obtain it, their strength might rise to a new level. You want my fortuitous encounter?
Who do you think you are? Chu Chen laughed directly. They were still eyeing his fortuitous encounter? Impudent! What did you say?
As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the members of the Qingyu sect shouted angrily. How dare this kid speak to their sect leader like that? He was truly asking for trouble.
Song Qingyuan's face also darkened instantly.
He was the sect leader of the Qingyu sect, a martial spirit expert.
Who had ever dared to be so audacious towards him? This kid actually said, "Who do you think you are?" Truly arrogant beyond measure.
Sect leader, I told you this kid is extremely arrogant, Elder 3 said, looking at Chu Chen with a cold expression. Let's go together and kill this kid, let him understand.
He cannot be arrogant in front of our Qingyu sect. You talk too much.
Chu Chen waved his hand dismissively.
Be careful. Song Qingyuan's expression changed drastically as he wanted to step forward to block. Bang! But before he could react, Elder 3's head exploded.
Brain matter and blood splattered everywhere. 5 corpses fell to the ground.
You! Song Qingyuan looked at Chu Chen, his face darkening to the extreme. Chu Chen actually dared to kill their people in front of him? Truly the height of arrogance.
The members of the Qingyu sect were all shocked.
He killed Elder 3 with a single slap? Chu Chen was too strong. Chu Chen! You are truly too audacious. Song Qingyuan glared at Chu Chen, his face filled with rage.
At the same time, he felt a bit heavy-hearted.
This kid's earlier attack was indeed a bit fierce. Alright, I have to hurry. You should get on your way too. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he shot forward with a whoosh. Attack together, kill him. Song Qingyuan roared, condensing a long knife of energy in his hand.
The Grand Elder also let out a low growl, condensing an energy palm print. The two of them charged towards Chu Chen together.
Kill! The other experts of the Qingyu sect also erupted with terrifying energy.
Among these experts were some elders of the Qingyu sect, as well as other powerful members. The lowest among them was a Grand Master at full circle. At this moment, they unleashed one terrifying martial technique after another, bombarding Chu Chen. Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent, with golden light flickering on his left hand as he threw a punch.
Boom! It was as if the air exploded. Song Qingyuan and the Grand Elder were both martial spirit experts.
The martial techniques they unleashed were extremely terrifying. However, under Chu Chen's punch light, they directly exploded. The two were taken aback and hurriedly dodged.
Boom!
A massive rock in the distance was struck by the punch light and instantly exploded into powder. As Chu Chen's left hand struck out, his right hand also delivered a palm strike. A terrifying energy palm print surged forward, striking at the other masters of the Qingyu sect.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Under the force of the energy palm print, these masters' martial skills shattered like tofu meeting a truck, exploding instantly. Before the experts of the Qingyu sect could evade, they were all blown apart.
Ah! 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 Cries of agony echoed.
In the blink of an eye, nearly all the masters of the Qingyu sect were dead. Only 5 half-step martial spirits remained. At this moment, these 5 half-step martial spirits had pale faces and felt a chill throughout their bodies. If they hadn't dodged in time just now, they too would have turned into a mist of blood.
Yet even so, they were injured. You! Song Qingyuan and the Grand Elder were shaken, their faces filled with horror at the scene. Just one move, and nearly all their masters were dead? How could this be possible? How could Chu Chen be so strong?
Grand Elder, we need to quickly bring out our ultimate skills, or we might really capsize in the gutter.
He looked at Chu Chen, his face grave.
He had practiced martial arts for decades and had never felt this tense before.
All right, the Grand Elder roared. Boom!
A terrifying source of energy erupted from his body.
Rumble!
The surrounding elemental energy quickly gathered, eventually forming a long sword of elemental energy. This long sword was incredibly condensed, as if it were a real sword.
Moreover, it bore patterns of stars and clouds, shimmering with light.
As the long sword of elemental energy appeared, a terrifying sword intent spread out.
Nebula Divine Sword.
This was one of the 5 martial skills of the Qingyu sect. It was also the strongest move mastered by the Grand Elder.
Roar!
Song Qingyuan also let out a skyward howl, and a vast source of energy surged from his body. He waved his hands, and the surrounding elemental energy rushed towards him.
Rumble! A booming sound echoed in the void as an energy palm print condensed into shape. Qingyu Sacred Palm.
This was the most powerful martial skill of the Qingyu sect.
Moreover, only the sect leader could cultivate it. At this moment, Song Qingyuan looked at Chu Chen and said ominously, Chu Chen, you may be the strongest person I've ever encountered since I started my journey, but today, you still have to die. He leaped into the air, merging with the palm print in the void, and together they pressed down towards Chu Chen. Kill! The Grand Elder also charged at Chu Chen, wielding the Nebula Divine Sword. Hoof! Chu Chen's expression was indifferent, his palm glowing with golden light. In an instant, a golden long sword condensed in his hand. He waved it gently. Boom! The Grand Elder's Nebula Divine Sword shattered like tofu against Chu Chen's long sword. Put! Even his entire body was split in half, unable to let out a scream. Whoosh! Chu Chen waved again. Boom! The golden long sword collided with Song Qingyuan's palm print. In an instant, the palm print exploded, and a terrifying shockwave of energy spread out. The surrounding trees snapped apart. The golden long sword continued its momentum, heading straight for Song Qingyuan. Song Qingyuan's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly dodged. Put! But even with his quick reflexes, he was still struck by the long sword. A spray of blood erupted. His right hand and shoulder were gone. Ah! He let out a cry of despair. Sect leader! The remaining 5 half-step martial spirit experts of the Qingyu sect all shouted out. At this moment, they were filled with shock. The Grand Elder had been cleaved in two by Chu Chen. The sect leader had also been defeated? How could this be possible? How could Chu Chen be this strong? At the same time, they felt a chill throughout their bodies, panic-stricken. With both the sect leader and the Grand Elder defeated, were they not also doomed? You are not a martial spirit expert, you are a martial king. Song Qingyuan looked at Chu Chen, his face filled with horror. Even if Chu Chen's combat power was terrifying, it was impossible for him to kill the Grand Elder and severely injure him with just a light sword strike. One could only say, Chu Chen is a martial king. His heart was filled with shock. It had been decades since a martial king had appeared in Dongjiang province. The leader of the Liyang sect was merely at the peak of martial spirit. Yet, in a place like Jiang City, where martial arts had declined, a martial king had emerged? What? A martial king? The 5 half-step martial spirits of the Qingyu sect widened their eyes, looking at Chu Chen in disbelief. How old was Chu Chen? He was actually a martial king? Alright, let's hit the road. Chu Chen pointed the golden longsword at Song Qingyuan. Song Qingyuan's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, Chu Chen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have set my sights on you. I was wrong, and I am willing to submit to you, to follow you from now on and obey your orders. At your age, you're just a martial spirit. What qualifications do you have to follow me? Chu Chen shook his head. Song Qingyuan's face flushed. What do you mean just a martial spirit? Don't you know how many people spend their entire lives without stepping into the martial spirit realm? Don't you know that the martial spirit realm is already at the pinnacle in Dongjiang province? He looked at Chu Chen, panicking, and said, Chu Chen, you can't kill me. Our Qingyu sect has a significant background. A significant background? Chu Chen looked at Song Qingyuan with interest and asked, Oh, does your Qingyu sect have someone backing you? That's right. Song Qingyuan nodded. Our Qingyu sect was established in Dongjiang province under the orders of Elder Qingyu. Elder Qingyu? Chu Chen looked at Song Qingyuan and asked, what is his background? He is from the inner world. Song Qingyuan said in a deep voice. The inner world? Chu Chen frowned and asked, what does that mean? I don't know either. Song Qingyuan shook his head. Elder Qingyu once said that this world is vast and mysterious, not just what it seems on the surface. And he comes from the inner world. As for the rest, he wouldn't say much more. What level of cultivation does he have? Chu Chen asked curiously. I don't know, but he can traverse the void. As Song Qingyuan spoke, an endless reverence appeared on his face. Traverse the void? Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's heart stirred. So, this Elder Qingyu is a martial emperor? He might even be at a higher realm than a martial emperor? Elder Qingyu said that the inner world is full of experts. If you kill me and destroy the Qingyu sect, he won't let you go when he comes out. Song Qingyuan looked at Chu Chen, threatening him. He now only hoped that Chu Chen would be afraid and spare his life. Then you won't have the chance to see him. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he swung his sword. Put! Song Qingyuan was instantly cleaved in two. Dead beyond recovery. Sect Master. The remaining 5 half-step martial spirit experts of the Qingyu sect trembled all over. The sect master and the Grand Elder were dead? What should they do? They wanted to kneel and beg for mercy, but they knew that even if they knelt, Chu Chen would probably not spare them. So they roared in anger and scattered to escape. Since you all came together, then you should stay together forever. Bang bang! Soon, Chu Chen killed the 5 of them. He began to collect the spoils. The people of the Qingyu sect not only had pills on them but also spiritual herbs. Especially the Grand Elder and others, they had quite a few spiritual herbs. What's this? A storage bag? Suddenly, Chu Chen discovered a small bag on Song Qingyuan. This was actually a storage bag.
Storage bags are made from special materials and create their own space inside to store items. In the immortal realm, storage bags are considered one of the most common cultivation resources.
But Chu Chen didn't expect that there would be storage bags on Earth as well?
He took a look and found that the space of this storage bag was not large, only a few cubic meters.
However, Chu Chen did not mind.
He had always wanted to find materials to refine a storage bag, and he never expected to obtain one today. With this storage bag, things would be much more convenient for him. He immediately stored all the spiritual herbs and pills into the storage bag.
How could he have a storage bag? Where did he get it? Or was it left behind by that elder Qingyu? Chu Chen looked at the two halves of Song Qingyuan's corpse, a thoughtful expression on his face. The world inside? What does that mean? Is there another world besides the surface of Earth?
It seems Earth is indeed incredibly mysterious, Chu Chen murmured to himself. When he broke through to the immortal emperor level back then, he couldn't even calculate the location of Earth. At that time, he felt that Earth might be quite extraordinary. Now that he had returned, he found Earth even more mysterious. It seems I need to quickly improve my cultivation and explore thoroughly.
A gleam of determination flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
His figure flickered as he left the place, continuing deeper into the mountains.
Not long after Chu Chen left, a group of people arrived. It was the Dong family.
The Dong family members were shocked to see the corpses of the Qingyu sect on the ground.
Who was so ruthless? They actually killed so many people? This person seems to be the leader of the Qingyu sect from Dongjiang province? Dong Jianming looked at the two halves of Song Qingyuan's corpse, his face showing shock. He had seen Song Qingyuan before, so he knew his identity. Song Qingyuan was a master of martial spirits. How could he be split in half? What kind of master did he encounter? Qingyu sect? Dong Jianliang also showed surprise. So, are all these people masters of the Qingyu sect? Who could have killed all the masters of the Qingyu sect? Even the leader was split in half. It might be some force at work, or they encountered some terrifying person, Dong Jianming said solemnly. He actually leaned more towards the latter, because the way the Qingyu sect members died seemed to come from just one person.
The Dong family members all shuddered. If it was a force, or several forces working together to eliminate these masters of the Qingyu sect, it wouldn't be too shocking. After all, the Qingyu sect was considered a top martial arts force in Dongjiang province, but it wasn't much in Donghai province. However, if it was just one person who wiped them out, then that person would be terrifying. At least a master of martial spirits at the peak level, Dong Jianliang said with a serious expression. He never expected to encounter a peak-level master of martial spirits here. It seemed the competition for the blood silver fruit was quite fierce.
I wonder who it could be, Dong Jianming said solemnly. Why do I feel like the way these people died is a bit familiar?
At this moment, Dong Miaotong showed a puzzled expression.
Familiar? Dong Jianming looked at Dong Miaotong in confusion and asked, what do you mean?
Dong Miaotong glanced around and said suspiciously, look at all the blood mist on the ground, and several headless corpses.
I feel like their way of dying seems like it was done by one person? Who? Dong Jianming pressed.
The Dong family members all turned to look at Dong Miaotong.
Dong Miaotong hesitated for a moment and said, Chu Chen. Chu Chen?
The Dong family members were stunned for a moment, then their bodies shook.
Oh right. All along the way, Chu Chen had killed the demon beasts basically with a single slap. Either he turned the demon beasts into blood mist or smashed them to pieces. It was very decisive and clean. It indeed resembled the way the Qingyu sect members died now. Could it be that Chu Chen was a master of martial spirits? And a peak-level master of martial spirits at that? Even Dong Jianming was taken aback for a moment. Chu Chen always gave him a mysterious feeling. Could it be that he really misjudged him? He.
Dong Jianliang sneered, you say he is a grandmaster at the peak level, I can believe that, but you say he is a peak-level master of martial spirits?
This is a bit funny, said Dong Miaotong hesitantly, but this style does seem a bit like Chu Chen's. She actually felt that her idea was a bit absurd. After all, how old was Chu Chen? Yet for some reason, she felt deep down that Chu Chen had been here. There are others who are decisive in killing, not just him, Dong Jianli sneered. After a pause, he continued, look at the bodies of these people on the scene, they haven't even cooled down, which means the one who killed them must have just left. Let's chase after them and see. With that, he flickered and shot forward. At this moment, Dong Jianli was filled with cold laughter. How could Chu Chen possibly be a martial spirit master? Even less so a martial spirit grandmaster. So now he wanted to catch up and see who had killed the experts of the Qingyu sect. The Dong family members hurriedly followed his lead. However, they traveled quite a distance and still encountered no one. Let alone Chu Chen.
I told you, it can't be Chu Chen, Dong Jianli sneered again. He was even more convinced of his thoughts.
Chu Chen could not be a martial spirit master.
Exactly, the Dong family members nodded in agreement. Although Chu Chen was strong, he was only strong at the Grand Master level.
Dong Miaotong's pretty face also showed confusion. Could it be that she was mistaken? Boom! Boom! Boom!
At that moment, a series of loud noises came from not far away, accompanied by the roars of beasts. Let's go take a look, Dong Jianli said, his heart stirring as he headed in that direction.
The Dong family members followed him. Soon, they arrived.
They saw a group of people surrounding a pack of demon beasts and attacking them.
It's the people from the Guiyuan sect, the Dong family members exclaimed in surprise. Dong Miaotong's face turned very ugly.
At this moment, she thought of Heiji chasing her. If Chu Chen hadn't appeared in time, she would have been in serious trouble.
It seems the Guiyuan sect killed the people from the Qingyu sect, Dong Jinli said solemnly. The martial world is inherently one of the weak being preyed upon by the strong.
In this mountain range, there are no rules at all. It seems the Guiyuan sect had their eyes on the spiritual herbs or pills on the Qingyu sect members, so they killed them for their goods. Sixth Master makes a good point. The Dong family members nodded in agreement. The Guiyuan sect was known for their arrogant and overbearing ways. They were capable of exterminating entire families. This further confirmed that it wasn't Chu Chen who did it. Let's go, Dong Jianming said as he turned to leave.
He looked at the Guiyuan sect members, his expression very grim.
From Dong Miaotong, he knew that the Guiyuan sect's disciples had chased her. But at this moment, he didn't want to clash with the Guiyuan sect,
because the Guiyuan sect was stronger than the Dong family.
Moreover, He Ji and the others were already dead.
There were no witnesses left. It was even possible that the Guiyuan sect would turn against them.
Dong Jianli looked at the Guiyuan sect, his eyes flashing with a sharp light, not knowing what he was thinking. On the other side, Chu Chen was moving swiftly through the mountain range. The miasma was getting thicker, and the demon beasts were growing stronger.
He had a premonition that he was getting close to the Linza Gorge. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
At that moment, there was a commotion to the left. He saw a group of more than 10 people appear.
Their cultivation levels were not low, all above the Grand Master level. Among them were quite a few half-step martial spirit masters.
Leading them was a burly man around 50 years old, exuding a powerful aura. He was a martial spirit master. Behind him were 3 elders, also martial spirit masters. The leading man looked at Chu Chen with a wary expression. Although this young man seemed to have no aura of a martial artist, the fact that he could come to this area meant he was definitely not an ordinary person.
He must have practiced some secret technique to conceal his aura.
In this mountain range, they had encountered several incidents of robbery and murder. So at this moment, he was also staring intently at Chu Chen.
Mr.
Chu. At this time, one person behind the man looked at Chu Chen, his face full of surprise.
Elder 17, do you know him? The man asked the person.
Sect Master, he is the one who destroyed the Longhu sect, Elder 17 replied respectfully. The man was taken aback by the words, looking at Chu Chen in astonishment.
His name was Xiang Yunyang, the sect master of the Liyang sect. A few days ago, he returned to the sect from the Huaishan Mountains and learned that the Longhu sect had been wiped out by a young man named Chu Chen. He was directly stunned. The Longhu sect, being one of the 4 major sects in Dongjiang province, was actually destroyed? When did such a fierce person emerge in Dongjiang province? Therefore, he was quite interested in Chu Chen. However, he had been too busy these past few days to visit Chu Chen. He never expected to encounter him here. At this moment, he stepped forward and greeted politely, "So it is Mr. Chu. Who are you?" Chu Chen asked, puzzled. How did these people know him? Were they from the martial arts world of Dongjiang province? And with so many martial spirit experts, it seemed they were from the Xinyan sect or the Liyang sect? My name is Xiang Yunyang, the sect master of the Liyang sect. Xiang Yunyang extended his hand for a self-introduction. So it is sect master Xiang. Seeing Xiang Yunyang being so polite, Chu Chen also extended his hand to shake his. The whole Dongjiang province has been discussing Mr. Chu these days. Your name is truly resounding, and today I finally get to see the real person. Xiang Yunyang laughed heartily. Chu Chen felt a bit surprised. He thought the Liyang sect would be like the Qingyun sect. Unexpectedly, the sect master of the Liyang sect had quite a generous personality. Is Mr. Chu also here for the blood silver fruit? Should we go together? Xiang Yunyang looked at Chu Chen and asked with a smile, of course, when it comes to the competition, we will rely on our own abilities. Chu Chen pondered for a moment and nodded, alright. Then let's go, Xiang Yunyang said with a smile. Okay. Chu Chen followed Xiang Yunyang and the others deeper into the mountains.
Along the way, the people from the Liang sect occasionally glanced at Chu Chen. He looked so young, yet he was a martial spirit expert? They thought about their own ages, and they were merely grandmasters. They felt as if they had trained to the level of a dog. The martial arts world of Dongjiang province is spreading that Mr. Chu is a ruthless killing star. Today, interacting with Mr. Chu, I find he is quite easygoing. Xiang Yunyang chatted with Chu Chen while on the way. I am not a bloodthirsty person, on the contrary, I am kind-hearted. What killing star? It's just a misunderstanding from the outside world, Chu Chen said with a faint smile. The people from the Liang sect were all speechless. Since you debuted, how many families have you wiped out in Zheng City? Recently, you even went on a killing spree at the Longhu sect. You say you are not a killing star? You also say you are kind-hearted? Can you honestly ask your conscience? Mr. Chu really knows how to joke. Xiang Yunyang also smiled with a hint of irony. He had heard a lot about Chu Chen's deeds these past few days. Saying you are kind-hearted is just bullying honest people. After who knows how long of traveling, suddenly sounds of fighting and beast roars came from the right. Brother Chu, shall we go take a look? Xiang Yunyang said, zipping towards that direction. After chatting with Chu Chen for a while, Xiang Yunyang became more casual. Chu Chen also flickered and followed. Ahead, a group of people was engaged in a fierce battle with a pack of demon beasts. The strength of these demon beasts was quite formidable. When Chu Chen saw this group of people, his expression changed. Because this group was the Dong family. He never expected to encounter them here again. Brother Chu, should we take them down? Xiang Yunyang looked at the battlefield, his eyes flashing with excitement. Take them down? Chu Chen was surprised and looked at Xiang Yunyang. This uncle seemed to have quite a few ideas. You see, there are a few spirit herbs over there. These people are definitely fighting this group of demon beasts for those herbs. While both sides are engaged in battle, we should rush over and grab those spirit herbs. A sinister smile appeared on Xiang Yunyang's face. Chu Chen looked puzzled. Could this uncle really do such things often? And bringing him along, was it to make him a helper? But these people are quite strong, with 4 martial spirit experts, so you just need to assist me, and the others can leave first. Once we grab the spirit herbs, we can regroup. Xiang Yunyang said in a low voice. He had even thought out the plan. He looked at Chu Chen and asked, Brother Chu, what do you think? Chu Chen pondered for a moment and shook his head. It's not worth it for just a few spirit herbs, and this group of demon beasts isn't a match for them. Sure enough, soon after, the demon beasts were all killed by the Dong family. It seems I misjudged the situation earlier. Xiang Yunyang frowned slightly. Fortunately, they hadn't intervened earlier, otherwise, they might have clashed with these people. Let's go. Chu Chen turned to leave. Who? At that moment, a beam of light shot towards them. Bang! A nearby tree exploded. Whoosh! The Dong family members all flew over. Chu Chen? Dong Miaotong exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Chu Chen. Dong Jianli's heart sank. He encountered this kid here again? How did this kid manage to reach this area? He glanced at the members of the Liang sect, his brow furrowing. It turned out he had latched onto another powerful ally. Xiang Yunyang was momentarily stunned, looking at Chu Chen in surprise. So Brother Chu knew these people. No wonder he didn't want to intervene earlier. It seemed Brother Chu had a special relationship with this woman. Sigh. Being young is great. At that moment, he couldn't help but think of the beautiful women he had missed out on in his youth. He shouldn't have focused solely on cultivation back then. He should have been like Brother Chu, surrounded by beauties. Chu Chen, what are you doing here? Dong Miaotong asked excitedly. Just passing by, Chu Chen replied casually. Since we've met, it must be fate. Why don't we join forces? A smile appeared on Dong Miaotong's pretty face. She felt quite a connection with Chu Chen, so she hoped he could join the Dong family. That way, it would at least be a bit safer. Miaotong, what are you saying? Dong Jianli said with displeasure. He had finally managed to drive this kid away. He didn't want Chu Chen to be with them again. Chu Chen shook his head, saying, no need. The Dong family didn't want to be with him, fearing he would bring trouble. Likewise, he was too lazy to get entangled with the Dong family. Xiang sect master, let's go. Chu Chen turned to leave. Xiang Yunyang followed with the members of the Liang sect. This kid's attitude is a bit arrogant. Does he really think he's impressive just because he knows a few experts? Dong Jianli sneered as he looked at Chu Chen's back. He glanced at the group. There were only 4 martial spirit experts, and they were not as strong as their own. As for grandmasters and half-step martial spirits, they were completely incomparable to the Dong family. However, this also made him feel a bit gloomy. He had been thinking that if he encountered Chu Chen, he would find an opportunity to take him down alone and force him to reveal his secrets.
He didn't expect Chu Chen to have helpers again? It seems I need to rely on the Yu family or the Guiyuan sect's power. Dong Jianli thought to himself. Let's go, Dong Jianming said in a deep voice. The Dong family members flickered and headed in another direction. On the other side, Chu Chen and the others also quickened their pace. Along the way, they encountered several waves of demon beast attacks. These demon beasts were quite powerful, with the lowest strength comparable to a half-step martial spirit. However, these demon beasts ultimately could not stop Chu Chen and their progress. As Xiang Yunyang hurried along the road, he occasionally glanced at Chu Chen. The combat power Chu Chen had displayed along the way had left him astonished. He even began to doubt whether he could be a match for Chu Chen. Indeed, Dongjiang province has produced a martial arts prodigy, Xiang Yunyang thought to himself. No wonder Chu Chen could slay the leader of the Longhu sect with a single sword strike. His fighting ability was truly terrifying. After crossing 2 mountains, the members of the Liang sect came to a halt. Chu Chen also stopped and looked ahead. At that moment, there was a large canyon before them. The canyon was shrouded in thick miasma, exuding an endless chill. In front of the canyon, there was an open space. This open space already had quite a few people gathered. Chu Chen scanned the area and found that the lowest cultivation level among these people was that of a Grand Master. Many were even martial spirit experts. Is the martial arts scene in Donghai province really so much more prosperous than in Dongjiang province? Chu Chen expressed his surprise. Alas, Xiang Yunyang sighed. Dongjiang province used to be prosperous in martial arts as well, but it gradually declined over time. As he spoke, he looked at Chu Chen and said, the miasma in the canyon hasn't dissipated yet, and the blood silver fruit won't mature until dawn, so we should find a place to rest for now. All right. Chu Chen and the others found a relatively secluded spot to sit down. As time passed, more and more people arrived. These were all from various factions, with hardly any lone cultivators among them. Moreover, these factions were quite powerful, with at least several martial spirit experts in each group. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, a group of people flew over. They surveyed the surroundings and then approached Chu Chen and his group. This spot is nice, we're taking it. You can go over there, said the leader, a martial spirit expert, coldly. What? The members of the Liang sect all turned angry. What did this mean? Were they really trying to take their spot? Chu Chen narrowed his eyes, ready to take action. However, Xiang Yunyang held him back. Xiang Yunyang looked at the group with a frown. This friend, we arrived here first, didn't we? So what? Now this place belongs to the Guiyuan sect, the man who had spoken earlier replied impatiently. His name was Wu Liren, an elder of the Guiyuan sect. Guiyuan sect? Chu Chen's heart stirred at the mention. He had killed several disciples of the Guiyuan sect on the way here. He never expected to run into them again now. Xiang Yunyang's expression changed slightly. He knew that to compete for the blood silver fruit, they would inevitably have to contend with the martial arts forces of Donghai province. He had gathered some basic information about the martial arts factions in Donghai province over the past few days, so he understood what kind of existence the Guiyuan sect was. The Guiyuan sect was quite a well-known martial arts sect in Donghai province. He never expected to confront such a powerful sect now. Are you not going to leave? Wu Liren looked at Chu Chen and the others, speaking coldly. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen narrowed his eyes and raised his left hand. His expression was indifferent. The Guiyuan sect's people were indeed quite overbearing. It seemed he was right to have killed He Ji and the others before. At that moment, his gaze turned icy, and he was about to strike out. However, Xiang Yunyang grabbed his hand and subtly shook his head. The Guiyuan sect was a powerful force, and he didn't want Chu Chen to get into a conflict with them. Since the friends from the Guiyuan sect like this place, we will yield it to you, Xiang Yunyang said, pulling Chu Chen away. The members of the Liang sect were unhappy, but since their sect leader had said so, they could only follow along. The group moved to another location. Brother Chu, were you about to make a move just now? Xiang Yunyang asked Chu Chen. Don't you think they were too arrogant? Chu Chen replied coldly. Alas, Xiang Yunyang sighed again. He, too, felt displeased. But the Guiyuan sect is a powerful martial arts faction. Moreover, there are several martial spirit masters among those people from the Guiyuan sect. Even if they all teamed up, they probably wouldn't be a match for the Guiyuan sect. Especially since they are about to compete for the blood silver fruit, it's better to conserve their strength. Brother Chu, just bear with it, Xiang Yunyang said, pursing his lips. Our martial arts in Dongjiang province really can't compare to those in Donghai province, so it's best not to offend them lightly. He was a person who understood the limits, knowing what could be done and what couldn't. The Guiyuan sect. They were not to be trifled with. Actually, I can handle them, Chu Chen said. What? The members of the Liyang sect all looked at Chu Chen in shock. Chu Chen is that strong? Even Xiang Yunyang was momentarily taken aback. However, he still smiled and said, "Brother Chu, you shouldn't underestimate them." He knew Chu Chen was strong, but the Liyang sect had several martial spirit masters. There were even more half-step martial spirits. Brother Chu has not faced setbacks since his debut, so he is too proud, Xiang Yunyang thought to himself. "Look, the Yu family is here," someone exclaimed. A group of people was seen approaching from a distance. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura. More than half of them were half-step martial spirit masters, and there were 8 or 9 martial spirit masters among them. The overall strength of this group was even stronger than that of the Guiyuan sect. The Yu family? Chu Chen's heart stirred. He remembered that he had killed a young master of the Yu family, along with several experts. He didn't expect to encounter the Yu family here. The Yu family members sat down not far from the Guiyuan sect. Neither side came to trouble Chu Chen. It was unclear whether they hadn't noticed him or were unaware that he had killed their people. As time passed, more and more factions arrived. The experts from these factions were numerous and incredibly strong, far surpassing the martial arts forces of Dongjiang province. "Leaderly, come here," Xiang Yunyan called out to a group of people. They were all dressed in long robes, with clouds embroidered on the cuffs. These people were from the Xianyun sect of Dongjiang province. Leading them was a man exuding a powerful aura. His name was Li Xian, the leader of the Xianyun sect. Li Xian brought the members of the Xianyun sect to the Liyang sect side. "Sect Master Xiang, I didn't expect you to be faster than me," Li Xian said with a smile. "If you're not proactive in seizing the spirit fruits, how can you achieve anything in martial arts?" Xiang Yunyang chuckled. "Who is this?" Li Xian looked at Chu Chen with curiosity. This young man didn't seem to be from the Liyang sect, right? He had no martial artist aura at all, but why was he here? Moreover, for some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of pressure when looking at this young man. What was going on? "This is Chu Chen," Xiang Yunyang introduced. "Chu Chen?" Li Xian's expression froze. "This is the Mr. Chu who has recently caused a sensation in the entire martial arts world of Dongjiang province? He looks even younger than he imagined." He looked at Chu Chen, extended his hand, and smiled. "Hello, Mr. Chu, I am Li Xian, the leader of the Xianyun sect." "Hello, Leader Li." Chu Chen also shook his hand and greeted him with a smile. "Many forces from Donghai province have come, and there are quite a few experts. Let's join forces, perhaps we can see some blood silver fruits," Xiang Yunyang said solemnly. Li Xian scanned the surroundings inside. "Even if we join forces, it will be very difficult. The Xianyun sect has 3 martial spirit masters, the Liyang sect has 4, and with Chu Chen, there are only 8 in total. Anyway, let's give it a try. If we really can't get the blood silver fruit, we can still grab some other good spirit herbs," Xiang Yunyang said. Li Xian nodded. "Brother Chu, you're alone, come with us for some support," the two said to Chu Chen solemnly. Chu Chen's heart stirred. He didn't expect that both the Luyang sect and the Xianyun sect were quite good. "In that case, I will take you to compete for the blood silver fruit." He nodded and smiled. "All right. Good. Although the martial arts in the East Sea are flourishing, with our 3 parties joining forces, we still have a chance to fight." A glint of brilliance flickered in Xiang Yunyang's eyes. Suddenly, Chu Chen looked to the left, his brows slightly furrowed. At that moment, a group of people was approaching from that direction. It was the Dong family. They sat down on a vacant spot not far from Chu Chen. Chu Chen ignored them, pretending not to see. "Chu Chen?" At this moment, Dong Miaotong spotted Chu Chen. She quickly ran over, standing in front of Chu Chen, and said happily, "Chu Chen, I didn't expect to see you again." "Miss Dong, please keep some distance from me," Chu Chen said lightly, looking at Dong Miaotong. "Impressive." Xiang Yunyang gave Chu Chen a thumbs up. A beautiful woman took the initiative to greet him, yet Chu Chen actually pushed her away? It seems that Brother Chu is only focused on martial arts. As for women, he thinks they would only hinder his cultivation. Xiang Yunyang sighed inwardly. This was quite similar to how he was when he was young. He wanted to tell Chu Chen, "Actually, beautiful women are quite alluring. But one shouldn't lose sight of beautiful women for the sake of martial arts." "Chu Chen, I'm sorry, my 6th uncle and the others." Dong Miaotong's smile instantly froze on her delicate face as she looked at Chu Chen with an expression full of apology. Chu Chen had saved her twice, but in the end, she and her family had driven him away. She understood Chu Chen's feelings very well. "We were just passing acquaintances," Chu Chen waved his hand, urging her to return to the Dong family side quickly. But Dong Miaotong was unwilling to go back. Chu Chen really dares to come to Linza Gorge to compete for the spiritual fruit? Dong Jianming looked over at Chu Chen, his face showing surprise.
Dong Jianli sneered. He doesn't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth, he's seeking death. Sixth brother, no matter what, Chu Chen has saved Miaodong twice. You don't need to target him so much, Dong Jianming said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Dong Jianli's heart darkened. It seemed his third brother wouldn't let him take action against Chu Chen. How could he obtain the fortune from Chu Chen then? Suddenly, he saw the Guiyuan sect and the Yu family in the distance, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Dong Jianli sneered and stood up. Sixth brother, where are you going? Dong Jianming asked, looking at him. I'm going to the Guiyuan sect, Dong Jianli said. What do you want with the Guiyuan sect? Dong Jianming's expression changed slightly. Dong Jianli pursed his lips and said, the disciples of the Guiyuan sect actually thought about bullying Miaodong, so I have to go and seek justice. I can't let Miaodong be bullied like this. He looked indignant. I'll go with you, Dong Jianming said in a deep voice. The disciples of the Guiyuan sect actually chased after his daughter and even thought about bullying her. He was quite furious. Even if the Guiyuan sect was strong, he wanted to seek an explanation. Third brother, you shouldn't go, Dong Jianli shook his head. If you go with me, the Guiyuan sect will think we're going to demand an explanation, so it's better if I go alone. He had a plan. He couldn't let his third brother follow him. After pondering for a moment, Dong Jianming nodded, all right. Dong Jianli quickly arrived at the area where the Guiyuan sect was located. Hello, Elder Wu. He looked at one of the people and greeted him with a smile. Young Master Dong? What brings you here? Wu Liren looked at Dong Jianli, his brows slightly furrowed. Have you noticed that several of your Guiyuan sect disciples are missing? Dong Jianli said. And then? Wu Liren asked, puzzled. He certainly knew. But with so many dangers in these mountains, it was normal for a few disciples to go missing. Maybe they were eaten by the demon beasts while fighting for the spirit medicine. Elder Wu, the few disciples of the Guiyuan sect who are missing were not harmed by demon beasts, but were killed by someone, Dong Jianliang said. What? Wu Liren's expression darkened instantly upon hearing this. The people from the Guiyuan sect beside him also wore faces full of anger. Who dared to kill the disciples of the Guiyuan sect? Truly audacious. Are they tired of living? Do you know who did it? Wu Liren asked Dong Jianliang. Chu Chen, Dong Jianliang replied. Chu Chen? Wu Liren frowned slightly upon hearing the name. Which martial arts faction does he belong to? He's just a loose cultivator, Dong Jianliang said. What? Wu Liren's face turned extremely grim. A mere loose cultivator dares to kill the disciples of the Guiyuan sect? Truly seeking death. Where is he? Wu Liren asked coldly. Over there, Dong Jianliang pointed to the distant Chu Chen. What is his cultivation level? Wu Liren inquired. At most, he's half a step into martial spirit, Dong Jianliang said. A half-step martial spirit dares to provoke our Guiyuan sect? Wu Liren's expression was extremely dark. By the way, why are you telling me this? Wu Liren looked at Dong Jianliang and asked coldly, are you trying to use me to kill him? Chu Chen is very arrogant, and I find him displeasing, but he saved my third brother's daughter, so my third brother won't let me take action against him, Dong Jianliang said, pulling Wu Liren aside and whispering, Elder Wu, that kid has a very magical healing elixir, he might have had some fortuitous encounter. Oh? Wu Liren's eyes lit up. So you told me this because you're also eyeing his fortuitous encounter? If Elder Wu gets it and is willing to share a bit with me, I would be very grateful, Dong Jianliang admitted directly. Good. I can let you have some soup then, Wu Liren said with a smile. Hearing this, Dong Jianliang felt a surge of excitement. You three come with me. Wu Liren quickly led the three disciples of the Guiyuan sect to Chu Chen's side. Upon seeing Wu Liren and the others, Xiang Yunyang and Li Xian's expressions grew serious. You are Chu Chen? Wu Liren asked coldly, looking at Chu Chen. Chu Chen's gaze was indifferent. What do you want? Friends of the Guiyuan sect, we have already given this place to you. I wonder why you are here. Xiang Yunyang stepped forward and asked politely. It has nothing to do with you, get lost, Wu Liren said coldly. Xiang Yunyang's heart sank. Damn it. I really want to fight you to the death. Wu Liren looked at Chu Chen and questioned, did you kill our Guiyuan sect's disciples? Upon hearing this, Chu Chen frowned slightly. How do you know? He glanced in the direction of the Dong family. Dong Miaotong's expression changed. The Guiyuan sect actually knew that Chu Chen had killed their people? What should we do? You really dare to kill our Guiyuan sect's disciples? Wu Liren's face darkened instantly. They wanted to kill me, why can't I kill them? Chu Chen replied. The commotion here instantly attracted nearby forces to come and watch. Who is this young man? He actually dares to kill the disciples of the Guiyuan sect? His courage is extraordinary. Even the Dong family members looked shocked. They hadn't disclosed this matter.
Dong Mingzi looked at Dong Jianliang and asked in a deep voice, "Sixth brother, did you do this?"
"I just spoke the truth," Dong Jianliang said. "You." Dong Mingzi's face turned angry, and he was about to head towards Chu Chen.
"Third brother, do you want to drag our Dong family into this?"
Dong Jianliang said in a deep voice.
Dong Mingzi stopped in his tracks. He looked at Chu Chen and sighed. "Chu Chen, all I can say is that our Dong family owes you an apology. Do you know what kind of existence our Guiyuan sect is?" Wu Liren asked coldly.
"I don't know," Chu Chen shook his head. "I only know they want to kill me, so I can only send them on their way." "Elder Wu, it was your Guiyuan sect Ciji who wanted to humiliate me, so Chu Chen killed them," Dong Miaotong hurriedly said.
Not far away, Dong Jianming's expression changed upon hearing this.
"Third brother, your daughter has a rebellious streak."
Dong Jianli's face also darkened.
"I don't care what the reason is, I only know he killed our Guiyuan sect's disciples."
Wu Liren looked at Chu Chen and said coldly,
"Immediately self-destruct your cultivation, kneel down, and await my judgment."
"If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life."
"Ha!"
Chu Chen sneered. "What are you?"
As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, all the surrounding forces were stunned.
This young man actually dared to speak to an elder of the Guiyuan sect like that? Truly impressive. Could he be a disciple of some major power?
But looking at the people behind him, they didn't seem like members of any major force.
Even Xiang Yunyang and the others were momentarily taken aback. Brother Chu is amazing. This is what youth is about.
Seeking death, Dong Jianli sneered inwardly. The more arrogant Chu Chen was, the worse it would be for him later.
Impudent.
Kid, are you looking for death?
Kid, kneel down immediately.
The three behind Wu Liren turned angry and stepped forward, pointing at Chu Chen and shouting. "You are very noisy." Chu Chen frowned slightly and slapped out.
Bang bang bang.
The three disciples of the Guiyuan sect were all Grand Masters, but before they could react, they were struck by Chu Chen's slap, their bodies exploding into a mist of blood. They were dead beyond recovery.
What?
The surrounding forces were stunned at this scene. They looked at Chu Chen, their faces filled with shock.
This kid, with just a burst of energy from a slap, actually killed 3 Grandmasters? This young man must be at least half a step into the martial spirit realm, right? Moreover, this young man killed members of the Guiyuan sect right in front of Wu Liren?
His audacity is too great.
Even Xiang Yunyang and the others were stunned. Doing as he pleases, this is what youth is,
Xiang Yunyang sighed inwardly. When he was young, he was just as carefree. But as he grew older, he became too cautious. From Chu Chen, he felt the vigor of his youth once again.
This is the spirit a martial artist should have.
Then, his expression became serious.
Chu Chen killing members of the Guiyuan sect in public would surely lead to trouble.
Li Xian also sighed. Brother Chu has gotten himself into big trouble.
The conflict with the Guiyuan sect. It would definitely be irreconcilable now. Chu Chen. Dong Miaotong's pretty face changed. This is bad. Chu Chen is in big trouble now.
She looked towards the Dong family, wanting her father to come over.
But Dong Jianming shook his head.
At this moment, he was even more resolute in his thoughts.
Chu Chen is too impulsive. Not worth getting too close to.
Ha!
Dong Jianli sneered. This kid still dares to kill members of the Guiyuan sect in public? Truly not ordinary arrogance. Unfortunately,
your strength is not enough for such arrogance.
Kid, do you still dare to kill our Guiyuan sect's people?
Wu Liren looked at Chu Chen, his face darkening to the extreme.
Today, I will make you pay the price.
This kid killed the people he brought right in front of him, completely disregarding him.
Truly seeking death.
His internal energy surged, and he struck towards Chu Chen with a palm. A powerful energy palm print, carrying a terrifying momentum, directly suppressed towards Chu Chen.
Chu Chen, be careful. Dong Miaotong's pretty face changed drastically, exclaiming.
Chu Chen's expression was indifferent, his left hand was like a knife, gently slicing. A stream of spiritual energy shot out like a blade, meeting the attack head-on.
Boom! Wu Liren's energy palm print exploded under Chu Chen's blade light in an instant. Wu Liren was taken aback by this scene. How could this kid so easily break his move? What was going on?
However, he had no time to think further. Because after the blade light split his energy palm print, it came straight for him. He sneered, energy swirling around his fist.
He threw a punch. Boom!
A fist light met it head-on.
Wu Liren thought his fist light would definitely shatter Chu Chen's blade light.
But his fist light was still cleaved apart by the blade light.
Moreover, the blade light did not disappear.
Put! In the end, the blade light struck him while he looked on in horror.
Ah!
He let out a scream, and then there was silence.
His body was split in two.
The two halves of his corpse fell to the ground.
Silence.
The scene was utterly silent.
One could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They couldn't have seen it wrong, could they? Wu Liren of the Guiyuan sect was actually killed by this young man with a single strike? Martial Spirit Master. The leader of a faction looked at Chu Chen and said in a deep voice. Everyone turned to Chu Chen, their faces showing shock. This young man looked to be just over 30, yet he was already a martial spirit master? No wonder he was so arrogant even in the face of Wu Liren. Chu Chen. Dong Miaotong's mouth slightly opened as she stared at Chu Chen in a daze. Just now, she was extremely worried. She thought Chu Chen was about to die. She even felt a deep sense of guilt. Because if it weren't for saving her, Chu Chen wouldn't have killed someone from the Guiyuan sect. Who would have thought? Chu Chen actually killed Wu Liren with a single strike. Chu Chen was actually a martial spirit master? How is that possible? Dong Jianlian's eyes widened, his expression one of disbelief. He had previously guessed that Chu Chen was half a step into the martial spirit realm, and he thought that was already monstrous. He never expected Chu Chen to be a genuine martial spirit master. He must have received some great fortune. He looked at Chu Chen, his eyes shining with brilliance. Misjudged? Dong Jianming was also stunned. Chu Chen was actually a martial spirit master? This young man's martial arts talent was extraordinary. At this moment, he felt a bit regretful for having chased Chu Chen away earlier. But now that he has killed Wu Liren, he has completely opposed the Guiyuan sect. He won't live long. He shook his head inwardly. Whoosh! 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 Sure enough, the people from the Guiyuan sect all flickered and rushed towards Chu Chen. They looked at Wu Liren's corpse on the ground, their faces dark to the extreme. Kid, you dare to kill Elder Wu? The leader was an old man with gray hair. His name was Zhu Yuqing, the head of this operation for the Guiyuan sect. Just now, he thought Wu Liren could handle Chu Chen, so they didn't come over. He never expected Wu Liren to die because of this. Truly detestable. He sought death himself. I could only send him on his way. Chu Chen said. Seeing Chu Chen still so arrogant, the Guiyuan sect members were all filled with rage. When had the Guiyuan sect ever been looked down upon like this? Truly infuriating. Elder Zhu, stop wasting time with him, let me kill him. A man stepped forward beside Elder Zhu. His surname was Li, an elder of the Guiyuan sect and also a martial spirit master. Although Chu Chen had just killed Wu Liren with one move, he was not afraid. Because in his view, Wu Liren had underestimated Chu Chen, not expecting him to be a martial spirit master, which led to his demise. At this moment, he let out a roar, and a vast amount of energy surged from his body. Rumble! In the void, a long energy knife condensed into form. As this energy knife appeared, a sharp blade light spread out. Everyone around was filled with shock. It seems that the people from the Guiyuan sect know that Chu Chen is a master of martial spirits, so they immediately unleashed a powerful move. Kid, just now Elder Wu died under your blade's aura due to carelessness, and now, let's see how arrogant you can still be. Elderly looked at Chu Chen with a sinister expression. He roared and leaped into the air, retracting his martial energy long sword, and directly slashed at Chu Chen. Crack! Before the martial energy long sword even landed, the ground cracked open. This showed just how terrifying his move was. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent. He still held his left hand like a blade and gently sliced through the air. A brilliant stream of spiritual energy surged up to meet it. He. Elderly saw Chu Chen's actions and sneered inwardly. This kid still dared to be so arrogant? Truly overconfident. Slash! He roared, and the martial energy long sword collided with Chu Chen's stream of spiritual energy. Boom! A loud sound echoed. Elderly thought that under his martial energy long sword, Chu Chen's stream would be easily cleaved apart. However, he was shocked to find that it was his own martial energy long sword that exploded instead. That stream of energy continued unabated, rushing towards him. His expression changed, and he roared, unleashing the martial energy from within him to form a martial energy shield in front of his chest. Chu Chen's stream of spiritual energy struck the martial energy shield. In an instant, the shield was cleaved in two. Put! Before Elderly could dodge, he was hit by Chu Chen's martial energy stream. Ah! He let out a miserable scream as his entire body was cleaved in half. Intestines and blood splattered everywhere. Just like that, he died. What? The surrounding forces were all shaken, their faces filled with shock. This elder from the Guiyuan sect was also cleaved in half by a single move? How strong is this young man? Even Dong Jianlian's eyes widened in astonishment. If Elder Wu had been killed due to carelessness, now Elderly was using all his strength, yet he was still defeated by Chu Chen in one move? He is at least a master of martial spirits. Dong Jianming looked at Chu Chen and said solemnly, What? A master of martial spirits? Dong Jianlian looked at Chu Chen in disbelief. He was only at the minor level of martial spirits. Chu Chen was actually at the major level? He felt as if he had trained for decades only to end up as a dog. Dong Miaotong also stared blankly at Chu Chen. At this moment, Chu Chen felt so distant to her. It was as if they were not in the same world. Damn! Xiang Yunyang and the others exclaimed. They were all from Dongjiang province, so they had heard of Chu Chen's deeds, but seeing his strength with their own eyes today, they were still stunned. Killing a master of martial spirits so casually? That was no ordinary ferocity. The people from the Guiyuan sect were also dumbfounded. They thought that elderly would definitely be able to handle Chu Chen. Who would have thought they would be counter-killed again? Zhu Yuqing looked at Chu Chen, his face also showing surprise. Chu Chen's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations. At the same time, his expression was extremely grim. Who would have thought that in just a few minutes, they had lost 2 elders from the Guiyuan sect? Truly detestable. Kid, you have killed 2 of our elders in a row. Today, you must die. Several elders from the Guiyuan sect felt their martial energy surging within them. There were a total of 6. All were masters of martial spirits. Xiang Yunyang stood beside Chu Chen and looked at the Guiyuan sect, sneering, "What? You want to bully the few with the many?" Li Xian hesitated for a moment and also stepped forward. "Do you want to be enemies with our Guiyuan sect?" An elder from the Guiyuan sect looked at the two and said coldly, "Just now, you drove us away, and I was already unhappy about it. At worst, it's just death. But before I die, I will take someone down with me." Xiang Yunyang grinned. "Exactly. The path of martial arts is all about following one's heart," Li Xian said in a deep voice. The various forces surrounding them looked at the two in shock. Guiyuan sect was a well-known martial arts sect in their East Sea province. How could these two stand firmly on Chu Chen's side? Were they not afraid of retaliation later? Even Chu Chen showed a hint of surprise on his face. He hadn't expected such loyalty from the two. "Since you are so resolute, I will grant you a chance," Chu Chen thought to himself. "Do you think you can be our opponents?" The members of Guiyuan sect looked at Chu Chen and the others with mocking expressions. Xian Yunyang and Li Xian wore serious expressions. They certainly knew they were not a match. However, they did not want to watch Chu Chen being besieged like this. Dong Miaotong looked at her father and shouted, "Dad, hurry and help Chu Chen." "Miaotong, don't talk nonsense," Dong Jianliang said coldly as soon as she finished speaking. Dong Jianming remained silent and did not come over. Seeing this, Dong Miaotong was filled with disappointment. Chu Chen had only become enemies with Guiyuan sect because he saved her. She never expected her father to stand by and watch at this moment. "Kill!" The 6 elders of Guiyuan sect roared and were about to charge at Chu Chen. "Wait!" At that moment, Zhu Yuqing stopped them. "Elder Zhu, what are you?" The 6 looked at Zhu Yuqing in confusion. Zhu Yuqing glanced at Chu Chen and said solemnly, "We will go back first." "Back?" The 6 widened their eyes, staring at Zhu Yuqing in disbelief. They couldn't have heard wrong, could they? Just let it go like this? Even the surrounding forces were stunned. Chu Chen had just killed 2 elders of Guiyuan sect in front of so many people. This was a slap in the face to Guiyuan sect. How could Zhu Yuqing not seek revenge? What was going on? "Let's talk about it when we get back," Zhu Yuqing said in a deep voice. For some reason, he felt a mysterious aura emanating from Chu Chen. He sensed that Chu Chen might not just be at the peak of martial spirit but at the perfection of martial spirit. Of course, it wasn't that he was afraid of Chu Chen. It was just that if they fought Chu Chen, even if they could kill him, they would definitely pay a price. Perhaps several of them would die. That would not be worth it. After all, they still needed to preserve their strength to seize the blood silver fruit. "Let's go!" He took a deep look at Chu Chen and turned to leave. Although the members of Guiyuan sect were unhappy, they followed him back. Is it really just going to end like this? The surrounding forces were all stunned. When did Guiyuan sect become so easy to talk to? However, some forces had probably guessed Zhu Yuqing's thoughts. It had to be said that Zhu Yuqing was indeed able to endure. "Ha!" Xian Yunyang and Li Xian both let out a deep breath. They had just spoken bravely, but inside, they were still quite anxious. Now that they saw the Guiyuan sect members leaving, they finally relaxed. "Brother Chu, you really are impressive." The two looked at Chu Chen, giving him a thumbs up. Chu Chen had just acted on impulse and killed 2 elders of Guiyuan sect. It was truly domineering. They also believed that the reason Guiyuan sect chose to leave was because of Chu Chen. However, Brother Chu, next time we should be more cautious. "Next time, I don't know if I would dare to stand out again," Xiang Yunyang said with a smile. Chu Chen looked at the two and said, "Thank you both for your help." Although he did not need their assistance, he was still moved that they stood up so resolutely in such a moment. That's right, Who told us we are all from East Jiang Province? Xiang Yunyang grinned. Next, let's quietly wait for the miasma to dissipate and the blood silver fruit to ripen. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he said, I have to take care of something first. After speaking, Chu Chen shot towards the Dong family. Soon, he stood before them. Chu Chen, the Dong family members exclaimed, their faces pale with fear. Dong Jianming looked at Chu Chen, his heart filled with complexity. He had previously thought that Chu Chen might be a half-step martial spirit, which was already an overestimation. After all, Chu Chen was so young, even if he were a half-step martial spirit, his future would be bright. However, who would have thought that Chu Chen was actually a martial spirit, and at least at the level of a fully realized martial spirit? Even the Guiyuan sect was unwilling to confront him now. At that moment, he felt he had missed out. Their Dong family had also lost the opportunity to befriend a genius. Chu Chen, why are you here? Dong Jianming greeted him politely. Dong Jianliang felt a sudden chill in his heart. At that moment, he had an ominous premonition. Could it be that Chu Chen had sensed something? Chu Chen looked at Dong Jianliang and coldly asked, did you report me? Indeed. Dong Jianliang's heart raced. This kid actually guessed it. However, he still pretended to be confused, saying, I don't know what you're talking about. He couldn't possibly admit it. Bang! Chu Chen reached out with one hand and instantly grabbed Dong Jianliang by the neck. Dong Jianliang panicked and tried to resist, but he found that the energy within him was being suppressed by a mysterious force. This left him in shock. How could this kid's energy be so terrifying? Let me go, he shouted urgently. Chu Chen. Dong Jianming's expression changed. Don't be impulsive. Chu Chen, Dong Miaodong also looked at him in a panic, saying, my sixth uncle was wrong. Please give him a chance to change. Chu Chen, if you have the ability, let me go. Dong Jianliang shouted angrily, if you have the ability, don't sneak attack. In his view, Chu Chen had just ambushed him. Otherwise, even if he wasn't Chu Chen's opponent, he could still escape. Why should I let go? Chu Chen sneered, applying a bit more pressure. Dong Jianliang struggled to breathe, his face turning red. Chu Chen, Dong Jianming's face turned pale. As long as you let Jianliang go, our Dong family is willing to compensate you. Chu Chen, I beg you, just let my sixth uncle go, okay? Dong Miaotong looked at him with pleading eyes. He really knows he was wrong. Although she felt her sixth uncle had gone too far, she didn't want him to die like this. After all, her sixth uncle was a martial spirit master, a pillar of their Dong family. Along the way, I've already given him many chances, but he doesn't know how to cherish them. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent as he applied a bit more force. Crack! A sound of bones breaking echoed. Dong Jianliang trembled, his eyes wide in shock as he stared at Chu Chen. He never expected that Chu Chen would actually kill him. This young man was too decisive in his actions. At that moment, he was filled with regret. Had he known Chu Chen was this strong, he shouldn't have offended him. He definitely shouldn't have betrayed him. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. Sixth master. The Dong family members all gasped in shock. Sixth brother. Dong Jianming's expression also changed as he exclaimed. Dong Miaotong trembled, her expression dazed. Did Chu Chen really kill her sixth uncle? Bang! Chu Chen threw Dong Jianliang's body to the ground and turned to leave. The Dong family members were all furious, but they didn't dare say a word. They all turned to look at Dong Jianming. Sigh. Dong Jianming sighed. Even the Guiyuan sect had compromised. Could their Dong family really go all out against Chu Chen? Dong Miaotong sat on the ground, looking at Chu Chen's back with a complex expression. At that moment, her feelings were truly hard to describe. She didn't even know how to view Chu Chen. This young man is indeed decisive and efficient. The forces nearby looked at Chu Chen, all exclaiming in admiration. The sixth master of the Dong family betrayed Chu Chen, and he killed him without hesitation. Brother Chu, you're really impressive, Xiang Yunyang said, looking at Chu Chen. You completely disregarded Miss Dong's face. I did give her face, otherwise, her sixth uncle would have been dead long ago, Chu Chen replied. After this brief episode, Chu Chen began to catch the attention of many forces in Donghai province. However, many still did not take him seriously. After all, there were only a few martial spirit experts on Chu Chen's side. What could they do? Thus, everyone quietly waited. Chu Chen also slightly closed his eyes, entering a state of cultivation. Although the miasma here was severe, the rich spiritual energy made it quite suitable for training. Chu Chen operated the nameless technique, gathering the dense spiritual energy around him and refining it. Until the sky began to lighten, the entire canyon started to stir. Chu Chen slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the miasma in the canyon rapidly dissipated under the morning sun. Charge!
All the forces were excited, rushing forward.
Brother Chu, we're going too. Xian Yunyang and Li Xian also dashed towards the canyon.
A flash of brilliance appeared in Chu Chen's eyes, and with a whoosh, he shot out like a bolt of lightning. Although he wasn't the first to rush out, his speed was astonishing.
He quickly overtook many people. Damn! Xian Yunyang and Li Xian exclaimed.
Brother Chu's speed is just too fast.
Block him!
The various forces in Donghai province roared, unleashing all kinds of martial techniques towards Chu Chen. Some even stood in front of him, trying to stop his advance.
Get out of the way!
Chu Chen's expression was indifferent, his internal spiritual power surging as he condensed a long sword of spiritual energy in his hand. The sword in his hand shone continuously.
Bang! 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 Figures exploded one after another.
The lowest cultivation level among these people was half a step into martial spirit, with 2 or 3 being martial spirit experts.
But under Chu Chen's spiritual sword, they were like ants. Kill! A roar echoed.
A long knife of elemental power descended from the sky, slashing towards Chu Chen. A martial spirit expert launched a sneak attack.
Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he threw a punch. Boom! The long knife of elemental power instantly exploded.
The martial spirit expert staggered back a few steps. He wanted to escape, but with a swing of Chu Chen's elemental sword, a sword light tore through the void.
Put! The man didn't have time to dodge and was split in half. Damn! Xian Yunyang and Li Xian looked in shock at Chu Chen ahead. How could a martial spirit expert have no ability to defend against Chu Chen? Brother Chu is just too strong.
This kid is very strong. We need to stop him quickly. Some forces in Donghai province, who initially did not take Chu Chen seriously, now found his strength beyond their imagination.
So they immediately called for people to surround and attack Chu Chen. Kill!
All the forces roared together, charging at Chu Chen.
Chu Chen's expression was indifferent, exuding a cold aura. Those who block me, die.